You clearly possess the supreme bone that is 1 in a million. Yet you pretend to be a waste without cultivation in front of the world. Coincidentally, the first female war god of Dakian is now highly respected, to the point that even the Dakian emperor is extremely wary. Therefore, they have arranged for you, a waste without cultivation, to marry her. Many people are discussing your qualifications and abilities, unaware that the influence of the female war god is astonishing both in the court and the military. Choosing you, a waste, for marriage is to suppress the female war god. On the other hand, it is also a test of her attitude. If she accepts, all will be well. If she does not, there will be consequences. Just now, after you married Tang Guiyao, you awakened the marriage check-in system. As long as you are married to Tang Guiyao, you will receive rewards every day, and once you divorce, the system will disappear completely. On the first day of marriage, you received a supreme bone. You were so excited that even your breathing became rapid. Having a supreme bone is equivalent to having the qualification to become supreme, and you can finally cultivate and get rid of this waste physique. While Tang Guiyao was entertaining guests, you directly absorbed the supreme bone. Then your body shook, as if some shackles had been opened, and your cultivation realm began to skyrocket, stopping only when you reached the peak of the chi refining realm. Smelling the foul odor of impurities being expelled from your body, you went directly to the bucket to wash up. At this moment, Tang Guiyao returned. Seeing this scene, she frowned and said coldly, "Who allowed you to take a bath? What are you thinking? Do you think that by becoming the son-in-law of my Qin family, you are the master of this mansion? Do you think that the imperial marriage allows you to do whatever you want? On the contrary, from now on, you must know your place, do not stir up trouble for me, and do not have any improper thoughts." Tang Guiyao sat on the bed, her voice cold and distant. You silently complained in your heart, "She's already setting rules, although you know you are just a burden as a son-in-law. This woman is too arrogant. You just took a bath. What's the big deal? You should know that the Qin mansion is not a peaceful place. Offending the emperor might bring trouble to your entire family. If it weren't for the system rewards, you wouldn't want to stay here for another day. In the future, we may appear as a couple on the surface, but we don't need to have any relationship. Don't mention anything to the emperor, or I will make you pay a price you can't imagine." Tang Guiyao's cold voice sounded threatening once again. However, this is what you hoped for. You were afraid that this woman would force you to divorce, which would ruin your plans to become stronger. After a moment of contemplation, you responded, "Okay, I understand." Seeing that you were more sensible, Tang Guiyao finally relaxed a bit. She pointed to the floor in the corner. "You will sleep there tonight." You understood this as well. Going to bed would be pointless, and leaving for another room was out of the question. If you left on the wedding night, the news would surely reach the emperor's ears the next day. Although you understood, the commanding tone still made you unhappy. However, you didn't say anything and quietly waited for the next day to come. Sure, here is the translated text. Sure enough, the system's voice rang out again the next day. On the second day of marriage, a reward of 10 years of cultivation, you chose to absorb directly, and a storm surged in your body instantly, and your cultivation level began to grow wildly, eventually reaching the great perfection of the foundation establishment realm. You felt the power in your body as if it were at your fingertips, feeling somewhat excited. This marriage must not be broken. Suddenly, you were awakened by a faint noise. Opening your eyes, Tang Guiyao was being dressed by her maidservant in the inner room. "Don't go out, and don't talk to many people." Tang Guiyao, dressed and ready, came out and coldly said a sentence before leaving without waiting for your response. You were a little annoyed by this woman's cold temperament. "Just wait, there will be a day when you will call her father." After tidying up the bedding, you walked out of the room and poured yourself a pot of tea. A young girl in her prime age was walking towards you gracefully from a distance, and the passing servants all saluted. From the servants, you learned that this was the second Miss Tang Yunli of the Qin family. But what you didn't expect was that this girl actually came to you, picked up a cup of tea, and respectfully said, "Tang Yunli offers tea to her elder brother." According to etiquette, it is indeed appropriate to offer tea to the senior of a newlywed couple. But this is the Qin family, and with your identity as a commoner, even the servants in the mansion look at you coldly, let alone this second Mississippi. She is not a child and should understand that her sister's marriage to you is a humiliation. It would be understandable if she threw a tantrum, but to be so respectful to you is definitely suspicious. Seeing you hesitate, Tang Yunli smiled slightly and placed the cup of tea in front of you on her own. Then she looked around. "Has my sister gone to the Ministry of War to resign?" "Perhaps." You responded. You couldn't quite figure out this second Mrs. intentions, feeling a bit uneasy. After a few words, you left directly, while Tang Yunli remained respectful and bowed to bid you farewell. In the following days, Tang Guiyao still did not return, and you still received rewards from the system, the secrets of the 9 secrets and the Heavenly Emperor's scripture. and your cultivation reached the 5th level of the concentration realm. It wasn't until the 5th day after marriage that you slept until noon, only to be awakened by a knock on the door. Opening your eyes, you heard the voice of Miss Shinjar. Naturally, you tried to avoid this Miss Shinjar. However, this time, she seemed to have a bone to pick with you and refused to leave no matter what. After some thought, you opened the door. Brother, why do you always avoid me? Upon opening the door, you saw Miss Shin with a look of grievance. Why do you keep bothering me? You asked directly. Tang Yunli was stunned for a moment, standing still in place, not knowing what to say. So my brother despises me like this. As these words came out, 2 silent tears fell. For a moment, you were also a bit at a loss. Unable to fathom this girl's intentions, Tang Yunli took advantage of your daze and ran off. You shook your head in silence, then closed the door and lay back down, but couldn't fall asleep. Could it be that I misunderstood this miss? You whispered softly. You married Tang Guiyao as her sister. Anyone with a normal mind would naturally feel unworthy for Tang Guiyao and would naturally make things difficult for you as her unwanted son-in-law. However, everything Tang Yunli did was contrary to that. This made Qin Yun furious, and his experience from 2 lifetimes told him that this matter was definitely not simple. However, just now, Tang Yunli's soft side, her forlorn back, again made Qin Yun feel that it was all instinctive and not staged and deliberate. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yun still planned to meet this second young miss. He believed the latter more. If it was true that if this woman was really making a deliberate act, then it would be too scary. And it was not like a teenage girl, who should have the city. The sun shines brightly. Qin Yun had planned to meet this second young miss after all. Within a gazebo, he sought out Tang Yunli's figure, and at the moment, that little woman was sobbing in a small voice. The emperor bestowed me in marriage with your sister. You should understand the emperor's intention in this move. If that's the case, why are you being so respectful to me? Qin Yun did not hide anything and asked directly to the point. Seeing Qin Yun appear, Tang Yunli was a bit surprised, but she still immediately wiped her tears and rose to salute. Such an instinctive reaction caused Qin Yun to secretly look at it. I understand the emperor's intention to bestow marriage, and to suppress my sister. But, it is the emperor's fault, and what has it to do with you, brother? Tang Yunli responded softly, a statement that directly caused Qin Yun to freeze on the spot. So you pestered me every day. Qin Yun looked at the little woman in front of him with some complexity. Elder brother just came to the Tang family. Everything is unfamiliar, so little sister naturally wants to get closer to elder brother. Tang Yunli said warmly and gently. After all, when elder brother comes to the Tang family, he will be considered little sister's family. The moment. Qin Yun was completely stunned and stood on the spot. Chapter 007. Family. When these 2 words were spat out from Tang Yunli's mouth, in Qin Yun's heart, he couldn't help but develop a touch of complexity. It's a long-lost emotion. It had been 20 long years since he had traveled across the world, and this was the first time Qin Yun had developed such a feeling. In this life, he was born into the Qin family, a family that wasn't very big. His father was the head of the family, while his mother was just a small maid, so it could be said that he was just a concubine in the Qin family, with a humble status. His mother died before he was born. In the world of cultivation, strength was honored. If he had the talent to cultivate, it would be fine, but it was just that. He couldn't cultivate. One can only imagine how he spent those 20 years. After my mother's death, the word family, more than ever, became a thing of the past. But now, Qin Yun hadn't expected that this little girl, Tang Yunli, would even say these 2 words. So that's it. Qin Yun spoke softly, a thick complexity arising in his heart. He had thought that this second Miss Tang family would be harboring evil intentions, treating him respectfully and kindly on the surface, but secretly trying to find ways to make things difficult for herself. Can't blame him for associating it this way. The Tang family, a famous family, has a pivotal position in Dakian. The women cultivated by such a family are bound to be pampered and spoiled. Not to say that their hearts are spiteful, but at least they are also high-minded and proud, and difficult to get along with. However, Qin Yun did not expect it in any way. This girl is so simple and kind. Just as Tang Yunli had said, he had been used as a pawn to suppress Tang Guiyao, and that was the emperor's intention. So what could he, himself, do? Tang Guiyao's contempt, the cold eyes of the Tang residents, and who stood in his shoes and considered, only such a little girl, who cared nothing for his mortal body, offered him tea on the second day of their marriage and addressed him as a brother. It had to be said that in this second Miss Tang family's body, Qin Yun, at this moment, actually felt a trace of warmth. My Tang family is sparsely populated. We should get along and help each other. Tang Yunli whispered softly, having been a man for 2 lifetimes. Looking at this simple little woman in front of him, Qin Yun read out a lot. Perhaps the nature of her heart has much to do with her upbringing. Her parents had likewise died when she was very young, and she had only one sister. And Tang Guiyao, dazzling and radiant, with a strong temperament, was always on the warpath. Perhaps that's what led to this girl, who cherished her family and longed for affection. Associated with this, Qin Yun also felt a touch more pity in his heart for this poor little girl. Brother, if you're free, can you have a meal with me? It's been a long time since someone had a meal with me. Tang Yunli opened his mouth at this moment, his large eyes twinkling as if pleading. Although she had been exasperated and cried by Qin Yun earlier, she didn't really countenance it at all, and instead sincerely invited Qin Yun. Good. This time, Qin Yun did not reject this little woman and agreed painfully. The two had a lunch together while wandering around the mansion. After spending some time together, Qin Yun felt more and more of Tang Yunli's heartfelt sincerity and kindness. Like an uninitiated white paper, obviously born in the Tang family, this famous family. But, not a bit of canary should have the frame, like a white lotus out of the mud is not stained. And, this girl is very smart. Her cultivation talent is also good. At a young age, she is already at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and is about to usher in the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It's a little genius. Unfortunately, it's also a poor, little transparency that wants to be noticed, because Tang Guiyao's aura was so prevalent that it overshadowed everything, making it hard for people to notice this Tang family's second young lady glow. It's really hard to imagine how the same family can produce two women with completely different personalities. Qin Yun shook his head as he thought of Tang Guiyao, that high and mighty, eye-catching look. Throughout the day, Qin Yun felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and pleasure. Night falls without a sound. When the Z hour arrived, that wonderful voice resounded once again in the center of Qin Yun's mind. Ding! On the 6th day of marriage, reward for 50 years of hard labor. Regarding the bounty of the rewards, Qin Yun had long since gotten used to it and directly began to cultivate within that empty room. 6th level of the God Condensation Realm. 7th level of the God Condensation Realm. 8th level of the God Condensation Realm. 9th level of the God Condensation Realm. 50 years of terrifying cultivation had directly pushed his cultivation into the great perfection of the God Condensation Realm. But unfortunately, he was unable to take a step further and cross that C convergence realm mark. After the realm came to a halt, Qin Yun didn't rush to awaken, but instead went about sensing his own power. The energy given by the system was not only able to make his cultivation speed as fast as sitting on a rocket, that cultivation, even more so, was not rootless. Rather, it was the bottom line that he had practiced for 50 years solidly, and possessed all the senses for cultivation. Qin Yun delicately went about comprehending and deepening his understanding of this realm. Buzz! Inexplicably, a vibrating sound emanated, waking Qin Yun up. It was a fluctuation of aura that shook the heart, yet there was no regularity to it, allowing one to feel a hint of chaos. When I opened my eyes and looked, I saw that the sky was crimson. On fire? This was Qin Yun's first reaction. However, in this kind of cultivation world, starting a fire was naturally impossible to exist. Outside, footsteps were chaotic, and in the courtyard, a number of people were running. Qin Yun stepped out of the house and saw some of the servants within the mansion, all rushing in the direction of the red-colored light. That sky was crimson, and the aura rolled around like as if the abyssal sea was boiling. A chi aura shot straight up into the clouds, and between those 9 skies, an aura lotus flower formed, dripping and spinning, condensing the surrounding aura. The weird thing was that the aura lotus was red in color, and the aura fluctuations that emanated from it were very messy. The second young lady's seclusion is damaged. Quickly go and save her. On all sides, such voices rang out, and silhouette after silhouette leapt up into the firmament, rushing in that direction. These were all cultivators of the Tang mansion, and in a cultivation world like this, with the status of the Tang family, even a servant was a cultivator. Has Tang Yunli gone off the deep end? Standing in the compound, looking at the noisy, crimson sky in the distance, Qin Yun muttered. The red-colored lotus flower and the disordered boiling aura were the signs of going off the deep end. During the daytime, Qin Yun could feel that Tang Yunli was not far from the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and would have a breakthrough within a day or two. Yet, he did not expect that this girl would go off the deep end. Chapter 008, The Supreme Being Overlooking the Worlds. Going off the deep end. This was the most taboo thing to come across when practicing cultivation, and could be considered a calamity for cultivators. Once encountered, if the body is a great source of blessings, by virtue of their own can be suppressed. Okay, but if the state of mind is fragile, light will destroy the foundation of the road. Heavy, even perish are possible. Qin Yun was also a bit surprised that someone as gifted as the Tang clan's second miss would also go off the deep end at the Foundation Establishment realm. Moreover, judging from the state of that aura lotus, the ferocity among them was still very terrifying. Therefore, cultivation is a path against the sky, with endless accidents and dangers, and it is hard to go to the end of the road. Thinking of that sincere and kind-hearted second Miss Tang clan, at this moment, Qin Yun's heart was moved with compassion. But, going off the deep end is not so easily dissolved by outsiders. If one could not suppress it themselves, and a bystander went to help, then one would also be entangled by that demonic nature, and it was likely that they would also evoke their own heart demons, thus destroying the foundation of the Tao, or even falling, unless the one who went to help was strong enough and had a solid enough Tao. However, judging by the state that the second young miss had revealed, this person, at least, had to be an expert of the Huihai realm, and most of such people were in the military, and the Tang mansion only did not have any. Thinking of this, Qin Yun hesitated. The supreme bone was incomparably divine and could be said to have been born close to the Tao, so if the supreme bone was used to suppress Tang Yunli's heart demons, it would more than likely work. But, this is the Tang Palace. There are many cultivators, and even the Emperor's eyes. If he made a move, the supreme bone divine difference would definitely be revealed. If he was the one who was exposed, his days of developing and becoming stronger in peace would be considered to have come to an end. After all, it was known that he was a wasted body, and how would the supreme bone reveal itself without arousing suspicion? Leaving that aside for a moment, when he was given in marriage by the emperor, it was also used to suppress Tang Guiyao, and if his supreme bone was revealed, and so on, he leapt to become an unrivaled heavenly pride. That Qian emperor, would he still let him and Tang Guiyao become a husband and wife? How could that Qian emperor sit back and do nothing when there was a powerful alliance? At that time, it was bound to rise up to kill, and even if it didn't, it would break up the two, and after the divorce, Qin Yun's system, too, would disappear completely. The cost was too great, causing Qin Yun to make all sorts of considerations, and just as Qin Yun hesitated, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of that heaven and earth. It was an old man. Qin Yun recognized him as the steward of the Tang mansion. This person's aura was extremely powerful. Standing in the middle of that sky, when the thick aura exploded out, it sent a shiver down everyone's spine. A sea convergence realm powerhouse? Qin Yun had now cultivated to the peak of the god condensation realm, so he naturally felt that old man's realm clearly. This caused a slight relief in his heart, thinking that such an old man making a move should be able to turn Tang Yunli's danger into a success. When he thought of this, he stopped worrying. He returned to his room. However, he still probed his divine sense to view everything in that part of the world. No need to worry. Let the old man try. The old man with white hair and awkward eyes stood in the middle of the sky, holding back the crowd before stepping forward. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the void, blossoming his own Tao. Such a move caused Qin Yun to secretly nod his head in his heart. Going off the deep end is not a small matter. Even the strongest masters cannot hold themselves strong. Cultivation and hard need to know the root of their cultivation error, and then try to guide and help them to break through the barrier. Now, the old man is like that. However, just a few moments later, the old man violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and the moment he awoke with a start, he seemed to have become even older. It seems to have paid a heavy price. The old man's demeanor shriveled up, while immediately commanding to those on the side, the Tang clan's inheritance is too heaven-defying. It's not something that the old man can guide. Quickly go and ask the family head to come back. Only the master of the house can save it. Go quickly, or else the second young miss will be in danger. These words were clearly heard by Qin Yun, causing him to freeze. It really didn't occur to him that even a powerful person of the sea convergence realm wouldn't be able to help Tang Yunli, a little girl of the foundation establishment realm. However, it soon became clear to him. The Tang family was a famous family, one of the top in the great Qian dynasty, and its Gongfu inheritance was bound to be extremely powerful. But powerful feats, collectively, had one fatal drawback, and that was that it was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was thought that the second young miss of the Tang family would go off the deep end, most likely also because the Gongfu was too difficult, and the law is not lightly transmitted. Tang family inheritance. Naturally non-outsiders can learn, although the Huihai realm is too powerful than the foundation, but because of the difference in the level of the Gong method, the Huihai realm of the old man, it is also difficult to help anything. Tang Guiyao has not returned for several days, and now she knows even less where she's gone, so I'm afraid it's too late to find her and wait for her to come back. Qin Yun's brows furrowed slightly. Going off the deep end is so dangerous that you can't wait much longer. At this moment, Qin Yun's mind was extremely complicated, and in the middle of his mind, it was like there were two little people fighting. A man is not a man for himself, but a gentleman is not a man for himself. Although this little girl has a pure heart and treats people with sincerity, I have only known her for a few days, just a passing acquaintance. Qin Yun whispered softly, shook his head, and withdrew his divine sense. He did not want to bother with the Tang family. He and this girl. Acquaintance is only a few days. If this exposes itself, it is too worthless. The heart is not hard to stand. Crossing 20 years, Qin Yun saw too much cruelty in the world. Kindness, compassion, ultimately will not have a good result. However, at this moment, Qin Yun's heart could no longer be still. In the middle of his mind, those clear eyes and sincere smile lingered. Family. Those two words, like they were haunting, echoed for a long time. Qin Yun's expression was certain before he violently closed his eyes. The moment his divine sense probed out the power of his Yuan Shun, too, then covered that piece of heaven and earth. At this moment, within his body, the Supreme Bone's divine light blazed forth. Endless small fly-head characters rushed out, outlining the most obscure Dao marks in the world, cascading all over that heaven and earth. What happened? At this moment, everyone felt that terrifying fluctuation. The wind and clouds were changing, like there was some terrifying existence that was about to revive. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, the light blazed. A magnificent figure emerged from the middle of the monstrous river. It was a vision, an ancient invincible supreme being, standing between the ages, overlooking the heavens and the earth, looking down upon all beings. What is this? Everyone was stunned by the vision, simply because, although that figure's face was covered by endless chaotic mist, making it impossible to see, that magnificent figure was too extraordinary, with the laws of the great Tao covering his entire body, like a god, dominating the heavens and the earth, sitting down with the river of ages, looking down on the ages. It makes the heart tremble and unconsciously want to worship. Chapter 009, Good Causes and Good Consequences. Golden light, incandescent and incomparable, overpowered the sky. Purple aura filled the sky. Expensive. An ancient supreme being who had appeared stepping on the river of the ages had thus surfaced between the heavens and the earth, with a lofty figure and a terrifying aura that caused everyone's hearts and minds to quake furiously. People know that this is merely a glimpse of a vision, an illusion, not a real presence. However, still cannot help but tremble. That is simply a god's projection. A ray of light landing. Are like heaven and earth avenue pressure to come? Seem to suppress this great world. What the hell is this? Why has this horrible vision appeared? Many people were puzzled. The visions were too astonishing and overturned people's concepts, and many people rushed out of the various cities and pools all at once, trying to capture the source of the visions. But everything is doomed to be impossible. Oh no! The second young miss is on the verge of punching the barrier and has fallen into a state of going off the rails. It's a time of crisis. If she is disturbed by this vision, she will be in great trouble. The only noise was from above and below the Tang residence. That old man opened his mouth, his heart saying that it was not good, revealing endless worries. But that magnificent ancient supreme being, at this moment, however, folded his hands together, and in an instant, an aura of tranquility and peace spread out over the heavens and earth. The towering idol, blooming with a brilliant light, but that peaceful, where the light shines, all people feel the heart suddenly become peaceful. Gonna hey, pay homage to me. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if someone was gently chanting complicated scriptures that were filled with the boundless mysteries of the great Tao. People look out clearly. The moment that sound rang out, the crimson sky calmed down, and that aura lotus flower gradually became smooth, its light becoming translucent. This divine sound possesses a miraculous effect. That old man was startled, and his demeanor finally eased a bit. Meanwhile, inside the room, Qin Yun's Yuan Shen rushed out, his divine sense enveloping Tang Yunli. At this moment, he could clearly see that the little woman was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her brows furrowed, and the breath between her body was a bit messy. The Supreme Bone was capable of suppressing everything, and its divine effects were boundless, capable of calming the mind. But that's about it. If you wanted to help Tang Yunli charge through the barrier, you still needed to go for guidance. Qin Yun watched carefully, searching for exactly which step of his cultivation had gone wrong. Soon he found the root. Although he hadn't cultivated the Tang clan's inheritance, the techniques and secret arts he had cultivated were all the best in the world. Being in existence at the peak of the condensation realm himself, this kind of confusion in the foundation establishment realm was naturally as clear and straightforward as a child's homework in front of him. Lead the spiritual chi to wash the spiritual platform. Pass through the Baihui spiritual points. Enter the orifice palace, and take the spiritual palace chakra. Qin Yun transmitted his voice to him. Tang Yunli, who was always perplexed and hard to understand, was hearing this voice. Just like a drowning person who suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw, her tightly wrinkled willow brows finally unfolded, and a touch of relief appeared on her face. Boom! Her body's qi and blood surged, and after a moment, all the messiness disappeared and became smooth. The realm broke through the barrier at this moment. ushering in the 8th level of foundation establishment. Seeing this, Qin Yun's heart is also considered to have finally settled down. There is no danger of a scare. This girl is incredibly intelligent. He just a little bit of dialing will be able to understand through, which makes him nod slightly. Elder, who are you? At the first sign of getting through the crisis, Tang Yunli's voice rang out. It's an invisible conversation that exists only between two people. Tang Yunli was able to sense that a powerful aura had appeared by her side just now, helping her to pass through the crisis peacefully. It's one of your good fruits, isn't it? Plant a good cause, get a good deed. Everything is your own creation. Qin Yun responded softly after thinking about it. Sometimes you have to believe in this fate thing. If placed a few days ago, if Tang Yunli had been in danger while charging through the pass, Qin Yun would have inevitably looked on with cold eyes and ignored it. But on the contrary, it was today that he saw the kindness and sincerity of this little woman. And on the contrary, it was today that he solved the misunderstanding in his heart towards Tang Yunli. That's why he stepped in. It was as if everything was predestined. Please tell us your name, senior, and the young woman will certainly repay you. Tang Yunli continued to pursue. This time, Qin Yun only smiled faintly, not bothering to respond to anything else, and straight away, he left. There's no way he's going to say who he is. This was his biggest secret, and before being powerful to a certain extent, this secret, he would never let the second person besides himself know. Senpai? Elder. Tang Yunli didn't get a response for a long time and called out softly but urgently. However, she gradually couldn't feel the person's presence anymore. The scent was fading, nearly disappearing. In the next moment, Tang Yunli opened his eyes and took a step out, directly to the outside of the house, wanting to go after something, but it could no longer be felt. At this moment, in her heart, she actually felt empty. Second miss. You succeeded in punching the barrier? Many of the Tang family's servants gathered around at this moment, and that old man was shocked and delighted to see Tang Yunli unharmed. Uncle Chen. At the moment of crisis, a senior person nudged me. Tang Yunli uttered such a sentence, leaving everyone stunned on the spot. Associated with the visions that had just appeared, everyone's hearts, all of them, turned over in shocking waves. Just who could this person be? Tang Yunli murmured, as if questioning Butler Chen, and as if questioning himself. Butler Chen, on the other hand, was also puzzled. This second young lady of my family, who did not like to go out in her ordinary life and did not have many friends, how could she know such a high person? Moreover, it is still a person who can trigger such a horrible vision. Perhaps it is the arrangement of the family master. Perhaps the family master has long arranged for such a powerful being to guard your side. Everything will be clear when the family head returns. Butler Chen thought about it and said so. It'll have to do. Tang Yunli nodded, her demeanor a little complicated. She vaguely felt that this didn't seem to be her sister's arrangement. Inside the room, Qin Yun slowly opened his eyes. The moment he left, the supreme vision above the 9 heavens dissipated and was hidden from the world. Although the supreme bone is powerful, once its power is utilized, it will give birth to a vision, which is a real headache. Qin Yun whispered softly. To be honest, he didn't want that vision to appear. The storm was too big, and it wasn't a good thing for him. Right now, he only hoped that the furor over this outburst would best be put to rest quickly and not make people suspicious. Qin Yun then resumed that pose, lying flat on his back by the corner of the wall. Perhaps using the supreme bone was a bit traumatizing, and after a few moments, he unexpectedly fell into a deep sleep. But, how Qin Yun did not think that just as he was sleeping dead, the people in the outside world were doomed to sleeplessness this night. Chapter 010 Tang Guiyao's Return. The void gave birth to a strange phenomenon as a magnificent figure stepped on the river of ages and emerged in the heavens and earth. This caused the land to stir and speculate on the source of this vision. The attention of the nation. Within the great Qian, all the cities and pools, the masters moved in unison, and people were surprised to find that even a few great figures in the Imperial city had stepped out to search for the root of this phenomenon. The storm swept through the area and the streets were talking about it. Some say it's the gods reviving, while others say, it's the immortals coming out of the world. The vision is too extraordinary. It definitely possesses some sort of sign. The people are brilliant. The entire Dakian was no longer calm overnight and was in a boiling state. Even some clans and sects close to the borders of Dakian were foolish and vocal. In the end, after some probing by some old figures who possessed a terrifying reputation in this land, they finally came up with some answers. Supreme Bone. When those 3 words came out, it made this land completely boil. The Supreme Bone is one of the most powerful physiques under the heavens. Those who possess the Supreme Bone will surely become a generation of supreme beings in the future. Looking down on the heavens and looking out of the corner of their eyes, the world is afraid and frightened. The strength of the Supreme Bone has existed since ancient times. It is one of the most powerful physiques in the world. But anyone who carries the supreme bone is not in the monstrous ancient history, leaving a touch of heavy color. Its radiance shines through the ages, and it is an absolutely rare physique. For how many years? The supreme bone has not reappeared in the world because it is too heaven-defying and powerful to be tolerated by the world. Is it really a supreme bone? If that's true, in the future, a king will definitely be born in this land. Countless people are shaken. At the same time, it was even more urgent to search for the root cause of the appearance of that supreme bone vision. The supreme bone had come out of the world, and its influence was too great, rippling all over the place, making everyone feel a touch of uneasiness, as well as countless doubts. How far has he grown? What was the intention of displaying the divine effect of the supreme bone in the territory of the great Qin dynasty? If it was a person of Daqian, there was no doubt that Daqian would usher in the second rise after Tang Guiyao, but if it was hostile to Daqian, there was no doubt that it would be an absolute enemy. We must seek out the root cause, and find out the reason for the supreme bone's vision to unfold at all costs. That very night, within the Imperial city, such an imperial decree was issued. With the appearance of the holy decree, within the Imperial city, all the experts moved in unison, and everyone's expression couldn't help but tighten up. The Dawn Mansion. Qin Yun slept until noon before waking up, stretching his back and stepping out of the house. In the courtyard, fiddling with the flowers. Elder brother, my little sister saw that your courtyard was a bit cooler, so she ordered people to bring you some flowers and plants. These flowers, all planted by my little sister's own hands. Seeing Qin Yun, Tang Yunli revealed a sweet smile. She was dressed in a pink dress, without powder, naturally beautiful, like an immortal flower, standing there, making even the most beautiful flowers pale in comparison. I heard that you had trouble practicing last night. Are you alright? It's a pity that brother I can't cultivate and can't help you with anything. Qin Yun opened his mouth, symbolically concerned, while secretly paying attention to Tang Yunli's little expression. After all, the two of them had been in close contact last night, and Qin Yun was also worried for fear of this girl associating herself with him. But fortunately, it was an empty worry, and Tang Yunli's expression was natural, just faintly shaking her head. She softly saluted. Thank you, elder brother, for remembering. My little sister is unharmed. The two of them found a random place to sit down, and the underlings brought in two recliners. The sun shines brightly. The two of them were a little bored, lounging in their recliners, soaking up the sun, feeling the peaceful atmosphere. Qin Yun's heart was serene, feeling seemingly such a life is not bad. Sunbathing every day, receiving a reward at night, and occasionally there is such a flowery sister-in-law accompanied by the side to talk. How's that for half a god day? How many men have begged for it? If it had been this kind sister-in-law who had married him in the first place, his life would have been more comfortable. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yun's mouth as he thought of this. Of course, it wasn't that he was thinking of getting into trouble and having any mischief with this sister-in-law of his. It was just a splash of mischievous thoughts. After all, that nominal wife of his was more than a little difficult to get along with compared to the little woman in front of him. Just as the duo was leisurely sunbathing, outside the door, a plain figure, however, broke in. But it was none other than Tang Guiyao. She looked a lot more haggard. For several days, no one knew what she had been through, and on her body, there was more than a touch of exhaustion. When Tang Guiyao saw that Tang Yunli was unharmed, that tense heart was only slightly relieved. However, when she saw the two of them, Qin Yun and Tang Yunli, basking in the sun, one female god of war of the great Qin dynasty was suddenly furious. Sister, you're finally back. Looking at Tang Guiyao, who had rushed back in the dust, Tang Yunli immediately rose to greet her, and on that exquisite face, a touch of heartache couldn't help but emerge. However, Tang Guiyao's face was cold to the core. No wonder you went off the deep end. Not practicing properly and spending your days with people like this. You deserve to have a weak mind. Tang Guiyao chided with a cold face, as if she was reprimanding a small child, showing no mercy at all. This caused Qin Yun to frown slightly. He had thought that Tang Yunli's disposition of longing for his family should be due to the fact that she, his only sister, was always out on the battlefield and unable to accompany him, but now he understood that he was afraid that it was not only for this reason, but that the woman's character was too strong. My own sister just went through a major catastrophe last night and said this. Qin Yun couldn't comment that Tang Guiyao was heartless. He knew that Tang Guiyao was still mindful of her own sister's well-being in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rushed back in such a dusty manner. But such a nature is destined to make it difficult for people to get close. And often, the ones such people hurt are the ones closest to them. Sister, it was my negligence in cultivation that caused my sister to worry. But that doesn't get in the way of brother. After all, he is our family member. Just came to the Tang family. Everything is unfamiliar. Tang Yunli whispered softly and weakly, fragile like a blank sheet of paper in front of Tang Guiyao, do not dare to look directly at his sister's gaze, lowered his head, and at the end of the sentence, the voice was like a mosquito, without much backbone. Brother? Family? These two words made Tang Guiyao's anger value seem to instantly go up an unknown number of levels. How can you treat him as family when he's a wasted body that can't cultivate? 100 years later, your youthful face is still there. The years cannot invade. But what about him? Pale white hair, old and weak body, perhaps even more has long been turned into dry bones. You consider someone like that as family? Are you preparing for a life of mediocrity like him? Tang Boudoir chortled. At this moment, that delicate little woman violently raised her head and looked straight into Tang Guiyao's eyes. How can you say that? It was the only thing she had to say in response to her sister. And despite appearing weak, with large eyes that seemed to glisten with tears, as if they were fragile, she didn't bow her head for once, and just forced herself to look at her sister. Chapter 011 Who is the higher power? On the recliner, listening to the quarrel between the two, Qin Yun, the party in question, appeared calm. It was as if the man who had been the cause of all their quarreling was merely an outsider, not himself. In fact, how could Qin Yun not be angry? Such contempt, such an attitude, what other man could accept it? But, that's the way the world is. Strength is honored. The strong don't say that they don't see the weak. In the eyes of the strong, the lives of most of the weak are as dispensable as ants. What's more, he was married to Tang Guiyao, the first female god of war in Dacian, and the emperor's resentment, I'm afraid, was all transferred to him. Qin Yun did not want to argue anything with it, as how he argued also seemed impotent and furious. As long as he understood that one day, he would grow to the point where everyone in this world would have to look up to him, that would be enough. Today's no. One female war god of Dacian may not still have the qualifications to be eyewitness at some point in the future. As a matter of fact, when Tang Guiyao had spoken those words, she had also been staring at Qin Yun's attitude. The man, she thought, might be impotent and furious, or he might flee in haste. But how she had not expected this man to be so calm. Just as on the wedding night, when she voiced her request, the man's calmly confronting attitude, it was as if nothing could make him care enough to shake that state of mind of his. Is this really immortal? Was this really just a humble concubine of the Qin family? Tang Guiyao asked herself this in her heart. If she didn't know everything clearly, she really had a sense of trance. If Qin Yun was a cultivator, then, such a state of mind was too terrifying. Like a pool of deep water, the water waves are not shocked, seemingly always in the body of self-confidence. A cultivator's greatest potential lies in his Taoist heart, and how a person's Taoist heart is, so to speak, determines his future achievements. With such a state of mind, achievement will never be low. However, the person in front of him was, after all, just a mortal who could not cultivate. Thinking of this, Tang Guiyao shook her head slightly. You come with me. Tang Guiyao's complexion eased up a lot as she spoke to Tang Yunli before leaving on her own. Tang Yunli stood in place for a long time, huffing and puffing, but in the end, he still lowered his head. Brother, an apology twinkled in the little girl's eyes. Go on. Qin Yun smiled faintly and spoke thus. Supreme Bone? Sister, are you sure this is true? Outside the study, such an exclamation came out. Inside the room, Tang Guiyao sat in front of the table while Tang Yunli stood there, her small mouth slightly open with a look of surprise. There can be no mistake. The vision that appeared that night was exactly the same as the Supreme Bone vision described in the ancient books. The Supreme Being overlooks the ages and treads the river of ages. Only the vision of the Supreme Bone would be so amazing. Tang Guiyao softly lamented, her expression complex. Tang Yunli, on the other hand, was completely frozen in place. How many years has the Supreme Bone not appeared? Known as one of the strongest physiques in the world, didn't it say that it has not been allowed to come out of the world? A few eras have failed to appear, but now it has been revealed. Endless ripples of shock surfaced on Tang Yunli's face. Can't blame her for being so. The strength of the Supreme Bone was recognized by the world. It was a kind of gaijin body identified by the people of the world, and there were few physiques that could match it among the long river of history. But anyone who carried the Supreme Bone, as long as they didn't die halfway, their final achievement would not be low, almost stepping into that final realm and becoming the master of the universe. In the world, there were too many rumors about a supreme expert who carried the Supreme Bone triggering a shocking battle with an overlord of the last realm. Perhaps this physique doesn't have an extinct vein at all. Tang Guiyao softly lamented. No matter what, it has finally appeared, and in this world, perhaps a supreme being of the absolute generation will be born, crushing this era. This will be the sorrow of the heavenly pride of the entire era. When she said these words, Tang Guiyao's complexion was also incomparably complicated. She herself was extremely extraordinary, being a divine fetus Tao body with a terrifying talent. but even as she was, her heart was dimmed in front of the supreme bone. That kind of physique was too powerful. It could be said to be strong to the extreme, and for countless years, there was no telling how many divine bodies had been hunted down by the supreme bone. If such a person with a supreme body really grew up in the future, even if it was her, the odds were that she was doomed to be eclipsed. Don't think too much. Although the supreme bone vision is projected on my great Qin territory, it has nothing to do with us after all. Whether it's a foe or a friend, His Majesty will deal with it on his own. It's none of my Tang family's business. Tang Guiyao shook her head and said this, but upon hearing this, Tang Yunli froze. Sister, there's something else I didn't get to tell you, Tang Yunli said softly and slowly, looking somewhat nervous. Last night, I didn't get through the heart demons peacefully by myself, but, rather, I had guidance from someone high up. What? Tang Guiyao's face changed abruptly, and she stood up violently. Subsequently, Tang Yunli informed Tang Guiyao of everything that had happened between him and that high-ranking person last night. This was a little secret of hers. The supreme bone vision was shocking to the world. However, this secret was not known to many people. Listening to Tang Yunli's account, the more she listened, the more grave Tang Guiyao's face became. When Tang Yunli finished speaking, Tang Guiyao was even more frozen in place for a long time. How smart she is. The supreme bone vision shocked the world and appeared in Dakian, with an uncertain origin and an uncertain cause. Everyone didn't know what that one intended to do by putting the supreme bone divine effect into effect. However, from the descriptions of the people, one could tell that the one seemed to be preaching a sermon, and that no great destruction occurred, but only a tremulous singing of the word. It calms the mind. Before this, Tang Guiyao couldn't guess the intentions of the one who carried the supreme bone. However, upon listening to his own sister, she understood that the reason why that high person, the reason why he used the divine effect of the supreme bone, was to help her sister to rush through the barrier. It didn't help that she froze on the spot. The supreme bone is rare in the world, and its owner must be a person who is not vulgar. She asked herself that she had not seen this kind of person at all, and her own sister was even more out of the door. How could an existence with a supreme physique like that aid his sister? Tang Guiyao was completely frozen, her brows furrowed, her head thinking rapidly. As for Tang Yunli, who was on the side, seeing this scene, he was also aware of a guess in his heart. In yesterday, she still held the celebration that it was a high person her sister had befriended, arranging for the other party to shelter her, but from her sister's attitude, it was obvious that she didn't know that high person. Who could this person be who has been so kind to me? Chapter 012, Gentle Face. The moon is still. Moonlight shines through the window into the room. Simple furnishings, a few ancient paintings and calligraphy, a coolness. Inside the room, Qin Yun lay in the corner for a long time, waiting for the arrival of the Z hour. Ding! On the 7th day of marriage, rewarded with a merit, Heavenly Emperor's ancient scriptures. In due course, a wonderful voice resounded in the middle of his mind, causing Qin Yun to sit up at once. Ancient scriptures of the Celestial Emperor. There was no doubt that this was precisely a cultivation ancient scripture. The first 3 steps of Qi practice, foundation building, and God congealing are, frankly speaking, just the initial stage of cultivation, where the foundation of the Tao lies, and don't particularly need an ancient scripture, whereas for the next stage of cultivation, an ancient scripture will be indispensable. Without the ancient scriptures, it could be said that it would be the same as cutting off the way forward, and no matter how much you practiced you would not be able to break that realm. The importance of the ancient scriptures cannot be overstated, and the law is not lightly transmitted. Cultivation in addition to the limitations of talent, the limitations of the ancient scriptures, it is even more of a headache. The ancient dynasties and holy places in this world, a large part of the reason why they were powerful was because they possessed a complete ancient scripture. This was why those heavenly talents, who squeezed their heads to go, also wanted to go to holy places and ancient dynasties to cultivate. And now, this technique that Qin Yun had obtained was likewise a complete ancient scripture. It records all the realms of practice, clarifies their essentials, and makes clear how they should be practiced. What's a sleepy head? This is it. It was no exaggeration to say that with such an ancient scripture, Qin Yun would be equivalent to possessing the qualifications to start a mountain and establish a sect, or even, to create a force out of the same holy land. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that he needed to have strength comparable to that of a holy lord or an imperial lord. With that, sitting cross-legged in the night, Qin Yun began to cultivate ancient scriptures of the Celestial Emperor. It was an extremely complicated technique, and although Qin Yun had not practiced any other ancient scriptures, he could clearly sense that the Heavenly Emperor's ancient scripture was far superior to all the legacies in the world. The mysteries are endless, the true meaning is infinite, and their essence can be compared to the great Tao. The short cultivation mantra was full of infinite subtleties. possessing a flavor of the naturalness of the way and the simplicity of the way. Qin Yun sat cross-legged as his mind became incomparably tranquil. In the netherworld, it seemed that a great figure was seen, sitting in the boundless universe, with his back turned to all beings, where he was explaining the mysteries of the great Tao. Boom! Qin Yun's heart surged as the sound of the great Tao rushed like 1,000 armies, emitting a grand and incomparable heavenly sound that made Qin Yun share a tremor with it. He listened carefully and went to his senses intently. Although there was no growth in his realm, yet his strength, after practicing this ancient scripture, saw a drastic change. By the time the practice was over, it was about to dawn. Only then was Qin Yun satisfied and fell into a deep sleep. On the other hand, inside the study, both women's faces, slightly haggard, had been up all night thinking about who that person really was. This question intrigued both of them immensely. An existence that possessed a supreme bone. It was no exaggeration to say that such an existence was destined to have unimaginable achievements in the future, and was someone that all the Holy Lands and ancient dynasties would have to pay attention to. It wasn't about how well he cultivated. It was simply about talent. But it was such a person who had helped Tang Yunli charge through the barrier. How could the two of them not understand? The sisters stayed up all night, racking their brains, but even when they both counted everyone they had known in the past, they couldn't find anyone suitable. Hey! In the end, Tang Guiyao let out a soft sigh. It seems to me that he may not be related to you or me, but just passing through and saving you in passing. As for what he said, planting good causes and bearing good fruits, perhaps it was also just a random excuse. After all, that kind of person, if he grows up, he will definitely have an unattainable identity that both you and I can't reach. And if he hasn't grown up, it's even more unlikely that he will easily expose himself. That response, maybe he just said it off the top of his head. Tang Guiyao judged so. Will someone come to help me rush through the barrier for no reason? Tang Yunli, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant. Hearing these words, Tang Guiyao also shook her head slightly. Honestly, she didn't believe that there would be a person who would come to help her sister for no reason. In this world, there is no such thing as love without a reason. But, as grudging as that reason is, what reason is there other than passing by and helping out as you go along? Planting good causes, bearing good fruits. Tang Guiyao didn't want to think about it anymore. But Tang Yunli murmured these words. She always felt that that person would not say a sentence like that for no reason. There must be some reason. Moreover, she seemed to sense in her mind that the man was kind to her, like a person close to her. It's just that I rarely go out. I have no friends in the court, and even less in the outside world. Where was the good fruit planted? Tang Yunli spoke mentally, associating it thus. But in the very next second, she was abruptly stunned, and in the middle of her mind, a gentle face suddenly appeared. Sow good causes and reap good fruits. Could it be? Tang Yunli's pupils were slightly dilated, and his entire body was stunned. But the words stopped at her mouth. What did you think of? When Tang Guiyao saw her own sister's appearance, she also instantly became interested. Only Tang Yunli shook his head slightly at this moment. This idea, even she also feel absurd. Not to mention, her own sister, set out, certainly will not be able to avoid a scolding. Besides, she didn't believe it herself. Those were simply two different people, so to speak, and it couldn't be him. It's just that, I don't want to think about it. I can't even think about it. Maybe, I don't really know him. I only hope that I'll be able to see it again in the future. This is a great favor that must be repaid. Tang Yunli said softly. Put, seeing her own sister in this state, Tang Guiyao didn't have the heart to laugh. What are you thinking about? That kind of character, got out of nowhere. Maybe for a party of male masters, identity transcendent. An encounter is already your great fortune, which can let you meet twice. Hearing these words, a wisp of loss flashed between Tang Yunli's demeanor. Right. At this moment, Tang Guiyao seemed to have thought of something, her face turning serious as she asked. That matter of that high person instructing you, other than the two of us sisters, no one else knows about it, right? There's also Uncle Chan and some of the house cultivators. Tang Yunli didn't think too much and responded thus. She hadn't noticed in the slightest that after she said those words, Tang Guiyao's face had changed drastically. Bad. Tang Guiyao was stunned, and a bad feeling welled up in her heart. Chapter 013, Going to the Palace. Come with me to the palace and go and see His Majesty. Qin Yun, who was sleeping, was disturbed by such a clear and cold voice, as if it was a cold wind in the winter season, without the slightest color of emotion. When he opened his eyes, he saw a delicate and flawless face. Tang Guiyao was dressed in plain clothes and stood there quietly. I'm a man of cloth. Why should I go on a pilgrimage? Qin Yun was indifferent to the woman's attitude and said in a lazy voice. I've been busy lately, and since it was His Majesty who bestowed the marriage, I should have gone to thank you after the wedding. Tang Guiyao explained. but her tone was still icy cold. His Majesty bestowed the marriage, and according to etiquette, one should indeed go forward to pay thanks. However, Qin Yun is still a bit of a surprise. To know, this woman is not a soft persimmon to comply with the etiquette, not to mention for the matter of giving marriage. Plainly there is not the slightest to thank the meaning of how today will be. Qin Yun associated it with last night's nightly conversation between Tang Guiyao and Tang Yunli. He didn't say anything more, bathed, changed into a simple white dress, and went with Tang Guiyao into the palace. Tang House, in the Great Qian, has a pivotal position, can be said to be the right hand of the royal family, naturally not too far from the imperial city. However, the distance is still beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The territory of Deqian is too vast. Even the most prosperous capital of the country, Avenue. It is said that if a mortal wants to go to the palace to meet the saint, if he walks all his life, he may not be able to go to the palace. The two traveled without taking any mounts or sedan chairs. Tang Guiyao, she just waved her hand lightly, and the void gave birth to little ripples, and in an instant, the bucket turned and the stars shifted, and the starry river transformed. This kind of strength caused Qin Yun to look secretly shocked. It had to be said that although this woman was not pleasing to the eye, however, as the #1 war general of the Great Qian dynasty, her strength was unquestionable. Even though Qin Yun was now at the peak of the condensed spirit realm, it was still difficult to surmise her realm from her aura, let alone her true battle power. It's like a deep, unfathomable pool of water. When the two reappeared, a beautiful heavenly palace emerged. It was an immortal palace, majestic and vast, hanging between the emptiness of the sky, with imperial qi filling the air, dragon qi rolling around, and even more endless terrifying pressure spreading out. Heaven? Qin Yun was greatly shaken inwardly. Such an immortal palace standing in front of him gave off an unreal feeling. Only now did he understand why those families of the Qin family have always regarded the Qian emperor as a god, which can indeed be described as a touch of miracle. But all living beings see, who is not surging with emotion. Since you and I are already married, in a sense, you are a member of the Tang family. The Tang family doesn't need you to do anything, but, on the outside I hope you don't fall into the reputation of the Tang family. Tang Guiyao said so, and this time, the tone was not as cold as it had once been, nor did it have that commanding tone. The two of them moved forward towards the immortal palace. With each step, steps would automatically be born underneath his feet, pointing straight to that supreme immortal palace hall. On this journey, Tang Guiyao's mood was complicated. The reason why I came to the palace to meet the saint was even more because of that night talk last night. The Tang family had the eyes of the Qian emperor, and since the matter of his own sisters rushing through the passes and being instructed by a high-ranking person was known to the Tang family, it would naturally have reached the ears of this Qian emperor as well. If a strong person with a supreme bone existed in a Tang family, and it was rumored to the Qian emperor's ears, Tang Guiyao was also afraid of arousing the Qian emperor's suspicions. After all, those who carried supreme bones were not to be underestimated, and if the Qian emperor thought that this was something she was secretly cultivating and accumulating reserves, this would definitely be a big disaster. So, she had to come and voluntarily confess everything. The immortal palace loomed large, and after a long wait, the doors of the palace slowly opened. The two entered the palace back and forth. The hall was very large, quiet, empty. At the end of that hall above the throne, sat a figure, a royal robe, noble. Seeing that figure, Qin Yun could not help but be stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that it was actually a woman. A majestic and supreme female emperor, the Imperial Lord of Deqian, an existence that could be compared to the Holy Lord of the Holy Land in the world, was actually a woman? This caused Qin Yun to freeze on the spot. Although, right, this cultivation world, there is no male and female inferiority or superiority. Everyone is based on the strength to speak, but a female emperor to rule over the Great Qian, or let the hearts of the people business outside. At this moment, Qin Yun could not help but associate many things. He had once heard a rumor that, according to legend, the Great Qian Empress had been an excellent bosom friend with Tang Guiyao, and the two were of similar age and had been practicing together since they were young. At one time, he thought it was all made up, but today he realized that maybe it was all true. The two were indeed of similar age, and Tang Guiyao's reputation was only revealed when this female emperor was in power. It could be said that it was Tang Guiyao who, by virtue of her own strength, had created a supreme splendor out of the empresses de Qian. It's no wonder that this Qian emperor could think of using something like granting a marriage to suppress Tang Guiyao. A woman knows a woman's heart and knows what suppresses the most ruthlessly. Thinking about this, Qin Yun could not help but have a bit of a headache. A woman is not scary. The scary thing is that he is caught in the middle of a battle between two women fighting. Often when they get caught up in it, it's the men who are the worst off. What's the matter with Tang Guiyao coming into the palace? That empress attitude was gentle, with a smirk, but that underlying majesty was something that could not be bothered to be offended. Thank you, your majesty, for the marriage. Tang Guiyao's response was brief, and even when she went on a pilgrimage to the palace, she didn't salute, let alone make a pilgrimage. Standing there silently, although she was dressed in plain clothes, yet, at all times, her strength and invincibility were revealed. No wonder the empress would suppress you. Even if the relationship is good, you have to understand the difference in status. Qin Yun's heart sighed with emotion. Tang Guiyao's waist is too hard, and she is so powerful that whoever becomes the emperor will be afraid of her. Not to mention the empress? I see that the Guiyao looks extremely well, and it seems that life after marriage is also quite beautiful. The empress spoke thus. With these words, the atmosphere in the hall was significantly colder. Tang Guiyao stood there, her face grim. Thanks to your majesty's blessings. Aside, Qin Yun was secretly shocked. These two women, neither of them is a good match. Although on the surface they seem to be pleasant, however, in the interior the swords are drawn. Yesterday, boundless visions were born within my great Qin territory, and some people said that it was the supreme bone revealing itself. How does Tang Guiyao feel about this? The empress laughed softly, but a coldness came through her eyes. Chapter 014, Better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. It is for this very thing that I have come. When the vision was revealed last night, my little sister was rushing through the gate and encountered some fierce dangers, and she said that it was only with the help of a high person that she was able to pass through this calamity peacefully. I think that the vision of the supreme bone might have something to do with that high person. Tang Guiyao spoke in such a way, not being condescending. This kind of candor caused Qin Yun to be quite surprised, but then he released everything. In the case of the emperor's knowledge, the initiative is the best choice. Hiding will only cause more suspicion. Really? How dare you? It had to be said that even though that empress knew everything in her heart, she still did a great job on the surface, revealing a look of surprise. The supreme bone is one of the most powerful physiques in the heavens and earth. Looking through ancient history, in those most ancient of years, amongst the strongest people of each era, there were almost always shadows of the supreme body. Is such a man of honor even related to the youngest sister of the Tang family? The empress laughed lightly, revealing an intriguing look. Naturally there's no connection. I think that this person should just be passing by and help out in passing. Tang Guiyao said softly. Is Tang Guiyao even so certain? An existence that carries a supreme bone would assist the Tang clan's little sister in her charge for no reason? The empress laughed softly. Tang Guiyao stood there, calmly looking at the empress, her voice cold. What does your majesty think then? At this moment, the great hall fell silent, deathly silent. Even Qin Yun secretly said that it wasn't good. This woman, her bones were too hard, unwilling to give in even in the face of this empress. Qin Yun's heart secretly sighed with emotion. Tang House, definitely not a place to stay for a long time. This empress in her heart, more than half of the Tang Guiyao up to kill. Not only is the suspicion so simple, if the killing calamity really descends on a certain day, if one does not have enough strength, one will not be able to avoid the fate of death. I thought, those who carry the supreme bone, when they have not grown up, must be careful and cautious, not daring to expose their own divine differences, not to mention that they will not expose their own secrets to save each other for the sake of a person they don't know. The empress's expression was somber. However, she then revealed a smile and turned her words around. However, this person's identity is unknown. Perhaps it's a supreme power or maybe. Besides, as far as I know, the little sister of the Tang family has always been a deep dweller, so naturally she wouldn't be acquainted with such a character. Don't you think so? Qin Tang. Gentle words, a beautiful smile. Yet, it made people feel a touch of coldness, a strand of killing intent. Your majesty is wise. Tang Guiyao only had these 4 words to respond with. Retire, I'm tired. The empress waved her hand, signaling Tang Guiyao to retire. However, just as Qin Yun was about to turn around and leave, that majestic voice sounded once again. Qin Yun, I have a few words with you. Upon hearing these words, Tang Guiyao slowly turned around and glanced at the empress, and then, glanced at Qin Yun, and calmly left without uttering a single word. Qin Yun was also somewhat speechless. Tang Guiyao was alright, although difficult to get along with, but after all, she was straight to the point. But this empress, at this moment, she whisked Tang Guiyao away and left him alone in the palace. It was clearly a fight between the two of them, but she had to involve him in it. Their hearts are execrable. Qin Yun, you're a mere mortal. The reason why you're able to have the position you have now, do you understand? Whose gift it is? The empress said softly. 10,000 grass mud horses galloped and whistled in Qin Yun's heart. Yet, he was quite calm on the surface. Grasshopper understands. Understand then good. Retreat, I think. If it is one day, I want to know what news. You will certainly in the first time. For me to share the worry, right? The Empress said softly. These words caused Qin Yun to be slightly stunned. Pulling in? Provocateur? Or maybe both. He did not reply and retreated in silence. However, as he was about to turn around and leave the palace, Qin Yun turned around again. Your Majesty, I am afraid that a mere mortal like Grasshopper will not be able to share anything for your Majesty. What's more, grasshoppers today, after all, are members of the Tang family. Qin Yun opened his mouth and said in a nonchalant manner. There was no doubt that the Empress wanted herself to work for her, and perhaps, in the midst of this battle between the Emperor and the ministers, many would choose the Emperor without hesitation. However, Qin Yun understood that this Empress's mind was too deep in the city, and even if he were to sell out for her, he would never end up well. In that case, we might as well follow our hearts. This wasn't to say that he was standing up to Tang Guiyao. It was merely to indicate his own stance to avoid trouble in the future. The hall was horribly silent, and only after a long time did that female emperor's voice come out. Good. Remember your choice today. Qin Yun did not continue to linger and left the grand hall straight away, and the moment Qin Yun walked out the door, the calm expression on this empress's face was no longer there as the void within the hall roared and the laws shook. A waste? Do you really think I expect anything from you? Giving face? How long has it been since you married Tang Boudoir, and you see yourself as a member of the Tang family? The female emperor's eyes were cold. It wasn't that she wanted to draw Qin Yun in. The reason why she opened her mouth was just to take the opportunity to suppress Tang Qiuyao, and in doing so, she would draw Qin Yun in and take away everything from Tang Qiuyao. However, how could the Empress not expect that such a mortal would dare to disobey herself? Your Majesty, why do you need to be angry with a mere mortal? He's just a mere mortal with short insights. At this moment, the old eunuch beside the Empress spoke. The ancient age and the magnificent court dress were enough to prove the extraordinary status of this old eunuch. Do you really think I'm taking it out on that mortal? What I'm angry about is Tang Guiyao. She's becoming more and more disrespectful to me. The Empress murmured. General Tang has grown up in the military since she was a child and has a deep affection for it. Now that you have taken away her military power and allowed her to marry a mortal, it's only natural that she has some resentment. The fact that there are grudges proves that your suppression, Your Majesty, is effective, doesn't it? The old eunuch said with a continuous smile. The Empress's expression finally eased up a lot, but it was still a bit ugly. Does it really work? The supreme bone vision revealed is most likely related to the Tang family. I guess this person must be the strong person Tang Boudoir arranged to be in the Tang mansion, only that Tang Yunli went off the rails, which caused this person to be exposed in advance. Tang Boudoir Yao is secretly hiding a supreme body. I'm only afraid that her intentions are great. Do you really think you can hide a few voluntary confessions from me? There was killing intent floating in the Empress's eyes. In any case, Tang Guiyao can't be kept, makes me uneasy, will be a scourge sooner or later. The moment those words were uttered, the old eunuch's expression changed drastically, because he, for once, clearly felt the Empress' killing intent. Your Majesty, all in peace. General Tang has a high reputation in the military. If there is a meteor dynasty turmoil, enough. However, before the old eunuch could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by the Empress. I don't need you to teach me how to do it. I'm clear that I can't move her yet. It's just that there must be an explanation for the matter of the supreme bone. Do you want to put things to rest with just one sentence? She must be punished and all her ambitions strangled in the cradle. The old eunuch said bitterly. This is all just conjecture. Perhaps the supreme bone really has nothing to do with the Tang family? At this moment, the Empress's icy eyes landed on the old eunuch's body, and she said in a single word, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. The old eunuch was dumbfounded, opened his mouth, but ultimately did not speak. His demeanor was bitter. He respectfully saluted and silently retreated. Chapter 015, One's Own Position. Walking out of the palace, Qin Yun saw Tang Guiyao standing not far away. Keep a good eye on everything I do. Keep an eye on the Tang family's moves, and perhaps sometime in the future, you'll skyrocket and leap to courtier status as a result. Coldly, Tang Guiyao said this, a wisp of disgust growing in her eyes. Qin Yun understood that this woman, obviously, had misunderstood. She couldn't be blamed. The Empress had left herself in the palace, and anyone in their right mind would think that he had defected to that Empress. After all, he was just a mortal man, and that Empress, the 9 and 5, only needed a gift of 9 cows and 1 hare. Which mortal man would not fall for it? Thinking of this, Qin Yun shook his head, not bothering to explain anything, because any explanation, it seems pale. This woman is too arrogant and empty-headed. She will only believe in what she determines. Even if you say the sky to go, she will not believe you. Qin Yun did not respond and went far away on his own. Hey! Tang Guiyao sighed lightly, tilting her head back to look at the sky, her eyes, endlessly complex. The Qian Emperor's suspicion, the withdrawal of military power, everything she was able to endure. But the fact that the Empress was even fighting over a mere mortal beside her caused her heart to be boundless and bewildered. After a lifetime of military service and a lifetime of fighting for it, in the end, it was such an end. Thinking of the Tang family's prosperity in Deqian in the past, and then thinking of his own thin ice in Deqian today, Tang Guiyao's heart only had boundless heart chills. To be honest, it wasn't that she hadn't wanted to go over to fight. It wasn't that she hadn't wanted to go over to disobedience. But even though on the surface she appeared to be uninhibited, inwardly, she never dared. The future of the Tang family gave her birth to worry. Once the idea of resistance was born, the Tang family ancestors, even more so that she had no face-to-face. Several generations of the Tang family, with their flesh and blood, have created the splendor of the great Qian dynasty. Should she really destroy everything her ancestors have done because of her own indignation? The peaceful world, the great Qian dynasty, was plunged back into endless turmoil just because of her indignation? It's too big a price to pay compared to one's own grievances. The only way she could go was to compromise. The only thing to do is to bear it, break your teeth, and swallow it in your stomach. General Tang. At this moment, a call came out from the distance, and an old man walked over from afar. Seeing the visitor, Tang Qiuyao's icy face softened quite a bit, gently arching her hand and saluting. Qiuyao has met eunuch Wang. This eunuch Wang was also the same grand eunuch beside the empress. Leaving aside his own strength, this eunuch Wang, who had served 2 generations of the Qian emperor, was the most trusted person beside the 2 generations of the Qian emperor. Over the years, this eunuch Wang, not a few for the Tang family, in the emperor's ear beautiful words. It was also for this reason that Tang Guiyao still respected this old man quite a bit. His Majesty has been infuriated by you today. Sometimes, those of us who are subjects have to learn to be tolerant and humble. The foundation of Deqian can only be held if the ruler and ministers are in harmony, isn't it? Eunuch Wang softly persuaded. I've done all I can. What else can I do? Tang Guiyao only responded with this cry, revealing a bitter smile. Let her be. Hey! Eunuch Wang let out a long sigh. He was also well aware of the bitterness in Tang Guiyao's heart, but he still said, did you really do it? If he had really tried his best, today, that mortal, would not have contradicted his majesty, would not have faced his majesty's solicitation and rejected it without mercy. If a mortal in your house is still like this, how can you call your majesty? How can you get down? Hearing these words, Tang Guiyao was violently stunned. He refused his majesty's solicitation? What did he say? When eunuch Wang gave Qin Yun's words one by one, Tang Guiyao completely froze on the spot. She headed out of the Imperial city, her demeanor a bit wooden. At this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart was filled with complexity. How she hadn't expected that Qin Yun would refuse in the face of Emperor Qian's solicitation. Even he did not have the courage to fight. The only choice was to compromise and give in. But Qin Yun, a mortal, refused, that dryly. I'm a dawn after all. Thinking of the original words that eunuch Wang had repeated, a touch of inexplicable warmth rose even more in Tang Guiyao's heart. The Tang family's statement, even she herself could hardly defend it anymore. But Qin Yun, however, uttered such a sentence. Clearly, he was just an outsider, associated with the words she had just said at Qin Yun. At this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The vegetative hand fluctuates, and the sun and moon shift. The next moment, she appeared in front of Qin Yun. Why did you say that? Clearly, you should have promised His Majesty. What good would it do you to say that? Tang Guiyao spoke softly. Her words were not as cold as that, and seemed to have softened quite a bit. This was the first time that Tang Guiyao, with this tone, went to speak to this man, and also the first time that she, towards this man, was no longer so annoying. Hearing Tang Guiyao say this, Qin Yun also understood everything. It is not for your sake that I refuse your majesty, but only for my own. Even though, I'm just a pawn, but I'm also a man with my own position. And since I've entered the Tang family, I'm a member of the Tang family. It doesn't make sense that they would collaborate with outsiders and go against the Tang family. Qin Yun said so. Such unassuming and calm naturalness again reminded Tang Guiyao of the night of her wedding. It made Tang Guiyao feel as if she was getting to know this man for the first time. Come on, follow me back. Tang Guiyao whispered softly, drawing a formation pattern with a stroke of her plain hand, signaling Qin Yun to come forward. However, Qin Yun shook his head. Don't bother, great general. Although I am a mortal, I still have 2 legs. I can walk back just the same. After saying these words, Qin Yun went far away without looking back. Tang Guiyao, on the other hand, was completely stunned. She had always regarded this man as an ant, but, just today. This man, however, gave him a different feeling. When she came to the Imperial city, she also instructed the other party not to fall on the face of the Tang family. However, in the face of the great Qin Empress, even she herself couldn't stick to the bottom line, and the only thing she could do was to keep going for compromises and concessions. However, a mortal like Qin Yun held fast to the bottom line, and that line about the Tang family even spoke of the bones of the Tang family. Looking at the back of that straight away, he associated it with the words he had said to him earlier when he thought he had defected to the Qin Emperor. At this moment, Tang Guiyao actually felt a bit pathetic and ridiculous. Chapter 016 Young Master of the Li family. It wasn't until the dead of night that Qin Yun returned to the Tang clan. In the room, Tang Guiyao lay quietly in the inner room. Tossing and turning, Qin Yun could clearly hear her breathing. Obviously, Tang Guiyao had lost sleep again. What made Qin Yun somewhat surprised was that a crib had been placed at the corner of the wall where he had been sleeping, and it was obvious that this was prepared by Tang Guiyao. After thinking about it, Qin Yun laid down on it. However, the two didn't have much of a conversation and were speechless all night. Ding! On the 8th day of marriage, rewarded with a fist of intent. At the stroke of midnight, that icy voice, once again, rang out. Surprisingly, it was a layer of fist intent, which was a bit surprising to Qin Yun. Like the sword's intent, the fist's intent, then, represented the intent of the fist. This kind of intention is intangible, but, yet, it is real. When practicing a divine ability or technique to a certain extent, it will give birth to part of the Taoist intention. The higher the realm of intent, it represented the degree of cultivation of the technique. The deeper it was, and the battle power, naturally, would be stronger. However, this kind of intention was extremely difficult to cultivate, and was directly related to talent. And more importantly, one had to keep practicing and keep sensing. In this world, most people are just focusing on the realm, and since practicing Tao intent requires a lot of effort and will fall behind realm cultivation, most people, therefore, will not plumb the depths of the Tao intent. Previously, Qin Yun had grasped some of the fist intent after practicing the Heavenly Emperor fist, but it was only an imperceptible sliver of it. But now, the reward of a layer of fist intent had allowed him to take a direct step up in the Tao realm of fist Tao. The realm hadn't changed in the slightest, but the battle power, it was sky high. Qin Yun superficially slept with his eyes closed, but in reality, he used his Yuan Shen to perform the spell. Feeling the layer of fist intent that brought about changes in him, he could clearly feel that his own mastery of the Heavenly Emperor fist was even deeper. A layer of fist intent, directly allowing him to this Heavenly Emperor fist, cultivated to an extremely profound point, even if he was carrying the supreme bone, but also at least for him to save the bitter cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor fist. Decades of light years. The night was silent until nearly dawn when Qin Yun fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, inside the inner room, the woman had left at an unknown time. Pushing open the door, he saw Tang Yunli, who was not far away, carefully arranging the flowers. "Brother, you're awake?" "Sister, she was called away from home and will be out for a while again. Let's both go for a stroll down the street." Tang Yunli walked in, smiling like a flower, a white dress, in the sunlight, like a fluttering fairy moving. "Called?" Hearing this, Qin Yun was slightly surprised. Tang Guiyao was seized of the military power. Although there is a general position, but there is no difference with the mortal, completely hollowed out by the Empress. Why the sudden call to duty? When he thought of yesterday's visit to the palace, that Empress's attitude, Qin Yun always felt that it was permeated with oddities. "It's better not to go." Qin Yun waved his hand and said, he always had a feeling that the Imperial city was a bit uneasy in Tang Guiyao's absence. "Go, today is 17. The street is very lively. Weekdays, sister's control is too strict. I seldom go out. The opportunity is rare. Accompany me to go shopping." Brother-in-law. Tang Yunli's face was aggravated as he pulled Qin Yun's arm for a while and shook it. Well, Qin Yun could only nod his head in agreement. Compared to Tang Guiyao, Tang Yunli is really another person. Her sister is very strong, but she is the kind of little girl who can cry for a long time with one punch. It was really hard to say no to such a woman spilling her guts to him. Women are like shopping animals. Tang Yunli more will not be an exception. Now walk on the street. The kind of stalls on the contraption's jewelry. For this since childhood in the boudoir of the large dean grew up in the woman. Incomparable novelty. "Uncle, how much is this?" Tang Yunli was very polite to anyone, courteous as her name suggested, which was too rare for her status. The vendor was coaxed by her to be very happy, to call her a little girl. If it was known that she was the second miss of the Tang family, it must be, will be shocked off the teeth. The street was bustling, a main street outside the Imperial city. Coming and going, there were not only mortals, but also countless cultivators, and even cultivators accounted for the extreme majority. The two of them were dressed as ordinary people, weaving their way inside the crowd. Tang Yunli, in seeing the roadside small beggars, will always linger, alms down some money and silver, give just the right amount of help, able to make its solution to the predicament, but not because of the money, and will not incur the trouble of killing. Even when she came across wild cats and dogs on the side of the road, she was kind, gently petting and carefully feeding them. This woman, like a little bodhisattva that fell from the sky, was sincere and kind, and Qin Yun always had the flavor of the quiet years when he stayed with him. Bang! Bang! A dull sound came from the distance, followed closely by the earth shaking. Being able to look out, in the distance, an army of ferocious beast iron horsemen galloped, like a storm, rushing through the streets. Many people were indignant, but all of them changed color when they saw that iron cavalry. This is the Li family iron horsemen. Passing pedestrians ducked and panicked, automatically making way for a spacious road for this army. The Li family? Hearing the chatter in the crowd, Qin Yun thought of something. He had, after all, entered the gates of the Tang family, and had learned a bit about the situation in Deqian by ear. The Li family, likewise, was a large family in Deqian. If the Tang family was the left arm of the Great Qian, then the Li family was the right arm of the Great Qian. Of course, this was only before the Empress was in power. After the reign of the female emperor, Tang Guiyao began to rise, all the way up against the sky. The prestige crushed all. The status of the Tang family, but also far better than in the past, far from being comparable to the Li family. However, there have been recent rumors that the Empress has begun to reuse the Li family again. The current head of the family for a young master, although the age is shallow, but the same as a party genius, in the army is extremely prestigious. Boom! The yellow sand flew, and the iron horsemen were like stormy winds, traveling across the country, and everyone was terrified and dodged away. Some wild dogs and kittens were frightened and scattered, and when they passed through the street, they were unfortunately trampled into a piece of bloody mud. Wait! Tang Yunli frowned slightly, unable to bear the sight of this bloody scene, and stopped in front of the street, shielding a kitten. The iron horseman stopped, a tall, hideous ferocious beast spine. A few men, seeing this scene, harnessed the ferocious beasts to surround Tang Yunli, encircling her in the center, and not touching her, condescending to her, wantonly flirting. Tang Yunli ignored the few people and gently placed the kitten on the street. Snap! However, suddenly a large foot stepped out, in front of Tang Yunli, and trampled the kitten into bloody mud, the plasma staining the corner of that white dress. A man stepped out from the iron cavalry. His body was magnificent, his face as tough as a knife, and he looked at the scene with a wanton smile. Chapter 017, Sending You to Your Deaths. Tang Yunli's small face was white, but her gaze was dead set on the man, full of anger. How can you bear it? Tang Yunli gritted his teeth. The crowd did not respond to her, and the murderous aura surging around them sent chills down everyone's spine. Harnessing the ferocious beasts, they continued to narrow the encirclement, almost forcing Tang Yunli out of the way. Go! There were even people driving ferocious beasts, raising their iron hooves and constantly terrorizing them, their iron hooves falling and trampling out deep gullies that were shocking to the eyes. Tang Yunli's small face became increasingly white. Although she was a cultivator, she was only in the foundation establishment realm, and most of these people in front of her, their cultivation was in the condensation of God. Not to mention, she had been pampered by Tang Guiyao since she was a child, so how could she have been subjected to such bullying? Ha ha ha! Tang Yunli was forced to fall down, a scene that drew laughter from several people who continued to constantly terrorize and tease her. That leading general, even more so, condescendingly laughed recklessly, unabashedly looking Tang Yunli up and down. Qin Yun pressed down on his intention to make a move. The Tang family possessed a pivotal position, and even if Tang Guiyao suffered suppression, he didn't believe that anyone in Deqian would dare to touch Tang Yunli, the second miss of the Tang family. Tang Yunli, right? But that great general spoke thus. It made Qin Yun freeze. The other party knew Tang Yunli's identity and still dared? He quickly realized that it was not good. This was clearly directed at Tang Yunli. What's the point? Associating the Empress attitude yesterday with Tang Guiyao's being summoned today, Qin Yun's heart gave birth to a very bad premonition. I'm only afraid that this was authorized by the Empress, intending to suppress Tang Guiyao and go after Tang Yunli? A very bad feeling arose in Qin Yun's heart. People say that the sisters of the Tang family are all the best colors on earth, and when I see them today, it's really true. I have intended to make known to His Majesty that he should give you to me. What do you think? That general spoke in this manner. Aren't you afraid of my sister? How dare you? Tang Yunli opened his mouth, like a moose stepping into a desperate situation, and boldly droned. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, That great general's smirk grew even wider as he said in a cold voice, "Do you really think that the Tang family is still the same Tang family from yesterday? How dare a little girl threaten me?" At this moment, Qin Yun had already learned from people that the great general was the Li family's head young master, Li Zhanfeng, genius Englishman, and a total military dude. Qin Yun pressed his hand and scanned the crowd. Among these crowds, there was no lack of experts. After learning of Tang Yunli's identity, there were also people who showed signs of indignation. However, none of them ever dared to step forward, very much afraid of Li Chengfeng. The Qin Emperor had suppressed Tang Guiyao and intended to activate the Li family's intentions, and everyone could see that the Li family would become the Qin Emperor's new favorite. And at this juncture, no one really dared to be disrespectful to this Li family's young master, this general. At this moment, Qin Yun had to step forward. He didn't want to expose himself, but even more so, he didn't want Tang Yunli to put him down. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. The general acts. Qin Yun spoke. However, before he could finish speaking, Li Zhanfeng directly raised his ferocious beast's iron hooves and stepped down towards him, obviously aware of Qin Yun's identity. "You, a mere mortal, dare to teach me to act." Bang! Qin Yun never resisted and was stomped straight out, coughing up blood in large mouths. His chest collapsed and he fainted on the spot, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. However, Qin Yun was still quite conscious. This person, Li Chengfeng, had already caused him to have a killing intent. However, he was not overwhelmed by anger. He knew that there were many people here. It was never the right time to strike, and he still needed to wait. He then heard Tang Yunli's heartbreaking shouts, as well as Li Chengfeng's voice that laughed wantonly, "Take the second miss of the Tang family away. I will cavort with her today." The sound of iron hooves was in the distance, and the silent crowd became noisy. Is the Tang family really going to fall? How dare the Li family's young master take the Tang family's second miss in the street? His Majesty intends to suppress the Tang family and promote Li Chengfeng. And it is for this reason that Li Chengfeng is emboldened. As long as he doesn't go too far, His Majesty will surely shelter him. There were murmurs from the crowd. Everyone could feel the turmoil of the situation in Deqian today, with the Li family becoming that rising star, and Tang Guiyao, abandoned by the Qin Emperor. This time, Qin Yun awoke and stumbled away from the crowd. The crowd was in an uproar, and many people looked at his figure with a look of sympathy. How sad that the man who was the first war god of Deqian is just a mortal, half dead by a hoof stomp. Qin Yun vomited blood and stumbled away from the sea of people, walking to an empty corner, and then he straightened his back, cutting through the void, killing intent boiling in his heart, his figure as fast as lightning. Qin Yun understood. This is all at the behest of the Empress. I'm only afraid that the Empress simply wanted Tang Yunli to die, making Li Chengfeng a pawn as a warning to Tang Guiyao about the supreme body last time. As for whether or not the pawns would be retaliated against, it didn't matter at all to the Empress. What was detestable was that Li Chengfeng was foppish and brainless, actually really believing that the Empress would shelter him, emboldened and daring to lay hands on Tang Yunli. Qin Yun's eyes were as cold as lightning as he rushed horizontally into the distant sky at once. I don't know whether it is because of the anxiety. Li Zhanfeng actually did not return to the house, but found a remote mansion, which looks like a private residence of the Li family. Qin Yun had tracked all the way here, intending to strike here, and it was advantageous for him that Li Chengfeng had not returned to his residence. The divine thoughts probed out, checking Tang Yunli after a while. Qin Yun was slightly reassured that Tang Yunli, who had only fainted in consciousness, was not in any serious trouble. Wow. Subsequently, Qin Yun directly stepped out and walked into this compound. Inside the courtyard, ferocious beasts hissed. This kind of ferocious beasts, not only is the body strong, the spiritual intelligence is extremely high. When Qin Yun entered the courtyard, those ferocious beasts, have to Qin Yun drink roar, tugging the reins chain, to Qin Yun rushed to. A lifetime of descent and multiple figures rushed out from inside the room at once. Qin Yun hadn't intended to do it secretly. Among these people, other than Li Shifeng who was a sea convergence realm being, the others were only at the God condensation realm. Although he was also in the God condensation realm, he did not place anyone else in his eyes except for feeling that Li Chengfeng was a bit tricky. What a guy! As those figures rushed out, such a soft cry rang out. However, when a few people saw the visitor, all of them were stunned. You're not dead? The crowd's expression was slightly relieved. A punk, you got away with it. How dare you find this place and come to die? A great general laughed. Very arrogant. Yeah. Qin Yun also squeezed out a kind smile at it. Looking, well, refined without a hint of aggression. Come to send you to your deaths. However, in the next second, a flash of sternness flashed steeply in his eyes. Chapter 018, Battling Across the Border. Boom! The very moment Qin Yun's words fell, he directly moved, his figure so fast that it was a blur. A popping sound resounded through the void. Heavenly Emperor Fist. The iron fist was alive with light, radiant and blazing in an instant, as dazzling as a great sun as it directly blasted at the great general in front of Qin Yun. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and a great general of the god condensation realm was directly blown into a shattered corpse that crumbled into the courtyard. This scene, which happened in a flash of lightning, was all too fast, leaving everyone stunned, frozen on the spot. The crowd all revealed shocked looks, not understanding how a mortal could possess such battle power. Even more surprising, this fellow's clearly exposed aura was of the condensed god realm, but why was it that someone in the same realm as him couldn't even carry one of his punches? A great general, after 100 battles, growing up in the killing, such a person, each one is extremely fierce. The same realm rare enemy, even if it is to cross the ranks, the enemy will be afraid. However, it was actually blown into a shattered corpse by Qin Yun's punch, crumbling on the spot. What an attack this is! Everyone froze for a long time, frozen in place, staring at Qin Yun in shock. One of the great generals tried to say something. However, Qin Yun had no intention of staying back at all, striking out decisively and crisply. That great general encountered Qin Yun's spaced-out punch and was directly reduced to a bloody sludge, stirring up waves of blood in the sky. Everyone was shocked. Their bodies softened and they felt endless chills. They had no intention of engaging in a fight and fled with their legs drawn. However, Qin Yun's figure was so fast that it was a blur. In a flash, he kept striking out, filling the sky with fist shadows and blocking off the compound. The moment the fist shadows fell, screams and wails rose and fell. But a few moments later, everything is silent. All the generals have fallen. Even the bones do not exist. All turned into a puddle of blood mud, stained red this small courtyard. What's the noise? There was finally movement within the room, and that Li family young master kicked open the door in extreme anger and stepped out from the middle of the room. However, the scene in the compound left him instantly stunned. The small courtyard was stained red with blood. The ground was littered with broken body parts. The smell of blood filled the air, and the corpses were in pieces. What surprised him even more was that the person who attacked and killed these great generals of his own family was actually that elegant and kind person who did not have the slightest bit of offensive power. Li Chengfeng's eyes widened as he looked at Qin Yun with a deadpan expression of incredulity. You're a monk? Li Chengfeng was stunned for a long time, his eyes covered with shock and complexity. Qin Yun was definitely considered to be the most famous person amongst the great Qian in recent times, because everyone knew that the man of the know, one female war god of Deqian was a waste who couldn't cultivate. At first, there were many people who didn't believe it and investigated everything about Qin Yun, but that was the truth in front of them. People are puzzled and confused. When it was later learned that this was the Qin Emperor's means of suppressing Tang Guiyao, it was only then that people gradually accepted that Qin Yun was a complete waste of space. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be chosen by the Qin Emperor. However, it was such a waste, today, but beat and killed many of his great generals. With the same realm, did a strong crush. What a shock! You're hiding it so deeply. His Majesty and the world have been hidden from you. A waste of space, to possess this kind of battle power. It's really hard to imagine how a small Qin family, and still without giving you resources, can nurture someone like you. After reacting, Li Chengfeng softly lamented. At the age of 20, at the peak of the god condensation realm, this was definitely extremely shocking, because even some geniuses, who spent endless resources, would have difficulty reaching this realm, at this age. Not to mention that Qin Yun had been hiding in the shadows. It was impossible for him to be cultivated by the clan. Li Zhanfeng secretly shocked. Until this moment he realized that the person in front of him, the surface is gentle, like a mole cricket, but behind the scenes, but so terrible. While he was shocked, killing intent floated in his heart. If it were a few more decades, it's unlikely that even I would fall into your hands. Unfortunately, you were exposed after all and met me, and the time to die has come. Li Zhanfeng's eyes were like eagles, sharp and incomparable, secretly blocking off this space and time, preventing Qin Yun from having a secret technique to escape, to cut him down and make sure everything was safe. Qin Yun sensed everything, but his demeanor remained very relaxed and calm. It's true that the exposure is a bit early, but decapitating you should be enough, I think. A calm voice, short words, but transmitting boundless confidence, causing Li Chengfeng to be slightly stunned. But then a cold smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think you can make me jealous? After all, it's still the god condensation realm. A big realm gap. How are you going to cross it? Boom! While opening his mouth, Li Chengfeng directly launched an attack. With a flash of blood-colored light, a blood-colored spear was held in his hand. This supreme general's breath surged, rolling mana like an abyssal sea as he rushed in towards Qin Yun like a demonic mountain pressing down. Dang! The blood-colored spear blazed with light, penetrating the void and entering with boundless killing intent, enveloping Qin Yun in an instant. The secret of all words. Facing such a great enemy, Qin Yun did not dare to be careless and immediately executed the arbitrary character secret. The moment the all-character secret was triggered, his battle power instantly increased by more than 10 times, reaching an extreme peak. Boom! Fists and spears bombarded, and in an instant, the small courtyard was directly reduced to rubble. The blood-colored spear was shaken, and it actually almost came out of his hand. This caused Li Chengfeng's face to change, truly not expecting that Qin Yun's attack power was actually so terrifying. Kill! A murderous voice drank out from Li Chengfeng's mouth, and in an instant, the sky was filled with bloodlight, and the shadows of the spears nicknamed, and eventually condensed into one. And at this moment, a shocking murderous intent emanated from the peak of the spears. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Qin Yun did not retreat and met it with the arbitrary character secret plus the Heavenly Emperor Fist. Bang bang! Fists and spears kept colliding, striking out brilliant sparks. The two kept striking out, not defending at all. The way they cultivated, all of them were attack-oriented. Snap! With a light tremor, Li Shifeng flew out backwards, his chest collapsed and a fist shadow touched his eyes. However, Qin Yun was also pierced through the shoulder by that spear, and blood dripped down. How powerful you are! After suffering a big loss, Li Jianfeng no longer had the contempt he had earlier when facing Qin Yun. His eyes were covered with shock ripples and even revealed a hint of fear. Crossing a large realm and battling him to such an extent, such a person could no longer be said to be a genius, but rather a geisha demon. Qin Yun was similarly a bit surprised. Li Chengfeng was even more powerful than he had imagined, and for a moment, he had difficulty attacking and killing him. This makes his heart a little anxious. Although this place is remote, but after all, the Great Qian territory. The two people made a big noise. If alarmed the Qian dynasty experts, the situation will be unfavorable to him. We can't keep our hands off him anymore. We must chop him off as soon as possible. Otherwise there will be endless trouble if his identity is exposed. Qin Yun murmured in his heart, intending to invoke the divine power of the Supreme Bone. Once the Supreme Bone was utilized, it would give rise to terrifying visions. Thus, Qin Yun was reluctant to reveal it. However, at this time, he couldn't care less. Chapter 019, Deeply Hidden Feats and Fame. Boo! With a soft sound, endless flyboys rushed out of Qin Yun's chest, and the piece of bone in his chest erupted with a brilliant and incomparable divine radiance. Shasta! The wind and clouds changed. A long-lasting aura surged from the sky, and the sound of a long river running through the boundless sky faintly crossed. Boom! In the next moment, a magnificent phallic figure appeared in the void, divine radiance blazing, a huge and lofty figure that covered the sky. The Supreme Being overlooks the ages. When this vision appeared, Qin Yun could feel the commotion coming from all over the Great Qian territory. As for Li Chengfeng, having witnessed Qin Yun unleash the divine power of the Supreme Bone, he was even completely frozen in place. It's you! He was like seeing a ghost. His face was filled with shock and his voice was covered with consternation. Previously, the Supreme Vision came out of nowhere, causing a sensation in this land, the Imperial City, but also the Masters come out. Want to understand the root of the Supreme Vision. However, how could Li Chengfeng not expect it? The Supreme Body that had caused a sensation in the country, known by the world as one of the most powerful physiques in the world, was actually the person in front of him, the man recognized as a waste by the Great Qian. At this moment, a creepy feeling ran through Li Chengfeng's entire body. The man in front of him was hiding so deeply that it struck fear into his heart, a fear he had never felt before. Not bad. It's me. Qin Yun opened his mouth and at the same time, he directly struck out, the Supreme Bone divine light blazing forth, augmenting it with the arbitrary character mystery. At this moment, he was on fire, his strength climbing to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! The Iron Fist divine light shone in the 9 heavens, becoming one of the most dazzling divine auras. This time, Li Jianfeng could no longer resist, losing step by step under Qin Yun's attack, as punch after punch slammed down, smashing that body with a roar and vibrating his organs. Put! Li Jianfeng continued to vomit blood, and after only a few moments, he could no longer meet Qin Yun's onslaught, his body nearly being blasted to pieces, a crack that was shocking to the eyes. Spare my life! At the end of his life, Li Shifeng's eyes were filled with fear and pleaded. However, Qin Yun didn't hold back at all, responding to him with a fist aura that swiftly resolved everything. The overbearing and incomparable fist maneuver blasted out, striking out an incomparably terrifying force. Even that piece of emptiness was violently shaken, and Li Jianfeng was directly blasted into a corpse. His form and spirit were destroyed on the spot, and he collapsed straight down. Phew! After doing all this, Qin Yun finally let out a long breath. It had to be said that the sea convergence realm was indeed too tricky, and there was a world of difference between it and the condensation realm. If it wasn't for the supreme bone enhancement, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to chop off Li Changfeng today in any way. Afterward, Qin Yun hurriedly stepped into the room and probed out his divine sense to check on Tang Yunli's state. It was good that this girl was unharmed, only that she had been sealed by Li Changfeng's divine sense and briefly lost her consciousness. Afterward, Qin Yun left with Tang Yunli in his arms, and to be on the safe side, he proceeded to cast a forbidden spell to seal Tang Yunli's senses, fearing that this girl would awaken and understand his identity. It's still the same. Qin Yun didn't want anyone to know his secret. It was his greatest dependence. The wind is bound to destroy the wood when the wood is beautiful, and if it is exposed when it is weak, one can only imagine what it will bring. This is not to say that Qin Yun thinks that Tang Yunli will harm herself, but there is no need to do so. If she knows, what can be done? There will be one more person who will keep the secret for herself. As he walked out of the compound, Qin Yun didn't forget to decapitate those ferocious beasts. Those few ferocious beasts, all of which had developed spiritual intelligence. At this moment, facing Qin Yun, several of their legs were all trembling in a way that was visible to the naked eye. All the more reason not to stay if you're so smart. It was impossible for Qin Yun to leave behind traces that concerned him, and he immediately killed all of the several ferocious beasts as well. And then he searched in this mansion, but all the living beings, all of them were wiped out. Even the ants on the ground were crushed to death by him. In the courtyard, the strand of blood that dripped down from his shoulder was even more so when Qin Yun used the Heavenly Emperor ancient scriptures to erase all traces of what concerned him. Only after doing so did Qin Yun leave peacefully. But Qin Yun didn't know. The Tang Yunli in her arms, although her divine sense and six senses were sealed, yet her consciousness was awake. Elder, who exactly are you? Tang Yunli's consciousness struggled in the midst of a void of space, intent on going to communicate with Qin Yun, but it was all doomed to be impossible. At this moment, she was sealed by Qin Yun and could not even perceive her body. After noticing that he was unable to communicate with Qin Yun, Tang Yunli calmed down. No one knew that at the moment Li Changfeng was seriously injured. The seal loosened, and Tang Yunli hazily heard all the conversations outside the courtyard. Even more so, because of the seal, she clearly perceived, at the end of Li Changfeng, the stunned, shocked emotion. Who the hell are you? Why would it make the young master of the Li family that surprised after seeing it? Tang Yunli pondered everything. She is smart as hell and has a good heart. She knew that this person, the young master of the Li family, must know, and, moreover, must be a very inconspicuous person. Otherwise, the young master of the Li family would not have been that surprised at the end of his life. Who exactly is it? This question, which became Tang Yunli's confusion, made her think hard. Holding Tang Yunli in his arms, Qin Yun returned to the Tang mansion without a sound. After finding an empty courtyard, he put Tang Yunli down, and then, spurting out a mouthful of blood, he himself collapsed. Not much time has passed. Qin Yun's ears were filled with the terrified and eager shouts of the Tang mansion's subordinates. We found Miss Tu. Come on. And then there was the sound of rustling footsteps, and Qin Yun could clearly feel the crowd taking Tang Yunli away, surrounded by a crowd of people. Then, after waiting a few moments more, the courtyard, always silent, the clamor in the distance. Not you guys. Qin Yun lay on the cold ground, listening to the distant clamor, cursing in his heart. There's another person here. Outside, the supreme bone vision reappeared, which once again startled the world. It is still within the territory of Dakian. Is this person one of the great Qian? What is the intention of revealing the supreme bone this time? It was too late for people to speculate, because inside the palace, an imperial decree landed. All the masters moved in unison, searching like mad all over Daqian. Soon people locked onto the mansion. It was not guided by the supreme bone route. The supreme bone route was untraceable. The vision was revealed in the firmament, and there was no trace of it at all. People are drawn to fights. The Dakian dynasty, with its long-standing heritage, possesses an extremely perfect set of laws. The country is safe and secure, and no fighting is allowed. Qin Yun and Li Jianfeng were already considered to be fighting at the level of the sea convergence realm, and with the shocking aftershocks, it was naturally impossible for them to go unnoticed. When people walk into the compound, seeing Li Changfeng's body, which had been beaten to death with 1,000 holes, at this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 020 20-year-old supreme body. Li Changfeng is dead? Soon, this news spread throughout the Great Qian territory, causing a huge uproar. Li Changfeng, a young master of the Li family whose heritage was not inferior to the Tang family, a rising star of the Great Qian. It can be said that he is the red man of Daqian nowadays. The wind is infinite, and many people are avoiding him and do not dare to mess with him. But no one expected that this young lord, to die like this. The deaths were horrific. With the Li family's reputation today, who would dare to kill him? With Li Qingfeng's personal battle power, who could kill him? This was a big event that stirred up the whole of Deqian, and people naturally associated it with the Supreme Bone Vision. It was speculated that Li Qingfeng's death might be related to the Supreme Vision. The court soon sent someone to investigate, and eventually, the suspicion was completely confirmed. In the Great Qian Circle, there was only one such fight that overlapped with the time when the Supreme Bone Vision appeared. It couldn't be a coincidence. Inside the palace hall, the Empress sat on top, her face very somber, and her terrifying majesty seeped out, causing all 10 directions to tremble. Find out what? The Empress opened her mouth and looked at an old man at the bottom and said, "The old man is in charge of the Great Qian Law of a division. Its family heritage is very strange and terrible, able to track the breath. With this heritage, the old man for generations for the Great Qian case detective. It can be said that there are not many doubtful cases that can make the old man see through. It's the supreme body striking out without a doubt." The old man opened his mouth. Inside the great hall, there was silence, and the people had already expected this answer. This person is proficient in boxing. The road for the boxing road. Li Jianfeng and others, all were killed by the fist, and fell to the mansion. Heaven and earth is filled with a very deep boxing intent. I judge that this kind of fist intent has at least 100 years of attainment. Otherwise, it's impossible to be that deep. After the old man's words were spoken, the great hall was completely silent. A thick complexity grew in everyone's heart. The Tao intent was the most difficult to cultivate, and it was not apparent at the initial stage. But if one cultivated the Tao intent, a horrifying metamorphosis would occur in one's battle power. A person who was a supreme being and also cultivated with fist intent at the same time. This undoubtedly made everyone feel tricky and scornful. Such a person growing up would definitely be extremely terrifying. But then, a touch of doubt also rose in people's hearts. If the supreme bone had been cultivated for 100 years, then it should be crushing when facing Li Shifeng. After all, Li Chengfeng was only a Hui High Realm cultivator. How could he fight against the supreme body that had cultivated for 100 years? But why did the supreme vision appear? Don't you need to slaughter a cow to kill a chicken? A supreme body that has cultivated for 100 years. How terrifying. Li Jianfeng in front of him is only like a mole cricket. If you want to kill Li Jianfeng, why would you need to use the supreme bone? Is it hard to generate attention? On purpose? A courtier spoke up and raised such a doubt. Yes, if the supreme bone wanted to be noticed, it would have been revealed last time, and it is evident from last time that this person does not want to expose himself, much less use the supreme bone easily. Another courtier spoke up. This is indeed what I was confused about before, but I also found a drop of blood at the scene. As the old man opened his mouth, he flipped his palm, and a drop of blood surfaced in the center of his palm. This drop of blood, which I took from Li Chengfeng's weapon, doesn't belong to everyone present, and should, undoubtedly, be that supreme body's. All the scents and traces in the blood have been erased, which also enables us to see that this person is indeed unwilling to expose himself, as you all have guessed. The old man paused and continued. However, blood is the root of life. Even if he erased all traces, however, he could not erase the vitality in this blood, the vitality in this drop of blood. According to my speculation, this person's age should be around 20 years old. He should still be shallow in his Tao, and he fought with Li Jianfeng, experienced a bloody battle, and was even injured, and only when he was forced to do so did he use the supreme bone to kill Li Jianfeng. It's not a bad idea to be a detective who solves crimes. If Qin Yun had been present, he would have been surprised that the old man had easily told everything and restored the scene. However, after hearing these words, everyone present was stunned. 20? How? Even the supreme body cannot reach the sea convergence realm at the age of 20, not to mention that he cultivates a fist intent. Is it possible that the vitality in the blood is wrong? Someone exclaimed, not daring to go into disbelief. That's just the way it is. The old man's calm voice rang out, but each word was like a thunderbolt that struck everyone's body and struck everyone's soul. At the age of 20, arrived at the Hui High realm, and cultivated boxing intent. Everything was mind-boggling, subverting people's concepts of cultivation, of the supreme body. This is too heaven-defying and demonic. Even a supreme body couldn't have such an achievement at this age. The crowd still had some difficulty accepting it. The old man sighed softly and said, the supreme bone, severed for 10,000 years, tens of thousands of years have not come out of the world. The ancient sages speculated that it was a great change in the rules of heaven and earth, and the supreme bone was severed in this way. Perhaps it is also because of the long period of severance that the supreme body of this generation is extraordinarily bewitching, thick and thin, far superior to the supreme body of ancient times. The moment the hall was dead silent, everyone was silent. The mystery of why the supreme body was so dazzling was destined to remain unresolved. However, everyone understood that the supreme body of today's world was extremely strong and terrifying, growing at an astonishing rate, and if it couldn't be a friend, it would definitely be a great enemy that was so powerful that it couldn't be defeated in the future. Why did Li Changfeng die in the mansion? After a long period of dead silence, the Empress' voice rang out, and at this moment, some of the people who knew the inside story almost lowered their heads, fearing that the Empress' anger would implicate them. Eventually, that old man spoke, stating everything. It was impossible to hide the fact that Li Changfeng had taken Tang Yunli captive above the downtown area, and after learning that this matter was actually due to Tang Yunli, that Empress's face, in an instant, became incredibly complicated. The Supreme Bone Vision appeared twice. Both times were related to Tang Yunli. If it was the first time, it could be called a coincidence. But what about this one? The Empress's face gradually turned grim, and a cold light flickered among her eyes. And at this moment, everyone felt a terrifying killing intent that penetrated straight into one's soul, making one's heart tremble. Chapter 021 Tang Yunli's Conjecture. Inside the palace, there was a dead silence. No one dared to speak. The Empress's might was frankly revealed, shocking everyone. Stand down. After a long time, the Empress's calm voice rang out. She sat on top of that supreme throne, her eyes blooming with cold light, possessing endless majesty. Let Tang Guiyao come back. At his side, that eunuch Wang couldn't help but sigh softly when he heard these words. He knew that this female emperor of his family had really moved to kill this time, and could not be persuaded any further. By the side of the Tang family's second young miss, the shadow of the supreme body had appeared twice, and this always suspicious majesty of his own family was bound to not be able to tolerate the Tang family any longer. What's more, this generation's supreme body was too bewitching, far superior to any of the ancient supreme beings, and its talent and substance was astonishing. Eunuch Wang had been able to anticipate that next, the empress for the Tang family, only afraid that can no longer be considered suppression, but really want to tear the face. The dynasty is about to start shaking. With a whisper in his heart, Eunuch Wang said nothing and slowly retreated. The Dawn Mansion. Tang Yunli woke up leisurely. After waking up, he immediately ordered the experts in his mansion to inquire about all the news about the supreme body. There was already definite news in the palace, known to all the courtiers. It was also naturally impossible to hide it from the Tang family. 20 years old. Such a piece of news caused Tang Yunli to be stunned on the spot. How she had never imagined that the person who had saved her twice was actually so young. At the age of 20, he had reached such a strength. I'm afraid that even his own sister was far inferior to him. Wait. However, right after she was informed of the age of the supreme body, she violently thought of something. The supreme body appeared twice in connection with itself. The first time was when she went off the deep end and the supreme body appeared. The second time, it appeared when he was taken away by Li Shifeng. Did this mean that the supreme body was by his side, guarding him at all times? When this thought appeared, Tang Yunli was startled for a moment. In fact, she had had this thought ever since the last time she had gone off the deep end and was saved by the supreme body. She always felt that that supreme body was very kind to her, like a relative by her side. And this time, it convinced her even more of that suspicion. 20-somethings on their own. After Li Changfeng learned that he was a supreme body, he revealed endless emotions of astonishment, which means that his identity was a great surprise to Li Changfeng. This person has been hiding in the shadows. It can be said that he is very low-key and doesn't even have a presence. Otherwise, it's impossible to make Li Changfeng so surprised. Who the hell is this guy? Tang Yunli sat inside his room, his brows furrowed, his mind pondering rapidly. It was as if she was getting close to the truth, and everything was making it a little hard to hold down the excitement in her heart. But the face in her mind was always very fuzzy. Despite the overwhelming feeling of closeness, I was never able to see it. Who the hell are you? Tang Yunli was a bit frantic. Knowing that this person was staying by her side made her itch to find out who this person was. She racked her brain, thinking hard about everything about that blurry figure. Plant a good cause, get a good result. Suddenly, she remembered these words, and it was also at this instant that the vague figure in the middle of her mind began to become clear. A white shirt, handsome and elegant, always with a kind smile on his face, never making enemies. Yes, it must be him. Tang Yunli was instantly shocked by her own thoughts and stood up, but she revealed a look of unparalleled conviction. Her large eyes filled with excitement and thrill. Only he, who was that ordinary, only he, a mortal, when revealing the moment of the supreme body, would make Li Changfeng that surprised. Yes, when he first came to the Tang family, I was very kind to him. Good karma. Perhaps that's what it refers to. And only he stayed by my side. Whether it was the last time I went off the deep end or this downtown storm, only he stayed by my side. so he could save me in the most dangerous time. Tang Yunli murmured softly, a complex look on his face. Surprised, disbelieving, thrilled, excited. Everything pointed to that man, and the more Tang Yunli thought about it, the more convinced she became that she was almost certain. The next moment, she snatched the door and ran as fast as she could to the central piece of the compound, eager to verify all the suspicions in her mind. But what was in front of him, however, caused the speculations in Tang Yunli's heart to shatter away in an instant. In the central compound, servants were busy, white silk had been hung, and inside the courtyard, the large black coffin was even more eye-catching and dazzling. Tang Yunli was stunned on the spot at this moment. This is incredulous. She pulled an underling to ask, what happened? Auntie, he was injured by Li Chengfeng while he was in the downtown area, and when he came back with you, miss, he was unconscious. We have invited experts to rescue him, but his meridians are broken by inches. His organs and bowels are all damaged, and his breath is weak, so he should not survive today. So, we started preparing for the funeral. That maid said, and lowered her head when she said the last sentence. She was also aware that this second young miss of her family, and Qin Yun's relationship, were very close. And at this moment, Tang Yunli was already completely dumbfounded. Finally, she was thinking of the scene where Qin Yun was kicked unconscious by a ferocious beast with a hoof in order to stand up for her in the downtown area. This can't be right. In an instant, Tang Yunli's face turned deathly white, and inside, there was no longer the exuberance that he had felt previously, but instead, a strong uneasiness rose. Fear that the speculation is false. Fear that it is all for naught. This can't be right. Tang Yunli snapped, startling that maid with an attitude she had never seen before. And then, she rushed straight inside the room. Inside the room, the smell of blood filled the air, and the sheets of the bed Qin Yun slept on were stained red with blood, the corners of the covers still dripping blood, and the pungent smell of blood permeated through. Vomit. Qin Yun lay there with a pale face, spitting out a mouthful of blood from time to time. His chest collapsed and dented deeply, blood staining his white coat, a hoof print that was shocking to the eye. Looking at this scene, Tang Yunli's heart was disturbed to the extreme, but she still went forward with so much hope. Holding Qin Yun's hand, he probed out his divine thoughts to check on his state. Next, that glimmer of hope finally shattered away. The results of her probing were the same as what the maid had said. Qin Yun's tendons and veins were all weakened, and all 5 organs and 6 bowels were damaged to varying degrees. Breathing like a swimmer. Not much life left in the near future. Brother! After sensing Qin Yun's state, Tang Yunli broke down and cried in pain with a wow sound. Chapter 022, Acting with Realism. By this moment, Tang Yunli's heart was filled with nothing but endless self-reproach and shame. Qin Yun had become like this in order to stand up for himself. But himself, when he came to his senses, the first thing he thought about was the Supreme Body, and that the Supreme Body is the elder brother in front of him. He has become this, and his life hangs in the balance. But he even doubted himself. What on earth was he thinking? Thinking of this, Tang Yunli's emotions broke down more and more, his eyes full of sorrow, teardrops constantly rolling down. And at this moment, seeing the weeping Tang Yunli, Qin Yun's heart was filled with a touch of shame. Seriously, he wouldn't want to cheat this little girl out of her tears, but it's the only way to hide the past and clear your name. This little girl, too intelligent, such as if not to sell the tragedy. I am afraid that it is difficult to deceive this girl. The injuries were faked by Qin Yun. As for why Tang Yunli failed to discover it, it was naturally because of the Heavenly Emperor scripture. The Heavenly Emperor scripture was the most powerful Dao scripture in the world, and it was unknown how much more powerful it was compared to the Tang clan's inheritance that Tang Yunli practiced. So naturally, it was impossible to speculate on the means of the Heavenly Emperor scripture. Of course, Qin Yun wasn't going to go offline on this. He was just trying to clear his name. As for how to round back, he had already thought about it. The big deal was to make up a story that the Supreme Body had sent him a panacea and restored him to his former self. With the intervention of the Supreme Body, this would be considered more of a way to clear his suspicions. Little sister, you are fine. Then good. Qin Yun slowly woke up, his breath unsteady as he intermittently said, since he was acting, he had to do a full set. Otherwise, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hide it from this girl. And hearing these words, Tang Yunli's crying suddenly became even more heartbreaking. Brother, you must hold on. Sister, she's already on her way back. She'll definitely be able to cure you. Seeing the Tang Yunli in front of him, Qin Yun nodded in relief. This little girl, really like a small bodhisattva general goodness, cheats such a girl's tears, if she is an outsider even if, but on the contrary is his sister-in-law, really let a person is not good. So Qin Yun spoke softly, little sister, rub my chest, it's stuffy. For several days in a row, Qin Yun maintained his state, hovering on the line between life and death. After all, he was only a mortal, and with such heavy injuries, he definitely couldn't be in too good of a state. Since you're acting, you have to be realistic. And so, up and down the Tang residence, there was a very dramatic scene. Auntie has ascended to heaven. Go prepare the coffin. Wait, the aunt is awake. Wait a little longer. Auntie has ascended to heaven again. Bring in the coffin. Wait, the aunt is awake again. Auntie has really ascended to heaven this time. Go carry the coffin. We can finally have dinner. Wait, the meal will wait. Auntie, he's awake again. The Tang mansion was making a lot of noise. Many people were waiting to give Qin Yun a funeral. After all, he was the aunt of the Tang mansion. Etiquette was naturally indispensable, and many people were gathered in the courtyard. However, 3 whole days had passed and people had not been able to see Qin Yun lying in the coffin. Aunt Tang's life is really hard. The old man selling coffins sighed as he held his hungry little granddaughter. Ding! On the 9th day of marriage, reward for 80 years of hard labor. Ding! On the 10th day of marriage, a reward of 100 years of hard labor. Ding! The 11th day of marriage, rewarded with a layer of fist intent. For 3 days, the system's voice would sound on time every midnight. Although Tang Yunli had been by Qin Yun's side for the past 3 days, because of the system, Qin Yun had no qualms about absorbing these benefits. 180 years of bitter cultivation had finally allowed him to step into that mark, became a strong person of the sea convergence realm. Huihai realm, in the status of the great Qian, can already be considered a party of famous generals, can guard a side of the territory, shelter a side of the people. One must know that even Li Changfeng, the young master of the Li family, was only at the sea convergence realm. One can imagine how terrifying the influence is when one reaches this realm. Of course, the reason why Li Changfeng's status was so high didn't have much to do with his own strength. What people valued more was his potential. To be able to rush into the sea convergence realm at the age of 100 or so, one's future is already not to be underestimated. It was also with this in mind that he became the young master of the Li family and had the qualifications to be the head of the family. 180 years of painstaking cultivation was not rootless. The sensations were real, and even his comprehension of the heavenly emperor scripture, Qin Yun had stepped into a deeper level. At the same time, Qin Yun was able to clearly feel that his own strength had become stronger. That kind of control over mana and the greatness of moving mountains and seas. Nowadays, I should be able to do the same and travel across the void easily. However, it's a far cry from Tang Boudoir's kind of understatement. Qin Yun lamented. While he was elated at the breakthrough mark, he felt a touch of shock at the same time. The sea convergence realm was already not a low achievement on the cultivation path, but, associating it with Tang Guiyao's means of turning the stars with a wave of her veiled hand that day, the sense of shock to Qin Yun deepened. Nowadays, he was also able to travel across the void, but it definitely wasn't as natural as Tang Guiyao's. With a wave of the veiled hand, the bucket turned to the stars without a hint of fireworks. That kind of proximity has a sense of the naturalness of the path. That woman's strength is indeed profoundly terrifying. I'm only afraid that she's at least a great power. Qin Yun guessed so. It had to be said that although Tang Guiyao was arrogant in nature, she did have the qualifications to be arrogant. The first war god of Dakian. Great achievements, is a big mountain in the heart of the world. Want to overcome? How difficult? Qin Yun was not discouraged. How many years had Tang Guiyao been practicing? And he, as of today, was only on his 11th day. 11 days from the beginning of cultivation. Arrived at the Huihai realm. I am afraid that when I say it, the whole world will be sensational. Right. All the heavenly pride Yener should be eclipsed. Right. In a year's time at the most, I'll be radically different. Qin Yun sank his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Subsequently, he absorbed that layer of fist intent, and by this moment, his fist intent had arrived at an appalling level. Taoist intent is inherently difficult to refine, and even fewer cultivators in the world plumb the depths of this field. It could be said that in terms of Qin Yun's Tao intent alone, there were only a handful of people within the great Qian dynasty who could compete with him. The deepening of the fist, the increase in power for the battlefield is sky high. If he were to go back to 3 days ago, and Qin Yun was still at the peak of the god condensation realm, then with today's fist intent, he would no longer need to utilize the supreme bone if he wished to decapitate Li Changfeng. Chapter 023, Domineering Tang Guiyao. On the 3rd day, Tang Guiyao returned. No one knew where she had been dispatched by the Empress, but everyone could see that Tang Guiyao's face looked bad, so to speak, to the extreme. Li Jianfeng takes Tang Yunli captive in the downtown area, and at the exact same time, Tang Guiyao is dispatched outside by the Empress. If one were to say that there was no female emperor involved in this matter, who would believe it? Anyone with a brain would sense that there was more to this than mere coincidence, right? After seeing that Tang Yunli was unharmed, Tang Guiyao's face only softened a lot, but it was still cold and frightening. Afterward, she entered the house and sent a pill into Qin Yun's mouth. After all, it was a cultivation world, so elixirs wouldn't be scarce, and Tang Guiyao had been fighting for her entire life, so she wouldn't be lacking in substance around her. This is a third-grade medicinal elixir. Whether or not he can come back to life will all depend on his destiny. Tang Guiyao said so. It gave Qin Yun a reason to continue living. However, when people heard that the elixir was a third-grade pill, everyone was stunned. Pills are divided into 9 grades, with the first grade being the highest and the 9th grade being the lowest. Third-grade pills, it can be said that the world has been very rare. Even the whole of Diqian also do not see more than a palm of the number. Such an elixir was precious to the extreme and had amazing divine effects. People really didn't expect that Tang Guiyao would actually pay such a heavy price for Qin Yun. After all, it's just a mortal. How can he be worthy of taking this kind of elixir? A lot of people were surprised. And actually, it wasn't like Tang Guiyao hadn't thought about not caring about this man's death. If it was before this, she would definitely not have bothered, let alone having to pay for such a medicinal pill. This man, although her husband, but in her eyes, this man's life and death has nothing to do with her. Even said, she somewhat want to watch this man die. Let this bestowal of marriage null and void. But, favorably, this man was out for his own sister and turned into this appearance, making her complex inside and unable to do a cold stare. Yunli, follow me. After giving Qin Yun the pills, Tang Guiyao brought Tang Yunli into the study again. Supreme body. Both strikes were related to his own sister. Even Tang Guiyao, at this moment, couldn't help but have some doubts about whether or not there was such an existence beside his own sister. Tell me, who is this person, and why are you hiding it even from me? And in the face of his own sister's questioning, Tang Yunli's inner heart was a bitter one. Was she not clear to herself whether she knew the identity of the supreme body or not? Sister, I indeed don't know who this person is, Tang Yunli responded. This person affects the future of my Tang family. His Majesty has summoned me back this time. He must want an answer. If I can't speak out, my Tang family will be doomed, Tang Guiyao said. All along, she had been reluctant to tell her own sister about the Tang family's current situation. But now, she had to. Sister, I understand all of this, but I, really, don't know who this person is. Tang Yunli's response caused Tang Guiyao's brows to tighten. Her own sister. She had watched her grow up since she was a child. Whether she was lying or not, she knew at a glance. Tang Guiyao understood that this sister of her own family, she really didn't know the identity of the supreme bone. This person has struck out twice because of you. Could it be that you don't even have a single guess? Tang Guiyao asked, her tone much more conciliatory, holding so much hope, and Tang Yunli lowered his head. How could she not have speculated? But this speculation, even she felt ridiculous. How dare she go to talk to her own sister? Perhaps realizing her sister's difficult situation today, Tang Yunli clenched his teeth and finally revealed all of his suspicions. This man, he made me feel so close. I always felt that he was the older brother. This person is hiding in the shadows and is in his mid-20s, and really resembles his older brother. But brother he is now. When Tang Yunli said this, she clearly saw that her own sister's demeanor had changed. Before she could continue, Tang Guiyao sat up in a flash. What's going on inside your head? How absurd. How can you associate him with an invalid? Tang Guiyao's face was slightly warm with anger. In her opinion, even if this person was one of the subordinates in the mansion, he would definitely not be Qin Yun. Wasted body. This identity alone doomed everything to impossibility. What angered her was that she had never wanted her own sister to get too close to Qin Yun. In her eyes, Qin Yun was not just a mortal, but also an outsider. Cultivators have a long lifespan, but what about mortals? Their long life is only 100 years. Betting emotions to such a person would, in the end, only be an empty endeavor. It would be fine if it was a relative, but Qin Yun was just an outsider. However, how could Tang Guiyao have never imagined that in her own sister's heart, Qin Yun had already gained such a status for her to rely on? Otherwise, how could one guess that the supreme body was Qin Yun? If it wasn't for the fact that he stood up for you in this accident, you think I would have saved him? Tang Yunli, I'm warning you, you're not allowed to get too close to him, Tang Guiyao said with an icy tone. At this moment, Tang Yunli lowered his head, not bothering to retort, nor daring to do so. Even she knew well enough that this speculation, so absurd, should never have been voiced to her sister. Go on, leave me alone. Afterward, Tang Guiyao kicked Tang Yunli out of the house and sat alone in her study with mixed feelings. I don't know if it was because Tang Yunli mentioned Qin Yun, counting all the clues concerning the supreme bone. In Tang Guiyao's heart at this moment, A seed of suspicion had actually arisen towards Qin Yun as well. The two, indeed, have many similarities. Think of the night of the wedding, and that trip to the Imperial city. Even Tang Guiyao had to admit that if she didn't look at Qin Yun with tinted glasses, who would believe that he was immortal as far as Qin Yun's heart was concerned? In the end, Tang Guiyao shook her head, feeling like she was even starting to get a little ridiculous. It can't be him, he's just a mortal, and the supreme body, for an absolute demon with unrivaled talent, is inferior even to me. Tang Guiyao spoke softly, striking down the thoughts in her head. Tang Boudoir is back. This news instantly shook Deqian up and down. Everyone realized that all the fuss that had been made lately would probably be accounted for in the next few days. And just when everyone was crossing their fingers, no one could have imagined that on the very day Tang Guiyao returned, the Li family, that super large family second only to the Tang family, had been removed from the world overnight. All of the Li family, whether it was the old family head or the guest ministers, all fell and were beheaded. The news sent a sensation through this land. The Li family, with its long history, despite the fact that the one who was in charge was the young master of the Li family, everyone knew that the Li family's depth was terrifying, and it was unknown how many experts lay dormant among them. Who can shake the Li family? Before anyone could speculate on anything, the news broke. The one who exterminated the Li family was none other than Tang Guiyao. And there are words coming out. I have been fighting for half my life, only to exchange for today's national peace and prosperity. Now you are sitting in peace and prosperity. Each of you has a lot of power. Even if it's not for you to benefit the people, but it's by no means for you to use the power in your hands to deal with the Tang family. When the words came out, the world was in an uproar. Chapter 024. Even the young plot is confused. As soon as Tang Guiyao returned, she stirred up the entire Great Qian. To uproot a huge clan with extraordinary status? What kind of vigor and hegemony is this? Everyone knew that Tang Guiyao's move was to deter the world, and that if one dared to strike out at the Tang family, they would definitely not have a good ending. After all, it's still that woman, who has grown up in blood and battle since she was a child, killing out of the heck, killing with iron blood, and not showing any mercy at all. It was only at this time that people woke up with the realization of what was happening. Over the years, the Tang family had suffered from suppression, and Tang Guiyao had always held her tongue. When she weakened the Tang family, she didn't say a word, and when she was stripped of her military power, she remained calm and unperturbed. People are often in a trance, thinking that times have really changed and that the era of Tang Boudoir is gone. But now, Tang Guiyao had destroyed the entire Li family in a fit of rage. Let the world be shaken. Such a woman who kills out of the fire of war Herculean achievements, is still that kind of domineering and ruthless? Dare to underestimate and threaten her. The response, only the iron blood to kill, as well as the domineering wrist. This incident stirred up Dakian and made people realize that the Empress and Tang Boudoir Yao were really going to be incompatible. Tang Guiyao had the strength to destroy the Li family, but not the qualifications to do so. That is the family that the Empress reused. Tang Boudoir Yao this move. With the Empress flipped, what is the difference? These days, all up and down Deqian there were dark currents, and everyone had a feeling that a turmoil might be about to happen. Endless gazes all converged between the Tang family and the Imperial dynasty. Sure enough, before long had passed, the Imperial decree landed, summoning Tang Guiyao to the palace. On this day, many people converged on that main road leading to the Imperial city, and everyone knew that all the turmoil would have an outcome today. Would Tang Guiyao hand over her supreme body? Who exactly is the supreme body? After Tang Boudoir Yao destroys the Li family, what will the Empress do with her? With many doubts, here gathered a lot of people. Even foreign cultivators have some. Perhaps after today, the future of Dakian will change. The impact is too great. It can be said, will determine the future direction of this land. But everything in the palace was unexpected. Tang Guiyao had indeed entered the palace, but between her and the Empress, no one knew exactly what had been talked about. Who is the supreme body? How is the Li family's fiasco resolved? Not a single word has come out at all. In the evening, Tang Guiyao walked out of the palace, and people saw that she was very haggard. There was only one piece of news coming out of the palace. Tang Boudoir Yao had been relegated to the border wilderness of Dakian, to seek resources for Dakian. In the border wilderness of Dakian, there was a forbidden area, where there were endless resources and even more endless dangers. Going to the forbidden area to explore was undoubtedly an extremely dangerous thing. However, people were still endlessly surprised by such an outcome. Although the forbidden zone was menacing, in the world's view, the Empress's punishment should definitely be much more severe than that. After all, the two had already reached the level of incompatibility. The destruction of the Li family had given the Empress a reason to decapitate Tang Guiyao. But why did the Empress leave Tang Guiyao alive and make her go to the forbidden zone to explore? That forbidden area is incredibly dangerous. It holds too many secrets. Yet, throughout the ages, no one has been able to walk out alive after delving into the forbidden area. Empress, this is squeezing the last of Tang Guiyao's value. After all, those who go forward to the forbidden zone are no different from being sentenced to death. After all, Tang Guiyao is the great Qin's god of war, and has a strong reputation in the army. If she is really beheaded by His Majesty, the great Qin's army is bound to be disorganized. A lot of people have been talking about this and there are a lot of different opinions. The Empress' disposition towards Tang Guiyao could only be considered reluctant to the world. What's even more puzzling to the world is this: how exactly is the supreme body handled? He was young and strong, carrying the supreme bone and cultivating the way of the fist, and in the way of the fist, he already had extremely deep attainments. Can the emperor be at ease with such a strong man hibernating? No one believed that the empress would stop like this and stop pursuing the Tang clan, but that was exactly what happened. After this, there was no more news coming out of the palace. It was as quiet as ever, and such calmness made everyone feel a kind of weirdness. Tang Guiyao left the Tang family once more, and on the second day after Tang Guiyao left, Qin Yun healed from his injuries and got better. Your sister's third-grade elixir is indeed powerful, Qin Yun sighed. So, that third-grade elixir gave him a reason to heal and saved him the trouble of making up excuses. These days, he got nearly 300 years of bitter cultivation. The cultivation level jumped into the 7th level of the Sea Convergence realm, and it was getting closer and closer to the mighty realm. As for Qin Yun's healing, no one doubted it, and Tang Yunli was even more excited that Qin Yun's resurrection was a miracle. After all, at first, even her sister wasn't sure if the third-grade medicinal pill could heal Qin Yun. In any case, the storm that had arisen due to the Li family had finally passed, and around them, there was no longer anyone who doubted Qin Yun's identity. A piece of peace. Life seems to be back to the way it used to be. However, only Qin Yun understood that this matter would not end so easily. He had seen the Empress, and even more so, he had learned of that Empress's tactics. With a suspicious mind, even someone like Tang Guiyao would be suspicious. Would it be just like that, no longer pursuing the matter of the supreme bone? Perhaps, in the eyes of many, the Empress could not pursue the matter even if she wanted to. After all, there wasn't even the slightest clue. However, only Qin Yun knew that the Empress was definitely not likely to just stop. The calmer it was, the more it meant that this Empress, the more she was plotting something. Tang Boudoir has once again left and has been dispatched to a forbidden area in the Great Qin border wilderness, and this matter has become known to the world. So how can I look at it and think it's odd? After the asylum god leaves, this second young miss of the Tang clan, I'm only afraid that she'll be in danger again. What happened in the past when the Li family took Tang Yunli on the street may not be repeated. Qin Yun softly lamented. Both strikes were related to Tang Yunli, wanting to force the supreme body to come out. There was no doubt that striking out at this second young miss of the Tang family would be an excellent method. Qin Yun knew that it would not be long before the crisis of the past would be repeated. The only thing that puzzled Qin Yun was why Tang Guiyao had walked so lightly. If he could think of this layer, Tang Guiyao was bound to be able to think of it as well. That woman, not a chesty reckless, but a brave and resourceful. Otherwise, it is impossible to be all proud, but also in the hands of the female emperor to shelter the Tang family for so many years. That's her sister. Not even a little worried? Although the imperial order could not be disobeyed, Qin Yun always felt that this time, Tang Guiyao's departure was still too dry. Qin Yun thought a lot, but it was destined to be difficult to come up with any answers. In the end, he didn't bother to think about it anymore. Soldiers come to stop. Water to cover up the earth? The only thing left to do. Even if he knew the Empress' next tactic, he had to meet it. Not to mention the conspiracy. Even if the conspiracy is confusing, it is difficult for him to avoid it. It was impossible to watch this sister-in-law of his being brutalized to death by the Empress. Nowadays, all he could do was to seize all the time to enhance his strength and try his best to shelter the second Miss Tang family without revealing his identity. Right? Chapter 025, Age is like a knife. Ding! On the 20th day of marriage, 500 years of hard labor will be rewarded. Moonlit night, when the hour of midnight comes, in the middle of Qin Yun's mind, that wonderful voice sounded on time. And this time, even with Qin Yun's state of mind, he could not help but sit up in shock at once. 500 years of hard work. You can imagine how vast and majestic it is. It's a huge number, and an even bigger concept that's hard to put into words. It had to be said that the system was getting more and more powerful, and as the time to get married grew longer, the benefits that were rewarded also became more and more lucrative. I wonder if there will ever be a day when I can be rewarded with direct immortality. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth curled into a smile as a touch of mischief was born in his heart. He knew that anything was possible, and as long as he didn't get divorced, this day, for sure, wouldn't be too far away. At this rate, in a year at most, his strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. But right, as the cultivation time went further and further back, the energy required, too, became more majestic. 500 years. It was scary to look at, but in reality, corresponding to today's 6th level of the sea convergence realm, it wasn't that considerable. Hui Hai realm, the 4th realm of cultivation, the birth of the sea of law and the body. In the true sense of the cultivator, to reach this point, more is needed for the realization of the Tao, and the further the realm, the more it will be. The growth that can come from austerity is very limited. This was not to say that the supreme bone was weak, but that the path of cultivation was too difficult. The path against the heavens. Hundreds of millions of people crossing the one-tree bridge. If there is no one to lead, no resources to cultivate, solely based on bitter cultivation, want to go on, it is simply impossible. If cultivation could be achieved through austerity alone, then saints would have been everywhere in this world. Of course, even though cultivation was more focused on perception, Qin Yun's growth rate was astonishing even with just bitter cultivation. After all, the so-called 500 years is just one day for him. What sense is not sense? In front of enough quantity, all obstacles will eventually be washed away. Absorb. As Qin Yun's mind moved, gusts of warmth surged through his body, initially like flowing water, and moments later like the abyssal sea boiling. Boom! His body roared, and in the middle of the sea of Dharma, monstrous waves stirred up, and the terrifying 500 years of hard cultivation transformed into the most substantial power, propelling his realm into a crazy upsurge. Boom! With a dull thud, Qin Yun's 6th level of the sea convergence realm broke with a sound. The 7th level of the sea convergence realm. The 8th level of the sea convergence realm. 9th level of the sea convergence realm. In an instant, Qin Yun ushered in 3 minor stages of metamorphosis, and his strength, too, arrived at the peak of the sea convergence realm. At this point in time, that majestic and endless energy was only consumed by an imperceptible sliver. However, it was blocked at this moment. Ahead, there was an infinite great pass, resembling a heaven and earth shackle, blocking Qin Yun's advance. Mighty realm, as the name suggests, arriving at this realm, one is a great power in the true sense of the word, moving mountains and filling seas, picking stars and taking the moon. The power is far beyond the ordinary. A terrifying heaven and earth shackle stretched across, blocking Qin Yun from marching in, landing a terrifying heaven and earth will and seeping down a tragic and overwhelming pressure. This was a terrifying obstacle, not knowing how many people had been stopped beyond the shackles, never able to cross over. And now, Qin Yun was facing this great hurdle. He was serene and calm, and in the midst of his heart, there was always peace. 500 years of hard cultivation, all of it precipitated in the middle of the sea of Dharma. And then with the operation of the heavenly emperor scripture, they launched a frantic charge towards that shackle. Bang! The dull sound came again and again, like the king of ghosts knocking at the door. Qin Yun could clearly feel that the shackle was crumbling and destroying under such a terrifying impact. Break! With certainty in his heart, Qin Yun operated the heavenly emperor ancient scripture to its maximum speed, invoking his 500 years of cultivation and frantically knocking on the door. Finally, the shackles disappeared and Qin Yun ushered in a new realm. Mighty realm. It could be said that it was hardened and smashed open by Qin Yun's 500 years of bitter cultivation. There was not the slightest bit of chance or elixir, and it was entirely by virtue of a force of brute strength. Although, in doing so, the time consumed was going to be very long, and the time spent in austerity was very long. Yet, his realm was incomparably substantial. That was all because he relied on bitter cultivation to harden up, not relying on what resources to pile up. There was also an advantage to this, and that was, his battle power was far superior to that of his peers. Bitter cultivation of bitterness, that endless suffering, naturally has a corresponding beauty. After reaching the realm of the mighty, the power of 500 years of bitter cultivation was ultimately insufficient, and in the middle of the sea of Dharma, it gradually subsided. And at the moment, Qin Yun slowly opened his eyes. Obviously he was sitting there, but, at this moment, he looked more and more ethereal, like an exiled immortal. The deep eyes were like an infinite river of stars, and the Tao light was mottled and regal. However, after a split second, all the visions disappeared and Qin Yun became immortal again. The mighty realm, having come this far, is already considered to be the core of Deqian's most powerful fighting force. Among some clans, great powers can be equivalent to elder-level figures. Qin Yun muttered, quite a bit smug. The immortal road was still very long, and the great powers were only a small piece of the scenery. But to be able to reach the great powers at this age, there were only a few in this world, throughout the ages. Subsequently, Qin Yun collected his thoughts and finished his cultivation. and since then, he lazily slept soundly. In the meantime, in the middle of an incredibly rich and lush mountain forest, the two old men sat cross-legged on top of the mountain peak and slowly opened their eyes. The moonlit night was dim, and a light breeze blew the robes and white beards of the two old men. Above that robe, the word Qin Yun stood out. It's been a long time since I've been back. Thinking back to that year, when we were still children, we left our homeland and entered the cultivation within the Green Cloud sect, and this parting of ways has been nearly 500 years, an old man softly lamented. The years are like a knife cutting down the pride of heaven. 500 years of age, the vicissitudes of the sea. Once those two boys have become elders within the Green Cloud sect, and now that they have returned to their homeland, they are deeply touched. At that time, Qin was not as large as it is today. It was just a small country, but now, it can already be compared to the Qin Yun sect. At that time, the Li family was still thriving, but now, speaking of this, the other old man gave a soft sigh. The Li family is dead, but we are still here. If Tang Guiyao destroyed the Li family, then we will destroy the Tang family. The old man spoke softly, his eyes filled with emotion and anger. Qin is now full of experts. We still need to follow the Qin Emperor's order and decree when we act. Otherwise, even if we destroy the Tang clan, we won't be able to leave Qin peacefully. Destroying the Tang family is only secondary. The main thing is to uncover the supreme body behind it. Only then will Emperor Qin be willing to let us leave. Only then will he be willing to behead Tang Guiyao and avenge my Li family. Another old man spoke with his hands behind his back. As long as that girl is moved and the supreme body will appear, then everything is feasible. Tang Boudoir is not in the Great Qin territory, and those two little guys, one in the Foundation Establishment realm and the other in the Sea Convergence realm, are not yet in a position to make a difference. The old man muttered, "Go." With a whisper, a breeze blew across the land. The two old men's figures disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. Chapter 026, Begging for Death. The moonlit night was quiet, and the wind, which had not yet stepped into fall, was already more than a little cool. The wind blew into the room through the window, causing Qin Yun to unconsciously wrap himself in the quilt. But violently, he woke up at once. Killing intent, that's right, exactly, an extremely strong killing intent. Among Qin Yun's senses, two terrifying auras surged like a tidal wave, sweeping across the land and pointing directly at the Tang clan. Finally, Qin Yun's eyes were deep and as brilliant as a river of stars, but his face was calm without a trace of surprise. He had expected this scene, after almost 10 days apart. Sure enough, it all still came. It was even more terrifying than he had expected. The people who had come to the Tang clan were actually two great powers. Ah! In a flash, the screams broke the silence of the moonlit night. Killing intent swept through the Tang family, pouring in from all over the sky, flooding the various small courtyards, and in an instant, taking away the lives of many people. Enemy attack! Shouts and screams, one after another. In the small courtyard, corpses were strewn about. The smell of blood filled the air. Some people ran for help. Some people collapsed in a pool of blood. Shadows. At this moment, the Tang family looked like it had become a hell on earth. Slaughter. Yes, it was a crushing massacre. After Tang Boudoir was suppressed, the Empress had transferred all of the Tang clan's experts and some of the guest ministers guarding the Tang clan in order to weaken the Tang clan. The Tang family, long ago, no longer has the heritage it once had. It could be said that it was an empty city, in vain of its superficial majesty, and now that the two great powers had come down, there was even no enemy. A single large hand could cover the sky, and a single breath landing could collapse palace after palace. It's like a divine device. How can you resist it? Wherever he passes, he kills, treating anyone as an ant. These were two killing gods that didn't leave a trace of mercy at all. Inside the room, all of this was perceived by Qin Yun. However, he never made a move as he lay there, the light 11 in his eyes flickering. The Tang family was located near the Imperial city, one of the most prosperous capital cities in the Great Qin dynasty, connected to various cities, and amongst each of them, there were experts in attendance. It was impossible for the storm to go unnoticed when the Tang clan suffered an enemy attack, and the reason why no one came to their aid for so long was, without a doubt, the very thing that the Empress had tacitly authorized. Qin Yun did not make a move because it was clear in his mind that this was the Empress forcing him to show himself. Of course, it was impossible for him to see death. He had guessed everything before this, and even if it was a young conspiracy, he could not circumvent it. A more important reason was that Qin Yun felt that Tang Guiyao had been there all along. It didn't stay away from the Tang family, but kept guarding in the shadows. Would that woman, who combined beauty, force, and wisdom, and could be considered a flawless god of war, be unable to guess the emperor's intentions? She went too dry and decisive. Would you leave your own sister alone? Qin Yun didn't believe it. He always felt that Tang Guiyao's departure this time was too odd. Perhaps, right here in the shadows, not only was the Empress waiting for him to strike, but even Tang Guiyao was hibernating, waiting for him to show up. Hence, Qin Yun never made a move. Ignoring all of this, the ones who died were all Tang family members, and did not have any affinity with him, and he believed that if Tang Guiyao was really in the dark, she would definitely be able to hold back even more than herself. Boom! Outside, the ferocious might was like an abyss like the sea, flooding all parts of the Tang clan, and everyone shuddered for a moment. The sound of killing was like a torrent, taking away the lives of one person after another. Stop killing! At a certain moment, an angry voice rang out, and to everyone's surprise, Tang Yunli unexpectedly took the initiative to appear. Appearing in the middle of that small courtyard, he faced those two powerhouses of the great power realm directly. She was like an angry deer, her face full of rage, her slender body, not knowing whether it was because of fear or anger, was trembling violently. Kill me. Isn't that what you've come for? Tang Yunli clenched her pink fists tightly and spoke angrily. In the courtyard, those two old men looked at each other, and from amongst each other's gazes, they could see a touch of surprise. They naturally came for Tang Yunli. After all, in today's Tang family, only Tang Yunli remained. But more importantly, they were there to force out the supreme body behind it. In their original plan to blood wash away the Tang clan step by step, perhaps in that time, the supreme body would show up. However, they did not expect that the little girl who was supposed to be in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, trembling in fear, would take the initiative to show herself. Ask for death. Let them some unexpected, actually a time, froze there. Little girl, aren't you afraid of death? An old man spoke softly, his eyes blossoming with chilly killing intent. There's no need for words. If you want to kill, kill quickly. However, Tang Yunli's words were unexpected, once again leaving the two old men frozen on the spot. They could already see that the girl was actively begging for death. But on the contrary, they can't kill it for the time being. This is the last card to force the supreme body to appear. If they really kill it, they are only afraid that they will really be dumbfounded. Big brother, are you sure that the supreme bone will really appear? It's been so long now, and not a single sound has come out. An old man whispered, asking the old man beside him. The old man did not respond. His face was a little complicated, and it was really a little difficult to ride the tiger. Your calculations are destined to come to naught. However, Tang Yunli seemed to have guessed the hearts of the two old men, and even uttered such a phrase. Afterwards, her aura began to sublimate in the extreme, blazing light surging out from her circumference, her head emitting light as if it was about to burn. The Tang Yunli of this moment was incomparably determined, his gaze finally glancing deeply into the central piece of the compound, a touch of relief floating on his face. No good. The two old men were alarmed. Seeing that Tang Yunli wanted to detonate his own Dao fruit and die on the spot, he immediately struck out. After all, they were two great powers, and a foundation establishment junior. In their eyes, how many secrets could there be to speak of? The blazing light was quickly suppressed. The old man probed out his large hand and clutched Tang Yunli's body in his hand, a coldness in his eyes. Want to die, right? Fine, I'll fulfill you. But it won't be so easy. The terrifying breath was like a cold wind blowing across the earth, making it seem like heaven and earth had entered the winter season in an instant. Killing intent dripping, the old man struck out, little by little, wearing down Tang Yunli's vitality, torturing his Yuan Shen, and destroying his physical body. No! The intense pain caused Tang Yunli's body to tremble. She was near unconsciousness, but, still letting out her voice, roared out these two words, as if warning something, and inside the room, at this moment, Qin Yun could no longer hold back after all. Tang Yunli is intelligent. Although, Tang Guiyao had never told her about the current situation of the Tang family. Yet, how could she not be aware of it? Both times the supreme body appeared it was related to her. How could she not understand that she was the only one who could force the supreme bone to appear? And the great enemy in front of her was too powerful. It was two terrifying great powers. And it was clear in her heart that perhaps even if the supreme being embodied himself, the only way to end up was tragedy. That's why he took the initiative to go to his death. To behead himself on the spot, not wanting to implicate anyone. And that last don't was a reminder. Qin Yun read all of this, and even more so read this little woman. The last deep look toward the compound where he was among the farewell. Sadness. Without further hesitation, he took a step out. Chapter 027, Contesting Tang Guiyao. Boom! Qin Yun rushed out through the night and appeared in the middle of that heaven and earth all of a sudden. This place was being watched by all parties, so it was naturally impossible for Qin Yun to show his true colors. Revolving the heavenly emperor ancient scripture, he collected his aura and traces, even as his face was shrouded in a chaotic mist. However, the moment he rushed out, Qin Yun froze, because almost at the same time, a terrifying aura rushed out from the middle of that boundless starry sky, and a stunningly beautiful figure appeared. Tang Boudoir. Sure enough, as Qin Yun expected, this woman, from beginning to end, has not left, has been hiding in the shadows, guarding the Tang family, as well as taking this opportunity, waiting for him to show up. However, Qin Yun did not expect that Tang Guiyao would appear at the same time as him, and at this moment, Tang Guiyao's face also revealed an endless look of dismay. The two appeared at the same time, meeting in the void, and the atmosphere, all of a sudden, turned awkward. In the lower courtyard, endless consternation arose in the hearts of the two great powers. They weren't surprised when the supreme body appeared, but the appearance of Tang Guiyao caused the hairs on the duo's bodies to stand up. Decapitate this little girl. At this juncture, the old man at the head of the group was the first to react, and already couldn't care less about whether or not he would be able to get away. Wanting to pull Tang Yunli to the mat. Boom! Qin Yun struck out, punching like a dragon, his blazing fist aura piercing through the dark night. On the other hand, Tang Yunli also struck out, an immortal flower blooming with a terrifying killing chance. The two of them, this time, were actually extraordinarily taciturn again, striking out together and bombarding an old man separately. Ah! The miserable howls of two old men emanated at the same time, as one old man had his body shattered by Qin Yun's punch, breaking it into pieces and exploding on the spot. The other old man, on the other hand, was destroyed by a single strike from Tang Guiyao, the immortal splendor piercing through everything about the old man, and his form and spirit were destroyed. These two old men, at the end of their lives, welled up with a flash of endless amazement. Mighty! How could they not have expected that Tang Guiyao would show up? Much less that the supreme body they were plotting against would possess an aura of a great power level? All of this, it all happened in the blink of an eye. It was all too fast. After Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao had decapitated the two old men, they all looked at each other in silent agreement, all of them in a daze. Boom! At this moment, Qin Yun no longer hesitated and immediately turned around, transforming into a wisp of recluse light that rushed into the distant void. Slow down, Tang Guiyao droned out. And after seeing that Tang Yunli was unharmed and only temporarily unconscious, she immediately fled far away as well, chasing after Qin Yun in his direction. Damn! This woman is really in the dark. How tolerant! Feeling the increasingly approaching aura behind him, Qin Yun cursed in his heart. He did not expect that the speculation came true. Tang Guiyao really did not leave, has been hiding in the dark, and more tolerant than him, the last moment before appearing. The reason why they have been holding off is predictably waiting for something. Boom! At this moment, Qin Yun operated the Heavenly Emperor ancient scripture to the extreme, as well as operating the all-character mystery to enhance his divine traveling speed. There was no way he could expose himself in front of this woman. Even Tang Yunli he had concealed it. How could he possibly let his secret? Let this woman know. Wow! However, Tang Qiuyou had even followed her all the way, and Qin Yun had vanished for nearly 1,000 miles in a flash. But he still hadn't managed to shake Tang Qiuyou off. The Tang clan's secret art even has this kind of divine traveling method? Qin Yun was dumbfounded. The Heavenly Emperor ancient scripture was incredibly subtle and was the most powerful ancient scripture in the world. But of course, its focus was on cultivation and had nothing to do with body techniques. However, there were few people in the world who could catch up with him, not to mention that he had now executed the all-character secret. This woman, after all, was still able to keep up with him and was difficult to shake off. This really caused Qin Yun some headaches. Boom! Qin Yun vanished and rushed into the middle of a dense mountain range, which was very empty, with mountain peaks towering in the night, and a vast, sprawling plain in the distance. Eventually, Qin Yun stopped his steps and stopped fleeing. Because of the validity of the all-character secret time, sooner or later he was going to be caught up by this woman, and if he happened to break into the middle of some mountain gates, this would be detrimental to himself. Sure enough, moments later, Tang Guiyao appeared between the heavens and earth, silently standing in the middle of the void. She was dressed in a flowing white dress, with a delicate face and exquisite immortal body, like a touch of elf under the moonlit night. Tang Guiyao stood frozen in the middle of heaven and earth, not striking out, not approaching any further, just quietly looking on, a complex light flickering in those eyes. She was able to sense that the person in front of her, although her strength had reached the level of a great power, was definitely a supreme body without a doubt. It made her darkly alarmed, because previously, as far as the world's inferences were concerned, this person's strength should be at the sea convergence realm, hibernating in the shadows, just waiting for me to make a move, not hesitating to watch the Tang family members fall. So calculating, so stoic. Qin Yun was the first to speak, breaking the silence. His voice was hoarse and his face was shrouded in chaotic aura. all thanks to the divine effect of the heavenly emperor ancient scripture. Unless someone in this world practiced a technique that was even more powerful than the heavenly emperor ancient scripture, it would be very difficult to see through his true identity. Tang Guiyao stood there, her beautiful eyes flickering with blazing light as if she wanted to look through Qin Yun. However, everything was invisible to her, which secretly surprised her. Who are you? Tang Guiyao asked so, with a chilling coldness in her expression. Why should I tell you? What do you intend to do by pursuing me so closely like this? Qin Yun said coldly, his voice hoarse like a night lord. One could even say that it was somewhat mournful. Wow. Tang Guiyao raised her hand and a long black spear floated in the center of her hand, the tip pointing forward. Say your name. She was strong and domineering, and with only such a word, a terrifying aura confessed, causing this mountain range to roar. I saved your sister a few times, and I'm considered to be kind to your Tang family. What? Are you going to take a shot at me? Qin Yun droned in a cold voice. His state of mind, like him, also displayed a few moments of anger. Not to take a shot at you. I just want to know who you are. Although you saved my sister, yet, you made my Tang family fall into suspicion. I need to know who you are, and why you sheltered my sister. Tang Guiyao whispered softly, and in her tone, there was a bit less coldness, and then informed the Qian emperor, intending to state my identity and resolve the crisis facing the Tang family? Qin Yun laughed coldly. Is the crisis of the Tang clan because of me? Is the emperor's suspicion, at its root, because of you, or because of me, the supreme body? In the distance, Tang Guiyao fell silent and didn't respond for a long time. Say your name. After a long time, she spoke with a somewhat complicated demeanor, but it was still hard to hide that kind of strength and dominance. What if I don't say when? Qin Yun opened his mouth. It's up to you. Tang Guiyao's voice was cold, and after a soft whisper, she fiercely attacked Qin Yun. I'll reveal it myself. Chapter 028 Divine Fetus Battles Supreme Bone. The night was solemn, cold and murderous. Tang Guiyao advanced with a long spear, her aura crashing into the clouds, and the coldness emanating from the tip of the spear was extremely appalling. Is this how you're going to treat your Tang family's benefactor? Qin Yun spoke in a cold voice, and there was an unconcealable anger in his tone. This woman has always been strong, plainly cannot see him as just, after all, himself for a mortal. Her attitude towards himself is still barely able to understand. But now, he has saved Tang Yunli several times. This woman even do not miss the slightest kindness, intends to take action against him, which makes his heart raw anger. Tang Guiyao didn't respond. She just attacked with her long spear. Her arms shook as she danced out 1,000 gunshots, shadows and cold aura enveloping the void as they shot together towards Qin Yun. Mother *********. Qin Yun cursed and his heart fumed, intending to teach this woman a good lesson. Now he has long been different from the past. Not only the physique is unparalleled, but also cultivate the ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor. And there are many secret arts in the evening. Is not afraid to fight with this woman. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Facing that roiling gun shadow, Qin Yun only had a pair of iron fists to strike back, his fists flashing and tearing apart the night sky. It fought with those thousands of hundreds of gunshots in a fierce battle, striking out brilliant sparks. The celestial emperor's fist was matchless, and was originally a secret art that thrived on attacking power. Not to mention that Qin Yun's fist intent was now incomparably deep, and his attacking power was naturally incomparably appalling. It could be said that he was invincible within the same realm, and even if Tang Guiyao possessed peak-level battle power of a great power, he was simply fearless. The two sides killed each other, opening and closing, constantly colliding in the middle of the void, striking out a terrifying destructive force. Waves of divine power rippled out in all directions, and in an instant, that plane was directly reduced to a ruin. Qin Yun's battle intent was monstrous, but on the contrary, Tang Guiyao was secretly alarmed. The world speculated that the supreme body's cultivation was unknown, but its battle power should be at the sea convergence realm. Otherwise it was impossible that it would have fought with Li Jianfeng while using the divine effect of the supreme bone. But today, everything Tang Guiyao felt was different from the rumors. Whether it was its realm or its fist intent, it was far superior to the rumors. And if it wasn't for the fact that the person in front of him had too many similarities to the supreme body, Tang Guiyao would really think that these were simply two people. The more Tang Guiyao fought, the more alarmed she became. The battle power of the person in front of her was too terrifying, and his attack power had even reached an appalling level. It was really hard for her to imagine how a person in his 20s could possess such terrifying heaven-defying battle power, hiding in the shadows, and how he could possess such a shocking inheritance, with such a superior realm. Boom! The two fought, and in the midst of a collision, they retreated. And then, Tang Guiyao never made another move. Standing there, between her demeanor, covered in endless complex colors, Even she had to admit that the person in front of her was too bright and dazzling. Even she was not as good as her, and could definitely be called a heavenly pride of the world. And perhaps it would not take long for the person in front of her to far surpass her in terms of battle power. It brought a sense of gloom to her heart. Since her rise to power, she had almost never encountered such a tricky and great enemy, and she had always been the only one who had crushed the beside, going against the grain with a low realm. But now, even though her realm was above the supreme body, she had difficulty suppressing the person in front of her for a long time. I don't want to make an enemy of you, much less take your identity in exchange for His Majesty's suspicions about the Tang family. I just want to know who you are. That's all. Tang Boudoir stood there and opened her mouth. In fact, that was the reason why she was hibernating in the shadows for that very purpose. The supreme body had a close connection with Tang Yunli. How could she be at ease with such a person staying by her sister's side? And that was why she wanted to know the identity of the supreme body. That's all? Coming up here and striking out at me. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Qin Yun opened his mouth, his fire still unabated. It's impossible for me to reveal my identity. So if you don't want to make an enemy of me, don't stop me from leaving. After a pause, Qin Yun said this. To be honest, he didn't want to make an enemy of Tang Guiyao. This woman was too difficult to deal with. Her cultivation was definitely approaching the saint realm. So to speak, it was a half-saint, definitely a tricky enemy. In a short period of time, it was difficult for him to get rid of it, and entangling with it would do more harm than good. No. However, Tang Guiyao shook her head. Since you and I met today, I must know your identity. Tang Guiyao's attitude was resolute. Aside from the fact that Qin Yun had been guarding her sister for this reason, what Tang Guiyao was even more curious and surprised about was the battle power of the supreme body. She desperately wanted to know who this person was and why he was so powerful. She was able to sense that this person's secret techniques, gong methods, and physique were all world-class existences, and there was no doubt that this was a strong and incomparable enemy, and his future achievements would definitely be far above hers. This aroused Tang Guiyao's good nature and curiosity, and since her rise to power, she had never been so eager for all the details of a person's bottom line. Then there's nothing to talk about. There's only one battle. Qin Yun saw this and said no more. This woman's character was too strong and it was simply impossible to back down. You are not my opponent. I don't want to hurt you. Tang Guiyao spoke in such a manner. Remembering that she had not gone all out previously on account of the supreme body's favor, she reminded her in such a manner, intending to make Qin Yun take the initiative to tell everything. Ha ha. However, upon hearing these words, Qin Yun laughed. I wonder if you, who are like the sun, can accept a great defeat. These words caused Tang Guiyao's face to change drastically. Of course, she heard that this was the supreme body being confident enough to think that it could reverse her, which caused Her Majesty as an absolute war god to be provoked. One battle, and you will pay for your arrogance. Tang Guiyao spoke in a clear and cold manner. Boom! At this moment, the aura belonging to a half-step saint erupted from between Tang Guiyao's body, and that vastness of fluctuation made one feel a sense of suffocation as the will of the great Tao landed. Above the 9 heavens, there were even more visions floating. A magnificent figure, seated in the moonlit sky, ethereal and beautiful, embraced a small child in his arms, and the two stood there silently, swinging out a world-defying and astonishing divine power, divine fertility Taoist body. It had to be said that Tang Guiyao was indeed very strong. At this age, she possessed a half-saint level of combat power, and before long, she would certainly be able to become a saint. No wonder the Empress was so scornful of her. Saints! Ah! An existence that could be on par with the world's holy lords. Who would not be afraid? Okay, a battle. At this moment, Qin Yun also no longer stayed his hand. The supreme bone divine light blazed forth, and above the 9 heavens, the sound of waves and flowing water played, like 1,000 armies rushing about, emitting a grand heavenly sound of the great Tao. A magnificent supreme being emerged in the middle of the long river, looking down on the world and looking down on all beings. Chapter 029, Creating Tang Fuya. At this point, the battle between the two has reached a white-hot stage. Irrelevant of identity or anything, it can be said that it is completely considered a battle of heavenly pride. Tang Guiyao's competitive spirit was aroused to uphold her undefeated legend, defeat the supreme body, and protect her invincible Tao heart. Boom! In the sky, the red haze was vast, colorful and magnificent. The visions of the supreme body and the divine fertility Tao body appeared together, obscuring the heavens and the earth with a radiant light that tore through the darkness of the night. At this moment, a lot of people were looking towards this place, feeling that terrifying and incomparable fluctuation. Everyone's heart felt an endless sense of palpitations. Dakian is a prosperous world. It can be said that under the shelter of Tang Guiyao, the country is peaceful. This level of fighting, I do not know how long I have not seen. That's the Tang family god of war. Who forced her to even give birth to a physical phenomenon? Many people were alarmed. The Tang family, although it had been suppressed recently, yet, in the minds of countless people, Tang Guiyao was definitely the most powerful king in this land. How many years had it been since I'd seen the vision of the divine fetus Dao body appear? And this was a scenario that would only occur if Tang Guiyao faced a great enemy. Is it the supreme body? How could he force the Tang clan war god to be like this? Isn't the supreme body kind to the Tang family? Why are the two fighting? Everyone was in awe, marveling at the battle power of the supreme body, which subverted people's perception of him since amongst the rumors. Amazed at how the two men are fighting when they clearly seem to have a close relationship. It's just that it's all destined to remain unanswered, leaving people unable to unravel it. Boom! In any case, the battle broke out. The two men swept up to the sky, constantly striking out, playing a world-shattering Dao force. That collision horrifying mind. A little aftershock splash is a great destruction. Everyone stepped back, afraid of being caught in the fallout of this battle. How? Everyone's faces were covered in horror, all of them stunned beyond measure. It was rumored in the world that the battle power of the supreme body should be at the sea convergence realm, but now, the aura he had erupted from was clearly at the level of a great power. And he was actually able to fight with Tang Guiyao, and the two of them were on a par with each other, constantly striking out in the middle of the dome of the sky, displaying endless means, like a dragon in the clouds versus a dragon in the mist. Everything about it is jaw-dropping. Tang Guiyao, the god of war for this great land, was a figure like a god in the hearts of countless people. However, now, this supreme body, which had only appeared recently, was able to battle Tang Guiyao. So how could people accept this? I thought he was only 20? At the age of 20, having the battle power of the sea convergence realm is already incredible. How is he able to do this? Everyone's face was covered in horror. Even though everything around Qin Yun's body was completely covered, yet one could feel that exuberant vitality within his body, a vitality that only a young party possessed, which could not be concealed, could not be obscured. At the age of 20, he possessed such astounding battle power that he could battle the first female god of war of Deqian. It's all so unbelievable. Is this the supreme physique? One of the most powerful physiques in ancient times. There are rumors in the world that this generation of supreme body is extraordinarily bewitching because the supreme body has been cut off for thousands of years, and this generation of supreme body is thick and thin, far superior to all the ancestors. Some of the older characters stood in the distance inside, but even so, seeing the supreme body display such a cultivation level still felt difficult to accept. At the age of 20, even geniuses were only at the foundation establishment in god condensation realms, the mighty realm. This is beyond the pale. Boom! The fight intensified. Both sides means infinite, constantly war, all the way from the plains into the Star River. The roars continued, and blazing light continued to spill out, illuminating the world. Everyone's awestruck beyond belief. Supreme body, even more powerful than imagined. Its inheritance, its gongfu, its Dao intention. Everything was a surprise. People couldn't imagine how such a young man could possess such an amazing foundation. How exactly does hibernation in the shadows grow? Looking at the figure whose body was covered, everyone felt an endless mystery and surprise. This person, it was as if he had jumped out of nowhere. At a shallow and unimaginable age, he came out with terrifying legacies, secret arts, and Dao intentions. Everything is so beyond the pale that it's hard to believe. Boom! The great battle roared on as the two kept striking out, their fists clashing with their guns, breaking that void. I don't want to fight with you in life and death. You only need to reveal your identity. Tang Guiyao opened her mouth at this moment. By now, she completely felt the strength of the supreme body, and she knew that if she wanted to defeat the supreme body, she would have to do her best, and the only way to split the difference between victory and defeat was to have a life and death fight. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to outsmart the supreme body. She didn't want to start a life and death battle with the supreme body. After all, the supreme body was kind to the Tang family. There's no need to bet on life and death. I'm more than capable of suppressing you. Qin Yun spoke. Everyone froze. It is enough to suppress you. To say such words to the first war god of Deqian. It made everyone freeze on the spot, reading in invincible self-confidence and internalized dominance. Confident and compelling, like a big bell roaring and shaking people's hearts. Tang Guiyao's complexion was slightly flushed with anger. She had always been strong, and now was the first time she had heard such words, being underestimated, which made her heart erupt with wariness. At this moment, she no longer cared about anything else and fought with all her might, seeking only victory or defeat. To be honest, she was also longing for a good fight, a great enemy like the supreme body. She had almost never encountered the early stages of the great power, yet she was able to fight with her, a half-saint, To this extent, suffice it to say that the other side is stunning. But the more so, the more reluctant Tang Guiyao was to admit her bleakness. She must win. Kill. Tang Guiyao's battle intent was monstrous as she uttered the word kill, and then fired forward to attack and kill. The black lance danced continuously. Its speed was not fast, but it seemed to contain a kind of doused trajectory, full of endless subtleties, and on the head of the lance, endless killing intent was tilted. Boom! At the same time, Qin Yun no longer retained his hand, running out of the secret of the word abound, the all-character secret, one of the 9 secrets, shook the ancient world, enhancing one's power in all directions, whether it was battle power, yuan shun, or speed, thinking, and so on, but all of the favorable aspects are stacked more than tenfold. One can only imagine how terrifying it really is. In this state, Qin Yun's increase in either the Heavenly Emperor ancient scripture, the Heavenly Emperor fist, or say, the Supreme Bone had increased to a heaven-defying degree. Being invincible in the same realm was more than just words. Boom! Qin Yun threw a punch that was so calm and unassuming, yet, it was so domineering and fierce. That void directly collapsed as terrifying divine power poured out from among Qin Yun's dual fists like a volcano erupting. The heavens and earth shook with a loud bang, and everyone trembled violently. And under this kind of might, a large number of people in the middle of that dome of the sky staggered and planted themselves directly on the ground. Tang Guiyao bore the brunt of the attack and resisted Qin Yun's punch. Her figure flew backwards with a loud bang, spewing out a mouthful of blood, and she was blasted nearly 1,000 feet away at once. At this moment, the world was silent. Chapter 030 Tang Guiyao's gloominess. The moon is still. In the middle of the sky in the distance, there were shadows and many people coming, but not a single sound came out. Everyone froze, shocked expressions on their faces, transfixed on the spot. Tang Boudoir lost. This was shocking news, like a thunderbolt that struck down on everyone's heart, causing everyone's heart to tremble. A supreme god of war. Known as the guardian of the great Qian. A supreme expert among the great Qian. In the world's mind, Tang Guiyao's life was a miracle. She was bewitchingly extraordinary, and after revealing her powerful cultivation talent, she quickly rose to prominence, defeating all her great enemies along the way, and capturing great and monumental feats, undefeated in her life. It could be said that she was strong to the extreme and no one could oppose her. But what was happening in front of us was unbelievable. Tang Guiyao was defeated completely, and was blown backwards by a punch, spilling blood that was shocking to the eyes. Everyone was stunned, as if the sprawling mountain in their hearts had collapsed at this moment. How is it possible? How could the supreme body be so strong? No one can accept such an ending. The statement of the supreme body revealed the party only a few dozen days ago, and the world rumors that he did not grow up, and therefore was deliberately concealing his identity. To many, he was just a late bloomer, but everything was unexpected. The person in front of him was that strong, shattering the myth of Tang Guiyao's invincibility, stepping on Tang Guiyao's prestige, and forging a great miracle. Far away, Tang Guiyao's demeanor was despondent. That punch hadn't injured her life, but the momentum of defeat had already appeared. She was full of complexity. In this life, she had defeated all her strong enemies, and it could be said that she had also gone up against the odds all the way, creating a miracle and forging today's supreme status. But now, she had tasted bitterness in the body of such a young man from the supreme body. The fruit of her defeat gave birth to a pain that tore at her heart. All of them were simultaneously godly sad, able to realize the kind of feelings Tang Guiyao was feeling at the moment. People knew that although Tang Guiyao had lost, it wasn't that she wasn't stunning enough. She was a myth, intimidating endless great enemies, and her battle prowess was definitely described as earth-shattering. However, her opponent was too powerful. Inheritance, secret techniques, Tao intent, everything was that terrifying, overwhelmingly stunning, eye-catching and dazzling. Why? Tang Guiyao barely managed to straighten up her body, sending out such a question towards the figure under the starry sky. She didn't understand, was truly unknown. She was defeated, very thoroughly, and it could be described as an unprecedented defeat. This made her heart sad, knowing full well that even if she were to do it all over again, the ending would not change and she would still be suppressed by the supreme body. The enemy was too strong, like a sprawling mountain, giving her a sense of powerlessness, her heart telling her that this person was strong and unbeatable. This was a feeling that had never been born before. It was always her who crushed others, going against the strong with a low realm, becoming a nightmare for others. And now, someone was sprinkling shadows in her heart. Because of this, she is unknown. Unknown why Qin Yun was so strong. Obviously, she had already cultivated to the extreme, thinking that she was invincible in the same realm, not losing to anyone in the first echelon of talent strength in this world. But why had it been countered by Qin Yun? What a horrible gap that is. Tang Guiyao's eyes were filled with complexity. It wasn't that she couldn't accept a great defeat, but being countered by such a person was just too much of a blow, and she desperately wanted to find all the reasons. Qin Yun stood in the void and did not leave. The person in front of him, although she did not endear herself to him, and even somewhat detested the other party's disposition, she was after all his nominal madam, and had also paid him a third-grade elixir. Seeing the woman, who had always been strong, gloomy and sad at the moment, Qin Yun could not help but feel some pity. I have not taken any elixirs along the way, much less gone through any underpinnings to enhance my strength. All the way to cultivation, all the way to asceticism. Qin Yun was silent for a moment and spoke thus. As he said, all of this realm of his, so to speak, was through bitter cultivation, day after day, year after year. Even when they encountered shackles, they relied on horrifying years of hard cultivation to impact them, without relying on any external forces. In doing so, although it was clumsy, and although the years of bitter cultivation consumed was a vast amount, yet, it also made his realm incomparably substantial. This is the root of his strength. Of course, his physique, inheritance, Tao intent, and so on, were all the most terrifying. However, it was precisely because of the Qin Yun's background that he was able to utilize his most terrifying battle power. What? Hearing this, not to mention Tang Guiyao, even everyone at the scene froze, filled with incredulity. It was because Qin Yun was too young, but he was only in his 20s. At such an age, without any underlying resources to cultivate, relying only on bitter cultivation, one would only find it difficult to even reach the foundation establishment realm. But Qin Yun was an actual great power. It's impossible. It's so out of character. But being only in his mid-20s, how could he have gotten this far with only bitter cultivation? Even if it's a supreme physique, it's never possible. A person, it's absolutely impossible to be this heaven-defying. The scene was in an uproar, and even Tang Guiyao was stunned in disbelief. That's just the way it is. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that the next person can't do it. How big the world is. There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Whether you believe it or not, it's all up to you. Qin Yun said so. His own cultivation speed would have been difficult to view with common sense, knowing that it had only been less than a month since he stepped onto the cultivation path to his current realm. To go from being a mortal to a great power in January, how astonishing is that? After saying these words, Qin Yun intended to leave. The increasing number of people converging here would not do him any good. Please wait. However, Tang Guiyao's voice actually sounded again, and among the words, there was even the word please. This is really rare and rare. To know, this woman has always been strong, cold and arrogant temperament, even to the emperor, but also not salute. Let alone to Qin Yun. This has been unable to see the husband. This was an unexpected experience for Qin Yun. Success is king and defeat is king. Strength. Qin Yun voicelessly lamented, but he stopped and turned around. I still have an unknown question, Tang Guiyao said with a complicated demeanor. If you want to inquire about my identity, you can stop talking, just as you said. Wanting to know my identity is not yet up to you, Qin Yun responded in a cold, hoarse voice. These words caused Tang Guiyao's heart to pang with gloom. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke. When you dealt with Li Chengfeng previously, why did you use the supreme bone? It's hard to believe that, with your strength, you can't kill him easily? This question, too, is puzzling to all. Inside people's concepts, it had always been believed that the battle power of the supreme body was only at the sea convergence realm, as speculated from Li Chengfeng. But today it is clear that this is not the case at all. This person must have another reason for moving the supreme bone. Just what is it exactly? One could not deduce. The man was too mysterious and everything was curious. Chapter 031, Searching for the Supreme Body. When Tang Guiyao's words came out, it caused everyone to look towards Qin Yun. People were curious about everything about him, anything that concerned him, so that one could raise an absolute interest and be even more curious about such a doubt. An existence capable of defeating Tang Guiyao. Why did he need to use the supreme bone when he faced a Li Chengfeng in the past? What needs to be exposed? And in the face of such a question, Qin Yun did not choose to respond as he simply left. It was too fundamental for him to tell. When he beheaded Li Chengfeng, he was only at the condensed god realm, and he crossed the border to fight, using all of his strengths. But when he fought with Tang Guiyao, he had already stepped into the mighty realm. If he had told the reason, it would have caused a sensation. Who in heaven would have such a fast cultivation speed? Once the answer was spoken, all eyes, not just those of this land, but even those of the various Tao domains would pay attention to him, which would do him no harm but no good. Qin Yun left just like that. On the earth, there was a quietness, and some gloominess came out of all the people's complexions. for wanting to know everything about him so badly. It's not just identity. More than that, there is its heritage, the secret of its feats. Sadly, the Supreme Body was too cautious and careful to ask the slightest bit about him. Many sighed softly, with some regret. People knew that perhaps it would be too difficult to see the Supreme Body again. He was divine, hidden among the dust and smoke, like a brilliant light, shining in the world of man. Its strong aura, in the hearts of all people, left a deep and extreme impression, like a timeless picture. It is unforgettable. Many people were foolishly looking in the direction where the Supreme Body had left, wanting to go and catch up. The commotion made here was so great that quite a few supreme experts within Deqian came. But, despite all the curiosity in their hearts, no one really dared to go after it. The Supreme Body was strong to the extreme, and even Tang Guiyao had lost big, so who dared to go? Not exposing oneself. This was the attitude of the Supreme Body, and offending its majesty would inevitably not have a good outcome. Who the hell is he? People stood there, looking away from the direction where the Supreme Body had left, refusing to leave for a long time. Such a question lingering in their minds for a long time. Hard to disperse. Tang Guiyao stood in the middle of the crowd, her eyes full of complexity. Defeated. A great defeat. Losing to a young man. Being slain against his will. This was something that any heaven's pride would feel ashamed of. Tang Guiyao felt even more so. But what made her even more bitter was that she didn't know the identity of this person. And having lost, she didn't even know who her opponent was, which was really a kind of sadness. At this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart gave birth to a different kind of feeling towards this man. It was a feeling like no other. Who on earth could you be? Tang Guiyao was able to sense that this person must be acquainted with herself, or else she couldn't possibly know about the Tang family situation, much less shelter her sister. Yet, she had no way to guess. This man is strong to the core. Where is anyone around with such a glow? The supreme bone was revealed once again, startling the entire Great Qian and sensationalizing this territory. At the same time, when the news of Tang Boudoir's defeat spread out, it caused people's emotions to, at once, boil over to the extreme. No one dared to believe that Tang Guiyao had lost. It was an undefeated myth, an eternal legend, a huge mountain that pressed on the hearts of Deqian cultivators and was difficult to go over. But the defeat was so complete, the great mountain collapsed, and an even more terrifying mountain of God landed, suffocating everyone. Tonight, the people of Deqian are destined to be sleepless. The news has stirred up a big storm all over the place. A supreme body that already possessed the battle power of a great power came out of nowhere, causing everyone to be taken by surprise, and all the domains shook. A supreme body of the mighty realm was already not to be underestimated. People realized that perhaps it wouldn't be long before the supreme body would become a saint, and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the majestic lords of the many holy lands and ancient dynasties under the heavens. This made all the major universities uneasy and fearful. Such a terrifying enemy was destined to become a great threat in the future, or would affect the status of the great holy lands and ancient dynasties. What is even more frightening is that this person is hiding in the shadows and his identity is unknown. The great holy lords and ancient emperors, who had risen all the way to the top, had offended too many people in their lives and were afraid that this person would have an old grudge against them. This person must be sought out to gain insight into his true identity. In one night, all the great holy places in ancient dynasties, there will be action. Endless experts, all pouring into the Great Qian, secretly investigate everything. The one who was most disturbed was the Great Qian Empress. When she was told that the supreme body already had a great level of combat power, the Empress froze on the spot for a long time, and it was difficult for her to utter a single word. Although the identity of the supreme body was unknown, the 3 times it had struck were all because of Tang Yunli. With the Tang family, it is absolutely inextricably linked. The Empress had been suppressing the Tang clan for a long time, and the appearance of the supreme body made her feel a touch of threat. It is also for this reason that when the masters of the Great Dao unification of the Ming Shao flooded into the Great Qian, the Empress chose to remain silent. She wanted to use this force to uncover the identity of the supreme body, and in the face of Tang Guiyao, this time, the Empress did not descend again. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she ran out of reasons to continue suppressing Tang Guiyao. The battle between the supreme body and Tang Guiyao had the world's attention, and there were many witnesses, and this was enough to prove that Tang Guiyao didn't know the identity of the supreme body at all. It also sort of proved Tang Guiyao's innocence. Of course, innocent or not, it didn't matter to the Empress, who couldn't possibly spare the Tang family. Eventually, still to disobey the Emperor's order of the reason, will be sent to that piece of forbidden area Tang Guiyao. This time, the order of the Imperial city many experts personally escorted. It is impossible to appear Tang Guiyao hibernation in the dark, sheltering the Tang family thing. The supreme body fiasco sweeps the world. Even a 3-year-old child in the mortal world knows that within Deqian, there is a supreme body lying dormant. So one can imagine what kind of terrifying influence this is. And the Tang family is the center of the sound wave. Naturally, they are also well taken care of by the great Tao unity. Qin Yun could sense that these days, in the shadows, there was no telling how many experts were hibernating and secretly probing everyone. Almost every life in the house was noted. Even the few cats, dogs, and wild foxes that Tang Yunli kept loose had many experts hibernating around them. People were afraid that the supreme body was a demon race and missed any wisps of clues. Tellingly, Qin Yun, the person in question, was conversely surrounded by cleanliness. At first, there were people who paid attention to him, but they soon gave up. The mortal body, unable to cultivate, gave him great cover. Qin Yun's identity can be said to be very clear and unambiguous. The concubine of the Qin family. This layer of identity alone, there will be no one to associate with him. For 20 years he had remained immortal, and this was not an act, but it was really true. In the course of those 20 years, he revealed too many hints of belonging to mortals to act them out. A person's talent is innate, even if you try to hide it. When you were just born in your childhood, you can't hide it and it will be noticed, right? With all the clues, Qin Yun was destined not to arouse suspicion. Pay attention to what this punk is doing. The supreme body wouldn't be this person even if they were those two puppies. This was a sound that Qin Yun could hear from time to time, hibernating in the shadows, coming from the shadows. At this, he laughed, happy that no one around him was paying attention. Chapter 032, The Greatest of Righteousnesses for the Country and the People. Ding! 45th Day of Marriage. Reward for puppetry. The puppetry art, as the name suggests, could refine puppets, and on the cultivator's body, branded with a mark that belonged to him, then, he could manipulate the cultivator. This is a heaven-defying divine art, passed on with the demon race. However, with the fall of the demon race many years ago, the many secret arts of the demon race were lost and severed. These days, Qin Yun was living a very peaceful life. Tang Guiyao was not in the mansion. He did not have to look at this woman's face, and every day, he drank wine, tea, and fished. The days went by quite leisurely. Of course, his practice is not to be slackened. These days, his realm came to the 6th level of the profound realm, which was a bit slower compared to before, but after all, the further back the cultivation path went, the tougher it became. Slowly, however, it is also growing steadily, at a rate that is claimed to be very impressive. In addition to the growth of his cultivation, his fist intent had also become even deeper. The heavenly emperor fist, nearly to the point of stepping into a great accomplishment. This step required almost hundreds of years of hard cultivation before it could be achieved, and he, with ease, stepped into such a realm. Having come to this point, the cultivation of fist intent was considered to have stepped into the later stages, and the Tao of fist, which was meant to be more powerful the further back one went. It could be said that Qin Yun's strength had ushered in yet another, even more terrifying, sublimation. In the Tang mansion, everything was as usual. However, right in the middle of the Imperial city, there was a piece of news that caused turmoil. The palace hall, above the long-haired and waist-length empress, that exquisite and flawless face that was as cold as an iceberg. Today, a wisp of a smile finally appeared. At the appearance of such a wisp of a smile, everyone was struck with a sense of long absence. Even that eunuch Wang was exceptionally surprised. Since the appearance of the supreme body, the empress's mood could be described as poor, and from time to time, she burst out with overwhelming killing intent. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. The empress's mood was good or bad, and from time to time, it made eunuch Wang's inner heart give birth to endless apprehension. And this eunuch Wang's fear of the female emperor was not only because of her identity as an emperor, but also because, in his heart, eunuch Wang was clear that the strength of this female emperor was frighteningly powerful. It was such a horrible woman, who had been in such a bad mood lately, that there was something which could make her go and smile. Eunuch Wang looked at the empress and saw the letter in her hand. His heart was a little restless. It was because of this letter that the empress turned her mood from cloudy to sunny. What exactly was in the letter? This made eunuch Wang curious to the extreme. Check it out. Perhaps noticing eunuch Wang's dissimilarity, the empress waved her hand and flung the letter flying over. Eunuch Wang bent down and took it with both hands. But the moment he saw the envelope, no joy flowed out of him, but a touch of consternation. The letter was short, and at the end of it, there were only 5 brief words. Tang Guiao's last words. Something happened to Tang Guiyao? Eunuch Wang was stunned. Those 5 words gave him a bad feeling. At the same time, he finally understood why the empress, had exuded joy. The empress had long had a murderous intent towards Tang Guiyao. However, due to Tang Guiyao's position in the army, she has always been jealous and did not dare to kill her openly, which is why she kept suppressing her. it could be said that Tang Guiyao was a thorn in the heart of the Empress. Nowadays, besides the news of the supreme body being able to make the Empress smile, I'm afraid that only Tang Guiyao's death would be able to make the Empress smile gently. The female emperor's attitude made eunuch Wang uneasy. He immediately checked up on the contents of the envelope, which was very brief, left by Tang Guiyao for Tang Yunli. It was written therein that Tang Guiyao was in the middle of the forbidden zone, encountered a chase, mistakenly entered the depths of the forbidden zone, and was trapped in the mountains, making it difficult to get away. She was seriously injured, trapped in the forbidden zone, and completely exhausted, which is why she wrote her last words. The letter was brought back by an expert from Qin, and this person was in the same forbidden zone as Tang Guiyao, so he naturally had the means to communicate and connect. Sadly, the letter didn't make it to the Tang family and was intercepted by the Empress. Eunuch Wang froze for a moment. Forbidden zone. It's a scary word for a place where life is forbidden. The forbidden area where Tang Guiyao was located was even more so, possessing an extremely deep history and even more endless terrifying dangers. For endless years, it was unknown how many Dao lineages and forces had been hitting that forbidden area, and it was unknown how many experts had entered the forbidden area with the intent of seeking the so-called opportunity. However, none of them came out alive at all. Tang Guiyao hadn't died and was trapped in the forbidden zone. But what was the difference between such an outcome and being dead? For a while, eunuch Wang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Boo! Without a sound, the envelope in eunuch Wang's hand burned up, and with a single finger from the Empress, it was reduced to ashes. Do not tell others what is in this letter. Then let her go without a sound, the Empress whispered. Eunuch Wang's gaze, at once, became even more complicated. He understood the Empress's mind. Wanted Tang Guiyao to die quietly, because if the news of Tang Guiyao's death spreads, the army is bound to be in turmoil. Not to mention, now Tang Guiyao is not dead, just trapped in a desperate situation. If it were known, the masters of the army would have gone to the rescue in spite of everything, as well as blaming the court for their inaction. This is not what the Empress wants to see. Only when Tang Guiyao died, when the world was alerted and discovered, everything was too late and irreversible, and by that time, people could only accept it even if they didn't. Do you want to hide even Tang Yunli? Eunuch Wang asked tentatively, but the only thing that responded to him was an icy stare. At this moment, eunuch Wang's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Tang Guiyao has built up great achievements for Qin in her life and has worked hard all her life. And now, in her perilous situation, knowing that there are people at home waiting for her return, she leaves a desperate note, wanting to cut off her family, but not even this, burying the bones of another country, sealing off the cause of death, and leaving without a sound. This was undoubtedly unfair and, undoubtedly, a kind of sadness for Tang Guiyao. Eunuch Wang had a complicated gaze, looking at that Empress, and in his heart, there was an indescribable sense of sadness. The night was getting late. It was always difficult for Eunuch Wang to sleep peacefully, tossing and turning. Little daughter Yao and His Majesty, the two of you, I've watched you grow up, but I didn't expect that between the two of you, you would come to this point now. The old man sighed long and stood in front of the window, looking at the full moon in the sky with mixed feelings. If possible, he really didn't want Tang Guiyao to die. In the old man's opinion, the Qin Emperor's internal security and Tang Guiyao's external defense were the fundamentals of the solidity of the Qin dynasty. But now that Tang Guiyao was trapped in the depths of the forbidden zone and in critical condition, what could he do? Even if the contents of the letter were told to Tang Yunli, what could be done? The old man sighed long and hunched over, looking incredibly lonely in the night. Suddenly, the old man seemed to think of something and jerked his head up. That's right, the Tang clan also has a supreme body that has an extremely close relationship with Tang Yunli. So if they learn that Tang Boudoir is in danger, they may not necessarily not be mindful of Tang Yunli's feelings and make a move. That's a supreme demon. There may not be no means to rescue little Boudoir Yao. The old man's eyes flickered, and he glowed. Prepare the sedan chair. I'm going out of the palace. The old man then spoke outwardly. His eyes were complex, with a hint of excitement and even more sadness. The night was still, and under the moon, the old man's voice was hoarse, and he murmured softly, Your Majesty, it is not that I am disloyal. The greatness of righteousness is for the sake of the country and the people. I can only do so. Chapter 033, Letter of Peace. Ding. 46th day of marriage. Rewarded with a line of secret words. It's midnight. It's late at night. The familiar voice rang out in Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun was calm and unperturbed, having long been accustomed to it, and peacefully closed his eyes to sleep. But violently, he woke up. Line word secret. These three words caused him to lose his sleepiness all of a sudden, and a touch of ecstasy surged across his clear, handsome, cast-like face, simply because, the secret of the word line, is likewise one of the 9 secrets. 9 secrets. Among the 9 domains, the most powerful 9 secret arts, there is no one. Against the heavens to the extreme, there is no secret art or divine ability that can match it. The secret of the word line, on the other hand, is the main body technique, a technique of divine movement. It was known as the world's unhindered, and once mastered and proficient, it was equivalent to possessing the world's unrivaled divine speed, with nothing being able to compete with it. Qin Yun immediately came to his senses and went into detail. As with the all-character mystery, the recipe of the row character mystery was also very simple, with only a few hundred short words, but it was extremely complicated, with each word filled with endless mysteries. That sense of shock that only the 9 secret formulas could bring was once again playing out in Qin Yun's mind. The lineage mystery is unrivaled in terms of divine speed, and with this kind of divine art, even if I encounter an invincible foe, I will be able to leave in peace. And this secret art has a miraculous effect on attacking, fast to the extreme. With all the attacking techniques, they are all absolutely very heaven-defying. Qin Yun lamented, overjoyed. How could he not expect that the long-lost 9 secrets, now in just a month or so, he had obtained 2 of them? If it really went on like this, wouldn't he really have collected all 9 secrets in 1 year? When the 9 secrets are united, the world is invincible. A strong sense of anticipation grew within him at the thought. Subsequently, Qin Yun no longer hesitated and began to cultivate. Although the 9 secrets were complicated to the extreme, with the system in place, it was naturally not a problem for Qin Yun to master them. Boom! The moment the Xingzi secret mantra was sung zenly in his ears, his heart roared, and the Jingzi secret began to operate uncontrollably, as if the sound of the great Tao was lingering in his ears, a grand celestial sound that shook his ears. Throughout the night, Qin Yun was immersed in this state. He easily comprehended the essence of the secret of the word line, and understood how it should be practiced and refined in the future. However, even so he was practicing hard and striving to move forward. It was because the linear character secret was too powerful, causing him to be incomparably fascinated, sinking into it and making it difficult to extricate himself. If I had possessed the Xingzi secret when I first faced off with Tang Guiyao, it would have been impossible for her to catch me up. Qin Yun lamented softly. At first, he had never been able to get rid of Tang Guiyao's pursuit, not because his gungfu was not strong, and not because his cultivation was insufficient. Rather, it was because Tang Guiyao possessed a body treasure technique. It could be said that stance was one of Qin Yun's flaws nowadays, but with the linear character mystery, his flaws would no longer exist, and would become his advantage over others. The best of the domains, nothing in the world could come close to it, and once mastered and proficient, it could be said that nothing in the world could be faster than Qin Yun's speed. In such a state, Qin Yun cultivated until the next day. A maid's voice stirred him. Auntie, the second young miss is asking you to come over. Hearing such a voice, Qin Yun woke up leisurely, and after simply cleaning up, he went to Tang Yunli's compound. In the compound, Qin Yun met the little woman, very haggard, with red, swollen eyes. Upon seeing Qin Yun, this little woman, once again, choked up. Something happened to Tang Guiyao. Qin Yun understood everything when he saw Tang Yunli's state, and what Tang Yunli said next was true to his expectations. Last night, Eunuch Wang visited, told everything. Tang Xiaoyao trapped in the forbidden zone. Now life and death is unknown. And Eunuch Wang, the Tang Xiaoyao brought back the letter, reproduced a left. The letter ordered Tang Yunli to find a way to leave Daqian and go incognito. The Tang family is sparsely populated, and the content of the letter is very brief, mentioning Tang Yunli the most, with strong sisterly love between the lines. Qin Yun was also mentioned. The letter states, though you and I are husband and wife, we have not the slightest affection to speak of, and a marriage is but a farce. Nowadays, the Tang family has lost its power. His Majesty, sooner or later, will lay hands on the Tang family. If you don't want to die, seek your own life. As for this marriage, it ends here. You and I are divorced. I have been strong all my life, and I pride myself on my natural talent, and I have never thought of teaching my children. If, indeed, there is such a person who can change my intentions, then I think that this person must be very dazzling, strong to the extreme, and be noticed by the world as the supreme figure of a generation. Qin Yun, you and I are from 2 worlds and shouldn't mix together. I don't want to die with such a stain on my back. I hope you will agree to settle this karma and fulfill my last wish. Upon seeing these last words, Qin Yun could not help but freeze. Tang Boudoir wants to divorce me? This news was like a thunderbolt that instantly made Qin Yun's sweat stand on end. It wasn't that he couldn't let go of the woman, but he was worried about the system disappearing. Once divorced, the system is gone forever. This was what the system had said in the first place. Otherwise, Qin Yun wouldn't have begged and insisted on staying in the middle of the Tang mansion. but then he thought about it and was at peace. It should be fine. After all, he had even received his reward last night. And this letter, he didn't know when Tang Guiyao had written it. Divorce? It seemed that the karma would only end if both people agreed to it. And now it was just Tang Guiyao who had this thought. And as long as she herself didn't agree, the system wouldn't disappear. Qin Yun's heart, for the time being, settled down. Going back to the contents of that envelope, I also felt a little speechless. If you say that Tang Guiyao has a bad heart, she still knows that the Tang family has lost its power and reminds herself to make her own way. You say that Tang Guiyao is sincere, right? She still insisted on a divorce, believing that marrying him, Qin Yun, was a stain that she would not want to carry even in death. Qin Yun was speechless, his heart complex. This woman really too high and proud, dead or dying, still for this marriage to meddle in. When he Qin Yun married, in the end is to endure how much aggression. Death doesn't want to let go. Granted, he, Qin Yun, a mortal, was indeed not worthy of others either. This is true, but whoever this happens to can only say who can know the heartache involved. A man. When the lady was dying, she begged him for a divorce, saying she didn't want to carry the stain. How sad that is for a man. If it wasn't because of the system, Qin Yun really had the urge to agree immediately and hurriedly clear his name with it. Chapter 034, Desire to go to the Forbidden Zone. Brother, what to do? Tang Yunli fell into tears. In her mind, her sister's figure had always been magnificent, had always been omnipotent yet. But now, the letter arrives, shattering her faith, leaving her broken, helpless, bewildered, and panicked. Only Qin Yun was able to let her rely on her, break down and shed tears, and in front of Qin Yun, she was finally able to disintegrate all her toughness. The void. This scene was seen by many, and seeing Tang Yunli's gesture, many people couldn't help but skim their lips. This girl is also sick and desperate to ask Qin Yun, what can he do as a mortal? Nowadays, the only thing she can do is to go and beg the Supreme Body. But it seems like the Supreme Body won't necessarily make a move. The Forbidden Zone is treacherous, and with the strength of today's Supreme Body, it's still far from enough. Furthermore, the Supreme Body only has an affinity with this girl, and it seems that it doesn't have anything with Tang Guiyao. After all, the two of them had a big fight back then, so it's impossible for them to go to the Forbidden Zone to take risks and rescue Tang Guiyao. A voice from the void entered Qin Yun's ears. He didn't say anything in words, silently relieving Tang Yunli. This is a very simple and vulnerable little woman to pity. Deep night. Tang Yunli knelt in the center of the compound, never refusing to get up. Everyone knew that this girl was begging the Supreme Body, placing the last shred of hope for Tang Guiyao's return on the Supreme Body. In the distance, Qin Yun looked at all this and gave a soft sigh, then walked back inside. Although he didn't like that woman Tang Guiyao, he also understood that it was ultimately impossible for him to stand idly by while Tang Guiyao was in danger. It wasn't because of Tang Yunli or anything, the reason was very simple, simply because of the system. If Tang Guiyao really did fall away, there was no doubt that the system would completely disappear. This was the fundamental that he relied on to survive and be strong in this world, and unless he was strong enough to be invincible one day, he would never easily allow the fundamental that made him stronger to disappear. Although barring that, Tang Guiyao's letter was indeed infuriating. Qin Yun was gradually calming down nowadays. Why should there be anger between two people who have no feelings for each other in the first place? Getting married is just two people with their own agenda. Of course, if Tang Guiyao's attitude is firm, must be divorced, he Qin Yun will not be begging, relying on the Tang family not to leave. Today's peace and separation is, to put it bluntly, just Tang Guiyao's belief that she will die. Long-suppressed emotions erupted, believing that marrying a mortal like him, Qin Yun, was a stain. But, was Qin Yun a mortal? There's no point in agreeing to divorce now and trying to have a good time. Didn't Tang Guiyao say she wanted to marry a supreme being? Supreme body. A physique that was claimed to achieve supremacy in the future. To say who in the world was most expected to become a supreme being, there was no doubt that it was him. Qin Yun. Whether or not he could become a supreme being, he, Qin Yun, knew himself. And when that day in the future came and he achieved supremacy, I wondered how Tang Guiyao would feel. And at that time, was it Tang Guiyao who wanted a divorce? Or was it him, Qin Yun, who wanted a divorce? Intriguing. After some contemplation, Qin Yun still decided to make a trip to the Forbidden Zone. Before that, though, he needed to make some preparations. The Forbidden Zone, located in the border wilderness of Dakian, is a long way away, and his own inexplicable disappearance will surely attract the attention of all forces. With that, Qin Yun's divine thoughts probed out to capture all the fluctuations in the outside world. In the void, he saw countless figures closely monitoring all of the Tang clan. These people, all of whom were supreme masters of body techniques, hid in the shadows and were hard to be detected. However, Qin Yun possessed the secret of the Xing character. What stance, in his eyes, was simply like child's play, and even the strongest expert, hiding in the shadows, could not be concealed from his divine sense. The forbidden zone is treacherous na. The supreme embodiment's strength today is still far from enough, and it will definitely not go and take risks. Tang Boudoir is really going to fall. A generation of famous generals, withering away. Many gazes converged on the silhouette kneeling on the ground in the courtyard, murmuring softly, noisy. At a certain moment, such a voice rang out, resounding in everyone's ears. It made everyone's heart tremble and their hair stand up in sweat. Supreme body. Within this moment, everyone associated it with the supreme body, as the Tang clan only had such a mysterious existence. People can't wait to think about how to be discovered by the supreme body. In an instant, the screams resounded in all directions. Bang! Bang! In the quiet void, several fist prints appeared without warning, and then blood mist came out from all sides, and under the night, brilliant blood flowers spread out. Qin Yun struck out to teach these people some lessons, which startled everyone into bursting back, the strength of the supreme bone revealing itself, causing everyone to be like birds of prey. Wow! Wow! Qin Yun kept striking out, launching attacks and killings by means of secret arts as terrifying figures kept crashing into the Tang clan. Soon the night fell silent and no sound came out again. Inside the house, there was an additional figure beside Qin Yun. It was a young man, dressed in white with the word Wanshu standing out on it, who was grabbed into the house by Qin Yun's large hand. The 10,000 primordial Holy Land? Come to fight me too? There was a smirk at the corner of Qin Yun's mouth. The young man, who was currently filled with horror, stared at Qin Yun's face, his demeanor infused with disbelief. Even, it's you! His eyes widened and his pupils plummeted, shocked to the extreme. Good, it's me. Qin Yun was gentle and elegant, smiling blandly as he raised his hand and wiped it, and a large flower of blood rushed out. The horror on that face did not dissipate until death. Subsequently, Qin Yun operated the puppet art to refine this person's Yuan Shen. It wasn't until late at night that Qin Yun finished everything, after which, he left the room, using the Xingzi secret to add on, masking his own aura and traces, and noiselessly appeared in front of Tang Yunli. Your sister. I'll take a ride. Qin Yun only had this to say and left directly after finishing. It was a long way to go, and Qin Yun could not bear to let this girl kneel here for a long time, so he showed up to put her mind at ease. Senpai. Tang Yunli got up and endeavored to catch up, wanting to say something, but in an instant, Qin Yun's figure disappeared forever. Who the hell are you? Tang Yunli stood there, his eyes full of complexity. Suddenly, she thought of something, an idea surfaced in the middle of her mind, and without stopping, she immediately returned to the Tang clan's small courtyard, and at the moment, outside, it completely blew up. The many experts who were watching the Tang family were first like birds of prey, and now they were returning again and again, seeing the scene where the supreme body rushed out and bid farewell to Tang Yunli. And the reason why Qin Yun had made his move was not to repel these people. The world's experts had gathered, and there was no lack of some saint realm existences that could not be repelled at all. The only reason to go out and kill the last one is simply to cover up someone's disappearance and steal the day. Chapter 035, The Bitterness of a Young Girl. The Supreme Body has struck. Heavens, doesn't he want to die? With his strength, it's simply unrealistic to go and rescue Tang Guiyao. It seems that the relationship between Tang Guiyao and the Supreme Body isn't simple either. It can't be that the Supreme Body ventured forward just because of Tang Yunli, right? No matter what, perhaps this will be a tragedy. And it's simply impossible for the Supreme Bone to save Tang Guiyao back, perhaps to fall in the Forbidden Zone. The void was abuzz with chatter and clamor. This person has always been cautious and careful, never revealing himself. Even the Tang family doesn't know his identity. Why be so impulsive nowadays? The future Supreme. Ah, what terrifying potential. How could one easily go into danger? Countless people were softly lamenting. In people's opinion, the battle power of the Supreme Body was only at the mighty realm. It wasn't even a Zun sage, and that forbidden area, it was too dangerous. Sages had to die even if they entered it. For thousands of years, all sorts of top experts in heaven and earth went to that forbidden area to explore. But wherever one enters the depths, none can return alive. It was a forbidden zone of life. No one would be an exception, but anyone who went deeper would die. Everyone had trouble figuring out how the Supreme Body that had fought with Tang Guiyao the other day could have chosen to take a risk. Is there some kind of supreme treasure in his possession, and thus he is not afraid of the perils of the Forbidden Zone? Some people speculate this way, but it was quickly dismissed. Through the knowledge of the Supreme Body, one was almost certain that the Supreme Body had no background or Dao lineage and was alone. Where does such a person, A 20-year-old. Get a supreme treasure to go beside him? Most likely Tang Guiyao is not a good friend. So he made a move. Having previously fought with Tang Guiyao, this doesn't mean anything. Either that or it's because of Tang Yunli, with whom this person is very close. Or, it's that he simply doesn't know the ferocity of that forbidden area. 20 years old. Too young. This time to go. I don't know how much the word forbidden area actually weighs. There was a lot of talk about the reason why the supreme body had gone forward. But no matter what, everyone was certain that if the supreme body went deep into that forbidden area, it would be impossible to return alive. The forbidden zone of life. That was an iron law that no one had been able to break for 10,000 years. And anyone who dared to reach out to that forbidden zone and explore its mysteries would surely pay a heavy price. The supreme body struck out, going forward into the forbidden zone in a bid to rescue Tang Guiyao. This news, as if it had grown wings, caused the various Taoist systems to stir overnight. A rare supreme body in the ages, with unlimited future potential. Such characters would almost always avoid those great evil places at the beginning of their growth. The supreme body was doing the opposite, wanting to step into the depths of the forbidden zone, which was definitely not a wise move in the eyes of the world. In ancient times, the more dazzling the celestial pride was, the more so, proud to the extreme, believing themselves to be blessed by luck, able to turn misfortune into good fortune, and break through to a great achievement. But has that forbidden land of life devoured fewer heavenly talents over the course of 10,000 years? The supreme body won't be an exception, and will pay the price for his conceit and pride, following in the footsteps of those heavenly sages. At the same time, the lords of the great Tao unification were secretly relieved. If the supreme body fell just like that, it would undoubtedly be a good ending for them. Such a demon, hiding in the shadows, really made people feel uneasy and unable to sleep at night. Finally, a good night's sleep. At this moment, I don't know how many male lords lamented so. The storm soon swept across the world, and De Qian, who was at the center of the storm, inside the palace, that Empress naturally received the news. At this moment, the Empress' face, her smile was infinite and endlessly bright. I really didn't think that there would be any surprises after the news had gotten out. Once the supreme body and Tang Guiyao are dead, Great Qian's internal worries are at ease. The Empress's face unfolded into an endless smile, and beside him, there was no longer the figure of the great eunuch who had long accompanied the emperors of the two dynasties. The Dawn Mansion. Under the night, Tang Yunli arrived at the central compound. Bang! Her heart was beating violently as this was the moment to test a suspicion. The identity of the supreme body. Long before that, in her mind, she had planted such a seed. It was thought that Qin Yun was that supreme body. It was so similar. Something between the two. Almost identical. The supreme body, every time it appeared, would give her a sense of closeness, and this feeling was too similar to the feeling Qin Yun gave her. Although, later on, this conjecture of hers was dashed time and time again. Yet, from the fact that something had happened to Tang Guiyao and she had relied on Qin Yun, it could also be seen that that seed was always hidden deep within her heart and had not been severed. The mind is suspicious. But Tang Yunli never bothered to verify it because it couldn't be verified. Every time the supreme body appeared, she was either unconscious or not in the Tang family. And this time, when the supreme body left, if Qin Yun was not in the room, there was no doubt that all speculations would be confirmed. Inside the courtyard, it was quiet. Quietly, Tang Yunli could only hear her own heartbeat, and she was, at this moment, unprecedentedly nervous. Breathe out deeply. Tang Yunli stood outside Qin Yun's room, but she was baffled, because she could clearly hear, inside that house, the sound of even breathing coming out. Everything seemed to represent that Qin Yun had already fallen asleep. Is it really not you, brother? At this moment, Tang Yunli had mixed feelings, and in the end, she gritted her teeth, still unwilling to give up, and pushed open the door to the room. But everything in the room made her heart that bitter. Qin Yun's handsome features were reflected in front of his eyes as he lazily got up, slightly surprised. Little sister? At this moment, the last trace of fantasy in Tang Yunli's heart was completely shattered. Nothing, just wanted to come and see my brother. Finding a random excuse, Tang Yunli fled. Complexity of mind. At this moment, Tang Yunli, inwardly, there was a loss that was hard to hide. Not an older brother. The young girl leaned on the wall, murmuring softly, her voice sad, her shadow depressed. Indescribable despondency. Obviously, she herself has long had the answer, but at this moment, inwardly, it is still hard to hide the bitterness. Good thing I defended myself against you. Everything about the Tang clan naturally could not be concealed from Qin Yun, and at this moment, within a large, sprawling mountain, Qin Yun smiled faintly and softly lamented. This was what he had prepared for when he had gone to the forbidden zone. Make a mess. Capture someone and refine them into their own puppet. Concealment and stealing from the world. Let that golem go and act as itself for a few days. The puppet technique, capable of cleansing one's yuan shun, could make that person obedient to his or her orders, and everything he or she felt and viewed would also be autonomously transmitted into Qin Yun's mind. Qin Yun, on the other hand, could maneuver. As for that identical appearance, it was a method of disguise. After all, it was a metaphysical world, and it was still quite easy to change one's appearance. Puppetry, the supreme secret art of the demon race, could not be described as anything less than heaven-defying. However, Qin Yun had not practiced diligently since he had obtained it, and with this puppet, in a month at the most, the imprints in it would disappear, transforming it into a cold corpse, and that's without making a move. This puppet, however, only acted out Qin Yun's identity as a mortal and spent his days raising flowers and fishing. I think a month is enough time. It's time to leave. Qin Yun glanced back at the radiant Great Qin Imperial city and softly lamented. I still hope Tang Guiyao can hold on. Don't let me make some plans that will end up being empty. Chapter 036 Exploring Mount Tai. The border wilderness of Deqian is desolate. This is a barren land, sparsely populated. 100,000 miles of mountains. Endless, difficult to see the breath of life. And the so-called forbidden zone is hidden in this 100,000 mile mountain. Its name is Tarzan. This is a long ancient name. Tarzan is extremely mysterious and has a long history that runs through the ancient and modern times. This place is so peculiar that in ancient times, it was known as the place to become immortal. It was rumored that there had been consecutive generations of emperors who chose the emperor's tomb here, and there were even emperors who set up their dojos here. Taishan sprawling, but some ancient buildings can be seen standing, with a sense of the vicissitudes of the years, flowing out of the mysterious atmosphere. Everything attracts reverie. These cultivation to reach the top of the humane field of the emperor. Why have chosen to be buried here? For countless years, the world has been exploring, wanting to uncover all the secrets. Whether it was an ordinary cultivator or a supreme expert, they were all mesmerized by the mystery of this place. Lamentably, the mystery of Mount Tai has not been unveiled much. Today, after 10,000 years, the world is still on this mysterious endless mountain, full of bewilderment and doubt. This great mountain was too mysterious, like the dojo of a god, awe-inspiring, as if no matter how long it had passed and how many people had died, its mystery could not be uncovered. Qin Yun had learned that Tang Guiyao was trapped there, and had consulted some relevant ancient texts to learn something about the civilization of Mount Tai. So know this. At this moment, he stepped through the void and stepped into the middle of this boundless mountain range. Mount Tai towers into the clouds. Even if you are thousands of miles away, you can clearly see the scenery on it, possessing a kind of imperial power, giving people a kind of one person sits in the pass. 10,000 people can't open the sense of shock. The mellow aura of age flowed out, shaking the heart. Qin Yun did not hesitate too much as he rushed into the midst of the great mountain before heading towards Mount Tai. Occasionally, he was able to see some cultivators and experts. This forbidden area is in the border wilderness of Deqian, but it is not the backyard of Deqian, so there are many forces here, so to speak, mixed fish and dragons. Everyone comes here for the sole purpose of exploring the endless mysteries of Mount Tai. The great Qian also did the same, hoping to find some ancient scripture inheritance in the middle of this boundless mountain range. Without ancient scriptures, it is impossible to cultivate. This is the pain of the world's cultivators, nowadays. Although the power of Deqian is also considered to be extremely scary, but it is far from being able to compare with the Holy Land and ancient dynasties. The reason for this is because there are no ancient scriptures within Deqian. The great Qin Imperial scripture, at best, could allow one to cultivate into a saint. If you want to go further, the only way is to explore the forbidden zone, to feel your way forward at the cost of your life. Mount Tai was extremely mysterious and possessed the underpinnings of multiple emperors. Thus, even though it was incredibly dangerous, there was never a lack of explorers over the millennia. Qin Yun traveled forward, relying on the linear character secret peerless body technique to avoid all the cultivators. He didn't want to cause too much of a storm. Soon, he crossed this mountain range and arrived atop Mount Tai. This large mountain, covered in chaotic mist, was extremely mysterious, with a mysterious aura flowing out, vibrating one's mind. Qin Yun found quite a number of Dao palaces and ancient buildings here, and on them, there were all terrifying and incomparable Dao texts and blurred ancient patterns. The earth and the virtual space, there were faintly flickering Daoans. This was a supreme formation pattern, a killing formation laid down by a Geisher expert. Although most of them had been dilapidated, they were also absolutely very dangerous, and it could be said that once one broke into this place, one would die 9 deaths. Qin Yun possessed the all-character secret and had a thrilling journey. But he didn't stay too long. This place belonged to the outskirts of Mount Tai, and he knew that Tang Guiyao was trapped deep inside Mount Tai. At the top of Mount Tai, Qin Yun searched through a Dao palace and found several passages. It actually leads to the middle of Mount Tai. Yes, the Emperor's tomb. Anna and Tarzan. Qin Yun sighed. He wasn't the first to find them. These passages were obviously created by some sages, leading to the middle of the Emperor's tomb within Mount Tai. One had to marvel at the energy of these descendants. Even the Dao palaces where several generations of emperors had secluded themselves had been chiseled away. One wondered how many people had died behind this. Qin Yun checked around and then stepped in as well. There was nothing at the top of Mount Tai. All the mysteries were in the mountain, and he thought that Tang Guiyao should be in it. Woohoo! Inside the cave, the wind gusted and whimpered. Qin Yun walked forward, the sound of rustling constantly under his feet. The earth was a grayish color. This was not ordinary soil, but ashes. The yin qi was precisely the ashes emitted. A long way out, the floor was still a grayish white, accumulating in a thick layer in the passage. It's really hard to imagine just how many people died here. Buzz! Ahead! Terrifying auras flowed, and there was a brand new world. The end of the passage. For the interior of Mount Tai, Qin Yun was on high alert. There was more than likely an emperor's tomb ahead. Even with the Xingzi secret, he didn't dare to be careless. After stepping into that world, the eyes broadened up. This was indeed an emperor's tomb. Carved beams and painted buildings, with endless Dao palaces and jade buildings. It could be said to be extremely prosperous. However, the ground was filled with white bones, densely packed and all over the place, with some golden withered bones. It was hard to imagine what kind of powerful physique it was. The forbidden land of life. It really isn't all talk. Qin Yun sighed. The state of mind such as he also could not help but be a little hairy. There are too many dead bones. The emperor's mausoleum is like an ice cellar. The cold wind blowing, hitting the person's skin, as if a knife scraped through the general raw pain. Find Tang boudoir and leave. The Imperial palace was incomparably mysterious, causing the world to yearn for it. But Qin Yun had no intention of exploring it now, only wanting to leave in a hurry. He had the system and was not interested in any emperor's inheritance or techniques. Good thing he found the woman without incident. In the middle of a Dao palace, Tang Guiyao lay there dying, her breathing already extremely weak when Qin Yun found her. In front of her, blood dripped and the wounds were shocking. This was the first time Qin Yun had seen this woman in such a sorry state. She had always been strong, and could be said to be strong to the extreme, with boundless scenery, but now, she was rather emaciated. Her face was white, her true spirit collapsed, and her skin was transparent, with the blood and bones in it vaguely visible. Hey! Qin Yun sighed softly, though, he didn't like the woman, and even said, somewhat hated the other's disposition. However, this moment does not have the slightest sense of pleasure. A generation of god of war? The scenery is infinite, but fell to such a fate, only to call people sigh. The supreme blood possesses divine effects that can heal her. Qin Yun muttered, the strangeness of the supreme bone lies in this. Not only is it a powerful talent and powerful in battle, but its blood possesses a strange effect. One of the most powerful physiques in the heavens and the earth is not just a figure of speech. Tang Guiyao had suffered a Dao injury, which could be said to be quite grievous. And I was afraid that even a third-grade great medicine wouldn't be able to save her. But the supreme blood is something to try. With that, Qin Yun slashed his palm and handed it to this woman's mouth as blood flowed out. Chapter 037, Supreme Blood Essence Heals a Beautiful Person. On the moonlit night, the gloomy Imperial palace was dark, and on Qin Yun's palm, blood flowed out. Purple light flashed, and within it were visible some words lingering in purple, like an incomparably mysterious heaven and earth Dao pattern, obscure and difficult to understand. The supreme body, whose blood contained strange effects, possessed terrifying potential. Sending it into Tang Guiyao's mouth. In just a moment, Tang Guiyao regained some consciousness and woke up leisurely, feeling the magical power that surged into his body, and seeing before his eyes, that person whose body was surrounded by a chaotic aura that covered everything. At this moment, an endless color of surprise surged on this woman's face. It's you! Her voice was like a mosquito, and she only uttered such two words, very weak. But above her face, it was hard to hide her surprise. She clearly recognized the person in front of her as that supreme body. However, she didn't understand why the supreme body had come here and why it had come to her rescue. But nowadays, her body was too weak, and just by saying these two words, she seemed to have exhausted her entire body and fainted again. Moonlight. Qin Yun transmits supreme blood for Tang Guiyao. This blood, not ordinary blood, but his blood essence, so to speak, was very precious, for his supreme essence. Consuming supreme blood wouldn't damage his physique. Yet, it would also have an effect on his longevity. After only a few moments, Qin Yun's face turned pale, and at the moment, Tang Guiyao awoke once more. Do we both know each other? This time, she asked Qin Yun such a question. The appearance of the supreme body surprised her. She didn't think that someone who had a connection to her sister would travel thousands of miles to come to her rescue. After all, this was a forbidden area. Who would stake their lives for an outsider to come to her rescue? What's more, nowadays, the supreme blood essence was still being delivered to her to help her nurse her injuries. It's a big favor. So, she had such a doubt and asked such a question. She felt that the two of them should have known each other. Otherwise, the other wouldn't have gone to this extent because of her sister. Qin Yun was silent, and after a few moments, he still nodded. Sort of. You and I have an old relationship. Qin Yun responded thus. Do not want to affect the mood of this woman. He knows that this woman is proud to the extreme. If a disinterested person to save her, this woman may not go to accept, and such a response. However, in Tang Guiyao's heart, shocking waves were turned over. It made her heart vibrate, a heart that began to thump wildly, getting acquainted with the supreme bone. In fact, she had once guessed as much, but even when she had counted all the people she had known in the past, she had not found such a strong figure. But how she had not expected. Now, to get the exact answer. Who the hell are you? Tang Guiyao spoke in this manner, and among her eyes, they were covered in complexity. This time, Qin Yun didn't bother responding to the question. This was his secret and it was impossible to tell anyone. Luckily, Tang Guiyao fell asleep once more. She was too weak, and her body, dripping with wounds, was shocking. The wounds, lethal, almost killing her. A half-saint. Ah, how powerful his life force was, yet he had fallen to such a state. It was hard to imagine what she had gone through in the middle of the forbidden zone. Qin Yun didn't forcefully take her away. Instead, he planned to let her recuperate here, the outside world. The forbidden zone was endlessly dangerous, whereas here, it was peaceful and safe. Forced to take away, even with the secret of the line, but after all, to take a person, it is hard to guarantee that there will be any accidents. It wasn't that Qin Yun was worried about Tang Guiyao's safety, but he didn't want his efforts to end up in vain. The next day, Tang Guiyao finally woke up again, and she was in a state that looked a lot better. The skin was no longer so transparent, and the delicate face was flooded with the slightest hint of essence. What happened? This time, Qin Yun didn't give Tang Guiyao a chance to open her mouth and directly took the lead in asking. Tang Guiyao was silent for a moment, but still told everything one by one. Original. After she was dispatched to the Forbidden Zone by the Empress, she accompanied the experts of Diqian and explored the area together. By chance, she found a stone tablet in the middle of the Forbidden Zone, and above that stone tablet was an inheritance about an emperor. Sadly, the news failed to be blocked and got out. On that very day, they were hunted down by all the great dynasties and forces. There were too many experts. All the experts of the Great Qian died. Even Tang Guiyao had difficulty resisting, and in the end, they could only go deep into the Forbidden Zone to hide. Stumbling down, he arrived in this Dao Palace, but she was utterly powerless, suffering heavy injuries, and there was no way she could get out of here again. Qin Yun silently listened to Tang Guiyao's narration, which was, in fact, not much different from what he had expected. It seems that we can only let her recuperate her injuries here first. The outside world is bound to be guarded by experts. She can't act on her own, and I'm afraid that if I bring her with me, it will only be difficult to avoid those people. Qin Yun sighed so in his heart, and after saying those words, Tang Guiyao kept staring at Qin Yun's face. Although, that face was covered by the endless chaotic mist, at this moment, Tang Guiyao still felt that bland emotion. The supreme treasure moves the heart. On top of that stone tablet, there was an emperor's inheritance, so who wouldn't miss it? That was the legacy of an emperor. Ah, an absolute top-level figure in the field of human cultivation. It could be said that that kind of person, even if they left behind an ancient character, the mysteries were endless and could cause people to delve into them for a lifetime. However, how could she not expect that the person in front of her would be that calm? It also confirmed a suspicion in her mind. The person in front of him definitely possessed an extremely terrifying ancient scripture inheritance. When she had fought with the Supreme Body before, Tang Guiyao had been able to feel that the Supreme Body's kind of inheritance technique was terrifying. And now, she was even more certain of it. The person in front of him only had the slightest interest in the Emperor's inheritance. Just what kind of inheritance is he carrying? How could such a person appear in the Great Qian, a dynasty whose highest feat was only the sage's law? Everything was a little hard for Tang Guiyao to figure out. Even more so, she was curious to the extreme about everything about the person in front of her. By the way, this place is treacherous. How did you get here? Tang Guiyao asked as if she had thought of something. It was also incredibly puzzling to her. The Forbidden Zone was extremely dangerous. And here, It was the Emperor's tomb in the depths of the Forbidden Zone. She was able to enter this place entirely by stumbling. An element of luck, but even so, it almost cost her her life. Outside, the forest of dead bones speaks volumes. Even for a saint, entering this place would definitely not be so easy. But why was it that this supreme bone in front of him, who only had the strength of the mighty realm, was able to enter this emperor's mausoleum without suffering the slightest damage? Get well. Faced with such a question, Qin Yun once again chose to evade it, not wanting to reveal too much. Tang Guiyao fell silent, her eyes full of complexity. After a long time, she spoke. I just want to know one thing. Please do tell me. Who are you? Really? How are you related to my Tang family? To my sister? To me? Tang Boudoir opened her mouth. She lay there, her delicate, flawless face no longer in the exalted posture of yesteryear. There was even some pleading in the eyes. She was too curious about everything about the supreme body. Chapter 038 Ancient Serpent of the Divine Pool. In the face of Tang Guiyao's question, it was naturally impossible for Qin Yun to tell everything. Get well. He just responded in such a perfunctory manner. However, after that, this stubborn woman refused to take his blood essence. For several consecutive days, Qin Yun was quite speechless as he watched Tang Guiyao grow weaker and weaker. Are you planning to threaten me with death to make me reveal everything? Qin Yun said somewhat helplessly. Not a threat. Tang Guiyao sighed, her powder-carved face, a piece of bitterness, and said, I don't know your identity. I can even say that I don't know you. This blood essence is the root of your lifespan, and the passing of the blood essence will be detrimental to your lifespan. So how can you ask me to be at peace with accepting such a gift? Perhaps, with your unrivaled talent and unlimited future, this loss of longevity is nothing to you. But to me, this is a heavenly favor that I am unwilling to owe you and would rather die. Faced with such an obstinate woman, Qin Yun became more and more helpless. The Tang family is sparsely populated. If you fall away you will be left with only your sister. Do you think that she will really be able to leave Deqin safely? Qin Yun frowned and said this. These words did move Tang Guiyao, but her attitude remained firm. Qin Yun had no choice but to take advantage of his weakness and unconsciousness to deliver supreme blood to him. But it was just drinking hemlock, barely able to keep her alive. The injuries Tang Guiyao had endured were too heavy. It could be said that she had suffered a Dao injury. And even though the supreme blood was divine and unparalleled, she wasn't willing to absorb and refine it, making it very difficult for her to be healed. I know your heart, and I do not wish to owe you, nor dare I fail you. The sages have rumored that there is a divine pool in the Imperial Palace that contains its effects. Can you bring me into the divine pool? After awakening once, Tang Guiyao said so. She wanted to draw on the effects of the divine pool to nourish herself, unwilling to have Qin Yun consume any more blood essence to nourish her, although she also had to endure Qin Yun's kindness. This made her feel much better. Okay. In the end, Qin Yun could only agree. The woman was too stubborn, and he understood such a nature of heart all too well. For once upon a time he had been the same, determined on one thing that no nine-headed mule could pull back. This stubbornness has made him and pushed him into the abyss. Tang Guiyao is not like that nowadays. A generation of famous generals and prides fell to this, and her character cannot be detached from the relationship. Although it is said that she has been in front of the female emperor to beg and plead, and constantly tolerate, but that is for the sake of the overall situation. The face of the female emperor and do not kneel, do not respect, enough to illustrate her inner heart of the pride. So, having been a man for 2 lifetimes, when Qin Yun started all over again in this life, he told himself that people, as a human being, had to be a bit more mellow. Xinqi, located below a stone cliff in the Imperial Palace, where the aura was dense, like a pure land, with the outside world's withered bones into forests, corpses and skeletons like mountains, forming a stark contrast, just like the immortal world. Hell, forbidden zones are often like that, with great peril, accompanied by great opportunity. The divine pool contained a miraculous effect within it, and within it was clear and crystalline, and amongst the transparent liquid, there was a hidden light of Tao texts flickering. Tang Guiyao bathed in the divine pool, her entire body lingering with a boundless aura of creation and life, as if this divine pool was the root of life, divine beyond compare. Tang Guiyao, who was already exceptionally beautiful, was known as the first beauty of Deqian. She seems like an iceberg, cold and lonely, the light blazing, rejecting people outside the 1,000 miles. But now, the divine pool liquid had soaked her dress, making that already concave and convex immortal body stand out even more, and making her a little more smoldering. At this scene, even Qin Yun, a man who had seen too many beauties, at this moment, could not help but feel his blood spurting a little. The divine pools are created by the divine differences of the Emperor's Tao, and there are no more than 3 pools in this world. The divine differences are boundless. come down as well. It will be of great benefit to you in restoring your blood essence. Tang Boudoir invited, even with her heart, at this moment, above the cheeks, but also more than a few points of embarrassment, although her cultivation to reach the semi-saint, but ultimately is still a body of innocence, and has never been this close to the man. What's more, this kind of speech seemed to her more or less frivolous and difficult to say, but thinking of the Supreme Body's kindness, and thinking that a cultivator's state of mind should not have been constrained to have cultivation as its sole purpose, she spoke up. Qin Yun did have an intention to move, but it was only a flash of intention. He then left the divine pool, twisting his gaze away and forcing himself not to look or think. Although Tang Guiyao was unrivaled in beauty and could be described as a peerless beauty, and although she was his nominal wife, Qin Yun had never thought of getting close to this woman. If the woman in that divine pool was that sister-in-law of his, Qin Yun would still be quite happy to take a bath together. But Tang Boudoir Yao, let's just forget about it. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that this systematic cause had forced him to come here to save this woman, Qin Yun really didn't want to have too many encounters with this woman. And seeing Qin Yun leave, Tang Guiyao's nervousness couldn't help but loosen up. Even the strongest cultivator is still a woman, and will be embarrassed and restrained because of that daughter's body. A 20-year-old young man, just when the blood is fresh, willing to avoid, able to stay away. This made Tang Guiyao's heart, to the supreme body, more a trace of intimacy. After leaving the divine pool, Qin Yun then leaned on a tree trunk and rested. In the distance, immortal mist, beauty bathing, everything is not really visible. However, inexplicably, Qin Yun actually felt a few chills, and the silent operation of the Xingzi secret made him feel a hint of fluctuation of life. It made him sit up straight for a moment. The forbidden area of life. There was even a fluctuation of the power of life, which was like entering a graveyard and seeing a ghost. Right at the moment his Qin Yun's divine sense probed out, he clearly sensed the source of that life fluctuation. It was actually an ancient snake, coiled between the trunks of trees, with a body like an old vine. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin Yun possessed the Ro character secret, I'm afraid, it would truly be impossible to perceive the existence of this creature. This was an extremely terrifying ancient being, with a body as huge as a dragon, flowing with the mysterious power of the ages, his eyes flashing with a chilling intent, blossoming with an extremely terrifying killing intent. The ancient serpent moved slowly, its huge body, to probe into the middle of that divine pool. A treasure-protecting beast? Qin Yun guessed. There were many supreme treasures in this world that had guardians around them, and forbidden areas were often the same. The origin of this creature was hard to explain, existing to guard the supreme treasure, an evolution of the Imperial Tao Divine. Qin Yun did not have time to think too much. Straight out of the gate, by choice, boom, the Heavenly Emperor's fist was in operation, and his fist came out like a dragon. Chapter 039, The Secret of the Unparalleled Line Character. With the linear character secret added on, it could be said that Qin Yun's speed was extremely fast, and with a flash of fist shadows, that piece of emptiness directly collapsed. The force broke through the mountains and rivers, striking out a terrifying Tao aura. It was just that Qin Yun hadn't expected that ancient serpent, but he had avoided it. Roar! The ancient serpent roared, almost a dragon's roar, pulling the power of heaven and earth, and the roar of killing intent like an abyss, shaking one's soul. Is there even such battle power? Qin Yun froze slightly. The ancient serpent's aura wasn't powerful, but that potential was terrifying in the extreme. It was a manifestation of the Tao, and on top of that, there was a hint of imperial breath flowing out. Is it because it's tainted with the Emperor's Tao aura? Qin Yun guessed so. Quickly retreat. This is an ancient being, extremely fierce and evil. The battle power is very terrible. Non-saints cannot be defeated. The loud noise naturally startled Tang Guiyao, and she immediately spoke out to warn her. But the next moment, she froze on the spot, only to see the supreme body striking out once more. The two secrets of Xing and Argyle working together to blast a terrifying fist main forward. Dang! With a loud bang, the majestic dragon snake body was directly bombarded on the spot, turning into a puddle of bloody mud and a blood mist. Broken bodies were scattered all over the place. Tang Guiyao stood there in a daze. Everything in front of her was unbelievable. She could clearly experience that the supreme body was even stronger. Whether it was its aura, its battle power, or its Tao intent, it had all stepped up to a whole new level. It was unknown how many times more powerful than when he had previously fought her. At this moment, amongst Tang Guiyao's beautiful eyes, they were covered in endless complexity. How many days had it been since the last time she had fought with the supreme body? And she had forced the supreme body to produce a supreme vision last time. But this time, facing an ancient enemy that could easily re-injure her, the supreme body had been so cavalier. What a terrifying cultivation speed that was, beyond common sense. Even though Tang Guiyao had long known that the person in front of her could not be viewed with common sense, this time, the Supreme Body's performance had once again exceeded her expectations. Meditate and recuperate. I'll protect your path. Tang Guiyao froze for a long time, only coming to her senses when she heard these words from the Supreme Body. And at this moment, among her heart, there were endless complexities. Ancient snakes were not the only beings in this emperor's tomb, as traces of ancient beings constantly appeared while Tang Guiyao was healing her injured body. There are golden-winged centipedes, 5-colored toads. All of them are treasure-protecting divine beasts, guarding this divine pool. The strength varied from high to low, and without exception, the battle power embodied far exceeded the realm and breadth. Sometimes the ferocious beasts that appeared were tricky even for Qin Yun, but fortunately, the 2 days down the road were always thrilling, and Qin Yun killed all the existences that tried to stir up Tang Guiyao. During these 2 days, Tang Guiyao's heart was always complicated. Seeing the Supreme Body protecting her path was a complex emotion that was difficult to put into words. The Tang family, sparsely populated, is a famous family. As the eldest daughter, she had been given high expectations since she was a child, and she had continuously practiced hard and resisted, going to fight and kill her way out of a magnificent battle map. It's a lonely road. At first, she had the help of her clan, but later, she was the only one to stand against a strong enemy alone. Blood and tears, heartache and bitterness. Only they understand, only they swallow. But now, there was such a man standing in front of her, blocking all the danger and war, leaving her a clean slate, protecting the way for you. For brief words, but they touched Tang Guiyao's heart and soul, making her feel a touch of security, and even more so, experience a kind of warmth that she had never experienced before. Who the hell are you? Why are you treating me so? In her heart, Tang Guiyao wordlessly went to ask. Only she didn't say it out loud because she understood that this person in front of her was destined to not be able to tell her the answer. Let's go. This is not a place to stay for a long time. I've infused some spirit liquid. First and foremost, let's get out of here. 2 days later, Tang Guiyao's injured body recovered a bit and spoke so to Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded his head. He also has plans to leave. This imperial palace made him feel uneasy. It was a strong sense of crisis, knowing that this was also just the entrance to the imperial palace. Inside that endless Taishan mountain, it was unknown just how many emperors' tombs there were, and just how terrifying an existence there was in those deeper depths. If Qin Yun didn't have the system, he might still be thinking about risking and exploring, but he was carrying a heavy treasure, so how could he risk it? And couldn't wait to never enter this emperor's tomb again in his life. Outside, fish and dragons were mixed together, and after leaving the emperor's tomb, some cultivators could be seen. At the top of Mount Tai, Dao patterns flashed, and there were broken formation patterns everywhere, blossoming with terrifying menace. Qin Yun executed the Xingzi secret and led Tang Guiyao forward. Beneath his feet, a radiant avenue of light spread forward, leading into the endless void, and on top of the avenue, it was covered in Dao texts that were extremely mysterious and obscure. Qin Yun moved forward. Each step he took was like crossing mountains and rivers, the earth and the sky, under his feet, constantly retrogressing. His pace is mysterious. There is not the slightest law to speak of, can be said to be extremely complicated. However, there is a kind of flavor of the great Tao to the simple. Every step is that natural, without a little bit of smoke and fire, like a wisp of light smoke, walking in the void, strolling through the human world. This, and all of this was naturally seen by Tang Guiyao. It made her freeze, like a thunderclap, and her soul trembled. Tang Guiyao was able to sense that the stance that Qin Yun was performing was a forbidden secret art that was extremely powerful. Over the years, she had campaigned all over the world, seen many strong people, and made friends with many experts in the field of body techniques, comprehending some of the mysteries of the divine walking technique. And with this, she had refined the Tang clan's inheritance and realized a top-notch body technique secret. However, in front of Qin Yun's secret arts, she felt that the body secret arts she was so proud of were so rudimentary and unbearable. This was a powerful forbidden secret art that she had never seen before. Lines of secrets? These words couldn't help but spring up in Tang Guiyao's heart, and the moment that thought appeared, even she was taken aback. Although she hadn't seen the Ro character secret, but she had heard rumors about it. The reputation of this secret art is too illustrious. Legend has it that the secret of the word line is the most in the field of body magic. Without one, all the land under the sky can go. Nothing can be blocked. This kind of stance that was so natural that it bordered on the Tao caused Tang Guiyao to not be able to help but associate it with the Xing character secret. It's too similar. It was simply an absolutely forbidden technique, transcendent, and once it was performed, the kind of shock it gave was irreplaceable. Is it really the secret of the line? Tang Guiyao's heart at the moment was indescribably complicated. Line character secret. That was a forbidden secret art. And it was even an ancient legendary secret art that appeared so long ago that it was almost impossible to go back to it. For 10,000 years, there was no trace of this secret art in the world, and it had been cut off for too long. And the world thought that this secret was too heaven-defying and had long been lost. But how could she not have imagined that she had seen the shadow of this terrifying secret art from the body of this young man from the supreme body? Just how many other unknown secrets do you have? How many terrifying inheritances are you harboring? Tang Guiyao looked at the man with a blurred figure in front of her, murmuring wordlessly in her heart. At this moment, it was as if Tang Guiyao understood why this man could safely enter and exit the forbidden zone of life. But at the same time, she was realizing more and more that she really didn't know anything about this man, couldn't see through each other at all. It was like being confronted with a boundless mountain of gods, harboring endless mysteries, and every time the tip of the iceberg was revealed, it subverted one's perception and shattered one's concepts. Chapter 040 The Future to Settle. The sun is bloodstained and the breeze is warm. The earth was golden everywhere. A radiant avenue spread forward to the depths of the boundless void, and Qin Yun stood atop that avenue, carrying Tang Guiyao forward with him, the mountain range beneath his feet. There were many cultivators, but no one noticed the radiant avenue as Qin Yun moved forward as if he were walking in another world. Unnoticed. How could so many people appear in Taishan? Looking at Mount Tai at his feet, Qin Yun muttered in his heart. At this moment, Taishan Mountain was far more crowded than when he arrived, almost more than tens of times, with cultivators visible everywhere, including some experts of the Great Power Realm, as well as the holy sons of some holy lands. Wacky. Qin Yun frowned slightly as he blossomed his divine thoughts to capture everything. The two secrets of Xingqing operated together to ensure that when he was checking out, he wouldn't be caught by strong people. It's been 7 days, and Taishan hasn't even made a move, so it looks like Tang Guiyao should be dead. There's no news coming out of the supreme body either. Perhaps it's also buried in the middle of Mount Tai. It's too presumptuous. A small powerhouse. How dare you set foot in the forbidden zone? Should we go in search of the supreme body? It's rumored that this fellow's inheritance is terrifying, not inferior to our holy land. It is natural to explore, leaving aside the inheritance first. That guy's body has a supreme bone. The supreme bone can be transplanted. I only hope that this guy's body is not cooled down. The supreme bone still has a divine effect, and the supreme blood also has a strange effect. After drinking it, your physique will change drastically. Qin Yun's divine thoughts probed out and captured these conversations. It dawned on him instantly that he understood everything. The reason why there were so many people in Taishan nowadays was that they were actually running towards him. Think that should be the case. When he left the Tang family, he didn't hide his whereabouts in order to keep Tang Yunli from worrying. Most of these people were here for the supreme bone. Obtaining a supreme bone was equivalent to obtaining a supreme body, possessing the qualifications to become a supreme. What heavenly pride wouldn't be jealous? Most of the ancient supreme bodies that did not have a strong family background would not be able to escape the fate of having their bones dug out. This was also why Qin Yun had been trying to hide himself. It was just that he hadn't expected that so many Heaven's Pride saints would now come down and run for his bones and blood. Is it the holy land of Taichu again? Qin Yun secretly made a note of those young men and women. He didn't provoke right and wrong, but in the Taichu Holy Land, first there were experts spying on him, and then there was the younger generation thinking about his blood and bones. It's only natural that the future is going to be about getting a statement. Come on, get out of here. Qin Yun opened his mouth and the Dao lines under his feet spread forward, instantly taking him into the distance. However, after only a few moments, Qin Yun turned around and returned, simply because he actually saw the figures of multiple saints in the middle of the mountain range in front of him. Come to intercept me? Saints hibernating made Qin Yun uneasy. Undoubtedly, these ancient saints were also running towards him, and had set up a spell formation in advance to prevent him from leaving the forbidden zone without any danger, and to intercept him halfway. I never messed with you guys. A strand of nameless anger arose in Qin Yun's heart. He didn't recognize these people at all. Yet, these people had set up a killing formation and sent out an ancient saint to intercept him on his path of return. Their hearts are execrable. It seems that Dechen can't go back for the time being, and not within Taishan. So let's hibernate in the middle of this great mountain first. Qin Yun said this to Tang Guiyao. He possessed the Xingzi secret, ignoring any killing formations and layouts. But now, after all, he had to bring Tang Guiyao with him. Tang Guiyao's injured body had recovered quite a bit, but she hadn't completely regained her mobility yet, let alone her battle prowess, and needed some time to recuperate. There were too many ancient saints, and he didn't have much certainty, feeling that if he forced his way back to Dechen, he would more than likely have to have an accident. It's best to stay in these mountains to be on the safe side. The mountain is boundless and endless. Hiding in it is like a dragon returning to the sea. Even if these people want to find him, it is difficult to find. Furthermore, I am afraid that no one would have thought that he did not hide in Taishan Mountain. Nor did he return to Dakian, but he hid in the middle of this big mountain. When Tang Guiyao recovered from her injuries, he would then take Tang Guiyao and leave. And by then, naturally, no one would be able to stop him. You leave first, there's no need to care about me anymore. Being able to leave Taishan, you've already done me a great favor. In a few days when my injured body recovers, I'll go back on my own. Tang Guiyao opened her mouth and said, noticing that he was a liability to the supreme body. This caused her heart to be endlessly complicated. Once upon a time, she was rampant and alone against the great enemy, the sheltering god in the hearts of countless people, but now she had become a drag. It made her heart bleak. Opening his mouth in this manner, he spoke, unwilling to drag the supreme body down any further. Qin Yun thought for a moment, but still shook his head in rejection. This place was mixed with fish and dragons, and there were many experts, not to mention the fact that Tang Guiyao had previously been chased and killed, and now that he had managed to save Tang Guiyao from Mount Tai, Qin Yun didn't want to have to make a return trip once more, and he was in no hurry to go back. The Tang family had a puppet acting as his identity, so it shouldn't reveal itself. As for Tang Yunli's safety, it was thought that he should also be unharmed. Nowadays, all eyes were converging on Taishan. His life and death attracted attention, even that empress. It was thought that she wouldn't make a move on a 17 or 18-year-old little girl. The puppet could last for a month, and this period of time, which Tang Guiyao used to recover from her injuries, should be enough. Don't think too much. These people are rushing towards me and have nothing to do with you. Qin Yun said so. Hearing these words, Tang Guiyao pursed her bright red lips, revealing a touch of bitterness, but in her heart, there was also a touch of warmth. Stand here and don't move. Wait for me for a moment. After a pause, Qin Yun said so to Tang Guiyao. A few moments later, he returned, a smile floating at the corner of his mouth. What did you go for just now? Tang Guiyao revealed a flash of curiosity. It was rare. The woman was always cool. It was rare that she would be curious about something. Qin Yun did not hide anything from her as his hand spread out and a list appeared, on top of which were densely packed names. Tai Chu, Dao Yi, Jiuli, Red Moon. Tang Guiyao's face changed slightly. What are you remembering all this for? Naturally, the future is going to be cleared. Qin Yun lightly laughed. Liquidation. These two words startled Tang Guiyao, causing her to freeze on the spot. Each and every one of the names on the top of the list represented a terrifying Dao lineage, a terrifying Holy Land. The Holy Land is a powerful force in the world, so who dares to offend it? Not to mention so many holy places in Taoist traditions. If you dare to speak of going to liquidation, will this not be the enemy of the world? Tang Guiyao froze on the spot at the moment. If these words were to come out of someone else's mouth, she would have felt arrogant and cocky, but coming out of the Supreme Body's mouth, she actually just felt shocked. Read a powerful conviction, an invincible will. Inexplicably, she had a surprising feeling that this day would really come. At this moment, Tang Guiyao looked at the Supreme Body. Those eyes, even more complex. The person in front of him, gentle and elegant. Even that to liquidate the words, but also lightly. But who would have thought that in that heart of his Tao, but contains such a conviction, such invincibility. Chapter 041, Half Moon Couple. The 100,000 miles of great mountains were rolling, with peaks cascading endlessly. The deep mountains are full of fierce animals, tigers and leopards chanting, deer and apes running, a natural scene. Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao traveled with the intention of finding a cave residence and staying there temporarily. But, how could Qin Yun not expect that he would see a village in the middle of these deep mountains? Mortal villages. A long-lost feeling came over me. In this life, although he is a mortal body, however, the people around him are mostly cultivators, and everywhere is a cultivation family, like this purely mortal village, but it is rare and rare. The small village has a gateway, a small road running through the village. Most of the houses are mud tiles, and it is called a beautiful mountain. Although, this mortal village was very simple, yet, it brought Qin Yun a sense of long-lost tranquility. Cultivation, the Yui cheat. In order to survive, always tense nerves, it is difficult to have a moment of peace of mind. It was noon, and the smoke curled up in the village, and the smell of the meal gave it a smoky flavor. The two of them walked among the villages. Many villagers looked towards them curiously. Small children were running among the forest and fields, and on the paths, old farmers were holding their yellow cows. The folklore was simple and aesthetically pleasing. How can there be a village here? Tang Guiyao was a bit stunned. I don't understand why there is a piece of mortal village here. 100,000 miles of mountains, endless ferocious beasts, backed by Taishan Mountain. for the forbidden area of life. Even the cultivators don't dare to step into. Yet there was a village of mortals, without any cultivation, but living here, which was really rare. Life, self-improvement. Qin Yun lamented this way without a head, a few moments of remembrance flashing in his eyes. Of course Tang Guiyao couldn't possibly understand, because she was a cultivator and was born powerful. Qin Yun, on the other hand, had been a mortal in both of his lives, and had experienced that kind of ordinariness, small people, even if they were ants in the eyes of big people. Yet, they would be self-improving, and would work hard, and tenaciously manage to survive. In the village, the population is only 100 or so, the man hunts for a living, and the woman weaves for a living, and the conditions, despite the hardships, have survived for generations in these 100,000 mountains. Or we can heal here. Tang Guiyao seemed to like this place as well, opening her mouth to speak in this way. Qin Yun gently nodded his head and did not reply, but his eyes were complicated. Everything around him seemed to remind him of the years that he once had. Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao thus took up temporary residence in this village and built a thatched hut. The purity of the mortal world, the simple folk style, also let Tang Guiyao gradually adapt it and liked, away from the hustle and bustle of cultivation, which is a peace of mind. In order not to attract attention, the two simply also changed to dress, completely with this village, into one. Qin Yun shed the chaotic mist that covered his body and transformed into a mortal, but did not reveal his original face. Using the heavenly Emperor Tao scriptures, he manifested a brand new face, a face that Qin Yun was incomparably familiar with, a face that he had once topped for over 20 years, handsome as few in the world. Tang Guiyao said so when she saw it for the first time, but I don't know why. Obviously that face was so unfamiliar. Obviously seeing it for the first time, Tang Guiyao actually gave birth to a feeling of familiarity. It was as if she had seen this person before, but where the familiarity came from, she couldn't quite figure out. Meditate on your injuries. Time passed, and nearly half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The liquid in that divine pool was indeed extraordinary, and Tang Guiyao took it daily, and her Tao injuries were almost completely healed. And during this half-month period, although Qin Yun had transformed into a mortal, he would naturally still receive his daily rewards and keep going to absorb them. The rewards he had received in this half-month were a massive amount, and the years of that bitter cultivation had accumulated for nearly 2,000 years. 2,000 years? What a terrible number. Maybe it doesn't sound like much, but if you put it in the era of the previous life, 2,000 years, but it is enough to go back to the period of the Qin dynasty. What is the vastness of 2,000 years of sleepless, agonizing precipitation? Lamentably, the profound realm, in the end, was too difficult. Each layer was a heavy heaven, and all based on bitter cultivation. It was still too clumsy in the end. 2,000 years of bitter cultivation had, in the end, brought his realm, from the 6th level of the great power, to the peak of the great power realm, infinitely closer to sainthood. It could also be called a half-saint, but unfortunately, it was not able to take that step to go after all. In terms of realms alone, there was no longer any gap between Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao now. Tang Guiyao, who had practiced for hundreds of years to get to this point. As for him, 2 months or so, from mortal to half-saint, everything made Qin Yun feel a little unreal. If Tang Guiyao, this proud and unrivaled woman, learns that I've reached her current achievements in 2 months, I wonder how she'd feel. Qin Yun gave birth to a flash of mischievous thoughts. Of course, it was just a flash of thought, and he naturally couldn't possibly say it just to strike Tang Guiyao. Uncle Feng, the meat porridge my mother cooked asked me to bring you some. Inside the simple and clean small courtyard, a small girl with a pilgrim's braid ran and carried a large bowl of steaming meat porridge, placing it in front of Qin Yun. Uncle Feng, this was Qin Yun's name nowadays, casually taken from Wind and Cloud. Inside the house, the woman dressed in plain clothes but with an exquisite and flawless face slowly stepped out. Smilingly, she pinched the girl's plump little face. Go and take this venison with the cloth, and bring it back to your mother. Okay, auntie. In the mountains and villages, the so-called human affairs are nothing more than a bowl of porridge and a piece of meat. It's simple, but it's simple, mixed with camaraderie. The girl smiled sweetly and scampered off carrying the venison and cloth. And the woman who walked out from inside the house was no one else. It was none other than Tang Guiyao, an auntie, making her face more or less show some unnatural. This little child, obviously will the two of them, as a couple. Tang Guiyao didn't try to explain anything. There was a faint smile on her face, and the unnaturalness dissipated in an instant, as if she had gotten used to it. On the side, Qin Yun looked at the scene and smiled faintly. To be honest, he really couldn't recognize Tang Guiyao a bit. Was this really still the same woman who was so arrogant and proud to the extreme? It had to be said that Tang Guiyao had changed a lot, since coming to this mortal village. she really seemed like a different person. For half a month, Qin Yun had not utilized his magical powers except for cultivation, thoroughly allowing himself to melt in with this mountain village to experience that spiritual tranquility. And Tang Boudoir is actually the same. Every day, the two of them were no different from the mortals in this mortal world except for their cultivation. Qin Yun would carry his hunting bow and go hunting every day, and the venison, his masterpiece. As for Tang Guiyao, she would also weave and knit while recovering from her injuries. At first, she would always break the cloth, but now, she had actually become skillful at it. For half a month, the two didn't talk much less have a doggone love story, but the two of them, to an outsider, looked exactly like a young couple. Chapter 042, A Good Goodbye. The moonlit night was very peaceful, with a fresh breeze and the rustling sound of the dense forest was soothing. Inside the room, Qin Yun sat at the table, eating a few small dishes as well as a small pot of wine. The wine is a gift from the villagers. The people here were very simple, and didn't isolate them as two outsiders. Instead they would send some wine and food over from time to time, hoping that they could adapt to this place and stay, adding a little bit of vitality to the small village. The wine was naturally mortal wine, brewed from coarse grains, and the entrance was far from the mellow and warm wine of the cultivation world. Instead it was a bit pungent. However, Qin Yun quite liked the taste and always liked to have a bite of it during his meals. Life is like this mortal wine, bitter and sour. Drink, as in the taste of life in general. The cultivation world of wine, although the taste is very good, but it is less flavor. Tang Guiyao stood to the side, drumming up small dishes. With her concave and delicate figure, it was hard to hide her beauty even with the coarse clothes of the mortal world. But at this moment, she did not have that sense of coolness and had more fireworks. Sometimes, Qin Yun would really be in a trance. Was this still the same woman who had no sight of anything? Dinner. It was very simple. There was wine and food. The sparrow was also complete. The two of them sat at the dining table, quietly enjoying this dinner. The atmosphere was calm, but not awkward. For half a month, everything became habitual, as natural as flowing water. Your injuries are almost healed, right? Tomorrow, we will leave this place and return to Deqian. Qin Yun spoke softly after taking a sip of wine. Tang Guiyao's body couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when she heard this. She silently put down her dishes and just nodded softly. Good. A good word that actually has a bitterness to it. Half a month's time, for a cultivator, could be said to be just a blink of an eye. However, at this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart actually gave birth to a feeling as if it was a lifetime ago. The tranquility of this village was something she had never experienced before. Over the years, she had been in the royal family, spending the first half of her life in conquest and fighting, and the second half of her life, tired of dealing with the relationship between the Tang family and the royal family. The tranquility of the village gave her few moments of such quiet. Unconsciously, she actually found herself becoming somewhat attached to this life. And, it seemed, even more so, to the peace of being with this man. Once upon a time, she never imagined that one day she would be teaching her children. But the changes that had taken place in her over the past half-month surprised even her. Tang Guiyao was clear that everything was because of this man in front of her. In the beginning, a great defeat, and then the forbidden area to save each other. The grace of blood essence, and then today's half-moon couple. This man brought so many emotions to her that she had never felt before. Unconsciously, Tang Guiyao's heart had already developed an inexplicable affection for the man in front of her. Half-moon serenity. It was like a dream. Call it a beautiful dream. But the dream, after all, there is a time to wake up. She is still the town god general of the Great Qian after all. Everything here does not belong to her. Tang Guiyao understands that two people just briefly have a crossroads, perhaps from then on, and will be strangers to each other. Even goodbye may be difficult. I thought this day would come. I just didn't expect it so soon. In her heart, Tang Guiyao murmured silently, go to bed early and leave here tomorrow. Qin Yun opened his mouth and hugged the bedding, leaving the room and sleeping on the stone platform in the compound. Looking at this calm man, Tang Guiyao wanted to open her mouth to say something, but in the end, she couldn't say anything, and in her heart, it was empty and inexplicably had a sense of loss. The night was quiet. Both of them are destined to be sleepless tonight. Qin Yun was not reminiscing about the changes Tang Guiyao had undergone nowadays, but, rather, he was reminiscing about the calmness of this mortal coil. It's really peaceful here, and living here is like making up for the years he had, for the life that was left unfinished. Perhaps one day, when I can let go of everything, I will also come here and live in seclusion in the mountains. Qin Yun murmured softly. Gradually, he closed his eyes, experiencing his last night as a mortal. At dawn, Qin Yun knocked on the door of Tang Guiyao's room. Inside the house, it was very neat. Tables, chairs and dishes, all neatly packed. Tang Guiyao had changed back into the white dress she once wore, still as cool and saintly as ever, and beside her, there was some venison laid out, as well as some cloth. These things, what you and I have gained in 2.5 months. It's too much of a shame to just throw them away. Tang Guiyao whispered softly. If it was before, Qin Yun would not have believed that this woman would have said such a thing. She was so high up in the world that she probably wouldn't even care about the lives and deaths of mortals. How could she care about these mundane things? However, he could also feel that this half-month of village life had really changed this woman a lot. Distribute it to those villagers, originating from here and still here, Qin Yun said softly. Tang Guiyao was silent for a moment before saying, life in the village is very barren, and these people have never seen the outside scenery, so why don't we take these things and sell them, exchange them for some silver taels, and buy some outside things to give them? After a pause, Tang Guiyao said with a complicated expression, it's also a goodbye. With these words, it was as if she was referring to this village and to the two of them. Qin Yun was slightly surprised, but did not refuse and agreed. If it was once, he couldn't wait to have no interactions with this woman. But now, he had to admit that this woman, although it didn't please him, but he couldn't be disgusted with this woman either. Tang Guiyao waved her veiled hand, and in an instant, the bucket shifted. The two were in a downtown area, far, far away from the village, so long that the villagers who lived there might not be able to come here in their entire lives. But for the cultivator, everything is that easy, and with a wave of the vegetative hand, he reaches the place where mortals spend their entire lives. Qin Yun also gradually understood at this moment that Tang Guiyao's intention to buy something to give to those villagers was indeed very meaningful. The two of them sold the meat and cloth in the middle of the downtown for some silver. Very little. Not even spirit stones, only a few dangling copper coins. Tang Guiyao cupped a few copper coins in her hand and smiled helplessly. Half a month of mortal experience, that valuable to her, but only a few copper coins, made her can't help but feel a little sad. Then, with copper money, they purchased some hairpins, jewelry, small wooden swords, and some other trinkets, worthless, but a rarity for the villagers of that village. They should like it. Tang Guiyao counted these mundane things that were not worth much money, carefully decorating them as if they were more heartfelt than giving them to the emperor. After doing everything, the two men returned to the village, holding a large pile of things. However, what was in front of them made both of them freeze in their tracks. Chapter 043, I want you all to die with me. The originally peaceful, mountainous and beautiful village was now turned into a scorched earth, a fire that engulfed all. As far as the eye could see, the flames remained unextinguished, with smoke and flames everywhere. For half a month, the abode where they had been staying had also fallen into ruins, with houses collapsing and wolves rolling in. Snap! The gift in Tang Guiyao's arms fell to the ground. Both of them had a bad premonition at this moment, and with a wave of their vegetative hands, the two of them instantly arrived in the vault of the village. The scene in front of them caused both of them to be stunned. On the path that ran through the village, corpses lay strewn about, and each familiar person had been turned into a cold corpse. Far away, some young men and women were talking and laughing. Noticing the duo appearing in the void, he revealed a ray of surprise. Tang Boudoir? Someone noticed Tang Guiyao and let out a cry of surprise, and then everyone's gazes turned toward Qin Yun, and among those gazes, a ray of fire was revealed. Supreme Body? At this moment, all of these young men and women showed a ray of greed on their faces and immediately put it into action, immediately surrounding Qin Yun. Is it really the Supreme Body? How could he appear here? Didn't you say you died in Mount Tai? Surprisingly, you left safely? It must be the Supreme Body without a doubt. And with Tang Guiyao, it naturally can't be a sidekick. These two definitely obtained heavy treasures in the Emperor's mausoleum, and with the Supreme Body being able to bring Tang Guiyao away unharmed, they're definitely wearing some sort of secret treasure. Some murmurs rang out. In all directions, young figures constantly appeared and swept up into the firmament to surround the two of them. Qin Yun. There were not many of these young men and women. There were 1 to 20 of them, and Qin Yun saw a load of familiar faces, mostly the holy sons and daughters of some holy lands. All of them were heavenly pride-level figures of the younger generation. These villagers, did you kill them? Qin Yun ignored the gawking of the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. He was in a bad mood, arguably never worse. Are you a Supreme Body? No one in the crowd answered him, but rather a holy maiden with a slightly mischievous smile asked this. Why did you kill these villagers? Qin Yun did not respond and continued to speak with an icy coldness in his timbre. This time, in the middle of the distant sky, a young man walked out. Very handsome, extraordinary appearance, wearing clothes engraved with 2 words like Daoi. Qin Yun recognized him. This person was the holy son of the Dao One Holy Land. He had participated in the pursuit of Tang Guiyao, and was very strong, a leading level figure of the younger generation, an absolute heavenly pride, and extremely prestigious. Nice. The man laughed softly, nodding very lightly, as if he had done something insignificant. Why? Why kill? They're just some mortals. What can they threaten you with? Tang Guiyao's face was a complex one. It wasn't hard to hear the pain in her heart, the doubts within her. Our generation of heavenly pride clouds gathered in Taishan. It is rare. Everyone is ancient. So we discussed to find a place with beautiful mountains and water to have a small gathering. It's a nice view. We chose it. The Daoi sage son wore a smile on his face as he said softly, as we gather together, it is comparable to a gathering of immortals. So naturally, we cannot tolerate the presence of lowly mole crickets around us, which affects our mood. So you killed the entire village? Tang Guiyao had trouble trying to understand, couldn't accept it. Daoi Saint's son spread his hands, and an innocent expression actually surfaced on his face. What else? At this moment, a holy maiden also opened her mouth and laughed. Being killed by us is their good fortune. For this place to be chosen by us and become a place where the prideful clouds of our generation gather is even more of their cultivated fortune. It is too late for them to be thankful to us. The crowd roared with laughter. It was like doing something that was simply insignificant. At this moment, Qin Yun's expression was already gloomy to the extreme, killing intent brewing silently. Tang Guiyao, on the other hand, was near stupefied. The reasoning seemed beyond ridiculous to her. The capriciousness of a group of playboys. A party. They lost the lives of so many mortals. Brutal and bloody, how heinous. Before this, perhaps even Tang Guiyao herself thought that mortal lives were as dispensable as ants. However, half a month in the village had changed her perception of mortals. Seeing a familiar villager fall in a pool of blood, thinking of that simple and gentle smiling face, Tang Guiyao's inner heart was even more incomparably tingling. She moved forward in the middle of the sea of corpses, trying to find the living, but everything made her that desperate. All dead, without exception. Even cannot resist. All are by the means of the cultivator, easily wiped out. In that sea of corpses, Tang Guiyao looked over and saw a tiny figure, and she was completely stunned, her delicate face covered in despair. It was a little girl, very innocent and romantic, heartless, like a little boy on a regular basis. Little face, often dirty. Tian wore a pilgrim's braid and would bring her mother's meat porridge to Tang Guiyao, and would also keep pestering Tang Guiyao, following her around, complimenting her on how good she looked, and calling her auntie. Little bells. Tang Guiyao picked up the girl and softly went to call. The girl, however, had long since ceased to be alive, and her clear eyes were filled with the last fears of life. Little bells. Tang Guiyao's voice was ghostly, that despondent, her eyes full of sorrow, her head lowered, full of pathos. She crouched there for a long time, holding the little girl's body without moving, as if she was petrified. After a long time, she fiercely stood up, her eyes blossomed with a horrifying light, stood in the middle of that sea of corpses, and let out a mournful roar up to the sky. Ah! The mournful roar resounded through the heavens and earth, endless mourning and full of poignancy. The sky and earth were piercingly cold, as if it had come to winter overnight, and within Tang Guiyao's body, a shocking killing intent erupted. The vault of heaven. Many young men and women were slightly stunned at the sight. It was incomprehensible why this woman, who had always been cool and collected, would suddenly reveal such mood swings because of a group of mortals. People just thought it was a little funny and had a smile on their faces. I want you all buried with me. A sad roar shook heaven and earth as Tang Guiyao came striding, her hair flying, her eyes blazing like the hot sun, her killing intent rushing to the sky, her aura crashing into the clouds. Oh, hubris! The young men and women were not amused, and had a smile that grew wider and wider. They were all holy daughters and holy sons of the Holy Land, the top figures of the younger generation, and whether it was their inheritance or cultivation, each one of them was not afraid of Tang Guiyao, let alone so many holy sons and holy daughters joining forces. The Daoi sage son looked at Qin Yun and spoke. I have answered your question. Is it now your turn to answer mine? Are you a supreme body? Everyone's gazes were directed towards Qin Yun. The supreme body was too mysterious, possessing all sorts of amazing inheritances and harboring too many secrets. These people, all of them came to Taishan because of the supreme body, desperate to know everything. It's me. However, Qin Yun's reply was direct and crisp, not dragging his feet in the slightest, not to mention not trying to hide anything, admitting everything. Such dryness shook everyone's. Chapter 044, Hunting All the Heavens Pride. He's actually really a supreme body. The scene was boisterous. Everyone was shaken, and everyone's face changed. Although they had already guessed, it was another matter when Qin Yun admitted it at this moment. The supreme body is mysterious, and its physique is rare and nearly extinct. Not to mention the fact that he also has a variety of terrifying inheritance. And all the people who have traveled thousands of miles have come for this reason. Deep into the forbidden zone. constantly going on a quest, through perilous times, always unsuccessful. And now that the living supreme body was standing in front of him, how could he not be excited? It's a real stepping stone. The supreme body is famous all over the world, and now it's actually standing right in front of us. I really want to tear open his veil and see who he really is. A holy maiden revealed a smirk, her eyes fiery. Since the supreme body had come out, it had caused a sensation in all the lands, and everyone was investigating, but they had never been able to find out the slightest bit. Everyone was curious about the true identity of the supreme body. Although, the supreme body had a handsome face reflected in front of all of them. However, all of them were top-notch experts. So naturally, they were able to tell that the supreme body's face was just a false illusion. This time, everyone was moving stupidly, leaning in all directions, invariably already blocking him in the center, preventing him from getting away. Kill. The only word Tang Boudoir had was this one, holding her lance and advancing, charging forward with a shocking killing intent. Go and stop Tang Boudoir, but don't kill her. She found the Emperor's inheritance in the Forbidden Zone. First suppress her, then search her soul and memories. At the command of Saint Daoyi, 2 saint's sons immediately rushed out and fought with Tang Guiyao. All of them were young heavenly prides, and their strength had almost all reached half-saint, although Tang Guiyao's battle power was unrivaled. But, after all, she didn't have any heaven-defying inheritance, and the techniques she cultivated always fell short of the various holy lands. Qin Yun did not bother with Tang Guiyao and coldly looked at the crowd. A total of 17 holy sons and daughters. The supreme body's battle power is unrivaled. People say that the supreme body has been cut off for too long, and this generation of supreme bodies has grown thick and thin, and their physique is even more powerful. All the holy sons and holy daughters looked at Qin Yun in a foolish manner. They were all young prides. In today's world's young generation for the leading level characters, most of them were high-minded and proud, and even gave birth to the intention of trying to compete with the supreme bone. I'll fight him. The Daoyi sage son opened his mouth and suppressed the crowd's agitation. He took a step forward, condescending, and laughed coldly. Thick and thin, right? If I can't win within 10 moves, I'll hang myself on the spot. This person was very strong. The aura around him was terrifying. This was not a deliberate display, but a terrifying potential, a manifestation for the invisible nature of the Tao. Although he was also a half-saint, that embodiment of the great Tao was a huge step above the crowd. The Daoyi sage son was very strong and uttered such a sentence, causing everyone to be shaken. It was a kind of invincible dominance. Meh. The Daoyi saint's son laughed coldly. His eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as he charged directly in towards Qin Yun, his palms continuously flipping over as he pinched out a terrifyingly incomparable Tao seal. The pressure covered the sky, like a heaven-turning seal, causing the void to roar, as if the heavens and earth were about to turn upside down. Everyone's face changed. This terrifying fluctuation, even if it made them, they all felt a kind of palpitation. Pop. However, Qin Yun did not retreat at all as the heavenly emperor fist revolved and directly blasted over. The fist shone, as if it had turned into a robbing light, eternally blazing, seemingly becoming the only one in this heaven and earth. Dang! A muffled sound caused the mountains and rivers to tremble steeply, and that heaven-turning seal directly shattered. The fist power heaving and pouring all over the body of the Daoyi holy son, breaking his body into pieces all at once. It directly crumbled on the spot. Waves of blood slapping the air and pieces of corpses flying. The form and the spirit are all gone. Every single one of them was subdued by this scene, which was extremely shocking. It was rumored in the world that the supreme body's cultivation was at the early stage of great power, similar to Tang Qiuyao's battle power, because when he had previously fought with Tang Qiuyao, he had used the divine effects of the supreme bone. But what is happening today has taken everyone by surprise. The supreme body was obviously even more powerful. Its strength stepping into the half-saint stage. One could hardly imagine what kind of terrifying cultivation speed this was. Even more incredible, he was the one who blasted the Tao One Holy Sun with one punch. In people's eyes, even if the supreme body had stepped into the half-saint stage, the gap between the two shouldn't be so huge. Daoyi's sacred son for the young generation among the leading level characters, can be said to be extremely strong. Even if the supreme body is known as the most powerful physique in the ancient times, the two sides should also be pinpoint to the right. Instead, it's a complete crush like this, without a hint of suspense. A punch gave a blast to kill. Blood splattered on the spot. What kind of terrifying battle power is this? No one was not chilled. All were trembling with fear. The supreme body is truly demonic and unrivaled. In the ancient times, supreme beings were invincible in the same realm and hunted down countless special physiques. And this generation of supreme beings is even more powerful than all the previous generations of supreme beings. Everyone unconsciously took a step back. A Gaisher saint's son had become a cloud of smoke just like that, causing a chill to run through everyone's heart. Want to hunt me? Are you guys qualified? Qin Yun looked towards the crowd and spoke softly. His tone was that calm, yet it possessed a supreme majesty. It was like a young supreme being, invincible and looking down on the world. Such strong conviction shook everyone. Although the supreme body is strong, he is ultimately only one person. Come together and join forces to suppress him. At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke up in such a manner, causing everyone to be shaken and renew their fighting spirit. All of them were supreme prides. Most of them possessed divine physiques, and they had gone through endless dangers and killings to get to this point. Suffice it to say, none of them are soft pickings. Although Qin Yun was strong, he was unable to deter everyone, and it was naturally impossible for people to give up out of fear when they were mindful of his blood and bones. At this moment, the crowd all exhibited terrifying auras, together blocking off this heaven and earth, enveloping Qin Yun in the midst of it, forming an overwhelming killing machine. Knowing the terrifying battle power of the supreme body, people avoided going one-on-one with him and chose to strike together to kill him in the field. I don't know you guys, much less mess with you. You have come a long way, but you want to suppress me. Originally, I wanted to go to the door in the future and ask for a statement, but now, it's good to clear it in advance. Qin Yun opened his mouth, his black hair dancing wildly, his sleeves fluttering, with an indescribable sense of ethereality and strength. Today, I will hunt all the heavenly pride in the world. The moment these words came out, it caused everyone's face to change wildly. Hunting down all the heavenly pride in the world. What kind of strong words is this? Chapter 045 Unreadable Chaos Mountain. The heavens and the earth were silent. A dead silence. Qin Yun's words shook everyone, and that shocking killing intent caused everyone's heart to palpitate. They were all holy sons and daughters, and their status was almost the same without saying that they were the most honorable people in this side of heaven and earth. So who dared to say that they were going to hunt them down? Boom! However, Qin Yun really struck out, facing a group of heavenly prides, and even chose to initiate a battle, executing the Xingzi secret. His speed was so fast that it was incomparable. In a near step, he rushed into the crowd, and at the same time, the heavenly emperor fist was in motion, and golden fist shadows appeared all over the sky. Boom! That piece of heaven and earth directly collapsed, and a terrifying roar erupted from the void. The fist shone and transformed into a lurid robotic light. Ah! In that instant, a holy maiden let out a miserable scream and was directly killed upright on the spot, like a flowery beauty, called a fairy. However, he was directly slain by Qin Yun's punch, flying sideways, waves of blood crashing into the air, his body nearly deformed. That kind of terrifying attack power made everyone's hair stand on end for a while. Retreat! Someone shouted loudly, not daring to compete with Qin Yun. Although each of them was powerful, they were ultimately not from the same force and could not be as natural as one in the face of Qin Yun. And now that Qin Yun had killed his way into the crowd, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, no one dared to block him at all, and that shocking killing intent forced everyone to retreat, far away. This scene was clearly seen by Tang Guiyao, causing her heart to vibrate and her blood to boil. One person killed into the crowd like no one else was there, opening wide and punching, forcing a group of rampaging Supreme Celestial Pride to retreat explosively. White clothes danced lightly, black hair flew, a moment of splendor, an overwhelming beauty. What kind of invincibility is that? This was an eternal picture, deeply imprinted in Tang Guiyao's heart, lingering, never able to fade away. Boom! Qin Yun was matchless, like a supreme being descending, killing into the crowd and continuously striking out. In an instant, blood rained down and scream after scream ran through heaven and earth. His speed was so fast that it could be said to have surpassed all the blistering speeds in the world, and his attack power was even more terrifying to the extreme. And people were so shocked by his killing intent that it was hard to resist at all. But wherever he is targeted, with almost no exceptions, they all end up dead, in just a few moments of effort, for heavenly prides had fallen, all of them destroyed by Qin Yun's single punch and blasted to death on the spot. No one was not shocked. Many people's legs and stomachs were trembling at this moment. This kind of attack power was too terrifying, invincible in the same realm, treating all kinds of heavenly prides as ants, so strong that it was despairing. Don't be alarmed. He's only one person, with so many of us, can't we kill him? Someone burst out. However, he was immediately taken in by a palm that covered the sky, and no matter how much he struggled, he could not get out of the trap. Qin Yun's expression was cold and merciless, his eyes like cold lightning as he raised his hand and a large blood flower rushed out. Another supreme heavenly pride had fallen. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It was too appalling. Qin Yun's strength exceeded common sense. Even a supreme heavenly pride could be ingested into his hands, such as pinching an ant, easily obliterating it, calling out for boundless chills. Kill! All of the celestial pride's eyes were red. Qin Yun was definitely one of the strongest archenemies they had encountered since their rise to power. People pulled away from him and finally had a chance to strike. Boom! All sorts of divine splendor flickered. 1,000 weights of Tao power, 10,000 weights of divine power, impacting out in an instant, and a large swath of emptiness directly broke apart. Half saint, infinitely close to saint. It could be said to have been transcendent, striking out with divine power capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, as more than a dozen heavenly prides struck out together, shaking the land. That terrifying fluctuation was like a tsunami and landslide, wanting to destroy everything. Dang! Qin Yun traveled forward, not at a fast pace, almost as if he was strolling leisurely, possessing a supreme elegance. However, the mountains and rivers rapidly retreated under his feet, and his figure was like a wisp of light smoke, and in an instant, he was hard against that world-shattering might. Wow! The void looked like it had been split in two. Everyone was stunned. Qin Yun, alone, had managed to be able to separate himself from them. This is beyond the pale. Is this really still human? The hearts of all the people were greatly shocked, their faces plastered with horror. Qin Yun's strength refreshed their perception of half-saints. Too powerful to be a saint. Qin Yun's palm paddled. Not fast, but it possessed a terrifying Tao content, as if he was carving the great Tao, filled with a sense of nature. One fist mark after another was carved out by him, condensing on all sides of him. Subsequently, Qin Yun no longer stayed his hand and operated the arbitrary character secret. In that instant, Qin Yun's entire aura was also raised by an unknown number of times as countless fist seals blasted forward together, striking out with a heaven-destroying might. Boom! The crowd's divine power was directly crushed and collapsed into the void. Everyone changed color. The person in front of them was too strong, subverting their perceptions and causing a deep sense of despair to arise in their hearts. Even Tang Guiyao was stunned. The battle power that erupted from the supreme body was far more terrifying than when he had faced those ancient beings in the Forbidden Zone. It made her freeze. How many days had it been? How could a person's cultivation speed be so swift and terrifying? In this moment, a question that had always been puzzling before seemed to unravel. Once upon a time, she had never understood why the supreme body had struck out at Li Changfeng in the first place, and would use the supreme bone divine effect, but now she seemed to understand. Perhaps at that time, the supreme body didn't even have a great level of battle power. Perhaps just the sea convergence realm, or even the god condensation realm. Even Tang Guiyao herself was startled when this thought appeared. Yet, she had to take it, because that's the only explanation. The supreme body struck out, displaying a strength that was more terrifying than ever, and the speed of its cultivation was too astonishing, each time subverting people's perceptions of him. Yes, it must be. If he is a great power, when he saved Yunli, he could have easily nudged him. Why would he need to use the supreme bone? It is bound to be like this. Otherwise, these days he has always been with me, has not taken any heavenly treasures. Strength, why can he come from the early stage of great power, to the point of half-saint? Tang Guiyao drifted off. It was as if he understood everything, but the shock in his heart was difficult to dissipate for a long time. This is definitely a secret that can shake the world. How long has it been since the supreme body first struck? It's only 2 months. However, he had now achieved half-saint and his battle power was unrivaled. What kind of terrifying speed of cultivation is this? How could there be such a person in the world? Is it all because his physique is too special? Obviously he said that the reason for his unrivaled battle power is all because of bitter cultivation. But how could bitter cultivation have such speed? It's too unbelievable. At this rate, will it be much longer before he reaches the pinnacle? At this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart was infinitely complex. She had lived with this person in the village for half a month, and asked herself about the supreme body, and had some understanding of it, but everything today was still unfamiliar to her. The person in front of her was like a mysterious chaotic divine mountain, causing her to be unable to see through and look into it. Chapter 046, Leave No One Alive. The killing intent ran through the heavens and earth, crumbling the clouds in the 9 heavens. Qin Yun struck out in an unrivaled direction, striking out one after another lurid and incomparable fist prints, causing everyone to feel a palpitation of the heart. What should we do? This person is too strong. Even this kind of might can be broken. All of the heavens' pride were all chilled to the bone, their hearts despairing to the peak. The power of the supreme body attack was astounding, and in just a moment's effort, 6 or 7 people fell. A heavenly pride of the absolute generation. It's not a cabbage. Each and every one of them was the best of the best who had gathered an immortal inheritance, the most dazzling immortal roots of the Holy Land. Unrivaled. It was no exaggeration to say that in the next few hundred years, these people would become Holy Lord-level characters one after another, becoming the majestic masters of a party. Mighty pressure heaven and earth, but to fall just like that, to be blown away so easily. How could one not be shocked? How could one not despair? Don't be holding back, do your best, or else you'll really be planted here today. A voice rang out at this moment. At this moment, all of them sank their hearts. All of them were supreme prides, heirs to the inheritance of the Holy Land, and possessed endless undercard divine techniques. This was their future capital to shock the world, and they didn't want to expose it easily. However, now that they were facing the supreme body, they had to do their best to fight. Boom! As these words rang out, the various vaults of the sky exhibited endless visions. There were absolute long swords emerging, and the sword awnings cracked the void. There is a great sun rising high and blossoming with radiant solar splendor. There were divine phoenixes soaring, spilling blazing divine flames. One after another terrifying vision appeared, covering the sky, like a god had revived. And the visions were all over the place, like a godly battle was going on. Kill! A loud shout rang out. A blonde-haired man with a magnificent body killed his way in towards Qin Yun. His body was stout and his entire body was like poured gold. Extremely brilliant, like a supreme god of war. This person was a great sun divine body, famous in the world, and his defense was unparalleled in the world. Pop! However, the great sun fell, as usual, was blasted by Qin Yun with a single punch. There was no exception at all. Any of his great sun divine body defense was extraordinary. He was still bombarded by Qin Yun with a spurt of blood. Golden blood flowers filled the void. Wow! At the same time, a holy woman killed out of the void. This is a generation of sword bodies. The sword body, since ancient times, has been long on attacking power, and this holy maiden has even been immersed in the way of the sword since she was a child, following the path of a pure sword cultivator, cultivating a sword intent and reaching an extremely deep level. In the beginning, her battle power was not apparent, weaker than the pride of her generation, but, at the level of a half-saint today, her Tao intent began to reveal itself, and her attack power was almost unrivaled in her generation. At the same time, this holy maiden even practiced a supreme stance art of hiding her breath, hiding in the shadows all the time, preparing for a secret attack to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Yun in the nick of time. It's a big killer. When that holy maiden appeared, a terrifying killing intent swept towards Qin Yun like a tidal wave. At the same time, heavy weapons appeared from all sides, and all the heavens' pride offered up one heavy weapon after another to ensure that everything was safe, each of them coming from a shocking origin. It was given by the elders of the Taoist system that warmed up the Tao and reason. Striking out together, they colluded with each other, forming an overwhelming killing machine that enveloped Qin Yun. It's certain death. Brother Wind. Tang Guiyao was horrified. An endless panic arose in her eyes as that horrifying fluctuation spread out, causing her to feel a palpitation. She didn't think that the Supreme Body would be able to resist this strike and did everything she could to assist the Supreme Body. However, the two sacred suns were too powerful, suppressing her to death and simply causing her to have no time to split up. It's a desperate situation. However, everyone did not expect it, as if Qin Yun had anticipated everything. Almost the instant he destroyed the great sun divine body, he blasted out his fist ons and killed towards that sword Tao holy maiden. How? That holy maiden's face changed drastically, clearly not expecting Qin Yun's reaction to be so quick. She was shocked, but it was too late. The only thing she could do was to fight it. Buzz! There was a buzzing of the long sword, and the sword body was trembling madly, and the moment it was hardened against that fist aura, the mellow sword intent that this holy maiden had practiced for her entire life began to collapse madly. How could it be? How could your Tao intent be so thick? That holy maiden was filled with horror at the moment. This was a duel between Tao intent and Tao intent. The supreme physical cultivator had fist intent. This matter was known to all the people in the world. But how could this holy maiden not have imagined that Qin Yun's Tao intent could be so profound? More terrifying than her lifelong immersion in attainments? It was unbelievable to her. Couldn't believe why the Supreme Body's Tao intent could be so powerful and was able to suppress his own sword intent, which was long for attack power. Back! In a split second, that holy maiden turned around and retreated, the other party completely crushing her in the area she specialized in, giving her a bad feeling. But it was too late. Qin Yun raised his hand and slashed it forward with force. A large splash of blood rushed out. That holy maiden, even her head was decapitated by Qin Yun. Columns of blood rushed out from her snow-white neck. Boom! At the same time, Qin Yun continuously threw punches, blasting away the heavy weapons that roamed the sky and punching through a vast avenue. He strolled from the avenue, casually ingesting a blood-colored spear and moving forward. The face of a holy sun standing there changed drastically. Without even the thought of resisting, he turned around and retreated. His stance was extremely fast. It could be said that he possessed the world's speed, and there were few people who could compete with him. However, in just a flash, Qin Yun appeared before him like a ghost. The blood-colored spear gave it a direct piercing, and with an upward pick, it picked that saint's son to the sky, as if it was picking an ant to death. Everyone's faces changed drastically. The supreme body was too terrifying. Even a saint's son could pick on the sky. Such a character was extremely strong. It was almost impossible for him to show such a decline. Spare my life, please. In the last moments of his life, this holy son completely collapsed, feeling the threat of death, and kept begging for mercy. However, Qin Yun's eyes were like cold lightning, cold and merciless. With a forceful jolt, the saint's son's body was directly shaken into a bloody mist that crumbled into the void. Everyone was subdued by this scene, and their hearts grew cold. Each of them had their own strengths, which were the strengths of their inheritance, the strengths of their physique, and in every field, they were all considered to be top-notch characters. When united, it was even more comparable to killing God in the way of God and Buddha in the way of Buddha. But now, in each of the areas they specialize in, they are all crushed. The supreme body, like a demon, had a powerful advantage in every field, crushing the opponent ruthlessly in their best field. It made all the doxies bleak. How can you go to war and still fight when you are so strong? At this point, everyone didn't want to fight anymore. The strength of the supreme body pierced through their last fighting spirit. Brother Bone, that's just it. Just stop there. We are completely convinced. Don't fight anymore. We're no match for you. Choose to admit defeat. At this moment, one of the holy sons and daughters stopped fighting and stood in the middle of the void, saluting Qin Yun, unwilling to fight any longer. You guys think we're cutting it close here? However, Qin Yun's words caused everyone's mood to sink to the bottom as he was dressed in white, ethereal like an exiled immortal, stepping in step by step. Strike at me and expect to live? As I said, I'm going to hunt all the heavenly pride today. Qin Yun's eyes were merciless as he advanced. Not a single living soul will be left behind. Chapter 047, Kill them all. Not a single one left alive. Short words, calm tone, but caused everyone present to be shaken. They were the holy sons of the great Tao unification, and could be said to be the future hopes of the Holy Land. Having been cultivated by the Holy Land for endless years and spending endless resources, it could be said that even if the experts in this world were stronger than them, there were not many people who really dared to start killing them, not to mention so many holy sons and daughters. To behead a saint's son, this was to extinguish the future of a Tao lineage. This was a feud that would not end in death. Who dares to speak of beheading them? However, at this moment, everyone was terrified in their hearts, and the killing intent of the supreme body shook everyone's hearts and minds, causing their souls to tremble violently. This was truly a demon, with strong and terrifying means, and was truly not intending to leave any survivors. Are you really going to do whatever it takes? By beheading us, you have equated evil to all the holy places, and in the future, there will be retaliation. And even if you hide to the ends of the earth, there will no longer be a place for you to rest in this world. A holy son snapped, wanting to use this to deter Qin Yun. However, everyone could hear that his heart was fuming and even his legs and stomach were trembling. Nice, brother Divine Bone. Stop there. We won't pursue anything from you. If you really want to kill us all, then we will definitely not back down and will fight you to the death. Another saint's son spoke up, half threatening, half pleading. Gracious. However, Qin Yun's face was always that cold, not moved at all. Fish to death. Do you really have that kind of qualification? Since I'm clearing my name with you today, I have no intention of letting you leave. So what if I chop all of you up? Qin Yun's killing intent was shocking as his terrifying aura unfolded, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate for a moment. He took one step forward, and with every step he took, the crowd stepped back 1 point. Although, they said on their lips that they wanted to fight the supreme body to the death, at this point, no one dared to step forward at all. This great defeat has completely convinced them. How can they go on fighting when they were completely crushed in their best field? They did their best, but the supreme body was not there, and that supreme's vision never unfolded. Such a huge gap caused a sense of endless despair to arise in everyone's hearts. Far away, as Tang Guiyao looked at all of this, her heart was also shaking at the killing intent of the supreme body. Half a month together. In Tang Guiyao's opinion, this person was gentle, like a spring breeze, but now, he was that strong, not leaving a trace of mercy, killing with iron blood, domineering and ruthless, two different personalities, but coexisting in one person, blended to create a different kind of charm. Boom! Finally, some people couldn't endure the supreme body's shocking killing intent, and as they watched him approaching step by step, they could no longer bear it and directly chose to flee far away. Although, they knew that the supreme body possessed worldly speed, perhaps the hope of escaping was very slim, but even so, he was not willing to face such a supreme body. It was too strong, calling out that he could not see the slightest hope of victory. Boom! The fist seal blasted out, striking forward, and that piece of emptiness directly shattered, and one person flew across the sky, turning into a blood mist in corpse pieces, crumbling on the spot. Everyone panicked and creeped out. The scene was completely out of control. No one fought again. All fled, in all directions, using the fastest speed in their lives, and even their own heritage began to burn crazily. However, it was all in vain. Executing the two secrets of Xing Argyle together stacked the peerless speed of the Xing character's secret by another dozen times, causing Qin Yun's entire figure to become extremely fast. The sky was filled with shadows, and almost everywhere was covered with the shadows of supreme bodies. He was cold and merciless, constantly striking out and blasting down the heavenly pride as if he was crushing an ant, and none of them were able to put up any resistance. One miserable scream after another rang out one after another, and after a few moments, this heaven and earth fell silent. No one escaped. As Qin Yun had said, the hunt had exhausted the heavenly pride. The moment. Tang Guiyao's eyes were incomparably complex, and the powerful valor of the supreme body deeply shook her. What kind of invincible? What kind of dominance is this? This is an eternal picture. The void chattering with blood, thousands of heavenly pride being stepped on by him, white clothes winning the snow, black hair flowing, the momentary splendor, the overwhelming grace. Tang Guiyao's heart was gloomy. Who doesn't have a daughter who's pregnant? She had thought that her husband, in the future, would conquer and fight together with her. She even said that if she wanted to marry in this life, she would marry the supreme being. And now, this person had really appeared, standing right in front of her. And yet, she was born with a deep gloom. The person in front of her is so dazzling, proud as she is, but also gloomy. Such a person, how to chase, how to follow. If it wasn't for the fact that there was some sort of karma between the two of them, this time the supreme body came to their rescue and had half a month of time together. I'm just afraid that, in this life, the two people will never cross paths. Truly a person of two worlds. In front of him, Tang Guiyao felt that she was not even as good as a mortal man. What am I wishing for? It was just a dream. How can it be a reality? Besides, I am married, Tang Guiyao murmured, giving a soft, that bitter smile. The two were back in this mountain village, standing in a familiar place, but without the old sense of spiritual peace. Some sadness. Bodies lay strewn across the village, a familiar face in a pool of blood. Tang Guiyao's state of mind was complicated. The dream had really woken up. Everything was shattered. She would become a stranger to the supreme body, and even this mountain village, which had given her some good things, would no longer exist. I want to bury them with my own hands and let them rest in peace. Tang Boudoir mumbled. She's really different, like a different person. Once, she would not have done so to a mortal, but now it had become very different. Qin Yun stood staring and nodded his head silently. However, the commotion caused by a fight was not small, and Qin Yun knew that more than likely quite a few powerful people were heading this way, and there were definitely quite a few ancient saint-level experts among them. Staying here will be tricky trouble. Qin Yun pondered for a while before finally running out of the puppetry technique. After refining two dead bodies, a holy son and a holy daughter, Qin Yun refined the two and manipulated their bodies. At the same time, it changed the appearance of the two of them, manifesting itself in Tang Guiyao respectively. Have the two puppets impersonate them and flee to the west to attract the world's attention. Although they would be discovered sooner or later, it was enough to buy them a moment of time. Sure enough, as Qin Yun had guessed, after the two puppets left, a large number of powerful people rushed in that direction, and Qin Yun cast the DUIZ secret enhancement to stall for a moment longer if he could. All of this was seen by Tang Guiyao, causing a ripple of shock to float in her eyes. Demons. She murmured out these two words, sensing the extraordinary nature of those two puppets. Tang Guiyao was able to sense that the secret art used by the Supreme Body just now was a demonic secret art, and it was an extremely profound one. The shortcomings of this secret art were nearly negligible, and other than the puppet being somewhat wooden, it was really hard to find out if one didn't carefully go through it. There's even a secret technique of the demon race? Brother Wind, you really make me unable to see through you. Tang Guiyao murmured wordlessly, her heart complicated. Chapter 048, Returning to Dakian. The calm village is still the same, with its beautiful mountains, but it's not as serene as that. Less fireworks, lonely, no longer the old vigor, the old simple people. Between the mountains and the forests, there are more small graves, and the former enthusiastic villagers have all become a piece of cold monument. The woods rustle and the breeze is gentle. Qin Yun leaned back and sat under a tree, quietly gazing at the stone monuments, drinking a mouthful of mortal spirits, his heart inexplicably a little sad. He was not a mortal, and in the 20 years since he crossed over, he had even more rarely gone to deal with mortals, with more cultivators around him, but the half months he spent living here always put him in a trance, as if he were back in the days when he had been Mortals, after all, are still too weak. Cultivators could be destroyed by lifting their hands without blinking their eyes. Not to mention compassion, because in their eyes, mortals were really just ants. Qin Yun was divinely wounded, but he could not change anything. The rules of the world were such that human power could not reverse them. Far away, Tang Guiyao stood there quietly. The green silk is flying, and the shadow is depressed and lonesome. It was possible to tell that Tang Guiyao was a bit miserable, but she just stood there quietly. After all, she is not a little child anymore, a half-saint realm figure, the pillar of the township. Her heart is painfully sad, but she has no tears to shed. Tang Guiyao was as petrified as she was, standing there quietly for the rest of the night. Let's go. Early in the morning, she only came to Qin Yun's side, her face haggard. Qin Yun didn't say anything more as he executed the linear character secret to leave this place and vanish in the direction of Dechen. Most of the ancient saint-level figures had already left. Qin Yun had refined 2 puppets to attract everything, and with him creating rumors to spread. All eyes were on those 2 puppets. Really, when people react, it's too late. However, among the 100,000-mile mountain range, there were still some old demons hidden, carving great formations. Qin Yun was empowered by the Xingzi secret, and although he had to bring along a Tang Guiyao, it wasn't much of a problem after all. The two had a thrilling journey and returned to the Great Qian territory a few days later. Looking at the immortal Imperial city on the vast plains in the distance, Tang Guiyao's heart was complicated. What's next for you? Qin Yun turned his head to look at the woman and said. Tang Guiyao shook her head and gave a soft sigh. What other plans can there be? To resume orders to His Majesty and hand over the inheritance. Hearing these words, Qin Yun frowned slightly. The Forbidden Zone has made such a big commotion. The Emperor will only not remember your favor, much less forgive you lightly. As a matter of fact, there was no need for Qin Yun to remind her of anything, as Tang Guiyao also understood her situation today. The Empress did not allow the Tang family, much less her. Now that we have escaped that forbidden area of life in Taishan Mountain and returned to Dakian, how could it be that we have not come to a Jedi? Have you ever thought of rebelling? Or, take Tang Yunli and leave Dakian? With your strength, none of this should be difficult. Qin Yun looked at Tang Guiyao and spoke softly. However, Tang Guiyao shook her head. My Tang family has been serving the Great Qian for nearly 1,000 years, and as the current head of the Tang family, how can I leave? It is not the king that I am keen on, it is the Great Qian community, and it is only the people of Great Qian that I am sheltering. This period of time together had made Tang Guiyao feel a little more trusting towards the man in front of her. These were words she had not uttered to anyone but the man before her. Qin Yun frowned. Yet, he did not say anything more. Whether Tang Guiyao was obstinate or foolishly loyal, it had nothing to do with him after all. He just hoped that this woman would not push herself to the brink of extinction again. If this woman really died, not only would there be no benefit to Qin Yun, but there would be a great loss. Let's part ways on this. Qin Yun opened his mouth to speak, not continuing to exhort anything. The moment, Tang Guiyao's pair of eyes, however, became even more complicated. Will we, in the future, ever see each other again and conquer together? Tang Guiyao opened her mouth to inquire. Perhaps even she herself did not notice that invisibly. She revealed a touch of reluctance. Half a month as husband and wife. How harmonious. But now they will be strangers again. Perhaps. Qin Yun looked at Tang Guiyao and said. A very perfunctory answer. Brother Wind. You. Tang Guiyao hesitated slightly. But in the end, she still spoke up. Who exactly are you? It was a curiosity she had kept hidden in her mind. The mystery of the supreme body. The terrifying inheritance. Saved by the Forbidden Zone. The gift of blood sperm. Half-moon couples. Side by side. Everything about it made it hard for her to suppress this curiosity. Tang Guiyao knew that even if she asked, the supreme body would not be able to reveal its identity. However, at this moment, she really could not help but want to know everything. There was no more coldness in those cool eyes, only endless curiosity as they gazed closely at Qin Yun as if they wanted to look through him. To this, Qin Yun revealed a helplessly related smile. And why do you care so much about who I am? Perhaps one day, when I am really standing in front of you, you may not still be willing to call me Brother Feng, and may not still be interested in traveling with me. Calm words, yet, Tang Guiyao read out a self-deprecating flavor. This left her slightly stunned. How? Gone. However, Qin Yun no longer responded to her, uttering these 2 words and moving away without looking back. The Xingzi secret was executed and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Not even a trace could be de-elusive anymore. Such dryness caused Tang Guiyao's inner heart to grow even more endlessly complicated and endlessly bitter. Half a month together. That period of time. It was as if it didn't exist in this person's body. As if it was really a dream. Just a dream of his own. Tang Guiyao was as petrified as she was. standing there for a long time, silently looking in the direction where the supreme body had left, her eyes full of complexity. Qin Yun left and returned to Diqian, but outside, there was a furor. The supreme body had really entered Mount Tai and had managed to rescue Tang Guiyao and leave peacefully. The world was shocked by this news, from ancient times to the present day, but whenever one steps into the depths of that forbidden area, few people are able to leave alive. Even if it's an ancient saint-level character, it's still 9 deaths, and the hope of survival is slim. But how the world did not expect it. The supreme body, an existence at the great power level, had actually entered the depths of the forbidden zone and brought Tang Guiyao back safely. How is this possible? The majesty of the forbidden zone of life is not to be offended. It is the resting place of the emperor. How can a great power go in and out in peace? This is too unbelievable. Ancient times, but all from which peace out? None is the world's top strong. Extremely strong. How can the supreme body? The world was shocked and no one dared to believe it. Is this just luck? Many have speculated so, but when the thought came, people shook their heads again. The supreme body is cautious in nature, hiding in the shadows and never refusing to expose itself. Such a person, with unlimited future accomplishments, much less easily venturing into danger. Would he rely on his luck to venture into a forbidden area? This person definitely has great certainty when he goes to the forbidden zone. Perhaps carrying some sort of powerful inheritance is the base for him to dare to force his way into the forbidden zone. Combined with the character exposed by the supreme body, the world had speculated so. Anyway, the facts were in front of them. No matter how menacing the forbidden zone was, the supreme body was really safe to enter and exit. This is a miracle. In ancient times, there were quite a few characters such as the supreme body, who pretended to be extraordinary and went to the forbidden zone of life, wanting to seek a lifetime of creation. But all such people, without exception, ended up dead. Only the supreme body really did it. 20 years old, in its teenage years, in and out of a supreme forbidden area. This can be called a touch of legend. Unprecedented. Can shock the ancient and modern. Chapter 049, Famous in the World. The world was abuzz with the news that the supreme body had entered and exited the forbidden zone peacefully, causing the world to be in an uproar. Everywhere was talking and speculating about what secret techniques and divine abilities he was relying on. And right on cue, another piece of news has come out that has left the world completely jaw-dropped. There was no impermeable wall under the sky, and the news that the supreme body had beheaded 19 holy sons and daughters had eventually spread. 119 holy sons and daughters, all of whom came to seek his bones and blood, met in the deep mountains, stumbled upon the supreme body, and were decapitated by it in quick succession, with none of them surviving. Such a news came out and shook the world dramatically. 19 holy sons and daughters, all have famous names, and each, in this world has a very high reputation. Casually out of anyone. Is this world? The young generation of the most dazzling heroes, but it was actually chopped up? Seriously, the supreme body and Tang Guiyao have similar battle strengths. Even if they meet any of the holy sons and holy daughters, they're all pins and needles. So how could they even decimate more than one person? This is too heavenly. Even a supreme body could never be this strong. At first no one dared to believe it, thinking it was an absolute rumor. However, the 19 holy sons and daughters, after all, had fallen. This is big news, and there's no way it can be kept under wraps. In ancient times, there has never been so many holy sons and daughters who have fallen together. These characters, for the future of the great Tao dynasty, most of them are future holy masters, sheltered by the Holy Land. As long as they don't make their own deaths, it's almost impossible for them to die prematurely. However, it really happened. 19 holy sons and daughters died together, and they were not exterminated by strong men, but died at the hands of their peers. This is a great event that absolutely shook ancient history, which has never happened before in ancient times. Why exactly? Even if this generation's supreme body is strong to the extreme, the battle power shouldn't be so counterintuitive. Many are unknown and speculate as to the reason. In the eyes of the world, the supreme body was on par with the battle power of a saint's son at the top of the sky, and it was simply impossible to cut down multiple people in a row. The supreme body isn't what it used to be. After coming out of the forbidden zone, his realm arrived at half saint. And that's why he crushed all the holy sons and daughters. Some cultivators who had gone to Mount Tai before and knew the inside story passed out such a message to solve people's doubts. However, it surprised the world even more. It was only a month away from the supreme body's battle with Tang Guiyao. A month ago, many people had sensed that the supreme body's aura was only at the early stage of the mighty realm. But now, it had actually arrived at the half-saint realm. What a horrible leap it is. Even if it is a genius, also need to spend 100 years only to be able to do so. And the supreme body only used a month. Upon learning this news, everyone was dumbfounded. There had never been anyone in ancient times who had shown such a terrifying cultivation speed. Practice is like drinking water. The world often used such a phrase to describe the fast cultivation speed of the heaven's pride, but people didn't expect that on this day. This phrase had become a reality. There really are people who practice as if they were drinking water. In January, from the early stage of great power, cultivating to the peak of great power, this is still a human being. Demons, absolutely demons. This person definitely has the posture of a great emperor. Not to mention some of the young prides of heaven. After learning such news, even the Tao hearts of some of the majestic lords were a bit unable to withstand it. They boasted that they were peerless, that their natural talent was world-class, and that they were the best in the past and present. But compared to the cultivation speed of the supreme body, they felt themselves being crushed to the point where they were inferior to even dog. Cultivate to half-sainthood in January. This subverted people's reverence for cultivation, broke people's perceptions, and even shattered everyone's fearless Taoist heart. They have been cultivating for hundreds of years, little by little. It is not easy for them to be caught up by someone in January. How can they accept it? With such a fast cultivation speed, will it be long before he becomes a saint? Will it be long before the day when the Supreme Being becomes great? And when that day comes, who in the world's Tao will not be crushed by him? The world is shaken. None of the strong lords and giants in the heavens could have peace of mind. And the three-word supreme body caused the male lords of all parties to feel a strong threat. This was a threat that had never appeared before. A young heavenly pride that had truly reached a point where one could not afford to ignore it. This person is too strong. The supreme body has killed many people in a row, and he hasn't even used the divine effect of the supreme bone, beheading 19 heavenly prides without even using his full strength. His fist intent is even more amazing. It's thick to the extreme, close to being a great success. His attack power is unrivaled. His speed is unmatched, and the inheritance it cultivates is extremely powerful and terrifying, crushing all of those heavenly prides in every field. As time went on, more details of that battle were rumored, one after another. Each one was like a huge volcano erupting, surging through the world in a terrifying clamor of disbelief, decapitating 19 heavens pride in a row. This was something that had never happened before in ancient times, but whenever there was a heavenly pride that was able to chop off 2 or 3 people of the same level, it would be enough to move the ancient and modern times with its fame. 19 were decimated, which was a frightening number. The supreme body, with the blood and names of 19 heavenly prides, had forged his great legend, which would shake the ancient and modern world no matter what. And compared to all this, the world was more surprised by the dryness and dominance of the supreme body. Even if he was strong, he was after all only one person, beheading 19 heavenly prides without leaving a trace of mercy, equating to the evil of 19 Tao systems. This was undoubtedly a heavenly karma. How many people in the ancient world possessed such vigor? This is definitely a fatalist. One could even say that it can be a demon. Dare to take a shot at him and he will definitely bite back and make you pay a huge price. Many people had scorn in their hearts. One speculates that perhaps this is one of the times when the supreme body is hinted at. Those who dared to take a shot at him would need to weigh their own weight first. Cultivation speed is extremely fast. The attack power is unrivaled in the world. If you can't kill it in one shot, there is no doubt that you will be in great trouble in the future. Day after day passed, but the news about the supreme body in this world didn't calm down at all. Instead, it became more and more prevalent. The supreme physical cultivation has 9 secrets, and may even have mastered 2 of them, with a great likelihood of being the all-character secret and the Xing character secret. There was no impermeable wall under the sky, and the news that Qin Yun was carrying the 9 secrets had eventually spread. The 9 secrets were too dazzling, and the power that erupted out of them was so astounding that one could not help but associate them in that direction. The world is in an uproar. Although the name of the 9 secrets vibrate the world, but has long been cut off and lost, scattered around. Any secret in the world have disappeared. However, people did not expect that the shadow of the 9 mysteries would appear on this young supreme being, and it was still 2 of them. This fellow's techniques and secret arts are truly too terrifying, too heaven-defying. It's really hard to imagine just where he got these secret arts and techniques from. He's like a miracle, like an ancient person who stepped out from the river of ages. Otherwise, how could he have so many terrifying inheritances and possess such terrifying battle power? He doesn't even look like someone from this era. This person's origin is definitely amazing enough. Can it be that he is an emperor's son who has been sleeping for 10,000 years and has now awakened? Or maybe he's the reincarnation of a god. People were curious to the extreme about everything about the supreme body, but it was all destined to remain unanswered. It's too mysterious to pry into. Chapter 050, Stupid Elder Brother. Blood Cloud Dao Domain. Demon Race. Beneath the boundless abyss, corpses were everywhere. A ghostly mist shrouded the area. A baleful aura rolled over the area. Thousands of ghostly souls wailed, and the demonic aura rushed to the sky, drowning the heaven and earth. 9 secrets. Supreme body. Fist intent. Ancient scriptures. Is this really a 20-year-old? Within the boundless demon mountain, a long sigh resounded. The voice was long, as if it carried the vicissitudes of 10,000 ancient years. If I can occupy this son's body, in this life, my demon race will be the master of the world's sinking. The moment the words fell, several black mists rushed out and disappeared into the distant air. Hokkaido domain. Demon race. The absolutely beautiful woman, clad in a long robe, was like an empress, and under the robe, 9 foxtails swung. Has the human race even produced such a heavenly pride? It's only been a few months, and the sound is getting more and more horrifying. If things go on like this, what is the status of my demon clan? The queen sighed, her beautiful eyes looking into the distant sky. A complicated one. True Dragon Road domain. I, the True Dragon Dao Bone, and the Supreme Bone, are each other's arch-enemies, and 10,000 years ago, they fought with each other for that position of becoming the Dao. The Supreme Bone lineage is withering away, and I, the True Dragon Dao Body, am the only one. And now that the Supreme Bone has shockingly appeared in the world, it has reached a point where it cannot be ignored. This generation of Supreme Body, extremely demonic. In the future there will definitely be a battle in my True Dragon lineage. Battle Sky. You quickly go and seek him out and exterminate him in the cradle, the mountain of the ancient gods. The 2 old men were in the clouds, looking down on the earth, the golden great world. The heavenly prides rose up side by side, and after 1,000 years, it should have been a group of heroes competing for the stag, but it never occurred to me that the Supreme Body, alone, had decimated all the heavenly prides. This person is too mysterious and strong. He's bound to be a great enemy on the road to empire in the future, shaking the status of my Swire God Mountain. The old man lamented. If you don't kill now, you'll regret it in the future. Western Desert Pure Land. On top of the divine mountain shrouded in Buddha's light, an old monk slowly opened his eyes, and his Buddha's light shone brightly, like 2 great suns were flowing. The old monk laughed softly, looked into the distant sky for a moment, and uttered a whisper. This sun has a destiny with my Buddhist sect. The name of the Supreme Body had completely moved the world, and everywhere in the universe, legends of the Supreme Body were heard. One could feel that this universe was in turmoil, with dark currents raging, the various Tao domains, the various divine lands. The original calmness was broken, and all of those terrifying giants, terrifying divine lords, all of them ventured out and made movements. The world is in shock. It could be said that since the beginning of time, not many people possessed such influence, and were noticed by all the major terrifying Tao lineages, together. But now, it's really happening, and the person who caused all this is still just a person who is only 20 years old. Everything is unbelievable. Heaven and earth are really going to be in turmoil. If the Supreme Body doesn't die, the world's male masters will have trouble sleeping and eating. Such sighs were heard on all the ancient stars of life. De Qian, Tang Mansion. Qin Yun returned and it was business as usual. Today, the sun was warm, the breeze was gentle, and Qin Yun was lying in the courtyard, basking in the sun. It's rare to have such moments of leisure and peace. Extraordinarily cozy. I just wonder how long it will last again. Qin Yun crossed his legs, a bitter smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth as he leisurely lay back, pouring a bit of tea into his mouth from time to time. A dude's style. Brother, are you feeling better? In front of Qin Yun's eyes, covered by shadows, he opened his eyes and saw Tang Yunli's exquisite and stunning face, the corona of the sun surrounding her hair, making her look a little more like a divine aura. Qin Yun was slightly taken aback by Tang Yunli's inquiry, but then it dawned on him. On the occasion of his departure to Taishan, he left behind a puppet Dao body to play his identity in the Tang family. At first, all was well, but as time went on, the golem was a golem after all, and it began to show its mortality. Sickly, coupled with the fact that Qin Yun was in Taishan, it was difficult for him to use 2 minds at once, and he was somewhat powerless in maneuvering. Therefore, he lied to Tang Yunli that he had a serious illness and stayed away from the door all day. It seems that in the future, one needs to spend a little time to refine this puppet art, although this art is transcendent, but after all, the cultivation attainments are too slight, and the breakage is not small. Qin Yun slandered in his heart. At the same time the mouth responded, it's no longer a problem. Tang Yunli nodded his head, his face complicated as he poured a cup of tea for Qin Yun and carefully handed it over. Elder brother, why don't I teach you to cultivate? You suffered a serious injury in the beginning, although the recovery, but the body is not as good as before. This time sick. I am very worried, afraid. Tang Yunli lowered his head, somewhat pitifully. The Tang family was sparsely populated, so Qin Yun naturally understood what this girl was worrying about and said, There's no need to worry. I'm really better this time. Besides, I can't cultivate with this physique. I've tried 1,000 times. Tang Yunli softly said. Brother, my sister returned the day before yesterday and taught me an emperor method. Perhaps you can really try to experiment with it. The emperor method is endlessly mysterious. Or there may be a way that will allow you to step into cultivation. Hearing this, Qin Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. The emperor's law that Tang Yunli spoke of was naturally the inheritance that Tang Guiyao had obtained from that forbidden area. The emperor law inheritance is very significant. Tang Boudoir also just taught Tang Yunli. I think will also certainly explain to her. Do not spread the word. This is after all Tang Yunli to be handed over to the female emperor. But Qin Yun really didn't expect that this girl would want to pass on that imperial law to herself, without reservation, which made his heart, more or less, give birth to some warmth. These two sisters, they are really different in nature. In Tang Guiyao, Qin Yun could also feel that kindness from the other party. However, Qin Yun also understood that it was because he was a supreme body. If he wasn't a supreme body himself, would Tang Guiyao still be able to call him brother phone? And would she still be able to travel with him? This girl, on the other hand, was different, and even in her own mortal body, she had never been treated differently in terms of attitude. Qin Yun was not interested in that imperial law, and naturally, he was too lazy to cultivate it, so he directly refused. Unable to do so, Tang Yunli was very stubborn, and after a few times of pestering, Qin Yun could only end up helplessly letting this girl be. With that, the two practiced in the compound. First this, then this. Tang Yunli, like a little teacher, attentively told him about the process of cultivation, everything, which could be said to be specific to the extreme. Oh, is that so? Qin Yun pretended not to understand and scratched his head in confusion. Brother, you're so stupid. As kind as Tang Yunli, all of them were speechless to Qin Yun. The little teacher stomped her feet in anger. The sunlight sprinkled on her, like a touch of elf, cute and playful. Go through the 100 sutras and walk the spiritual wisdom. The young teacher elaborated over and over again. Over what scripture? Qin Yun froze. It's been said 8 times, brother. Over 100 scriptures. What 100 scriptures? Qin Yun was surprised. Brother, you really are a stupid brother-in-law. Chapter 051, Fruit of Enlightenment. Bad news. In the small courtyard of the Tang family, there was harmony, sunshine sprinkled down, and a sense of peace. In the end, Tang Yunli gave up completely. My brother-in-law is really a big dummy and has no clue about practicing the Dharma. Has your sister left? The two of them lay on the recliner in boredom, making small talk without a word. Tang Yunli's demeanor was somewhat complicated as he gently nodded. After Tang Guiyao returned to Daqian, she naturally returned to the Tang family first, and after meeting Tang Yunli, she went to the Imperial city to resume her duties. Qin Yun knew that this trip would most likely make it difficult for her to return. The Empress could not be kind to her. Should we behead the Empress? Such a thought surfaced in Qin Yun's mind. If things went on like this, it was only a matter of time before the Empress wanted to kill Tang Guiyao, and instead of going to her rescue every time, it would be better to directly cut off the source of the trouble. But in the end, Qin Yun shook his head. Now, there is no peace in Daqian, and the female emperor has united many male masters to pull out what he has done, and the risk of beheading the female emperor is too great. And he knew some secrets about this female emperor. Even Tang Guiyao was scornful of female emperors, and it seemed that this female emperor was an ancient saint. Let's wait and see what happens, and take it easy for a couple days for now. Qin Yun spoke so mentally. Ding! 69th day of marriage, rewarded with a fruit of enlightenment. At night, as the midnight hour approached, the familiar voice rang out in the middle of Qin Yun's mind. In the darkness, he opened his eyes languidly, a little surprised. What he had gained in recent times was some hard work, but in today's realm, bitter cultivation, it was too worthless. Cultivation, more than anything else, is about enlightenment, especially when facing the great hurdle of saints. It is even more necessary to enlightenment of the great Tao, to enlightenment of the rules of heaven and earth. Day after day of bitter cultivation, gulping in the aura of heaven and earth, washing oneself, this is after all the most basic and primitive method of cultivating the Taoist path. In front of the great mark of half-saint, it was too pale, and this fruit of enlightenment was undoubtedly just the right amount of substrate for Qin Yun. Absorb. It was accompanied by Qin Yun's voice. In the middle of his divine sea, a purple ghostly fruit appeared. Purple gas lingering, precious, endless laws bloomed around. A law order, even clearly visible, dripping and spinning, laws like waterfalls sprinkled. This Tao fruit was not food, but a cohesion and manifestation of the Tao. Qin Yun immersed his divine sense in it, as if he had entered a world of Tao. Laws, those two words made his heart pound. For this is the key to sanctification. Saints are transcendent, and are also called ancient saints, and can easily live out 1 or 2,000 years if they are able to go this far. You know, the lifespan of a great power is only 500 years. What a terrible stretch of difference. Although the further one went in cultivation, the wider the gap between the two realms would become. Becoming a saint was undoubtedly a big hurdle. If you don't become a saint, you will be a mole cricket after all. This step, do not know how many people stuck, can become a saint. None of them are amazingly talented generation, powerful such as Tang Guiyao, such as the young generation of those saint son, saint daughter. There are high and low natural talent, but also ultimately all are stuck here, which has always been a big hurdle. You can imagine exactly how difficult, and the power of the laws is the key to breaking through the sage pass. Below a saint, a cultivator's power was mana, while a saint, it was law, a metamorphosis of power, a difference in nature. The saint's power lies in this, being able to utilize the power of the law, borrowing the power of heaven and earth, and his power and his might are close to that of a god. The laws are the key to breaking the saints. However, the laws are difficult to understand, and the heavens and earth are obscure. So how can a great level of power understand the laws of the heavens and earth? This was destined to be a long process, bit by bit to enlightenment, bit by bit to figure it out. Too many heavenly prides, after becoming a half-saint, stayed up until their lifespan was extremely exhausted, before taking that step. And now, the appearance of this Tao fruit was tantamount to directly placing the laws in front of Qin Yun. With just a movement of his mind, the power of that law automatically merged with him, integrating into his memories and body, turning into his power. What was obscure and difficult to understand? What was a difficult holy path? In Qin Yun's case, it didn't exist at all. Buzz. Qin Yun sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, his black hair fluttering gently. Inside his body, the mana was constantly metamorphosing, and there was a constant buzzing sound that resounded like a horrifying wave shaking the sky. As time passed, that Tao fruit was gradually shrinking, and the power of the laws that Qin Yun had mastered was growing, until that Tao fruit completely disappeared into thin air. The power of the laws that Qin Yun had mastered had reached as much as 70%. It could be said that at this moment, Qin Yun's desire to become a saint was merely a thought. However, he did not choose to become a saint directly, because saints also have strengths and weaknesses. Leaving aside gongfu, secret techniques, talent, physique, and so on, there is another key to determining the strengths and weaknesses of saints, and that is whether or not the laws are perfect. Some people become saints immediately after comprehending a trace of the laws. Such people have empty Tao fruits but no saintly power. Some people chose to precipitate, comprehending the laws to perfection, building up their strength, and once they became saints, they could crush the old saints. The former are mostly those with extremely long lifespans. The latter, on the other hand, are mostly heavenly. Qin Yun was only in his 20s now, with a long lifespan, not to mention a system, so naturally, it was impossible to choose the former. Although becoming a saint was slower, his foundation was more solid, which would be of great benefit to him in the future. Feeling himself, he looked inward at the laws among the divine sea. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth could not help but float into a smile, although he was still now not in the saint realm. However, at this moment, his strength had undergone a heavenly change, mastering the laws, which was a qualitative metamorphosis. The current me shouldn't be afraid of any ancient saints either, Qin Yun murmured. He already had a deep foundation, a powerful physique, a peerless inheritance, top secret arts, a thick Tao intent. He was deeply cultivated in every field, and everything meant that he had the qualifications to fight against the heavens. However, the reason why Qin Yun had been avoiding those ancient saints was because he didn't want to take any chances, as he hadn't traveled to this realm and didn't understand it. Now, however, he was certain that after mastering the laws, his power was no different from that of a saint, and all that was missing was a Tao fruit. One must know that he didn't simply go about comprehending 70% of the laws, but absorbed and refined 70% of the laws. Understanding and mastering are two entirely different concepts. Just based on these 70% of the laws alone, Qin Yun was also enough to crush too many saints under the heavens. It was late at night, and the Tang family residence was quiet. Unknown how long had passed, Qin Yun also fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Tang Yunli barged in a panic, and after waking Qin Yun up, he told him of very bad news. Tang Guiyao has been sentenced to death. Chapter 052, The Kingslayer's Thoughts. Tang Guiyao was sentenced to death? Upon hearing this news, Qin Yun was slightly stunned. Even though he had expected that the Empress could not possibly let Tang Guiyao go, he still had not expected that the Empress would be so decisive and dry. That Tang Guiyao. But she had brought back an Emperor's Tao inheritance for her. Tang Guiyao was sentenced to death. detained in Tianyuan to be tortured, and will be incarnated in 3 days. Not immediately executed, but tortured. The empress of this move, the intention is self-evident. After all, if that supreme body could go to Taishan to save Tang Guiyao, it would inevitably go to the heavenly abyss as well. Targeting Tang Boudoir is just one of the reasons. The bigger reason is that it's coming at me. Qin Yun understood everything and his heart was slightly complicated. The dark currents were raging in the middle of Dakian, and Qin Yun had probed out his divine thoughts to quietly observe over the past few days, and found that quite a few Saint Lord level figures had come. All of them were the masters of the holy sons and daughters that he had decapitated. Most likely, they were going to unite with the Empress and cut him down together. You know there's a tiger on the mountain, but you have to walk towards it. Qin Yun lamented. It was impossible for him to leave Tang Guiyao to fend for herself, as was the case with Taishan, and was still the case today. Contemplating for a moment, Qin Yun's Xingzi secret was executed without a sound, his body transforming into a wisp of light smoke that drifted into the distance in an instant. The great Qianlong heavenly abyss, a piece of brokenness and barrenness. Under the abyss, there were corpses and bones all over the place, and the death intent stretched for 10,000 miles, swallowing mountains and rivers. Qin Yun executed the secret of the walking character and walked under the heavenly abyss without revealing his figure. He could sense the presence of several terrifying auras above this heavenly abyss, that terrifying gaze that always paid attention to everything under the abyss. Mountains of corpses and bones. It's a dead zone. It's the heavenly prison of Diqian. Qin Yun felt slightly sad as he traveled along, although the Tang Guiyao is not pleasing to the eye. However, on the Qianlong but said to be dedicated, and ultimately ended up in such an end. Call people lament. Qin Yun didn't stop and went all the way forward, transforming into a wisp of invisible recluse light that traveled through the void and rushed off into the distance. Far away, a stone platform towers over the city, surrounded by rocky cliffs and crags. Qin Yun met Tang Guiyao here, that woman, who was currently sealed in her cultivation, with chains of laws locking her body, shrouded in the middle of a spell formation, suffer the pain of being worn down by the phalanx. At the same time, there were eagles singing in the 9 heavens, constantly swooping down, pecking at Tang Boudoir's flesh and blood, their sharp beaks, viciously gripping and pecking at the silhouette, bringing up a mist of blood. White skirt drenched in blood, Tang Guiyao sat quietly on the stone platform, her long black hair draped over her head, letting that hawk carry and peck at her. A little haggard, that once gleaming gaze became lifeless and bleak. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. Qin Yun was roughly able to understand Tang Guiyao's mood at the moment. He came slowly, his feet stepping on the secret of the walking character, never revealing his figure, and slowly arrived in front of Tang Guiyao. Are you okay? Wordlessly, a voice transmission resounded in Tang Guiyao's mind, that hoarse, yet familiar voice, causing Tang Guiyao to be abruptly stunned. Tang Guiyao's essence was instantly shaken. The voice brought a renewed glow to her eyes. Her gaze constantly scanned the surrounding void, but she didn't know exactly where the supreme body was hiding. Unable to capture it, difficult to feel that spatial fluctuation. Brother Wind, I can't believe you would come to see me. Tang Guiyao transmitted her voice, and between her demeanor, she was covered in complexity. How she longed to see Nachi's brother Feng, who had done her a great favor, and she had fantasized about many scenarios, but she did not think that she would see each other under this abyss. She had been strong all her life, and now she was in such a sorry state that she was unwilling to let Brother Wind see her emaciated side. I have no regrets about being able to see you again, but in the end, she was relieved, and a light smile surfaced at the corner of her mouth, somewhat bitter and somewhat content. No need for a raw shake. I'll take you away, far from the strife of the great Qian. Qin Yun spoke thus. It was the only, most proper way he could think of. Just take Tang Guiyao away. After all, he was bound to Tang Guiyao, as long as he ensured Tang Guiyao's safety, and it was simple for him. The Xingzi secret was unrivaled in the world, so it could be said that as long as Qin Yun wanted to, no one would be able to capture his aura and traces and find him. But Tang Guiyao shook her head. Brother Feng, you know me. If I wanted to leave, in the first place, I wouldn't have come back to Diqian. Tang Guiyao said so. The Tang family's roots are in Dakian. 1,000 years of family, 1,000 years of years, in the fight for Dakian to put together a piece of the Jiangshan community. The same is true for Tang Guiyao, who has spent her whole life for Dakian. How can she be willing to leave? I have lived all my life here, in this land, with all my honor, all my affection, all my toils and pains. It's only a death after all. I just want to be buried in this land. Tang Guiyao transmitted her voice and spoke softly. Why do you bother? Qin Yun sighed. When he came, he already knew the outcome, but still wanted to come to persuade. He knew that Tang Guiyao was basically begging for death. The female emperor had completely chilled her heart. and there was no greater sorrow than death. Brother Feng, I'm only asking you for one thing. If I die and the Tang clan doesn't recover, please shelter Yunli. Take her away. She is pure of heart and should never have been born in the Tang family. This is the only long-cherished wish of Tang Guiyao. At the end of her life, Tang Yunli was the only one who found it difficult to let go. Good. Qin Yun responded without saying anything else and turned to leave. At the same time, a terrifying thought had surfaced in his mind. Kingslayer. Since he couldn't take Tang Guiyao with him, the only way to go about it was to decapitate that female emperor. The source of the scourge. When this thought appeared, Qin Yun's emotions were, well, complicated. Beheading the female emperor was not an easy task and the risk was high because all the male lords from all sides were joining forces with the female emperor nowadays. It was not the empress alone that he had to face. And, after beheading the empress, the bond between him and Tang Guiyao would be considered broken. After all, when Tang Guiyao married him, she was ultimately subservient to that female emperor. And once the female emperor died, this absurd marriage between the two of them was considered to have come to an end. Tang Guiyao's divorce will become a matter of time. Qin Yun's mind was somewhat complicated. He didn't want to take his identity out to sway Tang Guiyao's thoughts, nor do they want to go back to compromising, condescending, and dying to stay in the Tang family, relying on Tang Yunli. I still need time to become stronger. Perhaps, after beheading the female emperor, I will also have to leave Deqian and temporarily separate from this woman for a while. Qin Yun lamented. The figure transformed into a wisp of light smoke and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Brother Wind? After Tang Guiyao sat there and gently called out, always no longer getting any response. On that face, a touch of bitterness could not help but float out. A touch of inexplicable sense of loss floating out. After an acquaintance, is this, in the end, the final farewell? Chapter 053, Puppetry. Not long after Qin Yun left, another figure appeared under that abyss. Tang Yunli. Looking at Tang Guiyao on the stone platform, suffering from the pain of the spell formation and the pain of the eagles gripping and pecking, Tang Yunli instantly blurred his vision. Silly girl, don't cry. A helpless smile appeared at the corner of Tang Guiyao's mouth, and in her eyes, she was filled with doting love. Sister Yu, Tang Yunli cried out. In her mind, her sister was like a god, strong and unoffendable. But now, everything in front of her was so devastating. The white dress is stained with blood, and the eagle is gripped and packed. Tang Yunli could not say a word, looking at each other across the formation, full of pathos. Suddenly, Tang Yunli thought of something, and his pupils jolted. Sister, don't worry, the Supreme Body Senior will step in. He will definitely save you again this time. I'll beg him. I'll beg him. Tang Yunli turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Tang Guiyao. Don't. He's only a half-saint after all. He's not a rival of the Empress. Not to mention that there are dark currents within Deqian nowadays, and how many of the world's majestic masters are staring at him, waiting for him to make a move. Don't open your mouth and force it. It will harm him. He has already done enough for my Tang family. Tang Yunli opened his mouth. If you don't become a saint, you'll end up as a mole cricket. There was an insurmountable gap between half-saints and saints, and in ancient times, even the most heaven-defying heavenly pride would not be able to go against the heavens to destroy the saints. Saints were close to being called Tao, and half-saints, an essential gap, a difference in the level of life, like gods and ants. Such a gap, how to cross it? The supreme body was certainly stunning, overshadowing all the people of the ages and possessing supreme secret arts and inheritances, but such an advantage was only reflected in the same realm, far from being able to touch the saints. Tang Guiyao knew that this time, the supreme body would also be powerless. Otherwise, when he came just now, he wouldn't have said that he would take her away. Most likely he was really at his wit's end. Wow! Tang Yunli cried out, tears more than long streams, strong as the supreme body cannot, which eliminated her last thought, her heart covered with despair. Yunli, I have already explained to that person that after I die, he will take you away. You should not be in any danger with him sheltering you. Stay away from Deqian. Your heart is not suited to this place, Tang Boudoir said softly. Tang Yunli's big tears flowed more than long, but he also kept nodding his head. If there's a day when you know the identity of that person, Yunli, remember to come to my grave and tell me about it. Tang Guiyao looked up at the sky, and among those eyes, they were covered in endless bitterness. She didn't fear death, and after the supreme body agreed to help her take Tang Yunli away, it fulfilled her last wish. However, she always had a touch of obsession in her. Want to know the identity of the supreme body? It's an obsession that's hard to let go of even in death. A great defeat in the beginning, the rescue in the forbidden zone, the grace of blood essence, the half-moon couple, everything was deeply seared into her mind, making it difficult for her to fade away. Stay by his side well, and if it's possible in the future, Repay the favor for your sister. And repay the favor for the Tang family. Tang Guiyao explained everything. Tang Yunli kept nodding her head, stopping her crying and choking, with only tears flowing uncontrollably. Tang Boudoir gave a helpless smile. Right. How is he doing? A moment later, Tang Guiyao seemed to have thought of something and inquired. That word he, naturally, referred to Qin Yun, that nominal husband of hers. Elder brother. He had a serious illness. Some days ago, his body was always very odd. I taught him to cultivate, but he had trouble getting started. Tang Yunli responded truthfully. If it had been in the past, these words would have inevitably made Tang Guiyao furious. However, since living in that village for half a month, Tang Guiyao's attitude towards mortals was never the same again. That kind of simplicity, that kind of human touch, made her realize that mortals, too, were not as bad as she had imagined them to be. Except for their cultivation level, they were no different from the cultivators, either. Even in a sense, they were more trustworthy than the monks. In a sense, this is a bottle of divine liquid I obtained in the Forbidden Zone. There are quite a few more among them. After you take some of them, give some to him as well. These divine liquids are extraordinary. They should be able to improve his physique, allowing him to shed his mortal body and step into cultivation. A faint smile surfaced at the corner of Tang Guiyao's mouth as she tossed a bottle of divine liquid towards Tang Yunli. Looking at the divine liquid in the bottle, Tang Yunli froze in place, endless unexpected emotions flashing through his eyes. Yunli, it was indeed my sister who was wrong in the first place. Mortals, too, can invest their feelings as family, though their lifespan is only 100 years or so, a pitifully short life compared to cultivators, though investing feelings into them will most likely end up in a void. But all along, my sister shouldn't just look at the results. The process, too, is meaningful. Tang Guiyao sat there and muttered, an endless sigh of regret among her eyes. Tang Yunli's face was a piece of surprise. She realized that her own sister was really different. In the old days, her own sister couldn't possibly say these words, but she didn't understand who could change her sister's will. Monks do not treat mortals as human beings. It wasn't just the sister. It was all the cultivators in the world. The difference in the levels of life predetermines that the strong will not generalize the weak with themselves, much less understand the weak. She had, at one time, tried to change that attitude of her sister's, but it was so insistent that it made her feel a deep sense of powerlessness. What does such a persistent person actually hear and see? The party will turn out to be very different? Supreme body? Tang Yunli's heart whispered. In her opinion, perhaps it was also only the supreme body. She was able to tell that supreme body had a very heavy position in her sister's heart. Multiple family members are also quite good. He has a very good heart. When he steps into cultivation, perhaps he can also be a companion to you, Tang Guiyao murmured. Afterward, she seemed to have thought of something and spoke. Right, you said that his body appeared odd? What kind of oddities? Hearing Tang Guiyao ask this, Tang Yunli was still somewhat unable to answer. It's odd to say the least. At that time, I always felt that elder brother he was like a different person. Although, he's still the same. He still spends his days watering flowers and fishing, sunbathing and sipping tea. But I always felt that he was empty. Tang Yunli thought about it and responded in this way. Hearing those words, the smile on Tang Guiyao's face abruptly condensed, and that pupil even shook violently. This weirdness, since when? Is it still like this now? Tang Guiyao asked, suddenly using a serious tone. It's been like this since January, but now it's better. Tang Yunli responded. At this moment, Tang Guiyao was completely stunned. Her face seemed to be filled with shock ripples, and in those eyes, a strand of consternation appeared. This kind of weirdness, is it feelings? Tang Guiyao opened her mouth. A headless sentence. However, Tang Yunli jerked at his words before nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. To my sister. I don't know how to describe it, but it's just feelings. Before brother he did everything as if he had no emotions. No surprises when fishing, or that lazy gesture in the sun. It's just that with me. Even though I'll smile, it always feels cold. Tang Yunli mused. However, she didn't pay the slightest attention to the fact that at this moment, Tang Guiyao's entire body was frozen in place, like being petrified. Puppetry. I don't know how much time had passed before three such words came out of her mouth. Tang Guiyao's sweaty hairs stood on end. Chapter 054, Tang Guiyao's Divine Wound. The eagle sped and swooped down, bringing out a large mist of blood on that white-skirted silhouette. But Tang Guiyao didn't move a muscle. She froze in place, letting Tang Yunli be wrong. How she called out, and didn't bother to respond to anything. Her demeanor was covered in consternation, almost as if she was petrified. Puppetry. This was a secret art that Tang Guiyao was very sensitive to, because this was a secret technique of the demon race, and it was a very top secret technique. There are a lot of talents in the world. However, This kind of inheritance is rarely proficient. Even for demonic cultivators, they must be absolute masters before they will palm out this kind of secret art. It could be said that the chances of this kind of secret art appearing in the world were very rare. And in the beginning, the supreme body was cast, and the strength and antiquity of its inheritance shook her heart. The puppetry inheritance was nearly invisible in the current world, and few people were proficient in it. But Tang Guiyao hadn't expected that after the supreme body, she would once again feel this inheritance from that nominal husband of hers. Tang Guiyao had seen the supreme body cast this secret art with her own eyes back then. Although this inheritance of the supreme body was very ancient, yet the shortcomings were also very obvious. That is the shortage of emotions. After all, the puppet is only a puppet, is a walking corpse. This world again powerful puppet art also can never be a puppet, and the living soul, refining the general. From Tang Yunli's mouth, the description of Qin Yun's recent state made her sense that Qin Yun was very similar to the puppet of the puppet art. Just a coincidence? Tang Guiyao secretly shook her head. Absolutely not. There were few people in the world who had mastered the puppet arts, let alone both appearing at the same time by her side. Someone had refined Qin Yun into a puppet. Or rather, someone had refined a puppet that resembled Qin Yun. Such a guess appeared in Tang Guiyao's mind, causing her to have doubts. Why? Qin Yun was immortal. Why had someone refined a puppet that resembled him so that he could stay in the Tang clan? The supreme body is by my side. He has been refusing to expose his walk, and going forward to Taishan, he will certainly not attract the attention of bystanders, and will certainly refine puppets to play himself. Thinking of this, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck down in Tang Guiyao's mind, striking her soul. She was petrified for a long time, her mouth slightly open, her delicate face hung with thick consternation. Qin Yun. Yes, the supreme body left the Tang family, and whoever is the puppet is the supreme body. Thinking of this, Tang Guiyao's heart turned over in shocking waves. The reason that convinced her of this speculation even more was that the time when Qin Yun appeared oddly coincided almost exactly with the time when the supreme body appeared on Mount Tai. It's him. Tang Guiyao was stunned out of her mind, almost struggling to believe this guess of hers. It's ridiculous. The two can be described as worlds apart. One for the mortal body, a waste in the eyes of the world. One is the Geisher heavenly pride, famous in the world, pushing all the enemies across the world, strong to the extreme. These two, how can they be connected? But at the moment, the more absurd she felt, the more convinced she became of the conjecture. The supreme body refuses to reveal his identity and hides in the shadows. And in reality, he is bound to be very low-key as well. Qin Yun, a mortal, it can be said that no one will pay attention to him. Interpreting a low profile to the extreme, appeared initially because Yunli was in danger. He and Yunli have always been on good terms. The so-called good cause and good effect means the supreme body is only in his 20s, while the Tang family is in his 20s, and the person who has a connection with our sisters. Qin Yun. Tang Guiyao froze, completely petrified. The thoughts in her mind were chaotic, thinking of all that concerned the supreme body, but in the end, everything all pointed to one person. Always, Tang Guiyao's impression of the supreme body was vague. It was a figure covered by a ghostly mist. It was a man hidden beneath a handsome face in the life of a half-moon village. But at the moment, everything seemed to become clear. That blurred figure gradually became clearer and clearer, and that blurred face was transformed into that kind face. But why is it that the mortal body, Qin Yun, is able to become a supreme body? In the end, Tang Guiyao was left with only such a doubt in her mind. However, thinking that the supreme body's divinity was already beyond reason, and that there were too many secrets and too many legacies in him to explain, Tang Guiyao had to believe it all. Is it really him? At this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart was filled with complexity. Between Qin Yun and I, there isn't any friendship. It's still reasonable for him to save Yunli, but why did he come to the Forbidden Zone and risk his life to save me? Tang Guiyao's demeanor was bitter. Inexplicably, it was associated with a sentence that Qin Yun had said earlier. Those were the words spoken by Qin Yun when she brought him to meet the Empress and came out of the palace. Although I'm just a pawn, I'm also a man with my own position, and since I've entered the Tang family, I'm a member of the Tang family. It doesn't make sense that they would collaborate with outsiders and go against the Tang family. When she first heard these words, Tang Guiyao refreshed her perception of this man, and now that they are associated with these words, they are even more like 5 thunderbolts that shake the ears. That's it. Since the marriage, he had always regarded himself as a member of the Don's family. Disobedience to the Empress cause is therefore shelter Yunli cause. Perhaps also is therefore come to the Forbidden Zone to save me. Is it also couple? At this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. All she could think of was that Qin Yun's reason for going to her rescue was only that nominal name of husband and wife. May for such a conjugal name. Never bothered to value it myself. It had even been cold to him. Even at first, when he thought he was going to die, he sent a letter to Deqian to make peace with him. That letter was the last thing one's heart made. However, it invariably regarded Qin Yun as a stain. What an insult to a man to divorce a woman on her deathbed. But even then, he didn't care about the past. Making puppets, by all means, managed to pull out and come to my rescue. Take the most precious blood essence of yourself to extend my life. Find the divine pool for me. Cut down the ancient beings against my will, and protect my way. Thinking of this, Tang Guiyao's heart was a mixture of complexity and bitterness. She finally understood at this moment why the supreme body always had a cold attitude toward her. The dryness of the parting. What she did, how to deserve that kind of favor. That kind of dry and decisive, after all, or soft on her hand, if anyone else, by her contempt, would not care about the previous suspicion to save, kill her, hate her, but I should have guessed it was him. I can't believe I was so stupid. Tang Guiyao's heart spoke, and her eyes actually showed a wisp of divine sadness, full of gloom. Inside, the feelings of guilt and remorse were hard to express. The person who has been tugging at their heart and mind, the person they want to meet, the person they want to get to know by all means, is always right next to them, but he, himself, never took a good look at him. Chapter 055, the night before leaving. Sister, what is puppetry? Tang Yunli opened his mouth and asked. The complexity on Tang Boudoir's face made her look at it, which made Tang Yunli puzzled. Hearing her own sister's voice, it wasn't until this moment that Tang Guiyao slowed down. She wanted to speak, to tell everything, but inexplicably, the words came to his lips, but he didn't have the courage to say them. What she owed Qin Yun was too much. If it were before, she could go and make up for the mistakes she had made, but now that she had been reduced to this state and was about to pass away, what else could she do? To go out and let Yunli repay her debts and favors for her? It's all too late for enlightenment. At the end of his life, although he knew everything, he was destined to be an eternal regret with no way to make up for it. Hey! Tang Guiyao sighed softly. A light sigh was ghostly, seeming to resound through the ages. That bitter and forlorn. It's nothing. Yunli, in the future, treat your brother-in-law better. Tang Guiyao said so. Tang Yunli nodded. At this point in time, she didn't want to disobey her sister about anything, including keeping her away from Deqian. Only, she always had doubts in her mind. Sister has really become different. What exactly is the reason for that? That puppet technique. What was it again? Why would it make one sister suddenly show this inexplicable attitude towards her elder brother? Even a very special term of endearment was used. Brother-in-law. These two words, in the old days, would never have come out of my sister's mouth. Doubtful to doubtful. But at this moment, there was no mood to get to the bottom of it, and Tang Yunli sighed helplessly in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that my sister was bent on having her own way. When the family left Deqian, the sister was a little more kind to her elder brother, and the family was happy and living in seclusion. How good it should be. Go on. Tang Guiyao waved her hand. Tang Boudoir was sentenced to death, imprisoned in the heavenly abyss, with the spells wearing off and the eagles pecking away, about to fall. Such a piece of news, after all, spread out and caused a huge uproar within Deqian. Tang Guiyao, a generation of famous generals, with great achievements and splendor to the extreme, has reached the point of sealing the unsealable within Deqian. The fact that such a god general of the town was sentenced to death sparked heated debates and quarrels. It had to be said that in this land, Tang Guiyao possessed an unimaginable status. At one time, Tang Guiyao was afraid of arousing the suspicion of the Empress, and was deliberately suppressing this influence. But with the news that she was sentenced to death, this influence, it can no longer be suppressed. As if a volcano erupted, public opinion waterfall sky. This great dynasty, the reason why it was in the position it was in today, was inextricably linked to Tang Guiyao, and it could be said that the blessings she created had nourished too many people. At the moment, there are so many people speaking up for her and doing their bit. Among the people, experts were constantly appearing, either pouring into the Imperial city or sneaking into the heavenly abyss, seeking a way to rescue Tang Guiyao, behead the Empress. Reverse, the military men in the army were even more overbearing and dry, leading their troops and continuously capturing the city, to go all the way up to the Imperial city and take the head of the Empress. The society is in turmoil, and the dark currents are raging. The prophecy of that eunuch Wang during his lifetime became a reality. The price the Empress dared to forcefully decapitate Tang Guiyao was bound to be enormous. Although the Empress was already doing her best to suppress this power, and news of the deaths of famous generals kept coming out, the great Qian's society was still threatened. Chopping Tang Guiyao. This is a lose-lose thing. Everyone understands that once Tang Guiyao is dead, the status of Dakian will definitely regress, and will not be as glorious as it once was, but only the discerning can tell. This empress was really forced, there is no way out. Beheading Tang Guiyao. In addition to the impulse, more as the situation is forced, the supreme body and Tang Boudoir have decimated a number of heavenly prides. The two of them, they have a close relationship. The only way to force out the supreme body is to decapitate Tang Guiyao. All the holy lords from all sides have arrived to ask for a statement from His Majesty. So what can His Majesty do? The supreme body has decimated a number of heavenly prides, but left all the scourges. To His Majesty, this person is a scourge. Folk, there are voices out there like this. It makes you feel a few things when you hear it. However, it is unknown whether this is some kind of means to suppress the turmoil, as ordered by the Empress. In any case, Dakian is in turmoil, irreversible and difficult to suppress. The day after Tang Guiyao was suppressed, the Tang mansion. At night, Tang Yunli had a hangover and lay under the moonlit night, cradling the wine jar, crying and laughing. It's pitiful to watch. She followed Tang Guiyao's will and didn't go begging for the supreme body's help, only using alcohol to anesthetize herself from thinking about the pain of that loved one's passing. The enemy is so powerful that when there is nothing to resist, nothing to do, there is nothing left but to flee. In the courtyard, Qin Yun's heart was slightly complicated as he looked at this woman who had always been optimistic. Chopping up the Empress. It had become his next step. He had been plotting for the past 2 days and needed to make some adequate preparations. Also, after decapitating the Empress, he needed to leave this place as well. Once the Empress died, without the Empress oppression, Tang Guiyao would inevitably propose peace with him. Qin Yun had to leave, and the prerequisite for leaving was to break the world, to draw out his intentions with these two sisters. Otherwise, if he left, the two sisters, because of him, would encounter endless crises. Qin Yun had to plan everything. The good news was that everything was going the way he expected. Under the moonlit night, Qin Yun gently walked forward, picked up the hungover little girl lying on the floor, and sent her back inside her room. Looking at the little girl's slightly flushed face, Qin Yun's heart slightly sighed. Leaving Deqian, it didn't matter to him. It seemed to him that it was the same everywhere, in a world where he no longer felt much of a sense of belonging. But the only thing that moved him a bit was this little girl. Crossing over, this little girl was the only one who took him as family? And it's not sympathetic, but it really is. That kind of camaraderie that really flows. It was precisely because of this that Qin Yun was willing to shelter her and go to bat for her. Little sister needs to act with some caution and prudence in the future. Qin Yun softly opened his mouth to admonish. It didn't matter if Tang Yunli could hear or not. It was just really like an older brother to his younger sister. After saying that, Qin Yun gently placed her on the bed and was about to leave. Brother. But before I knew it, this little girl softly called. Her eyes were misty, her eyes full of blood and sorrow. There are only the two of us left. Yunli doesn't have a sister anymore. The little girl's words were poignant. She was so drunk that she didn't know if she was talking drunk or dreaming. What is puppetry, brother? After I told my sister that you had an illness, she said those 3 words go. What was she thinking? To this day, what is so hard for her to let go of? Tang Yunli lay on the bed and murmured. However, Qin Yun was stunned and stood on the spot. Identity exposed. Chapter 056, The world is onyx when a man is angry. Tang Yunli's words caused Qin Yun to be stunned. He knew that Tang Guiyao was bound to know his identity. Tang Yunli had spoken of his previous state, and since Tang Guiyao was able to say those 3 words to go, it was enough to prove everything. At this moment, Qin Yun's heart was complicated. After hiding for so long, he didn't expect that the first person to know his identity would be that woman. Tang Guiyao was very intelligent. One could say intelligent to the extreme. Unlike Tang Yunli, even if Qin Yun revealed his cracks, he could still play some small tricks to avoid Tang Yunli's suspicions. But that woman, once you've made up your mind about something, it's never going to be easy. This Deqian seems like it really can't stay. Qin Yun lamented softly. He had intended to leave, and perhaps, after Tang Guiyao had learned of his identity, she wouldn't think of making peace with him again. But he still had to leave anyway. Didn't want to sway that woman's attitude toward herself because of who she was. Or perhaps, in Qin Yun's view, it didn't matter whether that woman wanted to make peace or not. He didn't care at all. Because, he never wanted to be with this woman either. For this marriage, the two people ultimately have their own agenda. And when everything is laid out in front of them, there is no need to continue to maintain it. Little sister, take care, for brother, will settle everything. Looking at the sleeping Tang Yunli, Qin Yun murmured softly and gently stroked the little girl's white forehead. Afterward, his figure was like a wisp of light smoke, gradually dissipating and disappearing into the night. Boom! Qin Yun struck out and did not reveal his true appearance. Yet he did not hide his breath either, traveling in a high profile. At his chest, the Supreme Bone's divine light shone brightly, and endless small fly-head characters rushed out and did not enter the void. Shasta. The wind and clouds changed, the sound of flowing water resounded through the heavens and earth, and a magnificent Supreme Being stepped out from within the long river of space and time, reigning over the world and looking down upon the living beings. The terrifying vision stretched for millions of miles at once, and the Supreme's magnificent divine body obscured the heavens and earth. Everyone was stunned. The Supreme Body has appeared? Is he finally going to strike again? This time, what will it be for? Still for the Tang sisters? The tranquility of the night was instantly broken, and the entire Dakian was instantly plunged into a cacophony of noise, with all the cultivators coming to their senses in an instant. Every time the Supreme Body made a move, it would cause an uproar in the world. People don't know his intentions nowadays, but they are able to predict that it will be another big storm. If he strikes today, he will cause turmoil in this heaven and earth again in the future. The Supreme Body is mysterious and incomparable. Every time he strikes, he subverts one's three views and shatters one's perceptions. This time, what secrets will he reveal? The earth was in an uproar, and many people rushed into the void. However, the scene in front of them stunned everyone. The Supreme Vision covered the sky, but this time, it was different from the past. Usually, when this smudge of vision appeared, people were unable to understand where the root cause was. But today, and yet people clearly perceive it, that Supreme Vision was hooked up with one person, merging into one, and every move contained a certain sense of fit. It was a person shrouded in black mist. No one could see through his identity and appearance, but that exuberant vitality dripped out. As he moved forward step by step, the entire heaven and earth roared and rumbled, as if they were co-vibrating with him. That strong aura, terrifying fluctuations, pressed down, causing people to feel a terrifying sense of palpitations, and even more people directly fell to their knees. That was a young Supreme Being who had not yet reached greatness, but that terrifying potential, the embodiment of the great Tao, had already reached a shocking attainment. This really is the Supreme Body. He's actually really only 20 years old. A lot of people were baffled. This was the first time many people in this great land had seen a Supreme Body. Although he did not reveal his appearance and identity, everyone could sense that that man was the Supreme Body without a doubt. The first time it was revealed to the world, it left many people stunned. The rumors were true. The Supreme Body was really only 20 years old. This is unbelievable news. Although there have been rumors about his age in the world for a long time, and they have been circulating in the mouths of many great people, but no one in the world is willing to believe them. At the age of 20 or so, in the eyes of many people, it could no longer be said to be a late bloomer, or even just a child, a brat. How can one possess such earth-shattering might? However, the rumors came true, and the Supreme Bone stood in front of the world, with the kind of exuberant vitality that couldn't be bothered to cover up, and a youthful vitality that was hard to hide. No one was not shocked. No one would dare to believe that such a person would be a glimpse of a miracle if he were not just standing there alive. Why is the Supreme Body so high profile today? At the same time, such a doubt rose in everyone's mind. The world knew that the Supreme Body had always been cautious and careful, refusing to reveal its true identity, and in the past, every time the Supreme Bone Vision was revealed, it was mostly because it had encountered a strong enemy. Forced, but today, it was actively exhibited. What's the point? On the far sky, many people were baffled, unsure of the Supreme Body's intentions. Among them, there was no shortage of Supreme experts, strong men from various Tao domains who had come to Deqian to investigate the identity of the Supreme Body. But now, the Supreme Body was right in front of them, giving them the opportunity to tear apart their identities. However, none of them dared to move forward. Such a strong Supreme Body made everyone's heart feel uneasy and intensely apprehensive. Wow! Qin Yun moved forward step by step, always in a high-profile manner, contrary to the norm, and behind him, he was followed by a dense, countless number of cultivators, wanting to see exactly where he was going, not daring to go up and disturb. He could only follow from afar. It's to the Imperial city. Gradually, as time passed, people gradually clarified the direction in which the Supreme Body was traveling forward, and after this, everyone was stunned. Tang Boudoir was sentenced to death, and the storm was extremely publicized in Dakian. This time the Supreme Body appeared, went to the Imperial city, and is a high-profile trip. Its intentions are intriguing. Emperor Qianming has been in power for 3 years, and Tang Guiyao sat guarding Wangyun Pass, defending his city alone and fighting off the barbarian army. 10 years into Emperor Qianming's reign, the barbarians raided, and Tang Guiyao alone blocked their advance, killed the barbarian leader, and made a miraculous achievement. Standing in front of the Imperial city, Qin Yun, at this moment, slowly opened his mouth to speak. The voice wasn't loud, but it resounded clearly in everyone's ears. One by one, they were all familiar about Tang Guiyao's deeds. In the crowd, some people reddened their eyes, reciting what that great Qian war god had done to them. They had also been extremely resentful of the Empress's attempt to behead Tang Guiyao, but they were too small in number to do anything about it. And now, one such person has stepped forward. 15 years into Emperor Qin Ming's reign, Tang Guiyao personally led an army southward, completely pacifying the barbarians and solving the 1,000-year-old sorrows of the great Qin. Qin Yun's voice continued to ring out. By this moment, there was some clamor among the crowd. People gradually comprehended Qin Yun's intentions. He's trying to take the prestige of the supreme body to create public opinion, causing the Empress to change her mind about killing Tang Guiyao. People speculate so. Someone was nodding darkly. This person was indeed intelligent and knew how to steer the wind. To be bloodless and make Tang Guiyao turn danger into danger. The Empress was strong and unoffendable, not to mention joining forces with the kings, which was definitely the superior choice. And at the moment, Qin Yun's voice stopped, looking away from the direction of the Tang clan, and in his gaze, there was a slight sense of emotion. He certainly wasn't trying to create any public opinion. Traveling in a high profile was indeed to attract attention, but what he was doing was to create a buzz for Tang Guiyao, mobilizing people's emotions and raising Tang Guiyao's status in people's hearts, so that in the future, she would logically be able to claim the title of emperor, helping people to the end. This is also considered to be what Qin Yun can do for that little girl from the Tang family. By the way, after all, after the death of the Empress, the dynasty would be in turmoil, and the Tang family would be in endless strife, and it would be beneficial to the Tang family to do so. Otherwise, he could have traveled in a low profile and killed the Empress directly in the palace and beheaded the Empress. Many people were secretly nodding their heads at this moment, appreciating the idea of the supreme body. However, the next moment, everyone froze. Jun Wudao, tyrannically abandoning heaven's destiny and brutalizing loyalists. Today, I come to kill the king. Such a sentence was uttered, causing everyone to freeze on the spot, their eyes filled with deep consternation. Qin Yun opened his mouth and stood in the vault of heaven, his white clothes fluttering, his black hair dancing wildly, his absolute valor, his momentary splendor, his voice like thunder, one word at a time. When a man is angry, the world is onyx. Chapter 057, Stepping into a Desperate Path. When a man is angry, the world is onyx. The sound was like thunder, rumbling and roaring, spreading out in all directions, causing this side of the earth and sky to quake dramatically. Everyone was stunned. The supreme body is traveling in a high profile, not to show solidarity for Tang Guiyao and borrow the power of the people to put pressure on the Empress, but to try to kill the king. Kingslayer. Such two words, like two thunderbolts, ruthlessly struck down on the top of everyone's head. It struck terror into the hearts of all. The female emperor is on high, the throne of Dacian, thousands of years firmly immovable. In the world's heart, the female emperor such as the gods, who dares to say regicide? This is a treacherous statement, and even more so, a wildly contradictory one. Shocked everyone. How dare he? There are many experts in the Imperial city, and the Empress has already become a saint. Not to mention, now that a number of saintly lords have joined hands with the Empress, how can he dare to say the word regicide? And how can he do it? A half-saint is just a half-saint. How can you go against the heavens and destroy the saints? Know that saints are not to be offended, and all those under them are ants. For 10,000 years, no matter how amazing your talent is, no one has been able to break this iron law, not to mention so many saints. Everyone was surprised, and the supreme body's intentions took everyone by surprise. The supreme body has truly gone mad. There's definitely a deep connection between him and Tang Guiyao. Otherwise it's impossible for him to have gone mad to this extent. What kind of person is he to Tang Guiyao? To give up his future and cut off his future for the sake of a woman? It must be known that he will surely achieve great success with his supreme body in the future. And this generation of supreme bodies will be absolutely stunning. Everyone exuded horror, unable to believe that a generation of heavenly pride would take the initiative to walk towards extinction. But it really happened. As Qin Yun was about to speak of regicide, the gates of the Imperial city were directly closed tightly as the terrifying protectorate formation rose. However, Qin Yun was unrelenting, his black hair fluttering backward as his figure sped like lightning, directly shattering the gate of that Imperial city. A single force broke all the laws, breaking through that side of the terrifying grand formation, and rushing forward, rushing into the middle of the Imperial city. Rebels, stop! There were 12 great generals who appeared to block Qin Yun's advance, each with an appalling aura for a half-saint realm human male. Each person has a sturdy body. The air of killing is moving heaven, holding a heavy weapon cold. This is the blood-stained ferocious soldiers. Each person is a top expert for the imperial city of the protector of the road. However, at this moment, in the face of Qin Yun, these 12 great generals did not have many thoughts of God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha, and resisting all enemies. The Supreme Body's voice was too shocking. Its battle power was astounding. Even the holy sons of the Holy Land could not defeat him, let alone them. Even if Tang Guiyao came, she might not be able to stop it. Retreat. It's not too late for everything to be spared from killing. A great general stepped forward and said, duty calls for it, unable to retreat. But everyone could see that his scalp was tingling and his guts were trembling. Wow. Qin Yun did not make things difficult for him, and directly struck out, sending him on his way, saving him from any difficulties. Boom! The Heavenly Emperor's fist blasted out, 12 fist seals coming out together and blasting forward. Qin Yun did not stop and continued forward without looking back. 12 waves of blood exploded behind him, and blood splattered on the majestic and supreme city's head. Jun Wu Dao. Today I have come to kill the king. Those who stand in my way will die. Qin Yun only had this to say, and in the distant air, some of the great generals who had come to provide reinforcements stopped in their tracks, and upon hearing this, they didn't dare to go forward after all. The great Qian Imperial Palace, indeed, has many experts, and there are many supreme experts. However, having to face Qin Yun gave them a sense of powerlessness, and they ultimately did not dare to come forward to stop them. Many people were dumbfounded at the moment. They had followed the Supreme Body all the way here, and now that they saw the Supreme Body enter the Imperial City, they also flocked in with a brain, just in time to see the scene of the Supreme Body killing the 12 half-saint generals in seconds. It sent chills down everyone's spine and left them stunned on the spot. The Supreme Body was incomparably strong, invincible in the same realm, and within the half-saint realm. Even when he beheaded the 19 holy sons and daughters, he had not used his full strength. The world has long been rumored to be such. However, after all, not many people had seen it with their own eyes, and now that they had seen the Supreme Body easily kill 12 half-saint experts in seconds, everyone understood that the rumors were true, and that this demon was even more terrifying than among the rumors. Boom! Finally, the Empress appeared, imperial robes and majesty, traveling together with the 14 saint lords, their breaths colluding with each other. They stepped out from the middle of that immortal palace, forming an overwhelming killing machine that blocked off that piece of heaven and earth, to stop the Supreme Body from retreating. I thought that you would stand up for Tang Boudoir. I just didn't expect that you would be insane to this extent. It seems that there really is some sort of close relationship between you and Tang Guiyao. The Empress opened her mouth, tinged with a smile and always with contempt in her eyes. The Supreme Body was certainly stunning and worldly, but that was only reflected in the same generation. While she was a saint, and even more so with 14 saint lords joining forces, it was certainly impossible to fear anything. Supreme Body, return my disciple's life. Kill my holy son and pay with your life. Since I'm here today, I don't want to leave again. Drink your blood and dig up your bones to fulfill my hatred. The 14 holy lords, all of whom were the elders of the holy sons and holy daughters of the past, had joined forces and had long been dormant for many days within Deqian, only waiting for the Supreme Body to appear and snuff it out. Such a battle shook the world. Everyone's heart trembled violently. The Supreme Bone is going to fall. There is no dispute. Stepping into the path of extinction. Such a sigh resounded from the crowd. Chapter 058, come on. You refine me. The majestic imperial city. A slaying, killing intent like a cold wind. Piercing cold, like an instant into the winter. The earth is frozen. Killing intent frost. Everyone sighed. The contemporary Supreme Body was so stunning and dazzling that it had killed 19 holy sons and daughters in a row. And this kind of battle record was unprecedented in the past and present. Shaking the past and the present. But now, it has taken the initiative to go down such a dead-end road. 14 saint lords, each one of them is a majestic lord of a party, the hegemon of a Dao domain. The Supreme Body is but a half-saint. It's never possible to face one, let alone so many joining hands. This is a certain death-killing situation. The Supreme Body will fall and no one can change it. Many people lamented. The 14 holy lords, their gazes looked towards the Supreme Body, each one of them being dumbfounded. People knew that perhaps this time, there was no need for the Empress to make a move, and the 14 holy lords, all of them, would fight to kill. Supreme Body, this can definitely be called a great opportunity, carrying too many legacies, even if those mysterious legacies are put aside. That Supreme Blood and Supreme Bone alone are enough to make people beat the dog's brains out. Wow! However, in the face of the 14 male lords and female emperors, Qin Yun actually made a direct move, leaving everyone stunned on the spot. As he stepped, the void crumbled and endless Dao lines spread out from beneath his feet. tearing through the endless killing intent and leading into the boundless distance. Obscure Tao lines, flowing out the thick aura of age, covered the sky, unable to stop the spread, unable to cut off the Tao lines overflowing into the void. It's a line word secret. The 14 holy lords were all shaken. They had seen a lot, although they hadn't witnessed the divine difference of the lineage mysteries in this life. But when the 9 mysteries, that kind of world-defying inheritance, was once performed, that kind of heaven-defying Daoing cloth was released, there was no one who would doubt it. This is the kind of mind-blowing experience that only the 9 secret recipes can bring. Among the crowd, there is an endless clamor. The 9 secrets are too mysterious, has long been lost, not visible in today's world. People have only heard rumors about this secret art, now see with their own eyes. Obscure Tao lines in front of their eyes. How not to vibrate? That's right, Qin Yun responded truthfully. 2 such words left everyone stunned on the spot. Although people had speculated earlier, it was another matter when they really waited for this demon to admit it. How do you get that? Is this really the secret of the line? Who is your mentor? The moment the lineage secret came out, it was called a stone-breaking shock, causing everyone present to change color, throwing out many questions at once to trace back the roots and get to the bottom of the matter. It was just that Qin Yun naturally couldn't possibly reveal that he didn't perform the Xingzi mysteries for the sake of appearing saintly and putting on a show in front of people either, but rather for the sake of shocking the world. There is nothing in the world that can stop the secret of the lines. He could attack and retreat now that his first hand was cast. This was the bottom line, that he dared to come to the Imperial city to kill the king, Saint Lords, the hegemon of a domain, and carrying a terrifying inheritance. So many Saint Lords joining forces, it could be described as 100 flowers blossoming. Qin Yun hadn't yet entered the Saint realm after all, and didn't have the certainty of battling the world's Saint Lords. The only way to deter them is to use the secret of the line to let them weigh their weight. It's not a conspiracy, it's clearly phallic. The 14 holy lords could naturally see this, but they just still did not place Qin Yun in their eyes. Want to make us jealous? You're just a half-saint after all. Even if you have the secret of the word line, we are certain that we can wipe you out and strangle you in the cradle. How dare a young supreme being run amok? Too young. The holy lords grunted coldly, not taking it personally. Instead, the light of greed in his eyes increased, and a Saint Lord stepped forward. Refine him? I want to extract his memories and study everything about him. All the holy lords had fierce glares in their eyes. The crowd clamored, wondering why the supreme body was doing this. This is too high profile, flamboyant, and really doesn't fit his former nature. Even if you have the line word secret, you shouldn't expose it like this. You should use it as a base card, so that you have a chance to escape. The supreme body has truly gone mad. What conspiracy of Yang is completely self-serving? Although the secret of the word line can travel across the world, nowadays, he simply doesn't have the strength to correspond to it. And in the face of absolute strength, any secret art is just a trick. An endless clamor resounded among the crowd. However, in the middle of the celestial dome, Qin Yun stood still, his black hair fluttering, as ethereal as an exiled immortal. He was always calm, and under the chaotic mist, there was not the slightest hint of joy, anger, sadness or happiness on his exquisite face. What about now? Qin Yun suddenly spoke thus. At the same time, his footsteps once again stepped, the void crumbled, and endless Tao marks were born, which were a chain of rules, a chain of order, spreading from his feet, merging with the surrounding void, the power of the law. If it was said that the execution of the linear character secret caused the crowd to be slightly shocked, then at this moment, everyone's faces were wildly changed in the face of the power of the laws that had appeared. A holy lord, a hegemon, would not change his color even if the mountain crumbled before him, but at this moment, their faces were all filled with shock, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. How can you master the power of laws? One exclamation of shock after another resounded throughout the Imperial city. There were saint masters speaking out, and there were also supreme experts in the crowd who were asking questions. Among the crowd, too many people were bewildered and did not understand why the kings were so surprised, but all the existences whose strength had arrived at the great powers were all shocked with their faces. The power of the law, which is the key to becoming a saint. Mighty powerhouses needed to perceive the laws of heaven and earth, to experience the power of such rules of heaven and earth. But that's just experiencing it, but it's not mastering it. But now, as soon as the supreme body stepped on its feet, an endless order of laws was born underneath its feet, calling out how people would not be shaken. How can a great power master the power of laws? No one can understand. This kind of power is something that only a saintly party can master and manipulate. In people's conception, a saint is a saint and a mighty man is a mighty man. And there is a fundamental difference between the two. Those who mastered laws were saints, but Qin Yun was clearly a half-saint, yet he had mastered the power of laws, which subverted people's perceptions of saints and the concept of cultivation. Why on earth are you surprised? What happened to the power of laws? Some cultivators with shallow cultivation levels always looked puzzled, not understanding the reason. The power of the laws is fundamental to saints, yet a great power has mastered the power of the laws, and although the realm is still in the realm of the great powers, do you think, is he a saint or a great power? This can't be. A mighty man is a mighty man. How can he grasp the power of a saint? If he has mastered this power, why has his realm not grown? People were unraveled and more amazed, while more questions arose. The order of promotion to sainthood is, one would first become a saint before possessing the power of the laws. But Qin Yun, however, possessed the power of the laws first but was not yet a saint. It subverts the perception. He's settling down, suppressing his realm. What he's going to certify is a flawless saint. A holy lord opened his mouth and spoke, causing everyone's hearts to stir. Many of the male lords present could feel that thick power of the laws on the supreme body. So to speak, it was already nearly complete. Such a person would want to become a saint, but it was just a thought. Even if they were not yet saints, in terms of laws, they would definitely be able to crush some old-school saints. This generation of supreme body is truly astonishing in the Guy generation. A great power yet comprehending this power, precipitating the laws in the great power realm, wanting to consummate the laws in one fell swoop before making a charge. The plan is so great that even when it has reached the point where the whole world is an enemy, he still refuses to become a saint and is unwilling to subject his foundation to the slightest restriction. Such a person is too scary. All of the holy lords who had been foolishly moving just a moment ago, at this moment, none of their faces were born with a scornful look. In the void, Qin Yun remained calm. He twisted his head to look at the same holy lord who had said that he would refine him, extract his memories, and study his secret arts. The voice was like thunder, one word at a time. Here, you refine me. Chapter 059, All the Kings Are Jealous. A bellowing question caused heaven and earth to fall silent. That holy lord's face was embarrassed. But in the end, he didn't dare to say anything else. A supreme body that had mastered the lineage secret was not scary. With a great power, mastering the power of the law was barely acceptable to the people. But what's scary is the two-in-one. Saints are not invincible, but they can run roughshod over the world. As in the case of Deqian, the reason why it was able to become a great nation and not be annexed by the Holy Lands was because it possessed a saint. Although, Deqian couldn't go and fight against a Holy Land. However, if a certain Holy Land really wanted to overthrow Deqian, the retaliation of a saint would be absolutely terrifying in the extreme. To be able to become a saint, it can be said that the means are extremely powerful and difficult to kill. And how many of such characters do not have a Taoist lineage? And how many do not have disciples? If such a character were to go to the middle of a Tao system and make a big mess, it would definitely be a huge blow to a supreme Tao system. This is the case with the supreme body at the moment, grasping the power of the law, without being able to speculate on what level of strength he had arrived at. The secret of the word line could attack and retreat, and if he was really evil, he would not rest with him, so that he would leave relying on the secret of the word line. Then, all the holy places will be completely victimized. So, he made such a fuss and came to regicide. He's not crazy, everything has a bottom line. Just as he went forth into the midst of Mount Tai, seemingly to seek death, but with something to fall back on, the supreme body has truly reached a point where one cannot ignore it. It makes all the kings of the world fearful. The imperial city was silent and still as that powerful sense of intimidation unfolded, causing all the male lords to feel a palpitation. Everyone, don't forget that this person decapitated your disciples. This time, it's the best time to decapitate him. If you miss it, you won't know when the next time will be. The Empress spoke at this moment. There was no longer the same kind of contempt on her face as before, and the strength of the supreme body made her feel the pressure. The others could still retreat, but she could not, so she abetted the holy lords to join forces with her. The 14 holy lords were all interested in moving, but in the end, all of them shook their heads. It was true that there was a grudge between them and the supreme body, but if they were to strike at the supreme body today, the meaning would completely change, and if the supreme body were to walk away, the threat would be too great. As strong as the holy lord, he had to break his teeth and swallow his stomach in the face of this demon. The loss of the holy son and daughter did not hurt the root after all. The big deal was to cultivate one after another 300 to 500 years. But if this demon was wicked, it would be a heavenly scourge. Emperor Ming, it's better to take care of your own affairs. Among the several holy lords, someone spoke thusly, his hands clasping his chest in an attitude of unconcern. Such an attitude caused the empress's face, all of a sudden, to be as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. On the other hand, the corners of Qin Yun's mouth displayed a smirk. The purpose, achieved, what he wanted, that was it. 14 holy lords joined forces. He was not sure, but if he only faced a female emperor, come and fight. The great Qianlong heavenly abyss. Under the silent heavenly abyss, there were suddenly dense footsteps, and the slogan "Rescue the General" shook the heavens, echoing endlessly under the heavenly abyss. Footsteps boomed, growing clearer from a blur, then closer. Pop! As a bowstring sound played, the hawk was hunted down and blood was spilled in the canyon. On the stone platform, Tang Guiyao was stunned, looking at the people who had come to her rescue, densely packed, with nearly 40 to 50 great generals at the head. The familiar faces. How dare you? Tang Guiyao grew angry. Isn't it just asking for death? She was unaware of everything that was happening in the outside world. This place was completely sealed off, and even her cultivation was suppressed. General, don't worry. Brother Divine Bone has struck. At this moment, he has already killed his way into the Imperial city, and is taking the life of the Empress. Hearing this, Tang Guiyao was petrified on the spot. That man is so bloody-minded. He directly rebelled to change the dynasty. Mother ******* her. The world is onyx when the piker is angry. That speaks to my heart. The surrounding great generals were talking, their hearts surging, and they kept bombarding the spell formation, wanting to forcefully break it open. The spell formation roared. The experts who suppressed the heavenly abyss had returned to the Imperial city after all, and without their previous prowess, it was quickly breached. Tang Guiyao, however, stayed frozen in place. What am I worth risking your life for? At this moment, Tang Guiyao's heart was filled with endless complexities. How she had never imagined that the man she had ignored and never looked at squarely would go to such lengths for her, just because of the word husband and wife? Tang Guiyao had a sense of shame at the moment. Go help him. This time, she didn't hesitate. What empress? What loyalty? Everything was left behind. She only hoped that the man was unharmed and that she wouldn't be left chasing after him. It was satisfying to finally fight alongside him, even if it meant death. You must be safe. Otherwise, what's the point even if I live? Tang Guiyao murmured wordlessly in her heart. Imperial City. I'm really curious as to what kind of person you are to Tang Guiyao that you're willing to go to this extent for her. The Empress's smile remained the same, but there was an unconcealable killing intent among her eyes. To what extent? I don't even have to use my supreme bone to behead someone like you who relies on your fortune to become a saint. Qin Yun spoke in a cold voice, gaslighting into sainthood. At Qin Yun's current stage, he was already able to see through everything. He could feel that the reason why the Empress achieved sainthood was that she relied on this Dacian fortune, and was for the weakest kind of sainthood. This kind of confirmed his previous suspicions. Tang Guiyao was about the same age as the Empress, and Tang Guiyao's qualifications weren't bad, although one is always on the warpath and the other is meditating in the palace. The gap between the two is still too big, and the reason for this, in addition to the great Qian has a saint law, the Empress became a saint, is dependent on the fate of the reason. The reason why Tang Guiyao didn't become a saint was not because her qualifications were not enough, but because the path ahead of her was broken, and the saintly technique was not given to her. No wonder you're suppressing Tang Boudoir. What you're worried about is understandable. After all, Tang Guiyao only broke her gong method, while you, on the other hand, broke your qualifications. Really, if Tang Guiyao gets any chance, sooner or later, one day, you will completely claim respect to Tang Guiyao. Qin Yun opened his mouth. He hadn't crossed paths with the Empress, but it didn't affect his desire to kill this Empress. The heart of the heart was too small. If it wasn't for this Empress, he wouldn't have been able to strike once every 3 days. It could be said that he didn't have peaceful days purely because of this Empress. Enough! The Empress was truly enraged. Having been poked at by Qin Yun, even a great power dares to show me disrespect. The big battle is imminent. Chapter 060, Exorcising the Saints Against the Heavens. Wow! The Empress's imperial robes hunted, and as she waved her hand, an order of heaven and earth materialized and lingered around her. What law? Saints are the fruits of the Tao. Those who obtain the fruits of the Tao are saints. Do you really think you can go against the heavens? The Empress's eyes blazed with a terrifying force of laws raging there, like two great suns set in them, with a light that was compelling. Qin Yun did not say much as he smiled faintly and directly struck out. Boom! A great battle broke out, and the moment the two exchanged blows, the Imperial city was directly razed to the ground. That kind of terrifying fluctuation was palpitating, and admittedly there were quite a few Saint Lord level powerhouses present to suppress it, but there were still quite a few people who were directly toppled to the ground. Terrifying fluctuations, a terrifying aura, caused the Imperial city to shake, and the heavens and earth seemed to be turning upside down. Holy war! Every single one of them was covered in horror. There was no telling how many years such a great battle had not been seen. No, for the people of this land, it had never been seen. Saints, for the absolute generation of experts, each of them had the status of the top heaven. it could be said that, not to the critical moment, they would definitely not make a move. But now, a holy war really broke out. Life and death fighting, killing intent, whistling mountains and rivers. The two of them were constantly striking out, displaying infinite means, fighting in the dome of the sky, engaging in a collision between the Tao and the Tao. Unfortunately, the level is too high. In addition to a few holy lords, there is not much visible. People can only vaguely feel two terrible breath in the collision, as if the two great Tao long dragon in the fight. Is the supreme body really going to go against the heavens? Beheading a saint against the heavens has never happened in ancient times. Is it going to create another miracle today? Saints cannot be offended. This is absolutely impossible. Even though the Empress is empty of a Tao fruit, that Tao fruit alone is not something a mighty powerhouse can go over. These are two completely different realms, completely different levels of life. For thousands of years, even though there are countless celestial pride, no one is able to go beyond. The supreme body is also impossible. The scene erupted into an uproar, and everyone was talking about the battle. Only those 10 or so Saint Lord level figures were silent, their faces covered in gravity and shock. They didn't make a move, but they didn't leave either. This was because he wanted to see how strong the supreme body was and wait for an opportunity to see if he could destroy it with a single strike. However, the strength that the supreme body had erupted now shocked everyone, causing them to feel regret in their hearts and divest themselves of such thoughts. Although the supreme body was not yet a saint, it was definitely not that easy for a saint to kill him. This caused endless horror to grow in everyone's hearts. For a great power to be able to have such terrifying battle power without relying on realms, relying solely on his own heritage, only the Saint Masters knew clearly just how stunning and dazzling this supreme body was. Boom! The battle intensified as Qin Yun kept striking out, wide open and blasting forward, law-condensed fist seals following one after another, as dense as rain. The Empress, on the other hand, was always elegant and extraordinary. Her attacks were not fast, yet she was always easily able to block Qin Yun's attacks. It could be said that she was aesthetically pleasing, like a fairy falling into flowers, graceful and calm, and in fact, her heart was in shock. Such a supreme body made her feel the pressure and gave her a bad premonition. You are supposed to be a member of my great Qian, right? Do you really want to plot against me and be a rebellious thief? What exactly is the relationship between you and Tang Boudoir? I can promise you that what that Tang Boudoir is able to give you, I am also able to give you. Or even, if you promise, to stay by my side and become my protector, I'm willing to forget about it and spare Tang Guiyao's life. The Empress's voice came out. After sensing the strength of the supreme body, he chose to take a step back. Ha ha! Qin Yun laughed out loud but didn't stop. At this moment, even the arbitrary character's secret was triggered. The laws within his body were raised tenfold. His attack power was raised tenfold. His speed, yuan shun, and perception, all instantly crossed a new level. Boom! Qin Yun blasted forward, his fist shining, transforming into a monumental robber's light that illuminated the heavens and the earth the moment he blasted out. The Empress looked horrified, and between the waving of her prime hand, a small world sunk in front of her. The birds and flowers are beautiful. The small world sank and floated, straddling between the two of them as a defense against that horrifying fist aura. Dang! However, the small world directly shattered and crumbled on the spot, and a mouthful of blood spewed out from the Empress as she directly flew out horizontally. Everyone present was stunned. The saint was strong and inviolable. With a wave of his plain hand, he could evolve a party of rule worlds. This was simply like a godlike means. But in front of the supreme body, it was as pale as paper. A saint, blown sideways by a punch. What kind of terrifying attack power was this? Everyone was horrified. Even the 10 or so Saint Masters had a look of horror floating above their faces. With that punch, if it was any of them, I was only afraid that they would have to pay a painful price. Is this really still a great power? The hearts of all the holy lords were all aghast, inexplicably giving birth to a feeling of gratitude. Fortunately, they did not make a move. Otherwise, it would bring a heavenly calamity to their own Tao lineage. Ah, the Empress, no longer the previous honor, black hair scattered, imperial robes stained with blood, extreme woe. She let out a long whistle, bordering on insanity. A saint, to be reversed fell to such an extent by a great power. It could be called the first of its kind in the ancient times. It was destined to remain in history. The supreme body had created a miracle, and she would become a heavenly laughingstock. The first saint in the ancient world to have been rebelled against. The Empress went mad, whistling long and loud as she fought her way forward to decapitate Qin Yun. Hysterical. Boom! However, her defeat had already appeared and it was impossible for her to be Qin Yun's opponent. Qin Yun struck out. From above, his figure swept in, so fast that it was a blur. One foot stepped out, directly stomping the Empress from the sky to the ground. Everyone was stunned. The saint was absolutely stunning, the king of heaven and earth, but now, he was being felled against his will. That person, who descended from the sky and stepped on an ancient saint from the heavens to the ground. What kind of strength, what kind of invincibility was that? Everyone was stunned. Even the sacred lords were no exception. In their opinion, even if the supreme body was heaven-defying and supreme, the battle situation shouldn't have been like this. At the very least, it's a needlepoint. A dragon in the clouds versus a dragon in the mist. A ferocious tussle holy war. However, who would have thought that it would be so easy and dry, and that the holy war would be easily divided? A saint, not only was he counterattacked, and also showed such a defeat. Living Saint was trampled under the feet of the mighty. What a shocking feeling this gave people. Chapter 061, Killing the Heart. The heavens and the earth were silent, and for a time the scene fell into dead silence. People were dumbfounded, their mouths slightly open, and even the sacred lords had such a look on their faces, frozen on the spot. How unbelievable it is that saints have been felled against their will, and it was crushed in such a way that one foot stepped from the sky to the ground. What kind of supreme elegance was that? Truly going against the heavens and destroying the saints, creating a miracle of the ancient world. The supreme body is too heaven-defying, breaking the iron law that saints can't commit. If he mighty is still like this, what will the future hold? After a few seconds of silence, a terrible clamor erupted among the crowd. People knew that this battle would be famous throughout the ages and the present, and would erupt into an endless storm in this heaven and earth, stirring up the various domains, a great power battling against the saints and completely crushing them. This was something that had never happened before in ancient times. A saint cannot be offended. He actually did it. The great emperor did not display such feats even when he was young. He truly shines through the ages as the first legend of the ancient world. The crowd was in an uproar, and there were more than a few murmurs, like a torrential flood that shook the heavens and the earth. All of the holy lords were frozen in place, unable to say a word. What can be said at this moment? The strength of the supreme body subverted everyone's perceptions and broke people's ideas about realms. Everyone knew that such a person was extremely terrifying, and would surely become a giant in the future. And if he was not killed at this time, the path of strength would no longer be difficult to block, and the king's fear of him deepened. However, at this moment, none of them dared to make a move and stayed there. Offending such a bogeyman would definitely be a heavenly calamity. The horrible consequences of that had to be repeated with caution. You cut yourself. Standing in the middle of the void, looking at the empress at his feet, Qin Yun spoke thus. There would have been no blood feud, thus giving each other the last share of the face that belongs to the emperor. You, the empress only spat out such a word to go, and that delicate face was filled with complexity, sitting there on his knees in boundless gloom. Defeated. Really defeated. The defeat was complete and without the slightest bit of suspense, which caused the empress's Tao heart to suffer a blow it had never seen before. The first saint in the ancient times to be reverse fallen. The supreme body stepped on her name and forged a supreme legend, while she, on the other hand, would be reduced to a heavenly laughingstock. It's all Tang Guiyao. It's all Tang Guiyao. The empress was near insane, blaming everything on Tang Guiyao. What exactly did she give you, to make you work so hard for her? If she can give it to you, I can give it to you as well. Bearing in mind that I am the emperor of Great Qin, the supreme empress, no longer having that honorable grace of yesteryear, was in a sorry state, with her black hair in disarray and multiple chipped places on her body. Qin Yun's punch awnings were unrivaled, striking her near form. Why on earth? Since I was a child I have been inferior to her. Even if I become a king and become an emperor, you are all just as willing to stand by her. Am I that bad? The empress vented until the end, and there were actually tears spilling down her face. Qin Yun knew some of the inner workings of the situation, and united with what the empress had said, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart as well. He knows. In the beginning, the empress and Tang Guiyao were a pair of very good sisters. The two of them grew up together and practiced together. However, Tang Guiyao's light was too strong, and even the empress was dimmed. She was an emperor. How could she allow her light to be blocked? That once innocent friendship. I don't know when it started to change its flavor. Perhaps after she became an emperor, or perhaps when Tang Guiyao became famous and was worshipped as the empress of the army. It was for this reason that the subsequent insult of giving a marriage took place. The empress was gloomy, with boundless divine sadness, sitting there on her knees, and among her face, endless bewilderment. Cut yourself. Qin Yun merely uttered such a sentence, cold and merciless, and turned his back. I am the ancient emperor. The empress whistled long and loud, unwilling to cut herself off, choosing to fight at the end of her life. A blood-colored spear rushed skyward, piercing through the void with a cold flash to pierce through Qin Yun's body. However, Qin Yun blocked the spear from moving forward with just 2 fingers. and he struggled to hold the entire spear in his hands before stabbing it directly forward. The Empress's torso was pierced through, and large swaths of crimson spilled down, shocking to the eyes. At this moment, her face, instead of too much fear, there is only a piece of relief, as well as a trace of bewilderment. I've come to personally send you on your way. Qin Yun raised his spear and stabbed into the Empress's body as he spoke thus. Who are you? Really? When exactly did Boudoir Yao befriend you? I do not know. And even more so, why did you not choose me? Choose her. At the end of her life, the Empress was filled with pleading. This was her last obsession, fearless of death. But she couldn't figure out why she still lost to Tang Guiyao. It wasn't a threat. It was a prayer. A prayer that the other person would be able to clear her mind. Your Majesty, didn't you arrange all this? Qin Yun spoke softly, transmitting, if it wasn't for your Majesty granting the marriage in the first place, I wouldn't have been able to become a member of the Tang family. So to put it mildly, I should thank your Majesty as well. Upon hearing these words, the Empress's pupils suddenly shrunk as her face went from stupefied to stunned, and then to terrified and stunned. It's you? A yell, with disbelief, with incredulity, that piercing, that unexpected. She thought of Qin Yun, remembering the day when Qin Yun had entered the palace to meet her, a mortal, yet he dared to disobey her. That state of mind. It turned out that all of this had long been documented, but even if he was angry at the time, he didn't even bother with him. The Empress's gaze was dead set on Qin Yun, wanting to say those two words to go and make it known to the world. She was too upset. How could it not have occurred to him that a piece of trash that he had bestowed upon Tang Guiyao in the first place would become the sheltering god of the Tang clan, and that he himself would, in the end, die in the hands of this person? Someone like that who was kind and without the slightest bit of aggression was hiding so deeply, with a city that called out to the Empress to feel chills. At the end of his life, he got such an answer. Kill and kill. The Empress was therefore anxious to tell all and warn the world. However, there was no way Qin Yun would give her a chance. The spear fought and shook, and the Empress instantly turned into a mist of blood and was shocked to death on the spot, completely transforming into bloody mud and dissipating into the heavens and earth. There was dead silence all around. Everyone froze. The Empress just fell. The world of the world. Thousands of years of a big country. So the change of dynasty, a supreme female emperor, by the people of the reverse, standing dead on the spot. There's no one who doesn't get chills. Ancient saints were incomparably powerful, and it was almost impossible for them to be picked off and shaken to death in the void like this. But now it had really happened. A young powerhouse had killed an ancient saint immediately. Who the hell is he? Recalling the last words of the Empress, everyone felt their hearts shake and their scalps tingle. The Empress was definitely acquainted with the supreme body, and this person's identity surprised even the Empress. Just who the hell is he? Why did the Empress appear to have that strange color? No one could know the answer, but the Empress's final roar was like a thorn in everyone's heart, making their hearts itch and stick in their throats. Chapter 062 Farewell Letter. After beheading the Empress, Qin Yun left directly, this time, without returning to the Tang clan. His feet stepped on the Xingzi secret, and disappeared into the middle of the distant sky without a sound. Within the Imperial city, many people were frozen in place, looking at him as he left, but did not dare to go after him. The strength of the supreme body shocked everyone, deterring people from wanting to tear open his disguise and investigate his identity. A great power, decapitating a saint. How frightening was this? Everyone was born with a feeling of unreality. A few days later, as expected, as the world had predicted, a huge uproar was triggered in the heavens and earth, and the supreme body's deed of defying the heavens to destroy the saints was rumored, triggering a sensation in all the domains. No one dared to believe it. A saint, a supreme ancient saint. Although the water of the great Qian Empress becoming a saint is mostly water, but after all, it is a real saint. To be cut down against the heavens just like that was a glimpse of a miracle, shocking the ancient and modern. For the first time in ancient times, I've heard of a great power beheading a saint. It's really unbelievable that there would be someone who could break that kind of iron law. Everywhere in the world, there is a clamor against the heavens and beheading the saints. These 4 words were too far-reaching, and it was no exaggeration to say that they would surely be recorded in the annals of history. People have since refreshed their perception of saints as well. Saints are not unoffendable. Even though they are incredibly strong, they can also be attacked by people against their will. Of course, no one thinks the saints aren't strong. Everyone knew that it was only ancient to the present day that such a demon as the supreme body had appeared, that it was he who was too strong, beyond common sense, and was able to go over this gulf between him and the saints. A great power can then go against the heavens and cut down saints. What will happen when he becomes a saint in the future? Without a doubt, the moment this question appeared, it made all the male lords of the various domains tremble. No one can imagine. Once the supreme body becomes a saint, how powerful it will be. At that time, not to mention stifling the pride of heaven, I'm afraid that the only thing left is to be pushed by the supreme body horizontally. But now, with the supreme body possessing a heaven-defying inheritance and his strength having arrived at an uncommon level, how many more people could block his path of rise? It's hard for all the majors in the world to be at peace. This person's growth speed is too terrifying. And this time, he similarly didn't utilize the divine effect of the supreme bone. The sense of shock given by the reverse heavenly beheading of the saint was too strong. And it was only after this incident that people realized with hindsight that the growth rate of the supreme body was simply exaggerated. Since the battle with Tang Guiyao, he had almost rarely used the supreme bone again. But every time he erupted, his strength was a terrifying increase. Such a growth rate undoubtedly added a shock to the hearts of the kings. Not even the supreme bone has been utilized. I'm afraid even an old sage wouldn't dare to claim victory over him. The battle power of the supreme body was a mystery. Although it was only a great power, but who dared to take him as a great power? Even if it was an ancient saint, facing him was full of palpitations. It is difficult to speculate on the true strength of the battle. This person has really become a climate. It's only been a few months since he rose to fame, yet he's already able to stand shoulder to shoulder with all the holy lords. His identity is unknown. His lines are secret and unrivaled. And who can stop him on the road to rise? Could it be that in this world, a great supreme being is going to appear, pushing across all races, conquering all domains, and ultimately impacting towards the path of the emperor? One of the most dazzling heavenly prides in ancient times. There is no one, definitely expected to become an emperor. People knew that the sound of the supreme body could no longer be ignored, and that next, the heavens and earth would be in turmoil, and the terrifying Dao lineages of the various domains would surely make great moves to target the supreme body. It was a terrifying influence, and almost no one in the ancient times had been able to quickly threaten those few terrifying Dao lineages. Who exactly is the true identity of the supreme body? The day he isn't exposed. I'm only afraid I don't know how many people will suffer. People knew that next, this heaven and earth would definitely be in turmoil, and all the major terrifying Dao lineages would definitely strike. Constantly searching for traces of the supreme body, the young celestial pried in the various Dao lineages, but anyone in their 20s would be noticed, and many of them would die, because the threat of the supreme body was too great. Those terrifying Dao lineages would definitely not show any mercy and would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. What is lamentable is this: the identity of the supreme body is simply untraceable, which almost never happened. Any heavenly pride in ancient times, even if hidden again hidden, its inheritance, its Dao art, all will reveal some traces, but the supreme body had struck out several times, and it was simply difficult for people to go back and trace about his inheritance and secret techniques, not knowing their roots. This is terrible. Everything is unknown. The more mysterious it is, the more curious people become. Many people believe that there was definitely a big secret behind the supreme body, and that once it was exposed one day, it would definitely break the sky. Only, no one knows for sure when that day will be. Qin Yun. What? The Empress is dead? Tang Guiyao and her party hurriedly rushed here, and after learning the news halfway, Tang Guiyao froze in place, nearly petrified. Like everyone else, this supreme god of war simply couldn't figure out how that half-saint's supreme body could decapitate the female emperor. In that instant, a myriad of emotions flooded into her mind. There was a sense of relief that the pressure had finally been lifted, as well as a wisp of hurt from the fall of the empress. And in the end, as Qin Yun had thought, Tang Guiyao had finally stepped forward and took that step, claiming the emperor. The great Qin dynasty is in chaos and needs a king to stand up, whether Tang Guiyao is willing to do so or not. Remembering her old feelings, she will have to step onto the road that Qin Yun has paved for her. When Tang Guiyao claimed the title of emperor, everything seemed to fall into place, as she herself had a notable status in both the military and civilian worlds. Of course, it is natural that a change of dynasty will inevitably lead to obstacles. But on the one hand, there was the statement of the supreme body's shock. On the one hand, Tang Guiyao's methods were also extremely domineering and dry. The matter of claiming the title of emperor was going to be smoother than Qin Yun had expected. With that, a new female emperor was born, and the change of dynasty was completed in just a few days. However, the establishment of the country's name as Wind was somewhat intriguing. Aftermath. Tang Guiyao returned to the Tang family, so to speak, at the first moment she could spare. Instead of going to see Tang Yunli, he stepped straight into that central compound. She was going to do something that, in Tang Guiyao's opinion, was even more important than her claiming the throne. But stand in front of your room, the supreme empress of the Great Wind dynasty. At this moment, that delicate face was covered with hesitation. The world does not know who the supreme body really is. However, Tang Guiyao understood that although she didn't have any evidence, yet, she just firmly believed in it, and after thinking of that person, she didn't have the slightest doubt. Drawing back, as it is called, to confirm. However, standing in front of the room's door, Tang Guiyao's face was filled with hesitation. She didn't know how to face the man that she had once been unwilling to even look at squarely. At the moment, the mere thought of it made her heart shake wildly. Tang Guiyao thought she didn't know anyone in her life, but facing that man, she felt too much indebtedness, and didn't know how she, herself, should face that man when her identity was revealed. Tang Guiyao hesitated, but after a few moments of hesitation, she exhaled a deep breath and still pushed the door and walked in. All the deficiencies will eventually have to be confronted, and the shame will have to be paid back. Inside the room, it was empty, simple and neat, a few antique paintings, antique colors, still her favorite arrangement from before, everything as it was. However, Tang Guiyao went from the outer room of the room to the inner room, but she could no longer see that man's figure. It was as if it hadn't been there. There weren't too many traces about the man, or any of his preferences. In this room, the bedding was neatly folded on that cot in the corner, except for a letter that sat there quietly. Tang Guiyao was stunned for a moment, sat down on that cot, drew out the letter in the envelope, and unfolded it. Very strong and powerful handwriting, but just by seeing the opening two words, Tang Guiyao's pupils jolted, and her entire body directly froze there. Gone. Chapter 063. At that time, it was unusual. The moonlit night is quiet. Inside the room, Tang Guiyao sat on the bed, quietly gazing at the envelope in her hand, the luster in her eyes fluctuating. A complexity. Gone. You should have guessed who I was, right? Husband and wife. I actually don't know how to address you at the moment. Here, let's call you General Tang for the time being. Although you and I are husband and wife, there is no love to speak of, and the so-called marriage is just a tragedy for you and me. So I can understand when you first mentioned the peace and separation, and since I couldn't reply at first, I'll make a reply here again. I, Qin Yun, agree. But now, the supreme bone fiasco is sweeping the world. You sisters, the two of you, will become the handle for the kings to strike out against me. I need to resolve all of this. Everything is because of me. I can't implicate you sisters. That's why I left and needed time to work it out. It'll probably be a year, maybe two. I can't say. But in any case, I will come back and make peace with General Tang, and will not let General Tang continue to be dishonored because of me. There is a beginning and an end to this relationship and an explanation to General Tang. As for little sister, you should take care of yourself. My brother is the concubine of the Qin family, and since I was young, I have suffered from cold eyes, and have not felt the warmth of my family. And after I came to the Tang family, you are the first person to make me feel some warmth in this world. Don't mind if my brother, a mortal, has not come to view my brother through colored glasses. However, your sister is right. I am ultimately an outsider, and you giving your affection to me can, in the end, only be a void, ending in tragedy, and as a result, meaningless and unworthy. Mortal body Qin Yun or supreme body Qin Yun, little sister, as long as you are willing to call me an elder brother, then, no matter when, no matter where, you will always be that little sister for your brother. Precious, Qin Yun Lu. The moon was like water, and inside the room, there was silence. Tang Guiyao quietly finished reading, and then put down the envelope, leaned back and sat on the bed. Her eyes were lifeless, and the whole person seemed to have stood still. Wordlessly, a tear, surprisingly, slipped down and crossed the delicate cheek. Qin Yun, do you know that every word is like a thorn in my heart? Tang Guiyao smiled bitterly and shed silent tears, burying his head between his knees. His body trembled gently. General Dan. What a cold name. A letter, spilling hundreds of words. The letter is full of Tang Yunli's reluctance, but in the face of her, but only a piece of calm and cold. Tang Guiyao knew that she owed Qin Yun, and in the beginning, it was also true that she had done wrong and shouldn't have treated him like that. She came now to pay back, to make amends. She had thought that perhaps Qin Yun would hate her and find it difficult to forgive her, and she had prepared for everything, but she hadn't expected that Qin Yun would always be so calm. It was as calm and unruffled as the night of the wedding. Between the lines, Qin Yun could barely feel any fluctuations in his emotions towards what she had said. Even a wisp of hate would have satisfied her in a million ways. But no, nothing. Is it true that you didn't move the slightest bit toward me during that earthly half-moon? Tang Guiyao smiled bitterly, her eyes full of sorrow. It was an emotion she had never felt before. Qin Yun left, leaving only a letter behind, saying goodbye just like that, leaving her heart empty, lonely, bleak. There is no way to chase it, no way to compensate for it. Under the moonlit night, Tang Guiyao sat quietly on that cot, feeling the room, The man sent in traces that were not many. The heart was cool. If you have no love for me, why did you have to come to the Forbidden Zone to save me in the first place? Tang Guiyao didn't understand, but eventually shook her head again, revealing a self-deprecatingly bitter smile. She had never looked Qin Yun in the eye, so how could she expect Qin Yun to have any feelings for her? It's all my fault. I'm too noble and empty-eyed. Tang Guiyao lamented softly. Throughout the night, she just held the letter and sat quietly, tears silently trickling down, until the next day. The sun is shining and there is a gentle breeze. Tang Guiyao walked out of the house. She didn't go after Qin Yun's steps, even though she wanted to go over and seek, but she understood that man, no one in the world could seek. Like a wisp of light smoke, noiseless, gently come, gently go, do not take away a piece of cloud. The sun was shining today, spilling down and making the compound golden. The flowers in the courtyard bloomed brightly, and in the middle of the lotus pond, many fish swam. It was one of the very few glimpses of the man left in the midst of this mansion. He always sat in that recliner, drinking tea, enjoying the flowers and, occasionally, fishing. The flowers were still brightly colored, the fish were still there, and the chaise lounge was still there, but the figure of the man no longer existed. Tang Guiyao was in a trance. She thought back to the beginning. That day when she learned that Tang Yunli had gone off the deep end and hurried back, the man was sitting in that recliner. The sun was shining and the breeze was warm, as it is today. Thinking of this, boundless divine sadness once again rose in Tang Guiyao's eyes. At the time, it was just an ordinary. I know I'm not qualified, but I'm not going to just let go of all those kindnesses you've shown me, and I'm always going to be given the chance to pay them back. Tang Guiyao murmured, looking towards the heavens. She had a white dress that looked holy in the sunlight. A head of green silk scattered behind her head, casually draped with a kind of messy beauty, immortal muscles and jade bones. It was not too much to say that she was a fairy, but that delicate face was covered with gloom. Gone. At the top of a deep mountain, Qin Yun looked in the direction of De Qian and murmured so, a smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. Reconciliation and divorce are certainly in order, but certainly not now. Leaving of course had a dash of selfishness in it. He needed time to get stronger. Leaving, it was sort of an escape, not wanting to sway that woman's intentions because of his status. It's so sad to have a marriage like that. Of course, he didn't want to owe the woman anything. When he left, in addition to leaving behind a letter, he also left behind a successful sage technique. Although Tang Guiyao had received a portion of the Emperor Dao inheritance in the Forbidden Zone, it had nothing to do with the cultivation realm. It was just half of a secret art aptitude. Tang Guiyao did not have a way to become a saint, cutting off the way forward. A sainthood technique would be considered compensation for Tang Guiyao waiting for him to return and leave. In this way, in the future and leave, the two of them should also be regarded as the two do not owe, right? Phew. Letting out a long breath, Qin Yun inexplicably felt a sense of relief. However, he was in no hurry to leave. There was one more thing he needed to do before he left. That is, to break the idea of the world's male masters to use the two sisters of the Tang family to force him to appear. Chapter 064, The Secret of the Word. Ding. 75th Day of Marriage. Rewarded with the secret of the word of the people. A great night filled the sky and the mountain winds howled. Qin Yun was sitting on a mountaintop while coiling a stream, and when the Z hour arrived, by his ears, the wonderful voice of the system rang out. The word secret. 3 short words, but they nearly caused Qin Yun to give a jump at once. One of the 9 secrets, along with the 2 secrets of the Argyle on the line. The secret of the word is, likewise, one of the 9 secrets, the best in the field of healing, cultivating to the extreme. It was claimed that if a drop of flesh and blood did not wither, then one could be reborn on the ground. Even at the beginning of the cultivation, it was a holy art of healing. What with the rebirth of severed limbs and being able to heal even from the heaviest of injuries, the end was incomparably heaven-defying. I have gathered 3 of the 9 domains' peerless secret arts, Qin Yun murmured, his heart shaking a little. 9 secrets, powerful to the extreme, under the migration of the years, has long been lost and broken. This world is almost difficult to find the slightest clue about these 9 secret arts. Instead, he had mastered 3 of them, and was one step closer to having the 9 secrets united and being invincible. It could be said that it was very difficult for anyone in this world to condense 3 9 mysteries, even in the era when the 9 secrets were most prevalent. Each of the secret arts was the supreme heritage of the major giants, and it was impossible to spread them out, not to mention mastering multiple of them. Mastering 2 kinds was already shocking to the ancient world, not to mention that nowadays, he had mastered 3 whole kinds of flawless secret arts. Absorb. Pressing down the excitement in his heart, Qin Yun directly began to cultivate. As in the case of the 2 secrets of line and all, the password of the secret of the word was not very long. only a few hundred short Tao texts. However, it was extremely complex. One by one, the Tao texts combined together to form an obscure and mysterious holy art to the extreme. Boom! Sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain, Qin Yun's heart roared as the blood veins in his body raced like 1,000 armies. And at this moment, the two secrets of Xing and Jing all began to operate autonomously without a sound. The roots of the 9 mysteries came from the same source, and once one of them was practiced, then the ones previously practiced would also be rapidly enhanced. Boom! His ears were ringing like a landslide and a tsunami. It was a vast heavenly sound of the great Tao trembling and singing, and Qin Yun sank into it, unable to extricate himself. The 9 secrets. Extremely complicated. It could be said that even the strongest person could not possibly go and master them in a short period of time. However, with the system, Qin Yun's mastery could be said to be incomparably swift. It was only a very short time before he realized everything about the secret of the Word of the One. This was not to say that he had practiced the secret art to the extreme, but that he knew how to practice and refine it in the future. The secret of the Word of the One is even more special than the other secret arts. It contains the secret of longevity. After comprehending it, Qin Yun's heart surged. Everlasting life. These 2 words are everything that monks chase after. Even those as powerful as emperors were still fighting to chase and seek. But longevity is too difficult to find. Throughout the ages, the emperor counted down, not less, but really went to the step of longevity. It can be said never. But now, Qin Yun had actually glimpsed a strand of the secret of longevity from amongst the extreme mysteries of the Word of the One. If I can cultivate the secret of the Word of the people to the extreme, it will definitely be able to help me deduce the path to immortality in the future. Qin Yun muttered. It was not that one could achieve longevity by practicing the secret of the Word of the people to the extreme, but rather that the sacred law of healing among the secret of the Word of the people was related to the art of longevity. If he stepped into the emperor realm in the future, with the existence of this secret art, he would definitely be more expected to deduce the path to immortality. Even though the word secret is not the main offense, it can definitely be called one of the most valuable secret arts amongst the 9 secrets. Qin Yun lamented. The word everlasting life was irreplaceable, and these 2 words alone were enough to prove just how terrifying the word secret of the person was. And its divine effects are extraordinary. A little bit of flesh and blood is not withered. It can be reborn on the ground. This is a kind of heavenly holy art, although not the main attack, but the practice of this secret, equivalent to all of a sudden a lot more life-saving medicine. The effect of the heavenly. There is no substitute. Just sitting on that mountain peak for the entire night, Qin Yun did not move a muscle. Feeling the divine difference of the mysteries of the Word of the people, he even deliberately damaged himself to feel the healing process of the mysteries of the Word of the people. It wasn't until the dawn of the 2nd day that he woke up from his cultivation. With the person's word secret, it will allow me to make my plans a little more daring. Qin Yun said so, his eyes flickering with an intriguing light. He left the Tang clan, but did not leave the territory of the Great Qian. The reason for this was that he wanted to put an end to the idea of the world's majestic master striking out at the Tang sisters and thus luring him out. Prior to that, Qin Yun had already had a plan and was waiting in the shadows. However, the arrival of the secret of the Word of the One was able to make his plan even more seamless and thrilling. It's time to get planning. Qin Yun spoke softly, and after a murmur, his figure flickered and instantly disappeared above the mountaintop. The next few days, Qin Yun frequented the downtown area, and although he did not reveal his supreme body visage, he did not hide his identity. He against the heavens to cut down the saint. In this heaven and earth the storm blazed to the extreme. Naturally do not need to do anything deliberately, even if only reveal the slightest bit of their own breath, but also enough to attract the attention of the world's cultivators. The supreme body has reappeared. Many people noticed him, and although they didn't dare to disturb him, they all stared with unblinking eyes. This supreme demon had now become the object of hunting by the giants from all sides of heaven and earth, and regarding why he had appeared with great fanfare, everyone was uncertain of the reason and curious to the extreme. What exactly does he want to do? It's not in line with his usual style to make such a big deal out of it. Can't it be that after beheading a saint, he thinks he's invincible? Seeing the supreme body make such a big deal out of it, many people secretly shook their heads. The supreme body is overly inflated, and against the heavens, the saint can indeed be enshrined in ancient history and shaken to the core, but he's still too high profile nowadays. Be aware that in addition to the holy lands in this world, what's even more terrifying are those ancient forces that have existed from ancient times until today. The founding of the world is too deep, and those people are the lords of heaven and earth in the true sense of the word. It's true that the Holy Land doesn't dare to provoke him nowadays, but if he dares to be arrogant, there's no way those people will let him go. They'll definitely strangle him. Quite a lot of people were talking about it. Of course, there was no shortage of people who also wanted to come up and befriend the supreme body. However, Whenever this thought rose, people shook their heads for a while. The Supreme Body was now the enemy of the world, and although he was incomparably strong, stunning the ancient and modern worlds, getting too close to him was definitely not a good thing. Over the past few days, Qin Yun was incredibly high profile, constantly going in and out of the downtown area. Soon the storm was a shock to the world. He's always been in the spotlight, and whatever he does, it's so stone cold amazing that it's impossible for people to ignore him. Soon enough, people could feel that the heavens and earth were once again moving differently, and with the Supreme Body's several appearances, the various lands were in a state of darkness. Chapter 065, Qin Yun, I've gone off the deep end. Still not making a move? On top of the mountain, Qin Yun sat in silence, his divine thoughts probing out and observing the surrounding firmament. After leaving Deqian, Qin Yun did not hide his aura, and since the beginning, there were several terrifying auras locked onto him. Although these several scents were hidden, he was carrying the secret of the word line, so it was impossible for any more hidden scents to be hidden from him. These days, he had beckoned to lure these people out as well. It was just that he hadn't thought that these several terrifying auras would be so capable of holding back. Well, then, I will give you a reason. Phew. Sitting at the top of the mountain, Qin Yun practiced as usual, spewing out chi with a sound like a dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth. But, at a certain moment in time, Qin Yun suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, the supreme blood spilling long into the air, staining his white clothes red and shocking to the eyes. Qin Yun's breath decayed quite a bit all of a sudden, as if he was showing signs of going off the deep end. Hey, becoming a saint is really too difficult. Sitting there, Qin Yun sighed, his voice not too loud, but not too small, his voice carrying thousands of miles, his hoarse voice full of helplessness. However, on the face that was hidden by the chaotic mist, those eyes were staring deathly into the firmament. Sure enough, at a certain moment, ripples were born in the firmament, and two terrifying figures walked out from the middle of the void. Those were two people shrouded in black mist, unable to see their true faces. Their bodies were draped in fury, and the breath of age was extremely thick, spreading out, letting people feel a sense of the vicissitudes of the sea. These are two supreme ancient saints, devil cultivator, hibernating for days, waiting for this moment. Supreme Body, your time to die has come. The two demon race ancient saints opened their mouths in such a manner, letting out bursts of sardonic laughter. They came on the orders of the demon lord to behead the Supreme Body, grind down its Yuan Shun, and bring the body back to the demon race. The secret hibernation for many days was to deliver a fatal blow to the Supreme Body, because the Supreme Body was too strong. Even though it was only at the profound realm, it still made the two of them feel scornful, so they followed all the way, always refusing to make a move. But how could two people not expect that happiness would come so quickly? A generation of Supreme Bodies with a world-class talent would actually go off the deep end while cultivating. It's really a godsend. Devil race, I haven't messed with you guys, right? Qin Yun knew everything, but he still opened his mouth like this. Why need to say more? The king has become the king. The strongest is honored. What reason do I need to kill you? The two devil cultivators, but also very decisive and dry, acting very devilish, not as some cultivators of the Taoist sect, to kill a person, but also to find a moralistic reason. Boom! The Great War broke out straight away. Qin Yun struck out and directly displayed the Supreme Bone Vision because he had gone off the deep end and it was unreasonable not to use the Supreme Bone. Boom! The Supreme Vision stained the sky. Qi and blood erupted, invading 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. The Supreme Vision visited the 9 heavens, instantly sensationalizing this land. These past few days, the Supreme Body had appeared frequently in this land, naturally attracting attention. In the void, shadows and shadows, many people appeared all of a sudden, and among them, there was actually no lack of some Saint Lord level characters. Sure enough, the Supreme Body is too flashy and has attracted strong enemies. This is a demonic cultivator, exceptionally powerful. The crowd resounded with clamor. People had expected this day. The Supreme Body was acting too ostentatiously these days, completely inconsistent with its past personality. Many thought that he was bound to cause trouble, but I never thought that the scourge would be so quick, striking out at me while I'm going off the deep end. Is this the style of behavior of your demon race? Qin Yun opened his mouth and droned aloud. The Heavenly Emperor's fist was in operation, and fist seals were constantly being blasted out, battling with those two demon race ancient saints. Many people were stunned on the spot when they heard the words of the Supreme Body. The Supreme Body went off the deep end? People were all very surprised by this, because the Supreme Body talent was too powerful. However, associating that the holy fruit is not so easy to prove. The Supreme Body cultivation speed is too fast. The foundation is not stable at all. It is also considered natural to go into a fire. After a moment of surprise, The expressions on many people's faces began to splendor. The supreme body is incomparably strong. And now that it's gone off the rails, this is a heavenly opportunity. Devil cultivators. Their cultivation techniques are weird and bizarre. They fall into the devil's path and cultivate to the point of ancient saints. They are even more powerful. So it can be said that devil cultivators are inherently stronger than cultivators of the same realm. And now that the supreme body has gone off the rails, it's even more unlikely to be a match for these two demon ancient saints. There was a clamor among the crowd. The supreme body is going to fall. It's too flashy. Does it really think it's invincible? Sure enough, he has attracted a strong enemy. Or when he is going off the deep end, this is the heavens taking him in. Those who go against the heavens have their own heaven to collect. The supreme body's demise has been finalized. Many people sighed softly, and smiles were shed on the faces of some male lords. There were even some strong lords that were foolish enough to have the intention of making a move. They didn't mind taking a shot at the supreme body at the moment. But the demon race acts with too much brutality, and people don't care to be with them. My strength nowadays, I can't even bring out 50% of my strength. Are you guys going to bully the small with the big? Qin Yun looked at the shadowed silhouettes in the distance and roared drunkenly. I'm close to saying I can't do it. You guys hurry up and come together. The two ancient saints heard this. Both have excitement flowing. The supreme body is strong to the extreme. The inheritance can be described as mysterious. If it is not to go off the deep end, they have some scruples even if they rely on the realm. However, now that they heard the words of the supreme body, their hearts were all much more settled. Naive. This is how my demon race has always acted. What can you do? Today, you will be killed. The two ancient saints whistled and attacked more and more swiftly, wanting to quickly decapitate the supreme body so as not to give birth to other scourges. War. Qin Yun let out a loud roar as he rushed towards the firmament, the laws around him surging wildly. Both sides instantly battled to a frenzy. A ferocious fight, a collision between the Tao and the Tao. However, the two ancient saints, the more they fought, the more alarmed they became, because even if the supreme body went off the rails, they still had difficulty suppressing this half-saint, and they even had some feeling of being counter-suppressed. Boom! Qin Yun, punching out like a dragon, executed the linear character secret to kill in front of an ancient sage. His fist shone, transforming into an eternal robber's light as he blasted out with a single punch. Ah! That ancient saint howled miserably and was sent flying across the room, black blood flowing in long streams. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. No one could have imagined that the supreme body going off the rails would still have such terrifying combat power. Supreme body, truly dazzling and extraordinary, a half-saint, going off the rails, yet still able to battle two ancient saints to such an extent, calling for the heart to tremble. No one was not shaken, and all of them revealed horrified expressions. But this also proves that the supreme body has truly gone into extinction. The stronger you are, the more desperate you are, becoming a ferocious beast trapped in a desperate situation. The only way to fight to the death. A supreme body in this state, with all its firepower, also deserves to be so strong. The crowd clamored. While surprised, people read even more of the supreme body's despair at the moment. This was the last gambit, sparing no effort. And although it was terrifying, it was enough to prove that the supreme body was heading for the end. A flash of fancy, a final bloom. Chapter 066, the supreme being at the end of the road. Boom! The great battle shook the heavens and moved the earth. The demonic aura rolled and covered the sky, and the vast fluctuations landed down, each strand of which was enough to collapse a large portion of the rivers and mountains. Everyone was stunned. This is a life and death fight between saints. I don't know how many years I haven't seen it. The might destroys the sky and the earth. It can be said to be extremely dangerous. The two demon race ancient saints were incomparably strong, and what was mind-blowing was their odd and treacherous means, their complicated and obscure incantations. Qin Yun eventually lost the battle and went off the deep end, unable to fight against the two demon clan ancient saints. Wow! Suddenly, ripples arose beneath his feet, and strand after strand of Tao lines appeared, filling the void and leading into the distant sky. The secret of the word line. Among the crowd, someone shouted out. I don't know which holy lord it was, but it was definitely a supreme figure who was reminding those two demon ancient saints. There was nothing more terrifying than the supreme body, although his own strength is extremely strong, but it is not invincible. What is scary is that he is the art of this god walking. Once he left, such as the dragon returned to the sea, people want to take action against him, had to weigh the consequences. Wow! However, the Tao lines were spread out towards that piece of heaven and earth, but they were actually cut off by a cold aura. Boom! Suddenly, a stirring sound shook the void as two streaks of blood-colored light suddenly appeared, directly piercing through Qin Yun's body with unrivaled speed. The white clothes shook, close to planting down. and 2 bloody holes appeared in his chest, dripping with blood as the supreme god's blood shone in the sky. And then, 2 powerful figures that were also wrapped in the black fury chi appeared in the middle of that heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. It had not occurred to me that the devil race ancient sage actually had this kind of backhandedness. The ones who came to kill the supreme body were not just 2, but 4 ancient saints. The latter 2 were extremely adept at assassination, hibernating in the middle of the heavenly vault, waiting for just such a moment. The demon race's ancient saints, with their treacherous methods, have come with 4 of them at once. The supreme body is really going to be planted this time. He's only a half saint. Perhaps it's barely enough to deal with 1 veteran saint, let alone dealing with 4. Not to mention, he first went off the rails, and now he's been seriously injured, and is completely powerless to return to heaven. There was a clamor in the crowd, and at this moment, more people's faces were showing sighs. The strength of the supreme body did indeed cause people to be afraid, but seeing such a strong heavenly pride, stepping into a desperate situation, people couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief. The demon of the ages. It can be said that his light, even if you look through the entire ancient history, there are not a few people can be comparable to the pole, but fell into this field. The stronger the heavenly pride, the less likely it is to end up in a good place in the end. The supreme body won't be an exception. It's really going to fall this time. A number of people sighed in hushed tones. Wow! The 4 devil race ancient saints, standing at the 4 corners, enveloped Qin Yun in the midst. A gust of fury rose from Qin Yun's body. At this realm now, the 2 bloody holes in his chest did not kill him, but the baleful aura was fatal, eroding his flesh and blood, and was wearing down his yuanshan. The horror of the devil cultivators is so. The devil soldiers, extremely fierce and hostile, mostly quenched by the blood of living beings, specializing in attacking the cultivator's spirit, with strange effects. The 4 ancient saints, standing in the middle of the firmament, finally revealed a smile. At this point, the win is in the bag. Give up your struggle. You can be left with a whole body. The defeat is finalized. Even if you are against the heavens, it's impossible. An ancient saint laughed so coldly. To drive me to extinction. Well, then the fish will die. Qin Yun opened his mouth in a deep voice and spoke thus. He didn't say a word. His white clothes were snowy, his black hair fluttered, and in the vault of the sky, he was just carving fist seals one by one. The 4 ancient saints didn't think that the baleful chi was eroding, and by now, they didn't believe that the supreme body was still capable of anything. However, a few moments later, the supreme bone vision was even better than before, and in the middle of that endless dome of the sky, that magnificent ancient supreme seemed to have opened those eyes. The blood-colored eyes were covered in battle intent, and the mighty pressure covered the sky. Boom! Qin Yun made a move that shook everyone. No one could have imagined that a supreme being of the Jedi realm could also be so strong, facing the 4 ancient saints and really daring to take the initiative to meet them. Dang! That heaven and earth directly shattered as Qin Yun appeared in front of an ancient saint in practically one step. Such an aura caused that ancient saint to be wildly horrified in his heart. This person was the weakest, having previously suffered a punch from Qin Yun. Although he had barely resisted, he had sustained irreparable Dao injuries. Now that he didn't expect to be targeted by the supreme body, appearing in front of him like a ghost, it made his soul nearly go out of his body in shock. Turning around, he retreated without the slightest hesitation. However, even though Qin Yun's strength had suffered suppression, the linear character mystery, after all, was a linear character mystery, and it reappeared in front of him in a near instant. Without the slightest hesitation, a fist blasted out. Boom! The light of the fist flashed and struck with a muffled sound, and the vast fluctuation was like a waterfall, causing that piece of mountain and river to tremble. Wow! Large waves of blood rushed out, staining the sky red. That ancient saint met his demise on the spot. Without a hint of suspense, he was punched into a piece of bloody mud, and pieces of shattered bodies erupted all over the place. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It's almost as if your scalp is numb and your heart is fluttering. No one would have thought that a continuously traumatized end of the road supreme would, in the end, still be able to erupt with such battle power. Fish out of water. He really wasn't just saying that. Is this the supreme body? It's really strong to the extreme. The supreme being cannot be insulted. Although he has not reached great completion, he already possesses that supreme majesty. The crowd shook. No one was unshaken. An ancient saint. Ah, how hard it was to grow up, cultivating for more than 1,000 years, yet being punched into a bloody sludge. What an impactful picture. It's really hard to imagine just how powerful a supreme body in its heyday is. Everyone's mind was wildly shaken. The end supreme should not be underestimated either. Strike with all your might and wear him down quickly. The 3 demon race ancient saints, all of them were stunned for a moment, but to be able to cultivate up to this point, None of them were softies. And they quickly reacted. Immediately, he struck out and attacked the supreme body. Wow! The long black river materialized. It was the divine thoughts of an ancient saint. This person had practiced for 1,000 years, and what he practiced was divine thought attacks. It can be said that these means are extremely terrifying. The divine idea is invisible. Can kill people in the invisible? Instantly kill people thousands of miles away. Possesses extremely terrifying attack power. Pop! However, Qin Yun threw a punch, and with a single punch, he shattered that boundless ocean into pieces. And then, stepping on the lurid waves, he killed his way into the center of the ocean in a single step. Ah! Another ancient saint fell, without exception, enduring a single punch from Qin Yun and being directly blown to death on the spot, forming all but extinguished into a shattered corpse. Chapter 067, The Bottomless Pit. The great night filled the sky, and that white dress shone especially brightly. The heavens and earth were dramatically silent, and everyone was shocked. Another ancient saint had fallen, blown into bloody mud by a single punch. What kind of terrifying attack power was this? What makes him still have such battle power? Everyone's heart trembled, and no one could understand it. The supreme body Dark Night Rush went off the deep end, and then suffered a heavy blow. The baleful chi attacked his body, and he couldn't even exert the Xingzi secret with all his might, so it could be said that he was weakened to the extreme. But what was in front of me was so overwhelming. The supreme body in this state was still capable of killing two ancient saints. The night sky. The two demon race ancient saints stood there for a long time without making a move, gazing at the white clothes in the void space, their pupils filled with horror. The man in front of me is really like a bottomless pit, obviously out of support, white clothes shaking, almost about to plant down, but the strength that erupted out still called for heart trembling. The two ancient saints, being able to come this far, could be said to have gone through thousands of lives and deaths, and there were not many things in this heaven and earth that made them afraid. However, facing a heavily injured half-saint, their hearts, at this moment, gave birth to a strong sense of jealousy. But Qin Yun, finally, was not able to support himself, his body shook, and another mouthful of divine blood was sprayed out, which appeared to be so dazzling under the color of the night. This was like a signal that caused the two ancient saints to stir up their battle intent once again. He's not going to be able to support himself. He's going to fall down completely. Strike together and chop him off immediately. It must be resolved quickly. There are too many secrets on the supreme body. If it drags on any longer, a storm is bound to arise. The two ancient saints, almost at the same time, uttered such a phrase, firming their beliefs and striking out together, attacking forward. Boom! A blood-colored long streamer and a white bone great streamer were offered up at the same time, and the baleful aura rolled out, obscuring heaven and earth as endless demon soldiers and demon generals rushed out. Under the night, in the vault of the sky, shadows and demonic souls covered the sky, emitting a deafening wail. The wails were intertwined, forming a lurid demonic sound. On the spot, there were quite a few people who were shaken to the ground and bled from their 7 orifices. In the distant air, several Saint Lord-level figures revealed shocked expressions and immediately retreated, while alerting the world at the same time. This is a demonic streamer, sacrificed with the blood of living creatures, extremely fierce and deadly. It can wear out a person's soul. Even though that Holy Lord had opened his mouth to warn them at the first opportunity, there were still quite a few people who had been hit, and their miserable howls spread throughout the 4 fields. This is the case with the devil's secret method. Once it is performed, it is tragic, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, just like a hell on earth. Several Saint Lord level figures frowned, but did not make a move. Such a magic secret is as strong as they are. They also feel scared and tricky, specializing in attacking the Yuan Shun. It can be said that there are very few of these secret methods in the world, and even fewer that can be defended against. No one has the certainty of being able to go against this magic secret. Several Saint Lord level figures sighed softly. They knew that the supreme body was completely hopeless and would surely fall. There would be no surprises. Nico! The wailing sound moved the sky. The demonic voice sang with trembling, and everywhere was filled with mournful ghostly howls that shook people's souls and caused their essence to collapse, and the kind of pain that made people want to tear apart was engraved in their bones. In the void, the white clothes shook and continuously vomited blood, and at this moment, a blood-colored spear rushed out and pierced through his body, bringing out a splendid flower of blood on top of that white coat. Die! The devil race ancient saint laughed sardonically, holding a blood-colored spear and shaking it to shock him to death on the spot. The white clothes were stained with blood and shocking to the eyes, and at this moment, Qin Yun opened his eyes wide as the heavenly emperor Tao scripture operated, dispelling all means. One force breaks all laws. When the demon ancient sage saw the scene, it was like seeing a ghost. His body hairs were about to explode, and he immediately retreated wildly. But it was too late. the moment he developed the intention to retreat, that Tao Man's shining iron fist smashed directly towards him. Bang! A generation of ancient saints, without even having the time to send out a miserable howl, were killed immediately by a punch, dying horizontally on the spot. Everyone was baffled. The supreme body was divine and incomparable, and its inheritance was incomparably top-notch and terrifying. Not even fearing this treacherous secret art of the demon race, being able to clarify the mind and make this ancient saint of the demon race suffer a great loss. In a flash of effort, 3 devil race ancient saints fell in a row, which caused that last ancient saint to freeze on the spot. Who would have thought it would end like this? The 4 ancient saints joining forces, so to speak, could completely run amok, hibernating in the shadows, waiting for the supreme body to go off the rails, could be said to have achieved a sure victory. Afterwards, he had heavily injured the supreme body, and had almost every advantage. But now what? 4 ancient saints, 3 were killed. The person in front of him, weak to the extreme, but is so terrifying. Every strike is stone cold, appalling attack power, calling the heart to tremble. How else to fight? There was hardly any hesitation, and even though Qin Yun had displayed an even worse state, that ancient sage, nonetheless, turned around and chose to retreat straight away. Such a supreme body was too terrifying. The supreme being is not to be offended, and the supreme being at the end of the road, even more so. A momentary fragrance, a brief bloom that calls for a shudder. Don't even think about leaving. However, Qin Yun's killing intent was endless as he executed the secret of the walking character and traveled like a wisp of light smoke, instantly appearing in the middle of the distant sky. That ancient sage's soul flew away in fear. "Spare my life," the ancient saint exclaimed. Ancient saint level figure, having lived for absolutely more than 1,000 years, his status could be considered honorable and extraordinary to the extreme. But at this moment, he was begging to Qin Yun, and the strength of the person in front of him shattered the invincible Tao heart that he had cultivated for 1,000 years. However, Qin Yun was cold and merciless, advancing with his blood-colored spear and piercing through this ancient saint's torso in one go, fighting his way upwards and directly shattering it into a bloody mist. Holy blood fills the void. The heavens and the earth were literally silent, deathly silent. Everyone froze. 4 ancient saints, none of whom survived, were slain by the Mordor Supreme who had stepped into a desperate situation. How is this possible? How can a person's potential be so great, with his life on the line, yet still be able to exterminate 4 ancient saints? Everyone was stunned, and those few Saint Lord level figures in the distance were even petrified on the spot. They originally wanted to take this opportunity to suppress the supreme body on the spot. However, nowadays, the strength of the supreme body had shocked everyone, making people feel their hearts tremble. He was like a bottomless pit, and no one could speculate how much more potential he had. Such a supreme body was too terrifying, coming to the end, fighting to the death, and once they exchanged hands, if they could not cut them down, they would surely drink hate. Anyone else want to take a shot at me? Standing in the void space, Qin Yun looked disdainfully at the 4 directions and spoke thus. The sound boomed, seemingly resonating with the rhythm of the great Tao, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. All 4 ancient saints had fallen, and people knew that at this moment, the supreme body had stepped into a desperate situation, and whoever went forward would only pay a heavy price. The supreme being could not be offended, and the supreme being at the end of the road, even more so, could never be messed with. The heavens and earth were silent, and despite the presence of a number of sacred lord-level figures, no one dared to respond. Qin Yun's single word, treating the world's majesties as grass, shocked the beliefs of all those who wished to make a move. Chapter 068 True Dragon's Archenemy Ancient Warrior Sky. The stars are intertwined and the moonlit night is brilliant. In the void, the white clothes shook, almost to plant down. The fury attacked the body. At this moment, the corner of the mouth is another blood flower dipped out. Extraordinarily gorgeous, touching the heart. The supreme body is going to fall. He's really not going to make it. A generation of teenage supreme beings, shining through the ages. A momentary bloom, but brilliant. A short life, but able to shake the entire history of cultivation. And now we'll sit here. This is truly a heaven and earth regret. In the void, shadows resounded with such exclamations. Everyone could feel that this powerful teenage supreme being, whose vitality was silently passing away, was already at the end of his life. Wow! With a display of his white clothes, beneath Qin Yun's feet, endless Tao patterns instantly rose, spreading out into the distance as he immediately flew away. However, his speed wasn't too fast, and compared to his heyday, he was slower by an unknown amount. The supreme body will seek a grave for itself, a place of great burial. Some people read the intentions of the supreme body, immediately followed. The supreme body was covered in supreme treasures. Its blood and bones were all rare divine materials in the world, and people didn't want to miss out on dividing up his corpse. Some male lords also followed at this moment. In addition to thinking about the blood and bones of the supreme body, he also wanted to see him die with his own eyes. The supreme body was too strong and carried too many world-defying legacies and secrets, which made people uneasy, and no male lord would be able to have peace of mind if they didn't watch him die with their own eyes. If you want to take a shot at me, just come. Qin Yun felt the constant aura behind him and stood up with a long whistle. The voice shook the 4 fields, causing all parties to fall silent. Everyone stopped, but as the supreme body moved forward, everyone followed once again. It was like a swarm of flies that were glued to the supreme body. This time, behind the scenes that no one could notice, the corners of Qin Yun's mouth, soundlessly and slowly curved up. He walked slowly, one step at a time, toward Tarzan. He's going to enter Mount Tai. He actually chose his tomb here. A clamor resounded from the crowd. Some male lords were getting foolish. Mount Tai was a forbidden area of life, which was full of dangers, and if the supreme body entered it, people might not be able to find his body again, which was why some male lords wanted to block him and strike at this moment, competing for all the chances of the supreme body. However, when they associated it with the strength of the supreme body, everyone had another heart palpitation. Although the young supreme being had reached the end of his life, no one knew exactly how much combat power he still had. Just like a bottomless pit, when he struck out, he broke the sky. Even the ancient Saint Realm characters couldn't carry one of his punches. So strong, who dares to come forward? Boom! However, right at this moment, in the middle of the distant sky, a terrifying rumbling sound resounded, as if 1,000 horses were galloping. It was a magnificent ancient chariot that crushed the sky and rumbled, and on top of that ancient chariot stood a magnificent figure. It was a supreme war general, clad in golden armor, his long hair flying back. His blazing eyes were like bottomless oceans, blossoming with an appalling light. Standing on the ancient chariot and coming, his aura was amazing and extremely extraordinary. The moment he appeared, boundless visions unfolded, lightning flashed and thunder roared, a dragon's roar echoed, and in the middle of the boundless void, there were even several giant dragon figures swimming around. Everyone's face changed dramatically. The aura of the person in front of him was too astonishing. It was not a deliberate display, but a latent power. A manifestation of the potential of the great Tao. Its ancient warrior sky of the true dragon lineage. In the crowd, some people recognized the identity of the visitor and resounded with an uproar. In an instant, the sea of people became steeply silent, and everyone's faces changed violently. Ancient warrior sky? It's really him, the new lord of the true dragon lineage. The night resounded with several soft sighs. Ancient warrior sky. This person, as his name suggests, could be described as strong to the extreme, and possessed a great deal of prestige between this heaven and earth. It was because he came from the true dragon lineage, which was a very ancient great clan that stood alongside several of the oldest pompous clans in the world. In the past 10,000 years, I don't know how many experts who had reached the top of the humane realm had come from the true dragon lineage. It was rumored that those of the true dragon lineage had true dragon blood flowing in their bodies, which was one of the most powerful physiques under the heavens, and was no less powerful than the supreme bone. Apart from its background, ancient warrior sky was even more colorful and stunning to the extreme. It's a heavenly pride that is rare even in the true dragon lineage. He was even one of the youngest few ancient saints today, so it could be said that he was a member of the younger generation. Yet, as early as a few hundred years ago, he was already able to compete with the older generation of characters, not losing out to some Saint Lord level characters. And now, hundreds of years have passed. People were able to feel that ancient warrior sky was getting stronger and stronger, and that kind of comprehension of the great Tao. No one could say to what profound level it had been refined to. Being able to be worshipped as the new lord by the true dragon lineage was also enough to prove that he was all-powerful. It is rumored that the true dragon lineage is the arch-enemy of the supreme body, and 10,000 years ago, the two fought constantly, each winning or losing. But the supreme lineage, which has since withered away, and the true dragon lineage is dominant, is not what it used to be. The blood of the supreme body has a divine effect on the true dragon Tao bone. No wonder even ancient warrior heaven rushed here. The crowd resounded with an uproar, and people associated it with some ancient legends. All of their faces changed dramatically. Ancient battle heaven was definitely a legendary saint, a man among legends, whose path to rise to power was riddled with legendary deeds. With the arrival of such a figure, many Saint Lord level figures were gloomy, and people knew that trying to plunder the blood and bones of the supreme body would be completely hopeless. Ancient warrior sky of the true dragon vein. Not many people dared to say that they were his opponents. Wow! The moment the ancient warrior sky appeared, within Qin Yun's body, the supreme bone unconsciously began to blossom with its own divine effects. Such a change surprised even Qin Yun himself. Is this the arch-enemy effect? Qin Yun frowned slightly. The so-called archenemy is that the karmic ties between the two are too deep. The moment the true dragon vision was revealed, the supreme bone in his body had a feeling, and actually erupted a subwar intent. Qin Yun knew that this was definitely his archenemy. It is a big obstacle on one's path to success. For 10,000 ancient years, supreme beings and true dragons had fought continuously, but there was only one winner. One family prospered and one family declined, and for many years it was so, in a balanced situation. However, over the years, the supreme lineage withered and the true dragon lineage was dominant, and now that he, the supreme, had reappeared, he would either decimate the true dragon lineage in the future or be crushed by it. It's the end that's meant to be. There are some people, once they appear, there is only immortality. No need to have any conflict. The word archenemy is just like that. Boom! The supreme vision was once again revealed. The great Tao river materialized, and a magnificent supreme being appeared between the boundless emptiness. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he blossomed a brilliant Tao aura that was separate from that true dragon's vision. Split that infinite void in two. Chapter 069, Entering Taishan Mountain again. Boom! The heavens and the earth roared and the earth shook. Two divine bodies, horrifying visions covered the sky. The Tao light was bewildering, collapsing the sky. What sun, moon, stars and rivers were not visible. The starry sky was roaring, and the big stars were breaking up. The terrifying pressure flowed down, as if the great road pressed down. The fluctuation was horrifying. Many people kneeled down on the spot. It was difficult to resist that kind of pressure. A godly battle. This kind of scene only exists amongst legends, existing in the most ancient times, where the two fought against each other. One of the most exciting duels of that era. It really didn't occur to me that that kind of legendary divine battle would continue to this day. A duel between the supreme bone and the true dragon Tao bone is truly rare for the ages. Many of the older generation figures lamented, looking at the scene before them. An endless shock was born in their minds. This kind of duel only exists in legends. Is the old generation of characters to listen to the sages told? Is recorded in ancient books. People cannot imagine. This day will really appear. It's a timeless image that people know, and perhaps will be hard to see again in the future. A glimpse of a miracle that is deeply imprinted on the psyche of the people. Sadly, the contemporary supreme body has not grown up. Even in his heyday, he may not be a match for ancient warrior Sky. Not to mention that now he has come to the end of the road. The shock was accompanied by a pang of regret. Although the visions of the two were able to be separated, however, it was known that the strength of the two was simply not at the same level. If the supreme body breaks the barrier and becomes a saint, perhaps this divine battle will be incomparably wonderful, shocking the ancient and modern, but it is a pity. Regrets. A burst of sighs resounded in the void. The supreme body is already rare in heaven and earth, perhaps never to come out again. People know. I'm afraid that in the future, never to see. Two legendary physique duel. The last generation of the supreme being is a sad one. On top of the chariot, ancient warrior Sky's black hair danced wildly, his eyes blazing as he sighed so, not mocking or contemptuous. Instead, they are lamenting. The two terrifying physiques were nearly juxtaposed in the heavens and earth. Seeing the supreme body at the end of the road, the ancient chariot could not help but feel emotion. He understood all too well how difficult it was for this kind of physique to grow up. And if one day, the true dragon lineage withered as well, and one appeared after 10,000 ancient years, then perhaps it would also be this sad. It's a pity that I can't tolerate you. Between you and me, we are destined to be immortal. Without saying anything more, ancient warrior Sky raised his hand, invoked a halberd, and pointed forward. Today, I'm going to drink your divine blood. Good. I will likewise drink your dragon's blood. Qin Yun opened his mouth, his face pale as he let out a long whistle that sent a wave of sadness through the crowd. Boom! The great war broke out. Doesn't need much reason. The two great divine bodies, each other simply can't tolerate. Once encountered is immortal. Wow! Ancient warrior Sky was extremely strong and came with a halberd, slashing forward with force. He wasn't fast, but he contained an inexplicable Tao. As if he was opening up the sky, the halberd slid down, the void collapsed, and the stars in the infinite starry sky were shattering, making it difficult to go against such a pressure. Dang! Qin Yun was overbearing and fierce, directly meeting the attack with his heavenly emperor fist, causing the heavens and earth to roar, the 10 directions of the heavens collapsing, and a star exploding. Everyone was baffled. Ancient warrior Sky deserved to be so strong, but the supreme body at the end of the road, the potential that erupted out of it still made people feel palpitations. This was truly like going back to the ancient years, where the two great divine bodies of that great accomplishment were dueling. The end of the road supreme body, actually displaying such a might that called for the heart to tremble. Quite a few male lords were born with a sense of gratitude at this moment. Fortunately they did not make a move. Whether it was ancient warrior Sky or the supreme body, the divine power that erupted was too terrifying. Making a move towards it would surely result in a painful price to pay. Boom! The heavens and earth roared, and a divine battle erupted. Both of them were Gaijin physiques, heavenly prides among heavenly prides, and this battle, naturally, had a great impact, shaking everywhere. But again, people were also able to sense that the supreme body was really out of steam. The exuberant chi and blood was nearly withered, and despite the appalling attacking power, it was running low on energy, being crushed by ancient warrior Sky. There will be no accidents. The supreme body is dazzling and extraordinary, and it will end in death. The heavens and earth resounded with exclamations. People knew that the situation had been finalized, and the moment ancient warrior Sky appeared, the supreme body's demise had been doomed. Boom! However, the strength of the supreme body still shook everyone, shaking hard against that halberd and never retreating, his white clothes stained with blood, shocking to the eyes. The final battle, extremely sublimated, was to come to an end in glorious splendor, ending a legendary life. Supreme body, you are not my opponent. Behead yourself and I'll give you decency. Ancient warrior Sky was strong and proud, unwilling to take a shot at such a supreme body. His valor was regal, and he spoke in a cold voice. The end of the road, Supreme. It's basically a sorrow. It shouldn't have appeared. Don't make any more struggles. Such words caused Qin Yun to frown slightly. This kind of empty-eyedness, he was too familiar with it. Was it the standard character of the Gaijin pride? Wow! Qin Yun did not utter a single word as his white clothes unfurled and endless Tao texts were born under his feet, spreading out into the distance. He disappeared without a trace in an instant and moved in the direction of Mount Tai. The supreme body is going to enter the forbidden zone and use the danger of the forbidden zone to protect its blood and bones. People read the supreme body's intentions and their faces changed slightly. Still recalcitrant and obstinate? That's just it. I've come to end your sad life. Ancient warrior Sky whispered softly, and the chariot under his feet roared, instantly rushing into the distance. The true dragon lineage, with its long heritage, naturally did not lack divine movement techniques, and was actually able to catch up with Qin Yun by virtue of its speed. The two of them, one after the other, rushed into the 100,000 mountains, and Mount Tai was right in front of them. Wow! Ancient warrior Sky appeared without a sound, his eyes cold and merciless as his halberd slashed down. However, the strike came to naught as Qin Yun's speed increased steeply, causing ancient warrior Sky to faintly stare. And it was during this moment of daze that Qin Yun had already rushed into the midst of Mount Tai. Supreme body, do you really think that the forbidden zone of life will be able to protect you? Taishan Mountain, mysterious and extraordinary, dangerous and incomparable. It can be said that no one dares to easily step on. But now, Gu Zhantian is fearless, and even chased straight up, killing the depths of Taishan Mountain. The people rushed hard and slow, but in the end, they were unable to catch up with the duo, stopping short of Tarzan. The forbidden zone of life, the tomb of the great emperor, the place where the emperor's slumber lies. Not many people dare to offend. Sadly, I can't see the supreme body fall with my own eyes. People stop and let out a sigh of relief. The emperor could not be offended. In this place, people did not even dare to use their divine thoughts, because it would be countered by the pressure of the emperor's way. And in this land, everyone became blind with their eyes open. It's hard to get a glimpse of what's going on. No matter what, the supreme body won't be reproduced, and it's even more unlikely that the body that was already on the verge of death will be able to escape ancient warrior Sky's pursuit. A generation of supreme beings has finally become empty. A short life, stunning the entire history of cultivation, buried in Taishan Mountain, ending a legendary life. At the foot of Mount Tai, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. And this in Mount Tai, Qin Yun stood still, looking at Gu Zhantian, who was attacking and killing him. And the corners of his mouth actually spread into an intriguing smile. Chapter 070, The Golden Cicada Shell. At the top of Mount Tai, on top of an ancient jade platform, Qin Yun sat in silence, a wisp of a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Boom! The dome of the sky roared. Ancient warrior Sky arrived in an instant. His powerful aura caused the heaven and earth to quake. He was extremely strong. His eyes blazed incomparably. His black hair flew backward. He held a halberd and entered, such as a supreme god of war. But, upon seeing the smile surfacing on Qin Yun's face, Gu Zhantian actually froze slightly. Knowing you can't escape, have you finally figured it out? Ancient warrior Sky said in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it had a terrifying penetrating power that was capable of shattering the stars. Sigh, my true dragon lineage is invincible in the world. Since I came out of the world, it's hard to meet a formidable enemy, and now I finally waited for a supreme body to reappear. But sadly, You're not my enemy. Ancient warrior Sky put away his halberd, and his face actually showed a hint of shaking color. Decapitate yourself. I don't care to kill you. Hearing these words, Qin Yun couldn't help but smile faintly. Is Brother Gu willing to watch me grow up? How lonely it is to travel across the world. I look forward to the day when you can compete with me, but you and I both know that it's impossible. You've already suffered a serious injury and won't live to see today. The reason I've come is that I want to use your supreme divine blood to help me become a Taoist. Ancient warrior Sky spoke thus. The so-called vertical and horizontal world did not mean invincible in the world, but meant the same realm. Ancient warrior Sky, as the name suggests, battles the heavens and the earth, but the physique of the true dragon lineage is too powerful, and there are rarely any great rivals in the same realm. A long, sweeping journey, but also more than a little lonely. The supreme body reappeared in the world, causing him to sympathize with it, but sadly, the contemporary supreme body stepped into the end of the road, so that he had to put down his pride, and struck out in advance, plundering the supreme body's blood and bones, to prepare for the path of becoming a Taoist in the future. Alright, I'll fulfill Brother Gu and engage you in a great battle. Qin Yun spoke thus, his face haggard as he revealed a harmless smile. What nonsense! Ancient warrior Sky surprised, and do not understand the meaning, do not want to say anything more with the supreme body, halberd forward, to the supreme body to the power to chop on the spot. However, the next moment, he was stunned. A mysterious and powerful force flowed above Qin Yun's body as two obscure Dao patterns merged soundlessly, like yin and yang meeting, outlining a strange Dao trace. The two secrets of the all operated simultaneously, and in an instant, the divine effect of the secret healing was superimposed a dozen times over, and Qin Yun's injured body was restored to its original state in an instant. Brother Gu, is this what you wanted to see? Qin Yun smiled, human and harmless. However, at this moment, ancient warrior Sky was completely stunned. Almost as if petrified, frozen on the spot. He was able to sense that Qin Yun's injured body had healed in an instant, a world-shattering tactic that subverted ancient warrior Sky's knowledge. In his cognition, suffering from this kind of heavy injury, other than a few strong divine medicines in the heavens and earth, it could be said that it would be difficult for the greatest immortals to appear and save him. But the supreme body, however, was instantly healed and restored to its peak. The secret of the word of the one? Gu Zhantian was stunned, his mouth slightly open, his pupils dilated, staring at Qin Yun with disbelief. When those three words came out, it proved that he already had an answer in his mind. That kind of obscure aura, the complicated Dao marks, it was only the 9 secret formulas that could bring a shock to the mind, and there was no secret art or divine ability in the world that could go and replace it. But this made ancient warrior Sky's heart horrified. The world knows that the supreme body carries 2 of the 9 secrets, the secret of the word all and the secret of the word line. 9 secret lost, divided into the world around. It can be said that most of them have been cut off. Able to master its 2, already let the world feel difficult to understand. But how did Gu Zhantian not expect that the supreme body had mastered 3 of these supreme secret techniques? How is this possible? How can a single person master 3 9 secret techniques? This is even in the most ancient times, the era when the 9 secrets were most prevalent. It would not be possible for them to come out of the same person's hands. Ancient warrior Sky looked horrified, his large pupils filled with incredulity. He could not imagine the origin of the supreme body, and even dared not imagine that the body of the 3 of the 9 secrets, which shook the ancient world. Who can do it? And at the same time, a great doubt flooded his mind. The supreme body was carrying the secret of the word of the one. That little heavy wound was nothing to him. So why did he have to act like he was going to die? Why come into Tarzan and expose everything in front of him? At this moment, as Gu Zhantian faced Qin Yun, in his heart, he actually developed a very bad premonition. And on the side, Qin Yun slowly got up with an elegant demeanor and revealed a smile on the face of ancient warrior Sky, who had a strange look on his face. He wants it, that's all. This was the only way he could think of to cut off the world's males and force those 2 sisters of the Tang family to lure him out. Only when the supreme body died would people be dissuaded from forcing him to come out of the world. Golden cicada, going off the deep end and suffering serious injuries, all because of this. As for why the 4 demon race ancient saints had to be beheaded, everything was also because, acting, it had to be realistic. After all, it was a generation of supreme body. How could the fall be uneventful? The stronger the party, the more realistic it is. That's why there was the supreme body's end of the road beheading the 4 saints, leaving the supreme body lonesome after its strong side in people's hearts. But this was far from enough, not realistic enough in Qin Yun's opinion. Therefore, he invited ancient warrior Sky again and came to the Taishan forbidden area. The emergence of the ancient warrior Sky made his death turn out to be logical. After all, The true dragon vein is a physique that ranks alongside the supreme body. It is difficult to go and fight against the ancient warrior sky in its heyday, let alone the end of the road supreme. The forbidden zone, on the other hand, shields it from the world's gaze. Surely he can't really be dead, right? The forbidden zone of life, where the great emperor lies dormant, where no one dares to step in, for thousands of years. This piece of earth, hiding too many secrets. Likewise, it would allow him to be golden and cover up the fact that the supreme body had fallen. You did this on purpose to lure me here? After a moment of stagnation, Gu Zhantian, too, instantly understood everything. After all, he has been practicing for hundreds of years, not a child, and his mind has reached a terrifying attainment. Nearly instantly, the supreme body's intentions became clear, but it also horrified him. The supreme body's scheming. This was definitely a risky move. Going off the deep end was real. Suffering heavy injuries was real, and having to decapitate 4 ancient saints while the baneful qi attacked his body. This was not easy for him, let alone for a half-saint. How dare you take such a risk? Ancient warrior Sky's heart was horrified. He knew just how powerful the supreme body was, and it wasn't about strength, but that unlimited potential. It could be said that the future of such human experts was limitless, and it was simply impossible to take risks easily. But now, the supreme body dared to plot like this. What kind of boldness was this? Such a plot. Even he felt heartbroken and even terrified. You want to die to turn the world's attention away from you. But, after all, you have miscalculated one step, and that is me. Ancient warrior Sky spoke in such a way. He was clear that even he had become a pawn in the supreme body's step, and this caused anger to grow in his heart. Didn't Brother Gu say that he would wait for me to grow up, and that on the day I become a saint, I would seek you out and fight you? Qin Yun smiled. No, I'm going to kill you today. Ancient warrior Sky spoke thus. What loneliness after a rampage. What loneliness when it's hard to meet a strong opponent. At this moment, all of them dissipated and disappeared. The supreme body gave him a feeling that was too terrifying. The third of the 9 secrets. What a terrifying and mysterious inheritance. And now, with this kind of scheming, what kind of terrifying mind. This was definitely a supreme enemy, causing ancient warrior Sky to instantly lose that conviction to fight. He was clear that when such a person grew up, he would surely be crushed, and if he didn't take advantage of this moment to stifle him, in the future, he would only fall into endless remorse. You are not my enemy, so you might as well behead yourself. However, Qin Yun merely smiled faintly and said, returning the words, as it were. Chapter 071. No greater sorrow than death of the heart. The supreme body's words caused ancient warrior Sky to be shaken, and then, let out a long burst of laughter. Do you really think it's possible to buck me? You and my physique are tied in heaven and earth, and it's hard to distinguish between victory and defeat after thousands of years of competition, not to mention the fact that I'm suppressing you by one great realm. How dare you speak out of turn? Ancient warrior Sky's voice was like thunder, with a terrifying penetrating power, containing a terrifying majesty that shook people's hearts and minds. That's what I lured you here for. Why do you think I exposed the 9 secrets in front of you? That's because I have the confidence to decapitate you. Qin Yun opened his mouth, his voice equally terrifying and ear-shattering, triggering a roar in the heavens and earth. Within 3 moves, I'll behead you. At this moment, ancient warrior Sky was completely enraged. The saints are not to be sinned against. Although, the person in front of him had once defied the heavens to conquer the saints, and was very heaven-defying and powerful. However, ancient warrior Sky didn't consider himself to be an unusual saint. To go against the heavens to fell him. What kind of insult is this? Never is he crushed others, become the nightmare of others, and never can be felled by people against the heavens. Boom! Ancient warrior Sky's entire body's divine aura rushed into the sky, his golden battle armor piercing the eyes, just like a war god poured in gold. The halberd roared, tearing through the heavens, containing a kind of heaven-opening momentum as it slashed downward forcefully to split Qin Yun in 2. Boom! Qin Yun met the attack with the heavenly emperor's fist, magnificent and handsome. His white clothes were snowy and he possessed a godlike ethereal aura. He went forward, his fist seals roaring, his fists blanketed with Tao light, tearing apart the heavens. Fire in the hole. Dang! Great fluctuations shook Mount Tai, causing this boundless divine mountain to tremble tremendously. An endless divine light erupted from all parts of Mount Tai, which were the means and Tao patterns of the emperors, which were stimulated and erupted with terrifyingly ferocious might. The earth shook and the fluctuations stretched for thousands of miles. Outside, everyone was nervously concerned. Although they didn't dare to enter Mount Tai, they were able to feel the great fluctuations coming from the depths of that Mount Tai. People knew that a shocking battle had broken out, a duel between the supreme body and the true dragon Tao body. But all the same, people were surprised. It seemed to them that the battle shouldn't have been so intense. the supreme body is really hard to kill, and it still has this kind of strength. After all, he is at the end of his strength, unable to go against the heavens. Death is already doomed. It's just a matter of time. Discussions spread out. No one knew how the battle was going, but people could guess the general idea. It is thought that this fiasco will be quickly put to rest, and also as one would expect. Inside Mount Tai, the great battle had actually ended quickly, but the one who lost was Ancient Warrior Sky. Ancient Warrior Sky flew horizontally, his golden armor crumbling and spilling blood all over his body from the punch. The strength of the supreme body was wildly horrifying in his heart, and its attack power shocked him to the extreme. How could you be so terribly strong? Ancient Warrior Sky is unknown. The two had similar physiques. Both were the top physiques in the world, and they had crushed him by one realm. Even if they were undefeated, they definitely shouldn't have been defeated so completely. The supreme bone is one of my strengths, but that's about it. Do you think that the reason why I was able to go against the heavens and conquer the saints was all because of the supreme body? Qin Yun spoke calmly, standing between the vaults of the sky as he said indifferently. It's not the physique that's strong. It's me personally. Even if I'm not a supreme body, I can still behead you. Such words caused Gu Zhantian to be stunned on the spot, treating a supreme physique as grass. What kind of strength is this? This can't be right. Gu Zhantian shouted, simply unwilling, and fought his way in once more, wanting to break the mind demon in front of him, but everything was so desperate for him. This time, the same punch was thrown again, sending him flying across the room, nearly collapsing his true spirit and destroying his form. Why? Why? Ancient Warrior Sky exclaimed. Defeated. Really defeated. Defeated completely, without the slightest hint of suspense. The person in front of him was so terrifying and strong, a single punch was enough to break everything he had, and Gu Zhantian knew that even if he started over again, the ending would not change. The gap between the two was too great. As if his party was that half-saint, the gap was too great to go across. It left him at a loss in his mind. He had been strong all his life, invincible in the same realm, and even over time, he had even developed a kind of invincible loneliness. It had never been him who had become someone else's nightmare, but now he didn't dare to think about it, and being felled by a half-saint against his will sprinkled a shadow in his heart. Ancient Warrior Sky desperately wanted to know where exactly he had lost. Cut yourself. Qin Yun did not respond, only speaking calmly. As he had said, the supreme body was his advantage, but it was not his only advantage. After practicing the secret of the word of the person, he line all the two secrets, have received a terrifying enhancement. Although the realm has not changed in any way, but the strength has long been different from the past. Why? Why on earth? Ancient Warrior Sky had no fear of life and death, only that ultimately there was such a doubt that was difficult to unravel, and it became his obsession, desperately wanting to find the answer. Words. Qin Yun could not help but frown as he naturally could not tell everything. After thinking for a moment, he said, my whole life's cultivation has been based on hard work, and this is the root of my strong and invincible nature. What? Ancient Warrior Sky was completely stunned. It was an answer that was unbelievable and mind-boggling to him. The person in front of him was so young. How could he rely on bitter cultivation and come to such a point? At this moment, his Tao heart was shattering. Everything about the person in front of him had subverted his knowledge of cultivation and his reverence for it. How in the world can there be people like you? Ancient Warrior Sky sighed long and hard, and sat down under that piece of stone platform and began to sit down. He knew that this time he was completely planted. The person in front of him was strong to the extreme, simply unbeatable, and the two were arch-enemies. It was even more unlikely that they would let him leave. What secrets do you hold behind your back? Hey! A long sigh lingers. A generation of true dragon lineage of new master. This sat down, meteoric and Taishan. Finally only a long sigh issued. Endless unwillingness. 100 despair. A strong life. Ending with such an ending. A dazzling life. Encountering the supreme body. Originally thought that it was crushing. A regret that the opponent's wings were not yet full. But never thought that it had suffered such a complete defeat. Being fought against the heavens, the heart of the Tao is broken. There is no greater sorrow than this. Chapter 072 Death of the Supreme Body. The heavens and earth were silent, and within Mount Tai, the fluctuations gradually stopped. However, in people's hearts, waves of shock are rising. People knew that the Great War was over. Although the scene within the Taishan mountain cannot be glimpsed, people can feel the sense of sadness in heaven and earth. That was a kind of vision that would appear the more heaven defying the fall of a demon. It was heaven and earth in pity. A sense of compassion rushed out from within Tarzan and swept across the entire heaven and earth. Sure enough, is it still hard for the supreme body to escape death? Born with a vision, it signals that a generation of demonic level characters has become clouds of smoke. Regrettable, really regrettable. At just 20 years old, he has created too many miracles and reached such a lofty realm. It can be said that although his life is short, it is extremely demonic, and no one will be able to match him in the future. Many people revealed a look of divine sadness, as heaven and earth mourned together, and a sense of sadness rushed into people's hearts. The more heaven-defying a demon is, the less it will end up in the end. This generation of supreme body is a miracle. It is a great pity to have really fallen. Has everything about the supreme body not been revealed after all? Who exactly is he? Why can there be so many terrifying inheritances in its body? With regret, one reads all the mysteries of the supreme body. Concerning his identity and origin, this was a big secret, and people were no less curious about this information than they were about an emperor. Perhaps the only one who can know everything is ancient warrior Sky. As the terminator of the supreme body, even if the supreme body didn't reveal anything, ancient warrior Sky could definitely know something. People talk about it so much. It was over. A shocking battle was completely over, ending with the death of the supreme body. It makes people pity, and at the same time, in their hearts, there is an additional sense of relief. Too demonic. No one can have peace of mind if he doesn't die. However, at this moment, no one outside of Mount Tai still left. They were waiting for ancient warrior Sky to return, wanting to learn everything about the supreme body from its mouth. But it was destined to never happen. Time passed day by day, but people never waited for ancient warrior Sky. Has ancient warrior Sky absorbed the supreme divine blood and started charging within the forbidden zone? Or maybe he ended up getting the two secrets of Xingying and went to explore Mount Tai? Such speculation rose in the minds of the people and brought a touch of regret. People know, this is absolutely possible. Taishan has always been mysterious, even if it is more powerful people, but also dare not say deep Taishan. Endless years, Taishan do not know how many top experts fell out. Only the supreme body, carrying the secret of the word line, could do so across the board. As for ancient warrior Sky, he was very strong and confident, and it was highly likely that he had started exploring Mount Tai after obtaining the Xingzi secret. With such thoughts in mind, many people left one after another, knowing that it was likely that for a large period of time, ancient warrior Sky would not reappear. Whether it was absorbing the blood and bones of the supreme body or going to explore Mount Tai, this was not destined to be a momentary possibility. The next few days, the domains shook. The news of the supreme body's demise caused a sensation in all the Dao realms. Everyone was shocked and surprised. Such a strong demon, who had just become famous in the world, had just disappeared like this? Is the supreme body really dead? Can we see the body? At first, such a response was quite intense in the world, because the supreme body was too strong. People were afraid that something would happen, afraid that it would just be an empty joy. But the answer received gradually calmed everyone's nervousness. The supreme body went off the deep end and was traumatized by 4 demon ancient saints. He was extremely strong and chopped off the 4 ancient saints under severe injuries. In the end, he entered Mount Tai, although he didn't get to see him fall. But he encountered the strong enemy of the true dragon lineage, ancient warrior Sky. Such a statement convinces the world. Ancient warrior Sky, 3 words, was too influential. Whether it was its background or its personal strength, it was not controversial. Plus, the injury to the supreme body was witnessed by many people. Its details are too real. Going off the deep end, taking a hard hit, and making a last desperate comeback. Everything is so realistic. Truly fallen. There can't be any accidents. Ancient warrior Sky killed into Taishan Mountain. No intention at all to spare him. In the end, born with a vision, the supreme being withered away. It was only after receiving these news that people became truly convinced that the supreme body had truly fallen. People's nervousness gradually dropped. Hey, but at the same time, there was one soft sigh after another, emanating from all over the place. When the supreme body was alive, the world regarded him as a threat, itching to personally strike out and chop him up. But when he fell, a sense of sadness and regret arose in everyone's heart. Too strong. If not for the early fall, the future achievements would be unimaginable. A short life that illuminated the entire history of cultivation, comparable to that of no one before and no one after. His death was truly divine. Hokkaido region. A stunningly beautiful beauty gently shook her head, revealing a bitter smile and letting out a long sigh. After this, it may be difficult for such an astonishingly talented person to appear in the heavens and earth again. 2 old men spilled their wine on the Taikushin mountain. How bewitching. And yet the curtain falls in extreme splendor. It is a pity not to be able to meet and compete with it. The death of the supreme body is a regret for heaven and earth. Western desert pure land. The old monk in hemp clothes stepped into the eastern land at an unknown time, carrying his traveling bag, and stood under that sky, letting out a long whistle. Late, young supreme, why can't you wait one step for the poor monk? The old monk sighed long and stood in the middle of that piece of heaven and earth, letting out a howl of pain. This son has no destiny with me. No destiny with me. The fall of the supreme body. The world should have been in a state of joy and celebration everywhere. But, in fact, it is a huge contrast. How many men and heroes fall down? How many men and heroes eclipsed? Sure, there are also really happy ones. The happiest among them were none other than the teenagers of the various domains. If the supreme body doesn't die, how will they ever get ahead? A 20-year-old person, not even counting the younger generation, at the end of the day is considered a brat, but the light is too blazing, crushing all the younger generation, straight to the older generation of characters. When the supreme body was alive, they, the heavenly pride, these divine bodies, were crushed like dogs. They are not of the older generation and will not be remembering anything. The only thing that was left was a celebration and a glass of wine. Our time has come. Once the supreme body dies, this universe, in the future, will belong to us again. Within a holy land and an ancient dynasty, such a voice resounded. Chapter 073, The Coolness of the Tang Mansion. The Great Wind Dynasty. After the change of dynasties, the original Qin, which should have been plunged into a long period of turmoil, has lost its status. But in just a few days, it was business as usual. The change of a dynasty is as simple as a change of name and a change of emperor. And the reason why? It was because of Tang Guiyao's terrifying influence in the military and civil society, as well as the influence of the supreme body. It was even said that today's Great Wind Dynasty had a status far above even the once great Qin. The strength of this female emperor, although not yet a saint, was far less than that Emperor Qinming. However, everyone knew that nowadays, this Great Wind Empress was surrounded by a terrifying existence that could go against the heavens and destroy saints, and was so powerful that who would dare to offend? Imperial City. The palace loomed, grand and vast, sitting in the void. Inside the temple, the empress sat in silence. Tang Guiyao was adorned with an imperial robe, majestic and sacred, inviolable and not to be desecrated. At the bottom, the subjects were vast, standing side by side, stretching out for I don't know how many miles. Reporting back to Your Majesty, the Japanese trouble in Jiangzhou has been removed. Your Majesty, all 6 monarchs are exempt from taxes. Your Majesty, the Dailin dynasty sends the gift of an audience. At the bottom, there were constant voices. Looking at that majestic and supreme empress, many of the old ministers secretly nodded in their hearts. A female emperor, the ruler of a country, in the world of cultivation, was supposed to focus on cultivation and sit back and enjoy the peace of the world. However, this empress, internally, reduce taxes and recuperate, externally, sweep away foreign enemies and make friendships, diligence, tax exemption, and bonding. It can be said that it is extremely rare, whether it is the external dominance, or the means, or the compassion for the mortal people. Everything is far beyond the empress that once was. She sat on the throne, majesty, but that kind of majesty, but really let a person from the heart sigh of admiration, not mixed with the slightest deterrent. In people's hearts, she was more like a god to be feared. When Tang Guiyao was confronted with imperial affairs, without exception, she handled them with care and attention to detail. Back to Your Majesty, there is one more thing to report. Words. The empress' majestic voice echoed through the hall. There are rumors in the world that the supreme body fell on Mount Tai. When such a voice rang out, inside the hall, there was silence, deathly silence. People realized that the empress who had always been majestic and could be in charge of the great wind up and down in a few days. At this moment, an endless gloom was born in her eyes. It was as if she had been petrified in an instant, losing her essence, sitting there, but no longer had that empress's exaltation, that divine aura. Retreat. I don't know how long had passed, but such 2 words came out from the empress's mouth with a sense of endless exhaustion. Tang Guiyao walked forward, retiring that imperial robe and heading in the direction of the Tang clan. She was nearly mute, her eyes were both lifeless. The supreme body fell in Taishan. Such a piece of news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting her as if her soul was about to collapse. That's impossible. Tang Guiyao shook her head, let out a deep breath, and stepped into the Tang clan. When she returned inside the room, she was greeted by Tang Yunli's hysteria. The news of the supreme body's fall spread throughout the world, and although Tang Yunli didn't like going out, he still heard the storm. My brother, is he really dead? The bright young girl of 16 or 17, with her face endlessly haggard, looked at her own sister and went to ask thus. No, he can't be dead. Bearing the secret of the word line, no one in the world can stop him. Tang Guiyao responded in such a way, almost a mute demeanor. He did indeed harbor the Xing character secret, but I heard that he went off the deep end and was severely injured by a demonic cultivator, who then encountered a strong enemy and met his demise in Mount Tai. Tears were flashing in Tang Yuli's eyes. Everything is a rumor. It's impossible for him to perish. That strong? Your brother-in-law had said that he would return. Tang Guiyao still had that same demeanor, without much emotion. You still refuse to accept the truth. Suddenly, without warning, Tang Yunli displayed anger. Hysterical anger. He has always been cautious, but on the eve of his fall, he traveled in a high profile to attract the world's attention, to cut off the intention of the world's majesties to strike at our sisters. He's simply begging to die. He's simply begging to die. Tang Yunli growled, his voice hoarse with an inexplicable anger. This was the first time she had been like this to her own sister. She had never been respectful and gentle, a very kind woman. But today she was like this. He'll be back. There's no way he'll die. Tang Guiyao looked at her own sister, the same touch of anger seeping out. That's strong. Tang Yunli, however, didn't lower his head and look straight into that appalling gaze. You owe him, you always will. In the beginning, I advised you to be nice to him. You didn't listen. You just didn't listen. Tang Yunli growled and hissed, like a wounded beast with long streams of tears. Why can't you be nice to him? Why can't you treat him like family? He's been sheltering you and me to the best of his ability. Tang Yunli lowered his head and stumbled out. Outside, the wind was suddenly very strong. The thunder boomed sharply, and the rain fell with a crash. The coolness is pervasive and the rain is icy cold. Tang Yunli kept running, not knowing where she was going, her body soaked by the rain, flowing down her hair across her cheeks and wetting the white dress. The rain and the tears, it was no longer possible to tell if they were tears or rain. Pop! The little girl fell and got covered in mud. The mud stains splattered on her white face. She had always loved cleanliness, but now she didn't care and was a bit of a mess. She lay on the ground, howling silently and dryly, roaring hoarsely and wailing, her slim little body trembling uncontrollably in the rain. Brother! Tang Yunli curled up in the mud like an abandoned beast. Yunli doesn't have a brother anymore. Not anymore. Tang Yunli murmured, letting the rain fall as she covered her chest. I don't know why, but it hurts there, like a piece of flesh has fallen off. Empty. It's raining a lot and it's windy. The window shook with the strong wind, making a harsh slamming sound. Tang Guiyao stood there, quietly looking at the downpour. He'll come back. He said so. He'll come back to make peace with me and give me an explanation. Won't die. How can he die? Such a strong person and carrying the secret of the word line. Who will be his opponent? Thinking of this, Tang Guiyao laughed, grinning at the corners of her mouth. The rumors are false. Yeah, it's definitely fake. But inexplicably, she felt something hot running down her cheek, and reached up to touch it, only to realize that it was full of tears. The moment Tang Guiyao finally couldn't hold herself together, choking silently and finally breaking down into tears. We haven't made peace yet. You give me an explanation. Qin Yun, you come back. She opened her mouth softly, praying to the heavens to go, leaning against the window and bowing her head, tearful eyes blurred, lips trembling, soft choking, sobbing, crying. She bent over in tears. Chapter 074, The Road is Underfoot. Tarzan. Qin Yun was sitting on top of a mountain peak as the sunlight gradually blazed and spilled down. A primitive scene, yet it also had an indescribable beauty. Phew! Letting out a long breath, the Qin Yun at this moment was born with an unprecedented sense of relief. The supreme body had fallen, and after that, he was finally able to develop at ease. It will no longer be constrained by the two sisters of the Tang family, nor will they be missed by the world any longer, bringing endless trouble. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is wide. Under the sunlight, Qin Yun displayed a wisp of a smile too. His white clothes were snowy, and his face was clear and handsome without casting, and his elegance was extraordinary. I just don't know, how long can this last? I only hope that Tang Guiyao don't be in a hurry to remarry. Lying on the mountain peak, Qin Yun murmured softly. The news of his death was rumored, but that marriage still existed. After all, he wasn't really dead. As long as Tang Guiyao didn't marry anyone, then the system wouldn't disappear and he would have uninterrupted rewards. But think, that woman will not be in a hurry to marry. After all, is a high-minded, high to the sky. The world, there are a few people can be she looked up to, but also selected as a husband and son-in-law it? At the very least, there is no possibility of marrying anyone for years, if not decades, and that, for Qin Yun, would be enough, where it would take years, decades, maybe just a year or two for him to grow to a frightening level. And at that point, perhaps one will not need to rely on any external objects. At the moment, the most important thing is to choose a suitable place for seclusion. Qin Yun muttered. He turned his gaze to Tarzan. Although this land has never lacked explorers since ancient times, Mount Tai is extremely dangerous and is a forbidden area for life. If he could rely on the secret of the word line and walk to the deepest part of Mount Tai, Undoubtedly, this would be an extremely suitable place for seclusion, and the ferocity of Mount Tai would become a layer of protective barrier for him. But when he thought of this, Qin Yun shook his head again. Taishan gave him a horrible feeling. The tomb of an emperor. And I don't know if it's an illusion. Being in this land, he can always feel the feeling of crisis. Like in the dark, there is a pair of eyes, staring at himself. It's a bad feeling, and it's impossible to trace its roots. However, at this realm nowadays, cultivators have the sharpest perception of some sort of premonition and sign. After thinking about it, Qin Yun still chose to leave Mount Tai. Gone. Qin Yun rose, bearing a smiling face, and uttered these two words. Glancing at the direction of the Great Wind Dynasty, he thought that that little girl, at this moment, would be very sad, but he couldn't care less. Heartbreak is the lightest, if not the least, price to pay compared to the crisis of a world of enemies. It always passes. The road is vast. The road ahead is endless. And what can be eternal? And then carved in the moment, but also just a small piece of scenery on the road of life. Compared with the long life, the short scenery, and what does it count? Time washes everything away. I only hope that one day in the future, when I stand in front of you, little sister, you will still be able to call me your elder brother. Murmuring softly, Qin Yun then moved away without looking back, crossing the void. True Dragon Road Domain. The sea, as far as the eye can see, in this Dao domain, there is actually not much land. There is only the endless sea. The sea is vast and endless beings live in the midst of this sea. And underneath this sea, there was a majestic and supreme ancient palace. Above the ancient palace, there were quite a number of finely carved stone statues of dragons, and above the walls, there were also endless carvings of giant dragon bodies. Ancient rhythms linger with the vicissitudes of age. It was like a dragon palace that had been standing in the world for hundreds of thousands of years, and at this moment, within this dragon palace, the majestic and supreme old man was now filled with rage. Where exactly did he go? Battle heaven? Why hasn't even a single piece of news been sent back? Even if you want to forcibly explore the forbidden zone, you should have discussed it with us. How dare you be so reckless? The old man was enraged, and his intimidating pressure caused the ancient palace to shake. The voice had a terrifying penetrating power that could easily destroy the stars, rumbling like a god. Next head. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to face the old man's anger directly. Patriarch, Warrior Sky has always been proud and conceited. After chopping off the supreme body and obtaining the lineage word secret, he is bound to go forward to explore the forbidden zone. He has had this mindset for a long time after all. I don't think there is no need to worry. The secret of the word line is added to the body. There shouldn't be any accidents. Perhaps the reason for the delay in returning is that he has found many opportunities in the forbidden zone. At the bottom, an old man with a long beard falling to the ground spoke softly. No. The patriarchal elder shook his head, and a gust of worry flickered among his vicissitudes of eyes. I don't know why, but the old man is very disturbed. Just last night, I was in a trance and actually dreamed a dream. Dreaming of Warrior Sky, dreaming of his fall on Taishan Mountain, his death failing to close his eyes. Such words left everyone stunned on the spot. Cultivators naturally do not need to sleep. To such a realm, the sixth sense, dreams, most of the meditation, contains some kind of sign. Warrior Sky is dead? Everyone was baffled. But then everyone shook their heads again. This was absolutely impossible. How could an end of the line supreme being threaten their new lord? You're worrying too much, old patriarch. Battle heaven is burdened with monstrous chi. It will definitely not be damaged. The old man at the bottom advised. Perhaps. The old man nodded, but still looked in all directions and said in a cold voice, check. Go and check for me. At all costs. Even if you have to enter Mount Tai, you are bound to find battle heaven. It's hard to see him. Old man. In my heart. Where do I go from here? After leaving Mount Tai and looking at the boundless world, Qin Yun was filled with a sense of bewilderment. It's a big world. Too big without boundaries. The universe was divided into Dao domains, and the Great Wind Dynasty he was in, as well as this land under his feet today, was but one of those Dao domains. Qin Yun kept moving forward, but the more he moved forward, the more confused he became. This world, for him, didn't have much of a sense of belonging, and after leaving the Tang clan, he really had kind of lost his way. Dare I ask where the road is? The road is at my feet. I shouldn't dwell on the outcome. I shouldn't dwell on where I'm going. The scenery is on the road. Qin Yun mused and went about thinking so, his mind becoming enlightened. He no longer thinks about where he is going, but travels where he sees, to see the great scenery of this world and to enjoy the endless sights of the cultivation world. After changing his mind, sure enough, his mind became much more ethereal. Chapter 075, The Earth of the Nine. Move forward. Don't ask questions. With such a state of mind, Qin Yun made his way west, to observe, to see the world, to take in the sights of the world. During this period, he often lamented and understood why those ancient people, in that world of his previous life, had traveled to the mountains. The wonders of the mountains and the rivers, the wonders of the universe, can indeed delight the mind and call for indulgence. The world is too big. One Tao domain after another, each landscape unique, each domain, large and without boundaries. Qin Yun props his boat across the river and also strolls up the mountain, and in his heart, there has never been such tranquility. Ding! 90th day of marriage, rewarded with 1,000 years of asceticism. Ding! On the 100th day of marriage, rewarded with 2,000 years of hard labor. On the 100th day after the wedding, Qin Yun arrived at a Tao domain and stood on top of a snowy mountain. The accumulation of cultivation over these days had allowed him to finally perfect his laws and certify his path to sainthood. Sanctification. This is a big hurdle for monks, but Qin Yun becoming a saint, there was no so-called sensationalism. What there was only as natural as water. It was like a watery, natural step into such a realm. Qin Yun did not feel too much excitement and joy. These days of traveling had caused his state of mind to undergo a strange change. Standing on the top of the snow-capped mountains, you can watch the winds rise, the sun rise and set, and see the mountains and rivers right under your feet. That Tao heart of his had invariably undergone a metamorphosis. The changes in the state of mind had nothing to do with strength, but it was linked to the Tao. And in this moment, Qin Yun was able to realize that his Tao was becoming more and more complete. All along, he had been missing some sense of the Tao, his own sense, but now his travels had made up for his shortcomings. After becoming a saint, Qin Yun continued to move forward. Ding! On the 120th day of marriage, rewarded with 1 level of fist intent. On top of a river, Qin Yun disguised himself as an old man and fished in the rain, fistful of ideas. When this layer of fist intent arrived and was absorbed, it made his Tao intent even more refined. Tao-e, like cultivation realms, has levels, yet there is no upper limit. With each enhancement, with each upper level, the strength would change drastically. By now, it could be said that there were few people in the world who could go toe-to-toe with Qin Yun's Tao intent. After all, Tao intent and one's own realm were two completely unrelated paths, and very few people plumbed the depths of this path. Ding! On the 130th day of marriage, 1 law fragment is rewarded. Law. This is the key to sainthood and the key to saintly advancement. The sage realm, likewise, was divided into 9 layers, but each layer, known as a heavens, represented a huge difference, a cloud-like distance. The heavens and the earth are obscure, and the laws are hard to understand. However, such a fragment of law was rudely surging into Qin Yun's body to make up for his Tao. 1 law order after another surfaced in his sea of Tao, connecting with heaven and earth. At this moment, he was already able to connect with heaven and earth by virtue of the laws within his body, raising his hands and feet to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. That's what makes saints so powerful. Life between heaven and earth. For heaven and earth, living beings are ultimately small. Only after stepping into the saint realm would one be able to transform into the Tao and become a piece of heaven and earth. Which was why, for 10,000 years, there were few heavenly prides who went against the heavens and felled the saints. When a sage was in the 9 heavens, then one would have mastered the power of this heaven and earth to the extreme. Today's Qin Yun was only just getting started. A fragment of the laws made the order of the laws in his body increase by nearly 100, and his realm also came to the sage triple heavenly realm in a watery manner. It can't be too far from the sage 9 heavens. Qin Yun so lamented. Think of the realm after the saints. After the saints come the holy kings, and after the holy kings come the great saints. The great sage, representing the consummation of the saint realm, could be said to have gone to the extreme of the saint. To metamorphose again, it would be the emperor realm, quasi-emperor realm. Such a person was rare throughout the ages, and once one stepped into it, then, it was bound to be enshrined in the history of cultivation because it was too tough, and a few eras might not be able to produce one to come. A great supreme being was actually a powerhouse of the quasi-emperor realm. At this point, not to say that he was the overlord of this heaven and earth, it was almost the same. After the paramount emperor comes the great emperor. It was also the ultimate in humane field cultivation, the hegemon of the universe, indisputable. Such a person, strong to the extreme, nearly omnipotent. The only shortcoming is that it is difficult to live forever. Cultivation never ends, and immortality is that eternal goal. Road is a person walk out, but longevity, but rare people can do. Ancient records, can live forever, is immortal. After entering the sage realm, Qin Yun appreciated the mysteries of the later stages of cultivation. Feeling that he had a long way to go, he did not dare to be relaxed and careless. This world is too big. there are an unknown number of experts. I still need to settle down and continue to go and settle down. Qin Yun muttered and continued to walk forward. Along the way, he saw too many landscapes that contained some sort of natural Tao, the laws of the Great Natural Road. However, Qin Yun had also seen too many killings. The cultivation world. The scenery was indeed beautiful, unspeakably beautiful, but the atrocities, the killings, were unimaginably unpleasant. Life is like grass and the weak are ants. In this world, there is no need for too many laws of survival. Strength is king, and the strongest is honored. Killing, fighting, and constantly on his path. Whether it was the starry ancient path or the divine pure land, wherever there were living beings, there would be killing. Qin Yun had seen it, but his feet would not stop, searching for the serenity that belonged to him. One day, he had actually arrived at an extraordinarily strange Tao domain, this Tao domain name being the 9 states. Such a name made Qin Yun feel a strand of closeness, and the reason why he said that this Tao domain was strange was because he had seen too many mortals here. Mortals nearly dominate this domain of the Tao, occupying the majority, and can be seen both in the mountains and on the land. This caused Qin Yun to reveal a ray of surprise. Indeed, mortals are not uncommon. De Chen then has, but only very rarely, people are mostly cultivators. This is true for the most part everywhere, because the environment, not suitable for mortals to survive. In this world, the status of mortals is even weaker, unimaginable, almost like ants. But it was hard to imagine that there would be so many mortals in this domain, like a mortal's ancestral land. Qin Yun rushed down from the starry sky and landed on this great land to see and observe. Although mortals are weak, however, there are few fights, and people are almost always amiable and humane. It was like an enlarged version of the small village where Qin Yun had once resided. Perhaps it's time for me to stop, Qin Yun softly lamented. Along the way, although he had taken in endless scenery and landscapes, he wouldn't stop. He would just go and see. But here in the mortal, he could experience a kind of spiritual tranquility, a feeling that was soothing to the heart and made him feel an inexplicable sense of belonging. Chapter 076, The 9 Secrets of the Fighting Character Secrets. Walking on the land of Kyushu, the aura here is very dense. Compared to other Tao domains, the aura here is even a few points more dense. However, there are few monks and few traces of clans and Taoist organizations. Here, it's a mortal's paradise. Mortals live here, hunting, farming, and cultivating a rare mortal sight. However, Qin Yun was able to see killings along the way, and although mortals did not fight, there were demons who came to kill and demons who came to eat human flesh and blood, and this, often extremely cruel. The human race, there is no possibility of resisting. A single demon could wipe out hundreds of villages, and a single demon could wipe out thousands of lives. Looking at all this, Qin Yun's brows furrowed slightly. The human race, the largest group in this world, and mortals, who make up the majority of the human race. It made him unknown. Why would such an earthly realm not be sheltered by human experts? One must know that there are not many cultivators who have gone out from the human race in this heaven and earth, and many of them have even started holy places in ancient dynasties with extraordinary achievements. So why would they leave these mortals behind? Along the way, Qin Yun had seen too much injustice, too much killing. Whenever he sees it, he also chooses to take a shot. However, there were too many killings, and one person's power, after all, was limited. The weakness of the human race was the original sin, the root of it, and with only one person, he was destined to not be able to reverse anything. Along the way, Qin Yun eventually, actually arrived on top of a mountain peak on which stood an ancient temple. It wasn't big, and it wasn't luxurious. It was like a short Taoist temple, standing alone on a hilltop, ancient and unadorned. The walls were made of mud and stones, full of the mottled feeling of age, as if, in the next second, it would collapse. However, the few words on this temple alarmed Qin Yun. Ancestral temple of the human race. Such 4 words were like 4 heavenly thunderbolts that bombarded Qin Yun's soul. Ancestral temple. The significance of these 2 words is too extraordinary, especially the human race. You know, the human race occupies the majority of the population of this world, almost accounted for 70%. Cultivators were people, holy lords were people, and mortals were also people. So one could imagine how terrifying an influence the 4 words ancestral temple of the human race possessed. But it is such an ancient temple, but so modeled and simple. Could it be that Kyushu is really the place of origin of the human race? And that's why there is an ancient temple on this side? Qin Yun associated it with some ancient Chinese legends. The 2 words, Jiuzhou, were of great significance, being where the earliest roots of the human race were located. And this ancestral temple, which contained an aura of age, was too deep, making it difficult to trace the age and period of its birth. Looking at the ancient temple, Qin Yun sensed a trace of qi. Yes, human qi. Sacred lands, ancient dynasties, every Dao lineage, every race, would have qi, and the human race, in this area between the ancestral temples, even had the existence of qi. It was very thick, but it was not solid, lingering between the ancestral temple and the mountain peaks, making it difficult to visualize. After thinking about it, Qin Yun developed the desire to enter the ancestral temple of the human race to take a peek. However, just as he stood in front of that ancient temple, he actually felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. The will of the humane realm? Qin Yun's heart changed and he immediately chose to retreat. He had a premonition that as long as he dared to push open the door of that ancestral temple, then a great evil would certainly occur. That was a kind of pressure of the humane domain, comparable to the will of heaven and earth. Very terrifying. The land of the 9 states is not simple. The ancestral temple is in disrepair, but it actually contains the will of the human way. Qin Yun sighed with emotion, reined in his thoughts of finding out what was going on, and left this nameless mountain peak. After this, Qin Yun chose to live in seclusion in the land of the 9 states. The aura of the human race was strong here, causing him to find a strand of belonging in his heart, and he planned to live in seclusion. As for the human race's peril and killings, Qin Yun had seen too much and had grown numb. He couldn't change anything, and what could one man do when his power was ultimately limited? Moreover, he crossed over, and now he is not a mortal, is a cultivator, is a saint. Once that period of years in time, although engraved in the bones, is the most pure original of his memories. But, after all, this is also not that world anymore. So much for out of sight, out of mind. Qin Yun then secluded himself in the middle of a deep mountain, building a thatched hut and living in deep seclusion. He completely transformed into an ordinary person in the earthly realm and suppressed his cultivation to the qi practicing realm. This is consistent with his age today. Without resources to cultivate, without inheritance to guide, mortals stepped into the cultivation of the road. Even if it is a small talented people, most are still in this field. Going to show his true face didn't change anything more than suppressing his cultivation. Ding! On the 114th day of marriage, rewarded with the secret of the fighting word, the days of deep mountain seclusion were peaceful. Qin Yun chose to be beside a small stream with mountains and water, drinking tea and fishing every day. The days were peaceful, yet enjoyable, and on this day, he obtained the 4th secret of the 9 secrets, the fighting word secret. The secret of the word du is also called the Du Sheng Fa. As the name suggests, the main thing, precisely, is to attack and destroy. It was an extremely powerful offensive treasure art that could evolve all means, all offensive aptitudes. It can be said that mastering the Du word secret is equal to being proficient in all kinds of techniques under the sun at once. The so-called 10,000 variations are not different from their zone. And the Du word secret, the main thing is this zone word. Although the Heavenly Emperor's fist is overbearing and fierce in its means, it is too monotonous, and this Do Z secret is a way of making up for the monotonousness of my offense. In addition, with this secret art, I'll be able to hide myself better, and even if I strike, I won't have to worry about exposing my identity anymore. Qin Yun muttered, lamenting so, if he had learned the secret of the fighting word, then he would be able to take his own fist intent and transform it into the Dao intent of any domain. For example, sword intent, knife intent, gun intent, etc. This was where the power of the fighting character secret lay, the extreme offensive divine art, which could be varied as long as one grasped its fundamentals. Before this, once he made a move, he was bound to expose his own fist intent, and once the Heavenly Emperor's fist came out, that kind of fierce and overbearing fist intent was simply difficult to conceal. However, with the fighting character secret, he could completely strike without suppressing himself without being noticed. Absorb. With that, Qin Yun began to comprehend the 4th secret of the 9 secrets. This is a very shocking news to know. Throughout the ages, but all those who practiced one of the 9 secrets are enough to move the world in fame. Mastering 2 secrets is already a game changer, let alone 4. It can be said that throughout the ages, no one has been able to combine the 4 of the 9 secrets in one. 9 secret arts, Qin Yun now comprehended has nearly half. From that 9 secret unity, the world invincible realm has not been too far away. Chapter 077, The Old Barker in the Mountain Woods. After practicing the Do character secret, Qin Yun's 3 secrets of lineage, all, and the one had all been terrifyingly upgraded. The secret of all characters was the most obvious, and the effect was able to increase up to 15 times, which had arrived at a very terrifying level. Ding! For the 150th day of marriage, a reward of 1 tea leaf of enlightenment. Ding! On the 160th day of marriage, a bottle of divine liquid is rewarded. At the later stages of cultivation, austerity began to become impotent, and the system, at just the right time, went to Qin Yun to provide him with some heavenly materials and treasures. This allowed him to steadily increase his cultivation speed. Nearly a month later, his strength had gone from Sage 3rd Sky to Sage 5th Sky. At the same rate as before, it was slow but steadily improving. Of course, it was only in comparison to what he had before. If he were to compare it to the speed of the world, whoever it was would be crushed less in front of him. Sage Realm, without 100 years of polishing, 100 years of precipitation. How many people can break through the barrier and step into the next heaven to go? If I can reach the Saint King Realm, I will also be able to run rampant. And if I can reach the Great Sage Realm, I will be considered truly unconcerned. Qin Yun murmured softly, there are many ancient Taoist systems in this world. Their status far exceeds that of holy places in ancient dynasties, and their richness is frightening. And among these ancient Taoist systems, the strongest combatants are Saint Kings and Great Saints. This was an era where emperors did not come out. Not to mention great emperors, even quasi-emperors. Qin Yun had never heard of them. The Great Sage, a minor goal of his these days, a long way to go. The sun was shining and a golden haze filled the air, shining down into the middle of the valley. The birds and flowers were quiet. Qin Yun was lying on a chaise longue, basking in the sun and drinking tea while holding a fishing rod in his right hand. Before long had passed, the fishing rod moved slightly and Qin Yun fought his way upwards. A big golden carp flew up. Seeing this, a smile emerged on Qin Yun's face. It's a smile from the heart. How many people can understand the joy of an angler? Little friend, today's harvest is not small. Above the valley, an old voice came. Looking up, it was a white-haired old man, dressed in cloth, with firewood on his back, holding an axe in his hand, smilingly looking at Qin Yun in the valley. This is one of Qin Yun's neighbors here, in the middle of the deep mountains, where there were few people. Qin Yun had lived here for half a month before he met the old man. As he did, the old man was also a monk. Chikyu realm, it is also as he is, secluded. Little friend, it's not that the old man said you're young, why don't you know how to cultivate? Lazy every day, there's no vigor. Wouldn't it be great for you to work hard, and in a few decades, like me, be a foundation establishment ancestor? The old man preached, walking slowly down the path above the valley. Yoga's age and the twilight that emanated from his body proved that the old man's days were numbered. The hardest thing in the world to hide is age. The years leave traces that are hard to wash away. Talent is limited. We're not qualified for this. It's not that I don't want to try. I'm not qualified. Qin Yun revealed a bitter smile and said, this old man's name was not known to Qin Yun, and since he chose to live in seclusion here, Qin Yun naturally did not ask about it, and the two had always referred to each other as old friend and young friend, because they are all cultivators, and also live in this big mountain, have seen a few times, will also be familiar with, also called a pair of young and old intercourse bar. Interesting though, this old man wasn't actually a foundation establishment ancestor, but an actual saint. Qin Yun possessed the Xingzi secret. It was impossible for any fluctuation in his breath to be concealed from him, and although the old man was trying his best to conceal and suppress it, it was naturally impossible for it to be concealed from his eyes. The status of a saint in the cultivation world was not low, and in this earthly realm, it was an extremely rare existence. At first, Qin Yun was also suspicious and wary when he saw the old man, but after realizing that the old man had no malicious intent, he dropped his guard. A saint, living in seclusion, pretending to be a foundation establishment ancestor, not wanting to attract attention? He, likewise, was a sage who pretended to be a cheap practicing realm cultivator in order not to attract attention. I have to say, the two are very much in the same boat, both for Go Dao. Hence, Qin Yun was also happy to listen to the old man's sermon. Watching him, a foundation establishment ancestor, put on a show, and quietly watching him perform, was not less than a joy. After all, it was more or less tiresome amongst the mountains and the forests as well. AI, indeed, your natural talent is indeed poor. The old man opened his mouth unflinchingly, reflecting the superiority of a foundation establishment ancestor. How could a saint, who had lived for a long time and had seen an unknown number of heavenly prides, possibly look at Qin Yun, a small chi practicing cultivator? Of course, it wasn't any kind of suppression. It was more like a joke between friends. When he came to the valley, the old man sat himself down on a rock, picked up his broken axe with the missing blade, and crossed his legs, where he fixed his stinking feet. Want firewood, little friend? The old man stared at his big golden carp. Let's eat together. Qin Yun graciously invited. The old barker was happy. The old man won't take advantage of a little cultivator like you. The old man grinned at the corner of his mouth, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and from his back basket, he pulled out 2 broken logs and said, stingy, unkempt, shay. This was the image of the old man. And if it wasn't for the fact that Qin Yun had mastered the secret of the word line, who would have thought that this old man was a saint? Qin Yun quietly watched him perform and did not poke at anything. He said, "Go ahead and pretend. Who can pretend to be more than you?" It was a quiet day in the valley. Collecting rewards, raising his cultivation, sunbathing and fishing, this was Qin Yun's daily routine. And occasionally, that old man shopping would come to his valley. Although the days in the mountains were pleasant, they were also tiresome, and Qin Yun was quite happy, listening to the old barker bragging to him every day. Wow! Underneath a large waterfall, Qin Yun was practicing with his sword while bare-chested. The sword style was slow, the movements odd and very plain. This was a sword technique that Qin Yun had just obtained as a harvest. He intended to plumb the depths of the Tao of the sword all the way, because after practicing the Dozi secret, it was entirely possible to use fist intent as sword intent, both of which majored in attacking and destroying, much to Qin Yun's liking. If there was ever a day when he had no choice but to make a move, he would be able to cover up his identity for him and prevent the world from associating him with the supreme body. I have nothing to do, so it's a good time to practice. Little friend, why do I feel that this sword technique of yours gives old me the creeps and goosebumps? The old man shopping would came here to dine, and happened to look at such a scene, and was a little surprised. The system produces a good product. This sword technique can be described as powerful to the extreme, and the so-called return to basics is nothing more than that. At first, even Qin Yun almost thought that it was a clumsy sword technique as it was too bland. But the only way to experience the beauty of that pure sword Tao was to go for a deeper plunge, and the more refined it became. The old man shopping was a saint, so he naturally saw something in Qin Yun's odd movements. What I realized yesterday about nothing. Teach me, let me show you the ropes. The old man was brazen. The law is not lightly transmitted. I'll take one of my sword techniques in exchange. Chapter 078, Low Enough Profile. In the face of the old man shopping Wood's offer of a sword skill in exchange, Qin Yun naturally did not care. Not to mention the fact that he was a Zuni Foundation ancestor and could not possibly reveal any subtle sword techniques. Even if he were to expose the sage's sword technique, Qin Yun could not muster up any interest. I'd say you boys are really rotten to the core. Watch this. Old ancestor's sword technique is exquisite. The old man shopping Wood was going to use his strength to conquer Qin Yun. Without waiting for Qin Yun to say anything, the old man directly demonstrated on the spot. He picked up the broken axe and moved forward, dressed in rough linen, looking as scruffy as an old barker, with his tarnished silver hair fluttering, and with that axe, he even looked a bit comical. However, there was an inexplicable sense of ethereal emptiness. The moves were swift and cold, not dragging at all, and every move was very natural, as if demonstrating the laws of the great Tao. Sage sword technique? Qin Yun frowned as a strand of surprise grew in his heart. This old caller meticulously to the extreme, to build the foundation of the old man to disguise the identity. Now how inexplicably, show a set of saint sword method? You really want to trade me for the sword art? Qin Yun shook his head, somewhat unable to guess the old man's intentions. His own set of sword art was big and clever, hiding clumsiness in the dark. If he didn't know its recipe, it simply looked clumsy to the extreme. Even if a saint was extraordinary, he could definitely not see any essence. Why is this old man so desperate? Want to take me as your disciple? Qin Yun seemed to have thought of something. An old sage of Go Dao, living in seclusion in the middle of a deep mountain, not dealing with anyone, and coming to his valley to dabble in food and drink when he has nothing to do on weekdays. Could it be that he is really infatuated with me and wants to take me as his disciple? Qin Yun felt that this was quite possible. After all, certain sons of destiny, in the middle of the deep mountains and old forests, encountering a hidden master, and then being appreciated by the master and receiving his inheritance, was simply commonplace in this kind of metaphysical world. But then he shook his head. His own talent was so poor, even if the old man appreciated himself, it was impossible for him to hitch a ride on his own inheritance. Mostly it's deceiving me into not being able to see that it's a saint's sword technique. After all, it's true that a chi practicing cultivator wouldn't be able to see much. Qin Yun said so mentally. How? Soon. The old man finished performing the spell and resumed that scruffy stance, looking at Qin Yun with a smile on his face. Between his demeanor, he was quite confident and complacent, as if he was certain of Qin Yun. General. However, Qin Yun's words caused the old man to remain stunned on the spot. Sage sword technique. In the old man's opinion, even if the chi practicing cultivator couldn't see anything, he should be able to feel that kind of profound sword technique, and should be deeply shocked by it, while falling for it. Even, one should kneel down and beg, praying that he would teach this sword technique to him. But the performance of this kid in front of him, that kind of blandness, made the old man somewhat unexpected. You really are stupid and unteachable. This, hey, dumbass. The old man wanted to say something, but finally let out a long sigh. It's just the foundation establishment sword technique. When I live to be your age, I will naturally break through the foundation establishment as well, and I will be able to comprehend this sword technique of yours sooner or later. Qin Yun said. You are being a real douche. The old man was utterly speechless. Sage sword technique in front of the face, but this kid failed to see anything, when it is really stupid to irredeemable. Eventually, the old man gathered his thoughts and left in a huff. This old barker really intends to take me as his disciple? Qin Yun thought so as he looked at the old man's back, and the next few days reinforced that suspicion, because the old man came almost every day, demonstrating various saintly methods before him, secret arts, divine powers, sword techniques, and Tao intentions, like a female monkey in heat, bucking her ass to seduce a karmic monkey. In response, Qin Yun always turned a blind eye to this and pretended to be unable to read. To rate it would only say 2 words, average. The old man jumped in anger, and after a few times, he nearly cursed. Old senior, are you planning to take me as a disciple? Qin Yun eventually became impatient and simply spoke bluntly. Yes. The old man was also very dry and admitted it directly. Old ancestor, I am now approaching the end of my lifespan, but I don't have half a child at my knee, and I can't bear to see this inheritance buried, so I intend to pass it on to you. The old man spoke thus. Foundation establishment realm, when I live to be 80 years old, I will naturally be able to witness the Tao as well. I don't want to worship a master. Qin Yun, a picture of not being able to raise his interest, frantically tried to tease, wanting to see if the old man would confess his true realm in front of him. You are incorrigible. The old man was furious. Do you really think the old man's legacy is that clumsy? However, when he said this, he stopped alive. His face was suffocatingly red, and he hesitated before saying, anyway, I can't tell you now, when one day you will naturally understand. Worshipping old ancestor me as a teacher will definitely not do any harm, and it can be said that it is the greatest opportunity in your life. Seeing that the old man was unwilling to reveal his true identity, Qin Yun did not tease him. Why do you want to take me as your disciple? Qin Yun asked so. It was a confusing question for him. After all, he was only a small cultivator of the Qi practicing realm. In his 20s, his natural talent was a bit stronger than mortals, but compared to cultivators, he was not much worse. How important was the saint's inheritance? Even those celestial prides tended to rush to it. Why did it have to be passed on to him? A small cultivator. Is it because the old man is surrounded by young people? Just himself? Qin Yun found it inexplicable. Although you are stupidly qualified and have too many cultivation shortcomings all over your body, however, you have one of the most crucial advantages of my line in you. The old man thought for a moment. What advantage? Qin Yun looked at the old man curiously. The old man pondered for half a second, wanting to say something, but in the end he gritted his teeth and uttered 4 words. Low enough. Now the young people are too impetuous, high-minded generation too much, such as you. This age, willing to live in seclusion in the middle of the mountains, do not ask, the red dust thing is too rare. Hearing such an explanation, it dawned on Qin Yun. Go Shang wanted to take on a disciple, so naturally the key to choosing a disciple was the word go, and himself, as it happens. I'm not much interested. Qin Yun opened his mouth and directly refused. He naturally couldn't look at the saintly inheritance. The old man was a good person, and Qin Yun did not want to make the old man pay for a mistake. A legacy of 1,000 years of cultivation to get to this point can be said to be 1,000 years of blood. If passed on to him, almost no use. It would be better to pass it on to someone with a destiny, and the legacy would continue to shine after the old man's death, which, he believed, was where the old man's insistence on taking on a disciple came from. You have to learn even if you don't. The old man wanted to rely on the saint cultivation to be strong. Qin Yun was helpless at this. After all, he was a small cultivator of the Qi practicing realm and was powerless to resist. Read with me. Take the parkway and cross the spirit palace. Go what sink? Take the parkway and cross the spirit palace. Go 100 what? Your talent is truly exasperating to old ancestor. Chapter 079, Self-Improvement. A saint wanted to forcefully take in a disciple, and Qi practicing minor cultivator Qin Yun was naturally unable to refuse. But he completely swung for the fences, greased the skids, and pissed the old man off. Foolish, foolish, sinning. The old man was very helpless, and the valley, from time to time, resounded with such growls. However, despite this, the old man still didn't give up, recounting his Tao and Dharma over and over again, and was genuinely trying to cultivate Qin Yun as his heir apparent, which also made Qin Yun quite helpless. Time flashed by, and half a month's time flashed by. Qin Yun's daily routine more accompanied the old caller to cultivate. Bad is really bad, but also quite pleasurable. Mountain boredom. Tease a Godao saint to play, not to lose the pleasure. And during this period, His saint realm strength continued to grow steadily. Arrived at the sage sixth heaven, it had already been considered to have stepped into the late saint realm, and was also called a veteran saint. On top of that, he had successively obtained 2 more layers of Dao intent, and nowadays, his true battle power was terrifyingly terrifying, with 2 layers of Dao intent, giving him a great boost in battle power. And just as Qin Yun was living a life of idleness, the earthly realm of that Kyushu, however, is also in a state of flux, a great catastrophe, coming in silence, killing, endless killing. This is an earthly catastrophe, to be more terrible than the kind of small fights in the past, almost shaking to the fundamentals of the human race in the 9 states. In the distant sky, the demonic flames were monstrous, and a huge demonic formation stood between heaven and earth. Above the valley, Qin Yun and the old man chopping wood stood side by side, looking into the distance. This killing robbery had even startled the duo. That terrifying bloody aura that covered the sky, and the entire sky of Kyushu was dyed the color of blood. It was the first time Qin Yun had seen such a scene. The apocalyptic catastrophe and the blood intent staining the sky caused his heart to be in shock. Ancient saint of the demon race, the old man chopping wood uttered such 4 words to go, his expression equally grave. This land has always been like this. Every 1,000 years, it will definitely suffer a great catastrophe. That's the demon ancient saints blood washing the earth, using the mortal essence souls to enhance their strength and longevity. The path of cultivation is full of cruelty. Longevity is not to be found. But life, the greatest miracle in this world. And although mortals are weak, within them lies the seed of the miracle of the universe. Demons plunder their souls, powerful cultivators come to draw their blood, and demonic beasts come to eat their flesh. This is the meaning of the existence of the earthly realm of the 9 states. The words of the old man chopping wood shook Qin Yun's heart. Previously, he was never sure why a piece of the earthly realm existed here, but at this moment it dawned on him. There aren't many human masters, so why isn't anyone coming to guard this place? Qin Yun asked such a doubt, which always baffled him. The old man chopping wood's eyes flickered, and there seemed to be complex emotions flowing in his eyes. Mortals are weak and lowly as ants, and when a person begins to step into cultivation, and possesses cultivation, then, will this person still consider himself as a mortal of his own kind? Cultivators see themselves as gods. They keep getting stronger, founding clans and nurturing their descendants, and their descendants are no longer mortals, and over time, completely differentiate themselves from mortals. Cultivators fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with people. They constantly fight against the sky, all the way forward. But how many of them will turn back? How many will look back to see where they came from? The old man spoke softly, a ray of sadness escaping his demeanor. This is indeed a harsh truth. There were not a lot of human clansmen, and when condensed together, they could be called the #1 clan in the world. But the mortals who were also human clansmen were suffering such a fate. Unattended. The world is so. This world cultivators, not a few people will treat mortals as similar to look at. Mortals as mole crickets. This is the concept of all people. That's why when Qin Yun entered the Tang family, he was treated with such contempt by Tang Guiyao, and that's why the Empress granted him a marriage certificate to Tang Guiyao. Among the Taishan mountain, the heavenly pride clouds gathered. Also, in order not to be disturbed, blood washed the village. In their eyes, this is not a big deal. Only a group of dispensable ants. Kill, also kill. Qin Yun was sad in his heart. In the mortals here, he saw a few shadows of himself, and it is because of these shadows that he is willing to live in seclusion here. To live here permanently, rather than with the scenery along the way, to have seen it and then forget about it, and will not stay. In the face of the catastrophe on Earth, Qin Yun did have some intentions, but that's about it. It was so hard for him to get rid of his supreme body status that he didn't want to make any more fuss. People, they are selfish creatures. If one day he was strong to the extreme, he would be willing to go and shelter the human race here. But nowadays, he didn't have the kind of power that could shake the heavens and move the earth after all. What's more, this is not the previous life either. In this life he was born in Deqian, and with the mortal lineage, there is not much karma. What could he do if he didn't even bother with the cultivators who went out of the human race and let the human world of the 9 states live and die? Pathetic. Really pathetic. The old man chopping wood lamented, revealing a bitter smile. The earthly realm of Kyushu is like sheep in captivity. Mortals have short lifespans, but they can produce offspring in their teens, and it only takes a few short centuries for their numbers to reach a qualitative leap. As long as those demon races, those demon beasts, and those divine races don't destroy this place, then this place is the equivalent of an inexhaustible supply of divine medicine. The old man spoke softly. Between the demeanor showed a little sad, so they Feng can always exist, but the mortals are too sad, but did not know the slightest, trying to live. only to go to become the world's kings to renew the elixir of life. If you don't try to live, do you want to die? There is no denying that mortals are indeed narrow-minded, as they only have 100 years of life, but such is the nature of life. Self-improvement. Qin Yun muttered. That life he once lived was also like the mapping of mortals now, trying to live, but what could he get by exhausting his life? But even if you can't get anything, you have to try to live and empower yourself. The old man paused for a moment and looked over at Qin Yun, a ray of surprise flashing across his eyes. But he didn't say anything and walked down the hill on his own. Let's go and see. Perhaps for a long time we will never see prosperity on earth again. With that, one old man and one young man headed down the mountain one after the other. Standing there between the towering mountains, going to look out over the hills below, mortal figures were busy, and between the fields, someone was plowing, sweating like a pig. Between the mountains and the forests, there are people playing with the beasts, putting their lives on the line for a bite to eat. Sunrise and sunset, day after day, year after year. The so-called mortal life is not much easier than practicing asceticism can be. Chapter 080, The People's Fireworks. Kill it, you and I. One foundation establishment and one cheap practitioner. What does this great calamity have to do with us? The old man chopping wood spoke softly. The two came to the earthly realm and saw bloody scenes, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was a holocaust for the ages, and the scene was so brutal that it shook. Qin Yun did not respond to anything, but he read a few strands of intent from amongst the old man's expression. He knew that the old man chopping wood had meted out a long time in this earth. It appeared, he had walked to the step of a saint in this earth. There is a deep affection for this land. However, Qin Yun also understood that the old man would not do anything. This was a rather selfish old man, who came to dine in his valley in ordinary times and refused to throw even a few extra bundles of firewood. A solid go shang. Go. It's a very complicated word, and it's definitely not easy to get this far with a go. Friends and family members died. God knows how much he endured. Go shang in the word is how much heartache and pain in exchange for. Now that he had become a saint, he had endured all these years, so how could he be inexplicably impulsive? Qin Yun and the old man traveled all the way to a place of tranquility and peace. In the distance there was a sea of corpses and blood, while here it was quiet, and among the villages, there was harmony. The mortals didn't have the senses of a cultivator to sense the approaching menace, and were still busy cultivating the fields. On the trails, young children were frolicking, running around in their little bibs and bare bottoms. Under the big acacia tree, there are a few old people cooling off under the tree. Women and children busy with needlework, climbing with smiling faces. The duo moved forward on the trail, attracting a lot of stares. The village is not big. Even a big yellow dog is a familiar face. The two of them, this strange face, naturally attract attention. When we passed a manor house, it was very busy inside. Big red lanterns were hanging high. There was the sound of oboe playing, and a group of people were up in arms. It was a couple getting married, and it was very lively, with many people coming to the small courtyard. The bride was not exactly beautiful, a little bloated, her hands calloused, but she showed the shyness of a small woman. The groom, on the other hand, was all smiles, and his cheeks were red from the wine that had been poured into him on his wedding day, when he had a spring in his step. See, mortals are just so easily satisfied. What's there to be happy about when it's just a matter of getting a wife and having children to reproduce? The old man chopping wood grunted and said. Qin Yun shook his head helplessly. Naturally, monks don't understand why mortals are so happy at the moment, much less that marrying a wife and having children is a major life event. The bridegroom did not know how much he had saved up for the bride price and how much of his family's wealth he had emptied before marrying his beloved woman. The woman did not know how long she had languished in her boudoir before the man of her choice came to her door and had reason enough to marry her. All happiness comes from hard work. How can we understand it by just reproducing our offspring? Qin Yun did not say anything and stood outside the compound, happily watching. He enjoyed watching this festive scene, as he had in his previous life, and as he did now. The fireworks were so strong that it put his mind at ease. As he was about to leave, out walked a middle-aged man, the father of the groom. Don't go, old Barker. The man stepped out of the door and spoke thus. Old Barker? Upon hearing such a title, the old man chopping wood raised his eyebrows. Qin Yun, on the other hand, stifled his laughter. Cultivators and mortals are worlds apart. Although the old man chopping wood is not cultivated, but after all, it is a saint by a mortal called the Old Caller. How humiliating, but it's impossible to refute it. Too lazy to bother with mortals. Young man, it's not that I'm talking about you, seeing as how you're also dressed in an extraordinary manner. How could you let your father be reduced to this state? The man then looked at Qin Yun and said, his eyes filled with indignation. It was as if Qin Yun was treated as an unfilial son. This left Qin Yun frozen and somewhat speechless, And the old man chopping wood laughed in a cuckoo. The man did not have any malicious intent, but only saw the old man chopping wood dressed in a pitiful manner, and wanted to leave the two people, eat a full meal. You and I are strangers. The old man chopping wood spoke. Whoever comes today is a guest. The groom's old father graciously invited. Eventually, a number of people rushed out of the courtyard and swarmed the two men and brought them into the courtyard. Old man, my father is uneducated and should not address you as such. During this time, the groom brings his bride to toast and make amends to the old man who cut the wood. The people here, although there is no culture, and even the speech style is very coarse. However, that kind of simplicity, but cannot be hidden. The simplicity that is unique to mortals. That human touch. That fireworks. Unique. Qin Yun and the old man sat on the mat, looking on happily at all this, drinking great wine, eating small dishes, and feeling a touch of simplicity and kindness that belonged to the mortal world. Little uncle, you're so good looking. In the distance, there was a small girl, 2 or 3 years old, hiding behind an adult, timidly looking at Qin Yun. Don't I look good, old man? The old man chopping wood teased her by raising his eyebrows. It's not pretty, the little girl answered innocently and honestly, without the slightest pretense or disguise, but it caused the old man chopping wood to laugh. Holding the little girl in his arms and taking out a handful of candies in front of the little girl like a magic trick. Grandpa, you're so nice. The little girl beamed with joy, revealing a row of neat little teeth. The childish smile made the old man chopping wood's heart melt. Stay, after the meal, when the two were planning to leave. Instead, the villagers extend this invitation to the duo, wanting them to settle down in the village and not have to wander around. Some even wanted to teach Qin Yun some work so that he could support his old father. That's so plain. Cultivation is all about trickery and scheming with each other, and the people here, who have never met each other, can do this to a stranger. As he left, the old man chopping wood softly lamented, and among his pale eyes, endless complex emotions flowed out, and in response, Qin Yun's heart was slightly complicated. Go. Eventually the two left, heading further and more prosperous towards the earth. However, the catastrophe really came, and overnight, everywhere was filled with killing, and the killing aura was like the wind, sweeping through the entire Dao domain. It's hard to see any clean place anymore. That huge demonic formation was becoming more and more solidified, enveloping the boundless mountains and rivers. That is a soul-gathering array. Once the great success, it will be able to draw the soul of mortals. Just a few days, then this land, the dead and wounded, at least will be folded in half. On top of that, there were also demonic cultivators who were bloodily washing the earth, and they were likewise taking advantage of this action to replenish themselves. This is a great calamity for the earth, but a day of rejoicing for the demon race. The brutality is outrageous. The old man chopping wood saw the human tragedy and was very sad and indignant. His eyes were red and full of blood, but, in the end, he gave a soft sigh and said nothing more. Back towards the mountains. Chapter 081, I won't pretend anymore. Returning the same way, when I saw the village where I once stayed, it was no longer the same lively and smoky atmosphere. A mountain of corpses and bones. This village was no exception to the bloodbath. Standing outside the recently married stately home and looking into the small courtyard, the old man chopping wood froze for a moment. He was near mute. His eyes were lifeless. In the yard, there were many dead people, scarlet blood dripping all over the place. The middle-aged man who had little education and called the old man chopping wood an old barker. Only a head remained lying still in the blood. The woman who had just gotten married and was not considered beautiful, but had a happy and shy smile on her face, at this moment, had also been transformed into a cold corpse, with her pupils slightly dilated, and her face filled with fear. Outside the courtyard, the breeze is gentle, and the smell of blood is pounding on the face. The big red lanterns are still hanging high, but in the night, they seem to be so blinding. Rustling. In the distance, there seems to be something moving. It made the dumbfounded old man chopping wood come back to his senses at once and rushed inside the room. Beneath the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, hidden a few small children, some, smothered and pale, a little girl but survived, staring at everything in bewilderment. Little nymphette. Come, grandpa, hug. The old man chopping wood struggled to put on a kind smile. This little girl was also the same little 2 or 3-year-old girl from earlier. At the moment there was none of that innocence. She was nearly stupefied, like a petrified little statue. The old man chopping wood picked up the little girl and helped her sit down on his shoulder. Only then did the little girl respond, murmuring, Grandpa. These 2 words struck the old man chopping wood like a thunderbolt. Mother asterisk 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 her. Mother asterisk 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 ah. At this moment, this old man was like an old beast that had gone mad, hoarsely dry roaring, loudly cursing in pain. His eyes were red, and above that pale cheek, There were actually teardrops rolling down. From now on, Grandpa is Nyo-No's family. Go back to the mountain with Grandpa. Go back to the mountain with Grandpa. The old man, sad and forlorn, held the little girl on his shoulder, and without a word, walked toward the mountain, clutching the little girl's hand, which he didn't let go along the way, clenched tightly, 2 days in a row. Qin Yun then never saw the old man chopping wood again. It was not until the third day that the old man appeared, bringing the girl with him. Upon seeing the old man again, Qin Yun was surprised to find that the old man's vicissitudes of the eyes had blossomed into a sharp, razor-sharp light at the moment. Alright, no more pretending. I'll tell you a secret today. Old ancestor, I'm actually a saint. The old man chopping wood stood in front of Qin Yun and uttered these words. Spirited. Above those pale cheeks, there was a look of triumph that had never been seen before. Thousands of years ago, thousands of years of stoicism, seems to be in this moment all spewed out, full of decadent gas all gone, like a few hundred years younger general. After speaking, the old man quietly looked at Qin Yun's expression. However, he unexpectedly realized that Qin Yun was as calm and indifferent as that, which left him stunned on the spot. He's a saint, in the old man's opinion. When he told this secret, it must have been a stone's throw, shocking this kid's jaw. But how could it be so bland? You don't know what a saint is, do you? The old man was a little embarrassed. There's a kind of female monkey in heat, bucking her ass to seduce, but seducing a lonely embarrassment, deliberately to pretend. Who would have thought that this kid in front of me do not know the goods? Ah, you wish to strike for mortals? Qin Yun did not respond to the old man's words and went on to ask so. The old man had displayed his true realm, so naturally he would not be without a reason. Yes. The old man's response was decisive and dry. Old ancestor, I was born and lived in this earth, and have been holding back for 1,000 years, but today is the day I don't want to hold back. Not at all. Born in this heaven and earth, a body of cultivation originates from this heaven and earth, and is returned to this heaven and earth. The old man chopping wood said so, his eyes sharp and unrivaled. Didn't you say that the great formation on that side was set up by the demon race's ancient saints? You are certain of solving the mortal crisis? Qin Yun spoke, his expression always calm. The old man chopping wood shook his head. No, but so what? It's just longitudinal death. I'm going to kill a fight. Ruthlessly. The old man's eyes blazed with a full-blooded hatred. At this moment, it was no longer difficult to hide his aura, and his terrifying Saint Dao cultivation exploded, triggering horrifying fluctuations in the middle of this heaven and earth. His hunched body became magnificent, and his sackcloth was replaced by a white coat. Spirited, white, snowy, and majestic. That was matchless. Even the broken axe that was rusty and missing its edge was sharp at the moment, and with a swoosh, it came across the sky and landed in the old man's hand. Kid, old ancestor, I this trip mostly no return. Only one thing is difficult to put down. You and I fellowship, 10,000 cannot refuse me. Take care of little Nyonya for old ancestor me, and treat her as if she were old ancestor's descendant. The old man now went to his death, knowing that there is no return, but only this little girl and difficult to put down. After he finished, he met the sky and rushed up a rocky cliff to pick many sour dates. Nyo, can you call me grandpa again? The old man gently looked at the little girl and squatted in front of her, full of kindness. Grandpa. The girl's voice was crisp and clean. It made the old man chopping wood smile with joy and caress a handful of Nyonya's forehead. And then he met the sky and turned into a wisp of recluse light that swept into the distance. Kid, the old ancestor left something for you and placed it in my residence. So go and take a look. I didn't lie to you, old ancestor. That's the greatest opportunity of your life. The old man's figure had long since disappeared from sight, but such a long-lasting voice came out from among the distant heavens. No. Qin Yun smiled helplessly at the little girl in front of him, and then, holding the little girl, sitting on his shoulder, he took one step. The mountains and rivers retrogressed, and he came directly into the middle of the old man's residence, the center of the valley, full of neatly organized stone walls. It was sprawling with all sorts of Dao texts flickering with Dao auras. Seeing this, Qin Yun's face could not help but reveal a wisp of a bitter smile. This was the old man's inheritance, his gongfu, his secret techniques, the fundamentals that he had practiced for his entire life. You and I are but casual acquaintances, so why do you have to give me this inheritance? A few strands of complexity arose in Qin Yun's heart. He knew that the old man was treating him as a disciple, so he left all of his inheritance, a generation of Go Shang, but he had no reservations about him. At the end of the stone tablet, Qin Yun saw a passage. Kid, you are gifted and stupid. If you can digest 10% of my inheritance from the old ancestor, your future will be unlimited. Don't slack off. Cultivate well. Also, can you call me master? Beneath the stone monument is a low earthen grave, a clothes grave, a grave that the old man chopping wood had made for himself. Looking at these words, Qin Yun's mind was quite complex. Old Barker, with this heritage of yours, you still want to take advantage of me? In the end, Qin Yun revealed a relieved smile. He slowly shook his head. Gentle and elegant. His white clothes were snowy. He didn't stay for anything and took a step out. It turned into a wisp of recluse light and rushed towards the 9 states on Earth. Chapter 082, I won't pretend anymore. The earthly realm of the 9 states was turned into a purgatory. There are great demons running rampant across the earth, wreaking havoc. The screams and wails intertwined, forming a dirge that mournfully moved heaven and earth. There are quite a few outstanding members of my people, so why is no one coming to save them? Kneel down and beg the ancient sage to step in and save my human race from danger. There were old men yelling, praying constantly, going up to heaven, the ancestral temple of the human race. That small dwarf mountain was shaking for some unknown reason. The ancestral temple shook, and in the middle of the ancestral temple, blood flowed out, staining the mountain red, shocking to the eyes. Corpses were everywhere. Such scenes were everywhere, and Qin Yun's mind became more and more determined as he traveled on. The human race is in peril and no one has stepped in. A high and mighty holy lord and ancient emperor looked on with cold eyes, but the only one is an old caller. A generation of go saints, go to the extreme, selfish to the extreme, in order to cultivate. For thousands of years hidden in the red dust, endured to the extreme, but now they rise up like this, forward to fight. So that Qin Yun touched. The old Barker, go is go, but he deserves the word saint. A Go Shang was still like this, let alone him, Qin Yun. If one were to talk about affinities with mortals, Qin Yun would definitely not be any less than this Go Shang, regardless of previous or current lives. Although, the mortals here, are not from that previous world, but does that really make any difference? That simplicity, that human touch, it's the same everywhere. After all, he had only been a cultivator for a few months. And had come to this world for more than a decade, as a mortal likewise. More than anything else, I can appreciate that sense of desperation and powerlessness. People, all of them are selfish, and Qin Yun thinks that he is also like that. A small cultivator, nothing big-hearted heaven and earth love, sheltering the human race was indeed of no benefit to him, and even, it would shatter his peaceful life and re-expose him to the ferocious dangers. But there were some things in this world that needed to be done even if they were of no benefit. After all, you can't forget your roots when you're a human being. Mortal, that was, after all, 40 years of his life before and after. Feet stepping on the Xingzi secret, Qin Yun's eyes became matchless, confident and determined as he went forward to enter, rushing towards the distant sky where the demonic light shone the brightest. Wow! The old man chopping wood struck out, similarly running towards the demon clan side of the soul-gathering formation. There were too many demonic cultivators. It was simply difficult to kill them all. And that was not the source of the sin. Once the soul-gathering formation is completed, it will draw the souls of the life of this land, and by then, the deaths and injuries will be counted in the hundreds of millions. And if it can be destroyed, it will be able to undo the immeasurable damage. Boom! The old man's figure appeared in the middle of the distant sky. The axe in his hand sniffed the wind and rose, transforming into a heaven-opening axe in an instant. The old man chopping wood didn't say a word, holding the axe and chopping down. Dang! The deafening sound drew the attention of the supreme experts from all sides. Immediately, several demon race ancient saints rushed out and fought with the old man. Son of a, most of you were human when you weren't transformed into demons. The old man roared lowly, hissing at the top of his lungs. One person alone against multiple ancient saints. Not fearful at all. It was just that, as a Go Dao saint, too much of his life's efforts and means were hidden in the shadows, and it was difficult to bring out the fundamentals of such a fight. Several ancient saints quickly suppressed him, but at the same time, the big battle took many people by surprise. How could a supreme expert suddenly appear in the world of mortals? Moreover, it's still a veteran saint? Come and see the bleeding earth of the Kyushu, which is the ancestral land of the human race, where the human race originated. You are saints in vain, much less worthy to call yourselves the human race. The old man chopping wood was enraged, and he opened his mouth in a stern voice that shook the universe. The heavens and the earth rumbled, and the sound spread out to the various domains. The old man's words were directed at those ancient sages of the human race. As a matter of fact, it wasn't just the demon race that participated in the bloodwashing of the earth this time. There was also the demon race, and there was no lack of several ancient saint realm figures. And human flesh and blood had unimaginably great benefits for them. And on top of that, there were even some human saints that were involved. Life, the greatest miracle of this world. And although mortals are mole crickets, they contain within them the seeds of the miracle of the universe. An ancient saint of the human race, whose lifespan was extremely exhausted, went out of his way to collude with the demon race and the demon race to obtain some mortal blood to continue their lifespan. The human race has never referred to mortals. They are just a bunch of lowly ants. How can they be worthy of being in our company? In the distant sky, there was such a voice that came out, cold and unfeeling, and it came out leisurely, with the vicissitudes of the years, in response to the old caller's words. It's not easy for you to cultivate, yet you are foolish to stand up for a mere mortal. Another voice came from a large void. Cut him down, and if you want to collect people and stand up for mortals, make him pay. At the same time as the cold and merciless voice came out, a large purple palm blasted down in the middle of that void. At the same time, in all corners of the starry sky, there were ancient figures coming out. There were saints of the demon race, ancient saints of the demon race, and saints of the human race. These people, like the gods standing in the dark universe, cold and merciless, shadows. There are actually more than 20, representing the top of the various parties of the Taoist lineage, to come here to wash the earth in blood, to get a share of the pie. Pathetic. The old man whistled long, full of pathos. Anger was burning, endless holy power erupted, with the depths of the cosmic darkness, leaving a touch of eternal brilliance. Boom! The large hand covered the sky. That was unstoppable. Infinite killing machines bursting out, striking towards the sky dome where the old man was. The void was pierced with 1,000 holes at once. Boo! However, with the sound of a crisp voice, all the might was no longer visible, and the ferocious might of the sky disappeared into thin air in an instant. In that broken void, a white dress stood still, a great body, black hair flowing back, handsome and casteless, like a god in an ethereal way. He came one step at a time, and the mountains, rivers, and earth retreated under his feet for 1,000 miles at a moment's notice. Heaven and earth were silent, and only the footsteps were ringing, like a rhythm of the great way. He walked forward step by step, firm and confident, blossoming with an invincible demeanor. His valor was regal, and his eyes were as deep as oceans, dispersing all the ferocious might in the heavens and earth, suppressing all the ferocity in the heavens and earth. And this moment, everyone was stunned. A wisp of consternation appeared on the faces of both the demon race, and human race saints. Sage, this was actually another saint, and judging from his aura, this saint's aura was strong to the extreme. It was an invisible manifestation of the potential of the great Tao, giving a great sense of oppression, like a demonic mountain descending. The moment he appeared, everyone felt a touch of palpitating sensation. Kid, you. After Qin Yun's physical appearance gradually became clear, the old man shopping would also froze on the spot. He was nearly as petrified, his mouth wide open and his pupils filled with shock. Since you're not pretending anymore, I'm not pretending either. Qin Yun's calm voice rang out. The corners of his mouth had a harmless smile that was as gentle and indifferent as that. Well, I'm actually a saint. Chapter 083, Supreme Body? What? Qin Yun's words caused the old man chopping wood to be stunned on the spot, nearly petrified as if he had been struck by lightning. This kid in front of me is gentle and refined, lazy and casual. The old man chopping wood prided himself on knowing him a bit and thought he was a bit of a mess, but his heart was still good, so he had the intention of taking him on as a disciple. But I really didn't expect that this kid's real identity was actually a saint. The contrast is so great. In a mediocre mountain, there was an old man and a young man, one foundation establishment and one cheap practitioner, but all of them were two saints, one more than the other. The old man chopping wood thought he had hidden himself deep enough, but at this moment, he was completely stupefied and stunned on the spot. What made him even more incredulous was how could this kid have such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age? It's impossible. You can't be a saint. In the distant sky, there was such a voice that came out, carrying a terrifying majesty, but there was also endless horror among the sound. This is the one question that is on everyone's mind at the moment, the one question that is unknown to everyone. Saints, who can live for 3,000 years, to be able to come this far, it would take at least a few hundred years, and that was the amount of time it would take for an absolute heavenly pride to spend. Too many saints in this world have spent more than 1,000 years to get to this point, but the person in front of him was so young. Exuberant, strong and vital, that kind of aura could not be concealed at all. All this told them that the person in front of them was a brat who was only 20 years old, but everything in front of me was so unbelievable. Boom! However, Qin Yun directly blossomed his own aura, the sage sixth heaven, his might spreading to the heavens, and when that aura came out, it shocked the heavens and the great void rumbled and directly collapsed, and even star after star blew up one after the other. It was simply difficult to go against that kind of pressure. At this moment, the world was silent. Everyone was silent. The moment this young saint's overwhelming pressure came out, it extinguished everyone's thoughts. What appeared earlier was not an illusion, that palpitation was real and not a false impression. The person in front of him was truly powerful to the point of being terrifying, causing everyone to feel their hearts tremble with an uncontrollable shudder. How is it possible? There has never been such a person from ancient times who could reach such a realm at such an age. Even the emperor can't. How can you do that? Dozens of ancient saints, all of them changed color with such a question being asked. Emperor was definitely considered a yardstick. Everything about emperors was the most accurate benchmark in the world. But this young man in front of them had subverted their perceptions and shattered their notions. Little friend you. Even the old man chopping wood was incredulous. Very incredulous. He had also been practicing for several thousand years. The path of cultivation was long, and he had suffered for endless years and suffered endless tortures before he came to this point. It was hard to come to terms with a 20-year-old that stood at a level alongside him. It shook his Taoist heart, and he desperately wanted to know the reason for it. Qin Yun looked at the old man chopping wood and a helpless smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. He possessed a system where one day of cultivation could be counted as 10,000 days. But, of course, he couldn't possibly tell the real reason. After thinking about it, he was rather helpless to respond with the same words he once did. Where's the impossibility? One hill is higher than the other. I can cultivate to the point I am now, never relying on luck. Everything is a result of my bitter cultivation. Qin Yun said softly. Such words were uttered, causing heaven and earth to quake dramatically, and everyone's face changed wildly. Qin Yun was also quite helpless when he saw this. He didn't want to act like a bully, nay, people were always forcing him, plowing through the roots to get to the bottom of the matter. The moment. Everyone had trouble even uttering a word. Everything about the person in front of him was so unbelievable. 20 years old, but with hard cultivation to this point. How heavenly. However, the facts were in front of them, and that terrifying strength really existed, causing people to accept it. You're hiding too deep, little friend. The old man chopping wood was quite speechless, and at this moment, he also finally understood why this young man always had that kind of lightheartedness in him. That was a Tao heart that shocked even an ancient saint like him. And it was the root of why he had taken a liking to Qin Yun and wanted to take him as his disciple. That kind of Taoist heart was too powerful, causing the old man to remain unclear as to why this Qi practicing kid would possess that kind of heart. But it wasn't until today that he realized that the person in front of him was actually a saint. Could it be that you already knew exactly who I was? Afterward, the old man chopping wood was stunned, and his face welled up with endless shame. The person in front of him was even stronger than him. However, he even planned to take this kid as his disciple and give all of his inheritance. If it were anyone else, it would naturally be nothing, at most a surprise. But the old man is a Goshang. A lifetime of acting very carefully and cautiously, hiding extremely deep. But this kid, even he was concealed. He was in the gutter and didn't realize it, but he still wanted to give all of his life's inheritance. This was definitely the first big loss that old Saint Godao, after living and calculating for his entire life, had ever suffered. You're a real little friend. In the end, even the old man couldn't help but curse. Don't worry, I didn't covet your inheritance. I left it to little Nyonya. I've checked her physique. It's not bad. I should be able to be your heir. Qin Yun said so. The inheritance is a cultivator's life's work. The law is not lightly passed on. This is also the reason why he always did not want to get his hands on the old barker's inheritance. However, upon hearing these words, the look on the old man chopping wood's face became more and more complicated. There was a slight sense of relief that the law hadn't gotten out. It was his biggest secret after all. But there was also a slight sense of frustration. He was clear that the person in front of him was absolutely strong to the extreme. That aura of his was too powerful. It was a manifestation of the great Tao. There was no dying of his inheritance, mostly because there was a reason why he couldn't see it. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled violently, and that formation was going to be completely complete and accomplished, emitting a brilliant light. And one after another demonic text was revealed, to be branded on top of that formation. Dang! Qin Yun directly chose to strike, and with a chop of his longsword, a sword chi rushed skyward, that naturalness and calmness, without a hint of smoke and mirrors. However, it was so terrifying, the sword chi cut everything horizontally, making the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon all eclipsed, and chopped forward with force, directly chopping that huge spell formation, and shattering it. It turned into one piece of Tao light after another, and eventually collapsed into the void. All of this was unexpected by one ancient saint after another standing in the distance. Because that magic formation has a great origin, it can be said to be an extremely ancient inheritance. And this kind of magic formation is only fragile at first. The further it goes, the stronger it becomes. At this moment, it was nearly a great success, and it could be said that there were not many people in the world who could break it. However, the attack power of the person in front of him was so astounding that the heavens and earth seemed to split apart when the long sword slashed. How can he be so strong? This person's battle power is far more terrifying than his realm. How can one person have such appalling attack power? Everyone's faces changed as Qin Yun's sword chi came out. His sword intent swept through the air, and that kind of appalling tactic sent a shiver down everyone's spine. At this point in time, a figure emerged in everyone's mind, also so young, and the attacks are equally appalling. And when this figure appeared in the middle of people's minds, the faces of the people, all of them, changed violently. Could it be that he's the Supreme Body? Chapter 084, Fighting the Group of Saints Alone. When such a thought appeared, everyone's hearts felt a flutter. Supreme Body. This was a figure that made people change color and feel their hearts tremble once they talked about it. He really kind of wowed an era. Although, the era in which he rose to prominence was very short. Even saying that it was only a few short months. A hurried moment in the eyes of the cultivators. Yet, this person could definitely amaze the ancient and modern worlds. A short life that was covered with endless miracles and legends. There is only one such man of the ages. And now, this white-clothed young man in front of him, people could not help but associate with it. Because between the two, there are so many similarities. Equally young, equally so strong. But the thought of it brought another shake of the head from all of them. This is impossible. The Supreme Body has already fallen, suffered a heavy blow and was chopped by the new lord of the true dragon lineage, battle heaven, and fell on Mount Tai. A generation of masters has finally turned into dust. What's more, this person's realm is far stronger than the Supreme Body. The Supreme Body is only a great power, while he, already, is an old sage. It's only been a few short months. Even if it's a Supreme Body, it's absolutely impossible for it to grow to such an extent. The ancient saints shook their heads. Although the person in front of him was too similar to the Supreme Body, it was absolutely impossible for him to be the Supreme Body, and it was an indisputable fact that the Supreme Body had fallen in Taishan. It's absolutely impossible to recreate the earth if it's any more stunning. Behead him? This person is so young yet has reached such a realm. There is definitely a big secret behind him. Reveal it to the world, perhaps. It is a chance to splash the sky. The ancient saints opened their mouths, their eyes flashing with sharp and greedy fronts. Ha ha! Want a battle? Come, old ancestor. I'll chop you all up even if I fight to the death. The old man chopping wood laughed long and loud, simply fearless and thirsty for a sound battle. He then looked at Qin Yun and said, "Little friend, you and I can fight side by side. The old ancestor's life is enough. We will die together. We will see each other on the road to the Yellow Springs. And in the next life, we will drink and rejoice again. Happy." The old man chopping wood was so spirited that he took Qin Yun by the shoulders, looking death in the eye. That uninhibited and unrestrained. However, when these words were heard in Qin Yun's ears, he only felt a layer of goosebumps all over his body, and his entire body became a little worse for wear. Old senior, you don't have much life left, so don't expend your essence. I alone am sufficient to decimate them. You rest a moment. Qin Yun said so, a calm smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. But this statement shook everyone. The old caller was stunned in place. Qin Yun's voice was calm, but it shook the great void with a roar. One person was enough to decimate them. What kind of strong words were these? What kind of invincible style? You're arrogant. Do you really think you're the Supreme Body? In the dark universe, an ancient saint let out a harsh whistle that shattered the mountains and rivers. The strength of the Supreme Body was indisputable. It was because this person fought against the odds almost every time, never losing, and his strong and heroic posture was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Although he only had a great power realm cultivation, yet, he made the saints of all domains feel a powerful threat. The mighty realm would be able to cut down the saints, and people had a premonition of this, knowing that once the Supreme Body became a saint, it would be bound to completely crush them without a hint of suspense. But such a freak had only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Although the person in front of him had become a saint at the age of 20, which was enough to prove his demonic splendor, people didn't feel that he could be compared to the Supreme Body. Even, in people's opinion, this person definitely took too many precious medicines and piled them up to such a realm. Empty of its realm is just that. If he walks to this realm by bitter cultivation alone, this is too shocking. Freak, there definitely can't be two of them. Boom. However, Qin Yun made a direct move, which shook everyone. Unexpectedly, such a young saint dared to take the initiative and take a step out to kill the crowd. Little friend you. The old man chopping wood was shocked and his face changed drastically. Such an act, in his opinion, was no different from seeking death. More than 20 saints. All of them were the world's supreme figures. Once such people joined hands, they could be called God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha, rampaging with impunity. How many people could stop them? Taking the initiative to strike is tantamount to disregarding a broken body. How can there be any way to live? However, the next moment, The old man chopping wood was stunned and froze on the spot. The void. Qin Yun was matchless, advancing forward, his eyes as deep as the ocean, his black hair flying backward, joyless, endless sword intent surged out from his surroundings, attacking forward together, and the void looked like it had turned into a sea of swords. Everyone lost their colors, immediately backed up. Wow! However, the sword chi surged forward, swifter than an oceanic flood, engulfing everyone in an instant. In an instant, one miserable scream after another was emitted. Qin Yun's figure was ethereal, sword blossoms constantly flying, and in an instant, the void was dyed red with holy blood as 4 saints in a row were directly killed on the spot. All of them had their heads flying and were chopped off by a sword. In a flash of coldness, the 4 saints all died, their heads flying up into the sky, their necks spraying blood like pillars. Everyone was stunned at the moment. How powerful saints were. And the saints who came here were even more top-level figures among the horrifying Dao lineages of the various races, possessing prominent identities and statuses. However, 4 of them were killed in just a split second. A cold aura flashed and heads flew. How shocking it was. A drama like a cultivator beheading a mortal. Like a mortal killing an ant. How can he be so glib? Everyone felt a chill. The attack of the person in front of them was too terrifying. Calm and natural, with a deep Dao inscribed in every move. Who is much weaker than anyone who can become a saint? In people's opinion, even if it was no good, it would never die so lightly. Can it be that it's really that demon from the supreme body? The strength of this person is too similar to that demon. Everyone's heart trembled as the thought sprang to mind. In Qin Yun's body, one could actually see the figure of that supreme body from the past, which called for incomparable chills. Don't scare yourself. He definitely won't be a supreme body. The supreme body fist intent is unrivaled. While this person is a sword cultivator, both essential avenues are different. They will never be the same person. There was such a voice coming out of the void, calming the minds of the crowd a little. The supreme body was too strong, and was simply invincible amongst the same realm. If he had truly become a saint, the ancient saints would definitely not have had the intention of fighting him. That was a supreme demon, a demon in everyone's heart, with a formidable reputation that shook the universe. Don't be alarmed. This person is indeed extraordinary, but we have joined forces with nearly 20 people. Would we still be afraid of a brat like him? At this moment, in the middle of the cold starry sky, such a majestic voice came out, shaking that large void with a roar. With these words, everyone's heart settled down quite a bit. 20 people. This was a terrifying number. Although, cultivation could not be crushed by numbers, it was a good choice to put in this moment to stabilize people's hearts. Clang. However, inexplicably a clang came out of the void, like a high-pitched dragon's roar, piercing everyone's eardrums with raw pain. With a flash of light, a terrifying sword intent suddenly rushed out. A loud shout came out from the distant void. That ancient saint who had just opened his mouth was directly killed, dinged by the endless sword intent and directly turned into pieces, leaving nothing behind. Ancient sage of the human race in vain. On the long sky, Qin Yun stood, his eyes like lightning, his black hair flowing as he calmly spoke. Chapter 085, The Holy Law of Battle. The heavens and earth were silent. A cold aura rushed to the sky. Killing intent swept across the sky and the earth, and a piercing coldness scraped across the 9 states. There's no one who doesn't quake. A supreme ancient saint actually fell like this, passed away without a sound, leaving nothing behind. This kind of means is simply appalling. This is the Dao intent, practiced to the extreme to kill without form. A powerful intent. Feeling the bone-piercing coldness in the middle of the starry sky, someone chilled. Everyone was baffled. Is this person's Dao intent actually so terrifying as well? The realm is so high that he has even cultivated his sword intent to this level. There's no one who doesn't vibrate. Dao Yi and realm were 2 different paths altogether, both requiring time to plow deeper. Often, many people only focused on the realm, while a few focused on the Dao intent. But such people, without exception, all chose a path and then began to cultivate deeply and painstakingly, rather than advancing in unison as this sword cultivator in front of them did. The supreme body is also like this. Both the realm and fist intent are cultivated. He really is too similar to the supreme body. Some ancient saints' legs trembled, associating them with that fiend. Don't say anymore. It definitely can't be that fury. Sword intent, fist intent. These are 2 different paths. Go together and cut him down. He's only one person. Is it really possible that he can go against the heavens? A voice came out. For the demon race and ancient saint, this person is very powerful and terrifying. The aura collapsed clouds, able to shock through the universe. Boom! The great battle was imminent. Nearly 20 ancient saints, striking out together, striking out terrifying Daoans. Terrifying fluctuations were emitted, startling the heavens and the earth. and everyone felt a sense of creepiness. That kind of fluctuation was so appalling that it hadn't happened for an unknown number of years. 20 ancient saints striking out together, with 1,000 layers of holy power that made people associate it with words such as doomsday destruction and so on. The entire Dao domain shook and rumbled. What happened? Why is there such a fluctuation coming from the earthly realm of Kyushu? At this moment, many great figures were startled and looked toward this realm. However, after seeing the sight of this Dao domain, everyone was dumbstruck. 9 states on earth, for the mortals of the Dao domain, can be said to be this universe as one of the most bad piece of Dao domain. People really did not expect. This Dao domain, there will be such a great generation of sword cultivator exists. So young, yet so strong. What in the world is this man's origin? Instantly, such a thought surfaced in everyone's mind and became a doubt in everyone's heart. Kill! In the starry sky, killing shouts shook the heavens, and the saints moved in unison, striking out world-shattering fluctuations, with all sorts of means coming out. Demon god body, human holy power, demon phase. This could be called a battle for the ages, with the stubborn and most terrifying legacies of the various domains joining forces to strike an appalling robotic light. Clank! Qin Yun's valor was supreme, his black hair flying as he held his sword, and one by one, divine weapons, saintly weapons, and demonic weapons were all picked off or chopped off by him. He marched forward in the broken void, majestic. His white clothes were snowy, and he was absolutely gorgeous, treating the Jedi as grass. He kept striking out and chopping forward. His pace was bizarre, shaped like a wisp of light smoke, and his swordsmanship was even more eccentric and bizarre. Obviously seems to be that kind of stupid, but that kind of lightness, every strike, as if in the evolution of the great Tao generally, full of natural and easygoing meaning. Qin Yun constantly roamed around the saints, stepping into the void, his long sword never cutting through the air, each time taking away the life of a male lord. In a flash, a full 6 people were killed by him. This swordsmanship, the old man chopping would watched from the sidelines, his heart surging, yet shaking. He could already tell that this sword technique was the one that Qin Yun had practiced in the mountains back then. At first, the old man felt that this sword technique was odd. It clearly looked clumsy, but it gave him a creepy feeling. Now, seeing Qin Yun's great opening and closing, he had just read out a strand of its mystery, which was an incomparably close to the Tao, which could be said to have evolved the great Tao to its extreme simplicity, and every move contained the Tao, as if the laws of heaven and earth functioned in a natural manner. This person's sword Tao inheritance is too odd. 6 saints were beheaded in a row, and the ancient saints also detected an abnormality. This caused their hearts to shake wildly. They were all saints, and saints in the top Tao lineages in heaven and earth, and had studied too many arts and techniques in their lives, but everything in front of them was so elusive that it was difficult for them to see clearly. The clumsy and incomparable moves contained endless wonders, which made everyone's heart skip a beat. Pop! Suddenly, in the distant sky, a large purple palm covered the sky. The universe roared, and the stars burst into pieces. The large palm obscured the universe, the entirety of it only covering the sky, wanting to take Qin Yun into its palm and kill him on the spot. Shout! However, Qin Yun let out a soft shout as the battle sacred law operated, allowing him to fight without any form or momentum, a syllable running through the heavens and earth, transforming into a sharp sword. Bang! That ancient saint's head exploded on the spot, and the one-syllable sword penetrated through the terrifyingly large palm and inserted itself into the middle of his brow, as endless killing intent poured out, subduing that old man in the starry sky on the spot. Red holy blood, white brain matter, bursting into splash after splash. Pop! In the distant sky, another muffled sound came out. The sound of death played, and another ancient saint fell. This time, hardly a few people saw how that ancient saint fell away, as if it had faded away invisibly. Only a handful of people saw that with a flash of cold aura in Qin Yun's eyes, that ancient saint was directly turned into a mist of blood. Such a tactic caused everyone to feel a sense of creepiness. The person in front of him had means that were too strong and bizarre, and a killing sound could also be transformed into a sword chi, chopping off an ancient sage. It subverts ideas and shatters perceptions. This was simply more mysterious and bizarre than the demon clan's secret method. Is this person the Tao, not sticking to any techniques or laws, acting casually, yet possessing an inexplicable strength? There's no one who doesn't tremble to give a word of Tao to evaluate. Tao, formless and invisible, yet treacherous and changeable. And this was the case for Qin Yun at this moment. As soon as the battle sacred law was opened, killing intent could be transformed into sword chi, and a wisp of eye light could be transformed into a sword aura. The word fight is reflected in the word fight. I just felt a terrifying strand of Tao rhythm, like the 9 secrets of that fiendish star of the supreme body. Yes, only the 9 secret formulas give that feeling. Could it be that this person is also harboring a secret art from the Nine Secrets? Chapter 086, Beheading All Saints. Boom! Qin Yun struck out, and with a single step, he came close to the ancient saints as he opened wide and kept striking out. The battle's sacred law was in operation, causing his aura to climb an unknown amount all of a sudden. As the only purely offensive holy art among the Nine Secrets, the killing power of the fighting character's secret was unparalleled in the world. And at this moment, everyone changed color and did their best to resist. Qin Yun's eyes were as bright as electricity, his black hair fluttering about as he raised his hands and raised his feet. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of sword slashes struck out together, and the void exploded, shot into a beehive of thousands of holes, as endless chaotic chi poured down. All of the Saint Kings, all of them did their best to resist. One side after another barrier rose up, trying their best to resist, and were simply powerless to counterattack. Dang! There were still barriers that were pierced through, and 2 consecutive Saint Kings were chopped up and died under the thousands of sword rains, instantly turning into a cloud of blood mist. Everyone was stunned. The attack power of the person in front of them was too terrifying. Even if they tried their best to resist it, they couldn't stop it. Once they struck out, the lives of the ancient saints would inevitably pass away. This is definitely the Nine Secrets without a doubt. This person is harboring the Nine Secrets, and is in general in possession of an overwhelming secret art with that fiend of the supreme body. By this moment, one is almost certain of the fact. Nine Secret, that kind of aura is too terrifying, giving people a mind-blowing sense of irreplaceable. That kind of secret art once out, there is a kind of invincible momentum that is unbeatable. Nine Secrets. Likewise, the old man shopping would sense something, and it shook him to his core. The Nine Secrets, supreme, were the strongest 9 domains of the supreme secret arts in the heavens and earth, and had not been disputed for thousands of years because they surpassed the other secret arts by far too many. However, the 9 mysteries had long been lost, and how could the old man shopping would not expect to see the figure of this ancient mystic art in the body of this little friend of his? Oh little friend, just how many secrets do you still contain in your body? Boom! The great battle had completely come to a white-hot stage, and amongst the stars, all kinds of heaven and earth orders were flying about, and the rules of the entire heaven and earth had been disrupted. It was entirely a divine battle, a battle to manipulate the rules of heaven and earth, and in the midst of this, Qin Yun was undoubtedly an absolute god. This person's attack power is too terrifying. Don't oppose him anymore, join forces and strike to suppress him. The ancient saints were all emboldened and avoided Qin Yun's front, to overwhelm it with absolute greatness. Boom! The ancient saints, all of whom had been through 100 battles and could be said to be extremely experienced in battle, immediately took action. Thousands of holy forces moved forward together before intertwining together to form a terrifying cage that enveloped the heavens and earth, sealing Qin Yun in the midst. At the same time, another assortment of saintly artifacts were sacrificed and hooked together to form a supreme killing machine that pierced through towards Qin Yun. Boom! The entire heaven and earth were trembling, nearly 20 ancient saints joining hands. When such a might came out, it was close to causing this heaven and earth to turn upside down. On the spot, there were quite a few cultivators who were shaken over and bled from their 7 orifices, unable to resist such a pressure. Even the many sage-level characters watching from afar in the air changed color. 20 kinds of Tao power surging, almost 20 kinds of great Tao fluctuating. Such a might, even they were surprised. I'm afraid that even if they were them and dared to step into that cage, they would also be ashes and ashes in a few moments. Little friend, the old man shopping would changed color and looked back from his amazement to see such a scene, causing him to be shocked. More than 20 saints, striking out with a might capable of refining the heavens and earth. 20 kinds of Tao power raging, easily capable of piercing through the starry sky. It was an appalling fluctuation, and all of them gave birth to a sense of powerlessness. Wow! However, Qin Yun's face was always calm and joyless. He raised his hand. The sky star power rushed down, condensed in his surroundings, slowly cohesion, and finally even condensed out 12 heavenly swords. The brilliant sword was astonishing, and the killing intent surged through the heavens and earth. Clank! Qin Yun raised his hand and pointed forward, and a heavenly sword directly erupted, striking out with brilliant sparks. The piece of cage shook and was close to breaking open. Clank! And then came the second heavenly sword, which shook out the greatness of the Tao, and the cage shook, and this time, it even gave birth to cracks. The ancient saints were shocked, not expecting this young ancient saint to be able to shake such greatness, but they didn't wait for them to do anything. Brush, brush, brush. The third, fourth, and fifth heavenly swords, dense as rain, struck out all at once. Boom! The piece of cage could no longer withstand it and exploded in an instant. The vast order shaking the heavens and earth, and everyone flew out at the end of the day. Some ancient saints were shocked to death on the spot, and even if some survived and lived, they suffered unbearable injuries. This is a demon. This person is definitely more terrifying than a supreme body. This is likewise a freak, even better than the supreme body. More than 24 ancient saints. What a vast array. But by now, there were only less than 10 remaining, which caused everyone's guts to be shocked through. The person in front of them was too strong. Everyone had a bad premonition. A voice in their hearts told them that this person was powerful and invincible, and that terrifying attack power made them no longer have the slightest intention to fight. Go! I don't know who uttered such a voice, but the ancient saints didn't hesitate, and all of them rushed out into the distance at once. In the middle of the distant sky, all the great figures watching were stunned by such a scene. More than 20 ancient saints, all from the world's top Dao lineages, possessing extremely terrifying inheritances. It was no exaggeration to say that any one of these 20 people was a first-class character today. However, even by that young ancient saint, scared for escape, 1,000 ancient saints fight to the end, even the intention to fight. The soul was scared to fly. What a mind-blowing spectacle it was. Clank! However, Qin Yun had no intention of staying his hand at all. Around him, the remaining 6 heavenly swords struck out together, shooting out in all directions. The 6 heavenly swords, one heavier than the other in terms of might, shot forward with terrifying heaven and earth order and killing intent. Boom! 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 In the void, Qin Yun stood still, his eyes as deep as the ocean. He didn't even bother to look at them, standing there gently. However, the 6 heavenly swords ran through the heavens and earth, taking away the lives of everyone. None of them escaped. All of them stayed in this land, blood-staining the 9 states. Many people were shocked by this scene. Who would have thought that it would end like this? More than 20 ancient saints, united, could be called God stopping God killing God. How many people in heaven and earth could stop them? But yet, in the earth of the 9 states, one of the most insignificant Dao domains in this universe, he had encountered such a demon and suffered such a great loss. None of them got away. They were all beheaded. What kind of invincible style is this? Many people even felt that this battle was simply an absolute crushing, and that the young saint had not even tried his best. It was a terrifying fact that more than 20 ancient saints had used their deaths to fail to speculate on this person's true battle power. This is so mind-blowing, it's appalling. The person in front of him was like a mysterious mountain of ancient gods, and it was impossible to speculate on his battle power. People know, this matter is destined to shake the world. Ancient saints, such a character, each is a party of the supreme male master. Thousands of years, almost did not say which battle, will fall off so many people at once, and now they were chopped up one after another, falling off more than 20 honors in one night, dying at the hands of a single person. This was bound to cause an uproar in the various domains, and would definitely shock the people of the world. And this young saint would be thrust into the limelight as more than 20 ancient saints used their blood to forge the great legend of a young saint. Chapter 087, Ancestral Temple Strange Movements. Who is this man? What is his origin? Why can he be so strong? When all the ancient saints were beheaded, such a doubt surfaced in everyone's mind. The land of the 9 states was so mundane that it could be said to be one of the weakest Dao domains in the world, but it was such a powerful saint that had appeared amongst such a Dao domain, making people even more intensely curious about everything about him. Those who have become saints are all male masters. It is impossible that there is not a little storm in news. But why have I never heard of this person's name? Everyone felt it difficult to accept Qin Yun's appearance. It was as if he had suddenly jumped out from a certain era, and there hadn't been any news about him before. This person's battle power covers the heavens, cultivating both realm and sword intent at the same time, and both of them have reached a remarkable level, at such a young age, yet he possesses such achievements, and he also possesses the 9 mysteries and has an unfathomable inheritance. He really is too similar to the self-esteem body's demonic star. Could it be that between the two, there is some sort of connection? It was inevitable that the details of the Great War would make some of the males suspicious, even though Qin Yun possessed the Dozi secret, which could change all manifestations of battle power. His age, 9 secrets, and realms still reminded people of the Supreme Body. The Supreme Body, shocking the ancient and modern world, possessed an extremely terrifying influence amongst this heaven and earth. Once one is involved with it, even if it's just a hint of it, people are curious beyond belief. And now, Qin Yun's performance was so strong and there were too many similarities with the Supreme Body, adding to people's curiosity. Only, it's all doomed to be unanswered. Boom! On the earth, the demon army and demon soldiers were retreating in great numbers. After the ancient saints fell, these shrimp soldiers, naturally, cannot constitute a threat. All were scared out of their guts, such as the tide of water, from this Dao domain to leave. Qin Yun did not pursue and strike, because it was simply difficult to decimate. The number was too much. A terrifying number. Actually quelled the catastrophe? In the distance, the old man chopping wood was frozen in shock. Previously, he had come with the determination to die as if he were at home, and did not expect to quell this great calamity, but only wanted to contribute part of his strength in order to be blameless. But at the moment, everything in front of him shook him. The great tribulation was actually calmed down. For thousands of years, the 9 states had suffered turmoil countless times, with more than 20 saints joining forces and no one being able to stop their pace and will. But today it was quelled, just by the power of one person. Looking at the young figure in the distance, the old man chopping wood's heart was infinitely complicated. Truly feeling a sense of strangeness, the once lethargic person he hated was now so powerful that he had to look up to him, like a demonic mountain pressing down. It gave him a terrifying sense of palpitations. On the land of the 9 states, deaths and injuries cannot be counted. But at this moment, all of them raised their heads and looked up to the firmament, to the starry sky, the white clouds that stood still. Thank you, immortal emperor. Thank you, higher power. Bow down to the God of heaven. Some people fell to their knees and bowed. Their voices were noisy, 1,000 voices, but they gradually became unified. Gradually, it condensed into one, transforming into a vast heavenly sound that shook the entire Tao domain. It's just how that title sounds. In fact, people do not know how to call him. Immortal, high man, God, are the most heartfelt call. Give him the most respected title. There were even people among them who were calling out to him as an immortal, as an ancestor, as a landlord. Qin Yun was quite helpless. This emotion is difficult to suppress and is the most heartfelt manifestation and expression of people. For thousands of years, the earth of the 9 states had suffered countless great catastrophes, and only this one was quelled, and the emotions of the people were unspeakable. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the distant universe, a roar came out, shaking the starry sky. The heavens and earth roared and a terrible upheaval occurred. Turbulence originated from the land of the 9 states on top of a short mountain. That is the ancestral temple of the human race is located. At this time, the door of the ancestral temple is actually wide open. A golden light from the middle of the burst out. It struck straight at Qin Yun. This scene caused the old man chopping wood to be horrified in his heart. Little friend, quickly avoid it. The ancestral temple of the human race contains a great secret. The old man chopping wood panicked and warned. With regards to the ancestral temple of the human race, the old man chopping wood possessed incomparable awe as he had been in this land for far too long and knew far more about that ancestral temple than Qin Yun. The ancestral temple of the human race, possessing a special significance, signifies where the origin of the human race lies. There is no trace of when that ancestral temple was built. The earliest ancient texts recorded that an ancient temple had existed there since the earliest days of heaven and earth. In these endless years, it was unknown how many male lords had set foot on that short mountain, wanting to get a glimpse of the secrets in the ancestral temple, but most of them returned without any success, and those who dared to force their way into the ancestral temple, without exception, all of them died inexplicably. It is rumored that the ancestral temple of the human race contains the will of the human way, which no one can withstand. It is rumored that the ancestral temple of the human race contains a curse, and once it is opened, it is bound to meet with bad luck. There are so many legends in this world about the ancestral temple of the human race, but there was no doubt that everyone believed that the ancestral temple of the human race held great secrets. A long time ago, the old man chopping wood had also set foot on that short mountain, and it was difficult to suppress the curiosity in his heart, wanting to follow the example of the ancients and get a glimpse of its secrets. But that time, he was only close to the ancient temple, and he felt an unprecedented crisis. It is precisely because I have learned it that I am more in awe of it. Seeing the ancient temple unexpectedly rushing out an inexplicable golden aura, it made the old man's soul fly away in shock. However, Qin Yun faced the old man's words as if he hadn't realized them, because, at this moment, he did not feel any menace, but instead felt a strand of closeness. The golden beam of light came across the sky, obscuring the sky and becoming one of the most dazzling rays of light in the world, like the Dawans at the beginning of heaven and earth, almost making it difficult to open one's eyes anymore. But in the next second, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop occurred. The golden light did not pierce through Qin Yun, but instead stayed at his feet, creating a golden bridge between him and the ancestral temple. The gate of the ancestral temple opened wide, and a golden avenue spread out beneath his feet as if welcoming him to something. Qin Yun did not hesitate. His intuition told him that the ancestral temple bore him no ill will. Immediately, his mind moved towards the ancestral temple. The golden avenue, on the other hand, kept shortening, as if ferrying him forward to the ancestral temple. Ascended, became immortal. Many people were baffled by this scene, which was simply a glimpse of a fairy trail. The ancestral temple of the human race opened wide and shot out a golden light path, introducing it into the midst of it, and everyone looked at the scene, finding it hard to believe. Chapter 088, The Nine Cauldrons. Human Emperor. The ancestral temple of the human race. The gate was open, and golden light surged out from it like a waterfall, engulfing the entire mountain. Everyone's eyes looked towards the middle of that ancestral temple. What is among the ancestral temples? It tugged at everyone's curiosity. The ancestral temple existed for an untraceable period of time, and stood there for 10,000 ancient years. Extremely mysterious. No one was able to enter the ancestral temple and get a glimpse of its secrets. But now it was automatically open. It was a glimpse of a miracle. However, everyone is unable to see the wonders of the ancestral temple. The golden light is too blazing, almost making it difficult to open their eyes. Some cultivators want to force to peep, but stabbed the eyes of the blood-long flow. Wow! However, Qin Yun could see it incomparably clearly. It was like he was in the middle of an infinite universe, in which a long river of great roads ran and the sound of flowing water appeared. A face emerged from the long river, blurred and difficult to make out, yet countless, crossing quickly before him, some saluting him, some nodding at him, some giving him a kind smile. The will of humanity? Qin Yun's mind vibrated, clearly sensing the kind of powerful will of the humanity domain, eternal and immortal, unyielding, like a kind of qi, but not quite. It's more like facing the avenue head-on. It lingered around him, leading him to absorb and accept it. Qin Yun could feel that as long as he nodded his head, that realization would be bound to him in the underworld. This was a supreme opportunity, equal to a great Tao, and was the manifestation of the unyielding will of the strongest people in the realm of the human path over endless years. However, Qin Yun frowned as a tangle of colors appeared on his demeanor. Wow! The golden light in the sky closed in, and in a flash, a small tripod appeared in front of Qin Yun. The small tripod is simple and ancient. The color is basaltic yellow, rusty and mottled, full of traces of history, on which the complexity of the Tao pattern, each horizontal and one beam, as if it contains the supreme principles of heaven and earth, contains infinite wonders. And this small tripod, which was visualized by the endless golden light, was like a spirit, lingering around Qin Yun and rubbing against his body, as if it was getting close to him. This scene was seen by many people, and although people were unable to see the strange scene in the middle of that ancestral temple, they saw the small tripod lingering beside Qin Yun. At this moment, I don't know how many people changed color. Even the old man shopping would had a ray of horror appear on his face. The tripod of the 9 states. Such 3 words came out and shook the world, causing all parties to fall into silence. Deathly silence. What is the tripod of the 9 states? Some of the younger cultivators were not at all sure of the meaning of this tripod. However, many of the older generation figures, all of them froze there, their bodies trembling, violently trembling. Is there really a Kyushu tripod in this world? According to legend, at the beginning of the birth of mankind, it was very weak, and it was the appearance of the tripod of the 9 states that sheltered the land of the 9 states, so that mankind was able to cultivate itself and gradually became strong and became the leader of the various races. The tripod of the 9 states is extremely mysterious, and is rumored to be a divine weapon, embedded in the Great Tao, one of the oldest divine artifacts in heaven and earth. This is a legend recorded in the ancient books. It is hard to believe that there really exists a tripod of the Kyushu in the world. Everywhere was dumbfounded. The legends about the tripod of the 9 states were endless, but each one was enough to make people shake. Its origin was too amazing. Not many people were able to say it clearly, but they were all extremely mysterious, making everyone's mind shake wildly. The cauldron of the 9 states is also called the cauldron of the human emperor, and the one who holds the cauldron of the 9 states is the human emperor. Some of the older figures whispered softly, their faces appalled. This is one of the most distant rumors in heaven and earth. About the origin of the tripod of the 9 states, people have no way to know. The rumors are endless, each has its own say, but the person who holds the tripod of the 9 states is the emperor of the people, but the unity of the terrible. Almost everyone has heard the rumor. Getting the tripod of the 9 states is equivalent to becoming a human emperor. Human emperor? It's a terrifying title. The human race was vast and endless. It was the largest race in the world, and most of them, whether mortals or cultivators, were of the human race. Human emperor? This was a Tao fruit recognized by heaven and earth that had nothing to do with realms, signifying the emperor of the human race, the overlord of the human race. You can see how terribly weighty those 2 words really are. Greetings, human emperor. At this moment, on the great land of Kyushu, endless mortals had the feeling to say the word human emperor, making a pilgrimage to Qin Yun. Their voices called out in 1,000 voices, shaking this Tao domain and rumbling, causing the great universe to roar. On the short mountain, the golden light became more and more blazing, several times wanting to wrap Qin Yun. His figure was no longer visible, completely engulfed. At this very moment, in the distant sky, one after another terrifying aura appeared, coming across the sky, blossoming with terrifying killing intent. We can't let the human emperor come out. There were such words spoken that shook the stars. The human emperor's weight was too heavy. Not just a sect leader or holy lord. A holy lord is only the owner of a holy land no matter how big it is, while the human emperor is the lord of the entire human race. For billions of years, cultivators had fought with the heavens and earth without any constraints, and they were naturally unwilling to see a human emperor appear. Boom! However, a powerful fluctuation erupted from the short mountain, the will of humane greatness raging, and an extremely terrifying aura rushed out from within the tripod of the 9 states, spreading through this Tao domain. Stop all the experts outside, so that they cannot approach, dare to exceed half a step. Without exception, all turned into pieces. Greetings, human emperor. In the land of the 9 states, that tide of sound was even more blazing, like 1,000 heavy waves that covered the sky and the earth. On top of the short mountain, Qin Yun's eyes, on the other hand, were always complicated. He could sense that once accepted, it would be of great benefit to him, but at the same time, he will also be completely bound to the human race in this land. In other words, the human emperor has the responsibility to shelter the human race. It was certainly a shackle for him. It was even said to be a liability. The human emperor had an empty name and his reputation was too vast, and he was bound to become a thorn in the side of many human males. Doesn't he have enough trouble? But looking at the human race under their feet, listening to the sound of 1,000 cries, feeling that will of the humanistic realm, that sense of expectation of the ancient sages. In the end, Qin Yun nodded his head and gave a helpless sigh. Boom! And as he nodded, that terrifying will rushed into his body. The divine light of the tripod of the 9 states blazed forth, the piercing light spreading in all directions, as if it had become a great sun, bright and dazzling to the extreme. Qin Yun's entire body was imbued with an inexplicable aura of obscurity. It was like the great Tao had been added to his body, and a golden road spread forward, transforming into a vision of him traveling above the entire body. Visions arose frequently, dragon chi rolled around, and the imperial aura filled the air. Many people were shocked by this scene. A supreme human emperor was born, recognized by heaven and earth, and became the master of the human race. But the mortal race, whether cultivators or mortals, at this moment, all felt a strange sense. Like in the underworld, there are more shackles in the destiny. I am the human emperor. When I shelter the 9 states on earth, anyone who dares to violate the 9 states will be killed without pardon. Golden dragon chi filled the air. Qin Yun's eyes blazed brightly as he stood outside the ancestral temple of the human race, his black hair dancing wildly, exhibiting endless majesty and elegance as he uttered such a sentence that shook this heaven and earth. Chapter 089, The Tang Mansion's Difference. The void shook, rumbling along with that majestic voice. The phrase "I am the Emperor of Men." It made heaven and earth quiet, the 4 directions of the universe silent, and everyone felt an unprecedented sense of palpitations. You are but the king of mortals. Does a human emperor of the 9 states also presume to become the human race's co-lord? If you want to claim honor, you're not qualified enough. In the distant skies, there were voices rising and falling, covered in majesty, roaring through the universe like the rhythms of the great Tao. There was no need to think about it to know that the identity of the owner of the voice must be very terrifying. Definitely a hegemon for one side, refusing to identify with the human emperor and bowing down to him. It was unavoidable. These figures viewed themselves as gods, so how could they bow down to a sage, to make them submit, unless an emperor was born? But no matter what, a human emperor was truly born, renowned, destined to be recorded in the annals of history, and the history of the world was to remain famous in this era. This statement is too prevalent. When the 9 states were suffering, no one bothered. But when the human emperor came out, everyone couldn't stand by in the cold light of day. The addition of the humane will signified that one was bound to become a true emperor in the future. So who wouldn't be afraid of that? Even at this moment, there were quite a number of male lords who were eager to behead the murderer emperor and seize the tripod of the 9 states. But as soon as that thought came to mind, everyone shook their heads all over again. The human emperor's reputation was too illustrious, and the tripod of the 9 states was a legendary artifact with unfathomable power, and there were few people strong enough to dare to offend the human emperor's majesty at this moment. It was a night that was destined to be sleepless. Whether it was the consecutive beheading of more than 20 saints or the name of the human emperor, it all pushed that young saint to the absolute top of the tidal wave of sound. 2 pieces of news came out, one more earth-shattering than the other, causing a stir in various parts of the universe and creating a furor in various Tao domains. A 20-year-old saint. How is this possible? It's impossible for a great emperor to reach this level of achievement even when he was young. One person decapitated over 24 saints. This person's battle power is too strong. How could such a human master appear in a place like the 9th state? The sound of chattering filled the various domains as everyone discussed and speculated about Qin Yun's identity and origins. He really resembles the Supreme Body too much. People inevitably associate it with the Supreme Body, putting aside the strong battle power, mysterious inheritance, and carrying the 9 secrets. That 20-year-old age alone made too many people suspicious. Could it be that the Supreme Body is not dead? People even thought that the Supreme Body hadn't fallen away. But when they thought about it, everyone shook their heads for a while. It's impossible for the Supreme Body to still be alive. Even in its heyday it couldn't possibly be a match for Battle Heaven, let alone being heavily injured. Not to mention, it's too difficult to become a saint. In just a few months, it's impossible for the Supreme Body to go from being a half-saint to becoming a veteran saint, and during this period, it needs to precipitate for at least a few decades. People eventually deposed the idea. Supreme Body and Human Emperor, there must be a connection between the two, but everyone pretty much identifies it that way. The strong battle power and mysterious inheritance forced people to associate the two together. Especially important are the 9 secrets. The 9 secrets had been lost for too long, and there had never been a trace of them for 10,000 years. But now, following the Supreme Body, traces of the 9 secrets had appeared on the Human Emperor's body as well. How would people want to believe that there is no connection between the two? These two may have the same mentorship and background. If one day, everything about the Human Emperor can be uncovered, then I think that everything about the Supreme Body will also be able to be uncovered. Although the Supreme Body had died, people still remained ignorant of everything about him. There was incomparable curiosity about its background, origin, inheritance, everything. And these curiosities, with the fall of the Supreme Body, all turned into dust, and it was thought that perhaps this was a historical regret that could never be uncovered. But now, the appearance of the Human Emperor has made people see this possibility once again. Once again, the idea of the mystic inheritance, the 9 secrets. But this Human Emperor is even more terrifying than the Supreme Body. Chopping off more than 20 saints in a row. What kind of astounding battle power is this? Even if all the Saint Lords join hands, I'm afraid that they'll only suffer. There aren't many people in this world who can strangle him, or else someone would have made a move when he achieved Human Emperor that day. This is a human master that is even trickier than the Supreme Body. Everything about the Human Emperor made people curious in a million ways, but whenever they thought of that kind of astounding battle power, everyone's heart palpitated for a moment. It was not easy for the Supreme Body to fall, and another Human Emperor has appeared, bearing the favor of the will of the human way. His future achievements are unlimited. The world's male masters are really having trouble sleeping and eating. A wave has just calmed down and a wave has risen, and a wave is even higher than a wave. Many hearts trembled. It is believed that this universe is destined to be unsettled for the rest of its existence. The name of the Human Emperor was too blazing, and next, there would surely be a terrifying catastrophe landing in the 9 states, or it would affect the future of the entire heaven and earth. It's really going to be turbulent. The Human Emperor has appeared in the world, breaking the calmness of the great Tao unification that has been overpowering the world for thousands of years. One soft sigh after another resounded. Great Wind Dynasty, Tang Mansion. The Tang family, which was already somewhat cold, was now even more so. Even the faces of the subordinates and maids didn't have too many smiles left, as both of their own masters had been in a bad mood lately, and a dreary mood filled the entire Tang Mansion from top to bottom. Since the death of that aunt, the 2 sisters, who were originally incredibly close, now even communicated much less. This made it difficult for the subordinates in the Tang Mansion to figure it out. The second young miss could still be justified in grieving over the death of that trashy aunt of her own. After all, the 2 of them were still on good terms in private. But how is it that your own missy, too, shows sadness from time to time? Hasn't this young lady of ours always disliked the aunt? Shouldn't she be relieved by his death? But how can you sigh from time to time, and let that dead aunt, inside the Tang family shrine, leave a tablet? In the Tang family shrine, a plainclothes Tang Guiyao stood there quietly. In the ancestral hall, there were many plaques placed, most of which were modeled, except for a new plaque with the word Qin Yun engraved on it, which was eye-catching. Tang Guiyao knew Qin Yun's identity well. However, it was not said. When the news of the Supreme Body's fall on Mount Tai spread out, Tang Boudoir held a funeral to put an end to the disappearance of the Tang clan's aunt, Qin Yun, as well as a cover-up. Looking at the tablet, Tang Guiyao's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Tada! Outside, there was the sound of footsteps, the door was pushed open, and in walked a clean little girl, 17 or 18 years old, with the beauty of a small family, but looking a little haggard. I'm going to the Kyushu Dao region, Tang Yunli spoke faintly as he walked through the door. Chapter 090. Ever since the Supreme Body fell in Taishan and the 2 sisters broke out in a quarrel, they had rarely communicated with each other again. Now, This was the first time Tang Yunli had opened his mouth to Tang Qiuyao, but it caused Tang Qiuyao's heart to be filled with mixed feelings. The world has rumored that the human emperor is only 20 years old, close to my elder brother's age, and I want to take a look and see if that is my elder brother. Tang Yunli spoke thus, and between his words, he was very plain. You're not allowed to leave the Dawn household. However, Tang Guiyao was strong and majestic, and directly refused without mercy. The name of the human emperor moves the world. Nowadays, that land in the night state is no longer as tranquil as it once was. The dark currents are raging, and I don't know how many male masters are spying on it. Are you, a foundation establishment realm, able to enter the 9 states? Be able to meet the human emperor? Tang Guiyao said in a cold voice. Such a tone of voice caused Tang Yunli to furrow his clear brows, a bitterness flashing in his eyes. Even if there's a glimmer of hope, I'm going to seek out my brother. Even if I die in the body, it's still better than being like you and not doing anything right. As he spoke these words, Tang Yunli's eyes carried a wisp of resentment as he said, Sister, do you really not have the slightest bit of intention? Is it true that in your heart, you truly accept your elder brother's death openly? These words caused Tang Guiyao's body to be stunned as she twisted her head around, her eyes filled with complexity. Hope? What kind of hope is that? How is this man related to your brother-in-law other than his age? One walks the path of boxing. One is a pure sword cultivator. The essence of both are different. Your brother-in-law has always acted cautiously, and will never easily expose himself. But look at this person's behavior. How overbearing and strong. Sharp, is your brother-in-law's style of acting? The world is so large, and there are so many strange men and women. Are they all your elder brothers if they are 20 years old and if they are dazzling enough? Tang Guiyao's words carried boundless bitterness. In your heart of hearts, do you really think that I am a cold and heartless person? I will seek him, but not now. Not blindly like you. I'm already impacting the sacred pass, and when I'm certified as a saint, I'll go forward to Taishan Mountain and search for everything, alive and dead. Tang Guiyao said so, confident and strong, covered in majesty, irresistible. Ha! Tang Yunli, however, shook his head and laughed bitterly for a while. Mount Tai is a forbidden area of life. So a saint is qualified to break in? What to talk about searching for everything? You just want to give yourself an account of it. I'm afraid that even you yourself know. Perhaps not to search for anything at all. You just want to let your heart without shame right. These words caused Tang Guiyao to be completely stunned and filled with complexity. I came to bid you farewell, not to ask your advice. If you do not wish to go to Kyushu, I will go myself. My life or death is none of your business. After saying these words, Tang Yunli directly slammed the door and left. Tang Yunli. Behind her, Tang Guiyao's stern voice was heard. You won't be able to walk out of the Tang family's front door. In that instant, a supreme formation of the Tang clan rose up, preventing any living beings from entering or leaving. Sis, you're really mean. Standing between that courtyard, Tang Yunli's eyes carried a wisp of resentment, and after deeply glancing at Tang Guiyao, he directly left. And in the middle of the shrine, Tang Guiyao's heart was complicated. Hey! A soft sigh of languor, 100 despondent, endless exhaustion, resounded through the room. Everything is for your own good. Tang Guiyao picked up the tablet and gently wiped it, using her white and slender fingers to rub Qin Yun's 2 characters. Did you really fall away? Tang Guiyao was filled with pathos. My impact on the sacred pass and my desire to go to Mount Tai is not to give myself an explanation and put my mind at ease. Instead, go seek your life and death for an answer. If I can't find you, and I fall on Mount Tai, then I'll fall, and let all the grudges fade away. Tang Guiyao spoke softly, filled with a sense of exhaustion, her eyes filled with gloom. It is said that there is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. In a few months ago, how could Tang Guiyao not have thought that the lazy mortal beside her would make the present-day self-care so much, care about whether the other person lives or dies, and want to see the other person reappear in front of them? But even Tang Guiyao understood that this was an extreme extravagance. The supreme body went off the rails and suffered a heavy blow, decapitating 4 demon saints before being hunted down by battle heaven and withering away with extreme splendor. She knew there was little chance of survival, but what else could she go and do? Going to Taishan was her last obsession, the last thing that kept her alive. Jiuzhou, old forest and deep mountains. Since his return, the old man chopping wood's body was not as good as it was before. He was already at the end of his lifespan, and now this strike, an extreme blossoming of Godao's sainthood. As the events subsided and the essence was unloaded, there was only an endless deadness left. Old ancestor, I've really run out of gas this time. I won't live for a few days. Little friend, take care of Nyo Nyo for me. The old man chopping wood says his last goodbye. Qin Yun always questioned this. You're a Godao saint. Is it hard to believe that you don't have any life-preserving cards? He went and asked that way. The old caller go to the extreme. Qin Yun do not believe that he does not have a life-preserving magic medicine. This monster go to the extreme, will be the word of longevity engraved into the life of the two words, the cultivation of all for longevity. All means are hidden and hidden, certainly will not be easy to reveal. Gee, sad. Little friend, you and I have at least made friends for a while, and are also considered to be close neighbors. The old man is now running out of gas and will be leaving the world, and you are still questioning the old ancestor. Heartache. Life and death are important matters in life. Would I joke about it? Old ancestor. The old barker had a snotty nose and a tearful face. It's sad that the old man was still planning to take you as a disciple in the first place, treating you with such sincerity, and now you're still questioning the old ancestor's character. In the face of the old caller's misery selling, Qin Yun of course would not easily believe it. Eventually, the old man sighed longingly. Do you know how long the old ancestor has lived? It's been over 4,000 years. 4,000 years. Such a figure caused Qin Yun's heart to flutter. He could tell that the old man's aura of age was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. The lifespan of an ordinary saint is around 2,000 years. Groomed to the extreme, it can live for 3,000 years, and that's if it's nourished with spiritual medicine. 3,000 years, that's a big mark for a saint. The world has never heard of a saint who could live past 3,000 years to go, because the Saint Tao fruit is there, suffering from the suppression of heaven and earth. If you cannot break through, 3,000 years is a limit. The old man had lived for 4,000 years, and indeed, in keeping with the doings of the Godao saints, he was indeed now going to run out of gas. 4,000 years. That's pretty convincing. Even Qin Yun had to believe it at this moment. Chapter 091. Several people abandon eternal life. The world hates the scourge of immortality, but how many have abandoned it? The old man shopping wood did not have many days left, and in his last days, he brought little Nyonya to live in Qin Yun's valley, often uttering such laments. Look back and remember what was. Little friend, you are truly enviable. Reaching such an achievement at the age of 20, the future is limitless. Longevity is ultimately limited. No matter whether it is a mortal or a cultivator, there is ultimately a limit. And in terms of the vast universe, this human life is too short, while death is forever. Do not speak of death easily, for life is more precious than death. Little friend, the old man was murmuring in the dusk of the setting sun, full of lateness, like a flaming candle swaying in the wind. That life could go out at any moment. I'll save you with blood essence, enough to last you for a period of years. In the end, Qin Yun wanted to use the supreme blood essence to continue the old man's life, going so far as to reveal himself as a supreme body because he was also truly unwilling to see the old man die. But the old man was given a refusal. I haven't done much in my life. I've searched for loneliness after a lifetime of searching for longevity. My natural talent is limited, and it's difficult for me to inch forward in the sage realm any further. A life of caution, never to provoke right and wrong, when things can be avoided to avoid. In vain living 4,000 years. There is no need to prolong my life. It is pointless. I have had enough of this life. The old man was obstinate, not accepting Qin Yun's blood essence. Late and pale, holding a death wish, Qin Yun had no choice but to respect the old man's wishes in the end. Little friend, you and I have been friends for a while. I still don't know how to address you. What are you called? Where are you from? In his last moments, the old man looked towards Qin Yun and asked thus. My name is Niefeng, a native of Jingzhou, and my family has 5 acres of good land. Qin Yun spoke sincerely. The old caller gasped and spat out blood. The old man will die. You still refuse to treat me with sincerity? Little friend, my heart is very painful. Where are you from, old timer? How do you address yourself? Qin Yun inquired. The old caller was very sincere and said, my name is Lin Yun, a native of Jin, and my family originally had an 80-year-old mother. Old timer, you're lying to ghosts, and my heart aches. The two ghost saints, in their final hours, were still exchanging blows with each other, going to test each other and prying into each other's depths, but every time they do, they look at each other and laugh. It is a marvelous friendship to feel each other's heartfelt honesty without malice, and yet, know nothing about the other. Time passed, and half a month passed. Qin Yun had always been half convinced about the old man chopping wood's extreme longevity, as he felt that this old thing must have some sort of card to ensure the continuation of his lifespan. It's not reasonable for a sage of his generation to die so plainly, is it? But, today, half a month later, under the dusk of the setting sun, the old man still sits down, looking at the setting sun. Long sigh. Old, life has too many regrets. A generation of Go Shang, finally looking at the setting sun, relying on a large tree, embracing the little Nyonya, motionless. There was a wisp of a smile at the corner of his mouth, and there was no life left in it. That wisp of laughter was a wisp of unprecedented warmth brought to old Go Shang by Nyo Nyo. the little mortal girl. But the old man died with regrets, sighing that the road to immortality is slim, sighing that after all their lives, they have not come to that step after all. Is the portrait of too many male lords when they sit down and die. On top of that, he has two big regrets. First piece, in the mountain of the ancient gods, there is a strange coffin, and legend has it that if you lie in it, you can't die or perish, and the years can't invade you, and you can return to your old age. It is a great pity that the old ancestor was not able to lie in it in his life. Those were the old man's exact words. Lamentable ancient divine mountain base is too strong. For the world a few of the most terrifying Taoist system, not to mention a Goshang, is to come to 1,000 Goshang, may not be able to take the creation of the ancient divine mountain. The second, on the other hand, is a gutter. The old man has lived his life meticulously to the extreme, but he has only poured out his heart to you and entrusted everything to you. The old man had always remembered Qin Yun, ostensibly as a qi practicing cultivator, but could never let go of the matter of a saint. It's not about how well or poorly two people are friends. The Tao of Go, the sage, the Tao of his life, lies in the word go. However, it was exposed in front of Qin Yun, before he could see Qin Yun's bottom, which made the old man regarded as the first great shame in his life. This counts as a big loss. Cultivators, it is life, creation, chance, everything can be external, but only for the road. There is a terrible obstinacy. Go Shang lived for 4,000 years, practicing Go Road for 4,000 years. In his mind, Go Road is the invincible road. However, it was finished off by Qin Yun. This kind of defeat was not the victory or defeat of a great battle, not the strength or weakness, but the Tao lost. It always haunts the old man. Little friend, want to let you also gutter in this life is no chance, next life, but also must let you in the old man, eat a big loss. So much for the old man's original words. A generation of Go Shang thus sat down, drawing a conclusion to a life of more than 4,000 years. Really dead? Even at this point, Qin Yun was still half-hearted. But he had to come to terms with the fact that the old man was dead. He was a saint, and was armed with many secret methods and many terrifying legacies, and still couldn't see whether a person was dead or alive in front of him. It can be really lifeless. It caused Qin Yun to inexplicably develop a sense of loneliness. This was the first time he had seen someone around him pass away, not killed by an enemy, but accepted by the heavens, with an extremely long lifespan and limited natural talent, making it difficult to capture the creation of life. This caused Qin Yun to develop a sense of powerlessness. The world sighs for the scourge of longevity, but how many have abandoned it? Everlasting life is hard to find. Exhaustive life may even be difficult to touch the threshold, but how many people give up it? Give up that the pursuit of power? Even Qin Yun was destined to sink in it and step onto this path. His road is destined to be long, and during this period, too many people, more memorable, but also just the scenery on his road, seen, but destined to be difficult to stay anything. Hey! Standing in front of the old man's grave, Qin Yun drank a few mouthfuls of wine and let out a soft sigh that carried a few wisps of desolation. There's a sense of sympathy for a casual acquaintance. The death of the old man had caused Qin Yun to feel a sense of sadness, and then he buried the old man and erected a stone monument in front of his grave. But in the end, Qin Yun didn't even know what to leave on the tablet. He knew nothing about the old man. He left behind 4 words, the tomb of Go Shang, and then wiped away. Really want to write, Go is not Go. In the end, the monument remained empty, erected in front of the grave, a reminder that the high, convex mound was not a short hill, but a small grave. Breeze, pine waves, like the sound of flowing water, serene and natural, people's minds and hearts. Qin Yun stood still in front of the grave with little Nyonya sitting on his shoulders, an earthen grave and a monument. A generation of Go Shang's life is silent. Chapter 092 Quarrying the Quarry. Ding! On the 180th day of marriage. A reward of 1 layer of Daoi. Ding! On the 190th day of marriage, 1 Kirin Dao seed will be rewarded. Ding! On the 200th day of marriage, rewarding a party with a sacred pool. As time passed, another half a month passed. During the month before and after this, Qin Yun's strength steadily increased, arriving at the 9th sky of the Sage Realm. To reach this step was equivalent to reaching the Great Circle of the Sage Realm. And next, it was the Saint King Realm. The Holy King, as the name implies, is the king of the saints, saints for the Tao, and the Saint King, is to harness the Tao, drive the rules of heaven and earth for their own use. To this point, every move, all contain the meaning of the Tao. Words follow the law, almost become the order and rules of heaven and earth. Saint Kings could live for 6,000 years. Another huge watershed in terms of the Saint Realm. Cultivation is like this, one shackle after another. The further back you go, the more massive the gap between the front and back becomes. A saint king could keep a holy land from declining. And a saint king could shock the world because its battle power was truly too powerful. And when a saint king started to go crazy, it could be said that no Tao could withstand that kind of cost. This is one of the reasons why the status of the holy king is so high. If I achieve saint king, if the world's male lords want to make a move against me, they'll have to weigh it up. Sitting on his plate between the stars of the Kyushu Dao region, Qin Yun stomped on the Kyushu tripod and looked into the distant void as he spoke softly. Boo! Inexplicably, a wisp of fluctuation appeared in the distant void. A terrifying aura was spreading rapidly, heading towards the 9 states, like a sharp sword with a sharp edge. Those who violate the 9 states shall be killed without pardon. The elegance on Qin Yun's face disappeared as his black hair danced backward. His eyes were as deep as oceans, swallowing mountains and rivers, and his entire person contained a mysterious and unpredictable invincible aura. Dang! The tripod of the 9 states trembled and vibrated with endless Xian Huan light, blazing like a blazing sun. A terrifying order of heaven and earth was struck, shaking out a terrifying might, and the blazing light dispersed into 1,000 strands, penetrating into that boundless void. Ah! Human Emperor, forgive me! A miserable howl was emitted, and a silhouette flew out horizontally, bearing a string of blood, shattering on the void. Seek death. Qin Yun's eyes were like cold lightning, cold and merciless as his large hand probed downward with a forceful wipe. A supreme figure was instantly turned into a piece of bloody mud, crumbling into the void and dissipating into the long river of history. This scene was seen by many. A tremor ran through everyone in shock. Another supreme great figure had fallen, a supreme saint who had tried to enter the 9 states, and had been obliterated by the human emperor just like that, without leaving a trace of mercy. The majesty of the human emperor cannot be offended. This person is too strong, invincible within the territory of the saints. No matter what kind of saint dares to enter the 9 states, they will all be obliterated. The human emperor cauldron is immeasurably powerful. With the human emperor cauldron in place, this person is nearly going to be invincible in the world. Many people whispered, their words filled with scorn. People know that the human emperor is extremely strong, and there is the tripod of the 9 states to protect. The war power has reached a horrifying point. Even if a strong saint ascends, it is not his enemy. What kind of hegemony and invincibility is this? Nowadays, unless an ancient figure of the Saint King realm steps in, no one will be able to snuff it out. This day won't be far off. They're testing the strength of the human emperor. And these days, there are already several ancient Saint Kings plotting to join forces and come down to put the human emperor to death. Characters of the Saint King realm don't make a move easily, and at that point, other than the word Tao, there's nothing that can make them raise their interest and consume their essence. But the human emperor is too powerful. If we don't snuff him out, the many future Tao lineages will definitely be crushed. Not to mention that he also carries too many secrets. Who wouldn't be interested? It is rumored that the figure of the Buddhist sect has recently appeared in this heaven and earth. The great man who knew some of the secrets of the secret spoke out such a message at this occasion. It sent a shock through everyone. Buddhism. It was an unshakable behemoth, transcending the world, ruling over the Western heaven and earth, and having unparalleled influence in that Western land. It could be said that no other family's legacy would be so terrifying. Buddhism is quite cohesive. Buddhist monks have always lived in deep seclusion, practicing hard since deep in the mountains, not asking about the red dust and the world. How could they appear now? That's what makes it even more shocking to people. The Buddhist sect was independent of the world, and was not involved with any Taoist lineage, and it was difficult to see the Buddhist sect, even in the case of a great calamity of the heavens, for 10,000 ancient years. The influence of the human emperor is truly too terrifying. To have drawn out the Buddhist monks, even they are afraid to stifle them? Their intention should not be so. These years, the Buddhist sect is not clean, degreeing people into slavery. Perhaps they want to ferry the human emperor. Some great men who knew the secret of the secret told such a message. It made many people silent on the spot. The human emperor was extremely strong, and if he was left to his own devices, no one wanted to see it. However, if we really want to let the Buddhist sect to ferry him, with the strength of the human emperor, the Buddhist sect will definitely usher in a great prosperity in the future, which is more than what the people are unwilling to see. With all the kings joining forces, the decline of the human emperor is a foregone conclusion. But I only hope that the human emperor will not join the Buddhist sect. After all, he is a Taoist sect cultivator, with too many secrets that belong to my Taoist sect. In the void space, Qin Yun stood on a tripod, looking disdainfully at the 4 directions, his eyes blazing as he swept the 8 directions. As a matter of fact, there were not a lot of things like today, where a saint wanted to force his way into the 9 states, but with the 9 states tripod in place, all strong enemies were suppressed by him. He would do this every day, roaming around this heaven and earth like a heavenly emperor traveling. Though I am the human emperor, I have the duty to shelter this land. But the rise and fall of the human race can't all depend on me. It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Qin Yun softly lamented. He had the intention of setting up a Dao lineage here. A Dao lineage that would not lose out to the Holy Land. He could not protect this land forever. It was not in line with his heart. Not wanting to be bound. Setting up a Taoist system and allowing the human race to strengthen itself was the fundamental solution to the weakness of the human race. However, it is also destined to be a long process. I am the Emperor of humanity, and I am now establishing a teaching system called the humanism. And there is a religion for all, and all human beings can come and listen to the Tao. With a single thought, Qin Yun's voice spread throughout the world, rumbling and moving, erupting into a great boom in the universe. There is a lesson to be learned, and this is the way for mortals to rise quickly. Mortals had weak qualifications, so it was impossible for Qin Yun to set up a sect that only targeted mortals, which would limit the strength of the Taoist system. To have a teachable moment is to attract cultivators, to make those people run to his law, to subconsciously change the impression of cultivators and mortals, and thus, to make those cultivators shelter the human race, ignite the stars and live on. And it was up to him to light the fire first. Chapter 093, Passing on the Law to the World. Boom! A supreme Taoist system was established. And Qin Yun took materials from the ground and created a pure land out of raw materials to be used for the human sect to gain a foothold. A lot of people are turning colors over it. People teaching. Such two people made everyone's heart alarmed. For thousands of years, there were countless sages of the human race, countless heroes, and many of them opened up holy places in ancient dynasties. However, no sect dared to go first with the word human. Humanism, those two words, have a big picture. Is it hard to really think of yourself as a human emperor? A lot of people scoffed, mostly on one side. However, this could not hold down the hearts of the cultivators who wanted to join the human sect, holy places in ancient dynasties. The law was not lightly transmitted, and it was very difficult to enter these Taoist systems. In addition to qualifications, it is quite a test of luck. And the fact that people teach what they have to teach will be an option for more people. Moreover, cultivation focuses on nothing more than a word of law. And in terms of the human emperor's inheritance, it is not at all inferior to any Taoist system. The decree of the human emperor was missed, and on that very day, many cultivators arrived, wanting to join the human sect. Qin Yun had a teachable moment and widely accepted talents, needing to make the sect of the mortal Dao domain of the night state rise rapidly. And as for the shortcomings of having a teachable moment, there would be plenty of time to discipline and change it in the future. Qin Yun transmitted the Dharma for the way of cultivation. From practicing Qi to the sage realm, everything was explained in detail. Many people were shaken by this. The heavenly emperor ancient scripture was subtle, very different from the many traditional methods in the world, whether it was a male lord or a cultivator. When they heard about this method, they all changed color. Some male lords were even more excited, and after hearing about the heavenly emperor ancient scripture, it was hard to sleep through the night, and everyone's heart was surging with desire for this scripture. It was an unspoken rule of this world that the law was not lightly transmitted, but Qin Yun did not have such a notion. He was not worried that the spread of the law to the world would bring him any harm. The source of the heavenly emperor ancient scripture was with him, so it was hard to believe that he would be worried about the later one surpassing him. It was a confidence and strength that shook everyone. This son has truly passed down the essence of his inheritance and has a great aura. Many old figures sighed softly and looked at the human emperor with greatly changed eyes. Ancient scriptures are too precious. For each great Taoist system, the foundation of the world, but also each great Taoist system, 1,000 years, eternal fundamental. It was because as long as there was an ancient scripture in one's grasp, there would be a constant flow of attracting heavenly pride. It can be said that the ancient scriptures are everything. But now, Qin Yun had passed it down without reservation, which caused a major storm that shook everywhere. People were never sure of his origins, and were curious to the extreme about everything about him, wanting to probe him, and many people secretly infiltrated the human sect to steal his laws and scriptures. However, when they felt that great grandeur of the heavenly emperor ancient scripture, everyone became even more curious. Who in the world forged this kind of law? Against all odds, the heavenly emperor ancient scripture was revealed, shaking the world and causing a great storm in the world. This was an ancient scripture that transcended all the laws of the world, containing infinite mysteries and the divine splendor of the great Tao. Everyone was thinking about it immensely and couldn't sleep at night, and even some of the great men of the Gaijin appeared to refer to his ancient scriptures. However, Qin Yun did not pass down the entire contents of the ancient scriptures either. It was only the first half of the book, which would allow the cultivator to grow into a saint. And if he cultivated to become a saint, Qin Yun would also test his character before deciding whether or not he wanted to be accepted as a personal disciple and continue to pass down the next laws. His purpose was to allow the mortals of the Kyushu to rise, and the first half of the ancient scriptures was already sufficient, and only the first half of the book was a chicken scratch for some of the great figures. After all, most of their Tao fruits and achievements had long exceeded the saint realm. Even if the heavenly emperor's ancient scriptures were even more subtle, it was impossible for them to have the courage to overturn everything and choose to retake them. Hateful human emperor, either don't pass on the Dharma or pass it all down. Why only half of the scriptures? There is a head and a tail, and it's hard for me to sleep all night long to call my old ancestor. Many of the older characters cursed on the spot. It's the mental equivalent of reading a good novel, only to realize that there is only the first half, not the second. The heart to kill is there. Human emperor, please pass on the next Dharma. I'm willing to switch to the human sect. Human emperor, I would like to be the protector of the human sect and beg you to pass on the Dharma. The ancient scriptures of the heavenly emperor were extremely charismatic and made people's hearts itch. Some people hated to kill the human emperor, and naturally, there were quite a few who begged the human emperor to continue to pass on the Dharma. Most of them were saint realm existences. These characters, not to say this side of heaven and earth, the status of the most noble people but also almost, but for a law and bend, visible heavenly emperor ancient scriptures actually have what charm, to the extent that it is now. It could be said that as long as Qin Yun nodded his head, then there would be a large number of saints to follow. It was a terrifying influence that made the kings tremble. However, Qin Yun shook his head in the face of this. What these people call the Dharma is valued by the ancient scriptures, and if the ancient scriptures were truly passed on to them, then today they could rebel against the sect and join the human sect, and tomorrow they could rebel against the human sect and go. Qin Yun didn't want to mess with these two-faced boys. Time passed and another month passed. The Church of Man is gradually getting on track, and the number of disciples has become uncountable. Qin Yun did not take in any personal disciples, and those who entered the human sect were all outsiders. These days, the land of the Kyushu had calmed down quite a bit, with few strong enemies coming to attack. Yet, Qin Yun could sense that this seemed to be the tranquility of an approaching storm. However, he is in Kyushu. With the protection of the Kyushu tripod, he is not afraid of any Taoist system in the world, and if he is really pushed to the edge, he is bound to go to those Taoist systems, stirring up a heaven and earth, so that no one will have a good time. The valley, it's still as serene as ever. The water is flowing and the mulberry forest is rustling. In the old-growth forest, a rabbit beast hopped through the jungle, nose shrugged, and stood upright, looking out over the distant brush. Red eyes, wary, stared for a long time, and finally, it jumped in. Wow! But in an instant, there was a cacophony of infinite sounds coming from the bushes, birds and beasts flying in fright, and rabbits and beasts fleeing out in panic, but all over its body, it was stuck with small flying daggers, which had venom flowing out of them. Nuisance! Nico! The rabbit beast wailed, letting out an agonizing wail and fleeing in panic. Snap! However, around a corner, it encountered a smothering blow that knocked its head around and planted it softly. A small girl jumped out from behind a tree, not really in the mood for surprise, and poked the rabbit beast's torso with a stick. Shout! The rabbit beast was furious. In the end, it was a ferocious beast with tenacious vitality, and in one fell swoop towards the little girl, knocking her out a few meters away. Shout! The rabbit beast fumed and showed its teeth, very angry, and kicked that little girl with its feet. Seeing that there was no more life left, then it huffed and puffed away. But without taking a few steps, Woody, a small flying knife stabbed into its body. Turning back to the 2 or 3-year-old girl with an innocent smile on her face, she looked at it apologetically, drew her flying dagger, and silently watched it die. This little girl was no one else but little Nyonya. Qin Yun appeared without a sound and was quite helpless when he saw this scene. The little nymphette seemed to sense something as well and slowly turned around, her face emotionless. Since you saw me commit murder, then I can't keep you. Nyonyo's eyes were cold and milky, but when she saw that it was Qin Yun, she immediately changed her demeanor again. But you don't have to die if you're a senior uncle. Qin Yun held his forehead, rather helpless. Senior uncle hug. In a milky voice, the little girl stumbled and rushed, climbing onto Qin Yun's shoulder in a flash. Chapter 094, The Great Tribulation is Coming. Nyo, why don't Master Uncle teach you some boxing and swordplay? Can you hide in the shadows? Why hide in the shadows? Isn't it good to be open and above board? These tactics of yours today are too dirty. No learning, no learning. Hearing the girl's voice, Qin Yun became even more helpless in his heart. In reality, Qin Yun did not wish to allow the little girl to continue Go Dao style, and he was worried about what harm it might cause to the little girl's pure heart. After all, he is a later generation. Cultivate children or pay attention to the character. Go Dao technique. In case of cultivate out of the child, is a character of Eerie? It will not be good. After all, it is a little girl. Innocence and romance some is also good. Really if it is a little boy, Qin Yun also casually put up. Seemingly, though, he was being paranoid. This girl didn't seem to be repulsed by the Go Dao. Instead she was extremely enthusiastic, and some of the arts and techniques she researched were all related to the word Go. Not to say that her personality would be dark, but the deeper she plowed down this path, the happier she became. Qin Yun couldn't understand this anymore. That old caller with this little girl together for a long time. Far from their own how their own charisma. This little girl did not stain a trace, but instead, all the body is full of the old caller's shadow? Old Barker, what kind of spell did you cast on this little girl? In the end, Qin Yun was not going to correct anything anymore. Sometimes, people have to believe in a word of destiny. That old caller had been lonely all his life, but he met such a little girl in his old age and inherited his Go Dao, which really counted as a great fate. Solely let it grow savagely. A simple bright little girl. For a Go Dao old ancestor, this think about seems to be quite good. Just bar. The child that he had raised by himself was full of the old Barker's shadow, more or less making Qin Yun feel a little depressed in his heart. Really wanted to lift the coffin board on the old Barker. And in fact, he did, because do not believe that the old caller really dead. Think this old thing is counting on him, but the fact is that the old caller is still lying in the coffin. The face is about to go to grow corpse spots. Really just die? Even so, Qin Yun remained half-hearted. He had found some tracks on the stone walls in the valley of the old caller. On those stone walls, there were records of the old caller's lifelong inheritance and cultivation insights, but what was recorded on one of the walls was forcibly erased. This was obviously the handiwork of later, when the old caller returned. What exactly was erased? Qin Yun was naturally unable to know, as he had only made a cursory sweep that day and had not peeked at the old caller's inheritance. Maybe it has something to do with the fraudulent death? Qin Yun went so far as to speculate, but with the old caller never crawling out of his grave, Qin Yun had to go ahead and accept the fact that the old caller was already dead. I can eat roasted rabbit tonight. Picking up the miserably dead rabbit beast on the ground, the little nymphette was beaming with joy. Is it still edible? There's venom all over it. Qin Yun said helplessly. Of course it's fine, as long as we force the poison out of our bodies within another hour after eating it. The days in the mountains are calm and leisurely, with little Nyonya around. The innocent laughter also added some pleasure to Qin Yun's peaceful life, but the good times are short-lived. On a certain day, a terrifying aura probed into the middle of this valley. It was a divine thought that was very strong and terrifying. Looking for death, are you? Qin Yun's calm voice came out, containing a hint of anger. These people were just like flies, always annoying them, one at a time, even more so than the other. And even now, they had probed into Qin Yun's residence, which offended his bottom line. Human Emperor, aren't you responsible for sheltering the human race? Come to the Kanglan Dao realm. Old Me has prepared a great gift for you. The voice came out from the distant void, rumbling and resonating, shaking the four directions of the universe, with a horrible majesty that made heaven and earth want to split. The divine thoughts quickly receded like a tidal wave. Qin Yun stood in the heavens of the Kyushu, his gaze sweeping forward, piercing into the distant firmament. Eventually, he sighed helplessly. Obviously, his robbery had arrived, brewing for so long, most likely with a certainty of victory. And only then did these people dare to offend him. By great gifts, I mostly mean mortals. Mortals were spread all over the world. Except for the Kyushu, there were traces of mortals in every Dao domain under the sky, and it simply should not be too easy for these people to take mortals to blackmail him. Is it only because several saint kings have come that they have such confidence? A hint of a smile spread across the corners of Qin Yun's mouth, and he was already able to make a rough guess. Mostly, there was a saint king level figure sitting in the town, and it definitely wouldn't be just one. Otherwise the other party wouldn't have this kind of backbone at all. Sacred kings were able to shake the world. Each one was the most supreme figure today, and he was curious as to which forces were involved. Qin Yun did not hesitate for anything. He was a human emperor, enjoying the will of humanity. His responsibility could not be shirked. With a flash of his body, Qin Yun transformed into a beam of recluse light in an instant, rushing towards the middle of the Kanglan Dao domain. Kanglan Dao domain. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. It was clearly daytime, but it was difficult to see the sun, and dark clouds rolled in and out. Between heaven and earth, it was covered by a solemn aura. All spirits were silenced, and a terrifying pressure spread from the sky to the ground, and everyone shuddered for a moment, feeling the wind and the rain, reminding people of the end of the world. What happened? Many cultivators were shocked and looked towards the sky, their gazes covered in fear. Above that vast and boundless wilderness, endless mortals were teleported into the place, and the sky cracked open, with the figures of mortals constantly falling down. The kings have joined forces to use mortals as a lure to force the human emperor here. The ferocious might of the tripod of the 9 states is astonishing. And the kings did not have the courage to dare to trespass into the 9 states, which is why they had to bring the human emperor in here to kill him. Those who knew some insiders told such a news. And at once, the stone was broken. People had expected this big battle, but they still didn't expect it to come so soon. In the void, there were silhouettes, and above the boundless high sky, where chaos mist filled the air, there were a few figures, which could not be seen truly, but were extremely terrifying. Each one of them was incomparably great, swallowing mountains and rivers, and their divine might covered the world. Just how many saint kings have come here? Many people's faces changed wildly, the mighty pressure of all the kings united, several times wanting to break through the heaven and earth. The might was astonishing, and it was difficult to raise their heads as they pressed down on all of them. With such a huge array, will the human emperor still show up? Such a doubt pervaded the minds of all. The array of kings was too terrifying, with one world-defying powerhouse after another, their ferocious might almost shaking the cosmic stars. One does not think that the emperor of man will still be involved in danger. Mortals are weak as ants. Who would be willing to die for such a race? The human emperor is incomparably strong and has an unlimited future, so it's bound to be impossible to get into danger. The reason for sheltering the mortals of the 9 states is nothing more than for the will of humanity and the tripod of the 9 states. Do you really think that the human emperor will shelter the mortals? In any case, the reckoning of the kings will do no harm, and if the human emperor does not arrive, it will be a great blow to his statement. Chapter 095, The Human Asylum Seekers. A solemn and murderous aura filled the world. The universe roared, and the stars thundered. Endless human races prostrated themselves. It was simply difficult to resist this kind of pressure, and helplessness and panic were permeating the air. What the hell are they doing? Why have they captured us here? Luring the human emperor to make a move? But the human emperor is just the human emperor of the 9 states. How could he bother with us? The human emperor is only one person, and it's already not easy to shelter a region of the 9 states. So how could he possibly care about the human race in the world? The sound of panic filled the air. The cries of children were heard in all directions, and the adults displayed endless panic. In the face of cultivators, mortals had no possibility of resisting, let alone the kings joining forces. It was a saint king, shaking the world. Even Saint Lord level figures were afraid of it, let alone mortals. Many people understood that what awaited them was only death, and perhaps those great men only needed a ray of light to hang down to collapse the heavens of the ages. Hate, straw man, in vain. Sadly, mortals are weak as ants and have no control over life and death. There were old figures in great sorrow, dryly roaring up to the sky and crying hoarsely in pain, giving birth to a sense of suffocation. This is indeed a kind of sadness. A group of mortals, unarmed, cultivators want to kill will kill, even a little guilt will not have, and now it has even become a means of restraining the human emperor, becoming a pawn in the eyes of others, sighing that we cannot be born in the 9 states. If there is a human emperor to shelter us, we can survive in peace. There were mortal tears. In fact, once the human emperor came out, his influence among the mortals was immense, and there was a constant influx of mortals from all the domains towards the 9th state, yearning for a peaceful existence in that land. But the world was too big. Cultivators could not yet walk from one domain to another, let alone a group of mortals. That's the human emperor of the 9 states. It has nothing to do with us. All that awaits us is death. The human emperor will not be present. He is only one man, and cannot manage to stand alone against the world and shelter all mortals. Many have sighed long and hard, but not a wisp of resentment has arisen. They understand that although the human emperor is extremely strong, but after all, did not reach the realm of invincibility, the force ultimately has a limit. The end of coming forward would definitely not be good, and many people did not even want to see the human emperor appear because it was destined to be a tragedy. Wow! But then, suddenly, a flash of vision appeared. Golden light surged forward overwhelmingly, forming a radiant golden avenue that tore through the dark and depressing atmosphere and chiseled through the heavens of the ages. He actually came. Many cultivators also changed color. The human emperor had not yet arrived, but the will of the human way had already pounced on his face, tenacious and unyielding, immortal for all ages, a fluctuation comparable to the descent of the great Tao, causing the great universe to roar and the universe to tremble. Even above the 9 heavens, several high and mighty Saint King level figures changed color. This kind of will was so powerful that it made their hearts tremble, an inner manifestation of the potential of the great Tao, shining brightly as if it was going to tear apart the starry sky and shine through the universe. On the golden avenue, a white-clothed figure was walking step by step, his body radiant and tinted with a layer of divine luster. It was like a heavenly emperor traveling, making him transcendent. That figure, all of a sudden, held everyone's attention, and many people on the great land of the human race could not help but hiss out. Mortals were like ants. Their lives were trampled and ignored at will, causing them to develop an endless sense of suffocation. And now such a figure had appeared, willing to stand up for them. Young face, elegant demeanor, handsome and castless, white clothes winning the snow, stepping into the void, like a dream, giving people an unreal feeling. Human Emperor. At this moment, many people could not help but drink and roar out, looking at that figure with the urge to worship. It was not the pressure that made it so, but an emotion of excitement among the people, many of whom were in great tears. Even some of the cultivators were born with a sense of awe at this moment. The kings had joined forces in what could be considered a situation of certain death, but the human emperor still came, simply fearless, to shelter the mortals under his feet. This conviction shook everyone to their core. Human emperor, it's him. It is the patron of my people. A mountainous tsunami of voices came out, and many people's eyes reddened with excitement. The reappearance of the human emperor was like a ray of dawn in the darkness. His white clothes were snowy and magnificent, and just by appearing, he gave people a sense of invincibility, like a feeling like a majestic mountain that could be lifted up to the sky, giving a touch of support to the hearts of mortals. It was like a pillar of support appeared and everything could be topped. Tap tap. The heavens and the earth were silent. Only the sound of those footsteps was ringing, getting clearer and louder, each step resounding in people's hearts, like the rhythm of the great Tao was resonating with it, allowing people to regain the light of hope. How dare you really come? This scene staggered even the several Saint King level figures in the high heavens. There was such a majestic voice coming out. The voice was calm, but it could easily penetrate one's soul. Why don't you dare? Since you and others do not dare to go to Kyushu, I will come to meet you. Qin Yun's voice emanated out. Possessing a supreme majesty, he was the human emperor, representing the face of mortals, and the jumpy feeling of that brat was no longer present in his body. The entire person's temperament was calm and majestic. His white clothes were snowy and his black hair was flowing, possessing a supreme elegance. This statement caused a long silence in the universe. These words were so confident that people had to be shaken and worried about what means the human emperor came with and what backbone he possessed. Everyone was elusive, and a gaze fell on him, wanting to study him thoroughly. Don't worry, I didn't bring the human emperor cauldron, Qin Yun said softly. He naturally knew exactly what these people were worried about. The human emperor cauldron is rumored to be a divine artifact born between heaven and earth in ancient times, with unparalleled power, especially on that piece of earth in Kyushu, where he has the will of the ancestral temple to add support, and is able to bring the power of the human emperor cauldron into play to an appalling degree. What these people were afraid of was the human emperor cauldron. For many days, saints were constantly sent to the Kyushu to test the waters, but unfortunately, in the end, they were unable to test how strong the power of the human emperor cauldron was. It did not dare to take the risk of provoking the majesty of an ancient divine artifact, thus forcing Qin Yun to step out of the 9 states. Qin Yun, on the other hand, had to. The cauldron of the human emperor has a strange effect in the 9 states, suppressing the chi of the 9 states, and if he uses it outside, it will definitely shake the fundamentals of the 9 states. This was also the reason why Qin Yun did not bring the human emperor cauldron with him. Upon hearing these words, it was as if the supreme figures above the 9 heavens had just let out a sigh of relief. The human emperor, you are too arrogant, knowing that we are waiting for you, yet you still dare to arrive. The universe roared as such a horrendous sound came out. In an instant, the chaotic mist there receded. Among the chaotic mist, a figure slowly appeared. There were 9 figures. Their breath was extremely terrifying and ancient, like 9 rivers of years standing there. Each figure swallowed mountains and rivers with divine might. Now that they saw the human emperor appear, the 9 Saint Kings, finally no longer hiding, revealed themselves together, wanting to suppress the human emperor on the spot. Chapter 096, The 9 Kings. 9 figures stood in the starry sky, their bodies magnificent. Like a god, the aura of age was transmitted out. That kind of fluctuation, it was appalling, thick to the extreme, the vicissitudes of the sea, giving people a sense of ancient age. The sky was nearly petrified, both mortals and cultivators. People knew that the human emperor was extremely strong. With all the kings joining forces and Saint King level figures converging, this time there would definitely be no shortage. However, the number of Saint Kings that appeared before their eyes still caused people to feel a tremor in their hearts. The 9 holy kings. It could be said that this was a rare glimpse of grandeur for thousands of years, and from ancient times to the present day. But whenever a Saint King was involved, it would be destined to be a great event, because the status of a Saint King was too lofty. Saints were hard to prove, but counting down, there were not many saints in the heavens and earth. And the figure of a saint could always be seen in every holy land and among every imperial dynasty. But the Saint Kings were too few, and in today's world, Those who were known and were still sitting for their clans were but a few, and could be counted on 2 hands. And now there were 9 Saint Kings appearing, so one could imagine how shocking it was. 9. This was originally a terrifying number, very metaphysical. The ancients believed that 9 was perfection, implicitly coinciding with the supremacy of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and therefore the realm was also divided into 9 layers and 9 heavens. And now, with the appearance of 9 Saint Kings, the pressure given by this number was manifested to its fullest extent. It's too oppressive. With such 9 dignitaries joining forces, how many people in the world could go against them? It is really called God blocking the God, Buddha blocking the Buddha. Nothing can stop them from marching. The human emperor is really going to fall. A legend. No one has ever been so strong in the ancient times, and now it's going to come to an end like this. 9 Saint Kings, who can match them? The death of the human emperor has been finalized. Many cultivators all sighed longingly, and people knew that the end was already doomed. With the 9 Saint Kings showing up together, there would definitely be no surprises. The human emperor. There were murmurs ringing out from the mortals as well, but their voices were incredibly husky and red-eyed. Even they felt an endless sense of suffocation. The number of enemies was too many. Each one was extremely powerful, comparable to a god. How to go about fighting? There was even a high roar for the human emperor to retreat, and the earth was filled with sadness. Human emperor, hand over the heavenly emperor ancient scriptures, and I can lead you in one piece. Hand over the 9 secrets or you will be broken into pieces. Tell me your identity and origin, or else old ancestor I will crush you to death on the spot. Several Saint Kings, who were not in a hurry to strike, stood between the heavens, amongst the boundless starry sky, and let out a low voice. This voice is incomparably terrifying, can penetrate the universe, shaking the stars, giving people great pressure. The world cultivators, all heart trembling. It was known that the several saints had not regarded the human emperor as an enemy at all, not even in their eyes. It was because the gap between a Saint King and a saint was indeed too vast. Only a small part of the reason why the number of Saint Kings coming was so high was because the human emperor was strong enough, and the greater part of the reason was because the human emperor had too many secrets on him. The heavenly emperor ancient scripture was revealed and caused a huge uproar in this heaven and earth. Even Saint King level figures were thinking about it. Not to mention that there are 9 more secrets. That kind of top secret technique, in which era, is enough to cause a sensation. A strand of clues spread out, will be enough to make a group of top characters fight out of the dog's brain to go. Noisy, how dare a group of old demons with extreme longevity clamor at me? I will definitely come to the door and visit your descendants in the future. Qin Yun opened his mouth, facing the king's sarcasm and teasing. There wasn't much anger between his demeanor. It was more of a calm, but it was full of majesty, and every move he made was rare in the introvertedness and dominance that an emperor should have. However, these words still caused the kings to change color, and this was indeed the greatest fear amongst their hearts. Most of them have extremely long lifespans, and if they don't have a chance, most of them will be seated in a short period of time. But the human emperor is young and blazing. Really, if there is a day, that day comes, their actions today is bound to be for their own offspring, triggering a huge scourge. It's a pity that you don't have another day, but you will die here today. How dare you be arrogant without the human emperor cauldron? The only thing that the several Saint Kings were afraid of was the human emperor cauldron. And now that they heard Qin Yun's words, their killing intent intensified and they immediately struck out directly. Suppress him and we'll search for the secrets in him ourselves. A Saint King coldly whistled, emitting a grand heavenly sound that was deafening. And in that instant, many people were shaken to death on the spot. The might of the Holy King could not be violated. And in a fit of rage, heaven and earth would be terrorized. Wow! A blood-colored ocean rushed out, covering the sky and rolling with rapids. It was a terrifying divine thought. And this old thing struck out to take over Qin Yun's sea of consciousness, to forcibly probe all his secrets. It could be described as strong to the extreme, treating Qin Yun with contempt. Boom! However, on Qin Yun's brow, a golden aura suddenly rushed out, his divine thoughts like a sea, a golden ocean raging and spreading forward. With a loud thud, the blood-colored ocean was directly struck in pieces and crumbled into the void. Ah! That old man let out a miserable howl and directly flipped over and planted his head. How could your divine thoughts be so powerful? He let out such a roar, full of bewilderment. Divine idea is the most fragile, but the attack power is extremely strong. This old man for 10,000 years, the practice is the divine idea, will be this one, walked into the realm of the gods. Thousands of years of cultivation, finally reaching such an achievement. One that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Saint Kings of the world. A first-rate means. However, he did not expect to suffer such a big loss. The human emperor's divine idea was matchless and indestructible. When he struck the moment, he obviously felt like kicking the iron plate. being defeated in his most skillful area. This was definitely the first time in 10,000 years. It is difficult for the elderly to understand at all. 9 secrets. However, there were still quite a few Saint Kings on the spot who could see something. Is it the fighting character secret? It is rumored that this secret can evolve all means into an offensive and killing divine art. And it can be said that once learned, there are no shortcomings, and it contains divine effects in all areas, which can be transformed at will. A Saint King level figure shook his voice. Once the 9 secrets came out, that kind of aura was simply irreplaceable, giving an endless shock to the mind, a feeling that only the 9 secrets formula could bring to a person. Uniquely, although people had not studied and comprehended the 9 mysteries, they were nearly all familiar with each and every one of the 9 mysteries. It's a word so deep into people's memories. Although they have not studied it, there are too many people who know the meaning behind each word and its true power. This is precisely the unique place of the 9 secrets. No one comprehended, but people understand it's incomparable. The legend is too prevalent. The 9 secrets is incomparable, dazzling, can be called the first miracle of the ancient times. There is nothing can be compared with it. Thus the Saint King uttered the 3 words fighting character secret. But of course, this was only his guess. Rumors are, after all, rumors, and no one has ever personally experienced them. Nice. Fight to the death. Qin Yun calmly opened his mouth and directly admitted it, which shook the world and caused a layer of shock to cover everyone's faces. Chapter 097 All the 9 secrets move. Everyone shook. Although people had already made their guesses, it was another matter to get an admission from Qin Yun's mouth. Is it really the 9 secrets? Lost and broken for endless years. Where did you get it? Ancient secret arts. Ah, really reproduced? There was no one who didn't vibrate as the 9 mysteries reappeared, causing the heavens and earth to erupt in a sensation. Even the king's expressions changed greatly. Vast waves were born in that starry sky, just as the mood of the kings was not as calm as it appeared. Hand over the fighting character secret. There was a long, icy whistle that resounded through the starry sky, wanting to shock through one's soul. Why need to say anything more to him? Search his divine mind. Can't so many people still suppress him? Directly kill him and leave a wisp of his soul behind. This sun sea of consciousness contains a great secret. 9 Saint King. All can't keep calm. The 9 secret name of the world, but lost for too long. They only heard from the legend of the 9 words, that incomparably distant, but now for the first time feels so close. Who can still be calm? Boom! A great battle broke out, and all 9 Saint Kings moved to obtain the battle word secret at the first opportunity. The heavens and earth trembled violently, and terrifying fluctuations rushed down all at once, making it seem as if this heaven and earth were about to turn upside down. Everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. 9 Saint Kings, striking out together. Such a might. I don't know how many eras haven't appeared. It could be called earth-shattering. A great move that could go down in history. Dang! The depths of the universe looked like it had exploded, as thousands of orders rose and fell, and fluctuations like the great Tao pressed down, shattering the ancient green sky. The first thing that appeared was a robbing light that was extremely bright and incomparably terrifying. It directly pierced through Qin Yun's torso, and that kind of might was so unparalleled that it was difficult to go against it. Put! Qin Yun vomited a mouthful of blood, his white clothes stained with blood, shocking to the eyes. A large hole appeared in his chest, and runes flickered, eroding his blood and bones. But, before he could react, a halberd directly slashed down, severing one of his arms. A figure then instantly appeared behind him, leaving a shocking scar on his spine. And then there was a large plaque that fell down, sending blood and water flying, close to smashing Qin Yun into a bloody sludge. Hey! Seeing this scene, everyone sighed. People know that the outcome deserves it. The gap between a saint and a Saint King was too vast. Cultivation. The later, the more difficult to cross the border and fight. From the saint is a watershed. The gap is more than once huge. Simply cannot go over. The 9 Saint Kings were simply absolutely crushing. And there would be no exceptions. Human Emperor. The void was drenched in blood. And on the earth, a long whistle erupted. And many mortals wept with old age. The great battle was too shocking to the eyes. And in a flash, the human emperor was nearly reduced to a bloody sludge that one could not bear to look at directly. The enemy was too powerful. And the human emperor was weak. Even though he was extremely strong, how could he go to war? It is lamentable that a generation of heavenly pride, who has already achieved the dignity of a saint, cannot escape the fate of an untimely death. Many people sighed and could not bear to look at that scene. It was too bloody. There was no resistance at all. The 9 Saint Kings, strong to the extreme, were simply the Tao of the great success. This kind of might could not go against it. Kid, hand over the fighting law. In the starry sky, Qin Yun had already transformed into a bloody man as an old figure took him into his hands, his eyes bursting with brilliant light as they reflected on his sea of consciousness. Without the human emperor cauldron, in our eyes, you're like an ant. Don't struggle. More figures appeared, probing out astonishing means to investigate all of Qin Yun's secrets. Boom! However, all of a sudden, Qin Yun's entire body was haunted by a burst of green luster. That color, brilliant and flawless, like a ray of the purest light in heaven and earth. Vibrant, ancient and mysterious. Pop! Qin Yun's cracked muscles and bones were reborn, and with a flash of green light, he was restored to his original state in an instant. This scene made everyone change color. With a flash of light, a person who had suffered heavy injuries and was close to dying, just came to life, which caused everyone to develop an unreal feeling. Like a dream. Is he taking a divine medicine? Many people were unknown, and even the kings revealed a look of bewilderment. Among people's perceptions, injuries of this level wanted to be recovered in an instant, except for those few divine medicines in heaven and earth. However, divine pills were not to be found, not to mention that they hadn't seen Qin Yun take a divine pill at all. It's still the 9 secrets. Someone soon guessed something from the aura of the 9 secrets, and a boundless look of shock appeared on their faces. The secret of the word of the one? Everyone's eyes glowed and bloomed with endless light. It's definitely a he-word secret. Only a he-word secret can contain this kind of divine effect. In a flash, people were almost sure, but their faces were even more shocked. How is it possible for one person to be in 2 of the 9 mysteries? The universe seemed to have become tranquil at this moment, and everyone looked at the white clothes in the void and froze in the middle of the field. It turns perceptions upside down. The 9 secrets are not to be found and have long been lost and severed, and learning one of them is already a great blessing of heaven and earth, not to mention 2 of them. Where did you acquire the 2 9 secrets? Everyone was stunned, and a figure could not help but float in their minds. That same young figure was extremely strong and possessed an invincible physique. It is the Supreme Body. At this moment, the shadow of the Supreme Body surfaced in the minds of almost everyone, because the 2 are really so much alike. Just as young, just as strong. One and the same was wearing 2 of the 9 secret mysteries. If it wasn't for the 9 secret mysteries that the 2 controlled, for different fields, people would really think that the person in front of them was definitely that siren. Wow! At this moment, Qin Yun evolved the battle sacred law. His body covered in swordlight as he broke through the large palm and charged straight out. He stood on the 9 heavens, his eyes blazing incomparably, his white clothes hunting, his black hair flowing, one person alone against 9 powerful enemies of the Saint King realm, possessing a supreme elegance. Old me finally understands why you rushed to fight us. And is the secret of the word your bottom card? Such a voice spoke out. And at this point, everyone seemed to know what was going on. The human emperor had indeed come on this trip with an undercard, one of the 9 secrets. Otherwise, he would never have dared to face the 9 Saint Kings alone. But do you really think that because you harbor the secret of the word of the one, you can fight against us? The secret of the word of the people is a sacred art of healing, making it difficult for us to kill you. Yet you are far from being able to shake us. An old Saint King spoke thus. Beside him, another Saint King's eyes blazed incomparably like 2 rounds of blazing suns as he charged directly forward. Hand over the secret of the word of the one. Immediately, with a commanding tone, everyone could hear the nonchalance within his heart at the moment. Sacred King-level characters. Ah, cultivating to this point, how smooth their minds were. But at this moment, they appeared to be that agitated. For no other reason. Because the word secret of the person is extremely special. It contained a characteristic that none of the other 9 secret mysteries had. Everlasting life. That was a ray of opportunity for immortality. And to this kind of old demon, that ray of opportunity was definitely a thing that was more important than anything else. Do you really think I'm made of clay? At this moment, Qin Yun was also on fire. Having been crushed and defied in a series, he ultimately did not want to suppress himself anymore. Looking at the old thing charging towards him, Qin Yun's eyes were like lightning. Between the soundlessness, the secret of all words operates. Chapter 098. Luckily, there is no line secret. Dang! With a muffled sound, the void was pierced through, and an endless order of heaven and earth surged forward in front of the sky, and a Saint King stood there like the ancestor of the 10,000 ways, charging in towards Qin Yun. He wanted to kill him immediately on the spot. Hand over the secret of the word of the one. The old Saint King was extremely forceful, probing out his large hand to forcefully ingest Qin Yun into his palm. Brush! However, in an instant, Qin Yun's aura climbed an unknown number of times at once, and that void directly broke open. Around it, endless traces of the sword Dao streaked around, condensing into an absolute heavenly sword. Boom! The absolute heavenly sword pressed downwards. Its speed was not fast, but it contained a marvelous Dao rhythm, as if it was opening up the sky, and the ancient green sky cracked open. That old Saint King instinctively felt a touch of crisis. This was the Saint King's comprehension of the Tao. Having come this far, the premonition was extremely terrifying, but he didn't understand why and where this flash of crisis had come from. Snap! Turning a split second of days, the longsword pressed down, without a wisp of suspense, chopping the heavens and splitting the earth, directly power-splitting that old Saint King. Without even uttering a scream, he died on the field like this, blood raining down, chopped into two halves by a sword, in the vault of the sky, and fell straight down. The scene was extremely shocking. A supreme Saint King died just like that, cut in half by a sword. It left everyone frozen on the spot. How? The heavens and earth were almost instantly quiet. All the atmosphere was frozen, and a look of consternation surfaced on everyone's faces. A supreme Saint King, striking out at a saint. The ending would not be surprising at all. However, accidents happen. What kind of crushing is it to be cleaved to death by a sword without a single trace of the thousand ancient Tao being manifested? What kind of attack power? How could his attack power suddenly become so terrifying? Everyone was stunned and looked at the white clothes on the field. In that instant, one could almost feel that an obscure aura sublimated above Qin Yun's circumference. And the moment this aura appeared, his entire aura instantly thickened by an unknown amount. This took everyone by surprise. Between heaven and earth, there was never a lack of such extremely sublimated secret arts, but they would never be so outrageous, and their strength was strong enough to shatter one's soul. 9 secrets again? The secret of the word of the one. A Saint King level figure trembled. It was a doubtful voice. Yet, in this Saint King's mind, there was almost an answer. Because of the secret arts of the world, only the 9 secret formulas are able to do so, and the only thing that is secret is the word all, but it is precisely because it is known that it is all the more appalling. How dare you still possess the secret of all words? Such a voice came out, causing the world to be in an uproar. A person, if you can get one of the 9 secrets, it is already considered a great fortune, but the person in front of him, not only mastered the Do Sheng Fa and the word secret, but also mastered the word secret. 3 secret arts blended into one. This subverted people's concepts. This was even in the most distant times, when the 9 secrets were most prevalent. It was absolutely impossible for a person to master 3 of them at once. Because each of these is extremely powerful, it falls into the hands of absolutely great people, is regarded as the most precious, and will never be spread out. But now, the pomp and circumstance had appeared, and all 3 kinds of 9 secrets had come out, which shook the world and could be called the first spectacle of the ancient times. Everyone was stunned. The strength shown by the human emperor was by no means as pale as it appeared, like a boundless mountain of gods. No one knew exactly how many secrets were hidden in his body. The supreme body also grasps the all-character secret. What kind of relationship does this person have with the supreme body? In the end, after this, people coincidentally associated it with the supreme body. This has to make one suspicious. Just as young, just as strong. Many people thought that there must be a connection between the two beforehand. But, after all, the law is different. But now that the all-character secret had appeared, it made people not stop associating it with the supreme body. This person definitely has an extremely close relationship with the supreme body. The 9 secrets are the ultimate secret techniques. Unique. And it's impossible for the all-character secret to appear in 2 people at the same time. Many were stunned. The gaze was so deep that it seemed to look through Qin Yun. How exactly are you connected to the supreme body? A big shot couldn't even help but drink on the spot. The supreme body was extremely strong, and although its life was short, its light could reflect the entire ancient history. Originally, it was thought that the appearance of the supreme body was just a miracle in the course of 10,000 ancient years, but people didn't expect that the miracle would reappear. The person in front of them was even more terrifying than the supreme body. The body was in charge of 3 kinds of 9 mysteries techniques, and the Daoan inheritance were even more powerful to the point of being untraceable. And how can people not be curious about his background when the two, as it happens, also share some kind of similar connection? It was just that all of this was destined to remain unanswered, and it was naturally impossible for Qin Yun to reveal it. A group of old monsters joining forces, and they want to behead me? As the human emperor, I shall cut down all enemies. In the void, Qin Yun stood still, his white clothes fluttering as he spoke these words. The voice was calm, but it had a terrifying penetrating power that could easily shatter the starry sky, causing everyone to be shaken. Read a terrifying confidence, such conviction that it makes one's heart tremble. Before this, if the human emperor had uttered such words, no one would have been pressured, would have felt that he was arrogant, and would have thought that he was young and didn't know the heights of heaven. But at the moment, everything was different. The human emperor had not brought the human emperor cauldron with him when he arrived here, relying on the secret of the word he and the secret of the word all, and no one was able to say what other great secrets were hidden in this person's body. He is too strong and mysterious like a mountain of God, so that people facing him bottomless, actually gave birth to an inexplicable weakness. The fact that he had chopped off a Saint King with a single strike was enough to prove everything that he was strong enough. There are qualifications for saying this. Luckily, he hasn't mastered the Rho character secret. That's how difficult the Supreme Body is. If he also grasps the lineage secret, then trying to kill him is destined to become anything but easy. At this time, amongst the kings, there were even some who, while shocked, gave birth to a ray of celebration. A large part of the reason why the Supreme Body was so influential was because of the lineage character secret, which was too heaven-defying, and once it was performed, the divine lineage was invincible. This was a headache for everyone in the first place. If it wasn't for the Supreme Body's Dark Knight rush and going off the deep end, how could it have died prematurely? So people are feeling grateful again at the moment. Although the all-character secret was incredibly powerful and had a terrifying increase effect, it was, after all, not a lineage secret. The human emperor was extremely strong, and if he mastered the secret of the word line, it would be equivalent to invincible. And there really wouldn't be anyone who dared to take a shot at him, because it would be difficult to kill him, and it would be a devastating blow to his own future Dao lineage. Before grasping that there is a line word secret, everything is fine. A person, after all, it is impossible to go against the grain to that extent. Any more overpowering and ultimately flawed. It can't be our opponent. Let's join forces and kill him together. This person really can't be left behind. I actually felt an uneasy feeling in him. At this moment, a Saint King level figure softly exchanged words. Chapter 099, No Solution to the Killing Game. The 8 Saint Kings, each one of them was a supreme figure in the heavens and earth, carrying behind them a Dao system that could shake the world. It's almost impossible for such people to join forces because the status is too transcendent. But now, they were unprecedentedly united together. United for the sake of suppressing the murderous emperor. For the heavenly emperor's scripture and the 9 secrets. It can be said that no one can stop a god from killing a god or a Buddha from killing a Buddha. And no one can stop it when it goes on the rampage. However, in the face of the human emperor at this moment, a touch of uneasiness welled up in everyone's hearts. This person was only in his mid-20s, but he had too many secrets in his body, displaying 3 9 mysteries secret techniques in a row. The achievement reached at the age of 20 was creepier than a bunch of old demons in their entire lives combined, and it shattered people's perceptions. He must die today. This son will surely contend for the Imperial throne in the future, and will never be allowed to live again. The 8 Saint Kings, their killing intent was even greater at this time. There was a coldness in the starry sky, as if a sluggish wind had blown through, and the heavens and earth were instantly covered with chilliness. The killing intent shocked the air. Boom! The great battle broke out. Without any excessive words, the 8 holy kings, directly together, struck out to shake the greatness of the world. Boom! However, Qin Yun also made a move, which startled everyone. Facing the kings, he took the initiative and stepped into the crowd with a single step, looking down on the world like a supreme emperor with endless majesty. Facing a group of supreme experts, he was simply fearless, with the divine majesty of a king in the world. Brush! In that instant, thousands of sword clangs came out from Qin Yun's surroundings, dense as rain, shooting forward together. The void was beaten into a hive. Thousands of heavy Dao power, 10,000 sword chi, raging there, 10,000 rules strewn about, constantly rippling out into the universe. One big star after another blowing up, one mountain range after another being destroyed. Qin Yun traveled through the shattered void, invincible, better than walking idly. The all-character mystery and the fighting character mystery operated together, allowing his battle power to arrive at an extremely terrifying level. There was also the secret of the word of the one to protect him. He had no fear at all. As long as he didn't die, he could immediately recover to the peak of his battle power, which left him with no worries at all. Many people shook. At this moment, the human emperor was extremely strong, and that kind of overwhelming divine might was felt by everyone. The 9 mysteries and the 3 mysteries moving in unison. This was a miracle, a touch of spectacle that was deeply imprinted in people's hearts. For this touch of spectacle, which had never existed in ancient times, might not be reproduced in the future. Dang! With a muffled sound, the sky exploded as star after star burst into pieces one after another. Thousands of warders rushed out, like a Milky Way pouring down. It was an old Saint King's sea of Dao, almost like a long river of great Dao. A single strand of seawater rushing out would be enough to collapse thousands of mountains. Pop! Qin Yun met him with his long sword. His attack was astonishingly powerful, and he directly struck the sea of Dao with his sword, splitting it into pieces and exploding it in the firmament. The light of his eyes was like electricity, and a sword blade really did shoot out, pointing straight at the center of that old Saint King's brow. Such a means of attack was treacherous and changeable, and was not expected by the old monster. When he saw the sword on appear, he turned around and retreated. doing his best to fend it off. But he still suffered a heavy blow to his head, and half of his head exploded. The old Saint King was shocked beyond measure and immediately turned and retreated. That strike just now made his heart tremble, avoiding the vitals. If it was a little later, it could definitely cause him to go up in smoke, which gave birth to endless fear in his heart. Beware, this son possesses the battle victory technique, which can evolve all power into an attacking and killing holy technique. A voice came out to warn the crowd. Although the human emperor's attack power was astounding, after all, he was only in the saint realm. Everything was under control. The only thing that was uncontrollable was his treacherous means. It is easy to suffer a great loss and die. At this moment, the power of the fighting victory technique was completely manifested as Qin Yun struck out, evolving various means into attacking and killing treasures. The techniques were endless, and the attacking and killing holy techniques were infinite. It was as dense as rain, constantly blasting forward, possessing a will that is wide open, invincible, and divine. A group of Saint Kings were dramatically shocked. This could be called unprecedented in ancient times. 8 Saint Kings joined hands, but there was a feeling of being suppressed, which made everyone's heart, gave birth to an endless sense of suffocation. Ah! A Saint King shouted. The sound wave moved to the sky, killing intent like a sword. You can clearly see. In that instant, a sound wave ripples burst out. Mountains, rivers, stars and space were all blocked by the waste. There is no thing that can be blocked. The impact with Qin Yun's dense sword rain continued to dissolve, Raleigh resisting Qin Yun's attack and forging an excellent moment for the rest of the Saint Kings. Shout! But with that, a wave of sound was also emitted from Qin Yun's mouth. It was almost similar to this Saint King's Tao, but with the addition of the all-character secret, this wave of sound was even more so, scraping across the heavens and earth, and the stars collapsed. Ah! That Saint King bore the brunt of such a blow from Qin Yun and was directly reduced to pieces. It crumbled into the void on the spot, turning into a mist of blood that dyed the starry sky red. The scene shocked everyone. Another Supreme Saint King had fallen, decimated by a single strike and disappeared into the vastness of history. If one were to say that the previous fall of that Saint King was imprudence, a light enemy, what about this moment? This person's attack power is really hard to go through. Many cultivators had their jaws dropped. Even as strong as the Saint King, at this moment also secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. That the might of the strike everyone can feel. They clearly experienced the might. No, even if they go to face, will definitely not have a good end. Only life and death to go to the end of the road. Shoot him. But at the same time, the 3 Saint Kings still charged over. That fallen Saint King had created an excellent opportunity for them. The 3 Saint Kings were all known for their attacking power, and the means they practiced throughout their lives were all first-class killing techniques in the heavens and earth. At this moment, killed through the starry sky, came to the human emperor near, can be said, will their own Taoism, can play to the extreme. A man, like a flying immortal, flew horizontally, raising his long arm and pointing a bit of a cold aura at Qin Yun's brow. One person then attacked Qin Yun's head, his palm glowing with a purple eerie light, giving off an oozing sensation. One rushed towards Qin Yun's heart, attacking with a halberd. The 3 supreme experts all knew that the human emperor was carrying the secret of the word human, so they didn't dare to be arrogant, wanting to determine life and death with a single strike, attacking Qin Yun's most vital positions. Everywhere, it could be said that once struck, it would be very difficult to recover in an instant even with the word of the people's secret added to the body. And often, when masters dueled, the turn of an instant's movement would determine victory or defeat, and an instantaneous suppression would be enough to completely subdue Qin Yun. Human Emperor. At this moment, everyone's gazes were looking towards this place, and on everyone's face, endless complex emotions rose. People know that this is a killing game, an unsolvable killing game. The fall of the human emperor has been finalized. Do you really think that there are enough of them to be able to suppress me? Qin Yun's eyes were like electricity, but a helpless sigh resounded in his heart at this moment. Saint Kings, after all, were still too powerful, and with saints, there was a terrifying gap, let alone 8 Saint Kings joining hands. Each of them had been through 100 battles, knowing the lengths of 100 scriptures, knowing what means to use to suppress them. It could be said that each of them was an old demon. Whether it was combat experience or experience, all of them had allowed their strength to arrive at a terrifying level. Fighting with such a person and keeping one's hand would definitely not end well. Hey, a long sigh lingered. That complex. Everyone could relate to that helplessness and considered it to be the last swan song of the human emperor. However, after that long sigh, Qin Yun's eyes blazed. Beneath his feet, endless Tao marks stretched out, covering the sky and connecting to the farthest reaches of the heavens and earth. At this moment, the lineage secret was exerted. Chapter 100, Strong Attack. Boom! Underneath Qin Yun's feet, the Dao lines were like ripples, surging forward in an overwhelming manner. Obscure Dao marks that covered the entire starry sky in an instant amongst them. And at the same time, Qin Yun's entire figure began to become ethereal. In this state, the three secrets were in operation, and the enhancement of the lineage mysteries arrived at a terrifying level. His body was like a wisp of light smoke, and even dissipated into nothingness in an instant. The three Saint Kings, their attacks all came to nothing. This caused the faces of several Saint Kings to stutter. Boom! Suddenly, the void in front of a Saint King was collapsed, and a white suit appeared above his head, directly kicking down. That Saint King's face changed drastically, not expecting Qin Yun's stance to be so bizarre as he turned around and retreated. However, Qin Yun's haste was unrivaled, and a large foot landed on top of his head in a flash. In that moment, an endless amount of Dao power poured out and rushed into this Saint King's body. Boom! With a muffled sound, another peerless Saint King fell. Everyone was subdued by this scene, almost unable to believe this. A Saint King level figure. How amazing! Whether it was in his youth, or nowadays, it could be said to be strong to the extreme, but it just fell away and became a cloud of history. This was extremely shocking, knowing that to be able to go this far, how terrifying was their battle power and experience. However, everything in front of him was unbelievable. A Saint King, alive and well, was trampled to death by a big foot, like stepping on a mole cricket. Everyone was subdued, even the several Saint Kings, who appeared briefly disoriented. Their expressions spiraled out of control, revealing a wisp of consternation. The first to react were the two Saint Kings closest to Qin Yun. The three of them attacked Qin Yun together, so it could be said that they were close enough to see Qin Yun's methods with their own eyes and comprehend that kind of might. Retreat! The duo immediately awoke from their shock and turned around to retreat without the slightest hesitation, as it was clearly felt that the terrifying killing machine had locked onto them. This made the two men's hairs stand up and sweat, as if they were seeing a ghost. Boom! Behind them, the figures whirred, and the two could almost feel the kind of figures that had the great void being torn apart, which caused the two to be terrified to the core, knowing that Qin Yun was killing towards them. Buzz! At this moment, the two people couldn't even return their heads, frantically retreating. The scene just now was too terrifying, making the two people simply unable to give birth to a single thought of resistance. In the mortal world, there was a saying that when you encountered a powerful beast, you didn't need to run faster than the beast, you only needed to run faster than your teammates. At this moment, the two old Saint Kings, almost all of them had such a thought, because Ming Xiao, it was simply impossible to compare with that kind of speed. Dang! However, Qin Yun's Dao lines covered the heavens and earth, and his figure was already as swift as a ghost's as soon as the Xingzi secret was opened. And then there was the fighting law, which allowed him to attack without any intervals at all. A large hand spread out, covering the sky and taking an old Saint King into his hands in almost an instant. Don't kill me, human emperor, spare my life. The pleading voice came out, an ancient Saint King, who could intimidate the world. But at this moment, his words were tinged with trembling. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Do Shang Shang Dharma, against all odds, even a Saint King could be taken in his hands. What kind of hegemony and against all odds was this? Snap! As the sound of death sounded, Qin Yun's face was calm, his eyes cold and merciless as he wiped them with force. A large blood flower rushed up in the void, and that Saint King directly turned into a piece of bloody mud, disintegrating into the void. Another absolute king had fallen, which made every Saint King's heart tremble. As strong as they were, as usual, they could not withstand a single strike from the human emperor, and the terrifying power of that kind of attack made everyone's heart sink. Far space, that Saint King had escaped after all, and as he listened to the miserable howls behind him, his heart palpitated with a trace of gratitude. He knew that that holy king had died in his place. If the human emperor had struck out at him just now, then the one who became a cloud of smoke at this moment would be himself. And now that he had retreated far enough, it gave him some sense of security and he couldn't help but look back. However, Qin Yun's figure was found to be close at hand, and that Saint King was even able to clearly see with his naked eyes, the smile curling up at the corner of Qin Yun's mouth. This Saint King's soul was about to be scared off as he immediately retreated furiously. He has a kind of speed, which is related to his inheritance. It can be said that there are few people in the world who can compete with him in terms of speed. However, in front of the secret of the lines, everything seems so pale and futile. Qin Yun marched through the shattered void as he tore through it with just his hand, appearing in front of that Saint King in an instant. It was an appalling means, not some kind of void shuttling technique, calm and natural, without a hint of pyrotechnics. Send you on your way. A voice like death came out, cold and merciless. In the midst of that Saint King's fearful eyes, Qin Yun slapped out his large hand and subdued it downwards. Buzz! The void trembled and collapsed all at once. The speed of the strike was not fast, but the force was incomparably amazing. I'll fight you, Saint King Realm. There wasn't a single soft stub. Knowing that Qin Yun wouldn't show any mercy, this Saint King was also very dry and domineering, his eyes instantly becoming blazing, wanting to engage in a fight with Qin Yun, spelling out a path to go. Pop. A character of this level. Once there was no way back. Then, putting up a fight was incomparably terrifying. It could be said that the old man in front of him was fighting for his life, and almost everyone would have to bear with him for 3 minutes, because it would be a very painful price to pay. A large hand probed out, and with Qin Yun's large palm, it blasted together. Ripples visible to the naked eye rippled out. It was not an unusual power, but the Tao of the Tao. Extremely terrifying, a hint of a wisp, are enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Shasta. Blood flowers rushed out, and endless holy power roared like a waterfall. That old Saint King, who was shocked to death on the spot, didn't even manage to leave his body behind, completely turning into pieces and dissipating into the clouds of history. Everyone was shocked and felt their hearts skip a beat. The attack power of the person in front of them is too terrible. Strong as they are, but also as usual, it is difficult to resist a strike. As long as the strike will die. Strong to the extreme. How to oppose? A sense of despair, a sense of fear, was nearly born in the hearts of the few remaining Saint Kings. This was an emotion that had never existed since their rise to power, amongst the 10,000 ancient years. Wow! Qin Yun had similarly suffered a heavy blow. A Saint King level figure who put his life on the line was undoubtedly terrifying in the extreme. Under that kind of impact, even he had half of his body turned into bloody mud. But in that moment, a burst of green light lingered above Qin Yun's circumference, and once the obscure aura was out, his body instantly recovered as before. The secret of the word. No one was not trembling. The enemy was too strong and possessed such a heaven-defying secret technique as the word secret of the word. It was not easy to inflict a heavy blow on him, and he saw a little bit of hope, but it dissipated in an instant. How else to fight? How can we fight? Chapter 101, Kill Me, Human Emperor. In the middle of the earth, the sound of 1,000 cries came out, raging like a tsunami and shaking the 9 heavens. It was a mortal hoot. Some people looked at the scene and couldn't help but burst into tears, while others jumped and shouted in excitement. Decapitating 4 Saint Kings in a row finally allowed people to see a ray of hope, and that sense of invincibility deeply shook everyone. And compared to mortals, the cultivators, on the other hand, were extraordinarily silent, and the starry sky was silent, even for the 5 remaining Saint Kings. Who would have thought it would end like this? 9 Saint Kings came together. It could be said that God blocked God, Buddha blocked Buddha, luring the human emperor out of the 9 states, so that he could not use the human emperor cauldron in. So it could be said that it was a real victory. 9 Saint Kings to kill a saint. No one thought anything would happen. But, the accident really happened. The human emperor was extremely strong, and even cut down 4 Saint Kings. Which one didn't chill? Which one did not tremble with fear? Is that a line secret? Qin Yun decapitated 3 kings in a row, and everything happened in the blink of an eye. And when people were alerted from their shock, they once again became stunned. It's the secret of the word line. Only the secret of the word line can be so. The secret of the lines was quickly recognized. On the one hand, it was the obscure breath of the 9 mysteries, and once it was performed, it gave an irreplaceable sense of shock to the mind. On the one hand, it was the fact that the supreme body had used this secret technique, and in today's world, there were quite a few people who had personally learned it, and once this secret was out, naturally no one would suspect anything. He actually mastered the 4th of the 9 secrets. For secret arts, a chill ran through everyone's hearts at the thought. This was too shocking, making the heart tremble, as if a heavenly thunderbolt had bombarded the soul, striking the cognition of the person to collapse away. The 9 secrets are lost and broken for ages too long to go back. In the middle of 10,000 ancient years, endless people were searching for it, but they had not even found the slightest bit of one of the 9 mysteries, or even the 9 mysteries evolved from the 9 mysteries. Many people believed that the 9 secrets were too heaven-defying, and thus were incompatible with heaven and earth, and were never allowed to come out. But in this one era, 9 secret but appeared one after another. This is a miracle that can shake the ancient and modern. More terrible, but all from the hands of a person. For secret arts. Ha! Nearly half of the 9 secrets. How shocking. Why on earth does he possess the 9 secrets? Ah! Where did he get them? This question had always been puzzling to people, but at this moment, this trace of puzzlement had become extremely strong, stronger than ever before. How exactly is he connected to the supreme body? All word secret, line secret, all from the supreme body. When the lineage secret was exposed, people had to associate it with the supreme body again. In this moment, people strongly felt that the two people were really too much alike. And the human emperor today was like a strengthened supreme body. Could it be that the supreme body isn't dead at all? He escaped from Mount Tai, came to the land of the 9 states, and became the human emperor? There are even a number of people who go on to associate themselves in this way, but at the thought of it, all shook their heads for a moment. How could the supreme body have survived after it went off the rails and suffered a serious injury, and then was pursued by battle heaven? Not to mention, the gap in strength between the two was too huge. Although the supreme body could kill saints, the realm was ultimately a great power, and the person in front of him, the 9th heaven of saints. What a terrifying gap. This is a period of longitudinal pride. Spend thousands of years, only to be able to erase the gap. It is impossible that the supreme being will be in a few months. Such a radical change. Could it be that the supreme body was hiding its strength in the first place? Some people went about associating it this way. After all, the body of the supreme body had never been found, and even battle heaven had disappeared, which was always a mystery. But the thought of it quickly makes people shake their heads again. Sage 9 heavens, if the supreme body really had this strength, why would it need to pretend? He could push everything across. There was no need for him to face the 4 saints of the demon race being heavily injured. Furthermore, the supreme body's short life had exposed too many traces of him being just a great power. And if he was a saint, many times, the means of striking out were definitely much higher. At this moment, many people are stuck in a closed loop of thinking. It's a dead loop, and it's hard to think straight at all. In any case, between the two, there is definitely a connection. It's impossible for the secret of the word line and the secret of the word person to be coincidentally possessed by 2 people. One eventually arrives at such an answer, which is a speculation one can be sure of. Are the 2 men enemies or friends? But with that, more questions arise. If they are friends, do the 2 practice together? For the same discipline? Back in Mount Tai, did the human emperor free the supreme body? And the reason why Warrior Sky disappeared was because he was killed by the human emperor? If they are enemies, is it that the one who beheaded the supreme body was not battle heaven? It was simply the human emperor. Intercepting battle heaven's chance and obtaining the supreme body's row character secret and the person character secret? In this moment, many thoughts are in people's hearts and minds, bubbling up. Many, on the other hand, believe more in the latter. It was believed that in the midst of Mount Tai, the human emperor had obtained the secret technique of the supreme body and killed battle heaven, which was the reason why battle heaven had disappeared. But in any case, speculation is just speculation. People knew that Warrior Sky was most likely dead and the supreme body had disappeared. And everything that happened on Taishan Mountain in the first place was perhaps only known to this human emperor in front of them. The universe was silent. The onlookers, the cultivators, were in a state of reverie. The kings who were in the starry sky, on the other hand, didn't think that much about the human emperor in front of them, giving them a strong pressure. It was like a magic mountain that pressed down on everyone's heart and was suffocating. Human emperor, you are insidious to the core. At a certain point in time, a loud bellowing voice came out from a distant starry sky. There, the people were silhouetted. The aura of every single person standing under that starry sky was extremely terrifying and strong. Those were the descendants of these 9 saint kings. And the 9 kings had joined forces to compete for the 9 secrets and the heavenly emperor's ancient scriptures, knowing that after the beheading of the human emperor, the 9 would surely have a great fight. Therefore, he arranged for his descendants, wanting to pass on the 9 secrets and the heavenly emperor ancient scriptures to his descendants, at the first opportunity, after obtaining them. And the one who was drinking and roaring at the moment, was a young man, considered in absolute heavenly pride. Previously, among the 3 saint kings that Qin Yun had decapitated, there was one that was their ancestor. The moment that young man, full of rage, trying to rush forward to get a statement for his ancestor, he was stopped. The word sinister, describing the human emperor, was simply not too apt in the minds of the kings. In people's opinion, if it wasn't for the human emperor hiding the secret of the lineage character, those 3 saint kings, they wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. This made the kings, as well as the Tao systems behind a few of them, hate the human emperor with a passion. 3 saint kings, absolutely ancestor-level characters, but they suffered a great loss, being decapitated by the human emperor in a row, which caused everyone to feel a sense of suffocation. What's insidious about it? You can blackmail me with mortal lives? Can't I hide some tricks? Standing in star space, Qin Yun spoke calmly and did not strike out at that young man. Having traveled to a realm like his, provocations like that could no longer stir up any emotions in him. The stars are silent. Qin Yun's independent star space was surrounded by a horrifying aura. He looked out of the corner of his eye and swept away the kings. Didn't you want to seize my 9 secrets, rob my ancient scriptures, and search my sea of consciousness? Qin Yun's eyes blazed as he looked towards the 5 remaining saint kings. his voice calm but capable of shattering the stars. Come on, kill me. Chapter 102, A Battle Against the Water. Under the starry sky, the calm voice shook everyone. It was like a thunderbolt that struck down on everyone's heart and sent a shiver down their spine. This is certainly a call to arms. A saint, facing the arrogance of 5 saint kings. But on the contrary, no one could refute anything. Even the kings were somewhat in a dilemma. The person in front of them was too strong, causing a bad premonition to arise in their hearts. And they did not have the kind of confidence that crushed everything. What to do? By this time, amongst the saint kings, there were even people who had developed a sense of withdrawal and no longer wanted to fight. This person is too strong. His attacks are unrivaled. Once he strikes, he will surely die. 9 secrets saw that, but he actually got 4 of them. Unprecedented in ancient times. The battle power increased to a terrifying degree. This is a supreme demon, even more powerful than the great emperor when he was young. If we continue to fight, we will surely pay a heavy price. There was more than one person who was having withdrawals, and everyone's heart was pounding. God knows just how many more cards he has. What if he's still hiding the 9 secrets? Some were even scared out of their wits. It was an emotion that had never been felt before. A sacred king could shock the world. And in this era where emperors did not come out of the world, the strength of such a figure was almost as strong, not to say that he was the most powerful person in this part of heaven and earth. It's a true vertical and hard to beat, but at this moment all of them gave birth to boundless chills. The human emperor was like a divine mountain, mysterious and vast, and even after the fall of 4 Saint King experts, they still hadn't been able to probe him. The kings were clear that the person in front of them was far from trying his best, and his true battle power was definitely more terrifying than what was exposed now. He is indeed strong, but do we really have a way back? At this moment, an old Saint King opened his mouth and said, a wisp of bitterness embedded in his expression. Between us and him, we are now immortal. We can leave, but what should we do with the Tao behind us? This person is extremely strong and will surely become an emperor in the future. If we can't put him to death, in the future, our Tao lineage will definitely be liquidated by him. It's a harsh reality. Saints and kings almost always had a great Tao unity behind them, because such characters needed to spend a huge amount of resources to grow up, with a long history of inheritance, and this was an underpinning that only great Tao unity parties possessed. When these words came out, several saint kings all looked backward. Under that starry sky, shadowed by a face, were their children and descendants. Several saint kings, their hearts were covered with a sense of bitterness. Joining forces, they came to seize the ancient scriptures and the 9 secrets. But who would have expected such an ending? The human emperor was extremely strong and had actually pushed them to this point, threatening their Tao lineage and fundamentals, which was something they hadn't thought about in any way. A heaven-splitting opportunity turned into a scourge, a great calamity that had never been seen before. If I could do it all over again, I would never make an enemy of him. All the kings sighed, but after a sigh, the eyes of all of them became firm. These people had lived for too long, and had unimaginable emotions towards the Taoist system, which was where their life's accumulation lay, heavier than their lives. Kill. The only way to go is to kill a bloody path and decapitate this person so that our Tao can rest on our laurels. Although he is strong, but after all, he is only a saint. The 9 secrets are only secret techniques no matter how strong they are. They are only minor techniques. If we go all out, we may not be unable to kill him. At this moment, the auras of the 5 saint kings scattered in all directions, hooking together and enveloping the starry sky. The killing intent was like the wind, piercingly cold. On the starry sky, the winds and clouds changed, and endless Tao marks raged, like an ocean fluctuating. Feet. Everyone's heart shook. People knew that several saint kings were going to fight with their backs to the wall. This was absolutely incomparably terrifying. The greatness of 5 saint kings was easily able to shake heaven and earth. No one would have thought that things would have developed to this point. A human emperor of the sage realm would have pushed the 9 sage kings to such a step. This battle is really becoming full of suspense, and it's hard to tell which is stronger or weaker. The human emperor possesses the secret of the word line. Even if he's not defeated, he can still walk away, and the great war will not be favorable for the kings. However, mortals are the means by which the kings contain the human emperor, and the human emperor is unlikely to back down so easily. There really isn't much of a way back for the two parties. In this moment, everyone's impression of the human emperor changed. No longer underestimating and despising him, the deaths of the 4 saint kings proved the human emperor's strong and unoffendable status. Wow! In the starry sky, Qin Yun stood still. His eyes were waveless and full of calmness. He was like a deep pool of water. The water waves were not shocking, and no emotions were revealed. His breath dispersed outwardly. The sage's pressure penetrated the heavens and the earth, and the Tao marks of the linear character mysteries spread out into the distance, allowing him to stand in a place where the innate was undefeated. where he could attack and retreat, and where no one was able to stop him. At the same time, the all-character mystery and the fighting character mystery, as well as the person mystery, were all operating frantically, adjusting his state to the best. Break down and carry the water. A long whistle shook the stars. The waves of sound were like swords, causing the starry sky to explode. The mottled starlight raging, one after another bright and large star, directly turning into pieces. The great battle erupted as the 5 Saint Kings moved in unison, their breaths colluding with each other to form a terrifying momentum. In that starry sky, there were millions of weights of Tao power, and the kings marched forward, their Tao rhythms like mountains and seas, raging forward, with nothing able to stop them from marching in. Boom! In this moment, the 5 Saint Kings exerted their infinite means, striking out their respective most terrifying heaven and earth orders. The void shattered all of a sudden, as if millions of volcanoes erupted at the same time. And that kind of greatness that shook the heavens and moved the earth was felt by everyone. The heavens and earth seemed to be turning upside down, causing everyone to tremble with fear, and many people knelt down on the spot, simply struggling to counteract that kind of pressure. Boom! At the same time, Qin Yun also struck out. With a flash of Tao lines under his feet, he appeared in the distance in an instant, killing among the 5 Saint Kings in a single step. As strong as ever, invincible and simply fearless, his eyes were waveless, treating the 5 Supreme Kings as ants. Dang! The great battle was far more terrifying than imagined, and the light blazed between the heavens, where it was completely reduced to a sea of light from the Tao, all of which was no longer visible. Many people tried to go and probe out their divine thoughts to peer into the battle, only to be stabbed with tears of blood. A great battle of this level was at a level so high that a person as strong as a Saint Lord level character could not see anything. This was no longer an unusual fight in battle, but a collision between the Tao and the Tao. Boom! The sound of explosions was incessant, once more than once, and that kind of appalling fluctuation landed, just one strand of which could collapse the green sky of the ages. Both sides killed, really killed to the wild, means out, leaving no room. Backwater. Chapter 103, The 9 Secrets of Matchless. Dang! The Kanglan Tao region, completely boiled over. The two sides killed each other. Taoist power like an ocean, although they all intentionally want to avoid the earth. But even if they have already jumped into the sky, far enough away, the mighty wave is still involved in the next. Everywhere was in turmoil, and when a wisp of fluctuation pressed down, a large area collapsed. This Tao domain was completely shrouded in doom, and everyone was in a state of shock, feeling that aura, as strong as a Saint Lord level figure, was in a state of trembling. This is Saint King killing. It can really destroy the heavens and the earth. If a few people are really rampant, this Tao domain will really shatter. The reason why a Saint King could shock the world was because of this. A Saint King could nearly break a Tao domain. Who would easily mess with such a person? Boom! Qin Yun kept striking out. The Heavenly Emperor ancient scripture operating to the extreme, using the dueling victory technique to evolve various attacking and killing divine arts, then augmenting them with the all-character mystery, striking forward together. The 5 Saint Kings were all scared. The human emperor's attack power was shocking. No one dared to oppose it. They all tried their best to resist. Buzz! With a display of the Xing Zi secret, Qin Yun's speed was unrivaled, killing through the heavens and rushing directly in front of the 2 Saint Kings. The Do Shang Dharma evolving 2 heavenly swords that directly attacked and killed them. The heavenly sword was matchless and sharp, shooting forward and possessing unrivaled attack power. Arrived together, the 5 Saint Kings were surprisingly united at this moment. They came from different forces, and came together because of their interests, so it can be said that each of them had their own agenda, and they were not compatible at all in their ordinary life, calculating and fighting with each other. Now, however, they had to be united, because it was clear that the passing of one person would be one less power, and that the human emperor was strong to the extreme, and only by gathering strength would he be able to cut him off. Wow! With a flash of their bodies, several Saint Kings did not retreat. All of them moved forward and together they struck out a shocking might to counteract the might of those 2 heavenly swords. The 5 Saint Kings, coalescing together, struck with greatness that could penetrate the heavens and earth, and the heavenly sword was matchless, but there was ultimately a limit to it, and it was broken by the combined efforts of the 5 Saint Kings. Everyone, don't keep your hands up. The human emperor's attacks are extremely strong, and if you keep being suppressed, sooner or later, you're going to die, and there will come a time when you can't carry on. Strike together and do your best. An old Saint King whistled loudly and took the lead to strike with a sense of bravery. People knew that it would never be easy to decapitate the human emperor. Damage was essential, and if everyone stayed back due to too much fear, they would surely get a bad taste in their mouths. The only way to win a chance of survival is to be brave enough to die. Dang! The starry sky was directly collapsed, and a great bell was brilliant, coming down towards Qin Yun's town. its golden light strewn across the sky, bearing the momentum of 10,000 pounds, giving a heavy feeling of a great Tao that could not be shaken. This was the weapon that this old Saint King had sacrificed his entire life. It was never used easily, as the Tao and reasoning embedded in it was a loss every time it was used. At such a realm, no one would be much weaker than anyone else, and who would be able to suppress who would depend on who had more substance. But at this moment, there was no time to care about anything. The human emperor was extremely strong and dared to keep his cards, absolutely dying. Boom! However, as the great bell fell, Qin Yun was simply fearless as his eyes flashed and 12 heavenly swords coalesced around him, shooting directly upwards. Stab! The golden light shone brightly, and the heavenly sword shot out brilliant sparks, striking that flood bell and shaking it violently. Kill! At the same time, everyone else also struck out, offering up their most valuable weapons, thousands of laws intertwining together to form a ghastly killing machine, like a great mountain pressing down and suppressing Qin Yun. Qin Yun was fearless and rose against the heavens. Between the circumference, 12 long swords shot out. Every sword could that big bell shake violently. Pop! With a loud bang, the heavens and earth trembled, and although that flood bell was extremely refined, it was ultimately unable to resist the force of Qin Yun's attack, and was chopped apart, eventually blowing up completely. Golden debris flew and splattered with everywhere, like a firework shower. Qin Yun destroyed the flood bell, and with a display of the secret of the row characters, he rushed in front of that old Saint King in an instant and pointed out with a single finger. That old Saint King let out a miserable cry as blood dripped from his brow and flew out horizontally like a scarecrow, directly being split alive by Qin Yun. Everyone was stunned, lamenting that a supreme king had passed away again. Even though they had coalesced enough, they were still killed by Qin Yun, which caused a sense of powerlessness to arise in everyone. Kill! Each of the 4 Saint Kings. Their eyes were glowing red and they were truly going crazy. The 2 Supreme Saint Kings were the first to rush in, advancing with their weapons and attacking Qin Yun. Weapons Manhwa Huang. All of them were the most terrifying divine weapons, one on the left and one on the right, attacking and killing at the same time. Pop! However, Qin Yun's hands unfurled, each probing out to one side, his large palms covering the sky, and everything underneath was reduced to pieces. Everyone had a chill in their hearts. The human emperor's attack power was too appalling. Such a divine weapon, which had been contained by them for many years, was described as a grand Tao rock, incomparably sturdy and powerful, but as usual, cannot resist the human emperor a blow, directly be shot into pieces. The divine weapon is still so, let alone a person? The 2 Saint Kings looked at each other with a sense of powerlessness. However, everything was too late. After Qin Yun destroyed the 2 weapons, his hands once again reached out and took the 2 old men directly into his hands. Pop! The sound of death resounded, a large blood flower rushed out, and the 2 old men also turned into historical clouds of smoke, thus dissipating into the world. Human Emperor, your time to die has come. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere in the dark void. This old man was extremely adept at hiding himself, and his best tactic was assassination. Taking advantage of Qin Yun's beheading of the 2 Saint Kings, he directly appeared to deal Qin Yun a fatal blow. This is your last chance, and it was just as he thought it would be. A halberd stabbed out, directly pointing at Qin Yun's brow, and even though Qin Yun was armed with the Xing character secret, it was still difficult to dodge the strike after exterminating 2 Saint Kings. Blood dripped from his brow, shocking to the eye, and his pupils shook, actually appearing slightly disorganized. Human Emperor, the big picture is settled. A smile surfaced on that old man's face, but moments later, his smile stiffened. Qin Yun's word secret operated, and his burst eyebrow was instantly healed. I can miss a million times, and you only have one. Qin Yun's voice came out, cold and merciless, and with a forceful upward swipe, infinite holy power poured out. That old man tried to avoid it, but found that his body was like a brand, nailed to the void, which gave birth to an endless sense of despair. Human Emperor you. The old man felt the aura of death but did not have much fear as his eyes blazed and his head was emitting light, wanting to drag Qin Yun to be buried with him. Even if he died, he would not want Qin Yun to live again. Self-explosion. This was a terrifying tactic, especially for such a figure. Once he blew himself up, the entire Dao domain would be martyred for him. Shout! Qin Yun shouted softly under his breath as a sword aura rushed skyward, penetrating the old man's head and causing his accumulated holy power to stagnate. However, the distance between the two was still too close after all, and the self-detonating ferocity swept Qin Yun away, causing him to fly horizontally in an instant. The bloodstained stars are shocking to the eye. In that instant, his entire body disintegrated, and a large portion of his body completely exploded into a bloody sludge. However, the 2 secrets of the All-One operated, and he was restored to his original state in an instant. Standing there, his white clothes stained with blood, but his eyes carried a terrifying firmness as he recovered to his peak state. Far away, the last holy king was stunned. It was difficult to kill Qin Yun with such means, which killed his last thought. Everyone sighs. When the 9 secrets are united, the world is invincible. And now, after merely displaying the 4 secrets, it was already so difficult and strong. People know, 9 secret invincible rumors, is not false. For secret is show, has enough in all areas without shortboard. How to fight? How to fight? Come on, you're all that's left. Looking toward the last Saint King in the void, Qin Yun leisurely spoke. Chapter 104, The universe shakes. The stars are dappled, and heaven and earth are silent. A white dress stood still on the starry sky, white clothes stained with blood. A great battle. The body was unharmed, but the sash was destroyed, with a wisp of wretchedness. However, the light of those eyes was extremely intriguing, carrying endless determination, as if it could penetrate one's soul, but anything that blocked in front of him would be crushed by him. Human Emperor, let me go. I won't set foot in the 9 regions to make an enemy of you again. Let's leave this fight at that. The old man is willing to give up his base to make amends. On the other side of the starry sky, that old Saint King opened his mouth to speak, his voice carrying endless exhaustion and helplessness. Really don't want to battle. The human emperor was extremely strong. 9 Saint Kings came together, and 8 were chopped off by him in a row, which made the old man despair in his heart. How could he go to war when all 8 Saint Kings had fallen? A Saint King realm figure could be said to have a transcendent status to the extreme, but now he had bottomed out his noble head. There wasn't a shred of suspense in defeat, and even a Saint King level figure had to choose to bow his head after not seeing any hope. Since you wanted to kill me in the first place, you should have expected today's ending. Qin Yun's voice was calm, cold and unfeeling as millions of sword awnings coalesced around his body, clearly not having any intention of letting this old Saint King go. Human Emperor, are you really not afraid that I will die with you? The old Saint King's eyes were crimson, and his voice stuttered. Wow! Qin Yun did not respond to anything. At this point, he was fearless of any threats as he stepped forward. The heavens and earth roaring, the universe shaking. It was difficult to go against that kind of pressure. Human Emperor, the old Saint King roared, trying to stifle Qin Yun's pace, but it was so firm that every step felt like it was stepping on his soul, sending chills down his spine. Boom! At this moment, the old Saint King directly rushed out, turning into a recluse and rushing into the distant air. Even though he knew full well that the human emperor was wearing both the linear character secret and that the Dao lines covered the void, it was impossible to get away, but he still chose to flee. The human emperor is too strong, so that he simply cannot mention the slightest intention to fight. Death in the face, really scared out of their wits, not willing to go to face such a human emperor. This can live a moment more is a moment. Boom! There were no surprises in the ending as Qin Yun's figure spread out and instantly disappeared without a trace. In the distant air, there was a great fluctuation roaring, and soon fell silent as the holy blood filled the void. A lot of people were silent. There was no need to think about it to understand that old Saint King had ultimately fallen and had not escaped the human emperor's pursuit. It was such an ending. In the distant air, many cultivators were silent. There were many shadows there. There were many people who came. There was no lack of some Saint Lord level existences. However, not a single word came out. The silence was terrifying. Who would have thought it would end like this? 9 Saint Kings, how strong is that? United together. How many people in the world can stop it? However, accidents happened, and the true strength of the human emperor was so powerful that it was mind-blowing. Dead. All dead. 9 Saint Kings, none of them survived. A saint, yet he decimated 9 Saint Kings. What kind of poise is this? What kind of overwhelming grace? San Lan Dao Domain. All the cultivators, all of them were shocked. The death of the 9 Saint Kings had shaken the world, and it could be said that throughout the ages, there had never been such a great fall. The number of Saint Kings who had died was too many, and yet, on the contrary, the one who had beheaded them was only a saint, which was undoubtedly an astonishing feat that really shook people's hearts. The sky and the earth were dead silent with light and shadows. Many people rushed out in an instant to spread the news in the first time. This was definitely a big event that shook the world. There were also quite a few people who stood frozen, gazing at the white clothes in the middle of the void and letting out bursts of sighs. The rise of the human emperor was already unstoppable. Even the 9 Saint Kings had fallen. What else could stop him from marching into the path of the emperor? If anyone else wants to blackmail me with the lives of mortals, by all means. Under the starry sky, such a whisper came out and shook the world. Qin Yun looked back into the distance and calmly swept a glance at the cultivators from all sides before going far away without looking back. A lot of people shook. The human emperor's words were shocking the world. His means were overbearing, and mortals were his bottom line, and if they dared to touch it, they would definitely be like the kings. Even if an old saint king who had lived for thousands of years bowed his head and begged for forgiveness, he would definitely not be spared. People knew that after today, the status of mortals in heaven and earth would be very different, changed because of the human emperor. Wanting to strike out at mortals had to weigh the weight of this one. He has truly achieved human emperor, and with his own strength, he has nearly sheltered all mortals. Many Jedi masters lamented in the night. Mortals are like ants. Their status is weak. But since today, it will be completely different. A person's imagination has arrived at such a terrifying level that it really calls for the heart to tremble. People knew that the name of the human emperor was completely seated. Previously, in people's minds, he was just a cultivator who had obtained the human emperor cauldron, empty of the name of the human emperor. Not many people were convinced, but after this battle, the 9 Saint Kings used their blood to forge the supremacy of the human emperor. Hey! Sigh after sigh resounded with everywhere, and people knew that the path of the human emperor's rise had become unstoppable, and in the future, the great Tao unification would inevitably be crushed. It's a holding back, and more than that, it's a helplessness. Tonight, it was destined to be sleepless. Not a single person was able to be calm. The human emperor decapitated 9 Saint Kings in a row, making such a shocking feat that made everyone's heart pound. Cultivators from all sides are far away. The news quickly spread out, quickly rippling through the various Tao domains with a speed of propagation that had never been seen before. Without a doubt, the entire universe shook, giving birth to vast waves, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. 9 Saint Kings had joined forces to blackmail the human emperor, wanting to seize the ancient scriptures and the 9 secrets, but they were all beheaded. It was a mirage, and when the news got out, no one dared to believe it. Everyone was surprised and shocked to the extreme. Every single heart was covered in fear, and all the great Taoist systems, sects, and pontiffs had their hearts pounding in fear. The human emperor alone had caused such a terrifying storm that as long as one was a cultivator, there was no one who was not creeped out. It's really too anticlimactic. First beheading more than 20 saints, and then beheading 9 Saint Kings, the battle results are more appalling than ever. The name of the human emperor has only just appeared, and it has already arrived at such a position. It is truly heart-trembling. Many people were silent when they heard the news, and it was difficult to speak out. Throughout history, hardly anyone had been able to rise so quickly, and as soon as the statement was revealed, they went straight to the top of the heap. Each one of them had to fight and kill, to slowly build up their reputation. Even if they were great emperors, they would need to spend nearly 1,000 years of time and years. But what about the human emperor? When the statement first appeared, he had already come to that kind of position, like a majestic mountain of God, suffocating people, pressing people to crumble apart, making it difficult to look up. Obviously a young generation, or even said to be only a brat, yet he possesses such might. His future is truly unimaginable, truly shaking the ancient and modern worlds, shaking the entire history of cultivation. From now on, great emperors will no longer be a yardstick of excellence. Human emperors are the limit of cultivation. It's just that, who in the world can come up with a surprise or so? In the endless years to come, I'm only afraid that it will be difficult for such a person to appear again. Chapter 105, The Supreme Body is You, and so is the human emperor. Human emperor, two such words have caused a furor in the world and are being discussed and debated everywhere. This is truly like a thunderbolt descending into the world. Unprecedentedly vast. No one is not horrified. The emergence of the human emperor was like a thunderbolt, swift and radiant, leaping to become an unattainable mountain in the world. There was no one who wasn't curious about where he came from. What kind of background does he really have? Everyone was talking, and even though people had been curious about the origin of the human emperor before, now, since the fall of the 9 Saint Kings, such a curiosity had reached a certain peak. And compared to Qin Yun's beheading of the 9 Saint Kings, what surprised and shocked people even more was the flow of the 4 of 9 secrets. 4 secret arts. Ah, unprecedented. There has never been a person who has condensed 4 secret arts. Where on earth did he get it? When the 4 secrets are released, the world is afraid and shocked. The influence of the 9 secrets was terrifying in the extreme. Thus it was impossible to conceal Qin Yun's performance of the 4 secrets in the first place. Everyone is talking about it. Everyone is curious to the core. Some people even believe that the human emperor didn't belong to this era at all, but rather was a divine son, or emperor's son, from the ancient era, because only such an explanation could barely make sense of the reason why he was able to master the 4 secret arts. But even this speculation is pie in the sky and too unrealistic. No one is destined to know what the answer is. The Supreme Body also harbors the all-character mystery and the row character mystery. What kind of relationship is there between it and the human emperor? People continued to associate it with the Supreme Body. There are so many similarities between the two. Some people believe that the Supreme Body is the human emperor and that the Supreme Body is not dead at all. There were also those who believed that the human emperor had decapitated the Supreme Body at Mount Tai and obtained 2 of the 9 secrets from it. More people think the human emperor and self-esteem body for the old friends and relatives, the 2 for the absolute family relationship, and the Supreme Body is not dead at all. In the Taishan mountain in the middle of the human emperor was saved, is now hiding in the 9 states. Opinions vary, but the world rumors are almost always in these 3 main streams. There were discussions everywhere, and the question of whether or not the Supreme Body and the human emperor were related became the world's most talked about news. And faced with such a problem, no one was more shaken than the cultivators of the true Dragon Dao body lineage, because no matter what the speculation was, it appeared to be unfavorable to the new lord of the house, Battle Heaven. Previously, the clansmen of the true dragon lineage had speculated that after obtaining the 2 secrets of Xingying, Battle Heaven had gone deeper into the middle of Mount Tai to search for the emperor's fate, because it was in line with Battle Heaven's heart. However, these days, all the cultivators of the true dragon lineage had tried their best to explore Mount Tai, and countless experts had been killed or injured, but they hadn't found the slightest clue at all, especially when the news that the human emperor was now harboring the 2nd secret of the lineage archetype spread out. If the human emperor really wants to get the 2 secrets of the line from the Supreme Body, then, no matter if the human emperor and the Supreme Body are enemies or friends, there is no doubt that his own warrior Sky will be in great danger. My grandson! My grandson! At this moment, in the midst of this deep-sea Dao domain, the cries and howls move the heavens. Shan Tian, for the absolute generation of wizards, is the hope of the true dragon lineage, is a sharp sword on the road to the future dear emperor. The true dragon lineage, to which endless hope had been bestowed, was now met with such bad news that none of them could accept. Ancestor King, don't be sad. Everything is just speculation and rumors. Warrior Sky, he has heavenly fortune. He will definitely not be harmed. Taishan is vast. What if find a person like a needle in a haystack? Everything is unknown. The tragedy is not destined. There will be a turnaround. Below it, several old figures spoke out in relief at the same time. Up top, the old man shook his head, his gaze filled with pathos. No, I can feel that Tiana is no longer alive. Lately, I always dream of him, covered in blood, falling bleakly and dissipating into the world. Although, no news of the death has been reported. However, the old man had a bad feeling. It was a flash of intuition, a very strong intuition. Perhaps it was a lineage. Perhaps it was a bloodline that gave the old man this intuition. As if a million ants were eating his heart, he was in so much pain that it was hard to catch his breath. He could really feel that his grandson had died, but live and let die. What agonized him even more was that he could not even find the body, and the vastness of Mount Tai gave birth to endless despair. I'm going to seek the human emperor. He must know something, know whether Tiana is still alive or not. The old man spoke thus, his eyes flashing with surprising determination. We need soldiers to point to the 9 states and go and ask for a clear understanding. The trend of the human emperor's rise has become irresistible. He carries the secret of the word line. No one has the certainty to decapitate him. If we really let him escape and come to the Dao domain to make a scene, it will be a great disaster. Ancestor King Sanshur. At the bottom, a field of people fell to their knees, constantly pleading. The human emperor is extremely strong, although he has not reached the point where he is truly invincible. However, because of the secret of the word line, the world has to be afraid of him. It's a terrible influence. Ancestor King, if the human emperor had an affair with the Supreme Body, he would not have stood by coldly and watched the fall of the Great Wind Dynasty. Aren't those 2 little girls from the Great Wind Dynasty related to the Supreme Body? Perhaps we can get some news about Battle Heaven from these 2 girls. At this moment, someone spoke up in this way. In fact, dialogues and scenes such as these were being played out among the Great Unification. News spread in the world that the Supreme Body was not dead, and that he was a close friend of the human emperor, letting the eyes of the world, once again, focus on those 2 women in the Great Wind Dynasty. The world knew that there was some sort of relationship between those 2 Tang surnamed women and the Supreme Body that was difficult to explain. In the beginning, after the Supreme Body had fallen, people naturally wouldn't focus on them. But now, the connection between the human emperor and the Supreme Body caused people to notice those 2 women once again. If the Supreme Body was not dead, then those 2 women would definitely be able to force the Supreme Body to appear, or even, force out the human emperor, and have a chance to become a means of restraining the human emperor. Soldier Finger Gale. Overnight, almost every Taoist system made a move, with one supreme expert after another, heading towards the Great Wind, while the outside world was raging with dark currents. The Tang Mansion, on the other hand, was calm. A few puppies frolicked in the small flower-filled courtyard, and a few kittens lounged on the eaves, basking in the sun. Tang Yunli sat in the small courtyard, quietly staring at the distant sky. The 9 secrets are not to be found. Unheard of for all ages. But why do you have my brother's secret art inheritance? Tang Yunli looked complicated and murmured softly. Human Emperor? What kind of connection do you have with my elder brother? Tang Yunli's eyelashes fluttered at the thought. 20 years of age. The same strength. And the same secret techniques. This caused Tang Yunli to associate himself in this direction. The world feels that mortals are like ants. Human Emperor, you are the pride of a generation. You should belong to the vast sky and look at the infinite scenery. Yet why would you look at the mortals under your feet? Is it possible that there has been some sort of bond between you and the mortals? Thinking of this, Tang Yunli's heart trembled. Mortals. It was as if she felt like she'd caught the point, and it shook her to the core. Brother, you're not dead at all, right? Tang Yunli's eyes fluctuated with an unspeakable complexity as he murmured softly, ethereal and unearthly, with a wisp of excitement and shock in his timbre. She was stunned for a long time, as if petrified. The supreme body is you, and so is the human emperor. Chapter 106, Puppet Inheritance. Thoughts of peace and separation. No matter what, I should make a trip forward to Kyushu to meet the human emperor. Under the night, Tang Yunli stood still, murmuring softly, his eyes carrying a touch of determination. It was clear to her that there was little hope that her brother would live. But, she still wanted to check it out. There were so many similarities between the two that it was no longer possible for her to suppress the emotions within her to seek an answer. Desperate to know the truth about everything. Under the night, the silhouette stood still for a moment. Tang Yunli left behind a letter, and then carrying his traveling bag, his figure leaped out and disappeared in a flash in the middle of the vast night. One flower fades and the other appears. Can there really be two similar flowers in the world? In the Great Wind Dynasty, in the deep and cold palace, Tang Guiyao, who was dressed in a royal robe, looked at the sky from afar, with the same gaze that was incomparably complicated. Sheltering mortals, that's really somewhat like you. In the midst of Mount Tai, what exactly happened? And why did your inheritance appear on the human emperor? Tang Guiyao spoke softly, a thousand luster flowing in her eyes. Perhaps I should make a trip to Kyushu as well. Tang Guiyao spoke softly, then shook her head. Rushing to become a saint is in between. Everything will wait until after I become a saint. At that time, whether it's to go to Taishan, or to the 9 states, I will be able to put an extra grip on it. Husband, whether in life or death, you wait for me. 9 states on earth. Qin Yun lazily lay in the valley, basking in the sun. The sun was just right and the breeze was warm. The valley was swaying with hundreds of flowers, and the fragrance coming from them was refreshing. Qin Yun held his fishing rod, staring intently into the large lake in front of him. At a certain moment, the rod moved slightly, and with a forceful pick, a loach flew up. Seeing this, the corners of Qin Yun's mouth couldn't help but float into a smile. Genuine smiles and heartfelt joy. Even as a human emperor, there are moments of childish innocence. Go catch a fish. In the distance, little Nyonya sat on a rock, sweating profusely, both hands propped up in the void, and between her palms, an obscure chi flowed out, and at her feet, several small rabbit beasts, snakes, and hedgehogs, were sitting obediently. With little Nyonya's command, a group of small ferocious beasts listened to her, picked up the loach on the ground and roasted it. Seeing this, the corners of little Nyonya's mouth also floated out with an innocent smile. Senior uncle, this technique is really good. Nyo likes it so much. This art technique was precisely from Qin Yun's hand. It was also the only means Qin Yun had taught Nyo, the puppet art. It wasn't that Qin Yun was stingy, but after teaching little Nyonya quite a few means, little Nyonya was having trouble getting excited. And after thinking about it, he came up with this puppet art, which fit in well with Go Dao, and Nuno was surprisingly enjoyable. This secret art, even though it was only a small art, could definitely be taken as an avenue to follow, cultivating to a high level of profundity. Even saint-level figures could be manipulated, and the refined puppets were no different from ordinary beings, which could not be said to be not heaven-defying. This secret art, in the beginning, Qin Yun was only proficient with mastery and did not choose to plumb the depths. After all, he had 9 secrets and it was impossible for him to delve deeper into one secret art. Now that it was bestowed to Nyo, it was also because he wanted to let this secret art shine here in Nyo, without damaging this heaven-defying inheritance. Is it time to take a medicinal bath? Quickly go. Qin Yun urged the little girl, truly treating this girl as half an heir. The so-called medicinal bath was Qin Yun's divine pool that originated from the system. The end is unbelievably anticlimactic. Being able to improve her physique, even if she was a mortal, soaking in it, she could hopefully step into cultivation. And Nyonya already had cultivation qualifications. If she soaked in it for years and years, her future physique would be no weaker than that of the top saints and saints in the world. Okay Nick smiled sweetly, obediently. Looking at Nyo's tiny back, Qin Yun revealed a helpless smile. Envious. Times are different, and kids are catching up. Another resource, another inheritance, another secret art, can be said to be the various fields go hand in hand. The true meaning of the second generation of cultivation, which is like him, half a lifetime of poverty. A lifetime of cultivation is all about austerity. Lying back on the recliner again, Qin Yun was a bit bored in thought of Tang Guiyao. This battle with the 9 Saint Kings had exposed too many details, and Qin Yun knew that next, the eyes of this world would surely fall on those 2 sisters of the Tang clan. With the reappearance of the Supreme Body's inheritance, there was no way that people wouldn't notice the 2 women who were associated with the Supreme Body. Perhaps it's also time to make a trip back to the Great Wind Dynasty to clarify the identity, and leave. Qin Yun spoke softly, uttering the words peace and separation, and above his face, a bit of bitterness appeared. All of his cultivation came from the system, but now, he had to put the matter of peace and separation on the agenda. With his cultivation today, although not invincible, but also able to deter the group of kings, he does not want to the marriage of the 2 continue to drag on. Although that woman was not to his liking, the reason why he was able to become stronger was also closely related to that woman. As well, Qin Yun didn't want to owe that woman anything. He was already content with his cultivation being able to go this far and didn't want to owe that woman too much. After all, he had no feelings for that woman. Peace and separation, a sort of breaking of the karma between the 2. Secondly, it is also considered to clarify the identity, so that this pair of sisters do not have to because of him, and become a target by the group of kings to miss. The thought of peace and separation was something that Qin Yun had planned for a long time ago. Originally, he was ready to let himself go further when he took this step. Sage, this cultivation level, although it was not low, however, it was not too high. If one could step into the Saint King realm, in this era where saints could not be found, great saints were invincible, and if he stepped into Saint King, even if he could not battle a great sage, then even a great sage would definitely not dare to easily turn the tables with him. Unfortunately, the Saint King realm was too difficult to cross. Qin Yun could sense that this realm was where his own calamity lay. Generally speaking, cultivators would usher in a heavenly tribulation when they became saints, while only an extremely demonic minority would usher in a heavenly tribulation when they broke through the Saint King realm. The heavenly tribulation is a test of heaven and earth. It is also where one of the major shackles of cultivators lies. Nowadays, Qin Yun was facing such a shackle, although he was already a Saint 9 heavens, half a foot, stepping into the ranks of the Saint King, but that strand of opportunity had never arrived. These days, he had received quite a few rewards, but this realm was like a bottomless pit. No matter what he did, he could not fill the hole. A saint's metamorphosis into a Saint King requires a strand of opportunity that can be encountered but not sought. Everything still needs time, but time is running out, and there isn't much time left for me to break through to Saint King. Qin Yun sighed. Boo! Far in the air, the void gave birth to a little ripple. There were 2 figures that stepped into the sky and landed above the valley. Your Holiness, there is someone from outside the domain seeking an audience. Chapter 107, Demon Emperor White Stripes. The visitors above the valley were people from the human sect. For the 2 protectors of the human sect, the cultivation level was not high, only the great power realm. Putting it outside, it is also a side of the township general level. Coming here to guard mortals and teach them to cultivate was a bit of a big deal for them. However, they were not the least bit dissatisfied with such a position, because it was no exaggeration to say that the protector of the human sect could be comparable to the saints of the Holy Land. The influence of the human sect is too great today, and everyone knows that if there are no accidents, in the future, this sect is destined to rise, and it is an extremely exaggerated speed. And all of this was not because of how deep the human religion was, everything was because of the elegant and gentle man in front of him. The visitor is a woman seeking an audience with the Godfather. The 2 men saluted, with immense respect. Woman? The duo's words caused Qin Yun to be slightly stunned, but then he nodded and stepped out of the valley. At the foot of that rolling mountain range, Qin Yun met the woman that the 2 protectors were talking about. That was an extremely beautiful woman, like a pearl spitting out of the dust and colorful, immortal muscles and jade bones. God show within. Her face was almost perfect, and she could not pick out any flaws. The woman was about 20 years old or so, like a budding girl, appearing a bit green, but that among the light of the eyes, there was a touch of flavor, like a magnificent and unrivaled creature. All sorts of different temperaments, surprisingly blended into one person, blended into a different kind of charm. Demon Emperor? Qin Yun froze and recognized the woman, because of the 9 fox tails swinging behind it. Its body was a green hill spirit fox, and in this world, there was only that one 9-tailed green hill spirit fox. For the Demon Emperor of the Northern Sea Road Domain, a Saint King realm figure. The Demon Emperor is standing still in the middle of the valley, elegantly flicking flowers to watch. The corner of his mouth has a touch of smile. Green silk flying, white clothes fluttering. Do not eat earthly fire. Like a childish young girl, this was seriously inconsistent with her identity as a Demon Emperor. Demon Clan White Stripes. Meet the Human Emperor. Seeing Qin Yun appear, the Demon Emperor softly saluted. Her delicate cheeks flushed with a wisp of a smile. Her splendor was unparalleled. Her beauty unparalleled. White Stripes. A very peculiar name. The name of the Demon Emperor was not known to several people in the world, and the world honored her as the Demon Emperor. But now that she had revealed her name to Qin Yun, her intentions made Qin Yun somewhat impervious. Qin Yun's expression was very plain. He was not some brat. The person in front of him was indeed absolutely beautiful and extraordinary. His knitted brows and smile were very moving, described as soul-stirring. A very typical fox charming child. But he was a human emperor. So naturally, he could not be mesmerized and unable to find his way out because of this. Other ethnic groups are not welcome in Kyushu, Qin Yun calmly said, looking indifferently at the woman in front of him. There was nothing between him and the Demon Emperor. Although there had been a number of demon saints exterminated, the demon race was like a scattered sand. Like the human race, the kings were majestic. The so-called Demon Emperor, but also just an empty talk, in the North Sea Road domain is quite prestigious. According to Qin Yun, no, just the title of the Demon Emperor. The demon race will have no less than 4. Although he had a cause and effect with the demon race, he was completely unrelated to this Demon Emperor. Otherwise, if the Lord of the demon race had arrived instead, Qin Yun wouldn't mind moving the Human Emperor cauldron and striking out directly. I have not come here to plot anything. I just want to make good with you, Taoist. White Stripes spoke softly, his words soft and gentle, like a spring breeze. At this, Qin Yun was somewhat surprised. The person in front of him was a Generation Demon Emperor, a Saint King realm figure. Definitely a party hegemon now. She was completely different from the 9 Saint Kings before her, with a terrifying inheritance behind her, and could be said to be on a completely different level from those Saint Kings that had once been there. The appearance of such a figure made him wary. A generation of demon emperors came, and if they didn't plot their own inheritance and the 9 secrets, then why did they come? Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled by this demon emperor's intentions. I've traveled a long way to Kyushu. Won't the human emperor invite me to sit down? White Striped child cover mouth gently laugh. Has a girl-like shy posture, but is very charming. Every move are very seductive. Qin Yun was clear that the woman in front of him was definitely a scourge. An absolute red-faced scourge. Most of the foxes are so, and this demon emperor, charm is more of its road. A move will be her beauty, show the best, even now his state of mind, but also to be extra careful, lest they find the road. Naturally, I won't take it lightly, Qin Yun responded. At this point in time, he had no fear of any male lord or threat under the heavens, and he did want to see why this foxy girl was really here. The valley is secluded and surrounded by an irregular bowl shape. The valley is full of flowers and their fragrance. The fish jump in the big lake, and the fruits and vegetables bloom on the good fields. Inside the valley, White Stripes looked at what was in front of him and was secretly surprised. The place shows signs of being pristine and has few redeeming qualities other than a nice flavor. But who would have thought that this is the Human Emperor's dojo, which is now in the middle of the universe? Since ancient times, there is no lack of some monks who like to live in seclusion and cultivation in the mountains, like these primitive natural scenery. But the person in front of me, he's only 20 years old. Those who live in seclusion are all old men who have lived for an unknown number of years, who have seen the world and seek peace. How could such a state of mind, which was the embodiment of experiencing long years, appear in a young man's body? The Human Emperor is truly not to be viewed with common sense. White Stripes sighed darkly, his eyes flickering as if pondering something. All of this was seen by Qin Yun, but he didn't bother to inquire about anything. At this point, he had no fear of any means or conspiracy. He was also curious as to what this Demon Emperor was planning to do when he came. The two sat opposite each other by the lake, softly arguing, like as an ordinary Taoist friend. The Demon Emperor, in order to show his sincerity, revealed part of the Demon Emperor scripture, with some of the cultivation methods and insights of the demon race. Ancient scriptures were extremely precious, and at this point in cultivation, almost all of them had encountered shackles, so if one could refer to other ancient scriptures it would also be beneficial to cultivation. Seeing this, Qin Yun did not mince words and revealed part of the Heavenly Emperor scripture. The two talked to each other. The Demon Emperor explained some Saint King insights for Qin Yun, which was greatly beneficial to Qin Yun's breakthrough to Saint King. Human Emperor, I invite you to drink my Demon Clan's aged wine. When the sex, Demon Emperor White Stripes took out the wine. the wine cups collided. And it was getting late. Both of them drank a lot and sprouted drunkenness. Demon Emperor White Stripes, white dress wrapped body. It is difficult to hide the subtle body. Under the breeze, 9 foxtails swinging, her cheeks red, there is a sail style, with a wave of her veiled hand. There were fox maidens now in the firmament, a divine sound Dao song chiming and singing, and an incomparably beautiful fox maiden, dancing in the night. After 3 rounds of wine, drunkenness filled the valley, and the two of them did not know how much to drink, and eventually really born drunkenness. Human Emperor, White Stripes has a favor to ask. Chapter 108, Beauty's Pass, Hero's Grave. The Demon Emperor, White Stripes, waved his plain hand. In the sky, the music and dance stopped, and the fox women dancing in the sky disappeared. In front, the white-striped child's white clothes fluttered and stood against the wind, her green silk flying, not eating the fire of the earth, seeming to ride the wind. The Demon Emperor is the lord of the demon clan. His identity is almost the same without saying that he is the most honorable person in this side of heaven and earth. And what is there that can allow me to serve? Qin Yun spoke softly, a faint smile spreading across the corners of his mouth. White Stripes shook his head and lost his smile. You don't have to make fun of me, fellow Daoist. Although I am called a demon emperor by the world, how can I talk about any demon race lord? The Kuan Pang Emperor, the Willow Emperor, and the Golden Crow Divine Lord. Each one of them is not inferior to me. White Stripes laughed lightly, her face showing some bitterness. Her eyes flickered, revealing a touch of flavor that seduced the soul. Softly speaking, fellow Daoist, are you willing to help me? How to help? Qin Yun guessed some of it, but still pretended to be at a loss. Help me unify the demon race and protect the Dao for me. White Striped Child opened his mouth, revealing a touch of solemnity in his demeanor. Qin Yun laughed lightly, took a sip of wine, pursed the corners of his lips, and did not reply. In fact, through conversation, he had guessed some of the Demon Emperor's intentions. Demons, like humans, are not cohesive. The kings stood side by side, with a demon king ruling one side, with an incomparably deep heritage, and there were even a few Demon Emperor level figures. There was no harmony between the several Demon Emperors. This was the case during the demon race's successive Great Emperor proof periods, first becoming the lord of the demon race, and only after that could one become the lord of the universe. White Stripes is one of the most influential people in the demon clan, but it is rumored that she is weak compared to the other demon emperors. This is related to her physique. The only woman, the world, not to mention the demon race, even the human race has a lot of people who want to subjugate this fox demon. By several demon emperors to join hands to suppress, is also deserved. It could be said that White Stripes was the least hopeful when he wanted to witness the Dao, so it made sense that he would come to seek him out to protect the Dao. I'm afraid the Demon Emperor is looking for the wrong person. What can I, a saint, do? Qin Yun shook his head inside, revealing a touch of heartfelt helplessness. Fellow Daoist, don't humble yourself. Nowadays, your reputation shakes the world. Who doesn't know that you'll be a dark horse on the road to empire in the future? Nowadays in this world, who wouldn't be afraid of you, Taoist? Fellow Daoist shirking. Unless you don't want to help me, do you loathe me, fellow Daoist? White Stripes revealed a touch of divine sadness and said, Demon Emperor White Stripes, herself is a fox charming child, God show internal, immortal muscle jade bone, style and splendor. It can be said that she is one of the most beautiful few women in the world, is the world's cultivator's dream partner. The world talks about her in a way that no one could ever aspire to. Now, revealing such a touch of a little girl-like gesture, it was even more endearing. Qin Yun was, after all, a mortal, and could not be exempted. That is, today he is the Emperor of Man. Really, if that little young man in the latter days, when the white-striped child said these words to go, he was afraid that this woman would really be trolled into a warped mouth. The Demon Emperor's beautiful name has moved the world, so how would I dare to loathe it? Qin Yun laughed, lying. White Stripes pouted, her eyes flowing with a light smile. Afterward, she sighed softly, and a feeling of despondency was born between her demeanor. Just like a broad cold fairy, lonely and pitiful. Fellow Daoist doesn't know, the spirit foxes of my Qingqiu lineage have a special physique, and once they reach great success, they will be equivalent to the supreme body from back in the day. The body is the world's top tonic, an indispensable dash of chance on the way for kings to become emperors. That's why, even though my Qingqiu spirit fox has a powerful physique, there are few people who have been able to become Taoists for 10,000 years, and I, moreover, am a daughter, as I am. And most of them do not end well, either become a stepping stone on another's path to empire, or fall in the red dust and become someone else's plaything. Speaking of this, White Stripes sighed softly and smiled bitterly. I'm a woman, alone, and if I don't have others to help me, I'm destined for this life to end in a tragedy. Qin Yun sipped his wine, his face displaying a faint smile. The demon emperor thinks too highly of me. And I'm not a great saint. There's only one winner in the end of the emperor's path. Helping the demon emperor to become a Taoist. Isn't that the same as extinguishing myself? White Stripes shook his head, a glint in his eye. I only need you, Tao friend, to help me achieve quasi-emperor. As for the path after that, I'll go on my own. Saying this, she revealed a wisp of a playful smile. Could it be that fellow Taoist has so little confidence in yourself? Worried that I will surpass you in the future? But if fellow Taoist pities White Stripey and gives me that position of witnessing the Tao in the future, White Stripey will also be happy to do so. Little provocations, little displays of weakness and pampering. It had to be said that it was really hard to get annoyed with White Stripes. She really was a foxy girl who naturally knew how to deal with men and pinpointed their hearts and minds with precision. Having said all that, what benefits will I get? A strange color flowed in Qin Yun's eyes as he looked at the exquisite and delicate woman in front of him and flirted. Naturally, I won't treat you, fellow Taoist, poorly. White-striped child raised her head, her pretty face blushing. Flavorful, delicate and boneless. I'll give you, Tao friend, the most precious thing I have. Her voice was tinged with a wisp of thirst, her eyes were misty, and she possessed a flavor that was hard to go against. But it was clear that she was a little girl's plea. But it didn't make people tired and bored. There was always the kind of majesty that a demon emperor should have. It was thirsty and not. It was ultimately an exchange of benefits, confused in with a few points of sobriety. Between the softness begging for pity, but also contains that kind of demon emperor's nobility, without the slightest bit of contempt. Fellow Taoist, don't hurt the strip's heart. In due course, White Stripes uttered this, softly and bonelessly. She leaned forward, her white dress hardly concealing her austere figure, her aroma intoxicating, her mouth blooming with incense. The white-striped child slowly closed her eyes, her fragrant lips brightly colored. Who can refuse such a woman? I'm afraid that all the world's cultivators are begging for willing to fall under her skirt to sink. A fox-charming woman, the most beautiful woman in the world, and a demon emperor, the most honored person in status. The flavor is irresistible. Qin Yun laughed lightly, looking at the concave and convex figure in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't intrigued. But in the end, he avoided it. I refuse. Qin Yun stood in the middle of the valley and said, granted. The woman in front of him was too mesmerizing, but Qin Yun was ultimately not the brat he once was. In the past, he could have ignored it, but not today. It's not a smooth thing to do, sheltering this woman. This woman, definitely a scourge, a red-faced scourge, whose body is comparable to a divine medicine, which all cultivators in the world aspire to, is a great opportunity on the path of the emperor. Once you agree to shelter her, you are bound to have enemies all over the world in the future. He himself was still very clear about how many kilograms Qin Yun had. Is it necessary to make the whole world an enemy for the sake of a woman's sex? It's not worth it. In his mind, it was simply a non-reciprocal deal. If you really agree to it, you might really have to gut her up in the future because of it. Beauty Pass. Hero's Grave. Chapter 109, The Dark Knight Killers. In the face of Qin Yun's refusal, Bai Zier opened her eyes. There was a trace of surprise, and even more so, a trace of loss among those brilliant star-like eyes. Why? Is it hard to believe that you're really afraid I'll drag you down? The white-striped child's mouth bloomed with fragrance, always very close to Qin Yun, ambiguous and incomparable, the corners of her mouth bearing a wisp of contemptuous smirk. That's right, I'm really afraid you're dragging me down. In the face of White Stripe's agitation, Qin Yun behaved frankly and took a step backward directly. There is a big rhyme of, female giver, please respect yourself. You. White Stripes blushed. She was still very confident in her charms. A touch of confidence that was not blind, but the world's enthusiasm for the green show Spirit Fox for 10,000 years. But she didn't expect the man to refuse. Honestly, she had thought that it would be possible before she came, but how she had never imagined that this man would be this dry. Little man, do you even have this much courage? White Stripes continued to use agitation. Right. Qin Yun nodded, incomparably honest. At this moment, this magnificent woman was finally completely speechless. The man in front of him, without the slightest scruple, the so-called face in his place does not exist. In the face of their own agitation, that kind of honesty, recognized the recognition of no psychological burden. Is this really a young man? White Stripes asked herself this in her heart. For the impression of the younger generation, she always felt that it was easy to be impulsive, valuing face higher than the sky. But this man in front of me, to her disappointment, helplessness, and speechlessness, but with more than a little inexplicable admiration. Those who have achieved great things since ancient times seem to be like this, sober on earth and clear in the heart of the way. Perhaps it was for this reason that she did not feel much anger after the loss, but more of a helplessness. Little man, I really want to use my Fox Clan's charm technique to force you into submission, to see if it's you who has a firm Taoist heart, or if it's my innate secret technique that's more skillful. White Stripes took a step back and revealed a bitter smile. I thought it would be the Fox Clan's secret technique that would be superior, but if you do use the Fox charm to force my hand, I'll never admit it afterward because I was forced to do it, not because I really wanted to protect you, Qin Yun said softly. Scoundrel! White Stripes was completely speechless, showing a touch of warm anger. Then all that could be seen was the Demon Emperor quickly rushing in and biting down on Qin Yun's shoulder. As strong as he was, Qin Yun was unable to avoid it. Somewhat unexpectedly, letting out a howl of pain. Are you a fox or a dog? Looking at the teeth marks on his arm, Qin Yun was rather depressed and speechless now. Be so vindictive. Hoof. Demon Emperor White Stripes let out a cold snort, and her white jade hand wiped the corner of her mouth, revealing a smirk of triumph. Wow. Afterward, her figure spread out and she moved away without looking back. Little man, you underestimate this emperor too much. This emperor is not as contemptible as you think. The white dress was far away, leaving points of light 11 under the night. The void vibrated, and there was such a voice that came out, soft and calm, and with a few hints of anger. What a thing to call it. Looking at that distant back, Qin Yun was rather speechless, but a moment later, he shook his head and lost his smile, revealing a touch of helplessness. Kind of interesting. The Demon Emperor White Stripes, on the contrary, had somewhat subverted Qin Yun's perception. You'd say she's majestic and supreme, but not really, and you'd say she's contemptible, but that's not accurate either. Really kind of a complicated woman. However, Qin Yun did not have too much distaste for this woman, compared to those who were proud and supreme and empty-eyed. White Stripes, the Demon Emperor, was much better. Really if a saint girl or something to come. Today if he refused, to White Stripe child that Saint King's cultivation, most likely to kill a fight, even if it is no longer good. In the future will inevitably strangers become hostile relations. The world too many status of some of the noble people so, face is equal to everything. Self-righteous, once born what the mind, never allow others to disobey. But White Stripes, a generation of Demon Emperor, is quite capable of holding his own. The fact that he rejected his offer was somewhat of a shock, but he didn't hold it against him. That was a bit of a surprise to him. If I achieve Emperor in the future, I wouldn't mind helping you. After all, who would refuse to have a foxy girl with 9 tails by their side? But right now, I'm just a saint after all. Qin Yun looked at the night and smiled helplessly. Ding! On the 230th day of marriage, rewarding the Yin-Yang dual cultivation code. In due course, a clear voice rang out in the middle of his mind. It left Qin Yun frozen on the spot. What do you mean? What are you implying? Qin Yun was slightly speechless, not to mention what Yin and Yang Sutra is to give him the 9 secrets of the secret art. He will never waver. What heart? The red face is a curse. That woman, she's really a curse. In the meantime, Purple State Road region, boundless mountain ranges, layers of mountains, clouds and mist. Under the night, on top of a mountain peak, a human figure stood. Wow! In the sky, figures were constantly appearing, each one extremely regal, with a breath that shook the heavens and seemed to be able to shake the universe. Greetings to the true dragon ancestor king. A voice came out, and an ancestor king appeared, with white hair and a long beard tugging at the ground, stepping into the void with a thick aura of age. The person who came was none other than the present-day master of the true dragon lineage, the true dragon ancestor king. Greetings to Emperor Lu, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, the Kuan Peng Emperor, and the Swift God King. The true dragon ancestor king appeared, standing on top of a mountain and bowing to the 4 directions. It is a vast array of a vast grandeur. If someone was here, they would definitely be astonished at this moment, because each and every one of them was a top figure in the world. All of them were Saint King Realm 9 Heavens existences, the masters of today's top terrifying Tao lineages. Throughout the ages, almost nothing has been able to bring these people together, but now it has appeared. A glimpse of a wondrous scene, a picture of immortality. Boom! The distant sky trembled dramatically, demonic clouds swirled, baleful aura rolled, and killing intent shocked the sky. A majestic and supreme figure appeared, its surroundings covered by a baleful aura, like a wisp of ghostly mist, and noiselessly appeared on top of a mountain. This person's aura was extremely intriguing, and once he appeared, heaven and earth changed color, and the sky turned into the color of blood, as if he was the lord of the devil's prison, the blood prison Shura. Upon seeing this person, all the king's expressions changed slightly. Greetings, demon lord. At this moment, the kings spoke in unison, calmly saluting and bowing. However, among their hearts, they were far from being as calm as they appeared to be. Demon Lord. This is a mysterious and supreme existence, for the current lord of the demon race, who has never come out of the world for 10,000 years. The Devil Abyss is mysterious, for the Devil Clan's based place. The deadly gas is shocking, no cultivator dares to step into. Therefore, the Devil Clan is extremely mysterious. No one can say, the Devil Clan's background is really how thick, and this lord of the demon race is even more mysterious, for the sense of the devil's way, no one can know exactly to which step of enlightenment. Chapter 110, The Two Kings of Taiku. Boom! In the distant sky, another terrifying aura appeared. Under the night, it was a beautiful shadow. Snow-white dress clothes, green silk flying, face exquisite, god show inside, eyes flowing, petals fluttered and fluttered as the woman stepped into the air, ethereal and serene. As soon as the woman appeared, she attracted the gazes of all the kings, causing all of them to change their faces slightly, their bodies appearing to move differently, and their blood chi surging around them, making it difficult to suppress their agitation. Among them, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, Koan Pang Emperor, and Demon Lord were the most serious. Farewell, Demon Emperor. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor opened his mouth, his face bearing a wisp of a smile. His body was quite majestic and handsome, and his head wore a purple and gold sun crown. His nobility was extraordinary. Greetings to you all, fellow Taoists. White Stripes didn't pay any attention to the Golden Crow Divine Emperor and smiled blandly, nodding gently to a few people. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor was belittled, but did not take it personally, and laughed softly. I see that the Demon Emperor's chi is not good, but what is wrong with her cultivation lately? The Demon Emperor is absolutely gorgeous, like the divine moon in the sky. Just gently nod to me. In fact, cultivation doesn't have to be so hard. Why don't you attach yourself to me and help me with all your might? And after that, you and I will travel together on the Emperor's road. And in the future, I will also protect you from becoming a Taoist. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's words were flippant and his demeanor was extremely arrogant, treating the Demon Emperor as a furnace and cauldron. And his meaning was quite straightforward. White striped child for a generation of Demon Emperor. Joy and anger do not say on the table. The demeanor is very calm, but it is not difficult to see that her eyes also have a little anger in the middle of the light. A generation of Demon Emperor, to be treated with such contempt and flirting, made her angry. But after all, he didn't seize anything and just laughed coldly. Wait until you break through to the Great Sage Realm one day and have this qualification. Then say these words again. Yes, Divine Emperor. Look in the mirror first when you say those words and see if you're worthy. At this moment, another voice came out. The owner of the voice for the Kuanping Emperor. Looks like a young man, but the body lingering breath of the years is very scary. Eyes full of vicissitudes, but there is also a sharp as the heavenly sword. Sharp. The kings were all silent, knowing that these two had always been at odds and had been fighting for many years. And the reason for this, other than that qualification to become a Taoist, was for the stunningly beautiful woman in front of them. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor twisted his head to look at the Kuanping Emperor, but there was no anger, just a long laugh and said, soon, this day won't be too far away. As he spoke, his own aura blossomed soundlessly. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, causing the kings' faces to change wildly. Sensing the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's aura, all of them were not shocked in their hearts. Such an aura was too terrifying and powerful, and their comprehension of the Tao had reached a certain extreme level. The Great Sage. Such two words appeared in everyone's mind, like a huge mountain, causing everyone to feel a sense of suffocation. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor in front of him, although he hadn't broken through to the Great Sage Realm, he definitely wasn't too far away from the Great Sage Realm. With that kind of aura, reaching a critical mass, people knew that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was about to step into that realm. With a few people will be completely distanced. This was shocking news. For 10,000 ancient years, they had been for the same generation, competing constantly, and in the end, only a few of them remained, arguably, the best of the entire era. However, it did not occur to him that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor had reached such a realm first, surpassing everyone. When the future breaks through the Great Sage Realm, it will be completely irrelevant to the crowd. Cultivation is so, one step behind. For 10,000 ancient years, they had advanced in tandem, crushing their peers, and eventually stood in such a position, but they had never thought that they would be crushed and surpassed even now, which caused everyone's hearts to become heavy with emotion. The Great Sage. In the era when emperors didn't exist, a great saint was the realm of the ceiling, comparable to the master of the universe, and the influence was incomparable. Many people were silent at the moment, struggling to speak. There was a slight shock in White Stripe's clear eyes, but there was also a slight complexity, and in the end, in her heart she let out a helpless sigh. The Pang Emperor's eyes shook as he fell into a prolonged stupor. Alright gentlemen, stop fighting and get down to business. Eventually, the true dragon ancestor king opened his mouth, breaking the stagnant atmosphere. Today, all of you are invited to gather in the Violet State for the newly promoted human emperor, and I think that all of you should be aware of this. Our group of old things, almost all of us are here nowadays except for the two old God King. I wonder what attitude you all have towards the human emperor. The true dragon ancestor king spoke. Why isn't the too ancient God King here? At this moment, the always silent demon lord opened his mouth to speak. His voice was hoarse, as if 10,000 ghosts were crying. As strong as all the kings, they all felt some raw pain in their souls at this moment. Hearing this, all the kings looked toward that swift God King. Taiku Divine Mountain. This was the only dojo where two supreme saint kings sat. In the ancient times, in the ancient Divine Mountain, there were two supreme divine kings, one Yin and one Yang. And the two kings reached the quasi-emperor realm in that era, becoming the co-lords of the universe. And now, 10,000 ancient years later, in this era, the Taiku Divine Mountain. Finally, the grandeur of two kings sitting in the town again. The depths of the Taiku Divine Mountain could not be ignored. It was rumored that the two kings were invincible under the heavens and were born to complement each other as kings. And with their inheritance of one Yin and one Yang, once they reached the quasi-emperor realm, they could call out to the great emperors of the world. And now, all the kings had gathered, but they hadn't seen the two ancient God King, making people curious and reverie. It would not be good news if one could learn that the Tai ancient God King had sat down. My brother is embarking on a breakthrough to great sage, and lately he's been charging through the gate and couldn't be invited. The Swire God King spoke softly and smiled blandly, his white beard and white hair fluttering. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This is another shocking piece of news. Proceeding to break through to the great sage. No wonder it was said that the swift God King did not say anything when he sensed the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's aura, as the old God King was definitely further ahead than the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, to be the first among his generation to arrive at the Great Sage Realm. Many people have mixed feelings. The Great Sage Realm, having come this far, it was too difficult to inch forward, but ultimately, someone has distanced themselves from them and will be crushed in the future. Ancestor King, what is your intention in inviting us here? Speak forthrightly. At this moment, the ancestral God King spoke. It is for the execution of the human emperor. The true dragon ancestor king uttered such words. The human emperor is heaven-defying and supreme, a demon that is not even visible in the ancient times. And now he has already arrived at the saint realm. If he breaks through the saints and attains the saint king in the next day, we may not still be his enemy. Adding to that, he carries the 9 secrets and the heavenly emperor scripture. His future power is immeasurable, and he is a great threat to us. There was no one present to refute these words. Compared to the news that the two ancient God King and the Golden Crow God Emperor were going to break through to great sainthood, the top priority was to behead the human emperor. The old God King and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, after all, were of the same generation as them, and there was pressure, but not enough to despair. However, the human emperor was a demon, making everyone feel uneasy, coming out of nowhere with unstoppable momentum. Chapter 111, Divide the spoils before killing the man. On the moonlit night, all the kings gathered together, and the sky shook with visions in the air, causing the sky of the Violet State Dao region to vibrate. Many cultivators in this great land had captured such a strange sight, and they were all shocked, and people knew that these several kings had appeared, and were bound to be discussing a great matter that would shake the heavens. There would be absolutely no peace in this heaven and earth next. It's not that easy to behead a human emperor. The human emperor Cauldron's power is unfathomable. Even if we join forces and go to the 9 states, we don't have much certainty that we can put him to death. The Lu Emperor spoke up at this time. For one of the ethereal would Chung Dao, his body contained a wisp of innate clear qi, and his speech was elegant and extraordinary, unless he can be lured out of the territory of the 9 states. Following the example of the previous few holy kings, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor revealed a cold smile. If that's the case, it's too foolish. That kid carries the Xing character secret. Which one of you is confident that you can kill him? If you ask for a mortal and fail to kill him with a single blow, that kid is bound to retaliate crazily. Who can withstand that? The kings all frowned. The cauldron of the human emperor and the secret of the lineage character were the most overly painful issues for the kings, and at this point in time, anyone who had a family business, anyone who had children and disciples, and any Dao lineage would be hard-pressed to withstand the maddening vengeance of that demon. I already have a plan. At this moment, the true dragon ancestor king opened his mouth and spoke. The human emperor has an indescribable connection with the supreme body, and between the Tang family of the Great Wind dynasty, those two women, and the supreme body, there is another close relationship. Old me thinks that I can rely on those two women to lure the human emperor out. and the human Emperor Cauldron will therefore not have to worry. And my clan got the exact news that the girl called Tang Guiyao from the Tang family is going to rush to become a saint recently. As far as I know, the Tang family doesn't have a saintly inheritance, and the reason why they can become a saint is bound to be the one left by the supreme body in the first place, perhaps for part of the heavenly emperor scripture. If the human emperor is related to those two women, he will definitely strike because of them, and we can use them to stifle him without having to worry about him relying on the lineage character's secret to escape and retaliate against our Dao in the future. Listening to the words of the true dragon ancestor king, the kings secretly nodded their heads. If that was the case, the threat of the human emperor Cauldron and the lineage mysteries would no longer exist. As for whether or not the human emperor would make a move because of those two women, it didn't matter. It was just a test, and even if the two had nothing to do with each other, they didn't have anything to lose. And if the Tang family's Tang Boudoir is able to become a saint, there is bound to be a shocking inheritance. So if you can get it, it would not be a waste of this trip. The ancestral king planned so meticulously, so why did he need to invite us? A human emperor don't you have the certainty to kill? The Qin Pang emperor slowly spoke, his eyes cold and sharp. Emperor Zun, don't make fun of old me. The world knows that the human emperor is extremely mysterious and carries 4 of the 9 secret mysteries. Who knows if he actually has any other cards? Forget about the old man. Let me ask you if you're sure you can kill him? And, by uniting all of you, I am trying to do a one-strike kill and completely eradicate it. It's true that I have a grudge against the human emperor, and it's about the new lord of our clan, but don't you all have one? I hope that you don't say anything snide at this moment and come forward together. Otherwise, the human emperor will definitely threaten you and others in the future. The true dragon ancestor king spoke thus, his long beard fluttering in the night wind, his Taoist bones immortal. The kings were all silent, still to think, for much was at stake in this decision. Although it sounds like a meticulous plan, but the plan is just a plan. The human emperor came out of nowhere. It can be said to break people's cognition. This is a demon. No one can say how many cards he has. Make an enemy of such a man and think of the consequences first. Ancestor king, this matter will not involve this emperor. My Qingqiu lineage, since ancient times, does not like strife. This emperor will leave first. White Stripes broke the silence at this moment and took the lead in making a decision, nodding gently to the true dragon ancestor king and leaving on that note. Demon Emperor White Stripes has always disliked to get involved in the world of right and wrong, which is related to her physique. A lot of people miss, too many times out of the way, extremely easy to be counted on, and also for this reason, her departure. The kings are not incomprehensible. If she doesn't go, then this emperor won't go either. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor laughed lightly and uttered such a cry, causing all the kings to froth, somewhat stunned and surprised. This one had always been a good competitor, having fought with the Qin Pang Emperor for endless years, and was one that was easily driven by chance. The human emperor can be in possession of the 9 secrets and the heavenly emperor scriptures. Are you not moved, divine emperor? True dragon ancestor king frowned. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor shook his head. I'm on the verge of rushing through the gate. I don't want to make any more fuss. As for the ancient scriptures and the 9 mysteries, I'll be just as desirable if I achieve great sainthood in the future. A human emperor? In the coming day, I can exterminate him with a lift of my hand. There's no suspense. Wow. After uttering such a sound, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor directly disappeared far away, very dry and decisive. It made everyone frown. It was clear that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was not wanting to contribute, but as he had said, once he stepped into the Great Sage, at that time, everything would be his. Not to mention human emperors, even if it was them, they would inevitably be suppressed by the Golden Crow Divine Emperor in the future. I'm leaving too. Subsequently, the Qin Pang Emperor also spoke, surprising everyone. This one had always been at odds with the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, and now, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was going to step into the Great Sage realm, and when it really came to that, the first one to be destroyed would definitely be him. At this juncture, he should have been moved by the 9 secrets. How could he have willingly left? Everyone sensed something odd, but unable to say anything, he watched as the Qin Pang Emperor let out a long whistle, transformed into a rock, and disappeared into the night sky. In the end, only 4 people remained on the field, the Swift God King, the Demon Lord, Emperor Lu, and the True Dragon Ancestor King. Although there were only 4 people left, however, the kings remained firm. The human emperor could kill Sing kings and had unparalleled battle power, but everyone present was an overwhelming figure in the world, who could take one for one and was not some kind of grass. The reason for the union was nothing more than to boost the certainty of striking down a murderous emperor. I want the secret of the word of the one. The Demon Lord spoke directly, very dry and domineering. The secret of the word the one. which was important to cultivators at this stage because it contained a wisp of the way to longevity, and if one could comprehend it, it might be of great benefit to the future. This was a special characteristic that the other 9 secrets did not possess, and thus in a way, it was called the most valuable of the 4 secrets. I want the fighting character secret and the all-character secret. The Taiku God King also opened his mouth, causing everyone to be stunned, opening his mouth for 2 secret arts. This was too much of a lion's mouth. It was known that the 2 secrets of Dojia were the main attackers, and they fit well with the Swire twin kings, and if the 2 of them really obtained these 2 secret arts, in the future when the twin kings were united, they would definitely be able to run even more roughshod over each other with these 2 secret arts. Although my brother won't be making a move, I will be bringing along an Imperial weapon, so I guess it's not too much to ask for 2 types of secret techniques from me. Taiku Divine Mountain. The Swire God King continued after a pause, causing the king's demeanor to stagnate. Imperial Soldier. This is the greatest weapon in the world, the divine weapon of the Emperor. The Emperor's soldiers of the current generation were all powerful to the extreme, and there were only a few of them, but each one of them would not be used easily. Emperor soldiers had the ability to suppress qi, and it was rumored that a Dao lineage that possessed an Emperor soldier to suppress it could last for 1,000 years, and once the Emperor soldier was used, then the Dao lineage's qi would flow away, and perhaps unimaginable cataclysms would occur. If the ancient God Master was able to bring in an Imperial soldier, it would not be too much to ask for 2 secret arts, and he would be more certain to kill the human emperor. The kings pondered for a moment, but eventually nodded their heads. I want the traveling word secret. At this moment, Emperor Lu also opened his mouth. The traveling word secret was extremely compatible with his Dao, and it was a body secret technique. Mastering it was equivalent to traveling across the country. Even if he was crushed by someone's strength in the future, he didn't have to worry about the issue of life and death. Alright, the Heavenly Emperor scripture belongs to me. Eventually, the true dragon ancestor king let out a long sigh and said, compared to the 9 secrets, the ancient scriptures would look a little bleak here. Although the Heavenly Emperor scripture is powerful, but all of you here, which does not have the ancient scripture heritage, and compared to other secret arts, instantly increase and enhance the strength of the ancient scriptures. The benefits of the ancient scriptures outweighs the disadvantages, may bring disaster. Not enough strength was missed by others, but the true dragon ancestor king couldn't, because he was the one who led this matter, and what he cared about was not the ancient scriptures and inheritance, but his own grandchildren. What happened inside the original Taishan mountain? My own grandson. Why did he disappear? All of this was known only to the human emperor, and he must ask for clarification. Chapter 112, Return to the Gale. 9 states on earth. Above the 9 heavens, the wind rises and the clouds move. Qin Yun stood on the tripod with his hands behind his back as his divine thoughts probed out and scanned everything in the 9 states. The cauldron of human emperors hummed and gently trembled, vibrating with a radiant and incomparable light, connecting with the will of the ancestral temple and transmitting joyful emotions to Qin Yun. What exactly is the human emperor cauldron? Qin Yun spoke softly, looking back at the human emperor cauldron at his feet. Although he was a human emperor, he knew nothing about the origin of this tripod. However, Qin Yun was able to sense that the human emperor cauldron was extremely strong, definitely described as a divine weapon, and, not knowing which age it was born from, there was an order of heaven and earth inscribed on it, which had already intertwined the Tao and the rationale. The Tao pattern therein is so complicated that it is comparable to an avenue embedded within it. Moreover, the human emperor cauldron was actually alive with a spirit, and Qin Yun was able to feel its emotions all the time, which subverted his concepts. A weapon of a living being. This is too unbelievable. How on earth can it be born? Is it possible that this tripod will be able to take shape in the future? The human emperor cauldron is extremely ancient. Born in the years when the human race first appeared, it is indeed the oldest piece of weaponry in the heavens and earth, inextricably linked to the human race. One for all, one for all. Qin Yun whispered softly. These days, he had gotten some information like this as he carefully scrutinized the Tao rhythms in the human emperor cauldron. Shaking his head, he stopped trying to dwell on anything. The origin of this cauldron is extremely mysterious. Whether it is born of heaven and earth or refined by someone, there is no way to know. Retracting his gaze, Qin Yun suddenly looked towards the foot of one of the mountains on the earth of Kyushu. He frowned slightly, then immediately swooped down. At the foot of that mountain, a large number of mortals appeared, close to 10,000 or so, winded and dusty, and not knowing how many mountains and rivers they had crossed, each of them looking extremely wretched. The 9 states is the ancestral land of the human race, the world of mortals. However, over the course of 10,000 years, mortals have branched out in various Tao domains, and almost every Tao domain possesses the footprints of mortals. And now, The fact that the 9 states had the human emperor's patronage had also caused many mortals to have the intention of returning to live in their ancestral lands. It could be said that these days, there were mortals from all domains crossing the mountains and rivers and pouring into this land, but never in such large numbers. The Tao domains were majestic, and even if a cultivator wanted to reach another domain from one domain, he would need to pay a spirit stone and go through a teleportation domain gate. Spirit stones are comparable to heavenly treasures for mortals, and it's almost impossible to borrow a domain gate. So if you want to come to Kyushu, the only way to get there is to have a line of possibility in a few nearby domains. However, the number would definitely not be so high as to make Qin Yun suspicious. Divine thoughts probing out. Qin Yun directly rushed into the mortal's soul. He was a sage 9 heavens. Mortals had no secrets to speak of in front of him. However, the results obtained surprised Qin Yun, as these people were all from the Great Wind dynasty. It was some cultivators who made us cross the domain gate to come here. The Great Wind Empress is on the verge of charging through the gate, and all the kings are joining forces to decapitate the Empress and seize the creation of the Empress' saintly legacy. Qin Yun looked into the memories of these people and obtained some information like this. Tang Guiyao is going to become a saint? Qin Yun was surprised, but then it dawned on him. Becoming a saint was difficult, and without hundreds of nearly 1,000 years of accumulated reserves, it was never possible to become a saint. But Tang Guiyao was a divine fertility Tao body, with a very extraordinary physique. Plus, after too many years of settling down in the semi-saint realm, she suffered from the lack of a way to become a saint. After leaving behind that sagehood dharma in the first place, it was thought that it had caused Tang Guiyao to build up her strength and reach such a realm so quickly. Counting the time, it's been almost a year since I left Diqian, and I don't know how my little sister is doing. Even Tang Guiyao is going to become a saint. A smile surfaced at the corner of Qin Yun's mouth, and the thought of those 2 women in his mind gave rise to a sense of being a world away. Thinking back to the beginning, he joined the Tang family, because of the body of a mortal, so that Tang Guiyao 100 dislikes. Set up a variety of rules to make things difficult, sleeping in a house, but he did not even have a bed. A generation of great Qian war god, but married a mortal, became a great Qian then lively storm. But now, he himself has achieved the human emperor. For the human religion respect, strength is to achieve the saint 9 heavens, beyond the Tang Guiyao too much, and the once mortal Qin Yun is even more different from the sky. Seeing the people of the Great Wind dynasty, for some unknown reason, Qin Yun developed a slight sense of affinity, a feeling of seeing his neighbors and old friends. Tang Guiyao's charge is imminent. Is anyone thinking about her inheritance of sainthood? Qin Yun murmured, but then he was baffled for a moment. How could these mortals know that the kings were going to strike at Tang Guiyao? And who is it that has brought these people here? Report to me? Qin Yun drifted off. Obviously the fact that these people would appear here was a deliberate act by someone, tantamount to coming to deliver a message to him. Thinking about Tang Guiyao's inheritance of sainthood was fake. Thinking about him as a human emperor was only real. Testing my relationship with the Tang sisters? Qin Yun knew that there was definitely a saint king leading the charge behind the scenes, and that the other party was definitely very strong, as this was not a conspiracy at all, but rather an actual young conspiracy, to blackmail him with Tang Guiyao, to test his identity and see if he would make a move. Qin Yun was not surprised. Before that, he had already associated it with the fact that since the fall of the 9 kings, there would definitely be people in the world who would hit on the Tang sisters. It was just that he hadn't expected that this day would come so quickly. That's just it. I had planned to make peace with Tang Guiyao, and now, yet it's time to go back, just in time to see my little sister too. This girl is simple-minded. The day I left without saying goodbye and the news of my meteoric rise spread, it must have been a blow to her. Perhaps it will be detrimental to her future cultivation. It would be good to reveal everything earlier. Qin Yun spoke softly, his mind somewhat complicated. Tang Guiyao encountered danger. After all, is because of him, he cannot be cold-eyed. Just also take advantage of this time, and Tang Guiyao and divorce. Break this karma. Subsequently, Qin Yun made a trip back to the valley, and after explaining something to little Ionia, he directly left the 9 states and headed towards the Great Wind dynasty. Nyo was now a cultivator, and although she was only a few years old, she was already capable of surviving on her own, and in Kyushu, with someone to teach her. Qin Yun did not need to worry about her being left unattended. Moreover, that girl was well versed in the Go Dao, and it was definitely not easy to lay hands on her, so Qin Yun did not need to worry about her well-being. Boom! The mountains and rivers retrogressed as Qin Yun took a single step across millions of miles of mountains and rivers. At such a realm, the linear character mystery had arrived at a terrifying level, and although the Dao domain was majestic, yet, for the linear character mystery, this distance was nothing. He traveled across the void, turning millions of miles in an instant. This was not a technique, but a very natural body divine technique. Incomparably natural, without a hint of pyrotechnics. It was truly like a god traveling, a dragon traveling the world, and nothing could stop it. In the midst of a large river with mountain ranges, Qin Yun however stopped in his tracks, simply because he had actually seen an acquaintance here. It was a woman, extremely beautiful, standing quietly on the shore of the lake, looking at him with a smile on her face. Chapter 113, Prideful Little Fox Lady, Demon Emperor? Qin Yun could not help but be stunned when he saw this woman, because this woman was none other than the Demon Emperor White Strike Child. And looking at the other party, it was obvious that they were waiting for him. This emperor can wait for you for a long time. The Demon Emperor White Stripes was as bright as ever, with a divine show within, charming bones, eyes like autumn water, fresh lips dripping, and a great deal of flavor. A white dress fluttering in the wind, clear and quiet, elegant, such as the broad cold fairy, untainted by fireworks, as if at any time will return to the wind, but the same her body hot as a special thing. 9 fox tail swing, cannot be said to charm people. Sometimes, Qin Yun was really quite worried that it would be difficult to hold on to this woman when he saw her again. Why is the Demon Emperor here? If you really want to wait for me, why don't you go to Kyushu? Qin Yun lightly laughed, not feeling any aversion towards the Demon Emperor. Going to Kyushu looks like I'm too uptight and saves you from thinking I'm a lightweight. The Demon Emperor actually uttered such a phrase, leaving Qin Yun speechless. This woman is still remembering what happened that day. Really, women are all careful, regardless of their status. I came to ask you not to go forward to Great Wind. The Demon Emperor revealed a straight face and said, only that she smiled lightly. And again, it was easy to misunderstand. Seductive and charming. You came to block me? Qin Yun spoke calmly. He guessed that there was a Saint King level existence behind him, using Tang Guiyao to scheme against him, and at this level, it was definitely a Demon Emperor level male lord, and he naturally thought that the Demon Emperor was also involved in this. I say, little man, you have misunderstood me too much. Demon Emperor White Stripes reveals a touch of a grieved look, bitter voice. People learn some news, came all the way here, just to give you a message, door to door, and afraid that you feel contemptuous, bitterly waiting here for many hours. You even think that I will be an enemy of you. Little man, you really break my heart. We drank and talked that night, smelled the music and danced, and had a night of hangovers. Do you really have no feelings for me? Qin Yun smiled and was completely somewhat speechless. This woman was too seductive. What words came out changed flavor. Not just drinking and discussing? Saying the same thing is what happened. Seeing Qin Yun speechless, the Demon Emperor but then cackled and revealed a delightful smile. Okay, no more teasing. I have come here to advise you not to go forward to the Great Wind. There are many people who are plotting behind this. All of them are astonishingly large people whose status is not lower than mine. You will most likely have to go without a return this time. The Demon Emperor revealed a positive color and said. Qin Yun nodded his head, calmly. In this regard, he has long been clear that the person behind the plot cannot be mediocre, and is definitely a shocking figure with full certainty to deal with him. Plotting Tang Guiyao was to lure him forward, not fearing anything from him at all. Seeing that Qin Yun was unmoved, the Demon Emperor shook his head helplessly. Don't think that you can run amok just because you have the 4 secrets. Your opponent this time is so powerful that it's unimaginable and simply undefeatable. Little man, don't go forward to send yourself to your death. Good to know. Qin Yun nodded his head, and then left without looking back. A white coat of snow, fluttering in the long air, elegant and extraordinary, very spontaneous. The Demon Emperor was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Qin Yun to be this dry, without even a hint of hesitation, which caused a wisp of color to flow out from amongst her brilliant star-like eyes. I've brought the word. It's out of my hands whether or not I want to go to my death. The Demon Emperor was a bit angry and stomped his foot in anger. She then shouted in the direction that Qin Yun had left. Hey, little man, this time, I'll count you as owing me a favor. If you can come back safely, you must pay me back later. I had expected this, and there is no need for the Demon Emperor to remind me, let alone owe you a favor. Qin Yun responded in such a manner, giving birth to a wisp of intent to tease this arrogant little fox lady. In the back, the woman was really angry. Using all his strength, he cursed, scoundrel. The vibrating void roared. Qin Yun waved his hand, never looking back, and moved forward, his footsteps firm, disappearing into the firmament in an instant. By the lake, the woman eventually smiled helplessly again, her eyes glittering with splendor. Even if you know it's a crisis, go forward. The relationship between the human emperor and those 2 women from the Great Wind dynasty doesn't seem simple. The Demon Emperor whispered softly, his voice like a silver bell, very melodious. With that, she also took a step out and chased after Qin Yun in the direction he had left. It seems like there's bound to be some hilarity. Human Emperor, Human Emperor, just what kind of relationship do you have with those two women? The Great Wind Dynasty. Above the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds changed, thunder rolled, and the black clouds pressed down on the city and wanted to destroy it. For supreme figures stood in the middle of the void, like 4 gods, standing in the depths of the void, their bodies magnificent, each swallowing mountains and rivers with divine might, like 4 gods. Everyone's heart trembled for a moment. The breath of these 4 people was too terrifying, and no one could say what kind of realm they had arrived at in regards to the Tao's sense of enlightenment, the work of creation. A mere wisp of fluctuation was incomparably appalling and suffocating. Who exactly are they? Why did they appear in my great wind? At their feet, many were unknown, looking up with fear covering their eyes. That kind of intimidation was too terrifying, as if, with just one stomp of their feet, the 4 figures would cause this kingdom to easily turn into dust. Inside the palace, even Tang Guiyao's face was covered in horror. For terrifying figures, even she felt suffocated. She knew clearly that these were definitely the 4 greatest figures in the world. Standing in the 4 directions respectively, they seemed to suppress the entire Tao domain. Inside the temple, Tang Guiyao eventually found it hard to bear. She was on the verge of rushing through the barrier, but she hadn't expected 4 great figures to appear on the occasion of her breakthrough. In the end, she stifled the instinct that was about to break through and took a step out into the void outside the hall. Gentlemen, what on earth do you want? Tang Boudoir asked in a cold voice. Only, above the 9 heavens, no one answered. For figures of supreme greatness, surrounded by chaotic gas-filled, people cannot really see their faces, and even more so, there is no way to guess their breath and origin. Tang Guiyao only felt endless pressure. The other party had obviously taken advantage of her rushing off, proceeding to the sky of the Great Wind Imperial City, although he hadn't made a move, but just standing there, he blossomed a terrifying aura, making Tang Guiyao unable to meditate on her rush at all. The fact that a few kings didn't answer, even more so, caused the pressure on Tang Guiyao to multiply, and her heart was overwhelmed with apprehension. Why on earth did you come? Tang Guiyao's gaze was complicated as she whispered softly. For the inheritance of sainthood left behind by Qin Yun back then? Tang Guiyao thought of this, but then she shook her head again. Although Qin Yun's inheritance was powerful, it was only a smattering of the sainthood inheritance, not a complete ancient scripture, which would lure saints, but definitely not such a supreme great figure. The person in front of her felt like a god, and she was like an ant, with life and death in the hands of the other party. This gave Tang Guiyao a bad feeling, worrying that these 4 kings had great intentions. They hadn't come for Qin Yun's sainthood inheritance at all. They were only here for a greater good. What exactly? Could it be the human emperor? Tang Guiyao was incomparably intelligent, naturally associating it with the level of human emperor. But it sprang out of her with boundless bitterness and complexity. The human emperor is against the heavens and is the human emperor of the 9 states. But how could he be associated with her? It was hard to believe that the human emperor would still take the place of her and strike out at the 4 kings. Tang Guiyao's heart was bitter, and when she looked at those 4 kings, her heart was filled with despair and powerlessness. With such a character in front of her, she was really like a mole cricket. The other party didn't even bother to pay attention to her. So strong that she defied everything, her will was untouchable, which gave her a deep sense of powerlessness. Chapter 114, The Supreme Exaltation reappears. Within the Great Wind Dynasty, there was chaos. Powerful winds raged, yellow soil covered the sky, and in the dome of the sky, thunder shook the sky and black clouds rolled. A solemn and murderous aura filled the area, making the mountains and rivers look like they were about to turn upside down. Everyone showed a sense of fear, whether they were cultivators or mortals. Their hearts were filled with despair, as if they were in the midst of an apocalyptic scene. For supreme kings, standing in the middle of the high heavens, as if they were gods of greatness, blossoming out a breath that caused one's heart to tremble, causing one's body to involuntarily tremble, and even breathing became difficult. Wow! But suddenly, a golden light appeared. In the distant void, a light appeared there, and golden light spread out to the sky, spreading forward at a rapid pace. It was like a golden meteor that intertwined and gradually formed a golden road. Boom! Everyone was stunned and looked into that piece of heaven and earth in shock. A terrifying humane domain will appeared, like a long river of great Tao, fluctuating and shaking the world. Human emperor. At this moment, on the earth, many cultivators cried out in shock. The human emperor has not yet arrived, but that kind of humane domain's breath has already spread out. This is the vision of the human emperor's travel. Unique, shocking the ancient and modern. A white dress stood on the golden road, black hair fluttering, white clothes spreading, elegant and calm, plump as jade, handsome. He came stepping on golden light, as if he was a god. The human emperor has actually appeared. The scene shook the world. 4 kings, appearing in the territory of the Great Wind Dynasty, caused many people to be puzzled. Some speculated that perhaps it had something to do with the human emperor, because at this day and age, only the influence of the human emperor could draw them out. The world speculated that they were using Tang Guiyao as bait to force the human emperor to show himself. However, people were puzzled. Tang Guiyao and the human emperor were separated by 100,000 miles. The human emperor came out of nowhere, and the female emperor of the Great Wind Dynasty, even more so, had never been in contact. So why would four supreme ancient kings want to use Tang Guiyao as a bait? Thinking about this, some people associated it with the supreme body, thinking that perhaps it was related to it. But speculation is just speculation after all. Now, however, the human emperor had really appeared, and the king's calculations had not come to nothing. Is he really related to the supreme body? Otherwise, it's impossible to stand up for these two women. It is rumored that the human emperor is the senior brother of the supreme body. I don't know if it's true or not. There are also rumors that the human emperor is the elder brother of the supreme body, and that he saved the supreme body and decapitated the battle heaven at Mount Tai in the first place. Talking points. In the void, a figure appeared in shock. Ancient chariots roared in unison, and silhouettes were everywhere. The ones who came were all the big shots of today, with the lowest status being that of a party's majestic lord, at the level of a holy lord. Nowadays, the influence of the human emperor is too great. Every move, are enough to cause the attention of all the people. Any point of the storm rumors, will be enough to let the storm clouds converge. It's an extremely scary influence. Inside the palace, Tang Guiyao's face was a complex one, and amongst those radiant eyes, they were filled with bewilderment. Why did the Emperor of Man appear because of me? Tang Guiyao murmured softly, full of confusion. But the next second, she was stunned, like petrified, frozen on the spot. In the void, that white coat was covered in golden light all over, that piece of heaven and earth. The Tao was brilliant. Even with Tang Guiyao's eyesight, she couldn't really see it at all, but that blur of white gave her an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Could it be? Tang Guiyao's radiant eyes unconsciously enlarged. Her body was like being struck by lightning. Above her face, inexplicably surged an uncontrollable excitement, and even the hairs on her body stood up. Boom! The great battle broke out straight away, without any words at all. At the first moment Qin Yun appeared, the four kings directly struck out at him, unfurling their most terrifying means. Pop! The Tao aura was brilliant, and the Tao sound was bursting. That void directly collapsed and crumbled, and the stars burst into pieces one after another. Four kings struck out, and their attacks shook the world. Kill! A word kill was drank out, and the sky and the earth were filled with a gloomy coldness, killing intent like a knife, causing everyone's heart to be filled with coldness. The demon lord moved lightly, transforming into a wisp of recluse light that directly pierced through Qin Yun's torso. The blood chi there exploded in a majestic blood color, and a bloody hole appeared in Qin Yun's torso. Boo! The Willow Emperor struck out, his green robes moving as millions of willow strips struck out, the void directly cracking open, the Tao aura brilliant, directly splitting Qin Yun's torso into several pieces. Clang! The ancient God King struck out, a ray of golden light rushing out from his brow, a ray of pure yang qi with unparalleled attack power, rushing through Qin Yun's torso and shattering his Tao bones. Take your life! The true dragon ancestor king let out a long roar, waves of sound shaking the air as his large hand slapped down, directly slapping Qin Yun into a bloody sludge. Boom! Qin Yun's 9 secrets operated as his body began to reorganize unceasingly, but then it falls apart in a flash. Everyone was stunned. The four supreme kings were powerful to the point of heart trembling, living up to the fact that each one of them was a character that could be used as 100. The moment they came up, they were absolutely crushing, and the terrifying attacking power was as dense as rain. The human emperor was certainly strong, and was once able to power through the 9 kings, and even though he carried the secret of the word of the people, he was able to repair the heavy damage, but he was completely crushed, under the attack of the 4 kings. Relying on the word secret of the person could only manage to barely stay alive. Nothing more. But the word secret is not immortal. There will be a time when the origin is exhausted, and eventually in the hands of the 4 kings, to be completely killed and refined. Is that really all you've got, little man? In the distant sky, Demon Emperor White Stripes appeared, and a ray of disappointment flashed in his eyes. She shook her head slightly and sighed softly. If that's really the case, count me as having misjudged you. I really thought that you came to the Great Wind because you possessed a great deal of backbone. Boom! The terrifying aura was like an abyss like the sea, and the 10 million weights of Tao power divine power intertwined, rawly making that part of the heaven and earth, transformed into a huge furnace. The 4 kings, exhibiting endless means, wanted to refine Qin Yun on the spot. Qin Yun's body began to shatter continuously, before reorganizing and shattering again. A lot of people don't want to watch it anymore. The scenes are too bloody and brutal. A generation of human emperors had been reduced to a prisoner, imprisoned in the furnace, encountering the four kings' frantic refining. Kid, you really dare to come and ignore us like that? The true dragon ancestor king, whose face had always carried anger since Qin Yun's appearance, let out a long whistle. The Tao aura was brilliant. The power in that furnace was even greater. The heavens and earth shook. The fluctuations of Tao power were astonishing, reorganizing over and over again, consuming too much of Qin Yun's origin. By this moment, he was completely suppressed, and one could sense that the divine effect of the word secret of the one was getting weaker and weaker, and it was already difficult to revive him. Boom! However, at a certain moment, a sudden rumble appeared in Qin Yun's body as a ray of divine light shot out from his chest. In a flash, the wind changed, the void roared with the sound of flowing water. In the depths of the endless chaos, a long river of the great Tao appeared, and a magnificent supreme being stepped out in the middle of the river, looking down on the world and overlooking all living beings. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The supreme being overlooks the ages and treads the river of ages. This is the supreme vision. Everyone froze, their faces covered in consternation, even their scalps tingling. The supreme body. Tang Guiyao was petrified. Chapter 115, I've already chopped them up. The void roared, and golden light shone through heaven and earth. A magnificent supreme being appeared, standing in the middle of the river of ages, looking down on the world and overlooking the ages. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Isn't this the vision of that supreme body? How could it appear on the human emperor? No one can be calm. The supreme body is rare in the ancient times. It is difficult to appear one in a million years, and in the ancient times before it has long been cut off and lost. Today after 10,000 years, there is only one contemporary supreme body, but the supreme body has long since fallen in Taishan. First went into a fire, then suffered serious injuries, after spelling out the four demon ancient saints, completely exhausted, was killed by the warrior skychase in Taishan. It can be said that the death cannot be said to be dead anymore. But nowadays, the supreme body's vision yet reappeared, causing people to have a bad premonition, and everyone revealed consternation, associating it with a speculation that made people's insides quake. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Some male lords were stunned on the spot and uttered such a voice that was trembling, violently trembling. Tang Guiyao fell into a daze for a moment, that complex emotion seemingly no longer hard to suppress at the moment. The demon emperor white-striped child was dumbfounded, her mouth slightly open and somewhat adorable, but a moment later, she smiled sweetly, causing heaven and earth to lose their colors. Good little man, you're still hiding such a big secret in your body. Is that the guy? None of the cultivators in this land revealed nervousness. The supreme vision reappeared in the world, causing everyone's hot blood to rise. For the cultivators of this land, the supreme body has a terrifying influence. The great Qian fell because of him. The great wind appeared because of him. The change of dynasty, everything is because of him. Boom! At this moment, that divine light became more and more blazing, nearly covering the entire Tao domain, and that magnificent supreme vision gradually opened its eyes, erupting with terrifying and overwhelming divine power. The void shook, and horrifying rays of light rushed out like pillars, instantly breaking free from the cages sealed by those four kings. The light faded, a figure in white, gradually becoming clear. The face was clear and handsome, elegant and extraordinary, and the plump god was as handsome as jade. His long hair was casually draped behind his head, his messy hair flying, his eyes were as deep as oceans. He walked forward, his face covered in determination. His footsteps caused the great universe to roar, and his entire person contained an inexplicable aura. Qin Yun. At this moment, Tang Guiyao finally saw that person's face. It was a face that had made it hard for her to forget all these years, engraved into her mind so that she would never be able to forget it, now actually really appeared. White clothes snow, not stained with dust, messy hair flying, possessing a supreme elegance. It was all so dreamlike. You're alive. Seeing Qin Yun again, Tang Guiyao's emotions were ultimately difficult to contain, and she rushed up into the void at once, standing in front of Qin Yun and carefully going to scrutinize that face. I'm afraid it's a dream. But gradually she fell into tears, choking softly, standing in front of Qin Yun, crying and laughing. It's hard to tell what kind of emotion that is. It was very quiet in this piece of heaven and earth at the moment, and it seemed that only Tang Guiyao's voice remained. That voice caused all the majestic lords in the world to have a despair in their hearts. Are you sure it wasn't the human emperor who seized the divine bones of the supreme body? The supreme vision reappeared, and people still held such a slight illusion. It was thought that the human emperor had taken away the divine bone of the supreme body, and that was why he was able to display the vision of the supreme body, despite too many similarities being exposed between the two. There was still no willingness to believe that the human emperor was the supreme body. It was disbelief because it was too unbelievable. However, the vision of that supreme body was incomparably and inexorably familiar. It was not a transplant or transference, but an innate glimpse of a vision. Irreplaceable. That Tang Guiyao's words even cut off people's last guesses. I said I'd come back and give you an explanation. Qin Yun stood in the void and spoke calmly. Looking at Tang Guiyao in front of him, he actually gave birth to a strand of inexplicable strangeness. This was the first time he had seen this woman so fragile. She had never been strong and overwhelming, eyeing everything. But at this moment, he was in tears, touching a strand of softness in the deepest recesses of Qin Yun's heart. Qin Yun raised his hand, wanting to go and wipe away the tear tracks, but his hand stopped in midair, but eventually stopped. Go ahead. Go to the punchline and leave everything to me. In the end, Qin Yun simply said so. Tang Guiyao's charge was imminent, and Qin Yun could feel Tang Guiyao's disordered qi, which was already difficult to suppress. These words caused Tang Guiyao to be stunned on the spot. The warmth that had been missing for a long time flowed through her insides, as it had once done with the words, "Protect the way for you." It poked into Tang Guiyao's heart. Good. Tang Guiyao's face was covered in tears, but she smiled warmly. She didn't say anything more. This man always made her feel safe, really possessed a magic that made her willing to give him everything. The heavens and the earth were always very still, and the expressions on everyone's face were wonderful. No one bothered the two for a brief moment of togetherness, an outcome that no one was willing to accept. You're really the supreme body? A majestic and incomparable voice opened its mouth in the firmament, breaking the silence. That was the true dragon ancestor king. His face was terribly gloomy at the moment, his eyes red as he looked at Qin Yun, his eyes seemingly about to spew out fury. It's me. Qin Yun's reply was short and crisp. It resounded through the heavens and earth, rumbling and roaring, causing the heavens and earth to shake greatly. Everyone shuddered when they heard this. This was absolutely appalling news, and waves of shock were born within everyone's hearts. How is it possible? How can it be? The supreme body went off the deep end in the first place, suffered a serious injury, and was pursued by battle heaven, and had long since perished in Mount Tai. So how could he possibly be the supreme body? And the supreme body is only at the mighty realm. How can it attain the 9 heavens of saints in a year's time? No one is willing to accept such an outcome. Although none of the supreme body's corpses had been found, it was recognized in the world that the supreme body had met its demise, as no one could survive in that situation. And the two are worlds apart. These two reasons are the very reasons why people, although they find the two similar, never associate the two together. This was shocking news. Both the supreme body and the human emperor were extremely powerful, and no one wanted to see that the two were actually the same person, as this overturned people's understanding of cultivation. If a person could be promoted from a great power to a saint in 1 year, then would all of their heavenly pride, all of these majestic lords, all of their thousands of years of cultivation, all of it have been cultivated to dogs. How can a person's strength grow so fast? This is absolutely impossible. No one wanted to believe it, and all of them showed incredulous looks. It was well known that Qin Yun cultivated all the way, all by hard work. However, right now, facing the questioning of a group of male lords, Qin Yun didn't respond to anything. The answer was too shocking. Qin Yun didn't want to show himself as a saint in front of people. Yeah, there's absolutely no way it's the same person. The supreme body has always been cautious, and would never expose itself, much less boldly admit its identity. This is a qualitative difference between the supreme body and the human emperor. Some people have voiced such a guess, holding on to the last vestige of fantasy. In the past, I was just a small cultivator, so naturally I had to be more cautious, incognito and careful. But now, I am already an ancient saint, a human emperor, so naturally I have no fear of any threat. So why do I need to hide it? Qin Yun opened his mouth and uttered such words that shook the cultivators of the world. Everyone was baffled, reading a glimpse of terrifying conviction, invincible confidence, and at this moment, the true dragon ancestor king could no longer suppress his inner urges. Like an old beast, his voice hoarse and his eyes red as he looked at Qin Yun and roared like a maddened drink. Where is my grandson? Where is my grandson? Qin Yun raised his head and looked at the old man, his eyes firm, not hiding anything at all. I chopped it up long ago. Chapter 116, The White Stripes Differential Colors. What? Battle Heaven is dead? Upon learning this news, all the cultivators, without fail, were shaken. Although, there had long been speculations about Battle Heaven's death, when it came out of Qin Yun's mouth, everyone still felt incredulous. The supreme body at the time stepped into the extreme end of the road, first going off the deep end, and then suffering a serious injury. In such a situation, how could it deal with Battle Heaven's pursuit? In people's opinion, even a supreme body at its peak could never be a match for Battle Heaven. let alone in that situation. When the true dragon ancestor king was informed of this news, his body shook, and he almost fell from the void. The death of his grandson he had likewise foreseen. However, at this moment, Qin Yun's words were still like a thunderbolt that struck him to the core. True dragon lineage, a rare heavenly pride in all ages. Who could accept that the man who he had given high hopes to, who was considered by the clan to be a man of great talent who could contend for the emperor's path in this life, had fallen away just like that? No way. This is absolutely impossible. My grandson is extremely strong. At that time you were only at the great power realm. How could you be able to chop him off? Where exactly did he go? Is he trapped in Mount Tai? The true dragon ancestor king roared with red eyes. His voice was full of hoarseness, like an old beast on the verge of collapse. His appearance looked surprisingly pathetic with a few points. It was his last vestige of hope, unwilling to accept the outcome of his grandson's fall, to hear a desired answer. Qin Yun remained calm and unperturbed as he stood there, his white clothes fluttering as he slowly said, "He is indeed dead. Believe it or not, it's all up to you." The true dragon ancestor king's body trembled and lowered his head. He knew that Qin Yun's words were bound to be true. The premonition of his grandson's fall, and the fact that he kept going to Taishan Mountain to search unsuccessfully these days, he knew that his grandson was really dead. At this moment, the old man's vicissitudes of the eyes, filled with pathos, Qin Yun's words, extinguished his last hope, so that he was somewhat difficult to bear. "What kind of machinations did you use to kill my grandson?" True dragon ancestor king was grief-stricken. In his opinion, his grandson must have died in vain, which makes him even more godly. Grief and indignation. A generation of new masters strong to the extreme. The future will surely achieve the emperor's human masters. The gutter overturned. What kind of a great regret? Qin Yun calmly glanced at the old man. At this moment, there was nothing he couldn't say. He was no longer afraid of any threats or means. There's no need to plot and scheme. He ended up releasing the Tao and sitting down on his own. "It wasn't me who beheaded him." Qin Yun spoke thus. What? Such an ending took everyone by surprise. Even more so, it caused the true dragon ancestor king's pupils to quake, and a look of disbelief appeared. Sitting on your own? Those who were well aware of Warrior Sky's temperament knew that this person was extremely strong and proud, battling the heavens and the earth, invincible, but his ultimate end was not death in battle, but sitting down. One can only imagine the desperation of the final moments. People were able to anticipate that Battle Heaven had definitely suffered an unacceptable defeat in the end, and the fruits of that defeat had torn his heart out and shadowed his Tao heart. Thus it was that a man so proud of himself that the party did not choose to end his life in battle, but chose to go and sit down by himself, because the power of the enemy made him feel powerless, overturning his common sense about cultivation. Definitely a huge blow to the party will let the war days. Born out of that kind of grief is not greater than the heart of the death of the state of mind. How is this possible? How could a character like Warrior Sky choose to fall like that? Is it all a lie? It's a lie that you've gone off the deep end. A lie that you've suffered a serious injury. Or even that you're hiding your strength? At this moment, not to mention the true dragon ancestor king, even the other cultivators were beginning to doubt life. It was thought that Qin Yun was hiding his strength in the first place. But, the supreme body doesn't look like it's hiding its strength or status. That kind of going off the deep end, that kind of suffering from severe injuries, seems incredibly real to people and cannot be faked at all. Naturally everything is true, except that I harbor the secret of the word of the one, which restores my strength to its peak at the last moment, and then defeated Battle Heaven. Everything was forced. There were too many people who wanted to kill me. At that time my cultivation was weak. I had no choice but to choose to fake my death and stay away from this land. Qin Yun spoke thus. Such words were spoken, causing many people on the scene to fall silent. Qin Yun spoke lightly, but one could sense that this journey all the way was definitely not that easy. Enter the game with your body, goes off the deep end and suffers a serious injury, and then it leads to Battle Heaven, which falls reasonably close to the end. This was definitely a risky move. Whether it was beheading the four saints of the demon race in a state of going off the rails and suffering heavy injuries, or facing Battle Heaven in the end, in the eyes of the people, it was all incomparably treacherous. It's a nine-way tie. The young man in front of me was gambling with his life in the first place. However, what shakes the heart is that he actually did it, concealed from everyone. It made the world think that the supreme body had fallen. And today, 1 year later, he made a comeback and stood in front of the world as a famous ancient saint, a human emperor. This was definitely not easy, and no one could imagine how he had gone from the profound realm to the ninth sky of the sage realm in a year's time. Even fewer could imagine just how much gumption it took to come up with such a soul-chilling method. It's a touch of the miraculous. And yet, he really did it, and it was so heartbreaking that it was hard to believe. When he was at the half-saint realm, He was the enemy of the world. But he had no choice but to fake his death and fade away in the world. But now he has returned strongly. And in just 1 year, he has stood in front of the world as a human emperor. To say everything at this moment is enough to prove that he is already fearless and is truly strong to an invincible situation. Many were silent, and it was difficult to utter half a word to go on. To people, it was too shocking. It was heavenly, but it really happened and it called for a shudder. There was a dead silence in heaven and earth. Even the 4 kings fell into a long silence. Even they couldn't accept the fact that in a year's time, a great power had achieved the 9 heavens of saints and made a strong return. Such a plan, such a boldness, shocked everyone. In ancient times, there has never been a lack of people with big cities in their hearts. But even when a great emperor was young, he could rarely show such a means and vigor, making people feel shocked. Far space. The demon emperor White Stripe's eyes were colorful. She didn't know when it started. She found that this man started to become dazzling, radiant, that piercing. It was not a manifestation of strength, but an inexplicable emotion that made it so. Since ancient times, the pride of heaven has died young. If a person does not have a horrible background, then the more dazzling he is, the more difficult it is to escape the fate of premature death. Not many people can relate to the heartache and the helplessness along the way when trying to grow up. How many people in the ancient times all lamented the pain of no one to protect the road? But how many people can do as Qin Yun, forced to do, put to death before they live? Little man, I really kind of want to be tied to you more than just having you guard my path. Standing in that piece of heaven and earth, White Stripe's eyes flickered as he murmured softly, "You return my grandson's life." At this moment, the true dragon ancestor king's anger could no longer be suppressed. In the midst of Qin Yun's scheming, the true dragon ancestor king was able to realize that he was clearly treating his grandson as a pawn. It was simply too much for him to take in. That strong grandson, that strong true dragon lineage background. Never. They are the ones to tease others, to rule the world, to see the multitudes of people as grass and pawns. Never before has it been so plotted in as a big move to accomplish the next person. It was a great shame for his grandson, and even more so for him. Chapter 117, The Legendary Spectacular. Boom! A large palm covered the sky as chaotic mist erupted, slapping down at once to subdue Qin Yun. Far space. The remaining 3 kings also struck at this moment. Together, they moved forward, striking out terrifying and incomparable means, and the fluctuations of the Tao were appalling. Everyone was stunned. For kings joining hands, this was an appalling might. The heavens and earth shook, and the entire world was close to collapsing. Stay away quickly. On all sides, there are shadows and recluse lights, but all cultivators are rapidly retreating. To stay away from this earth, to be safe from the waves. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Qin Yun's Xingzi's secret unfolded, and at once, he rushed out, leaping up into the 9 heavens, crossing the boundless starry river and stepping into the middle of an empty cosmic starry sky. Human Emperor, where are you going to escape? The figures of the 4 saint kings arrived in an instant. Kill my grandson and still want to leave? Today is the day you die. True Dragon Ancestor King was the first to appear. His eyes were red. There was hatred and sorrow flowing in his eyes. The news of his grandson's death caused him great sorrow. No one could say how much high hopes this old man had given to that new lord of the true dragon lineage. Though you are overly sophisticated, you have finally been forced out now, forced to strike early, and have not yet come to the point of invincibility. If you come here this time, you will not want to leave again. Emperor Lu softly droned, never allowing Qin Yun to leave. The man's urbanity sent a chill through everyone's heart. As I have appeared today, I have no intention of leaving. Qin Yun opened his mouth, flat and unperturbed, independent in the starry sky, quietly facing the 4 supreme figures. He didn't come to this starry sky because he wanted to escape. Rather, he didn't want the might of the kings to spread to the great wind. The might of this level of characters striking out was too terrifying. If they were to cross paths on that great land, the entire Dao domain would be sunk. Ha ha ha, where did the junior get the bottom? I have my eye on your torso. Take the initiative to lead your death and save yourself from torture. The demon lord laughed long and hard. In the distant sky, at this moment, many male lords went and returned. Such a duel can definitely be called unprecedented. But all saint level, all want to take a glimpse. The human emperor was ultimately forced out. Not on his own. He was not completely invincible. Someone lamented. Coming out on one's own and being forced to come out on one's own are 2 entirely different concepts. With the words that the human emperor had previously spoken, and his usual style of behavior, he would definitely not come out before he was sure. But now, the human emperor came out early because of Tang Guiyao. There had always been some sort of very deep karma between him and Tang Guiyao, which had been manifested long before. People knew that the human emperor mostly did not have the certainty of victory this time, and the reason why he came out of the world was as a desperate move. 4 kings, each one of them is of great importance, for the patriarchs of the various terrifying forces. If such people join forces, who can oppose them? The human emperor is most likely going to fall. Whether his talent is strong or he carries the 9 secrets, he will eventually be dragged down by Tang Guiyao. What kind of bond is there between him and Tang Boudoir, forcing him to come out early when he's about to be invincible in the world? At this moment, such a question lingered in the minds of the kings. Although Qin Yun's identity had been exposed, no one associated it with that flunky, as it was too heavenly, and there were still quite a few people speculating about the relationship between Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao. Far space. The luster in Demon Emperor Chen Linger's eyes flashed. Similarly thinking of such a question at this moment, she looked towards Qin Yun and then at the Great Wind Dynasty below, her eyes flickering with a curious luster. Inside the Imperial Dynasty, Tang Guiyao's charge was imminent, and she similarly looked into the void. In those radiant eyes, there was boundless complexity. The enemy was powerful and invincible, giving birth to endless despair as well as deep concern for that white-clothed figure. Just that she didn't delay anything more, quickly running the ancient scriptures and proceeding to break through the Saint Realm. Boom! In the distant void, lurid fluctuations emanated, and the sky was like a pool of deep water with ripples visible to the naked eye. Gradually clear, slowly fluctuating ripples but like a volcano erupted, impacted with appalling Tao power. Although it was already far enough away, there were still quite a number of people who were overturned on the spot, being shocked and bleeding from their 7 orifices. The Great War broke out. Unfortunately not many people were visible. It was a collision between the Tao and the Tao. The level was too high to be regrettable. Jin, the true dragon ancestor king, let out a long whistle, emitting a vast heavenly sound that resembled a dragon's roar with unfathomable greatness. In the sky, there was actually a true dragon silhouette that appeared, shocking everyone. The giant dragon was majestic and supreme. Its pupils were like divine lamps, and the scales and armor of its body were ghostly, which could be described as a glimpse of a miracle of God. The true dragon ancestor king's true dragon Tao body is near completion. It's a physique that stands shoulder to shoulder with the supreme body, and 10,000 years ago, there were constant killings, all of which were won and lost. And now, is the battle between the true dragon Tao body and the supreme body going to be staged again? The human emperor is weak, but relying on the 9 secrets, it may not be impossible to contend with one of them, and perhaps it is expected to show the kind of pomp and circumstance that existed before the ancient times. At their feet, many people were lamenting, carefully watching everything in the void, unwilling to miss a single bit. The supreme body and the true dragon body battling. This was a wonderful duel between heaven and earth that could be called one of the best in the world 10,000 years ago. Which one is stronger or weaker has been debated since ancient times. In the later years, the supreme body gradually withered away, but nowadays, the battle between the two made people hope for that kind of spectacle to appear, which was enshrined in the legendary clash and made people feel very ornamental. Boom! Similarly, Qin Yun's supreme body vision rushed out. The void was nearly filled with these two visions, and the visions were originally imaginary, not real. However, at this moment, those two visions unexpectedly began to fight each other automatically, with the supreme being treading on the river and the true dragon wreaking havoc in the 9 heavens. These were two arch-enemies, foes for 10,000 ancient years, not to be tolerated by each other. Wow! The supreme true dragon battle intensified, and one could clearly see the fluctuations of those two visions. However, people were also able to sense that supreme being was very young and was not a match for the true dragon, and was suppressed in terms of visions. Boom! However, a surprising scene appeared. Qin Yun rose against the sky, his black hair flying backwards as he executed the heavenly emperor fist, surprisingly blasting the true dragon ancestor king into the distance in one fell swoop. With a flash of fist shadow, he directly blasted it into a bloody sludge. It shook everyone on the spot. Chapter 118, Who's in Competition? Wow! The blood mist rolled around in the sky, resembling monstrous waves, splitting apart, but eventually coalescing together. The true dragon ancestor king reappeared, and his blood rushed to the sky. It's almost hard to be killed when you're in such a position, but the ancestor king who remodeled his true body still sprayed out a mouthful of blood. That punch damaged his origin, was an unrecoverable Tao injury, and was able to recover, relying on the comprehension of the Tao as well as the enchantment of the secret medicine. Not the same as the word secret, that kind of nature, everything close to the road, not with a little smoke and fire, but the scene still gave the world a huge shock. The battle between the true dragon body and the supreme body had been highly controversial since ancient times, and once they fought, it was bound to be a great battle that would turn the heavens and the earth upside down. And now, the true dragon ancestor king's true dragon body, which was even closer to being a great success, had suffered such damage in just a single glance. Suffice it to say, it's a crushing, total crushing, boom. Devilish clouds swirled, the fury was shocking, and horrifying fluctuations emanated from the distant air. The greatness of the Tao materialized, and the boundless black mist coalesced, and in the middle of the dome of the sky, it condensed into a huge black ghostly face. The ghosts are so strong that they are haunted by black awnings. The demon lord struck, and Ghostface erupted into a miserable howl in the middle of the firmament. It was a mournful and incomparable timbre that shook people's souls, and even though they were already far enough away, when that roar resounded, quite a number of people fainted on the spot, and their souls suffered a terrifying shock. Strong as Saint Lord level characters also had a heartbeat of trembling, immediately exerting all their strength to fend off the roar, nearly causing their souls to tear apart. Buzz! The void shattered directly. In that devastated void, Qin Yun quietly walked forward, his eyes as deep as oceans, covered in a determined demeanor. Demon Lord, the most mysterious person in this part of heaven and earth. No one can say who he is, much less where he came from. People only knew that a long time ago, he had become the head of the demon clan, commanding the world's demon Tao, and his comprehension of the demon Tao had reached an appalling level. He's been alive so much longer than any other figure of his caliber that it's nearly impossible to go back. It was speculated that his flesh had long been corrupt, but his soul was too strong and thus he never died. It was also said that the demon lord had drawn too much blood from too many living beings and killed too many people in his life, and eventually became entangled in karma and transformed into a half-demon, half-ghost existence. All the claims have overturned people's concepts and speak of his mystery and power. And now, when he struck, he shook the world. That kind of chilly killing intent, cold fury, like to drown the heaven and earth, so that all the spirits in a roar, all want to stand on the ground into a devil, really like a supreme devil ancestor. A shot. The world cultivators are not creepy. The roar moved heaven and earth. The sound wave was like a sword, and the killing intent was like the wind. Facing directly in the midst of this killing intent, Qin Yun's skin began to crumble as if a knife had scraped across his skin, leaving behind endless wounds as his black hair fluttered and his white clothes hunted, like a floating duckweed that was swept away by this magical force. Shout! At a certain moment in time, Qin Yun let out a similarly soft shout from his mouth. The fighting character's secret opened up, integrating all kinds of Tao power into the syllables of this word, and the waves of sound were like heavenly swords, directly bursting out. The mountains and rivers were directly cut off at the waist, and in the 9 heavens, that magnificent supreme being's mouth similarly burst out a scolding sound, and there was a golden blazing light enveloping Qin Yun's body, shining 10,000 times, suppressing all the evil in the world. The 2 waves of sound impacted, destroying everything. The starry sky collapsed, thousands of stars shattered, and the starlight bloomed like fireworks, poignant and magnificent. Ah! In the distant sky, the demon lord let out a miserable howl, penetrated by Qin Yun's sonic wave heavenly sword. He planted his head and tumbled out, falling a long way at once, his body exploding back by the hundreds of millions. Everyone was shocked by the scene. The supreme body's archenemy, the true dragon ancestor king, was heavily injured by its punch. As strong as the demon lord, he was also pierced through by one of its waves of sound and flew horizontally across an endless length of space. An attack like that sent a chill down everyone's spine. Why have his attacks suddenly become so powerful? No one could be calm. Qin Yun's attack power arrived at an appalling level. One punch down. No matter if you were a supreme god king or a generation of Zong ancestors, all of you would be traumatized. Possessing a forceful and unstoppable aura. Do not engage him again. At this moment, the demon lord and the true dragon ancestor king spoke out at the same time, reminding the swift god king and the willow emperor. They clearly felt the terrifying power of that attack and suffered a blow from Qin Yun that failed to directly take their lives, but for a time, it rendered them incapacitated. How powerful it was to be in such a situation. And it could be said that the two had never suffered such a great loss before. What on earth happened? How did he suddenly become so powerful? Even the eyes of the swift god king and Emperor Lu were filled with bewilderment. Before this, they were still able to manage to suppress Qin Yun, but now, they were not even qualified to oppose him. Such an attack rose to a terrifying level. It was beyond common sense and made the two feel very unbelievable. The 4 kings re-entered the starry sky and stood still in the 4 directions. However, they did not strike again. The person in front of them was too terrifying. The attack power was appalling, and it actually gave them a bad premonition. Vigilantly, he looked at Qin Yun, his eyes filled with scorn, and in fact, Qin Yun was able to be this powerful solely because of the supreme body. The supreme body is his foundation. All the secret arts underlying its root is in this body. It can be said that he fully performs the power of the supreme body, is no less than adding another secret art, the secret of the word. The secret of the word, the secret of the word, and the secret of the word. The full opening of the four secrets had already allowed his strength to arrive at an appalling level, and the appearance of the supreme body was not a +1. It's an exponential increase, equal to the secret of the word asterisk, 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 the supreme body. The reason for the 9 secrets made it so that for every bit of growth in his reserves, his strength would increase several times over, and this was the fundamental reason why he was able to cross the border and fight. The void was silent, and the heavens and earth below were even more so. Everyone was very silent. How can one man be so powerful as this? One could appreciate that the 4 supreme kings seemed to be suppressed by Qin Yun. It was a horrifying scene, a scene that people would never forget, and that white-clothed figure was forever branded in people's hearts, and would not fade even if 10,000 ages passed. 4 kings, each of whom was the master of a terrifying Tao lineage, had joined forces, yet they were suppressed in such a manner. Even if you talk about it 10,000 years from now, it will definitely make people's hearts pound. Boom! However, with a display of his white clothes, Qin Yun actually rushed over at once, stepping into the crowd with a single step, treating the 4 kings as if they were grass. Looking out of the corner of his eye, one person was alone against the 4 kings, but it was like no one else was there, and the 4 kings were all falling back in shock. What kind of style is this? The human emperor is wide open. His attack power is unrivaled in the world, and he is out of the world. Who will compete with him? Chapter 119, Imperial Soldier. Yin Yang Bowl. The void was shattered. The stars were speckled. Cracks were everywhere, and chaotic mist erupted. Bright starlight kept blooming. It was the great star breaking up. Each bloom meant a star was reduced to pieces. Qin Yun traveled forward in the shattered void, in the shape of an idle stroll, his eyes as oceanic and profound, his face calm, truly as if he were a heavenly emperor traveling, possessing a kind of divine majesty that reigned over the world. Everyone was subdued by this scene. Facing the 4 kings, the human emperor actually chose to take the initiative and killed the crowd at once. The 4 kings, all of them, were startled by such a move and fell backward frantically. Behead him together. The 4 Saint Kings, after all, were all very human, knowing that Qin Yun's attack power was invincible and unwilling to oppose him, immediately displaying their means in unison in order to suppress Qin Yun, leaving him with no place to utilize his 100 attacks. Boom! The starry sky was filled with explosions, 1,000 weights of Tao power, 10,000 weights of divine power, raging crazily like shocking waves. Everyone was creeped out. This could be called a battle for the ages, and there was no telling how many years it had been since they had seen a fight of this level. The heavens and earth shook, and that kind of horrifying fluctuation came out, strand after strand falling, and a hint of a strand bursting out was enough to collapse the mountains and rivers of the ages. However, the 4 kings were never able to suppress Qin Yun, even though they had all their means at their disposal, with all sorts of legacies and Tao marks coming out. Qin Yun was simply fearless as he was armed with the Dozi secret. The secret of the fighting character, also known as the fighting victory technique, was originally created for battle, and it could be said that this secret technique was extremely heaven-defying, with its unpredictable and infinite attacking techniques, and there was not the slightest lack of techniques to deal with it. The great battle lasted only a few moments. Instead, the 4 kings were getting more and more frightened the more they fought, while on the contrary, Qin Yun was getting more and more calm, which caused the hearts of the 4 kings to be covered in shock. Boom! The moment he broke through a large palm, Qin Yun directly executed the diopter secret and appeared in front of a king. That's Emperor Willow. When he saw Qin Yun appear, his soul flew in shock as he immediately turned around and retreated, and it could be said that his speed was extremely fast, comparable to the speed of the world. But all this pales before the secret of the line. In just a split-second's effort, Qin Yun instantly arrived in front of him, meeting his head directly with a palm strike down. Ah! Emperor Lu howled miserably. His body flew backwards, barely avoiding the palm, but he still suffered a heavy blow, and the palm nearly split him forcefully. As the palm force fell, a large portion of the starry sky shattered and collapsed in an instant, the destructive force stretching for millions of miles. This scene makes Lu Huang creeped out. Really felt that kind of death crisis. Longitudinal thousands of years. This is the first time to feel the death so clearly. He knows that if he starts over again, he may not be able to avoid the past, and he will definitely be split by force on the spot. It covered his heart with aftershocks. God King, are you still not going to use your Emperor's soldier? Emperor Lu let out such a furious roar after avoiding Qin Yun's faraway starry night. The remaining few kings were in no better mood than him at the moment. 4 kings, each of them could shock the world. Fearless of all the powerful enemies in the world. Their status was almost the same without saying that they were the most honorable people in this world. But facing this brat in front of him, a saint, he felt the crisis of death and felt his heart tremble. causing everyone's mood to sink to the bottom. Boom! In the depths of the chaos, a ray of violet aura rushed into the sky, instantly illuminating the universe. The light was incomparably blinding, and the purple aura covered the sky. Deep in the distant universe, a broken bowl appeared, only the size of a palm, with a broken body. However, it was haunted by terrifying Dao marks. Imperial Qi filled the air, and there were yin and yang fish flowing within it, and with each cycle, it was as if it could turn the heavens and earth upside down, transmitting an appalling and incomparable fluctuation. At this moment, everyone gave birth to a creepy feeling, and on the spot, many people went limp on the ground. That kind of fluctuation was too horrifying. Imperial light filled the air, and Imperial Qi rolled out, a broken bowl, but as if it possessed the divine power to destroy the sky and the earth. Once it appeared, it caused all the spirits to change color, and associated it with scenes such as the world being destroyed. Imperial soldier. At this moment, everyone was stunned. As strong as the demon Emperor White Stripes, his face also changed drastically at this moment, revealing a horrified look. Is it really an emperor's weapon? A great emperor's weapon? The clamor rose in all directions. No one was not shaken. Even the other three kings in the firmament froze. The broken bowl was offered. The stars broke. Without a hint of pyrotechnics, it was very natural. It was like a manifestation of the Tao, capable of suppressing and killing everything, and the offensive aura was ferocious and incomparable. The yin-yang bowl, it's really that weapon. It's not an imitation or a fantasy. It's really an actual imperial weapon. The universe resounded with such an outcry. Imperial soldier. These were two words that were enough to creep out cultivators just by hearing them. The great emperor's weapon, possessing mysterious and inexplicable greatness. The vastness of the earth, the millions of dynasties, and the ages of the ages had only sharpened a few imperial weapons, no more than the number of palms, which were held by all the great dynasties of the world. Imperial soldiers do not come out easily, and there are reasons for suppressing Qi. It was rumored that as long as a Tao lineage possessed an emperor's soldier, then the Tao lineage would be immortal for the ages, and no matter how powerful an enemy it encountered, it would be impossible to shake the Tao lineage. The number of times the emperor's soldiers had come out was limited, but every time they were devastating, and every time it was that kind of terrifying great battle. But now it has appeared and shocked everyone. The weapon of a great emperor from ancient times. It is rumored that its weapon contains the yin-yang Tao, and when the yin-yang bowl is released, it can reverse the 6 paths of reincarnation. None of the cultivators were shocked. No one faced the broken bowl without changing color. It was the weapon of a great emperor of the ancient times, mysterious and incomparable, containing terrifying secrets within it, and there were too many rumors. No one knows exactly how powerful the might of this emperor soldier is. However, this deterrent power is absolutely unquestionable. As strong as a great saint are not sure dare to have an emperor soldier of the Tao lineage. Can imagine what kind of influence is a copy of. All under the emperor's soldier are ants. Once the emperor's soldier is out, the world will be at peace. The human emperor is really going to die. The swift god king actually moved out such a weapon, is simply not wanting the human emperor to leave. In ancient times, once an emperor's soldier is released, it has never been defeated. This is a kind of iron law, representing the majesty of a great emperor, which cannot be offended. Many people sighed softly, having predicted the ending the moment the broken bowl came out. For 10,000 ancient years, the number of times an emperor's soldier had appeared was not many, but every time, no matter how strong of an enemy you were, you had to be subdued. The majesty of the emperor's soldiers cannot be offended. This was not just the rumors of the ancient sages, but the kind of invincibility that had been deposited by the accumulation of prowess over 10,000 ancient years. This time, even White Stripes, a bright and incomparable woman, changed color. That delicate face was miserably white, revealing a gust of panic. Little man, I'm sorry, I didn't know they would move the imperial soldiers. White Stripes murmured, his timbre trembling, his eyes full of complexity, unable to say if it was guilt or what. However, it was all too late now. When the emperor's soldier comes out, who will compete? That was the face that the great emperor had left behind in this world. A wisp of majesty left behind that simply could not be offended, suppressing all arts and spells. Even the 9 secrets were dark at the moment, and everything was covered by the light of the emperor's soldiers. Chapter 120, Receiving an emperor's soldier with his unarmed hand. The heavens and earth shook, the starry sky collapsed, and one big star after another was reduced to pieces, as if fireworks were in full bloom, which was exceptionally magnificent. The moment the emperor's soldier came out, it shook the world. It was a ferocious might that had only been heard of only amongst the rumors, and it was rare in all the ages because emperor soldiers were too powerful and would not come out easily at all. Boom! The void shook violently and instantly shattered as billions of strands of immortal light in the two chi of yin and yang vaporized and slowly fell. It made Qin Yun feel an unprecedented pressure. Yin and yang bowl, a very inconspicuous broken bowl, but even let him give birth to a kind of untouchable premonition. Under such a ferocious power, as if everything is small. Tsunami, the land of the 9 states, the ancestral temple of the human race, the human emperor cauldron was trembling violently, and Qin Yun was 10,000 miles away, yet he clearly felt the emotions of the human emperor cauldron, thirsting for a battle, begging for his summoning. However, Qin Yun did not summon the human emperor cauldron. The tripod of the human emperor is of great significance, suppressing the chi of the human race, and he had a premonition in the dark that such an artifact, once used, would break away from the 9 states, or would shake the fundamentals of the human race. The karma is huge, so to speak. Although he couldn't speculate what kind of terrible consequences that kind of karma would bring about nowadays, he was able to feel that it was terrifying. Standing in that starry sky, Qin Yun's eyes were as deep as oceans, covered in determination. The line of words was as secret as a rainbow, and the will of the human way intertwined into a golden path under his feet, making him look as ethereal as a god. However, he never avoided it, because it was simply difficult to go and avoid it anymore. The moment the emperor's soldiers came out, they destroyed everything, and that kind of destructive force was simply impossible to avoid. Boom! In the next second, Qin Yun directly struck out, meeting the heavens with a full display of the 4 secrets, directly executing the heavenly emperor fist. The light of the fist was bewildering, and the power of the fist was astonishing as it struck upwards, triggering a violent roar in the universe. The scene stunned everyone, and everyone froze. He actually wants to harden the emperor's soldier. No one is not creeped out. The majesty of the emperor's soldiers could not be offended, and for 10,000 years, this majesty could not be broken by anyone, just as the great emperor was a myth for the Lord of the universe, and no one could be out of his or her left or right. But today, there is such a scene. Facing a piece of imperial weaponry across the sky, he was invincible and fought. Boom! The heavenly emperor's fist roared and pierced through the starry sky. The explosive sound echoed endlessly in the universe, deafening the ears. The sky was shattered, and the ancient green sky gave birth to cracks in an instant. It was simply difficult to withstand the power of that punch, truly like a god. A single punch blasted out, possessing a kind of heaven-opening style. Dang! Yin Yang Bowl dramatically shocked. The broken and tattered broken bowl has long given birth to a number of cracks. Let a person worry that it will be completely shattered under this blow. Yet, that is all. Emperor light-filled, purple gas covering the sky, simply cannot go hard to shake, like a deep water. The heavenly emperor fist is certainly fierce. The power of the attack is unparalleled, but still like a mud cow into the sea, did not set off any waves. It's just a weapon, but it's so strong to this extent. Imperial soldiers are truly unoffendable. The human emperor is certainly strong, but what he has in front of him is an imperial soldier. Many people at this moment are lamenting. The ancient sages said is not false. Today they really saw the power of the emperor's soldier, suppressing everything. All laws do not invade. Boom! The imperial soldier had a spirit, as if it had been offended by Qin Yun's strike, and the yin-yang bowl rotated, outlining a magnificent diagram of the Tao. It was like a yin and yang taijutsu, covering the starry sky and slowly pressing down, like the sky was collapsing. No one is not shocked. All gave birth to an endless sense of despair. The emperor's soldiers such as the sky. The majesty cannot be offended. Life between heaven and earth. And how to go to fight with the sky. To fight with the sky? Human emperor, your time to die has come. This scene caused the hearts of the 4 kings to surge, and the swift god king's eyes were even crimson as he urged the yin-yang bowl to quickly fall. Snap! The green sky was cracking. The 10,000 paths were roaring. It was really difficult to go against that kind of greatness. Everything collapsed, and the emperor's soldiers crossed the sky, destroying everything and suppressing everything. And at this moment, Qin Yun remained calm and unperturbed as he stood in that starry sky, his eyes as sharp as lightning. Beneath his feet, the golden avenue became incomparably bright and radiant, blazing to the extreme, as the figures of one human sage after another seemed to appear, hideously roaring in rage, transforming into a volatile force of greatness that rushed into Qin Yun's torso. Boom! Qin Yun met the sky, his black hair fluttering backward and his white clothes flying, possessing an endless elegance. He reached out with both hands and braced himself upward. Bang! The mountains and rivers were all broken in that instant. The yin and yang chi was volatile and surging, and the emperor chi was surging like an ocean. Billions of strands of immortal light penetrated Qin Yun's body, making his body look like a funnel, oozing out yin and yang Tao light. His body was rapidly disintegrating, and in an instant, Qin Yun became a bloody man. However, That yin and yang Dao diagram was ultimately resisted, unable to fall in, was born to hold up in the void. Let the yin and yang bowl how to invert the emperor's energy, are unable to suppress the fall in the slightest. This scene shocked everyone, giving everyone a creepy feeling. In the starry sky, the four kings' faces changed drastically. In the distant sky, Demon Emperor White Stripes was equally alarmed, and on the mountains and rivers beneath their feet, the endless cultivators were all frozen in stagnation. Imperial soldiers are not to be offended. These were the words passed down by endless ancient sages, the gloomy remarks left behind by endless heavenly prides and millions of majestic lords after they had confronted the emperor's soldiers. And now, they had even more deeply experienced that kind of might. But now this scene has come to pass. The human emperor rose up against the sky, his hands braced themselves, and although his body was cracked and close to disintegrating, he was able to solidly resist that imperial weapon. Catch the emperor's soldiers with your bare hands. This seems fantastic to people. It's a miracle. No one since the beginning of time had been able to survive the emperor's soldiers crossing the sky, but now they were resisted. An eternal picture that was forever burned into people's hearts. White clothes fluttered, black hair danced wildly, ethereal and dusty, catching imperial soldiers with his bare hands. This is destined to shake the ages, shaking the ancient and the modern, creating a precedent that has never been seen before in the ancient times. Is this really a human? Catching an emperor's soldier with his bare hands. It actually happened. No one was unshaken. White clothes win the snow, that kind of out of the world. In the limelight, unarmed to catch the emperor's soldier, shook that kind of earth-shaking, destroying the greatness of the power. What a dazzling scene. It was like a dream. But this didn't belong to anyone. This was a crowning glory, affiliated with that white dress, the first saint of the ancient world. This move is going down in history. Even after 10,000 ancient years the color will not fade. The human emperor has truly created a miracle. A precedent. The earth shook violently and the clamor was endless. People knew that next, the world would be shaken greatly. Not to mention other things. Just catching an emperor's soldier with his bare hands would be enough to trigger a sensation in the universe. Chapter 121, The Origin of the Green Mound. The vastness of the pressure shook the world. The human emperor's hands were raised high, supporting the yin-yang diagram, carrying it with force and pushing the piece of Dao diagram backward in a raw manner. It's extremely creepy and no one can say anything about it. That was an imperial weapon, destroying the world, but whenever it came out to suppress a strong enemy, there would definitely not be any accidents. But now it was blocked, and the imperial chi was suppressed. Ah! Qin Yun whistled long and loud. His blood chi fluttered and his essence gushed out. Within his body, the supreme bone's divine light blazed out. Endless pressure poured out. His body erupted like a volcano, shaking out a vast fluctuation. Break me! Accompanied by that long whine, Qin Yun's fists shone brightly as he directly blasted out with a single punch. The universe roared as star after star exploded one after another. And this punch directly caused a great destruction, causing the entire heaven and earth to move. Everyone froze. It was an unimaginable might that shocked everyone. Everyone's heart trembled, nearly uncontrollably going to kneel down. Celestial Emperor's fist. It was fiery and radiant. It blasted at the piece of Taiji diagram, causing the broken bowl suspended in the 9 heavens to tremble. And in the end, letting out a wail, it was actually blown away. Although the Emperor's soldier failed to be destroyed, that mighty power that drove the Emperor's soldier dispersed and flew backwards 10 million miles away. It stunned everyone. The attack power of the person in front of him was too terrifying. Able to harden even an emperor's soldier, enough to pierce through heaven and earth. What kind of person would be able to withstand one of his strikes? In the broken starry sky, Qin Yun stood still. Blood was dripping from all over his body. His body was densely cracked. Strange light was flickering. The creation of the word secret of the person was flowing, but it was difficult to recover as much as possible. The emperor's soldier was too powerful. Even he also suffered an unbearable way injury. Even with the word secret of the person, it is difficult to go against the sky. It was a Dao wound, the fierce might of the emperor's chi, and it was hard to be quelled. Standing still in the middle of the firmament, supreme blood flowed, staining the starry sky red, which was shocking to the eyes. But even though people knew that he was in a bad state at the moment and was very weak, the 4 kings, however, still did not take the liberty of making a move, hard shaking an emperor's soldier. This was too appalling, shocking everyone. As strong as the 4 kings, they were also deeply subdued by this scene. The person in front of him was like a boundless divine mountain, mysterious and majestic, which made everyone's hearts bottomless, unable to speculate on his true battle power. The 4 kings, each of whom was in shock, did not dare to make a move, but were also unwilling to retreat, because they knew that there was no way back at all, and that if they could not kill the human emperor, they would surely follow in the footsteps of those holy kings who had once been there. Kill. At a certain moment in time, such a killing word was drunk out. The true dragon ancestor king was the first to rush out as he came with a halberd. And with a single sacrifice of his black halberd, an ink dragon rushed out and pounced towards Qin Yun. This person had the heaviest killing intent towards Qin Yun. And this so-called visit wasn't a chance. It was simply revenge. Immortality. The remaining few kings also struck out at the same time, following the ancestral king. In the starry sky, Qin Yun was always weak, but his eyes were firm as he looked towards the four great enemies. The emperor's soldier was not to be offended. Although he had hardened that emperor's soldier, he had paid a great price for it. The secret of the word of the one could only barely guard his mind and shelter his origin from extinction, and it was difficult to restore his state to the best time anymore. Boo! At a certain moment, a light boing rang out, like a drop of dew, condensing into Qin Yun's torso. It was a drop of an unknown liquid that had a strange effect, capable of obliterating the emperor's qi, and with the support of the two secrets of all walks of life, his bloodied body was gradually remodeled. Little man, you owe me a favor this time, don't you? In Qin Yun's mind, such a voice resounded, soft and boneless, warm and spiritual. Raising his eyes to look into the distant sky, Demon Emperor White Stripes revealed a smile to him. His charming eyes were like silk, with an indescribable beauty. Cygnus origin? Such a conjecture was born in Qin Yun's mind. The nine-tailed spirit fox of Qingqiu, whose body was comparable to a divine medicine, had unimaginably great benefits from dual cultivation with it. Thus Qin Yun thought of it. But at this moment, there was no time for him to trace anything back. Looking at the four kings, Qin Yun directly killed out. Boom! The heavenly emperor's fist swung and struck with that large and colored dragon. Mysterious patterns appeared in the sky. The imprint of the Tao emerged, and in an instant, that piece of emptiness was like window paper, directly shattering away. This was a sparring match of the Tao, incomparably natural and powerful, without a hint of pyrotechnics, and yet, the attack was very matchless. Dang! The two came against each other with a thunderous sound. This kind of fluctuation shakes the heart and soul. The foot of that piece of the Tao domain, endless cultivators kneeled down on the spot, without a trace of resistance, strong as the Saint Master level characters, all a burst of fear, almost to be suffocated under that kind of fluctuation. Ah! The true dragon ancestor king was directly blown sideways by this punch, coughing up blood in large gulps as the blow sent him flying backwards. Smashing through the endless stars, he landed in the middle of a chaotic deep mountain. Set within it, even his body was gone, his life and death unknown. Everyone was stunned. The human emperor had just hardened himself against the emperor's soldier first, using up too much of his blood and energy, but now his attacking power had recovered to such an extent that it truly called for a heart to tremble. This is still human. Even the swift god king cursed loudly, his pale eyes filled with astonishment. The yin-yang bowl was his own family's imperial armament, and he was most aware of how powerful it was. And if he said that who would be most surprised if Qin Yun hardened himself against the imperial armament, it would definitely be him without a doubt. Pop! The divine king struck out, striking the order of heaven and earth, and a blazing and incomparable Tao seal coalesced in his hand. A young seal, a ray of pure yang qi from the heart that had been quenched for endless years. It is a manifestation of the way. Its might could be described as incomparably appalling. Everyone's heart trembled for a while. That young seal glowed with billions of strands of light. Even if any strand landed on a Saint King, it was absolutely going to be ashes and ashes, and it could break all things in the world. Boom! However, Qin Yun's dozi secret was executed, and a young seal actually appeared in his hand as well. The Do Shang Dharma, evolving all offensive means. The two young seals blasted out at the same time, ruthlessly colliding together, and it was as if tens of thousands of large stars had fallen between them, emitting millions of piercing rays of light. Everyone's had trouble opening their eyes, only to hear the endless starry sky exploding, where it was absolutely destroyed. The mountains, rivers, stars, and everything was reduced to pieces. Ah, how can you be so strong? The moment the Tao aura disappeared from the firmament, one heard a miserable howl emanate from the swift God King and saw the scene of Qin Yun's large hand slapping down, directly breaking the God King's torso into pieces. The ancient God King, Yang Seal, for his extreme means, the word Yang, even more so, represents the extreme terrifying attack power. It could be said that the swift God King's offense was extremely powerful, and there were few people in the world who could outperform it. In people's opinion, once the Yang Seal came out, even if he was not able to defeat Qin Yun, he shouldn't have been defeated and disheveled in such a bad way. But now this scene is happening. The moment the large palm fell, the body of the swift God King directly exploded, splitting apart and sending remnants of his limbs and Tao body flying across the ground. A supreme king fell like this, shaking everyone. making everyone feel a pang of unreality. Like a dream. Chapter 122, Killing the Four Kings. A king had fallen like this, causing many people to develop a feeling of unreality. Many of the people present, as strong as Saint Lord level characters, were the descendants of the Divine King, and had heard of the Divine King's mighty name during their infancy. And the word Taiku shocked the hearts of the people. The Taiku twin kings, one Yin and one Yang, were born to complement each other as kings, and the two of them created too many legends in their younger days, and were renowned for their prowess. But what was not expected was that the twin kings had nearly cultivated to the point of great accomplishment in their twilight years, and when they should have been even more like it, one of them was killed. It's a shame, the end of an era. Even more, it was a great loss for the Swire God Mountain, and from then on, this world would not see that kind of great success of the Swire twin kings that could call out to the great emperors for many years to come. Buzz. At the instant the God King fell, there was a buzzing in the void. The distant sky was filled with purple gas, and the yin-yang bowl wanted to break free of the void. At this moment, many people struck out and rushed toward that heaven and earth, wanting to seize the emperor's soldiers and take the yin-yang bowl in their hands. The emperor's soldier was transcendent, and no one was unmoved. Unfortunately, everything was a waste as the yin-yang bowl flew away horizontally, rushing toward the Dao domain where the Taiku Divine Mountain was located, and was gone in an instant. Qin Yun had a premonition. He was also moved by this emperor's soldier. After all, it was an emperor's soldier. If he could hold it in his hands at all times, he would be able to shock the world. But he had expected this, so he did not go after anything. What to do? In the distant air, the Demon Lord and the Willow Emperor were stunned. A king at the same level had fallen like this. It really made them feel the threat of death. The person in front of them was too strong. His attacks were unrivaled, making the two of them do their best to be chilled, their hearts jumping in fear. Premonition told them that the person in front of them was powerful and invincible, and if they fought any longer, they would only die. It was difficult for us four Saint Kings to suppress him when we joined forces, and now that the God King has fallen, and the Ancestor King's life and death are unknown, what can the two of us alone do? Emperor Lu opened his mouth, and fear arose in his eyes, actually wanting to leave and retreat. But there's no way back. We struck out at him today, and where can we escape to? He'll surely come to the door and break us down one by one in the future. Us joining forces is the only chance. The human emperor was first struck by the emperor's soldiers, and now that he has killed the God King, his strength must be greatly reduced. This is the only chance. The demon lord fell always firm, and two ferocious lights pierced the depths of the dark spectral mist. Yes, Emperor Lu was also aware of the stakes, and after some hesitation, he regained his firmness, and the two of them attacked Qin Yun, one on the left and one on the right, striking out a terrifying holy aura. The power of endless laws surged, raging like an ocean, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble. Everyone was shocked for a while. This kind of might was too appalling. Just the fluctuation would be enough to break everything in the world, let alone a real duel. Many people were paralyzed on the spot, unable to stop themselves from trembling as they felt the end coming. Boom! Qin Yun had long since gained insight into everything. His feet stepped forward, his hands fluctuated, and the trajectory of the Tao flowed around him before he pressed downward to meet the two Saint Kings respectively. Dang! In the moment of the exchange, the void trembled, and the order of the heavens and earth fought by the two supreme kings was directly slapped apart hard, split into pieces, and crumbled into the void. Both of them coughed up blood in large mouthfuls and flew backwards. Qin Yun did not stop, as two sword-ons rushed out from his surroundings, charging at the two of them separately, to split the force in the starry sky. Buzz! The sword's long roar was as deafening as a dragon's roar. Such a might was simply unstoppable, directly shocking through the void. Why is his attack power still so terrifying? Supreme Tao Body, the name is true. In the end, even the Demon Lord felt despair. The two male lords, who were strong in the true sense of the word in this side of the universe, were rampant and there simply weren't many people who could make them fearful. Yet, when they met Qin Yun, it gave them the feeling of kicking an iron plate. A sense of powerlessness was born. The person in front of him was like a mysterious mountain of gods, with infinite divine power, like a bottomless pit, and it was difficult to speculate on his bottom line. Even though the two of them did their best to resist, they were still penetrated by those two sword awnings. The Willow Emperor exploded on the spot, and eventually showed his body, for a celestial ancient willow, which could be said to be extremely huge and vast, but it was struck in pieces at once, with millions of willow branches flying, like fireworks blooming. The Demon Lord was equally bad. The black fog around him was like an ocean, tilting out crazily, and the magic power was raging and raging, as if it had been struck through the origin. Buzz! Qin Yun did not show any mercy as his large hand probed out, directly taking the demon lord into his hands before he forcefully wiped upwards, a large swathe of ethereal mist rushing out. A generation of demon lords, who had been running the world for nearly 10,000 years, had become clouds of smoke. The moment the demon lord's torso cracked open, strand after strand of black mist rushed out, and the shadowy, cold aura rushed to the sky, covering the entire Dao domain as if it had opened the door to the underworld. This black mist has divine wonders. When it stains the sky breaks down, and when it stains the mountains and rivers wither. The aura of devastation permeates the world. Spectral demon grass? Many people were surprised that the fall of the demon lord had caused a certain number of powerful people, who seemed to have gained insight into something, to think of some ancient records. Legend has it that the Devil's Abyss, where the devil's race is located, is the number one place of Yin fury in the heavens and the earth, and under the nourishment of the endless Yin Qi, every 10,000 years, a strain of underworld devil grass will be born. It was a magic medicine that was comparable to a divine medicine, but it was extremely Yin and cold and had too many drawbacks. And now that the demon lord had fallen, large swathes of spectral mist rushed out, making people think of this magic medicine. People speculate that perhaps the underworld magic grass is not a rumor, but really exists, and that the demon lord's long existence in the world for 10,000 years may also be relying on this medicine. Heaven and earth were silent. Many were silent and had trouble getting words out. 3 supreme kings, who had traversed the world for ages and ages, yet, they had been killed in a row, which was too shocking and made everyone's heart skip a beat. Boom! Far in the air, the Chaos Mountain shook and the Chaos Mist surged. True Dragon Ancestor King is not dead. That blow made him suffer unprecedented heavy injury, although the consciousness is in, but briefly lost combat power, and only now recovered. The old man's pathos and anger did not leave and retreat. After breaking free of the Chaos Mountain, issued a desperate roar. Ah! The roar scattered the dark clouds and cracked the stars. Everyone heard the sadness and sorrow in this loud roar. Anger and murderous intent covered the world, but it was filled with a sense of powerlessness and despair. The true dragon lineage is extremely strong. A generation of new lords had been decapitated by Qin Yun, and now, he, a true dragon ancestor king, had also been heavily injured by him, suffering an unimaginable crushing defeat. It's a sadness that hurts like hell. Human emperor, I'll die with you. The old man roared, like a mad old beast, his eyes red, his head glowing, his body burning. Burning emperor curse. With a loud roar, Sanskrit sounds appeared in the sky and incantations filled the sky. This was an extremely terrifying technique and method, the true supreme underpinnings of the true dragon lineage, and was even more treacherous and terrifying compared to self-detonation. It was the true dragon lineage's future means of dealing with the Imperial, and now it was being cast. This spell is extremely horrific, forging unimaginable destruction with the sacrifice of itself at its root. Boo! However, Qin Yun merely raised his hand and made a point, and a burst of birdsong and flowers emanated from the void. A pure land with a colorful fall. Everything was calmed down. The true dragon ancestor king suffered a heavy blow. His strength had long been inferior to what it once was. How could he threaten Qin Yun now? Qin Yun struck out and instantly nailed the other party to the void, unable to even move a single muscle, and then his large hand directly crushed down towards him. Ancestor king, I'll send you to your grandson. Qin Yun spoke softly, his eyes calm, his cheeks a bland, cold and merciless, his large hands slapping down, endless killing intent pouring out. A generation of ancestral kings thus became clouds of smoke and turned into bloody mud. Everyone was stunned by such a tactic, fighting to defeat the law, against all odds. Even such a means could be evolved to break all curses and disintegrate a Saint King's supreme secret method, so powerful that it was mind-blowing. Chapter 123. Who in the world doesn't know you? Dead. All dead. Not one left. For supreme kings have become clouds of smoke just like this, and this night is going to be recorded in the annals of cultivation history. The earth was in an uproar, and everyone was talking. The 4 supreme kings, each of whom was the master of this land, but now all of them had become history, decapitated by the human emperor, which deeply shook everyone. For kings came together, yet they were all beheaded. Even the emperor's soldiers were deployed, and they still didn't manage to shake the human emperor. Everyone was stunned, and this could be called an earth-shaking event, enough to shake the entire world. It's really kind of the end of an era. From then on, the demon race, the true dragon lineage, and the mountain of the Swire god, these 4 extremely ancient and horrifying Taoist systems will completely fall off the altar, and have been subjected to a turmoil that has not been seen in the past 10,000 years. Too powerful, since his rise, but whenever he strikes, almost no one can leave alive in his hands. How long has it been? The scene of him beheading a saint against the heavens in years past is still fresh in our minds. And now, returning against the heavens, he has beheaded 4 kings at once, making such a shocking move. No one is not shocked, and it's being talked about everywhere. Countless divine rainbows flew away, recluse lights streaked in all directions, and people wanted to be the first to deliver the news. The return of the human emperor, shopping for supreme saint kings against the sky. This was definitely enough to shake the world. It's really hard to choke. In years past, when he first revealed himself, he was still in the sea convergence and great power realms, but now he has traveled to such a point. May I ask who else in the world can stop him from marching in? There was no one who wasn't shaken, as long as they were cultivators. At this moment, they all had their hearts pounding and were shaken to the core. The rise of the human emperor's speed, beyond common sense, beyond people's imagination. In ancient times, no one has ever risen so quickly, and there has never been a person can be in the saints' 9 heavens, has such a terrible influence. Shaking an emperor's weapon with your bare hands. Truly setting a precedent. The human emperor is comparable to a glimpse of a worldly miracle. There's a clamor everywhere. A sense of foreboding arose in all of them. The rise of the human emperor was already unstoppable, and before long, he would definitely be able to conquer the Emperor Road and become a dark horse on the Emperor Road. Invincible. Or he would be able to cut down all his enemies and become one of the great emperors of the world. The news spread in all directions and soon resounded through the domains. The world shook. Whether it was shaking an emperor's soldier with his bare hands or beheading 4 saint kings against the sky, it deeply shocked everyone. All the male lords in the sky were gloomy. This was definitely bad news for them. A human master had risen, not belonging to any power, and it was a huge threat to any power. The number 1 person in attack power for 10,000 years. Such a title resounded through all the domains, and as the details of the human emperor's decapitation of the 4 kings spread out, no one did not tremble at the power of that attack. Battling across borders, the human emperor could be said to have surpassed the great emperor when he was young, becoming a yardstick that people would find it difficult to go beyond. This night was destined to be sleepless. No one could be calm. The supreme body reappeared, and it was actually the renowned human emperor, shaking the emperor's soldiers with his bare hands, and fighting against the heavens to destroy the 4 kings. Every single one of them shook the world and caused a huge stir in the various domains. The heavens were stirred, and the name of the human emperor was celebrated by countless people. Qin Yun. These 2 words were deeply imprinted in the minds of every male lord. The unrivaled supreme body, the heaven-defying and supreme human emperor, or actually the same person. This deeply shocked everyone. The universe was in a great uproar, and Qin Yun's name was truly known by the people of the world. There was really a sense of the king's presence in the world. At the same time, there was also a feverish discussion about the big fight. Back then, when the true dragon ancestor king invited all the kings to gather in the purple state, a total of 7 supreme kings appeared. But why did only 4 kings eventually appear? People are very confused and puzzled by this, thinking that perhaps all 7 kings would definitely be able to decapitate the human emperor. The Thai ancient god king is about to break through to great sage and is charging through the gate. The golden crow divine emperor is also embarking on a breakthrough. The 2 great saints are going to come out of nowhere. There was no impermeable wall under the sky, and people finally learned the reason why the 2 supreme kings did not make a move. Is the world about to add 2 more great saints? Perhaps to the human emperor. These 2 are likewise a dash of threat. It was so predicted. The 2 old god king is needless to say, and the 2 ancient god king is a blood brother. The 2 are not only connected by blood, their path is one and the same. The god king fell. For the old god king is a huge blow, thus it would definitely strike out at the human emperor after breaking through to the great sage. As for the golden crow divine emperor, it has been speculated that he could never have watched the human emperor rise to power either. This person has always been courageous and fierce, and for 10,000 years, whenever a great opportunity comes out, there will definitely be the shadow of this person. If he hadn't been delayed by the breakthrough, he would have definitely made a move this time. It's just that I'm afraid that even the god emperor didn't expect that the 4 kings had suffered such a great loss and were killed by the human emperor. Many people sighed, while secretly looking forward to it, thinking that the next is definitely not peaceful. Those 2 great saints came out of the world and will definitely make a move against the human emperor. The demon emperor has always been cool, so although he was invited by the ancestor king, he didn't put up a fight. However, it is rumored that the demon emperor had a great affinity with the human emperor, and some people have seen the demon emperor staying in Kyushu at night. Such a piece of news was also spread out by no one in particular, leaving the world's jaws agape. Demon emperor, the most beautiful woman in the world, the dream partner of countless cultivators. How many people dreamed of catching a glimpse of her face? But now, there are rumors of such things. The cultivators' 6 roots were pure, but there was no one who didn't want to hear the gossip about the demon emperor. Didn't the human emperor once say that apart from the human race, Those who set foot outside of the 9 states would be killed without pardon? How could it have anything to do with the Demon Emperor? Someone was skeptical. It is rumored that it was the Demon Emperor who took the initiative to go forward, and the human emperor failed to refuse after repeated excuses. What? Countless people were shocked to learn this news. The number 1 beauty in the world. A magnificent, flavorful beauty. How many people dream of it? But no one thought that the Demon Emperor would take the initiative to go and make friends with the human emperor. In the end, many people had no choice but to sigh long and hard with a shake of the head. Human emperor, Demon Emperor, these two are also considered to be door-to-door. Really want to what happens in the future. It is also considered to be reasonable. But about the gossip between the two people, people are still very happy to listen to. Although Emperor Koan Pang did not make a move, he appeared in the battlefield, and when the yin yang bowl flew away horizontally, he had made a move and was recognized. Such a news exposure. It was only then that people realized that the Koan Pang Emperor originally wanted to gain opportunities in the dark and reap the benefits. Unfortunately, it was not possible to get what he wished for, and the scheming was ultimately a waste of time. The human emperor was incredibly powerful, and the battle exceeded everyone's expectations, so there was simply no chance for the opportunity to flow out, not to mention being intercepted by the Koan Pang Emperor. The emperor and the divine emperor don't get along, and if the divine emperor achieves great sagehood, the first thing he'll do will definitely be to decapitate the Koan Pang Emperor, so it's no wonder he'll be plotting in the shadows. People felt able to accept this, but they couldn't help but sigh, thinking that next, the Koan Pang Emperor would definitely end up in tragedy as well. Outside, the storm is endless, and rumors abound. The Tang family, on the other hand, was quiet. Qin Yun returned and sat on the cot in the corner of the former wall. Inside the room, everything is the same as before, still the same plain, antiques and paintings. Tang Guiyao had successfully broken through the barrier and had become a saint. At this moment, a cup of tea was poured and gently handed to Qin Yun. 4 eyes, 2 looks, no words. Tang Guiyao's eyes were complicated, quietly standing there. Once, there were many words that she wanted to say, but when she really saw Qin Yun and saw that familiar face, she couldn't say anything. Qin Yun sat on the bed with the same touch of complexity. He returned, firstly, to decapitate the 4 kings, and secondly, he wanted to make peace and unravel this karma. But the reason why he was able to become the human emperor he was today, everything had to do with the woman in front of him. Seeing the Tang Guiyao at this moment, Qin Yun was, for a moment, at a loss as to how to bring up this topic. By the way, where's little sister? Qin Yun sipped a mouthful of tea and broke the silence, and the atmosphere was like more frozen all of a sudden. Tang Guiyao was stunned, her body as if struck by lightning, standing there, actually silent for a long time. For some unknown reason, Qin Yun actually saw a kind of sorrow and sadness from her face. It was only after a long time that Tang Guiyao opened her mouth and raised her head, endless sorrow surging from that exquisite face as she said, Yunli passed away. What? Qin Yun's body trembled. Chapter 124, Celestial Separation. Qin Yun's body swayed and appeared in a valley. Here is like a piece of pure land outside the world. Green shade, birds and flowers. In the distance, there is the sound of the lake flowing, clear wind and green water. Cypress green willow. Extraordinarily beautiful. In the center of the sea of flowers, a lone grave stood. The earth bag wasn't big, and there was a monument standing, clearly engraved with Tang Yunli's name. The petals fluttered and blew in the wind, landing on the small graves, falling in a colorful array of colors. Qin Yun stood in front of the grave, looking at the cold monument, feeling the coolness from head to toe. He inexplicably froze, a little lost in thought, feeling a touch of unprecedented sadness. That bright little woman, the former voice and smile obviously still in front of the eyes, naive and romantic, but now see you again, but has been lost. Heaven and earth. What happened? Qin Yun's voice trembled a little. It was only a year, just a blink of an eye for the cultivator, but returning again, he only saw the other party's cold monument, leaving him frozen in front of the grave. Tang Guiyao stood quietly behind Qin Yun and did not respond for a long time when she heard Qin Yun's words. The face showed endless sorrow and grief. The eyes were infinitely complex, and only after a long time did he say, Yunli failed to punch the barrier. His mind was unstable, and he went off the deep end and fell. What? Qin Yun's body trembled. I didn't realize that this woman would fade away with such an ending. Her talent has always been very smart, although not as good as Tang Guiyao, but also comparable to some of the pride of the heavens. How could she go crazy in the foundation building territory? Qin Yun was dumbfounded as he expected it to be mostly because of himself. When he left without saying goodbye, only left a letter, the news of death spread all over the world. This woman has always been simple, most likely because of this suffered an unbearable blow, so the party will be failed to charge. fell into such a miserable end. Qin Yun stood frozen in front of the grave with an unspeakable soreness in his heart. When he left in the beginning, he did not expect that it would cause such a blow and result to this little woman, which made him feel ashamed, and he was silent for a long time. It was difficult to say a word to go. Cultivation is supposed to go against the heavens and is riddled with perils. Individuals have their own destinies. You can't be blamed. Tang Guiyao spoke softly, standing there, relieving Qin Yun, the sea of flowers fluttering, the wind waves gusting, such as in the sadness of the sobbing, the lonely grave, the floating petals, say endless bleak. Qin Yun stood frozen, his heart covered in divine sorrow. You remember when he first joined the Tang family? He was a flunky, and even the maid beside Tang Guiyao was cold to him, except for this little woman. I would like to call him brother, treat him with respect, take care of his 3 meals a day, and accompany him on afternoon fishing trips. It adds laughter to his dull days, making him less lonely and feeling the warmth of family. Ming Ming is such a simple and bright woman. In the past, only liked to raise flowers, feed the cat, compassionate and kind as a small bodhisattva, plainly never done anything evil, but it ended up like this. It's only been a year, but things have changed. That kind of distinct and pure woman only left a lonely grave, calling for pity. Yin and Yang are separated, really cannot see again. The wind blew up the flowers in front of the grave. The petals fluttered up into the void, and then fell down in droves, messing with the grave. A touch of sadness, a few wisps of fragrance. The petals are flawless, crystal clear, and each piece is like that woman, gentle and kind, pure and bright. Little sister, I'm back. Qin Yun opened his mouth, but in his heart, the sadness intensified. The feeling of powerlessness ran through his entire body, causing him to actually feel an exhaustion he had never felt before. What supreme, what human emperor, even the little girl around cannot protect, leaving such a regret. Even if the world is invincible, what is the use? Qin Yun was divinely saddened with indescribable grief and mourning. The sky did not know when a light rain fell, sprinkled, falling on the grave, wetting the cold monument, falling on the flawless petals, the air filled with a layer of coolness, a sea of flowers, a grave, scattered flowers, cold monuments, rain falling, Qin Yun independent. What else can be said at this moment? Tang Yunli has passed away, his life fading like a flower, buried underground, unable to meet again. Tang Guiyao did not know when she had already left, and in the valley, Qin Yun was the only one left, standing quietly in front of the grave, facing the cold monument alone. The rain slowly got heavier and gradually poured down, drenching him from head to toe. A coolness filled the air, not just in the body, but in the mind. His eyesight was so powerful that he could see the crystal coffin in the grave through the dirt under his feet. The woman was cold and silent. The face has not changed, but the fragrance of the dead, lying quietly in the coffin, like a fading flower, calm without a trace of fresh gas, close at hand, but as far away as the end of the world. Is there a law of reincarnation in the world? For 3 whole days, Qin Yun did not move a muscle and stood still in front of the grave, keeping watch for 3 whole days. Reincarnation. Those 2 words brought despair to his heart. It is the law of the workings of heaven and earth that a person cannot be brought back to life after death. This is even more difficult than longevity. Reversing life and death. How easy is this? The road ahead is vast. The road is long. Is there so much chance that can come to make up for the regret? In the end, Qin Yun was left with only such a hope that refused to be put down and was difficult to let go of. 3 days later, he arrived in the hut where Tang Yunli was staying. The room was still overflowing with a fresh fragrance, antique, which was the scent of that little woman. And in front of the window, a few potted plants were in full bloom, blossoming with extremely beautiful flowers, crystalline and translucent, delicate and flawless. Outside the window in the small yard, a couple of puppies were playing with the kittens, jumping up and down. Everything was as it was, still so familiar, but that little woman was gone, causing endless pathos to arise in Qin Yun's heart. In Tang Yunli's boudoir, Qin Yun sought out a letter. The handwriting on the cover read elder brother personally opened it, and it was left to him by Tang Yunli. The boudoir was clean and tidy. Qin Yun sat in front of the window and opened the envelope, revealing a line of beautiful handwriting, like the beauty of a flower, very natural, possessing an almost Taoist beauty. Brother, don't make peace with your sister, okay? I lost my parents at a young age, and that year, when my father and mother were killed by their enemies, my sister saved me in my swaddling clothes at the hands of my enemies. She raised me with care and was always used to being on her own, and she's strong mostly because of me, but she has really changed, no longer like she once was. I can feel my sister's affection for you. This marriage, perhaps in the beginning, was just a farce, and perhaps she did treat you badly at one time, but she really knew it was wrong. Brother, will you not make peace? Yunli doesn't want to lose his family anymore. I would love for our family to be together. Far away from the great Qian. Far away from the hustle and bustle of the red dust. Just quietly together. Secluded in the mountains and forests. Living a plain and peaceful life. Brother, where have you been? Is it possible to read this letter? Will I ever be able to see you again? Brother, I saw a very beautiful flower today, but I can hardly be happy. Brother, did you really fall in Mount Tai? I don't believe it. Brother, is it really impossible to see you again? I went out today and heard the cultivators returning from Mount Tai talk about Mount Tai, but unfortunately, I didn't hear anything about you. The envelope was written at an unknown date and the pages were a little yellowed. The core content is a small wish of Tang Yunli, compared to the cultivator's dream of becoming a god and being an ancestor. It's really small. She herself is a small woman. The world is small. It can only fit a Tang family, so 3 or 2 people do not wish to be separate. The letter was so trivial that I don't know how many days it took to write it. The last words were, elder brother, will you be able to come back? Yunli misses you very much. Here the letter comes to an abrupt end. Between the lines, filled with thoughts of Qin Yun, the handwriting was mottled, during which there were actually tear marks. It was late at night, and Qin Yun sat quietly in front of the window, holding the letter, reading and rereading it, stroking the tear stains on the letter, feeling the warmth that had once been there. I should have come back earlier. Qin Yun sighed, not crying out, but extraordinarily sad. I really want to reverse time and go back to the time when this epistle was written, so that the little woman, with a smile on her face. Chapter 125, Underworld Magic Grass. Brother, will you still be able to come back? Yunli misses you. Qin Yun looked at the last line in silence, struggling to utter a single word as his eyes turned dim. His fingers scraped the envelope, brushing over the little tear stains, and his heart stung like it never had before, but he never wanted to put it down, to remember the little woman in this way. During the 3 days, he had always shut himself up inside the house, feeling the last trace of Tang Yunli's breath left in this world, unwilling to leave. During these 3 days, he was always very disheveled. His beard grew one crop after another, and he no longer had the elegant and handsome demeanor that he had before. During that time, Tang Guiyao was worried and came to check once, surprised to see him like this, but said nothing, knowing the deep bond between Qin Yun and Tang Yunli. Yunli's death was a huge blow to him. I can't be this decrepit. The world doesn't have many rumors about reincarnation and reincarnation. Perhaps there is hope that I can bring my little sister back to life. Qin Yun so relieved himself, but the sadness was hard to hide. He began to frantically enroll in the word secrets of the One, in order to realize the supreme principle of longevity from it. The secret of the word contains a characteristic that is not found in the other secret arts of the 9 secrets, but longevity and rebirth against the heavens are 2 completely different concepts. This made him feel more and more bewildered the more he enumerated. Everlasting life is slim, so why talk about living against the dead? If I can become an immortal in the future, perhaps anything is possible. Qin Yun murmured, but he could not be calm. Becoming immortal is incomparably remote. How many great emperors in ancient times have failed to step out of that step to go? He did not dare to bet on that line, unable to look on coldly, waiting in silence, wanting to bring his little sister back to life immediately, to have that little woman standing in front of him, the spectral demon grass. Perhaps this is a ray of hope. In the end, Qin Yun thought of the scent of that underworld demon grass when the demon lord fell. It was an extremely mysterious substance, full of mysteries that even he could not penetrate or understand. A few days later, Qin Yun walked out of the house. He directly flew far away, going to the devil's abyss, looking for traces of the underworld devil grass. Tang Guiyao had watched all of this in her eyes, and when she saw Qin Yun about to leave, she wanted to say something, but when she looked into Qin Yun's eyes that were overflowing with sadness, she stopped in her tracks. Standing in the compound, he quietly looked at Qin Yun as he left. Wow! Qin Yun traveled, a golden avenue running through heaven and earth. He didn't want to hide anything. His heart was extraordinarily tumultuous. The will of the humanity spread out across the sky, reflecting in every piece of space and time, and everyone felt that kind of will, which caused every male lord to wake up in an instant. The will of humanity. This was a vision possessed only by human emperors traveling. What does that bogeyman want? Everyone was shocked. The human emperor was extremely powerful, and after beheading 4 kings, his influence had even reached an appalling level. Every move is highly publicized. Everyone was surprised. The human emperor had been very calm and low-key since his rise to power, but whenever you make a move, it's because there's a great enemy coming, and now that the 4 seas are peaceful, why would the human emperor suddenly be like this? It was a glimpse of a strange sight, and everyone sensed something odd. Soon, the destination of the human emperor was known, and the golden avenue spread out. eventually mapping out in the midst of the Devil's Abyss. Is the human emperor going to conquer the demon race? Everyone felt their hearts pounding, not expecting that the human emperor, who had just decapitated 4 kings, had made such a big commotion and directly entered the demon abyss. Several kings of the Tao, all of them were trembling with fear at this moment, giving birth to a bad premonition. To think that the human emperor's anger hadn't subsided at all, and that after beheading the 4 kings, he was going to go after their Tao lineage, caused everyone to be incomparably chilled. There was no one more apprehensive than the current head of the demon race. At this moment, he stood above the Devil's Abyss, looking at the golden light that pierced through the layers of ghostly mist on which the man came slowly, with a strong and monstrous pressure that made his soul crack. Senior, you, the head of the Devil clan, for a young man's appearance, style like jade, very extraordinary, God show inside, eyes are very clear. If walking on the road, no one will associate him with the Devil clan together. Yet, he was the brightest person in the demon race. It's the new lord of the demons. Since the demon lord, it has become a new generation of demon lords. Such is the case with these horrible Taoist systems. There was never a lack of supreme experts. A generation of old masters falling, a generation of new masters coming out. There would not be a break at all. This was the root of their dare to call themselves an immortal Tao system. The current demon lord was also a saint king, but he was not as arrogant as the previous demon lord. Facing Qin Yun was very courteous. As a saint king, facing a saint, a senior called out. The end was incomparably heartbreaking and bitter. Hand over the spectral demon grass. Qin Yun appeared and stood on the Devil's Abyss with only such words. Calm and incomparable, yet ice-cold and terrifying. Many people are shocked. Unexpectedly the human emperor to this point, up to such a lion's mouth, simply no different from the forced robbery. The underworld demon grass, a unique underpinning of the demon race, was no less valuable than the Imperial soldiers of the Swire God Mountain. To come up here and let someone take out the Emperor's soldiers, in the Swire God Mountain, it was definitely going to be a matter of immortality. Yes, however, to everyone's surprise, the contemporary demon lord nodded without hesitation, so decisive and dry that everyone froze. A new official is a great deal more than a head of a clan, having just become a demon lord, yet bowing down so dryly to the human emperor who had decapitated the previous demon lord. How would he conduct himself in the future? But everyone can understand that too. The human emperor's current deterrent power was too terrifying, especially his state today. Very odd, eyes filled with pathos. People will not doubt for a second that if the demon lord dares to shake his head, the human emperor will definitely strike without mercy. A human emperor in this state gave off extreme feelings of unease. The previous generation of demon lords had teamed up with several kings and all of them had fallen, let alone the current demon lord alone. AI. The several great daisies, with the exception of the lineage of the Swidden Mountain. I'm only afraid that all of them will be crushed by the human emperor. Many people were sighing softly at this moment, feeling the heartache of such a terrifying Tao lineage, falling off the altar. Qin Yun followed the demon lord to the demon abyss and saw the demon grass of the underworld on an ancient land with an incomparably dense underworld aura. Unfortunately, the underworld magic grass is extremely rare, growing in the extreme Yin and extreme fatalities, even for the demon race. Within 10,000 years, only one plant will appear. Qin Yun came at an unfortunate time. This plant is still in its infancy and its effects are minimal. Qin Yun was a bit saddened, but seeing a glimmer of hope, he was unwilling to put it down, fearing that something might happen to this underworld demon grass in the future. So he took up permanent residence in the middle of the Devil's Abyss and quietly waited for this devil's grass to mature. Elder, you can go. I have another plant here that was intended for me to take myself, so take it. The contemporary demon lord was helpless, and seeing that Qin Yun was a permanent resident, with no intention of leaving at all, the entire person was a bit bad. In the end, he very reluctantly took out that underworld demon grass, and his demeanor was covered with sourness. Chapter 126, Tang Yunli's Cause of Death. I need to study everything about the spectral demon grass. After obtaining the underworld demon grass, Qin Yun spoke thus. This magic herb was mysterious and incomparable, with boundless divine effects. But the drawbacks were obvious, and he had to clearly know the pros and cons. The demon race could give birth to a demon grass in 10,000 years, and definitely had deep research on its medicinal properties. Good. The demon lord did not refuse and nodded decisively, gifting Qin Yun several ancient books. With that, Qin Yun studied it, but the end result left him godforsaken. The underworld demon grass is the most Yin and evil thing, although it can make a person live forever, but it will turn into a half demon and half ghost existence. Extremely fierce and hostile, killing to feed killing, and blood to prolong life. That's the golem's creation. I want the fresh little sister I once had. not a walking corpse with a puppet. The night was quiet and sitting on a sprawling mountain peak, Qin Yun's eyes were covered in gloom. A sense of powerlessness was really born. At a certain moment, a ripple rippled in the middle of the distant sky, and a plain-colored figure stepped out from the middle of the void. The human emperor is so domineering, taking the devil race's greatest treasure in his hands with a single strike. The visitor was Demon Emperor White Stripe, still as flavorful and charismatic as ever. She stood in that piece of heaven and showed a wisp of a smile to Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not even raise her head, and with a wave of her veiled hand, she wished to leave this place, not wanting to be disturbed. The human emperor is slow. I know something about your little sister. Perhaps seeing that Qin Yun was in a bad mood, the demon emperor revealed a straight face and uttered such words. Qin Yun stopped and turned around, quietly looking at the woman. Tang Yunli didn't go off the deep end and fall. As far as I know, Tang Yunli didn't fall in the Tang clan. She left the Great Wind territory, and when Tang Boudoir sought her return, what she brought back was just a cold corpse. The demon emperor opened his mouth and spoke such a message. What? Qin Yun froze in place. This news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, causing Qin Yun to be stunned, not thinking that there would be other reasons for his little sister's death. Why did Tang Guiyao lie to herself in the first place? Are you saying that my little sister was killed? Qin Yun's eyes glowed like electricity as a shocking killing aura swept through. I didn't say that. The demon emperor shook his head, but it is true that she didn't go off the deep end and fall away, but fell outside of the Great Wind. Most likely encountered a strong enemy. As for why she left the Great Wind, I think only she herself knows. Qin Yun was dumbfounded for a time, his mind somewhat complicated. Tang Yunli had always been a deep dweller, not even stepping out of the Tang family's front door more than once, let alone leaving Gale. It was the only reason for traveling thousands of miles away from the Great Wind, mostly out to find him. The reason why Tang Guiyao had concealed the cause of death was perhaps precisely for that reason, not wanting him to learn that Tang Yunli had died on his way to find him. Who did this to my little sister? Qin Yun was nearly petrified, his eyes filled with complexity. It was definitely a death he could hardly bear. Tang Yunli was on the way to find him died. This news makes him silent. A sentence is difficult to say. That a distinct woman, but suffered a horizontal death. He returned to come, only to see a piece of cold monument. What kind of grief is this? Killing intent swept through the 9 heavens. The piercing coldness of the heavens and earth. The endless sorrow, turned into endless killing intent, to strike through the 9 heavens to go. I'm afraid no one knows about that, but I'm already looking into it for you. Demon Emperor White Striped Child spoke thus, always serious, without the soul-stirring posture of the past. How do you know all this? Qin Yun was not willing to let go of the slightest clue and continued to pursue the question. When Tang Guiyao was searching for Tang Yunli's figure in various places, naturally the commotion would not be small. My demon clan beings are spread all over the world, and their news is naturally first-rate in the world as well. The demon emperor spoke softly. Qin Yun did not dwell too much on the fact that the person behind it would not be White Stripes, or else he would not have revealed this information to him. But just who it was left him at a loss. He had made too many enemies in his life, from saint sons to saint lords to sage kings. There were countless enemies, and his Dao lineage was unknown. At that time, the world thought that the supreme body had fallen. So who would take action against my little sister because of me? Qin Yun was a bit puzzled. He even had the idea of visiting these Taoist systems one by one, stepping through and leveling them one by one to find the real culprit behind the scenes. The consequences of doing so would be great, but he would never stand by coldly and watch that little woman die an unexplained death. Will you stop that? The way you look right now is really a little intimidating. The demon emperor frowned and said, this matter won't sink into the sea. My demon race beings are spread all over the world. No one will know about it. Perhaps. The demon emperor opened his mouth, but then he wanted to speak again. What else do you know? Qin Yun looked towards the demon emperor. The demon emperor shook his head. I can't say yet. It's just my guess. It's unfounded. The karma is a bit huge. It's best not to make it true. What exactly is it? Qin Yun pursued, not wanting to miss any clues. The demon emperor shook his head and sighed softly helplessly. Little man, you don't want to be so impatient. Okay, I said this is just a guess, not the slightest basis. If I really say it, so that a Taoist system suffers a great disaster, millions of living beings chattering in blood, then is it not to set me up in the injustice? Leave everything to me? The matter will not drop like a stone. I will give you an account, and it will be absolutely quick. Qin Yun was silent and eventually nodded his head. Demon beings are all over the world. Birds, fish, insects and grass, everything is a demon, and the news really belongs to the first class in the world. Pushing across the various Dao domains, it might not be possible to find the true culprit at all. This matter indeed could not be rushed. He needed to know everything, all the truth about Tang Yunli's death. Thanks. I owe you one this time. Qin Yun collected his emotions and gave a stale thank you to the Demon Emperor. Whether it was the previous response to the four kings secretly helping him or the truth about his little sister's death, he owed this woman a word of thanks. Good. The Demon Emperor nodded her head and displayed a smile, her large eyes curving into a crescent moon with flavor. Little man, you go with me to Tarzan. I know that the land of Taishan is secretly harboring divine medicines that might possibly bring back Tang Yunli. The Demon Emperor looked at Qin Yun and said, divine medicine? Such two words caused Qin Yun to be startled. In the world of cultivation, there were countless opportunities, there were spiritual soldiers, and there were miraculous fruits. If you say the most precious thing in this world, it is undoubtedly the divine medicine. Longevity is slim, but the divine medicine is the only kind of thing can prolong life. Rumored to be able to let a person live a life against the grain, contains boundless divine effect in creation. But while precious, they are also too hard to find. How many great emperors in the ancient times, after achieving the Lord of the universe, would travel all over the mountains and the earth, so to speak, to find the traces of the divine medicines? O great emperor, master of the universe, the first of the world's most powerful, but even that kind of character, it is difficult to find the trace of the divine medicine. The great emperor is difficult to prove, but count down. But there are a lot of people, but only a few people, find the divine medicine, against the heavens to live out a life. Qin Yun really did not expect that Demon Emperor Baizhur would know a piece of information about divine medicines. If they could truly obtain a divine medicine, they might actually be expected to resurrect Tang Yunli. I just know some clues. Oh, I can't guarantee anything. You can't blame me if you end up in vain. The Demon Emperor said this. Divine medicines were too rare. A hint of a clue was already not easy, comparable to millions of gold. Too mysterious and ancient for anyone to pack their bags. Qin Yun naturally understood and nodded his head gently. Besides, it is not gratuitous for me to assist you in this way. I want you to go to Taishan Mountain and help me fetch an object that will help me become a great saint. I can kind of see. Men can't be relied on. In the end, it's better to rely on myself. Count on you to return my favor. Chapter 127, 3 entries into Taishan. Tarzan. The 100,000 miles of mountains are endless. Qin Yun in white stripes, walking between the heavens, looked at the mountain range beneath their feet, and in their hearts, there were endless emotions. This earth, to him, seemed to contain some kind of wonder. When he first rescued Tang Guiyao from here, and after that, he faded into this land. Now returning again, revisiting the same place, it possesses a different state of mind. As a matter of fact, he had always resisted this land, but he had never imagined that he would enter Taishan 3 times. Mount Tai was boundless, like a chaotic divine mountain, covered in chaotic mist and purple aura, like the ancestor of the mountains, surrounded by stars and rivers, possessing an unspeakably noble aura. This place is very extraordinary, the ancients said. This place has some kind of strange, dark with the laws of heaven and earth operation. Is the Tao's hiding place? 9 dragons gong surrounded, hidden immortal door. That's why many great emperors were buried here in ancient times, and there were many quasi-imperial figures as well. Demon Emperor White Stripes, although a picture of a young maiden appearance, can live for too many years, for a saint king, is definitely a character that can be called a living fossil. For the understanding of this land, no far more than Qin Yun. Immortal Gate. Such 2 words caused Qin Yun to be startled. Could it be the gate to immortality? In the distance, purple gas waves, such as the ocean in the surge. Mount Tai to high incomparable. Nearly difficult to see the mountain. Expensive. At a glance, there was a regal sense of oppression. Inexplicably, Qin Yun actually developed that bad feeling again, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the depths of Mount Tai, giving him a very bad premonition. Once upon a time, this glimpse of foreboding had alarmed him, and now, he was already in the 9th heaven of saints. But that feeling was even more real, even more terrifying. Do you feel it? Qin Yun opened his mouth. What? The Demon Emperor froze for a moment and gently shook his head, a wisp of dissimilarity actually appearing in his eyes. On our trip, we are going to the deepest part of Mount Tai. Little man, could it be that you are afraid? That territory is the true core of Mount Tai. Back then, when you entered Mount Tai, I thought, you definitely didn't enter that territory either. The Demon Emperor said this. Qin Yun was somewhat helpless and shook his head. Trespassing into the depths of Mount Tai, 10 deaths and no life, in fact, refers to that territory. Many people have misunderstood, thinking that the ferocity of Mount Tai is in the belly of the mountain, not realizing that the bottom of the mountain is the core location, and that region. It's true that no one has ever walked out alive, even if it was a great saint. The Demon Emperor opened his mouth to himself, his eyes somewhat complicated, as if he was hanging on to and remembering something. Do you know why I invited you into Mount Tai? The demon emperor looked sideways at Qin Yun, and then he spoke softly, not just because of the Ro character's secrets, but because over the years, you're the only one who's ever walked out of Mount Tai alive. A strange color that Qin Yun could not penetrate flowed in the demon emperor's eyes. Go. Qin Yun did not say anything more, knowing the traces of the divine medicine. Naturally will not just give up, dangerous or not, 10 deaths or not, finally want to go to take a look. Soon the duo arrived at the top of Mount Tai. There were countless palaces and pavilions situated here, like a grandiose dojo in general, very ancient and modeled, full of traces of age. Although it seems that many of them have fallen into disrepair, it is hard to hide the majesty, and it is possible to imagine the old scene of the former glory. The demon emperor speculated that this place had once been the dojo of a great emperor, and there was no way to speculate as to which one. When that great emperor was invincible in the world, he came to Taishan Mountain to live in seclusion and study the creation of the immortal sect. There is no way to know how it ends. However, leaving such a dojo may have the intention of guarding Mount Tai, or it may have the intention of warning future generations not to enter Mount Tai. For 10,000 years, if one wanted to go deeper into Mount Tai, they had to pass through this dojo, so there was no shortage of cultivators' footprints here. The great emperor's dojo was chiseled through. It was almost impossible for this to occur. That was after all a great emperor's dojo, covered with endless emperor lines, yet it was really chiseled through. Mount Tai was extremely mysterious, and I don't know how many people Xiong set foot on it, dripping water over the stone, and finally chiseled out such a passageway. The two went down the passage, saw the dense bones. The passageway is almost filled with bones. The ground is covered with a thick layer of white dust. That is the bone chips. Do not know how many people died before accumulating to such a degree. Most of those who came to explore the mysteries of Taishan Mountain fell here, and among them, there were quite a few celestial pride. Their bones were distinct, and there were divine lines still shining, proving their powerful physique. As they went deeper, the bones thinned out, but the number was still staggering. Relying on the secret of the word line, the two of them traveled all the way without any danger, and gradually came to the part of the mountain's belly. It was also the place where Tang Guiyao recuperated from her injuries back then. By this point, there were no more skeletons to be seen, and few cultivators were able to set foot here. Right in front of him was a magnificent imperial palace that Qin Yun had gone in to explore and seen a number of palaces, within which there was also a divine pool that had not been withered and had divine effects. This is just a quasi-emperor's tomb, and it's still an empty cave. The demon emperor spoke in such a manner, causing Qin Yun to be startled. He knew that Mount Tai had buried many great figures, the top human heroes of all eras, of heaven and earth, but he had not thought that even here, it was still a quasi-emperor's tomb, or a doubtful mound. Come to think of it, when I went deep into this underground palace, I really didn't see any coffins, not to mention the bones of the tomb owner. No wonder all these people want to come to Mount Tai to explore. A doubtful mound possesses a divine pool. Amongst a true emperor's tomb, it definitely possesses a great creation. Qin Yun lamented. Then he looked at the demon emperor beside him and said, "What exactly is the chance you are looking for?" He was also born curious. At such a point, the chances in heaven and earth were rarely useful. The great sage, once he became a Taoist, he would be invincible in the world. After all, no emperor had appeared in the world, and the great sage was the sealing realm. You can imagine how hard it is to prove. A single strand of chance to be certified as a great saint was a cause for great reverie. A great emperor bone, in the middle of that region, is at best a small chance. The demon emperor smiled and said, "A great emperor's bone, small chance." This made Qin Yun somewhat speechless. If a great emperor bone was considered a small chance, then what was a great chance? The chances there are unimaginable. As far as I know, there are no less than 10 imperial soldiers, and what with the immortal clothes and pills, it's even more endless. The divine medicine you want is among them. Little man, if you want to go there, you need to be prepared to die. Demon Emperor Whitestripe smiled sweetly. 1,000 demons in charm, seducing the soul. Using such a demeanor to speak about such a serious topic really made Qin Yun feel somewhat speechless. This woman, really charmed to the bone. Chapter 128, The Devil's Path Buddha. The dungeon was dark, and as it gradually went deeper, the view in front of him began to widen. No longer constrained with a piece of passageway, is considered to have completely entered the interior of the belly of Mount Tai. Mount Tai towers into the clouds. Its volume is simply unmeasurable. So the belly of the mountain is like a piece of the world. The vastness has no boundaries at all. The two of them followed the ancient road, and it was difficult to see half a corpse on the road again, so they thought that not many people had come here at all. This ancient path was very menacing. The emperor lines were endless. A single strand of them was enough to make a person go up in smoke, densely intertwined, enveloping the entire interior of Mount Tai. so it could be imagined how menacing it was. In the air, a strange substance filled the air. Cannot say what it is, but it gives people a sense of clarity, like an overflowing aura. It was thought that the fact that so many great emperors were buried here also made this region an extraordinary place, a divine land of enlightenment. As it went deeper, this substance became thicker and thicker, almost to the point of being thick into liquid, and in the distance, one could see one divine pool after another, both large and small, the small ones only having a single pool, while the large ones had no boundaries. In the middle of the divine pool, the divine lotus blossomed, appearing particularly bright and dazzling under the dark nighttime splendor. This is actually all at least third-grade level spirit medicines. Qin Yun was alarmed. The lotus flowers were dense and countless, covering the divine pool, with countless third grades, and even first and second grades. It was important to know that spirit medicines of this quality were extremely rare. When he thought about it, Tang Guiyao had bestowed him with a third-grade spirit medicine. It had still made the world's jaws drop. And now, there were so many of them here. This is simply equal to paradise. If those old demons knew that there was such a divine place in Taishan Mountain, they would have disregarded life and death. Qin Yun lamented. Spiritual medicines were precious and rare, especially of this quality. Each plant can be said to be able to prolong life. If it is always in this place, a saint living up to 7,000 or 8,000 years old is definitely not a problem. He came above a divine pool and peered into the water. Spirit water is clear, sparkling, flashing with 7-colored light. At the bottom of the pool, a thick layer of silt is accumulated. However, this silt is also extremely extraordinary. Purple light flashes. Qin Yun sensed the abundant eldritch substance. This was definitely soil capable of growing divine medicines, not to mention these divine liquids and divine lotuses. These clays alone are also rare and heavy treasures, perhaps capable of reversing life, everlasting substances that can revitalize severed limbs. It's not much. It's just an even edge of the Tarzan forbidden zone. Demon Emperor Whitestripes looked at the divine pool in front of him and spoke. But don't take these things. The tombs of great emperors, the burial objects of great emperors, are not so easy to take. Whitestripes is very tight-lipped about it. Then you still dare to take a piece of the great emperor's skull. Qin Yun was speechless at this. That emperor's tomb has a connection with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to set foot there so easily. White-striped child Dao surprisingly uttered such a sentence. It makes you think about it. Can't it be that Whitestripe's ancestors were also among the lords of these imperial tombs? How else would he dare to say such a thing? Qin Yun was surprised, but did not bother to ask anything, not wanting to get to the bottom of the matter. As for the chances here, he naturally didn't care, but it was only because they grew naturally, and he somewhat marveled at the creation of heaven and earth. Further on, the two came across a bamboo forest, purple bamboo forest. Each bamboo was extraordinary, and the Tao is permeated between the bamboo forests. And the ripples of that Tao fluctuation are clearly visible, just by looking at it from a distance. It gave people a sense of mindfulness. Purple State Forest. However, Whitestripes was shocked to see this bamboo forest, and her delicate face turned white. Let's get out of here. She didn't say anything more and was very tight-lipped, seemingly quite jealous of this forest, not even daring to breathe anymore as she pulled Qin Yun to leave. Seeing the demon emperor in this state, Qin Yun didn't delay much as he executed the Xingzi secret and disappeared far away without a sound. Luckily, there was no danger occurring and Qin Yun did not perceive anything. Phew! Only after moving away from the purple bamboo forest did the white-striped child let out a long breath to go, his chest rising and falling violently on an appalling scale. We were more than likely walking at the head of an emperor's tomb just now. That's truly a great emperor. At this moment, Whitestripes Fong explained. The great emperor's tomb. This made Qin Yun curious. Inside Mount Tai, there were quite a number of emperor's tombs. So how could Bai Zier be so secretive about that great emperor? Did she know who the lord of that emperor's tomb was? That's a great emperor of the Buddhist sect. It's mostly that one. The body is the purple bamboo Naruto. There are so many rumors about this great emperor in my demon clan. The ancestors of the demon clan all fear this person, covered by the fact that this person's life is extremely legendary. As one of the several pioneers of the Buddhist Dharma of the Buddhist sect, this person likes the Fox clan the most, forcibly ferrying a lot of them, especially like my nine-tailed spirit fox lineage, and has launched several large-scale demon slaughter. The means is very scary. Whitestripes said with a palpitating heart, talking about that great emperor. She had a complicated look on her face. Unexpectedly that person was also buried here. She murmured softly, her demeanor filled with fear. Buddhist emperor? Qin Yun was also a bit surprised by this. As far as he knew, the supreme masters of the Buddhist sect would not be buried in the divine soil of the various parties. They were obsessed with the West, and their deaths would also be buried in the West, buried under Mount Sumeru. Buddhist monks believe that Mount Sumeru is the pure land of ultimate bliss, and that after death they can reach the other shore and ascend to the dignity of immortal Buddha. If one is not buried under Mount Sumeru after death, it is tantamount to not returning to one's roots, making it difficult to ascend to the pure land of ultimate bliss. The Taoist master in this life is concerned with the word karma, and Lord Buddha's afterlife is all about karma. Buddhist monks are quite obsessive about the idea of an afterlife, so few people will be buried on the divine soil of the various parties. A Buddhist emperor, after death, was buried in Mount Tai, which indeed penetrated the oddity. Could it be that great emperor also thought that being buried on Mount Tai was more promising for achieving immortal Buddhahood than under Mount Sumeru? Qin Yun guessed so, surely not without reason. Mount Tai has been mysterious and supreme since ancient times, as evidenced by the fact that a number of great emperors were buried here, so perhaps there really is an immortal gate. Demon Emperor Whitestripes said, even if that's the case, there's no need for you to be so scornful of him. Even the strongest emperors have turned into clouds of smoke. Can the living still fear the dead? Qin Yun said. Whitestripes' demeanor was always complicated. This man's whole life is too legendary and eccentric to be feared. Although he was a Buddhist monk, he acted in a style that was completely contrary to Buddhism, and it can be said that his methods were extremely frightening, and there were not many people who did not fear him in that era. He's more like a devil. Moving to bloodshed, the Tao domain. My family's ancestors had speculated that this person had an extremely deep connection with the devil, and it was rumored that under the devil's abyss, a divine object was once enshrined, which was half a purple bamboo. Whitestripes said this. A great emperor who was a common participant of Buddha and devil, pioneered both the Buddhist way and the devil's way? Qin Yun was alarmed. Buddha and the devil. This is two kinds of extremely contrary road. If there is really such a person, non-Buddhist and non-devil, walked to the great emperor that step. This like think about it are some oozing. With a vast universe and millions of Tao systems, there really is no shortage of strange people. Qin Yun lamented. Let's go. Don't talk about him anymore. I'm very disturbed. Whitestripes pulled Qin Yun forward to get away from that purple bamboo forest, not even daring to look at it, whose ancestor had been persecuted by that Buddha in what way was unknown. But to think, it was definitely tragic enough. Otherwise, a generation of demon emperors could definitely not be afraid of this. Chapter 129, The Emperor's Tomb Diagram. The night is quiet. Inside Mount Tai, it is clearly within the belly of a mountain, but you can clearly see the sun, moon and stars. The stone walls here had suffered some sort of great means of isolation, forming a natural world that was able to draw on the power of yin and yang. This was not a secret technique, but a very natural means, close to the Tao, without a trace of fireworks, like a natural wonder. Further on, the territory became more and more open, and a mountain range stretched across the center of heaven and earth. Qin Yun could feel that the duo was making their way down to such a position that they had already reached the bottom of Mount Tai. The territory that the demon emperor had referred to in his mouth was here, at the bottom of Taishan Mountain, where the great emperor lay dormant. Ahead, in the forest of stone tablets, a stone monument stood, irregular and not naturally occurring. As you approach, you can see that there is actually writing on it. The great sage Chen Fa has come to explore. The lord of the true dragon lineage, ancient Wendo stepped foot here. The violet Taoist monarch has come here to take a look. All of these handwritings, none of them were written with powerful strokes and contained a mysterious Tao realm, making it seem as if the breath of a deity was flowing. As you can imagine, these names are all very human, and to be able to come here, they are definitely the leading human heroes of various eras. Qin Yun counted them and realized that there were actually more than 36 stone monuments, each engraved with a name, including some ancient sages with thunderous reputations, some astonishingly great figures who had appeared in ancient history tens of thousands of years ago, or even more than 100,000 years ago. Writings were left to inform future generations that they had been here. Qin Yun was able to anticipate that most of these people had died in this region, and many of the ancient sages among them had been famous in the world, but had later faded into silence. Let's leave our names as well. It's an honor to be able to stand alongside these people in the monument. Maybe we will die here too. And there will be those who come after us in the future who will see our names and not let you and I fade into silence and die without a sound. The demon emperor laughed lightly. A stone tablet was brought in and engraved with the names of Qin Yun and Bai Zhuer. Qin Yun did not like this practice, feeling that it was somewhat similar to last words, but did not stop anything. Go. Ahead of them, a large mountain stretched across, stretching for millions of miles, like a great dragon slumbering, quietly lying there. The two of them leapt up to the peak and peered down the side of the mountain. The Earth Palace was like a forest, and the earth was covered with clusters of palaces, one more vast than the other, one more majestic than the other. The Emperor's tomb. Now, there was no need for Whitestripes to remind him of anything. and Qin Yun knew full well that it was definitely the emperor's tomb. The aura was too terrifying, surrounded by the stars and rivers, with a kind of aura that swallowed the mountains and rivers, and the divine might of a king in the world. Just to his dismay, in front of him, the imperial palace is vast. There are no less than nearly 100, with a kind of group of kings and rise, the momentum of the head of the competition. How could there be so many emperors' tomb? Could it be a doubtful grave? Qin Yun marveled. Not doubtful mounds, but actual emperor tombs, many of which are the tombs of quasi-emperors. But there are also quite a few graves of great emperors. White Stripes spoke thus. The words were amazing. Hundreds. This number was nothing to describe the others, but it was extremely terrifying to describe the emperors. How many people in this world will go that far? One emperor in one era. Ah, vast years. There were so many emperors buried here. Even though there were many quasi-imperial figures among them, it was still too shocking. Falling down from the mountain. In front of them, several imperial palaces shone with purple light and majestic imperial aura. Even though it was just an emperor's mausoleum, one could still feel the oppression of the air-swallowing mountains and rivers and the Lord of the universe. Don't go near the ones in front of you. Those are amazing people that can't be messed with. Vizier was startled by Qin Yun's actions, her little face turning pale as she hurriedly pulled Qin Yun back. These imperial palaces, facing the top of Mount Tai, flowed with strange and inexplicable Tao rhythms. Extremely old, almost 1,000,000 years of traces of age. Think about it. There were many emperors who came here to lie dormant, but most of them followed the example of their forefathers. And these emperors' tombs were the first great emperors' tombs that appeared underneath Mount Tai. The mystery of Taishan was explored, and he was the first to occupy a favorable position, surrounded by the imperial tombs of the kings, as the emperor of the emperors. Such a person is definitely not a regular person. It is not because they were the first to survey the wonders of Tarzan. White Stripes seemed to have guessed what Qin Yun was thinking as he said, "These locations are extraordinary. The person sleeping in the emperor's tomb is definitely not the original owner anymore. It was too flashy and eventually allowed the later to take over the original owner's tomb by force." These words caused Qin Yun to froth. Upon closer inspection, it was found that there were indeed tracks of being boarded up. He understood what White Stripes meant. These emperors' tombs were in a special location, and were forcibly occupied by later emperors, and it was definitely the dazzling human masters among the emperors who were able to come after them and overrun the tombs of the previous emperors. Vast ages, nearly 100 emperors. Those who could occupy these positions were definitely all astounding figures, not to be messed with. Among these emperor tombs, there may be more than one sleeping emperor. Most of them are multiple emperors buried in the same cave, extremely fierce and hostile. If in the future, the immortal gate opens, these people are definitely the most expected to become immortals. The white-striped child said, "Taboo," pulling Qin Yun far away. Since arriving at Mount Tai, Qin Yun had always had a touch of doubt, realizing that White Stripes seemed to be very familiar with the topography of this dungeon, knowing even such pungent secrets, and even being able to manage to avoid bad luck and stay away from those ominous places. Could it be that you have been here before? Qin Yun was curious. I have a map of the emperor's tombs that was left behind by my ancestor, recording the owner of each emperor's tomb. White Stripes actually said such a thing. One could marvel at the depths of this demon emperor. To even have such an emperor's mausoleum diagram, the person his ancestor was referring to was definitely a great emperor-level figure. At the very least a quasi-imperialist. Otherwise it would be impossible to have engraved the emperor's mausoleum diagram and then still be able to pass it on and fall into the hands of the white-striped child. Is that ancestor of yours buried here as well? Qin Yun looked at Bai Jie and said. White Stripes shook his head. It's not as you think. That ancestor of mine is indeed in this emperor's tomb. But it's not to wait for the immortal gate to open. It's to suppress something. There's too much unknowing here in terms of mystery. And that ancestor of mine has been doing everything in his power to quell it. His old man had given an account, telling his descendants to come and find him after 30,000 years, take his skull, and uphold his will. Chapter 130, A Living Emperor. The imperial tombs are vast and cascading, like one unattainable peak after another. The dragon's energy rolled and impacted the starry sky. Along the way, Qin Yun had seen quite a few emperor tombs. Many of the tomb doors were cracked open or broken, with large snakes sprawled across them, their pale bodies like dragons, and pungent stench emanating from them. Some of the tomb doors were tightly closed, but there was plasma spilling out, and a pungent, fishy odor that went straight to the top of one's head. Every great emperor is not simple. Leaving behind astounding means to guard the emperor's tomb. Even an emperor who wants to trespass on an emperor's tomb must be prepared to die. White Stripes spoke up. She knew this territory very well, arguably, no less than anyone else in the world. He even knew which emperor's tombs were not to be offended, and avoided them from afar, being very jealous. Eventually, the duo came to a stop in front of an emperor's tomb. The giant peak was unattainable. The whole body looked like it was cast from chaos stone, and the chaos divine light blossomed brightly in the night. This emperor's tomb was much larger than the other emperor's tomb, and could be said to be several times larger than the other emperor's tomb. Along the way, Qin Yun had seen quite a few of these large tombs and had some understanding of them. According to White Stripes, all of these great tombs were multiple emperors buried together, and the number of emperors amongst an emperor's tomb was staggering. That was why the original emperor's tomb had continued to expand, and only then did it appear to be of such a size. However, this tomb in front of him still made Qin Yun's heart flutter because compared to the other large tombs, this one was simply exaggeratedly large and majestic, stretching for thousands of miles. Just how many emperors have been buried here? Qin Yun sighed. They are all terrifying human males, suppressed by my ancestor in the past. Not a mere tomb, but more like a cage. White Stripes spoke softly, meaningfully. Why did the ancestor of the demon emperor suppress these people? Qin Yun did not understand, but thought that there must be a big reason. The great mountain was like a dragon, majestic to the extreme, with Tao patterns flickering on it and imperial light filling it, covering the entire mountain. This was an actual emperor formation that completely covered the place. In front of him, there was a huge bronze door, rusted and mottled. Some blood stains were visible. It was unknown how many years it had survived, yet it still had not dried up, and lurid patterns were carved on it, extremely ancient and mysterious, with the luster of some kind of deity flowing through it. White Stripes stepped forward, her jade hand pressed against the bronze door, and some complicated words trilled up under her breath. These words were very obscure, but they contained infinite subtleties, and when one sensed them in detail, one could even feel horrified and think that it was a forbidden technique. Buzz! The bronze door shook dramatically, and the Tao patterns on it were slowly receding, seemingly resonating with the voice. Qin Yun was able to sense that this imperial formation in front of him was connected to White Striped Child's aura, so it should undoubtedly have been laid by that ancestor she spoke of. However, casting this forbidden technique seemed to have a great backlash on Bai Zhuer, and she had to recover and recuperate for some time, and whenever she cast it to a certain extent, every word she uttered was arduous and incomparable. 3 whole days, that emperor formation party was considered to have broken open a small hole, and the bronze portal slowly opened. There was a powerful yin qi that rushed out, cold and piercing to the bone, and it sent a shiver down one's spine. After waiting for a long time, the yin qi in it was no longer so strong before the two of them entered the bronze door. Right now, it's a big secret place, with birdsong and greenery. If it wasn't for the fact that there were a few huge ancient coffins placed in the distance, it would really seem like he had mistakenly entered a paradise rather than an imperial tomb. Imperial qi was majestic, gushing out in all directions, with 1,000 streaks of Rue qi in the earth blooming with golden lotuses. This region was extraordinary. The eldritch substance was abundant. Even the weeds on the ground survived for a frightening number of years. It was a quality comparable to that of a great medicine. On that big central piece of land, a figure sat silently in meditation. Seeing that figure, both Qin Yun and Bai Zhuer were stunned in an instant. Trance. Qin Yun actually saw a woman, absolutely gorgeous, with supreme elegance. It was an extremely beautiful woman, standing in the chaos, looking down on the world, overlooking the ages. But it was as if it was just a glimmer of an illusion. When Qin Yun blinked again, he only saw a withered corpse. To be precise, it was a female corpse with white hair, like a withered tree sitting there on a plate. Underneath her, a chain of orders spread out, spreading far and wide, connecting to those huge ancient coffins. On the female corpse, a ray of divine light lingered, like the original light of heaven and earth, pure and flawless, as if it was guarding her and sealing everything about her. Everlasting matter, diffused from its body, rippling out in all directions. Ancestor. Seeing this female corpse, White Stripe's body trembled, and all of a sudden jumped forward, kneeling behind the female corpse. Qin Yun was also surprised. This corpse was too extraordinary, withered and dried up, without the slightest bit of vitality, but it gave off an extremely appalling feeling, pale white hair flowing, sitting there, like it was suppressing the 10,000 paths, giving off an endless sense of suffocation. Imperial corpse? Qin Yun lamented. This was the first time he had seen a great emperor. Even if it was a corpse, it still shook his heart beyond measure. The Lord of the Universe. Ah, a true emperor in a certain era once upon a time. The woman's body is cold and silent, sitting there silently, with her back to the two of them, and has never made any move. After all, the years of existence were too ancient. According to the White Striped Child was 30,000 years old. It was impossible to still be alive. What year is this? But suddenly, a vicissitude voice rang out, indistinguishable from a man or a woman, full of the aura of age. like a vast river of years echoing, ancient, obscure, vicissitudes of life, exhaustion. The voice was intermittent, but every word spat out was like the heavenly sound of the great Tao, deafening. Qin Yun's scalp seemed to be about to explode at this moment as he clearly sensed that the voice was coming from the corpse of the female corpse. Definitely in that direction, no doubt. This man is alive. Qin Yun was truly stunned. A great emperor's lifespan was only 10,000 years, but 30,000 years had passed and this person had survived. One of the living great emperors? This was definitely extremely shocking. There were no emperors in this epoch, not even quasi-emperors. This was the consensus of the entire world. It was because the emperor's aura couldn't be hidden at all. That was an existence that would suppress the entire universe once it became a Tao. A strand of Tao lines suppressing the ages, and no one would be able to step forward. However, right now, Qin Yun clearly sensed the vitality of that emperor. A great emperor was still alive, not belonging to this era. From 30,000 years ago, living until now. What kind of shocking news was this? Chapter 131, Requesting a Divine Medicine. 65th Generation Lord of Qingqiu. White Stripes. Kowtow to the ancestor. White Stripes kowtowed and bowed. She was equally shocked. No one knew better than her how many years the person in front of her had existed. 30,000 years. It was a terrifying number. The years rush by, and 30,000 years pass in a twinkling. A voice came out from that emperor's corpse, a little less majestic and a little more desolate, full of feelings for the years. However, that emperor corpse still hung its head and never made any movements. Ancestor Yu. White Stripes raised his head, his gaze filled with astonishment and joy. There were too many questions he wanted to ask. A great emperor could imagine what it meant. If the Qingqiu lineage really had a great emperor in the world, one could imagine what kind of status the Qingqiu lineage of this world would have in the world. A great emperor. Ah, the vastness of the world. The millions of Taoist systems, all of them would be crushed. I have decapitated myself and am no longer an emperor, surviving through the long years only to suppress a world of ferocity. The voice rang out, as if it knew what White Stripes was thinking and gave a response. The voice was broken, and despite its majesty, it was filled with an endless sense of exhaustion and weakness, as if it was going to fall asleep in the next second. Hearing these words, Qin Yun also finally dawned on him. There was indeed a great emperor in front of him, but only once, and not now. He cut himself and gave up the fruit of that Tao, and it was for this reason that there was no great emperor's Tao covered in the world. It is not a rumor that there is no emperor in the current world. Why did this person decapitate himself? Qin Yun was puzzled. Some rumors come to mind. It is rumored that there is a divine source in this world that can seal itself and put people to sleep for thousands of years. Such people are called the living dead. It is the most customary means of the major top Taoist systems to preserve the top combatants to the afterlife, in order to shelter their own Taoist system and deter the world. The immortal Tao system was terrifying because of this. No one could say how many such characters were sealed in an immortal Tao system that dared to strike at it, and once such characters revived, their means were absolutely devastating and crushing. However, it was difficult for the divine source to seal the great emperor, because the great emperors were too powerful. Having gone to that point, there was no power that could seal them. If you want to survive long, you must cut yourself. The former great emperor in front of him had more than likely also cut himself and used his divine origin in order to live forever and not die, and only then had he survived to this day. The divine aura lingering on its body was mostly the power of the divine origin. To cut himself and live to this day, only to suppress this world's ferocious chaos? What does murderous disorder mean? Qin Yun listened in a daze. A great emperor, cutting himself and living for 30,000 years, only to suppress the ferocious chaos. Great emperors, lords of the universe, almost omnipotent. What else can they not do? You still need to chop yourself up and suppress the ferocity for 30,000 years? Strong enemies cannot be killed? Can only be suppressed? Qin Yun went to think so, but the answer he received was shocking. A great emperor, difficult to kill, can only suppress? Perhaps, only another great emperor. Thinking of this, Qin Yun could not help but look into the distance at the mouthful of coffins. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was suppressing these people when he spoke of suppressing the ferocious chaos. Could it be that all of them are great emperors? Qin Yun was somewhat lost in thought. Ancestor Yu. White Stripes likewise had so many questions that she went to ask, but she never got a response again. It wasn't until much later that the voice rang out. My will has been done. It is time to leave. The voice rang out, intermittent, longer than the previous interruption. Having lived for too long, too weak, even though she had a divine source. However, the passage of 30,000 years still made her pale to the extreme. This time, the duo waited for 3 days before the voice finally sounded. You come forward. There were only 4 such words, so brief that they seemed to lack even a trace of breath. At this moment, the withered corpse unexpectedly turned around and beckoned to White Stripes. White Stripes understood and immediately stepped forward. The withered corpse's white hair fluttered, nearly dried out, and all that was left was a skin that clung to the bones. At this moment, she slowly raised her dry palm and placed it on top of her head. Imperial light flashed, and a piece of the great emperor's skull, thus removed, was gently placed in White Stripe's hand. 30,000 years old. On top of this great emperor's skull, there was still an emperor pattern shining. It was the last bit of the former great emperor's heritage. A great emperor. In the past, he encountered a strong enemy that could not be killed and could only be suppressed, suffering for 30,000 years, until all the enemies have turned into clouds of smoke, before they are willing to fade away in the world. And now, this great emperor's skull is a touch of legacy. Leave it to the Qingqiu lineage. In order to seek the Qingqiu lineage, to reproduce a great emperor out in the future, it is a touch of the treasure, a touch of the legendary underbelly that this great emperor has given to his descendants. Bow down to the ancestors. White Stripe's eyes were complicated as he held the piece of the great emperor's skull and gently bowed. The heart is so complex that it's hard to go into words. No one knew the importance of this great emperor's skull better than she did. 30,000 years ago, this ancestor left a rumor that caused her descendants to come back in 30,000 years to find her, take her skull, and seek a lifetime of creation. The emperor's tomb diagram, the forbidden technique to break the bronze door. Everything was left by this ancestor. It has been passed down for 30,000 years, and an unknown number of people have died, and only now has it fallen into her hands. To the end of his life, he will not forget his descendants, and will leave them some chance to go. If you achieve greatness in the future, you should follow my will, not to plague the living beings, and as an emperor, you should suppress the ferocious chaos of the world, succeed the great learning for the past saints, and open up the peace for the 10,000 worlds. That imperial corpse had actually uttered such words, which were profoundly meaningful. White Stripes could hardly utter a word and nodded heavily. Who are you? At this moment, that emperor corpse raised his head and finally noticed Qin Yun, looking towards him. He is the human emperor, and I can come here only because he protects the way for me. Human emperor? The emperor's corpse lightly ejaculated, but his head instantly hung down. It was a long time before he awoke and placed his palm against the white-striped child's brow. In an instant, White Stripes felt his memories flipping, endless memories, like a picture, being played back in reverse. Human emperor? This time, the voice of the emperor's corpse seemed to have a hint of shock ripples in it, apparently reading something from the white-striped child, and in those empty pupils, there was an emperor's aura blossoming in splendor. After a long time, the emperor's corpse sighed softly, surfacing a bitter smile. Born at the wrong time, I lament that I, Qingqiu, can't be called emperor in this life. Qin Yun stood there calmly. However, these words made White Stripes a big ripple in his heart. Born at the wrong time. This was not a reference to Qin Yun. It was obvious that the ancestor was talking about her. Qingqiu could not be called an emperor, obviously saying that the person who called the emperor's Qin Yun. This caused her to freeze. Did the ancestor give out such a high evaluation and praise the first time he met Qin Yun? Although, the world had long predicted that Qin Yun would be a dark horse on the path of emperors in the future, it was an entirely different matter for a great emperor to go so far as to say so. Ancestor, I still want to beg for a divine medicinal plant. This is the reward for brother human emperor sheltering me. White Stripes spoke up. However, the emperor's corpse was shaking his head. How can the divine medicine help outsiders? If he becomes an emperor and has the divine medicine with him, when will I, Qingqiu, be able to come out on top? The greatest chest is supreme. The premonition that Qin Yun would be able to claim the title of emperor in the future didn't say anything. A figure at the level of a great emperor wasn't so scrupulous as to be afraid of Qin Yun. Claiming the emperor is just as good as claiming it, and won't allow the Taoist system to stifle it. This is the bosom of the Great One. However, it would not allow a divine medicine to fall into Qin Yun's hands. This was Qingqiu's heritage. It was impossible to deliver it to an outsider. To help an outsider, to live forever. Chapter 132 Red Blood Immaculate. A divine pill that means a lot. Perhaps it is not this great emperor who has found it, but the Qingqiu lineage of the bottom has not been willing to take it, only to stay until now. It can be said to be one of the most unique immortal treasures in the world. Emperor Corpse was silent for a long time, but in the end, he sighed softly. That's just it. Since my Qingqiu descendant promised to send you the divine medicine, I won't go back on my word. Emperor Corpse opened his mouth in this manner, slowly raising his hand and gently pointing it. A true dragon rushed into Qin Yun's sea of consciousness. It was a real-life dragon, violet light erupting in an unspeakably expensive manner, emitting a monstrous roar that shook Qin Yun's sea of consciousness. Is this the divine medicine? Qin Yun was alarmed. Legend has it that the reason why divine medicines are hard to find is because these spirits are too heavenly and have taken on a form that allows them to move on their own, tending to good fortune and avoiding evil. And it seems to be true today. It was a divine pill in the form of a true dragon, lingering with a purple aura and spewing out a boundless breath of life. Divine medicine that reverses the living dead. At this moment, Qin Yun's heart gave birth to intense joy. The exuberant vitality made him feel that the legend was bound to come true. The divine medicine, which could definitely allow one to live against the odds. However, only a moment later, the joy on Qin Yun's face stagnated as he detected a hint of oddity. This is half a divine medicine? Qin Yun was dumbfounded as he looked towards the Emperor's corpse. The Emperor's corpse slowly nodded. Not bad. It's only half a plant. If it was one plant, it wouldn't have stayed until now. So why would I have to cut myself and suffer for 30,000 years? Qin Yun drifted off, understanding why this imperial corpse was able to hand over the divine pill so freely. Great emperors were powerful to the extreme, and no power could seal them. As for the divine pill, although it could allow a great emperor to live against the odds, only half of the plant did not have this divine effect. Thus, the emperor's corpse decapitated itself and kept the divine medicine, as it might not be of any use to him at all. Coupled with the fact that White Stripes had promised long ago, if he went back on his word, the karmic consequences of a single divine medicine could definitely be doomed for the Qinqiu lineage. That was why the party had bestowed this divine medicinal plant to Qin Yun. If it was truly a complete divine medicine, this person would definitely not be this dry. Human emperor, the divine pill has been gifted. I only hope that if you become an emperor in the future, you will be able to shelter Qinqiu for a little while. The emperor corpse spoke thus, and by this moment, was getting weaker and weaker, his voice breaking. Qin Yun's mood was complicated. The divine pill was able to reverse the living dead, but with only half a plant, would it still be able to resurrect my little sister? It was so hard to find the trace of the divine medicine and see the hope of my little sister's revival, but there was only half a plant, and everything in front of him was bottomless, fearing that in the end it would be a blank. In the end, Qin Yun nodded his head. Thank you, elder. In any case, this medicine is a great favor. Half a divine pill was also rare in the world, and its medicinal properties were powerful to the extreme. The imperial corpse gently nodded her head and opened her eyes, greedily looking at the world. She really didn't have much more life left in her and was gradually going to fade away. This is a great emperor, once a certain era, the most dazzling figure, suppressing the ferocious chaos, suffering 30,000 years, finally to fall. To this world, there are too much attachment and reluctance. Boom! However, at this moment, a boom resounded, breaking the tranquility as the emperor's corpse was about to leave. The source of the sound was an ancient coffin. The ancient coffin was vibrating. The dark aura was gushing out. Heaven and earth were shaking. The ancient coffin was like the lifeblood of the entire universe, sending out horrifying fluctuations. You're not dead yet. A strand of stunned demeanor appeared in the emperor corpse's eyes and he was stunned on the spot. She was infinitely gloomy, as if she had been transformed into a cold corpse in an instant. Having suffered so far, she was ultimately unable to make red blood flawless. Such a statement is full of endless regret. Who is the emperor of the world? The emperor's corpse raised its head and looked towards the duo of White Stripes and Qin Yun. There is no emperor in the world. White Stripes responded. This was an answer that shook the imperial corpse, and perhaps, she had long predicted it, for many eras in this world did not have emperors, and eras in which great emperors were in power were incomparably rare amongst the long course of history. But such an answer still made the emperor's corpse silent, and it was difficult to utter a single word. Is it possible to survive until a great emperor reappears? It was a doubtful statement, and as she said this, the imperial corpse looked towards Qin Yun, her eyes filled with boundless complexity, but then she shook her head and let out a long sigh. It's too late. There's no time. Do my last. In the end, the emperor's corpse uttered such words. The body was fading fast, turning into pieces. The emperor's bone powder and ink covered the sky, and each grain of dust, like it weighed as much as 10,000 pounds, sprinkled everywhere, spreading to several ancient coffins in the distance. Finally, the ancient coffin stopped vibrating and calmed down. Buzz. Space and time seemed to have been contracted at this moment, as the buckets shifted and endless imperial lines rushed out, directly forcing Qin Yun and White Striped Child to rush out. When they came back to their senses again, the two of them had already arrived outside the bronze door, and the emperor pattern that had been broken open had already been repaired, and the emperor's light shone, shrouding the bronze door in death. What the hell happened? White Stripes fumed. Qin Yun was similarly so, and everything before him was unbelievable. The person in the ancient coffin was surprisingly still alive. He had survived until a great emperor was about to sit down and yet he still survived. There was no doubt that the suppression of the One World fierce rebellion as stated by the Emperor's corpse had failed, and while the enemy was still alive, she was completely dead. A great emperor was needed to continue her will. There was no emperor in the current world, and this was a huge blow to her. Is it hard to believe that the people in those coffins are undead and will one day come out of the woodwork? White Stripes fumed. This is definitely bad news. The person who was difficult to kill even with the Emperor's corpse could only suffer for 30,000 years to suppress and simmer until the other party died. But in the end, he failed. Such a person breaking free of the seal and coming out was absolutely astounding. Ask the world. If a great emperor doesn't come out, who will compete with him? How long was the time the ancestors spoke of? The question intrigued the duo. The emperor's corpse ended up sacrificing even his body for the reinforcement of the seal, but it was only the last of its power, and it was difficult to survive for a long time. Qin Yun knew that the time would definitely not be long. If the existence in the ancient coffin really revived and came out, and there was no one to stop it, it would definitely be a catastrophe on Earth. Leaving Tarzan, the duo never had any peace. This face-to-face with the emperor's corpse gave too much of a shock. Whether it was the shock given by the emperor or the presence in the ancient coffin. Should we tell the world about it? To unite the world to fight against it? The two know that the existence in the ancient coffin is extremely fierce and extremely powerful, and once it comes out, it is definitely a calamity in the world. Thus giving birth to this idea of uniting the strong kings of the world to fight together. But then the pair shook their heads again. In today's world, there are 10,000 clans, but not to mention 10,000 clans. Even among one clan, there is also extreme disagreement. Without benefits, who would contribute? And how many people are going to believe what's going on underneath Tarzan? What's more, it was difficult to suppress a single great emperor. So could uniting the strong kings of all races really work? In the end, the two shook their heads, intending to hide this matter in their hearts. Saying it out, in addition to the people's hearts that will lead to be shaken, will only add trouble to the two of them in vain. This matter is beyond the two of us. Even my ancestor failed. White Stripes said. A sense of powerlessness was born. Very disturbing and apprehensive. The days are still long. There is still hope for everything. Live in the moment. No need to worry about anything. Qin Yun was relatively calm. Instead of worrying about the future and being scared every day, let go of everything and enjoy the moment. Qin Yun did not bother to dwell on anything, because in his mind, one thing was far more important. Can half a miracle drug reverse the living dead? Chapter 133, True Dragon Divine Medicine. There is a shortage of sacred medicines. Qin Yun had thought of making up for the deficiency by taking the divine mud from the Taishan forbidden area to nourish its growth. However, he could only shake his head helplessly after some eventual attempts. Divine medicines were born and raised by nature, and there was no means to cultivate them afterward. Unique and truly unimitable. Come back to the Great Wind Dynasty. Looking at the lonely grave in front of him, Qin Yun could only place all his hopes on this half of the divine pill. The valley, with its birdsong, petals and colorful fall. In the distance, Demon Emperor White Striped Child stood still. She knew some ancient methods that could fully utilize the medicinal properties of the divine medicines without wasting the slightest bit of it. Thus she came to help Qin Yun. Not far from her, Tang Guiyao stood quietly, her gaze filled with infinite complexity. It wasn't just because of Tang Yunli, but also because of that bright, supreme, flavorful woman. Demon Emperor. Two such words added endless bitterness to her heart. At one time, she had looked down on Qin Yun because of his mortal status, believing that he was not worthy of her. How can a mortal man go and marry with the one divine general of the great Qin dynasty? But now, everything has changed. That mortal had become a generation of human emperors, capable of shaking the world, admired by countless mortals, and possessing great prestige in this world. The woman beside him was even more of a generation of demon emperor. This was a legendary woman, the Green Hill Spirit Fox. Whether it was her natural talent or her identity, she was honored to the extreme. There was even a name known to all cultivators in the world, the first beauty of the world. All this made Tang Guiyao gloomy. How could she compare herself with her? Identity, status, looks, strength, everything was better than the other party. And what the one divine general of Deqian was, in front of the other party, was simply a joke. Tang Guiyao stood silently, her gaze filled with complexity. Far away, that flavorful woman, as if she had sensed something, glanced sideways at Tang Guiyao and displayed a smirk at her. It was a very offensive smirk. Tang Guiyao sensed it, and the woman's intuition also allowed her to clearly feel that this woman, for Qin Yun's feelings were definitely not simple. There have long been rumors in the world that the Demon Emperor had once stayed in that region of Kyushu at night. There were endless rumors, all of which concerned Qin Yun and the Demon Emperor duo. However, Tang Guiyao lowered her head at the moment. not daring to respond to anything from that flavorful woman. Although, she was Qin Yun's nominal wife, the lady of the human emperor, the only woman, she simply did not have the backbone to respond to anything in the face of such a stunningly talented woman. It's kind of sad. More so, Tang Guiyao had never felt a touch of crisis before. The white stripes, which made her feel uneasy, and really gave her a sense of powerlessness as she drifted farther and farther away from Qin Yun. Roar! Inside the valley, true dragons roared. Great purple dragons, constantly roaring long and loud, soaring and impacting in the 9 heavens. However, how could it not leave that piece of heaven and earth, which was blocked off with endless downlines, forming a cage? Below the cage, directly below the lone grave, in front of the grave, Qin Yun stood still, and at a certain moment, he raised his hand and drew the divine pill medicinal properties to fall. Divine medicines with incomparably strong medicinal properties. Hence, Qin Yun only dared to draw one strand at a time, crossing it into that crystal coffin of an ice-cold and voiceless woman. And then, he would activate the Heavenly Emperor ancient scripture to help Tang Yunli refine the medicinal properties. It's a tedious process and very draining of energy. Boom! In the 9 heavens, thunderous sounds moved the heavens. Monstrous lightning, extremely appalling and terrifying. This is the vision of the divine medicine. Divine medicines, born and raised in the earth. Each plant was a unique existence, born from the innate. It could be said that divine medicines were the favorites of heaven and earth, and their karma was enormous. The divine medicine has a spirit, knowing that he will become smoke, become others to draw time and years of loss, and therefore have a grudge. And this lightning phenomenon is therefore, as Qin Yun drew in a strand of the divine pill's medicinal properties, the true dragon let out a wail after that. Above the 9 heavens, there was even an incomparably thick thunderbolt that smashed down, landing directly on Qin Yun's body. People can't come back from the dead. This was the rule of heaven and earth. And now, Qin Yun was going against heaven by going against the living dead. The grievances of the divine medicines, as well as the rules of heaven and earth, forged this thunderbolt. Since ancient times, divine medicines cannot be utilized by non-great emperors, in addition to the fact that it is because great emperors are powerful, and only great emperors are able to find divine medicines. I'm afraid that there is another layer of reason, and that is because divine medicines have great karma. Borrowing another 10,000 years from the heavens is definitely not going to be easy. In the distance, White Stripe sighed softly, his eyes holding a ray of worry. On the other hand, Tang Guiyao's face was similarly grave, and amongst the lightning, she actually saw several purple rays. This caused her heart to be horrified, thinking of a legendary thunderbolt. Purple heavenly thunder. Boom! Every time, Qin Yun drew the power of the divine medicines, a thunderbolt would fall. Between heaven and earth, a layer of solemnity covered the earth and sky, and the pressure of heaven and earth was regal and suffocating. The lightning tribulation struck down, causing Qin Yun's body to tremble greatly. However, he was always calm and unparalleled, his hands constantly moving, constantly drawing the medicinal power down, refining it with the Heavenly Emperor ancient scripture. Boom! The thunder tribulation gradually became even more prevalent. The entire heaven and earth was filled with lightning, a thunderous roar, thousands of thunder dragons moving in unison with a blanket of electricity, impacting on Qin Yun's body. That horrifying will of heaven and earth caused Tang Guiyao and White Stripes, both of them, to feel a shudder. No, this is only initially or already this powerful. Qin Yun, you quickly stop, refining the divine pill. You absolutely can't be in a hurry. You have to do it slowly. At this moment, the white-striped child's voice came out, and the solemn aura between heaven and earth gave her a bad premonition. However, Qin Yun remained calm and unmoved as he drew the medicinal properties, dropping strand after strand. The medicinal properties were like rain, falling on the graves and reviving everything, containing a powerful and incomparable qi of creation. Boom! The purple aura was like electricity, whistling out. An immense and incomparable purple lightning struck down, electrocuting Qin Yun's entire body into a black charcoal. The body dried up in a near instant. The one secret was operating at this moment, repairing the injured body. Boom! However, it was followed by an even more gigantic purple heavenly divine thunder, which blossomed with a terrifying will of heaven and earth, suppressing the divine effect of the word secret of he. In one fell swoop, Qin Yun's torso was pierced through and beaten to pieces. Roar! On the dome of the sky, the large purple dragon even let out a long whistle, which was a roar of fury. Extremely furious. Boom! The thunderbolt landed once again, this time, striking Qin Yun as he coughed up blood and his body shook. Things will be selected by heaven. Since it is a divine medicine, it should have the omen of being refined one day. You can't blame me. Everything is because you are not strong enough to take shape and cultivate on your own. Qin Yun spoke softly, sensing a wisp of resentment and anger from the divine pill, and spoke softly. His hands did not stop moving. And once again, from the true dragon, he intercepted a strand of medicinal properties and put it down. Chapter 134, Storm Clouds in Turmoil. Boom! The thunder tribulation was continuous. Purple lawns rushed into the sky, penetrating through heaven and earth and descending. The roar was deafening, destroying and destroying all things. Qin Yun shook, but never collapsed. Between his body, a majestic and endless will surged out, and billions of strands of golden light intertwined into a radiant avenue that lingered above his head. Power against the might of heaven. This was a clash between the will of the humane realm, and the will of the heavenly Tao. Boom! The thunder-ons became more and more violent, the electric snakes raging, and the air was filled with electric light, causing the distant white stripes in Tang Guiyao to change color, sensing an appalling destructive force. It was just that no matter what the thunderbolt did, it was unable to pierce through the golden light path. In front of the grave, Qin Yun sat in silence, like a god, serene and ethereal, constantly drawing the power of the divine pill and transmitting it into Tang Yunli's body. In the crystal coffin, the cold and silent woman, visible to the naked eye, the delicate little face possessed some luster. As if undergoing a reverse birth, the withered and shriveled body was rounded, the face was glossy, and the lips were fleshy and red. Is it possible to come back to life against all odds? Everyone's heart clenched. The divine pill's divine effects were amazing, but it was a pity that there was only half a plant, leaving everyone bottomless, fearing that Qin Yun's efforts would end up being nothing but a waste. This is definitely a hard ending to accept. Only, it was not destined to be clear for a moment, and Qin Yun, each time, could only induce a strand of it, not wanting to waste the slightest bit of the divine potency of the divine medicine, doing his best to refine it for him. The sun and moon shift, the stars turn, time, little by little, passed, and in the blink of an eye, several days passed, and during these few days, in the outside world, the wind and clouds changed. The two ancient god king had achieved great sage. Such a piece of news was sent out, causing the world to tremble. A great saint coming out of nowhere. One could imagine what it meant. No one was not creeped out. A living great saint. The influence was absolutely terrifying in the extreme. Are we going to seek revenge on the human emperor? Such a question fills everyone's mind, but at the thought of it, all became certain. Firmly this scene, it will happen. The ancient twin kings, is a pair of brothers, deep feelings. The ancient god king was beheaded by the human emperor. Two old god king achievement great saint and out. Absolutely will not be indifferent to this. It's going to be another amazing battle. Many people were lamenting, but the thought of it makes people shake their heads again. A great saint came out of nowhere with unprecedented battle power that reached an appalling level. Not to mention, the Swidden Mountain also possessed Imperial soldiers. The difference between the two is so huge that it will be a complete crush. The Thai ancient god king has just broken through to great sage not long ago, and when he stabilizes his realm, he will definitely send a shocking battle to the human emperor, and perhaps the entire 9 states and the Great Wind dynasty will fall. Who can bear the wrath of a great saint? There's no one who doesn't tremble. The years were serene, but everyone was looking forward to it, having foreseen that the day would come. It's just that people don't think about it. Just a few short days later, another shocking news came out and shook the world. After the two ancient god king, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor had also achieved great sainthood. Another great saint came out of nowhere and completely changed the direction of this era. The two great saints, as people of the same generation, and now, most of their peers from the past have been beheaded by the human emperor. In the future, the Taiku Divine Mountain and the Golden Crow lineage, there will surely be a great battle that will take place, going hand in hand for endless years, and it will finally be time to choose a king. It's being talked about everywhere. Two great saints, almost at the same time, witnessed the Tao, which shook everyone. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor and the Kuan Pang Emperor have always been at odds. Does the Divine Emperor want to get rid of this most powerful rival from years past when he attained great sage? At the same time, such a speculation was born in people's minds. As expected, before long, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor struck out, shaking everyone. No one expected this one to strike so decisively, striking out against his former archenemy at the first moment of achieving great sage. So swift? You don't even want to wait a minute longer? Many people are shaken. Some people spread the news that the reason why the Golden Crow Divine Emperor would move so quickly was not just because of the grudges of the past years. It was rumored that on the day the Golden Crow Divine Emperor impacted the Great Sage and crossed the Thunder Tribulation, he was obstructed by a supreme expert, and this person was the Kuan Pang Emperor. Unfortunately, the interference failed, and thus the Golden Crow Divine Emperor chose to strike out at the Kuan Pang Emperor only at the first moment of achieving great sainthood. Oh, formidable rivals of endless years. It's finally time to separate the winners from the losers. People knew that the ending would not be in suspense. The word great sage carried too much weight, and no one would question the strength of a great sage. As expected, the news soon spread out that the Konpang Emperor had been defeated. Defeated completely, not even taking a single move from his former opponent, and thus became clouded. The great sage shall not be offended. Even though they had already anticipated the ending, people still did not expect the battle to be so dry, without the slightest suspense arising. Next, the two great saints will take on the human emperor, and then there will be a duel as to who will become the master of this era. A lot of people had this premonition. The human emperor's influence was terrifying, definitely a stumbling block on the way forward for both, and the two great saints. It was impossible for them to tolerate the existence of the human emperor. Outside, there is a lot of turmoil. Inside the Great Wing Dynasty, however, there was tranquility. The valley, with its birdsong and blooming flowers, is a beautiful place. Above the 9 heavens, thunder rolled and continued to fall towards the downward direction, and the light of thunder overflowed the void. However, it was unable to fall all the way down, being blocked by the will of the humane realm, and only some of the robbing power struck down on the white-robed body. This was the emperor's calamity. Against the living dead, against the heavens, such a cause and effect. Only a great emperor could go through it. Even though the will of the humanity domain had resisted most of the ferocious might for Qin Yun, the small portion of the might had still caused him to spill blood all over his body. At this moment, he had completely become a bloody man, having completely lost sight of his appearance, a bloody mess. On the body, the cracks were so shocking that it really seemed as if it was about to split. Good on. At this moment, the medicinal properties of that divine medicine were about to run out, and it was nearing the end. Come on. Along with the last guide, the last divine pill immortal flower fell, and the true dragon, no longer visible, dissipated into the void. Boom! A thunderous roar, incomparably terrifying, actually split through the golden light of that humane realm and fiercely bombarded Qin Yun's body. The lightning engulfed his torso, blazing so hot that the smell of burning flesh filled the air. Qin Yun's entire body directly turned into a charcoal. Bang! He planted straight down. Let the distant 2 women are all stunned. Actually from his body, did not feel any more breath of life. Boo! However, Qin Yun actually stood up once again, coughing out a mouthful of blood and hardening himself. The palm of his hand lifted, maneuvering that last strand of medicinal immortal splendor to fall into Tang Yunli's torso. Immortal rain flew and scattered down, reviving everything. Chapter 135, The Tripod Comes. Billions of strands of immortal light intertwined and rained down. It didn't go into the dirt, into that low grave. The breath of creation filled the air. Everything was reviving. And in the sky, the thunderbolt dispersed, and in the 100 Flowers Valley, which had been destroyed by the thunderbolt, 100 flowers bloomed once again. It was a strange sight to behold. It's like a flashback in time. In the crystal coffin, the cold and voiceless woman, her face gradually had a luster, and her parched body filled up, as if she had returned to the past all of a sudden. Is a miracle possible? In the distance, white stripes and Tang Guiyao, tension appeared on both their faces as they looked unblinkingly at the woman in the grave. In front of the grave, Qin Yun stood still and did the same. His body was like black charcoal, gradually disintegrating. The aura of creation filled the air, and the secret of the word of the person operated autonomously, allowing his physique to gradually be reviving. The former elegance was reproduced, motionless, looking into the graves. Time, as if frozen, passes by minute, yet everything here remains the same. In the crystal coffin, the woman has been glowing, bright as ever, but always silent. Little sister. Qin Yun could not help but make a sound to call out. The woman in the grave, as if asleep, was peaceful and calm, lying quietly in the coffin. However, she was never able to respond to Qin Yun for anything. The fairy rain gradually stops. Everything grows and stops recovering. The little woman in the grave, motionless, calm and cold, finally not against the sky. Long sigh of the white-striped child. Yunli. In the distance, Tang Guiyao stepped forward, earnestly going to catch the signs of life. And in the end, couldn't help but shed a tear. It's a scene of desperation. Loved ones have passed away. It was hard to find the divine medicine and see the hope, but the ending is just a blank. Half of the divine medicine power is limited. Failed to reverse the heaven. Qin Yun was nearly petrified in the middle of the independent field, his palm pressed against the steel to rub Tang Yunli's name. I don't know how long had passed, but he was silent and motionless, staring at the woman in the grave. It's only been a year, and then he returns, only to see a cold monument, a low grave, and the little woman who treated him like family has passed away. Without a sound, he returned strongly and pushed his great enemy across the board. But in the end, he only saw his opponent's cold corpse. How can one not be heartbroken and hurt when one's face has not changed and yet one has perished? Hey! Qin Yun long sigh. Everything in the past is vivid. Warm smile, warm words, that a bright and kind woman unfortunately, but never woke up again. Lying on the ground, his body was cold and had long since lost a trace of temperature. Love is hard to resist. His heart is hurting. He looks up to the sky. How can he be willing? Buzz! The heavens and earth roared, and at this moment, endless heaven and earth essence surged towards this place, rushing into the grave and landing on that woman's body. The all-character secret was unleashed and the supreme bone was cast. Endless visions all rushed out, summoning the will of heaven and earth as Qin Yun stood alone in the field, absorbing the essence of the 8 directions, devouring the sun, moon, and stars, and striking into that woman's body. The essence of heaven and earth was like a torrent, surging and surging like a river, drowning everything as Qin Yun's aura grew more and more prevalent, his body glowing with light, to perform a heaven-reversing divine art, reversing the wheel of life and death. The essence of heaven and earth surged, one after another, constantly rushing into the short grave, and the entire great universe roared, deafening. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Even as a human emperor, there are times when he is powerless. Little sister. Qin Yun opened his mouth, his voice trembling. I can keep your ageless face, but it's hard to keep a piece of your soul. Qin Yun was silent, independent of the field, not saying a word, leaning against the cold tombstone. His eyes no longer glowing with the same kind of vigor as in the past. One cannot return to life after death. Tang Guiyao sighed long and stood in front of Qin Yun, tears streaming down her face. AI, my condolences. White Stripes sighed, not saying a word, and silently walked away. Who the hell did this to you? Qin Yun was silent, hardly able to utter a single word as he leaned in front of that monument, quietly looking at the cold and voiceless woman in the grave. For 3 whole days, he didn't move a muscle. 3 days later, the demon emperor reappeared and finally brought a hint of news. Tang Yunli was indeed killed. Such a piece of news caused Qin Yun's heart to tremble, and despite having guessed it, it was still like a thunderbolt, receiving a sharp shock. Who is it? His voice was calm, but it makes the white-striped child's heart trembling, feeling a through and through killing intent. That killing intent, piercing cold. Swire Mountain. The demon emperor uttered these 4 words. Tai ancient god king, a great saint who rushed through the gate in the past. But his lifespan was limited and his essence was insufficient. With the Hangzhou Dao domain drawing on the essence of living beings to fill itself, nearly 1 million cultivators were killed or injured, and a domain of living beings drowned in blood, with Tang Yunli among them, not because of you, but to die and become one of the millions of living things. Such words caused Qin Yun to fall silent. Life, the greatest miracle of this universe. Mortals are weak, but carry the seeds of miracles. Thus monks will kill mortals and draw on their blood. The strong ones, on the other hand, would draw on the cultivator's essence to fill themselves. The world of cultivation, where the strong are honored and the weak are like ants, is riddled with cruelty. It is a cruel fact that the strong will draw their life source from the weak, and the stronger, from the strong. Too old God King. Qin Yun murmured and uttered such 5 words, a complex light coursing through his eyes. The demon emperor stood in the distance and clearly felt that killing intent. She realized what the man was trying to do, but didn't try to persuade. Even though the 2 ancient god king had recently become famous, breaking through the great saints and possessing an extremely terrifying influence, she could understand that this man, at all, would not be afraid of anything. After this, you and I are clear. Life or death is your choice. The demon emperor fell silent, uttered such words, and slowly walked away. She had pinned high hopes on Qin Yun, not wanting to see him fall, but she also understood that it was impossible to persuade him, and that being bent on having his own way would naturally not end well. Qin Yun sat quietly like that, not uttering a single word even as the demon emperor left. He poured in a mouthful of wine, his eyes red like an old beast on the brink of extinction. At some point, the wine jar was empty. Qin Yun slowly stood up, his gaze filled with endless pathos. Looking back, on the small graves, the petals fluttered, the fallen flowers were colorful. The petals were flawless, pure and translucent, just like the little woman. Qin Yun was divinely wounded and in a trance. It was as if he had seen that little woman again, as bright as ever. She stood among the hundreds of flowers, holding them in her fingers, looking toward him and spreading a sweet smile. Brother, are you going far away again? Where are you going this time? The woman frowned, reluctant to let him go, whispering petulantly. Qin Yun was in a trance, but the next second pulled him back to reality. The stone monument was still as cold as ever. The petals drifted away, and the woman was never to be seen again. Qin Yun was silent as he slowly turned around and streaked across the sky. This goes and kills. Boom! A flash of golden light streaked across the sky, striking through the starry sky and piercing into the distance at once. This scene stunned everyone. The golden light of the road. This is the human emperor traveling. The breath is not the slightest concealment. With a killing intent. Where on earth is the human emperor going? Many people were bewildered. But soon people knew everything. The golden light, eventually spilling down on top of that piece of pure land on the Swire God Mountain. This caused many people to be stunned, revealing a ray of horror. How could the human emperor go to the Swidden Mountain? He decapitated the Swift God King, and the old God King rushed out and has yet to go and settle the score with him. So how could he dare to come here first? All were unknown and filled with bewilderment. On the path of golden light, Qin Yun stood with his arms folded, calmly moving forward, his eyes blazing, as if containing golden awns and sharpness. As he took one step, the mountains, rivers, and earth all flew backwards underneath his feet, and he instantly landed on top of that ancient divine mountain. Looking at the mountains below, Qin Yun was calm and indifferent, and in his mind, it seemed like that warm face had reappeared. Qin Yun was divinely wounded, and his endless sadness turned into a surging killing intent. And then, an explosive cry shook the universe. Din come. Chapter 136 Superior Human Emperor? An explosive shout cracked the starry sky and scattered the clouds. In the distant sky, there was a roar. The earth trembled lightly, stones flew, and the humming sound drew closer, growing more and more ear-shattering at an unrivaled speed. Gradually, the universe began to roar loudly. The heavens and earth shook, horrifying fluctuations emanated, and 1,000 strands of golden awns intertwined between the heavens. A majestic giant cauldron appeared, so large that it was somewhat unreal, covering the sky, golden immortal splendor bursting, piercing and dazzling, strand after strand of fluctuation falling, like the great Tao vibrating, dropping down appalling Tao power. The tripod of man. Everyone was stunned, looking unbelievably at the scene in the firmament, like a dream. This was the first time the human emperor cauldron was truly revealed. It just appeared out of nowhere, with billions of strands of immortal splendor, majestic and grandiose, slowly falling down and shattering the starry sky of the ages. In the distant starry sky, the white clothes stepped on the tripod and stood, his eyes blazing, like two great suns set in them. Like a god, his white clothes were snowy, like a dream, giving people an unreal feeling. Everyone was subdued, and their hearts were flooded. What on earth is this bogeyman up to? Even the human emperor cauldron was sacrificed. Everyone shook. The cauldron of the human emperor was extremely strong, for the most mysterious piece of ancient divine weapon in the world, and no one could say where it came from. However, people know that the human emperor cauldron, like the emperor's soldiers in the world, has the ability to suppress chi, and for this reason, even though the human emperor has suffered several crises, he has not used the human emperor cauldron. But now it moved and shook everyone. It makes one unknown, and fills one's heart with bewilderment. At this moment, the entire Tao domain was icy cold, like a murderous autumn wind sweeping through. The heavens and earth were as cold as the coming of winter. The chaotic night was flying, the heavens and earth were shaking, and the killing intent was endless. Everyone trembled, and some people were paralyzed on the spot. It was already indistinguishable whether it was the killing intent of the human emperor or the ferocious might of the human emperor cauldron. The starry sky was crumbling, the heavens and earth were trembling, and the terrifying ferocious might was in 1,000 strands, filling this Tao domain, every space and time, making it impossible for anyone to fight against it. Is this the human emperor's way of conquering the Swidden Mountain? But why exactly? The two ancient God King has now broken through to the great sage and is strong to the extreme, and before he could make a move against the human emperor killed over instead, exposing a shocking killing intent. Everyone sensed something odd, and there were murmurs all over the place, unsure of the cause, and the Taiku Divine Mountain, which was the party involved, was likewise covered in bewilderment. In the starry sky, that old great sage appeared, two old God King, stepping out from the starry sky, white clothes and white hair floating. Behind him, the yin yang bowl floated. Obviously, even this old great saint didn't dare to be arrogant, feeling the terrifying and incomparable ferocious might of the human emperor cauldron. The first time, he moved out the ancient imperial weapon. Human emperor, what are you mad about? I haven't even gone to settle the score with you yet. How dare you come to the door? The old God King was furious and frankly revealed a shocking killing intent on the surface, but when he saw Qin Yun, who had a killing intent to the heavens and stepped on the tripod, he was inexplicably a little weak inside. This was not a result of strength, but a kind of aura crushing. Do you recognize her? Qin Yun opened his mouth, his eyes full of pathos, his palm lifted up to make a point in the firmament, and a wonderful young girl appeared. It was a glimpse of an illusion, a vision if you will. The young girl was quiet and beautiful, like an immortal flower, charming, light and holy. Tang Yunli? Many people present recognized Tang Yunli's identity. It was because he had once more or less paid attention to this woman, who had a close connection with the Supreme Body, and the Supreme Body had struck several times for her. When people first investigated the Supreme Body, it was natural for them to notice this woman. Only, to this day, many people still do not know what kind of relationship this woman has with the human emperor. This fatal star? Now that the human emperor had come with a tripod, there was no doubt that it was again because of this woman. This brought the curiosity in people's minds to the extreme. What is your relationship with her? The two-old god king opened his mouth. Naturally, he would not remember Tang Yunli, achieving great saints, millions of living beings shedding blood. Naturally impossible to remember one or two of them. However, as a great saint, with a transcendent realm and a comprehension of the Tao that reached an appalling attainment, the cause and effect of this was made clear in the first instance. Therefore so opened his mouth and asked, "She is my little sister," Qin Yun said in a deep voice. What? Hearing this, many people present were stunned, including the old god king. In fact, even today not many people were clear about the relationship between the human emperor and those two sisters of the Tang clan. Qin Yun. The world knew the name human emperor, and they also knew that the Tang family had a flunky named Qin Yun. Yet, still not many people connect the two, because the difference between the two is too great. One was a world-famous vertical heavenly pride, while the other, just a mere mortal. Even though the two have the same name, many people still don't want to believe that the two could be the same person. But today, a little sister says it all. Reminiscent of that mortal. Is it really that mortal Qin Yun? How could? Many people were silent, hard to say a word to go, and their hearts were flooded with heavens. How could a mortal, born from the Qin family, possess such a terrifying talent? The supreme bone, the heavenly emperor's scripture, the 9 mysteries. How could all of this be possessed by a concubine of the Qin family? There's no one who doesn't vibrate. The world speculated that the human emperor possessed an extremely terrifying background and origin. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to possess many of the world's top secret arts and techniques. Many rumors claimed that Qin Yun was definitely the descendant of a great emperor, and might even be the emperor's son of a certain emperor clan. Regarding his origin, everyone felt mysterious and endless rumors in the world, and everyone was curious to the extreme. But how could one not expect the truth to be so fantastic? The famous human emperor was only a concubine of the Qin family. Is he really that flunky husband? That loser husband of Tang Guiyao? How is this possible? How could such a strong human male be a flunky? A joke who can't cultivate? And it is rumored that the reason why the two were married in the first place was because the great Qian empress was trying to suppress Tang Guiyao. Both of which, what exactly was that empress up to? Giving a man of the world, to the Tang family? Everyone felt endlessly ridiculous. Flunky, human emperor. The difference between these two identities was so huge that it shook everyone and made it hard to believe. But now that it's true, what can people say? The human emperor stepped on the tripod, dripping out a shocking killing intent, all for the woman called Tang Yunli, the little sister in his mouth. There can be no mistake about any of this. The covering generation human emperor, the person most expected to achieve greatness in this world, was indeed a flunky. Such an origin and coming from such a place made many people's jaws drop and stay on the spot. Chapter 137, The Divine Might of the Human Emperor Cauldron. At this time, many people are aware of this karmic strife. Although the old God King hadn't admitted it, everyone could see that Tang Yunli had fallen because of the old God King, which was why the human emperor was so enraged that he had even used the human emperor cauldron. This is definitely not a wise move. The human emperor is completely overwhelmed by anger. A divine king achieving great sage has a different influence than before, not to mention the fact that it's empowered by an imperial soldier. How could it be possible for a saint to be able to offend? Many people changed color, thinking that the human emperor was too impulsive and reckless. Coming at this moment was completely indistinguishable from seeking death. If he was not impulsive, even if the old god king went to avenge his brother's murder one day, then the human emperor could still maneuver with him by virtue of the Xingzi secret, and would not be so passive. This move is simply stepping into a dead end. It's not easy for the human emperor to rise all the way, encountering great enemies that have never been seen before, going all the way against the heavens, and finally coming this far, and now he's being so reckless, and all the patience has come to naught. Many people were lamenting and exuding a tinge of regret. In the distant sky, a white silhouette appeared without a sound. It was the demon emperor White Stripes. Looking at the white clothes in the middle of the sky, the one stepping on the tripod stood with a soft sigh. The demon emperor, White Stripes, had high hopes for Qin Yun, thus helping each other out several times, and even being able to beg for half a divine pill from her ancestor. Doing all this was nothing more than allowing Qin Yun to owe her a favor. and being able to take care of her a little more in the future when she became a Taoist. But now, everything Qin Yun had done had disappointed her. Believing that the ending would be an empty one, the great sage was extremely powerful, and in this era where emperors did not come out of the world, there were not many people who could compete with him. The human emperor was certainly dazzling, but in the end, he was just a saint, and the gap was too huge for her to see the slightest hope. Little man, I have come here for your legacy. The 9 secrets are too powerful. If I don't fight for them, I will be crushed by others in the future. You and I will clear our grudges, all because you chose to do so. I had to step in. A touch of bitterness surfaced on the demon emperor's delicate and flawless face, and there was endless complexity among her brilliant star-like eyes. If she could, she wouldn't want to make that choice. After all, she had put so much into this man. But, not to fight is to give up. Everything is a last resort. Don't you blame me. The demon emperor spoke softly, her timbre covered with bitterness, but a moment later, her eyes once again turned firm and cold. Emperor Road Cruel. Want to become the road, destined to put down a lot. What children love are just smoke. Actually, like Demon Emperor White Stripes, there were many others who appeared with such a purpose. There were an unknown number of saints. Even the Golden Crow Divine Emperor appeared, and in the void, shadows and shadows, an unknown number of great figures came. Without exception, all of them thought that the human emperor would fall and came to seek a piece of creation. Taiku Divine Mountain, grand and majestic, like a sleeping crouching dragon, chaotic, foggy and covered in mystery. It stretched across heaven and earth for millions of miles. Within the Divine Mountain, there were similarly shadows. These were all cultivators of the Swire Divine Mountain. Their strength was generally very strong. Looking at Qin Yun, their eyes had anger that was difficult to conceal. This was the first time in endless years that the Swire God Mountain had been hit on the door by someone, and it was a saint. Furthermore, this saint had previously beheaded their divine lord. If it was said that eyes could kill, the Qin Yun at this moment was definitely pierced through millions of times by the gaze that appeared from the swift God Mountain. Ha ha, do you get heartburn too? And at this moment, a loud laugh emanated out as the 2 ancient God King, having been informed of all the causes and consequences of Qin Yun's arrival here, actually laughed openly, a look of pleasure in his eyes. In the past, you killed my brothers, and now you too have finally experienced that heart-rending pain? Come, settle this karma and pay for my brother's life. The old God King laughed long and hard, speaking thus with incomparable pleasure. How can your brother be compared to my little sister? Your brother deserved to die. He plotted the chance on me, while my little sister, who had not offended you, died in vain at your hands. Qin Yun spoke softly, his eyes glowing with endless hurt and endless sorrow. The heavens and earth trembled, and at this moment, endless sorrow transformed into a heavenly killing intent that pierced through towards the middle of the portal of that Taiku Divine Mountain. You, the old God King became furious upon hearing this. You're looking for death. Boom! The old God King directly struck out, his holy power surging, and above the 9 heavens, the yin and yang bowl rotated at a rapid pace. A wisp of yin and yang qi, outlining a vast taiji divine diagram. The press covered the firmament. Vast mighty pressure. Strand after strand fell and splashed everywhere, sending everywhere into turmoil and collapse. Everyone was stunned by this might. The yin-yang bowl moves again. In such a short period of time, the second emperor's soldier displayed its divine power again. However, everyone could feel that the power of that yin-yang bowl, in the hands of this great saint, was unknown how many times stronger than when it was used by the swift God King in the past. The heavens and earth shook, and it was as if this side of the earth and sky were about to turn upside down. Everyone was in a state of shock, and the strongest ones such as the Saint Kings immediately fled far away from each other. With such might spilling out, even if a Saint King was struck, he would absolutely have to die without any accidents. Is it possible to reproduce catching an emperor's soldier with your bare hands? At this moment, many people thought of that day, that scene, eternally unforgettable. However, when they thought about it, everyone shook their heads again, thinking that it would never happen again, and that the holders of imperial weapons were not what they used to be, and would never dishonor the divine might of an imperial weapon. Boom! However, a shocking scene appeared. Qin Yun struck out, catalyzing the human emperor cauldron, striking out with horrifying fluctuations as the heavens and earth were like oceans, and millions of heavy immortal power seemed to rush out all at once, one after another. The human emperor cauldron rotated rapidly, sending out ripples, every strand of which was extremely shocking. The 2 terrifying mites impacted in one place. There was no imagined great destruction, much less deafening explosions coming out. There is only silent dissolution. What was ablated was the yin and yang qi. The yin and yang bowl was directly nailed in the void. The emperor power was majestic. The emperor light rolled, but it was difficult to wield anything. Totally crushed. completely overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, no one could remain calm. That's an Imperial soldier. Many people were clear that the quality of the human Emperor Cauldron would definitely not be below an Emperor soldier, because it was too mysterious. With an extraordinary origin, the Emperor soldier could still be traced back, but the human Emperor Cauldron, no one was able to understand its past. It was rumored in the world that this was a divine artifact of heaven and earth, born in the earliest ages of heaven and earth. It was not refined by man, but born of heaven and earth. But even then, one would think, the battle between the two, even if the yin-yang bowl could not prevail, it was absolutely impossible to be crushed. The two should be pinpointed and entangled with each other. But now, when the human Emperor Cauldron's might came out, it really made people feel that kind of destructive might. The yin-yang bowl was directly subdued and wailed. This allows everyone to feel the heart trembling. The great Emperor's Dao soldier awe, just like this was unprecedented crushing. Today, I'm going to push across this land, so that the mountain of the Swire God will no longer exist. Qin Yun opened his mouth, his voice cold and merciless. The all-character mystery was exerted, urging the human Emperor Cauldron to advance, and the immortal aura was brilliant, becoming more and more blazing. Bang! In the next moment, as if the yin-yang bowl could no longer withstand it, it actually exploded with a bang and crumbled into the void, and the Imperial soldier shattered. This stunned everyone. Chapter 138, the most suffocating great sage in history. An explosion resounded through the universe, deafening everyone. Above the 9 heavens, the two qi of yin and yang were in a flurry, like an ocean of ink, engulfing the starry sky before returning to calm. That endless yin and yang, the two purest rules in the heavens and earth, had been captured by that great emperor of the mountain of the Swire God in the past, condensed over endless years, and now it had just dispersed. The yin-yang bowl collapsed and the two qi dissipated into the starry sky. The earth was silent, and all were stunned. An emperor's soldier just disintegrated without the slightest surprise, directly crushed to the point of shattering. It was difficult to withstand that kind of divine might. What kind of appalling immortal power was this? How could the human emperor be so powerful? This isn't in Kyushu. The power of the human Emperor Cauldron has definitely been weakened. But how can it break the Imperial soldier? No one dared to believe it. A great saint urged an emperor's weapon to meet a saint's weapon, and it was directly knocked down and shattered, which overturned everyone's perceptions and shattered everyone's souls. Everyone was stunned. Even the demon Emperor White Stripes froze there, his eyes filled with horror. The heavens and earth, incomparably quiet. One could almost call it dead silence. The crows were silent. All gazes were betting on that white-robed body, endlessly bewildered. And in fact, the reason why Qin Yun was able to break the Imperial soldier, apart from the fact that the human Emperor Cauldron was powerful enough, naturally, it's still because of the all-word secret. Even if the human Emperor Cauldron was only an emperor weapon, the power of an emperor weapon increased by more than a dozen times. That was definitely enough to be appalling. What's more, the increase at this moment was no longer as simple as a dozen times. Qin Yun's strength, the supreme bone, the 9 mysteries, and the heavenly emperor's scripture had all been increased by more than a dozen times in an instant. And then he struck the human Emperor Cauldron that had been increased by more than a dozen times, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. At this point today, it could be said that whenever he had one more weapon or art added to his arsenal, his strength was an extremely exaggerated increase. This kind of enhancement was even more terrifying than the increase brought about by the realm. The human emperor has opened up another feat. The sage realm has broken an imperial armament. This can be called the first person in the ancient world. No one was not horrified. All of them were shocked to the core. An imperial weapon. Broken just like this. While shocked, more people, in their hearts, were born with the color of heartache. The vast universe, the millions of Dao lineages, the emperor's soldiers that had survived over the ages, less than the number of palms, shattered and disappeared one just like that. How could one not be heartbroken? While outsiders were still like this, the old God King, who was the holder of the emperor's soldier, was, at this moment, even more like a madman. He swept up into the sky and kept striking out, gathering the fluttering yin and yang qi from the 8 directions. He collected the fragments and remnants of the yin and yang bowl in the starry sky, wanting to repair this imperial weapon as much as possible. To the Taiku Divine Mountain, an emperor soldier was more than just an emperor soldier. That was the face of the Taiku Divine Mountain, a treasure left by the ancestors to their descendants. The essence of the Taiku Divine Mountain, now broken. How can you not be mad? That's worse than killing him. Unfortunately, all was in vain. The emperor's soldier was an extreme Dao weapon, so how could it be easily repaired? The residue of the yin and yang bowl has long been invisible, crumbled everywhere. The yin and yang tu qi is flying everywhere. Most of them disappeared into the starry sky chaos, and the heaven and earth into one. The old man, desperate and independent in the starry sky, went mad and drank and roared. Killing intent rushed to the sky, anger shocked the heavens, and when a great saint was angry, heaven and earth were horrified. Everyone felt that piercing coldness that penetrated right into one's bones, and many people were paralyzed on the spot, feeling incomparably suffocated. Human emperor, you will suffer the wrath of heaven. Imperial soldiers have a spirit and are bound by heaven and earth. If you destroy one now, heaven and earth can't even tolerate you. The old man's eyes were red, as if they were going to spew out anger, and he let out a long whistle, cursing and berating, hardly able to vent his hatred. It's indeed true that emperor's soldiers have spirits, but strength is the rule of heaven and earth. If there is any karma, it will be added to you. All because you weren't strong enough to destroy a peerless Tao weapon. Qin Yun opened his mouth, always calm and unparalleled, like a god, stepping on a tripod and possessing an endless elegance. The old god king was truly enraged at this moment, his hands opening and closing, winds and thunder moving in unison, electricity flashing and thundering as he struck out millions of heavens and earth rules at once, striking towards Qin Yun. Pop! However, it was all in vain. Qin Yun struck out, offering up the human emperor cauldron, the 9 secrets moving again, terrifying greatness directly blasting out, destroying everything, nothing could stop it. The old god king flew out horizontally on the spot, without any surprises. It was smashed into the sea of stars, crashing into an unknown number of large stars before falling in the middle of the chaotic borderlands. Everyone froze. In the era when emperors didn't come out of the world, great saints were invincible existences. Throughout history, the status of great saints has never been low, calling the wind and riding the stars, able to shock the world's Taoist system, so that the world's cultivators, all of them are creepy and trembling. But now, a great saint was defeated just like that. The defeat was so complete that he was directly sent flying across the room without the slightest hint of victory. To be defeated by a saint, this could be called a touch of spectacle. One could even say drama. The first time in ancient times that a great saint was seen suffocating like this. The power of the human emperor cauldron is too terrifying. Even an emperor's soldier can be destroyed. What kind of offensive power is that? And is it not humanly possible? There's no one who doesn't tremble. The might of the human emperor cauldron surpassed everyone's perceptions and shattered everyone's souls. It's simply a divine weapon. Once activated, it destroys everything and is capable of destroying everything. It was only at this moment that the world remembered why. Throughout the ages, many great emperors and many majestic lords had been curious about the ancestral temple of the human race, wanting to get a glimpse of what was going on. I'm only afraid that only those people have peeked out a strand of the human emperor cauldron's wonders, a strand of the extraordinary. So try to find a way to take it for yourself. Unfortunately, the human emperor tripod does not come out for ages, even though the world for its endless legends, but no one has been able to get. However, it was such a divine weapon that none of the 10,000 majestic lords could even peek at. That was the one that fell into the hands of the human emperor, recognizing him as his master and willing to follow him in battle. Until today, it was not clear, the word human emperor, just how huge a gold content it possessed, knowing full well that in the beginning, Qin Yun had become a human emperor, just how huge a chance it was. The old god king drank and roared, very stifled and suppressed. The human emperor first beheaded his own brother, and then destroyed an emperor's weapon. Even he was crushed, breaking through the great sage. He should have been going against the heavens, running across the world without fear, crushing all powerful enemies, but he was met with such a crushing at such a most heavenly time. What kind of a blow is that? I'll die with you, the old god king roared, abandoning life and death to make Qin Yun pay. However, the results will not be at all surprising. Qin Yun stepped on the tripod, undefeated in his innate nature, possessing an invincible stance, crushing his opponent time and time again. It doesn't kill, like it's toying with an ant, watching his opponent fall at his feet in defeat one at a time. He was always calm. His face did not see joy and anger, not to mention sadness, eyes cold and ruthless, just like that quietly watched a great saint was crushed by unprecedented, calm as an outsider. The old god king stood up again and again, but fell down again and again. The person in front of him was like a chaotic divine mountain, pressing horizontally across the world. No matter how he did it, he couldn't shake it, so powerful that he felt despair. Everyone's heart trembled and their eyes quivered. To ancient god king, this was probably the most suffocating great sage in the world. Instead of running rampant and galloping through the starry sky, he was crushed by a saint, and was defeated at the other party's feet again and again. Chapter 139. All the children and grandchildren are dead, and the bloodline is drained. The heavens and the earth were silent, dead silent. Everyone was silent, looking into the sky at the great saint that was crushed by the saint, and no one was able to utter a single word to go. The word great sage shook the heart, and it could be said that no one would not tremble at the mention of it. This kind of person had nearly become the master of this land, but now he was crushed to the bone. What kind of shock was this? A living great saint, suffered crushing just like this, unable to even think of a battle. How could such an end occur? The human emperor is truly unstoppable. Once the human emperor cauldron comes out, the great saints aren't even enough to look at. Just ask who in the world is his opponent? All the majors of the world are eclipsed. The moment the human emperor cauldron came out, it truly shook the world, increasing the human emperor's battle power to a terrifying degree. None of the cultivators in the world were chilled. Even a great saint was still like this, let alone them. It's really squashed. In the distant sky, the golden crow divine emperor stood there. Previously, when he appeared, he caused quite a storm, and many people flocked towards him, uttering congratulations. A great saint had appeared. Who wouldn't want to befriend it? But before this god emperor could experience the beauty of that great saint realm, he saw such a scene. Many of the people around them, their faces turned odd. Even he, too, felt a sense of shame and suffocation. If the too-old god king was like this, how much better could he be if he was in the hands of the human emperor? At such a realm, one should have been running amok, cultivating for ages, and it was not easy to take this step. But then they encountered a supreme demon, holding the human emperor cauldron, and taking the great sage to the sword. How suffocating it is to crush all. Demon Emperor White Stripes, similarly silent, difficult to say half a word to go. The look of that face is very odd and bitter. This time to come is for the 9 secrets. Hesitation again and again. Finally made a choice. But who would have thought it would be such an ending? That man, it was as if he really was born with a magical power. Even if the gap was great, it would be difficult to restrain him, like a miracle that could overturn everything. Boom! In the starry sky, the explosions continued as the human emperor cauldron roared and kept blasting forward, becoming the only sound in the heavens and earth. The too-old god king, at this moment, was cracked all over his body, completely inhuman, a bloody mess. And above, Qin Yun quietly waited for him, never laying a finger on him. Once it stands up, it hits its knees. By this moment, the old god king was nearly unable to stand up, lying between nothingness, his face covered in endless complexity. Although I lost, it wasn't at your hands, but the human emperor cauldron was too strong. The divine soldier's divine might is overwhelming, and I will die without complaint. Finally, the old god king no longer struggled for anything. He knew full well that the person in front of him was like a chaos god mountain, powerful and invincible, and even if he came back how many times, the ending would definitely not change. Therefore chose to accept. Acknowledging the strength of the human emperor cauldron but not Qin Yun's strength was the last stubbornness of a great saint. From ancient times until now, you are the first great saint to be defeated by a saint. Whether the human emperor cauldron is strong or heaven-defying, but 10,000 years from now, when people talk about it, they will only say that you lost to a saint. Qin Yun opened his mouth, incomparably calm. This caused hatred and anger to grow once again in the cheeks of the old god king who had accepted all of this openly. And these words were simply murderous and heartless. The first great saint to be defeated by a saint since ancient times. There never would have been. And I don't think it's likely to be reproduced in the future. This is an absolute joke, which can be called a stench for 10,000 years, and is a shame that has never been seen in the Taiga Divine Mountain. Kill me if you're capable. The old god king roared, knowing full well that Qin Yun had always been unwilling to kill him, and was humiliating and tormenting him, and that this tactic had indeed worked, leaving him with a faceless feeling of desperately wanting to be relieved. Little sister. Qin Yun independent starry sky, eyes filled with divine sadness, thought of that bright little woman, his heart-killing intent floating, but then pressed by him. How hard is it to kill you? Taking your life is just a matter of lifting your hand. I said I would destroy your Dao lineage, so that you could watch with your own eyes as all of your children and grandchildren perish, and your bloodline drains away, making life worse than death. Qin Yun's eyes were filled with endless ice. He turned his head haughtily and directed his gaze towards the lofty divine mountain portal, and with a thought, the human emperor cauldron whistled out. Boom! The sky collapsed, the mountains and rivers cracked, and the infinite chaos chi surged and was sent flying. When the human emperor cauldron came out, it smashed the impenetrable mountain protection formation and landed on a mountain peak, annihilating thousands of palaces. Human emperor, within the Taiku divine mountain, endless drinking roars of sorrow and anger were emitted, and a group of experts were incapable of raging. This scene left many people stunned, and the killing intent pierced their bones, creeping everyone out. People didn't expect that the human emperor would actually do what he said, really giving birth to the intention of leveling the Taiku divine mountain, to completely remove this immortal to the Dao lineage from the world. That killing thought made everyone shudder. The two ancient god kings' eyes were wide with rage, and he was truly flustered at this moment. He did not fear death, but he feared what Qin Yun was doing now, preferring to die himself rather than watch the divine mountain bleed to death. Woe is not as bad as the Taoist system. Human emperor, you mustn't do such a desperate thing. I'll cut myself in front of you, that is. The old god king roared, and there was actually some supplication in his voice. Qin Yun was divinely wounded and didn't respond to anything as the all-character secret was executed, once again hooking up with the human emperor cauldron. Boom! The great cauldron roared, the immortal light shone brightly, and billions of strands of divine light intertwined, like a great sun falling down. Bang! The sky collapsing and the earth sinking. Such destructive power was undoubtedly appalling, and people could see with their naked eyes the boundless divine mountain, rapidly collapsing, and within the divine mountain, all sorts of palaces sinking into the ground. Tens of millions of disciples, buried in smoke, completely lost their lives. Boom! In the middle of the divine mountain, endless light rushed skyward. The divine mountain collapsed, like the collapse of an anthill. Millions of recluse lights interlaced. No one was not terrified, wanting to leave the mountain, to save themselves from the end of being buried. Buzz! However, the cauldron of the human emperor shook and swung out the ripples of the Tao, instantly filling the void and directly blocking off the entire Taiku divine mountain. The former supreme divine land had instantly become a demonic prison as countless people impacted, trying to escape, but it was simply futile. Is the human emperor not afraid of this karma? Everyone was stunned, realizing that the human emperor wanted to destroy the Swidden mountain was not just talk, but such a thought was too appalling. The Swire God mountain, sitting on the world for endless years. How many great emperors came out from this Tao, and their influence in the world was profound. It's only a matter of beheading one or two kings. Who would dare to really remove them? Human emperor, the old god king roared, his eyes wide with rage, his hands opening and closing, wanting to fight to the death, but he was still crushed, directly nailed in the void by the human emperor cauldron, unable to even move a single time. Little sister, my brother told them to go and bury you with them. Qin Yun spoke softly, his expression incomparably soft, but then it turned icy cold. Heavenly Emperor Fist. He met the sky and kept blasting, striking out millions of fist seals that shot downward together. The roar went on, and the place went completely to hell. Qin Yun was like a killing god, like a cultivator, cold and merciless, suppressing all with the human emperor cauldron while continuously striking out to destroy all things. Chapter 140 Yin Yang Taoist Coffin. Explosive sounds resounded everywhere. Fist seals roared, and the great universe shook as it continuously bombarded the divine soil below, striking out an appalling destructive force. Ancient buildings on all sides were collapsing, and the divine palace and heavenly palace were reduced to ruins. Everyone was silent, and it was difficult to say half a word. Taiku Divine Mountain. These 4 words possessed a terrifying influence in this world, not only in today's years, but also in the times that had been. For endless years, an insurmountable mountain in people's hearts, a divine land where the gods resided. But now there was such destruction, reduced to a purgatory, and that fury was invincible, pushing across this land, with no one being able to stop it at all, calling for an incomparable trembling of the heart. Ah! The screams and wails were heard all over the field. The Taigushan mountain sounded like just a mountain, and in fact, it was, except that this mountain was incomparably majestic and huge, a supreme divine land. For endless years, this place had nearly become a small world, possessing endless living beings, endless cultivators, and countless experts. But at this moment, all of them had become mole crickets, standing on that large piece of land, feeling that heaven-destroying power. Everyone's face was covered with despair. It was a bleak sight as the living beings bled. There were men lying on their backs beside their dead parents crying and drinking and yelling and raging to the heavens. There were women holding children in their arms, tears falling like rain. There were young heavenly pride cultivators who bled in the dome of the sky, and young men who defied the odds and chose to crash into the mountain to martyr themselves. One scene played out everywhere. The fist marks were relentless, creating great destruction without boundaries. No man is a man without a heart. Qin Yun did have moved and stopped his hand. He had also been weak and grew up along the way, experiencing that kind of heartache and helplessness. But when he thought of that woman, his heart was covered with coldness and murderous intent. He had mercy on the bystanders. Who would have mercy on the little woman? Kill. Drinking out the word kill, Qin Yun completely transformed into a god of killing. But wherever he passed, endless cultivators, endless heavenly prides, either flew horizontally or were directly crushed. To such a realm, there were no longer many people in the world who could contend with him. Even if it was a Taiku divine mountain, it was impossible for a supreme battle force to appear in a short period of time. Human Emperor, The Tai ancient god king drank and roared, his eyes wide with rage. He suffered an unbearable way injury, and now it is even more by the human emperor tripod suppression. Cannot even move, can only look on, watching the blood of all beings, cannot do anything. Tears of blood actually rolled down from the corners of the old god king's dried eyes, and his silver hair flew, actually making people feel a wisp of heartache. You great demon, your methods are too extreme and brutal. The old god king could only curse angrily. Did you not do the same in the past? Millions of living beings shed their blood. Who will pay for their lives? Devil or emperor? I don't care what the world says about me. Independent in the starry sky, Qin Yun's eyes were deep, his black hair flowing, his cheeks had an endless cold determination as he said, all I know is that if someone else honors me by a foot, I'll honor him by a foot, and if someone else dares to touch someone close to me, I'll execute his entire family. My little sister's life, I want you, Taiku Divine Mountain, to return it with blood. When this was said, all the world shook. Everyone read that terrible firmness, which was an extremely appalling killing intent. The human emperor was never a good person to deal with. People knew that this time, the old god king had really touched his bottom line, which ushered in such a domineering tactic to strike back. A lot of silence. When he thought about it carefully, the old god king was somewhat innocent, not trying to strike at the human emperor, but only at the cultivators, for the sake of rushing through the gate. But unfortunately Tang Yunli was in that Dao domain. That's how we got into the mess we're in today. People lamented, wondering if the old god king would still choose that way when he came back, if he knew that Tang Yunli was in that Dao domain. But today, it's too late. There is no medicine for regret. That's enough. That's enough. Stop it. The old god king's old tears streamed down his face, and in the end, he actually said these words in a pleading tone. I know the way to make up for it, so don't kill anymore. I, Taiku Divine Mountain, possess a yin-yang Dao coffin, which is expected to bring people back to life. Such a statement shook the cultivators of the world. Reverse living dead. This is a kind of heavenly means. People can't come back to life after death. This is the operation of heaven and earth to the reason. Who can reverse it? But now the old god king had uttered such a phrase, speaking such a secret, the Taiku Divine Mountain. To even have such a base, how could one not be shaken? Starry night. Even Qin Yun stopped killing and stood in the starry sky, looking toward the old god king. Are you serious? At this moment, his breath hitched a few times, because he had listened to the old man chopping wood mentioned a mouth. The ancient sacred mountain has an ancient coffin, with the effect of the yin and yang reincarnation, or have a long life against the death of the ability. Old Senko Dao had heard about this news from somewhere and had been wanting to take this ancient coffin for himself. At first, Qin Yun had heard of it but did not care, believing that such a divine object could not possibly exist. But now, the old god king had spoken of this ancient coffin, causing him to froth, as if he had grasped the hope of his little sister's resurrection. You take me. Qin Yun took the old god king in his hands as if he were lifting a mole cricket. You first promised to leave after obtaining the ancient coffin, and not to make any more moves against my Swire Dao system. This was the old god king's condition, wanting to use it as an exchange, and if Qin Yun did not agree, it would be absolutely impossible to take him in search of the ancient coffin. Good. Qin Yun did not hesitate and directly nodded his head. The two of them walked forward in the broken and collapsed ruins, and seeing that the former divine soil had now turned into this miserable state, the old god king's eyes were filled with pathos. However, in the end, he still brought Qin Yun to appear on top of an ancestral mountain. The two chi of yin and yang vaporized there, and an ancient coffin lay there quietly. A bronze coffin. I don't know what year it was born. The body surface is full of traces of the years, covered with mottled lines. The ancient coffin is only 3 or 5 feet, on which there are endless ancient words engraved. It is difficult to know what these tell. The inheritance of the Taigu God Mountain does have a divine marvel. The way of yin and yang is extraordinary. Perhaps the founder of the Taigu God Mountain, really with this way to realize the life and death, really able to reverse the living dead may also be said. Qin Yun spoke in his heart. The way of yin and yang has been full of mysterious colors since ancient times, and many ancient books have recorded, including many ancient people believe that one yin and one yang, the most can reflect the mystery of the cosmic avenue, on behalf of life and death. Throughout the ages, countless cultivators have realized this Tao, but they have not dabbled deeply in it, and only the Taiku Divine Mountain is proud of the world with this Tao. They had a profound comprehension of the way of yin and yang, reaching an appalling attainment. Qin Yun seemed to have grasped the slightest possibility of his little sister's revival and was unwilling to let go of the slightest bit of it. Chapter 141, Magic words confuse the people. How is this coffin used? Qin Yun opened his mouth. The yin-yang coffin was extraordinary in its divine effects, but Qin Yun did not think that lying directly inside it could revive the dead, and it definitely required some sort of means. The old God King did not hide the fact that at this point in time, he only hoped that Qin Yun would be able to leave, and naturally, he was unwilling to calculate anything for fear of regenerating something. He was led to a rocky cliff, on which were many ancient writings, some ancient scriptures, insights, and methods of using the ancient coffin, and even records of some ancient people who were resurrected by this coffin. It was told that 3 people had been revived with this coffin. All of them were heavenly pride-level great figures of the Swire God Mountain, living out a life against the odds. But there are many examples of failure. Even the Swire Mountain of God does not have full certainty of being revived. This result was expected by Qin Yun, but it still made him gloomy. Life and death were irreversible, and he knew full well just how difficult such a move against the heavens would be. It was borrowing his life from the heavens, and it would not be easy. But he didn't give up, and a glimmer of hope was good. With that, Qin Yun began to sit underneath the stone cliff to enlighten himself. He didn't want to let the people of the Taiku Divine Mountain operate for him, and he was only comfortable doing it himself. Therefore nothing is too small to understand everything about the ancient coffins and the core of the Yin-Yang way, and to understand the advantages and disadvantages of using the Yin-Yang coffin for resurrection. If the Yin-Yang coffin was like the underworld demon grass, revived and just a puppet, he would rather give up. For 3 whole days, Qin Yun did not move at all, the many Tao texts slowly rotating around him, and that rocky cliff, like it had transformed into a place of enlightenment, emitting a tranquilizing aura. On all sides, there were shadows. No one left. All were watching, curious to see where this bogeyman ends up with the Swift Mountain, more curious about the cultivation of this fury. The human emperor was extremely strong, and the world knew that he possessed a powerful and incomparable talent before he was able to come to this point at such a young age. This was the first time he had practiced in front of the world, so everyone was incredibly curious, wanting to take a look at his enlightenment and natural talent. But just 3 days, Qin Yun then understood everything, which caused everyone to be greatly shaken. Even though he knew in his heart that this demon could not be viewed with common sense, he was still stunned to the point of being in awe. The Yin-Yang coffin was definitely an untold secret of the Taiku Divine Mountain. It was the core of the way of Yin and Yang, the crystallized result of countless generations of Taigu Divine Mountain powerhouses, perfected generation after generation. A normal person might have a lifetime of difficulty in sensing through, but this fury did it, and only used just 3 days. How could this caller not be shaken? This man once said that his life is all about hard work. So maybe it really is. At this time, many people have voiced such feelings. 3 days later, Qin Yun put away the Dozi secret. The speed of enlightenment was this rapid, all because of the Dozi secret. The dharma of fighting and winning, eschewing all fuss, is able to make one see the essence. It was also for this reason that it was able to evolve all kinds of offensive means. This was the 9 secrets, the reason why it was so powerful. Leaving aside its own power of enchantment, this potential benefit could not be ignored. And it could be called heaven-defying. Indeed it is feasible. My little sister has taken half of a divine medicine. If she can lie in this coffin, there is a 70% certainty that she can be revived. Qin Yun obtained such a result. Much to his delight, the Yin-Yang coffin had indeed ceased the creation of heaven and earth, and with the addition of half a divine medicine, it made an act against the heavens no longer so difficult. Subsequently, Qin Yun got up. One lifted the lid of the coffin. Inside the Yin-Yang coffin, there lay a man with a plump god-like jade and an incredibly handsome face. This person's entire body was covered by divine origin, and he was sleeping calmly in the coffin. A paragon? Everyone was stunned at the sight of the man. This was indeed a quasi-emperor, and despite being sealed, there was imperial light flickering and imperial chi flowing throughout his body. Qin Yun was not surprised to see this person. As a matter of fact, there were not many quasi-imperial figures in this world, and there would be such figures amongst the supreme Tao lineages of all parties. However, all such people were sealed, supreme powerhouses that had risen up among the various Daos, among the various eras, and were sealed in the divine source in order to shelter their own Daos in the future. Shock and awe. This was where the frightening nature of the immortal Tao system lay. No one knew how many quasi-emperor level powerhouses were sealed amongst these forces. Once all of them were mobilized, they were absolutely incomparably appalling, and could be described as destructive, capable of pushing everything across. These people exist to shelter their own Taoist lineage. Sadly, the Taigu Divine Mountain had suffered a great calamity without any prior warning, and even if Qin Yun had hit the door, people didn't think he would be able to shake the Taigu Divine Mountain. After all, there was a great saint sitting there, and there was also an imperial weapon to add to it. It could be said to be in a state of invincibility in the current world, but it was indeed a defeat that tugged at the roots, and it takes time for all of these people to recover. Even if they break the divine source and wake up, they still need time to recover their sealed power. It was lamentable that the Taiga Divine Mountain, which possessed such a powerful person to shock the world, was still crushed to such an extent. Pop! Qin Yun struck out, breaking the divine origin and directly throwing the man out with a punch that killed him directly in the void. Little Joe! The old god king's eyes were wide with rage as he let out a roar and instantly knelt on the ground. Blame me for my incompetence. He had boundless anger, but he couldn't go and have a fit at the moment, and he only prayed that this bogeyman in front of him would stay away after getting the yin yang coffin and stop plaguing the Taoist system. A quasi-emperor. Ah! Even the hearts of the others were dripping blood. A quasi-emperor. This was definitely a party of supreme kings in a certain era. Not to mention the Lord of the Universe was almost the same. It definitely took endless resources and endless years to get to this point, but it just died, being sealed within the divine source without even being unsealed. He was blown away by a saint. What a shame that is. On the other hand, it also proved that the Taiga Divine Mountain was enough of a wimp to fail to protect this emperor seed. In fact, such a situation hardly ever arises. Although the sealed powerhouse was weak, it was definitely in the safest place of the immortal Tao system, where there were layers of prohibitions and it was definitely not easy to enter. But it can't be helped that the present-day Lord of the Divine Mountain has opened the way for it. Everything was due to the desire to save the Taoist system from a great disaster and retain its roots at the smallest possible cost. Lamentably, a generation of prospective emperors, shocking the past and present, and famous for 10,000 years, have just become clouds of smoke. Does it go back and revive the ancestors of the family? At this moment, many powerful lords of the immortal Tao system gave birth to such thoughts. I don't want to be like the Swire God Mountain, suffered such a big loss. Obviously there are quasi-empire level characters, but still in the slumber died. This is really calling for people's heartache. You can leave now. At this moment, the two ancient God King opened his mouth and issued an eviction order to Qin Yun. You said you could make amends, but the yin-yang coffin does not ensure that my little sister will recover with complete certainty. Qin Yun stood at the bottom of the stone cliff and spoke thus. These words caused the two ancient God King to be stunned, and a bad feeling arose within his heart. Then what else do you want? Enraged? At this moment this God King was truly enraged. Qin Yun did not respond, as thousands of sword awnings rose up around him, whistling out all at once, like a rain of swords, shooting out to all parts of the Taiku Divine Mountain. This scene caused the old God King to be enraged, yet with endless despair. You don't keep your promises. So what? Qin Yun's eyes blossomed with cold electricity. Cold and merciless, didn't you say that I'm a devil? How can one believe the words of a devil? Chapter 142 Imperial soldiers cannot be used lightly. Boom! Inside Qin Yun's body, endless beams of light rushed out in an indiscriminate attack that blasted everywhere. This land was once again in turmoil, and all the pieces fell into ruins, and life was harvested like grass in a flash. The two ancient God King's heart was completely chilled and his anger surged to the heavens as he struck forward, wanting to fight Qin Yun to the death. However, with the human emperor cauldron suppressing him, how much strength could he have? Qin Yun struck out, a finger pointing out to land on the other party's brow, directly power-splitting this great saint and collapsing straight down. A generation of swift God Kings, a generation of great saints, had thus become clouds of smoke. Buzz! The human emperor cauldron hummed endlessly, swirling out horrifying fluctuations as strand after strand fell towards the interior of the Taiku Divine Mountain. The lofty and boundless mountain was directly smashed sideways by it, and the towering mountain peaks rustled and disintegrated, with the sound of a landslide ringing out. The Taiku Divine Mountain, thus, was razed to the ground. It really pushed the Taiku Divine Mountain sideways. The scene sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Who would have expected it to end up like this? A saint, literally killed a great saint and pushed across everything here. A 10,000 years of immortal Tao lineage. Just like this, it was pushed sideways and became clouds of smoke, dissipating into the long river of history. The immortal Tao system, was called immortal because it was strong enough. The Taiku Divine Mountain was so thick to the extreme that it was almost impossible to overthrow it except for messing with a great emperor. But now it was overthrown, pushed across the board by a saint. This felt dreamy just thinking about it. Endless reserves. The quasi-emperors hidden within it will definitely not be few. But they simply won't be able to come out in time to be snuffed out in the seal. The might of the human emperor cauldron destroys everything, quickly destroying everything, resulting in no chance to react at all. And the Swidden Mountain has suffered such a great loss. A lot of people are lamenting. A supreme Taoist system had become a cloud of smoke, which really called for regret. The human emperor's methods are too overbearing, acting too extreme. This really is Zun Shixing. In the void, many powerful lords looked at Qin Yun, and in their gazes, even a few strands of fear appeared. The so-called immortality would really wither away. And this was an incomparably strong sense of shock for the major immortal Tao lineages with the overthrow of the Taiku Divine Mountain. Wow! Qin Yun's figure unfolded, stepping on the tripod as he probed his divine thoughts and searched the void, to completely annihilate the life on this land, without leaving a single chance. The depths of the Taiku Divine Mountain were endless, and if a Paragon Emperor was truly missed by mistake, when it came back from recovery, the destructive force would be absolutely unstoppable. Qin Yun was in the Celestial Dome, constantly striking out, offering the human emperor cauldron and bombarding the various ancient mountains. His eyes bloomed with cold electricity, cold and unfeeling. All along, he asked himself that he was not an evil person, but he was definitely not a good person either. Since he had struck out, there was no turning back, and it was impossible to do that stupid thing of cutting off the grass without removing the roots. Tonight, destined to be sleepless, no one can be at peace. Taiku Divine Mountain has become a cloud of smoke. The influence is incomparably terrible. People can't imagine what kind of big ripples will be born in the world after this night. Transported lights crisscrossed the sky. Quite a few cultivators were far away to get this news out in the first place, as the impact was too amazing. Even a number of giant male lords went far away with them. They didn't dare to linger for fear of incurring undeserved disaster, fearing that the human emperor would be uncertain in his likes and dislikes, and after pushing across the Taiku Divine Mountain, he would target them again. After all, in the past, these Tao lineages of theirs hadn't made many moves against human emperors. In the void, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's face was incomparably dark, gloomy as if it was about to drip water. Even he had to go and admit that even as a great saint, he felt a kind of intimidation at this moment. Wow! In the next second, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor also directly moved away, not daring to search even though he coveted the various secret arts of the Swift God Mountain for fear of being targeted by Qin Yun. Word spread quickly, like it had wings. It rushed around overnight at an unrivaled speed. The heavens and the earth shook. Upon learning that the Swire God Mountain had become clouds of smoke in this regard, and had been pushed across by the human emperor, there was no one who did not change color. An immortal Tao system, to wither away like this? At first, no one dared to believe that the Taiga Divine Mountain had been sitting on the world for hundreds of thousands of years, and had always been this side of the universe, one of the top few Taoist systems. The impact is huge. In this era where emperors didn't come out of the world, to be pushed sideways in one night was so heavenly that almost no one dared to believe it. But when they learned everything, everyone froze, and fear was instilled in every heart. The human emperor, a saint, had destroyed an immortal Tao system, causing such terrible consequences that as long as one was a cultivator, there was no one whose heart didn't pound. The rise of the human emperor is completely unstoppable. Even the Swire God Mountain was pushed sideways. In this era where emperors don't come out, wouldn't they really be running rampant? There was no one who did not tremble and feel a terrible influence. The human emperor of the 9 states, at first, in the eyes of many cultivators in the world, was just a joke. People called him the mortal emperor, and the cultivators did not recognize him. But how long? An immortal Taoist system was destroyed. Completely let the human emperor 2 words to sit. The world of cultivators are not chilled. Who dares to disobey half a word to go? This is the end of an era. The ancient sacred mountain thus became smoke. The yin and yang way began to be silent, replaced by the more powerful human emperor way. An era changes, an era rises. The ripples were far more terrifying and sensational than imagined, and have been festering, with everyone eagerly discussing them. Learning that the human emperor alone had pushed across the mountain of Swidden gods had caused many people's hearts to pound and they couldn't sleep through the night. The Swidden mountain has suffered a great loss this time. So many sealed paramount emperors didn't revive in the first place, and were leveled by the human emperor in a devastating manner. This also simultaneously gave a wake-up call to the world's immortal Tao system. The immortal Tao system was not immortal and no longer became a safe and invincible reliance, and it was truly possible to fall head over heels. After this, if the human emperor comes, revive the Paragon Emperor at the first opportunity. Many masters of immortal Tao lineages had reached a consensus at this moment, fearing that they would go down the old path of the Taiga Divine Mountain and suffer such a great loss. A number of quasi-emperors shook the world, and just like that, they fell away and turned into clouds of smoke. Does it have anything to do with the Swire God Mountain? Having used an imperial soldier? People eagerly discussed and researched the reasons for the overthrow of the Taigu Divine Mountain. It was heavenly for a saint to push it sideways. Many people thought that perhaps it had something to do with the fact that the Swire God Mountain had once used an imperial soldier. A great cause. Imperial soldiers have the ability to suppress qi. Once it is used, the qi will be shaken. Perhaps it was also for this reason that such a terrifying power as the Taiku Divine Mountain was leveled overnight. In any case, the Emperor's soldier can no longer be used lightly, unless it is threatened with extinction. Some of the Tao lineages that possessed imperial soldiers reached such a consensus at this moment. Imperial soldiers could not be used. There had been such rumors since ancient times. But only this time did people clearly experience that horrifyingly unbearable price. Chapter 143, A Thought That Leads to a Different Path. Apart from the news that the human emperor had pushed away the Taiku Divine Mountain horizontally in one night, there was another piece of news that also caused vast waves in the world. And even this wave was far more terrifying than the former. The human emperor is the concubine of the Qin family of the Great Win dynasty, and he is married to the Tang boudoir, a flunky of the Tang family. Such a piece of news, along with the destruction of the Taiku Divine Mountain, also spread everywhere. Flunky. Upon hearing such two words, everyone froze, transfixed on the spot. The Qin family's concubine. How is this possible? Are you sure the news is correct? The human emperor's natural talent is so great that even when the great emperor was young, he was far inferior, carrying the supreme bone, with a powerful physique, a mysterious origin, and carrying the 9 mysteries. Would he be a commoner? Many were dumbfounded and couldn't believe the news. This was too heavenly, completely contradictory to the speculation in people's minds about the origin of the human emperor. There were rumors in the world that he was an emperor's son, the heir of a great emperor, and thus possessed powerful feats. There were also rumors that he was born into the emperor clan and was carrying the legacy of many great emperors, which was why he possessed the 9 secrets. There were even rumors claiming that he was the son of God, or even an exiled immortal coming out of the immortal domain. The rumors about him are endless. All of them are mysterious and indistinct, as if only this can explain. The human emperor's life is strong. However, people really did not expect that the human emperor was only the concubine of the Qin family. This made his already fantastical life more and more mysterious. How could a concubine of the Qin family have such a terrifying everything? And compared to the origin and coming of the human emperor, when the word flunky comes out, it is even more like a blow to the head for all beings. A lot of people were dumbfounded. Oh, human emperor? What kind of status is that? And how many miracles have he created in his life? He is far superior to the great emperor when he was young. Who can't such a person marry? What does that Tang Guiyao count as? In terms of natural talent, in terms of heritage, in terms of combat power, the human emperor is shocking in all fields. If he really wants to look for a couple, which saintly daughter or royal daughter in the world is not at his disposal? How many fairies have squeezed their heads to have some intercourse with him, not to mention a proper wife, or even a maid beside him? I don't know how many heavenly pride saints dream of it. Tang Boudoir Yao, a great wind empress. Is she worthy of having the human emperor as her son-in-law? Where can this daughter be worthy of a human emperor? The news got out and made many people indignant. Everywhere. The name of the human emperor shook the ancient and modern world, and it could be said that his life was bright and dazzling to the extreme. A monument of history that would allow the heavenly pride and majesty of endless years to look up to it. The world, although many people are jealous of him, but respect him, there are many. After all, the strength and achievements are there. Naturally, it is impossible to accept the human emperor body, carrying as son-in-law such a stain. Regular people were still like this, and as mortals, as well as the human sect, they were even more completely frantic after hearing the news. The emotional intensity is unparalleled. I, the human emperor, have stepped in several times to shelter the Tang sisters, and for that great kindness to the Tang family, that Tang boudoir dares to make the human emperor his son-in-law. Do you really think you're the most beautiful woman in the universe? Even if it's the demon emperor, matching my family's human emperor is still a high climb. What does she? Tang Guiyao. Count 4. Reconciliation. Must be reconciled. What kind of status is the human emperor? The emperor of the human race? Can be called the emperor of the human race? How dazzling and radiant. How can he carry such a stain as a flunky? The human race in the 9 states. Completely crazy. Emotions were incredibly high, and it was simply unacceptable for the strong and endless human emperor to carry such a stain. If Tang Guiyao has any self-knowledge, she should take the initiative to write a letter of repudiation to repudiate herself. The human emperor is merciful, so don't make me, the human emperor, open my mouth. If you want my human emperor to be your son-in-law, you must first look at yourself in the mirror. The world clamored and became a great wave that swept across the world, and it naturally swept into the Great Win dynasty. A lot of people are silent in this land. Thinking back to the past, the day of Tang Boudoir Yao's wedding was still fresh in her mind. The whole country was in an uproar, and how many disciples of the great clan stifled their wrists. It was thought that Qin Yun was simply not worthy of Tang Qiao, and that the husband of the Zhenghua god general was actually immortal, which made many people feel bad for Tang Qiao. But who would have thought? In just over a year, Qin Yun's name had already moved the world. The 2 words of the human emperor were mighty, and what Zhenghua god generals and what great wind empresses were in front of them were dimly nothing. Indeed, we should make peace. It's too much for a human emperor status to be a son-in-law of the Tang family. I hope that the empress will be sparing and not become entangled, becoming a stain on the human emperor. Otherwise, My great wind will be caught in the whirlwind of public opinion. The world was boisterous, while within the Taiku Divine Mountain, it was calm. The kings retreated, the sky was empty, and it was hard to see any more figures. Qin Yun walked within the Swire God Mountain, searching for some opportunities and inheritance, the way of yin and yang, the foundation of the Swire God Mountain. Qin Yun did not want this way to be buried just like that. The void. Yet there was always a woman standing, never far away, quietly looking at the white dress on the earth. Endless gloom surged across the exquisite and incomparable face. How could I have expected such an ending? In order to obtain Qin Yun's inheritance, he had come to seek a piece of creation for himself, but how could he not expect that the human emperor would be strong and create a miracle, literally pushing out this immortal Taoist system horizontally? This once made the demon emperor silent, difficult to say half a word to go, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Since the demon emperor is here, why don't you show yourself to meet him? The depths of the Swire God Mountain are infinite, so the demon emperor has also come here to see if there's anything he likes. Qin Yun opened his mouth and graciously invited. The void, rippling. The demon emperor walked out, but between his faces, there was endless bitterness. 4 eyes, 2 looks, no words. At this moment, what else can be said? Qin Yun knew everything and was naturally clear about the demon emperor's intentions for this visit. He is not a little cute. He knew what the demon emperor meant when he said, the grudge is clear. Life and death are your choice. But he didn't want to dwell on anything. The demon emperor had helped him a lot along the way, and had even given half a strain of divine pill, which was of immeasurable value. Man is not for himself. Seeing that he will fall, it is only human to want to seek a piece of creation. After all, he has not made a move against him. Qin Yun knew everything, but he didn't want to count on it and could pretend that nothing had happened. The demon emperor stood there, wanting to say something, but, after hesitating for a long time, he remained silent. How many people in the world would want to befriend such a dazzling man? And she, indeed, did. A Tarzan trip, so that the two people relationship, there is sublimation. If, in the future, one were to encounter a great calamity and call out Brother Qin, then one would think that this man would definitely not stand idly by. But, bias, she just made this choice. Perhaps Qin Yun could ignore it, but she couldn't. She was clear that this friendship that should have been flawless, because of her, a gap was born, perhaps, and because of this gap, it will be impossible to get too close from now on. She was the demon emperor and did not want Qin Yun to look down on her, nor did she want to make herself appear contemptible. The demon emperor was silent, unable to say whether it was remorse or what. It just stood there for a long time before he shook his head. Gone. The grudge is cleared and no one owes each other. The demon emperor spread her face and smiled, as bright as ever. She couldn't act as if nothing had happened after all. The guilt prevented her from facing this man straight on in peace of mind. I'll see you on the Emperor's road, and I hope that in the future, on that road, there will still be qualifications to compete with you, so that I won't be eliminated so quickly. The demon emperor's smile was bright, but it was so gloomy. She finally did not say anything more. Her demeanor was very bitter, and she left like that, crossing the void and going away. Her back was depressed and forlorn. Earth. Qin Yun was silent and did not bother to say anything. The world is like this. There is no such thing as an unbroken feast, and it is often the case that even the best of relationships will eventually lead to a different path. It's all just a matter of choice. Chapter 144 Tang Guiyao, do you have feelings for me? In the Valley of the 100 Flowers, 100 flowers blossomed and fell in color. In the center of the valley, a bronze coffin lay there. Qin Yun stood in front of the coffin, his hands constantly turning over and striking out Dao seals, his left hand striking a Yang seal and his right hand striking a Yin seal, constantly blasting forward. The void shook, and a party of Taiji yin-yang diagrams floated in the void. Gradually, it was expanding, extending at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in just a few moments, the yin and yang diagram overwhelmed the void and obscured the sky. The two chi of yin and yang swept around, splitting the sky in two, as if the entire heaven and earth had been transformed into yin and yang. Yin and yang, the way of heaven and earth, the program of all things, the parents of change, the origin of birth and death, and the house of the gods. Qin Yun murmured softly under his breath, his voice flat, but after it was transmitted, it was like the heavenly sound of the great Tao, capable of causing the 10,000 paths of the heavens to resonate with it. The two chi of yin and yang flowed around. The void looked like it had turned into a sea of yin and yang, and the endless yin and yang chi, pouring down, rushed into the bronze coffin and landed in that little woman's body. At this moment, born with a vision, that distant depths of the void, like a millstone towering, a yin and a yang, a life and a death, like a 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Buzz. At a certain moment, the heaven and earth visions disappeared, and the endless yin and yang tu chi rushed down backwards, not entering between Tang Yunli's bodies. The heavens and earth returned to their former selves, while above Tang Yunli's brow, a miniature yin and yang taijitu appeared. It rotates slowly, connecting the two chi of yin and yang in heaven and earth. Phew! After doing all this, Qin Yun let out a long breath. Even he had to go and sigh. The way of yin and yang, it truly captured the creation of heaven and earth and contained boundless divine wonders. In the distance, a woman with a light and elegant temperament and an ice-clear temperament came slowly. A white dress, untainted by dust, green silk shoulders, like a wide cold fairy in the dust, not a trace of fireworks, cold and elegant, holy and flawless, like at any time will return to the wind. Is Yunli really expected to come back to life? Tang Guiyao came slowly, standing out of the air, quietly looking at the woman in the coffin, her eyes containing boundless complexity. I'm not sure, but the odds aren't slim, and there's a lot of hope for resurrection. The divine pill captures the creation of heaven and earth and contains the spirit of heaven and earth, while the yin-yang coffin has the ability to reverse life and death. And with the addition of the two, anything is possible. Qin Yun opened his mouth with a calm expression. I've done everything that needs to be done. All that's needed now is time. Everything still needs to be waited for. Tang Guiyao nodded her head, a ray of light flickering in her eyes. But she did not say anything else as she looked towards Qin Yun. 4 eyes, 2 looks, no words. The atmosphere became silent. I'm planning to leave and return to the 9 regions. A moment later, Qin Yun spoke, breaking the silence. Rumors in the world suggested that the reason for the overthrow of the Taiku Divine Mountain was that the Imperial soldier had been used. It shakes the qi and therefore injures the root. The saying of qi is indistinct, but the qi is real, and many powerful people in ancient times have left divine weapons to suppress the qi of the Taoist system. The human emperor Cauldron, on the other hand, had a similar divine effect as the Imperial soldier. This had been sensed long ago when Qin Yun had achieved human emperor. As the saying goes, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. This time, when he used the cauldron of the human emperor, Qin Yun was also worried that something would change in that part of the land in the 9 states, and thus wanted to return at the first opportunity to personally go and sit in on that Dao domain. You're leaving? Tang Guiyao was stunned, and when she heard this, she was stunned for a long time, unable to speak. A few moments later, she seemed to have made a great determination, gathered her courage, and looked at Qin Yun. Yunli has always had a wish, wanting to find a place outside the world to live in seclusion, far away from the world's clamor and live in peace. And now, with the great winds calming down, and the 4 oceans at peace, I have often thought over the past few days that it would not be such a bad choice if I were to follow Yunli's heart's desire. After saying that, Tang Guiyao looked at Qin Yun without blinking, as if she wanted to see through his intentions in the first place. And as for the dark meaning in this woman's words, how could Qin Yun not understand it? This can't even be said to be a hint anymore. It's completely phallic. It's indeed not easy for you to let go of everything in the Imperial dynasty. If you want to return to seclusion, I do know some tranquil places that I can recommend to you. Qin Yun spoke thus, always calm. Qin Yun, are you not listening or are you pretending to be confused? Tang Guiyao revealed a wisp of anger, naturally seeing that Qin Yun was trying to make peace. You're resenting me, aren't you? A moment later, Tang Guiyao looked at Qin Yun with a complicated gaze. She stood still in the void, her white dress dancing lightly in the wind, outlining a concave and delicate figure, like an exiled fairy that was generally ethereal, light and elegant. Talk about resentment. Qin Yun smiled helplessly and said, it is true that you did not look at me in the past, but everything happens for a reason. I was, after all, a mortal at that time. It's normal for cultivators to look down on mortals. If it were me, with that kind of status and strength, I might not be happy to marry a mortal. Besides, this marriage was meant to be hopeless, and it's normal for you to treat me that way. Qin Yun said so without much change in his emotions. However, it made Tang Guiyao's demeanor more and more bitter. She would rather Qin Yun have a grudge against her than to see this man so calm, so cool, like a bystander, an outsider. It gave her a sense of powerlessness, the helplessness of a fist on cotton. Qin Yun, do you have feelings for me? After a long time, Tang Guiyao opened her mouth like this and asked. Such bluntness, even Qin Yun was a bit dazed. This woman, consistently strong, seldom had such a small woman's moment. For a while, Qin Yun didn't even know how to respond to her. Feelings? These 2 words, Qin Yun asked himself, did not exist. This woman was indeed very beautiful. A man would be moved. However, when he was in the Tang family, this woman was not friendly to him. In that situation, how could feelings be born? As for the crossover afterward, also everything is the cause of the system. The forbidden zone to save each other so, the earth half a month of life so, feelings are even more nonsense. Qin Yun knew that he knew it well, but perhaps, it was all a misunderstanding for this woman, or else, given her nature, she would not have bothered to dwell on anything. Honestly, Qin Yun really didn't know how to respond. Rejection was too harsh for this woman. Everything was about his actions in the first place that made this woman wrong. And everything he has today is because of this woman. This marriage, not to mention, this woman, who had just gone through a bereavement, and away. He had this in mind before his return. But even though I have thought about it countless times in my mind, at this moment, it is so difficult to say it. Let's wait for Yunli's future resurrection before we speak. Qin Yun so opened his mouth to respond. Don't want to say the word divorce at this moment. After all, Tang Yunli's resurrection was not fully certain, and he needed to have the presence of a system reward. At this moment to say and leave, is indeed not a good time, for this woman is too cruel. The future Tang Yunli resurrection, and then say and leave, can also let this woman, more a trace of relief. Chapter 145, A Journey Among Men. The Valley of the Hundred Flowers. Colorful butterflies. The wind blew. The fragrance of flowers, petals floating, one after another, such as a fireworks rain, extraordinarily beautiful. In the void, Tang Guiyao stood still, pursing her lips in silence, between her demeanor, covered in bitterness, and for a long time, it was difficult to utter a single word. The person in front of her gave her a sense of powerlessness. Obviously they were husband and wife, but it was as if they were so far apart. No matter how she approached, she felt somewhat powerless. Can you take a walk with me before you leave? Tang Guiyao spoke softly. Uttering this, Qin Yun shook his head, wanting to refuse, but when he saw the expectant, even slightly pleading gaze, he was unable to refuse after all. The two traveled together, aimlessly, just walking side by side in the void, looking at the mountains and rivers under their feet, looking at the magnificent paintings of the cultivation world. The mountains and rivers are so picturesque and relaxing. Two people, just like a small couple, watching the mountains and taking in the endless scenery and beauty. In a mortal city, the two stopped. It was like possessing a tacit understanding, and it was like Tang Guiyao's purpose was so. Perhaps, in Tang Guiyao's heart, the friendship between the two began here. The forbidden zone line in the half-moon on Earth had given her more inexplicable affection for the supreme bone, but it was impossible to tell at the time, because the other party's reputation was too prominent and incomparably dazzling. Tang Guiyao wouldn't dare to hope for anything. It wasn't until later that she learned that the supreme body was the Qin Yun by her side, causing her to have mixed feelings, and that feeling could no longer be suppressed. Come on, just stroll around. Tang Guiyao opened her mouth. Her mood seemed to have changed for the better after coming to this mortal city. Mortal calm, men farming and women weaving, can indeed beget a marvelous serenity. The city was bustling. The streets and alleys are bustling with people, with vendors hawking and mortals laughing. The so-called fireworks, nothing more. Young lady, are you buying a painting? While passing by a stall, a pleasant old man called out to Tang Guiyao. It was a painting stall. The old man was painting with a brush, and there was a small child at the side to ink for him. The painting stall was very lively and gathered a lot of people. Tang Guiyao approached, but was a bit stunned when she saw the painting. The painting was actually a man with a rich god-like jade, elegant and handsome, with a white coat that won the snow, his feet stepping on a golden avenue, independent in the long sky. This is the statue of the human emperor. It can keep you safe, yo sister. The little child's mouth was very sweet, spreading her face and smiling. The human emperor shelters mortals. It works better than any god. Hang this painting in your home. It can bring good luck and avoid bad luck, deter all evils, and even send a son to boost your luck. The old man even blew this painting out of proportion. On the contrary, many people at this stall still believe in it and go out of their way to pay high prices for it. Qin Yun stepped forward and was also a bit dazed. Unexpectedly his own painting will appear here. The human emperor's name does move the world. But, mortals are not cultivators, have seen him very few, can know his appearance, sketched his portrait. Tang Guiyao was very silent. She knew full well that the reason why mortals could draw so evocatively was entirely due to Qin Yun's overpowering reputation. Even mortals knew what he looked like, so imagine what kind of terrifying influence this was. Almost a household name. Ha! The little boy suddenly eeped lightly, holding the painting in front of him, looking at Qin Yun and constantly comparing it. Grandpa, this person looks like the human emperor. The crowd gradually looked towards Qin Yun, noticing the man beside this stunning fairy. All of them froze. After a short silence, a mountainous tide of sound suddenly erupted. Human emperor, this is the human emperor. Many people kneeled down and cried out that the immortals had manifested themselves. This scene caused Qin Yun to be helpless, and pulling Tang Guiyao, he fled far away. Your influence is truly terrifying. Tang Guiyao also said helplessly. Mortals couldn't cultivate and were closed off from information. To be able to draw Qin Yun in such an evocative manner definitely proved that Qin Yun's influence could be comparable to that of a god. Afterwards, the two of them came to a restaurant, wanting to eat some earthly delicacies, but it had not occurred to me that in the tavern, there was a storyteller. Pop! There was a loud clap of alarm. Let's say that the human emperor, clad in golden light, with his feet on a giant tripod, landed directly on the Taiku Divine Mountain, startling the heavens and the earth, and the Taiku Divine Mountain directly knelt all over the ground. The storyteller blew even more heaven and earth. What the human emperor? Heaven and earth changed color. The human emperor a finger. The ancient god mountain directly into pieces. In the end, the two didn't get to enjoy the food in peace, and not wanting to cause too much of a stir, they rushed away. It's hard to find room for you in this world anymore. There are rumors about you everywhere. Everyone is talking about. Tang Guiyao spoke softly, revealing a smile, but the smile was so bitter. There was almost no one in the heavens who was able to do this. Such a reputation could completely go on to rival a great emperor of the current generation. How dazzling and radiant, truly radiant, standing in front of him made one feel incredibly dim. Eventually, the two had to change their appearance before it subsided. In a city in the distance, the festivities were incomparable and the crowds were overwhelming. It was a couple getting married, and the occasion was so great that the whole town came. This is the daughter of the city's lord in marriage. The two traveled along and learned of the master who had become married. It is the daughter of the city lord. No wonder there will be such a big gesture. In the mortal world, such a city lord is mostly a cultivator, and the marriage will naturally have a great influence in the mortal world. The city lord's daughter has a beautiful face and is a cultivator with great talent, but she never thought that the person she married would be a mortal. How can a mortal be worthy of the city lord's daughter? What kind of status do they have? It's simply a difference between clouds and mud. It's simply not the right door. A mortal also deludes himself into thinking of a cultivator. A lot of people are talking. These voices drilled into Tang Guiyao's ears, causing her to froth. This marriage is very much like the two of them. Men as flunkies. It reminded her of the beginning. When she was first married, she was filled with desolation, but it had not occurred to me that the world would be so resistant to a superfluous son-in-law. What kind of criticism had Qin Yun suffered when he married her in the first place? The city is full of storms. Public opinion exploded sky. A city lord's daughter into marriage is still so. Not to mention her at first this great Qian first god general? What kind of pressure had Qin Yun endured in the beginning? Flunky. She'd never thought those two words would sting so much. So what if he's a son-in-law? Can't you see that the emperor of man is also a son-in-law? How can this person be compared to the human emperor? The human emperor's name moves the world. A flunky is a stain. What virtue or ability does that Tang Guiyao have that she dares to let the human emperor be her flunky? It's just too much of an insult to the human emperor. That's right. The little great wind empress dares to make the human emperor her son-in-law. This is simply making an enemy of the entire human race and committing a crime from below. The emperor of men must make peace with it. A wise man must not carry such a stain. Talking about flunkies, many people associated it with the human emperor, and such murmurs were spread. It made Tang Guiyao stay on the spot. She looked bad, worse than she had ever looked, and looking at the married duo in front of her, she even said it was a little embarrassing. In the end, Tang Guiyao could hardly stay any longer and directly stayed away. Hey, Qin Yun sighed lightly, not expecting to hear such words. It was difficult to plug the long mouth. How could a strong woman like that be able to listen to those words? An absolutely unbearable blow. Chapter 146. Do you know how I've spent the last 3 months? The Emperor of Man is a flunky. Such a news has caused everywhere to talk, and the tide of voices can be said to have never been higher. The most heated discussion is not more than the mortal realm. The human emperor and the mortals have a great grace, but all mortals are not willing to human emperor to carry such a stain. The emotions are very intense. Tang Boudoir has always loved wherever mortals are, finding these places to be very peaceful and able to bring about spiritual cleansing. But this time, when she came to the mortal city, she heard too many vocalizations about her. All along, Tang Guiyao had been a strong woman who didn't care about the opinions and gazes of the bystanders. But this time, she had to be scrupulous. The prestige of the word human emperor was too blazing. Even mortals had heard of his deeds and possessed his portrait. It was almost a household name, all of which caused Tang Guiyao, who was standing beside Qin Yun, to be gloomy, and had no face to walk with Qin Yun anymore. Dark nights. It's very peaceful. Qin Yun and Tang Guiyao stayed in the middle of an inn, sleeping in the outer room. At this point in time, Qin Yun's hearing was so powerful that he could clearly feel that inside the inner room, the woman, tossing and turning. Apparently, he, the nominal lady, had lost sleep again. Qin Yun remembered the last time. It was the day the two had just gotten married. And now, the same tossing and turning and difficulty in sleeping, but very different, is two states of mind. I don't know how long it took, but there was a rustling in the inner room and the window opened. Qin Yun sensed that the woman inside the inner room departed, clearly inviting to travel with him, but just left without saying goodbye. Push opened the door to the inner room. A letter, quietly placed on the bedstead, was brief, only a few lines. As they say, a husband and wife for a day are kind for 100 days. Qin Yun, no matter what, I won't let go of this marriage. Since we're married, we're husband and wife, a Taoist couple. I know full well that I have done wrong and am indebted to you, and because of that, I will not give up even if I have to carry all the curses of the world. Give me a chance to make amends, will you? Looking at the contents of the letter, a touch of bitterness and helplessness surfaced at the corners of Qin Yun's mouth. And why should you? He sat in the room for a long time with a soft sigh that came out in only these words, thinking back to the wedding day of yesteryear. That night, Tang Guiyao appeared to have said the same thing. Although they are husband and wife, but only externally, internally, the two do not need to have any intersection. Now, however, it had become different, causing Qin Yun to feel somewhat helpless. This woman has always been cold and strong, but now is so stubborn. He would rather this woman has been once that kind of attitude, can calmly put down this marriage. What good would it do her to dwell on it? To be honest, after hearing that kind of speech from a mortal, Qin Yun had thought that he would see this woman become infuriated and propose a peace settlement. But I really didn't expect that this woman would be so stubborn. Under the night, Qin Yun stood silently, staying for a long time, struggling to utter a single word. And finally, with a wave of his hand, he left the land. The 9 states road region. Qin Yun returned, and the golden avenue streaked across the sky. Someone came to meet us. It was the powerful men of the human sect, as well as some unfamiliar faces. These unfamiliar faces were even in the extreme majority, and stood with many of the people of the Church of Man, saluting him respectfully. Qin Yun approached. It was discovered that there were quite a few great powers as well as sage-level powerhouses amongst them, and there were even a few old figures of the 9th sky of the sage realm, whose realms were not at all inferior to his. All bowed down to him. Upon hearing the intentions of these people, Qin Yun could not help but be a bit flabbergasted. All of these people came to join the humanist church. After pushing across the Taiku Divine Mountain, the human emperor's name had completely reached a boiling point. So these people came to the human sect in admiration, wanting to join it. Qin Yun thought about it and ultimately did not bother to reject it. The human religion needed to develop, mortals needed shelter, and he alone was ultimately weak. The addition of these people was able to allow the human sect to quickly rise to an appalling level. Although, there was no lack of many of these people who were running towards his legacy and were driven by profit. Yet, there were also quite a number of people who really wanted to be his followers. Qin Yun couldn't kill them all with one stick. The rise of the human sect was already inevitable. It was a great trend in heaven and earth. This has been true throughout the ages. The decline of a religion, the rise of a religion, the destruction of the Taigu God Mountain, has already made the reputation of the human religion. There is a tendency to converge on the world's first Taoist system. This was a good thing for both the human sect and mortals. The benefits outweighed the disadvantages, and Qin Yun didn't want to disobey and follow the heavens. Just like that, he was surrounded by a large number of followers, and there were as many as nearly 20 saint-level existences, a formation that could be compared to any holy land. Qin Yun returns. After checking out the human religion, it was natural to return to the valley at the first opportunity. The little chick is still in the valley, thinking about little Nyonya. For a time, made Qin Yun sweat. When he left, he thought it would only take a few days, but he didn't expect it to be a few months. That's a bit cruel for a 3-year-old girl. If the old barker had gotten wind of this, he would have lifted the coffin board and jumped out. The valley, with its birdsong and flowers, the gurgling of the spirit lake, the dragon carp leaping, the fertile fields, and the lush medicinal gardens. Back in the valley, just in time to see a scene of the little nymphets catching fish in the lake, on the shore, and grilling a couple of walleye. This girl has always had a good appetite. Nyonya, Qin Yun called out. It made the little nymphette fumed. Her face quickly surged with joy, and she quickly ran forward, but did not go more than a few steps before stopping, crouching down, and averting her head. Nuno doesn't have a family. She was milky and fierce, ignoring the human emperor. Don't turn her head away. Her little body crouched on the ground and trembled lightly. She was really a little angry, and she wanted to draw a line with the human emperor. Qin Yun was helpless. When he was leaving, he had instructed several protectors of the human sect to come and look after Nyonya. Little Nyonya did not encounter any danger as a result, but it's a little lonely with no one to talk to. Nyonya, Qin Yun grinned and poked the little girl's head with his finger. Nyx moved to the side, still ignoring him, and clasped her hands to her chest. Coldly, I've sworn to never, ever speak to you again. She was full of seriousness. Alright, then I can't break your vow. Qin Yun teased her. The little girl was shocked and clasped her hands to her chest, becoming even more angry. Qin Yun sat on the side and ate the grilled fish on his own. The little girl was hungry, but just eating and not eating the food was her last stubbornness. But soon she couldn't hold it together. Laughing heartlessly again, he leapt onto Qin Yun's shoulder, crying and pouting, very aggrieved and pitiful. Senior uncle, do you know how I've spent the last 3 months? Chapter 147, Changing Times. Arrival of the Emperor's Path. For 3 months, Nyonya was alone in the valley with no one to talk to. Qin Yun then took her around to make up for her recent loneliness. During that time, he had been to the valley where the old caller was. Everything in the valley was as old as ever. And before the short grave, a nameless monument stood. Old Barker, are you really dead? Qin Yun sighed lightly with an indescribable desolation. His eyesight was so powerful that he was able to see the old man in the coffin through the dirt, and the old man's bones were uncorroded and calm, as if he was asleep. However, it was hard to hide the kind of death and decay that permeated the air. He sat with the old man at his grave, leaning under the cold monument, drinking glass after glass. There is a kind of afterthought hurt in the gradual acceptance of the old man's death. Old Barker, if one day you appear in front of me, I'll really have to take a shot. Qin Yun was intoxicated. For several days, this was the case with him, and life came to a period of peace that he had never known before. There are no internal or external problems. At this point today, he was already fearless of anyone under the sun. With the human emperor cauldron in his hand, he was innately undefeated, and within the boundaries of the 9 states, he was an invincible existence, a rare serenity that allowed him to feel a touch of peace of mind. During that time, he had thought about bringing Tang Yunli to Kyushu, wanting to know Tang Yunli's state firsthand to see when she would wake up, but ultimately gave up. Tang Yunli was after all Tang Guiyao's younger sister. This was too much. Other than that, he was just steadily raising his cultivation every day. Sage 9 Heavens. At this point, one had already infinitely attained Saint King. However, there was always a sliver of difference. Just a sliver of difference. This realm was like a bottomless pit that was difficult to fill with any amount of his reserves. Saint King is the big hurdle. There are quite a few saints in the world, but there are a few Saint Kings, so you can imagine how difficult it is. It would take at least nearly 1,000 years for a regular person to break through. Qin Yun sighed, knowing that he had not yet reached the end of his journey and needed some time to settle down. Ding! On the 460th day of marriage, rewarded with the 9 secrets of the Liege secrets, and just as Qin Yun was rushing through the Saint King, one day, the system's voice rang out. The column word secret arrives. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for Qin Yun. By now, the 9 secrets he had gathered 5 of them, a big chunk of them completely, allowing him to see the hope of the 9 secrets being united. When the 9 secrets are united, will they be truly invincible? Qin Yun muttered. Undoubtedly, this sentence was definitely not a falsehood, so circulated in ancient times, and he, as the one who had 5 secret arts in one, was more than capable of clearly experiencing this benefit. If the 9 secrets were united, regardless of the realm, only 9 secret arts were needed, then it would be truly invincible. Each of the 9 mysteries' secret arts was too transcendent. The number 1 secret art in the world hadn't been disputed since the beginning of time. The universe was vast, and there were thousands of techniques, but the status of the 9 secrets had never wavered, so one could imagine what kind of influence it was. Listed word secret. This was likewise a heaven-defying secret art, somewhat similar to 1 chi transforming 3 clearings. Once cast, it was able to conjure up 2 instants that were exactly the same, whether it was in terms of battle power or whatever. 1 human emperor was already tricky enough, let alone 3? Yi Chi Hua San Chang. This was an extremely ancient Dao method. Perhaps the legendary word secret had used this name in some mythical era, in the same way as the fighting word secret's fighting victory method. This represented an extreme art, and even more so, a supreme way, where 1 chi transforms the 3 purities, a manifestation of the essence of the Tao. If it could be refined to the point of great accomplishment, it would definitely be of great benefit to the comprehension of the Tao. Aside from the manifestation of battle power, the 9 secrets are so counterintuitive that the potential benefits are limitless. The arrival of the Liege mysteries caused Qin Yun to stop obsessing over realms and instead redirect his refinement. The Saint King realm could be broken sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. And with the arrival of the Liege mysteries, the increase in his battle power was definitely not something a Saint King could replace. At this point in time, with the other 9 secrets in place, any point of the field becoming stronger was enough to achieve a terrifying increase. And this manifestation was most obvious with the 9 secrets. It could be said that after obtaining the Liege Mysteries, Qin Yun could go to battle with a great sage even without utilizing the human emperor cauldron. As a result, he began to work deeper on the secret of the columns. He kept groping and moving forward, evoking 2 Tao bodies with the Lizi secret, constantly researching and exploring various combinations of battle techniques, even figuring out a formation on top of that. The Lizi secret was rapidly refining, while the other 9 secret mysteries had also been rapidly upgraded. This is the 9 secrets, one and the same source. Practicing one secret, the other secret arts will also be practiced independently. Among them was the greatest increase in the secret of the word all. This secret art Qin Yun obtained the earliest, and as a result, had the deepest attainments, and at this point in time, the chances of triggering it became infinitely greater, and once it was cast, it was almost impossible for it to fall through the cracks. And on top of that, the multiplier of the increase in battle power had also gotten to grow in an anticlimactic manner. The light of January passed in an instant, and during this period, although Qin Yun's realm hadn't changed much, his battle power, however, had increased to an appalling degree. In the 9 states Dao region, there was tranquility, and in the outside world, it's dark. A world-shattering news came out. Nearly 5 quasi-emperor level figures had revived. 5 quasi-emperors, just on the surface. There were unknown numbers in the shadows. The news came out, shook the world, deeply shocked everyone. As long as the cultivators are not creepy, the world Taoist system, all the heart jumped. Undoubtedly, the reason why these quasi-emperor level figures had come out was because of the destruction of the Taiku Divine Mountain, and the major top Dao lineages had revived the quasi-emperors in order to not allow themselves to follow the old path of the Taiku Divine Mountain. It's almost impossible for a quasi-imperial figure to come out except for the opening of the Emperor Road, but now he has appeared. There's no one who doesn't vibrate. This can be said to be a sufficiently sensational news for the whole universe. Undoubtedly, the quasi-emperor's emergence was due to the human emperor. On the one hand, defense, on the other hand, checks and balances, and now the human emperor's prowess is unstoppable, thus forging such a scene. It's being talked about everywhere. Quasi-imperial figures were of great significance. Imperial stars left over from various eras, used to conquer the imperial path as well as to shelter their own Dao lineage and shock the world. But now it's out there because of one person. So you can imagine what kind of influence it is. The name of the human emperor was once again boisterous. From ancient times to the present day, there was hardly anyone who could possess such a terrifying influence, which could shake the entire ancient history, adding even more honor to the already legendary life of the human emperor. The era of no emperors is over. The era of emperors has arrived. The human emperor is really making an era change in life by virtue of one person. Everywhere there was talk and more than a little clamor, and the universe was abuzz with noise. With so many paragon emperors coming out together, does it signify the opening of the Emperor Road? After all, it's been many years since that great emperor of the demon race died. Are these people? Are they preparing to storm the emperor's path and rush to witness the Tao before the human emperor? Meanwhile, many are speculating. In the 10,000 ancient era, it had been many years since a great emperor had appeared, and now that the Heaven and Earth Avenue had been replaced and the Emperor Road had faded, many people believed that this would be a sign that the Emperor Road had opened. Is it really going to reproduce a great emperor of the world? It's been tens of thousands of years. All the masters in the universe are waiting for this moment. The universe is vast. The masters are hibernating endlessly. What kind of a grand situation will it be when the Emperor's Road opens up and a group of heroes compete for the stag? Will the Emperor of Man be able to sit in that position? No matter what, he will be a dark horse on the Emperor's Road. His talent gift is unmatched in the ages. The universe shook, and everyone had this premonition. The outside world was in turmoil, but the territory of Kyushu was calm. Qin Yun had naturally heard of such news as he stood on the tripods and stood guard in the void of the 9 states, but he was always calm. The only thing that makes the mind a little complicated is because of one thing. It was a wedding. Chapter 148, The Golden Crow Wedding. The news of a big wedding swept through all the domains, causing the world to be shaken. It could be said that since the beginning of time, there were few marriages that could be so vast, known by all domains, and make such a big commotion. 9 dragons whistled, 9 phoenixes moved the sky, golden crows chirped, and spirit foxes leapt. The vision startled the sky, spreading from the Fusan Dao region to the outside world, causing the world to be in an uproar. Golden Crow Divine Emperor to be married, so that the attention of all people, and the newlywed heroine for the world's only one Qingqiu 9-tailed spirit fox, the demon emperor White Striped Child, but also let this wedding, made a worldwide known. Emperor Lu and Emperor Kuanpun were beheaded one after another, and now, the demon race's principles are left with the divine emperor and the demon emperor. but it never occurred to me that the two were going to get married. Is it hard for the demon race, which has been in turmoil for 10,000 years, to form a unification? A lot of people had this premonition. The demon race has not been peaceful since ancient times. The kings are independent, each occupying a side of the divine land. Compared to a scattered human race is not much better. And the most influential among them were the four demon saints, the Willow Emperor, Koan Pang, God Emperor, and Demon Emperor. And with the fall of the two demon saints, the power of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor and the Demon Emperor had grown insanely, and it was supposed to be a dual emperor battle. People, however, did not expect such a situation and were caught off guard that the two were going to get married. Without a doubt, the marriage of the two demon emperors will realize the complete unification of the demon race. The influence is comparable to a demonic great emperor coming out. No one is not shaken. The demon race is going to be unified. This is definitely a shocking event. We must know that the number of the demon race has never been less than the human race. If it is unified, it is bound to threaten all the races. How could there be a sudden rumor of a marriage? Haven't the two always been at odds since ancient times? It's rumored that the demon emperor even detests the divine emperor. Could it be that the divine emperor is taking advantage of the great sage's status and wants to marry by force? All parties were talking, and many people gave birth to such speculations, while at the same time, many people associated it with the human emperor. It is rumored that the human emperor and the demon emperor have a close relationship, and there are even rumors of the two being ambiguous in the world. And some people have even seen that the two were accompanied in and out of Mount Tai. How does the Golden Crow Divine Emperor dare to marry by force? Is it not afraid of the human emperor's intimidation? The human emperor had pushed across the mountain of Swidden gods, and his influence had reached an astonishing level. People didn't think that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor would dare to ignore the human emperor and forcefully marry the demon emperor. Although the human emperor was only a saint, if he came with a tripod, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor would definitely have to eat his words. It is rumored that the human emperor and the demon emperor have parted ways. In the past, when the human emperor pushed across the Taiku Divine Mountain, some people had seen the demon emperor's figure, and when he appeared at that time, it was mostly for the 9 secrets. The human emperor acted in an extremely overbearing manner, so naturally it was impossible to tolerate the demon emperor's backstabbing, and the two of them more precisely for this reason came to be strangers. Such a news came out, causing the world to be in an uproar. Sigh, 2 people actually embarked on the end of the road. That strong human emperor the demon emperor actually made that wrong choice. She can't be blamed. The human emperor, a saint, is going to push across the mountain of the Swidden gods. Who can see a single chance of victory? If you don't make a move, in the future, the next person will get the 9 secrets. The demon emperor will be crushed. The chances like this, once not to fight, step by step behind. No matter what, the two have finally come to the end of the road, and with the human emperor no longer protecting her now, it's no wonder that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor dared to be like this. Many have sighed long sighs and lamented over it. Human emperor, demon emperor, this would be a good match in the eyes of many of the world. Demon emperor is extremely talented. Identity is not bad, and for the first beauty between heaven and earth, while the human emperor is extremely strong, the teenager is the supreme. The world believes that, in addition to the demon emperor, the world is almost no one can match him. Even after the news of the human emperor being a flunky spread, many people hoped that the demon emperor would marry the human emperor, forcing Tang Guiyao to make peace with the human emperor. In that case, is the marriage a marriage of your choice? The demon emperor has always loathed the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, and the odds are that he's reluctant. However, most likely he's half-heartedly agreed to the marriage, because since ancient times, when the demon great emperors wanted to witness the Tao, the first step was to unify the demon race, so the demon race's chi would be melted into one. Even though the demon emperor has reluctance, I'm afraid that most of them want to go further with this for their future conquest of the Emperor Road. Originally, she could have relied on the human emperor to protect her path and let the human emperor help her unify the demon race in the future. But it's just that she made that choice in the first place, and now she can only settle for less. Many are long sighs. Since ancient times, red faces have many thin lives. People have not thought that this saying can be equally applicable when placed on a generation of demon emperors. A woman like that, who was a combination of the world's beauty and the essence of heaven and earth, had to settle for less, which made the world feel a bit sorry for her. In any case, the big wedding took place after all. It was a huge battle. Although, the shadow of an emperor appeared in this era, this still couldn't hide the influence of a great saint, especially when 2 demon emperors got married. The influence was unparalleled. Many ancient kings of the demon race had come. Bat King, Red Dragon King, Rock King. One by one, the majestic demon kings appeared and stood in front of the world, giving the world a growing premonition that the demon race was going to be unified. In addition to the demon race, there are many strong masters of the human race and other races. The battle is extremely large and the impact is unprecedented. Mount Qingqiu, as one of the protagonist parties of the marriage, Qingqiu Mountain, however, appeared to be very depressing, and the entire Qingqiu lineage of clansmen, between their demeanor, all of them had a color of indignation flowing out of them. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor is using the lives of our clan's living beings to forcefully marry my emperor. His methods are truly despicable. I Qingqiu lineage set the essence of the sun and the moon, the world's spirit in one. My emperor is even more honored extraordinary. How can I be desecrated? Big deal is to die. To the Golden Crow lineage to fight. The sound of indignation spread up and down Qingqiu. Quite a few fox figures appeared, raising their front paws to tower silently, looking at the white silhouette on that sprawling giant tree in the distance, with an endless luster of sadness flickering in their gazes. What choice do I have when it comes down to it? On the tree, the white-striped child with a white dress, casually draped over the trunk, body proud, skin snow white. Under the skirt, a pair of white flawless long legs, in the sunshine flowed out of the holy god 11. My Qingqiu lineage, with its special physique and Qingqiu origin, which is comparable to a divine medicine, is an indispensable opportunity to become a Taoist. Born to sorrow, what can I, a woman, do? White Stripes looked at the void. Her gaze was a bit empty, spreading a smile, but it was so bitter. Why be sad? I am such a woman, destined to fall into the red dust, isn't it? She murmured softly, as if to herself, and smiled to herself. It was like thinking of the first meeting with the human emperor in the past. Wasn't she planning to take her body, then, in exchange for something? Qingqiu woman is destined to be so. She has long recognized the reality. Why need to be sad? At that time that initiative is nothing more than do not want to be passive choice, but to choose yourself. Even if you are destined to be sad, you want to choose for yourself. That was why he approached Qin Yun, hoping that the other party would promise to protect the Tao for him in the future. So to speak, it was a bet at the time. She did gamble correctly, and the later human emperor was extremely powerful, and now he was almost invincible. Lamentably, at that time, the human emperor did not understand the feelings, for fear of being dragged down by her, frankly refused, so that she did not know whether to be angry or happy at that time, quite speechless. Today, the end is still the same, nothing more than a different person. The demon emperor murmured, so relieved himself, but the Gotham in his eyes could not be concealed, and he lowered his head, like a flower that withered in an instant. Chapter 149 Human Emperor. Qin Yun, little man, if I, the Fox Lady of Qingqiu, am destined to choose one person, how I wish that person was you, but you and I missed it after all. Everything was my choice at that time, and also complained that I really have no face in the face of you. The demon emperor sighed long and hard, his eyes filled with divine sorrow. Sitting on the trunk of a tree, with a proud figure and a holy white dress, like a touch of the elves among the jungle, but full of pathos, causing pity, the demon emperor sighed softly, indeed gloomy, but soon her gaze was firm. She is a demon emperor, destined to be impossible for children and women, and to become a great cause, becoming a demon race co-lord first, and then after that, becoming the lord of the universe. This is the path of the demon race great emperor's proof. I fell amongst the red dust, united the demon race, and fought on the path of the emperor. If I can achieve greatness in the future, I will definitely wash away all my honor and disgrace, and kill all those who are related to me. Nothing is worth mentioning when compared to becoming a Taoist. The demon emperor's eyes were sharp with endless determination. The 9 states road region. Qin Yun stood on the tripod, independently on the void of the 9 states, his eyes shining brightly, his divine thoughts, probing out into the distant sky to go, pierced through the boundless starry sky, and in that distant sky, there were a multitude of visions. The golden crow whistled, and the spirit fox softly chanted. Do you really have no choice? Qin Yun spoke softly. He knew the woman's nature well, although the surface of 1,000 charming, flavorful, but that is never a willing to fall, contemptuous of their own women. On the contrary, Demon Emperor Whitestripe seemed to him to be very strong, to outshine too many women. One doesn't take that step lightly unless one really has no choice. I go presently and try your intentions. Qin Yun spoke softly. It was true that he could not do so with a cold shoulder. The Demon Emperor White Stripes, along the way, had helped him too much, having secretly assisted him in the past when he was carrying the Emperor's soldiers and strength, and then providing him with half of the divine pill, as well as investigating the cause of Tang Yunli's death. Even though there were faults and wrong choices made, he still couldn't stand idly by and watch that woman fall into the red dust. Actually, he had always had a good feeling about Bai Zhuer, both on the outside and inside. Qin Yun admitted that it was indeed a very beautiful woman. Seductive. And he was not a sage. He could not be exempted from it. This trip was to inquire about the woman's intentions. If the woman insisted, he would not force anything, but if the woman did not want to, was forced to take this step, Qin Yun did not say anything more, and in the next moment, he directly vanished, transforming into a ray of divine light that instantly disappeared into the void of the 9 regions. Fusang Dao Domain. The earth was blazing and magma was spewing. This was the oldest piece of Dao Domain in this land, which could be called an ancient land with an endless mysterious color. Legend has it that in ancient times, the great sun fell and landed on this great land, thus creating such a spectacle. There are volcanoes everywhere, and even the land is fire red, with no grass. Entering this Dao Domain, one was able to look out and see that huge Fusang tree, towering into the clouds, majestic, and even if one was in any part of this Dao Domain, one was able to look ahead to the elegance of that Fusang tree. The origin of this tree is also very mysterious, is rumored to be a spiritual root, is the fall of the great Japanese origin, more the fundamentals of this area, is the lifeblood of this area. For 10,000 ancient years, the Golden Crow lineage had resided here, and to the endless living beings, this place was not suitable for survival and cultivation because the environment was too brutal, but to the Golden Crow, this place was paradise. In the 9 heavens, the Golden Crow soared, and blazing divine flames sprinkled every part of the divine lands. On all sides, shadows and shadows, many great figures arrived, chariots roared, warships crushed the sky, and divine beasts and iron horsemen galloped. A lively scene. The demon race is going to be unified, and with the chi fortune melting into one, it will surely be able to give birth to a quasi-emperor in the near future, becoming a new star on the path of emperors in the future. In this life, when the Golden Crow lineage produces a great emperor, he will surely dominate the world. The giants of the major demon races appeared, demonic clouds rolling in, and the phases of the Dharma covering the sky. Who can stop the rise of the demon race? The unification of the demon race will recreate the grandeur of the demon emperor's time in the world, and the demon race will usher in the great rising rise. Everywhere there were murmurs. The Fusang Dao Domain, the arrival of an unknown number of demon clans, each and every one of them was incomparably exuberant, and their battle intent was high. Boom! The Fusang Palace, built on top of the giant Fusang tree, roared continuously as powerful people arrived from all sides. Outside the palace, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was dressed in holy garments of splendor, welcoming dignitaries with the outside of the palace with a red face. Inside the temple, the Demon Emperor's red crown was draped in haze, and her red dress looked brighter and brighter. Her cheeks were white and haggard, and she stared unblinkingly at the distant void, with a hopeful light flickering in her eyes. Congratulations to the Divine Emperor. Adopting the Qingqiu spirit rhythm, the demon race's fortune is added to the body, and soon it will surely break through the sacred pass and step into the Quasi-Emperor. The Divine Emperor is peerless, and a Quasi-Emperor is just around the corner. Beside him, the sound of boundless congratulations rose, causing the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's demeanor to grow brighter and brighter. It's a compliment, but it's a fact. Ever since Qin Yun had pushed across the Taiku Divine Mountain, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's position had been awkward. In this era where emperors were not born, a great saint was supposed to be invincible, but having seen the scene of the human emperor pushing across the Taiku Divine Mountain, it made his heart sink to the bottom. At a later time, all parties were even quasi-empires. This era had completely changed and was not in the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's control. And now, adopting the Qingqiu spiritual rhythm and dual cultivation with the Qingqiu nine-tailed spirit fox, there is no doubt that his realm will usher in a great success. And with the unification of the demon race, if the world's demon race's destiny is added to his body, there is no doubt that he will be expected to break through to the quasi-emperor quickly. This is the second spring of his life. How can he not be excited and joyful? The divine emperor's breakthrough to quasi-emperor is imminent, and when others ascend to the emperor realm and become a godless one, why would they be afraid of anyone in the world? At that time, the people's human emperor, what human emperor cauldron? All of them will be crushed and put in the bag by the people's emperor. What human emperor, in the end, is not defeated to the divine emperor, and the demon emperor's posture is the best in the world, in the end, is not choosing to attach to the divine emperor. Many people were paying compliments, knowing that the human emperor was a pain in the ass for the divine emperor, and were deliberately ridiculing and suppressing at the moment in order to make good with the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Instead, these words were apt, causing the Golden Crow Divine Emperor to smile with joy. When others achieve quasi-emperor, they will ascend to the 9 states and wash the world in blood. Tiny human emperor, sooner or later, you will be chopped under my sword. Golden Crow Divine Emperor indeed drifted, and at this moment, with his endless grievances spewed out, he actually made such a vow. He claimed that he would behead the human emperor and rid the world of evil. Ha ha ha, what's a human emperor? Why do we need him when he becomes an emperor? That's why he's not here today. Otherwise my brother would have been able to chop him off today. With my clan brother here. Even if he is a human emperor, what can he turn the tide? Does he want to compete with my brother with him? A small saint. Not enough to fear. At this moment, within the Golden Crow Hall, several such voices spoke out. The identity of the visitor was appalling. For the 8 Golden Crows, for the fellow brothers of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, they were even more overbearing than the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. Boom! Suddenly, the distant heavens shook, and a creepy and incomparable fluctuation came out, so vast that it penetrated the great universe and poured into the Fusan Palace from all over the sky. Many of the people present had their faces changed. The aura was so strong that even the Emperor formation on Fusan was stirred, possessing a terrifying penetrating power. Who is the visitor? Without the need for the rightful owner to speak, the demon kings of the demon race had already risen, their eyes displaying ferocious glares as they drank towards the distant sky. Human Emperor, Qin Yun. The moment such 4 words were uttered, the great universe roared, the Fusang tree trembled violently, and everyone's faces changed drastically within the magnificent and supreme palace. The 8 Golden Crow Demon Kings, their bodies trembled at the same time, shaking like chaff. The Emperor of Man is really here. The noisy Fusang Palace was quiet for a moment. Chapter 150, Marriage Rush. Boom! In the 9 heavens, endless strands of golden light intertwine like a bright shooting star, shining brightly, reflecting the sky in a golden color. And then, the golden light formed a golden avenue, and the terrifying will of the humane realm came overwhelmingly, raging like a vast ocean. On the golden avenue, a man came slowly, a white coat of snow, a flash of splendor, and an absolute heroism. Outside the large Fusang Palace, everyone was stunned. The human emperor had actually come. What is it called? Everyone looked at the woman with the crested cape in the hall without any agreement, and many people of the demon race had a bad premonition at this moment. It had long been rumored in the world that there was a close relationship between the human emperor and the demon emperor, and it was highly likely that it was for this reason. Everyone was trembling. The human emperor? This could definitely be called a fatal star. Almost every time he struck out, he shocked the heavens and was able to trigger a shocking battle that caught the world's attention. And last time, he even pushed across the Taiku Divine Mountain, and the dryness and dominance of his tactics made everyone feel horrified. And now that he had appeared once again, coming across the sky on the day of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's wedding, everyone had a premonition that perhaps there would be another big storm. What do you call it? Deep in the depths of the Fusang Palace, a low chant rang out with a terrifying penetrating power, bearing the vicissitudes of the ages. It was an old golden crow, an old saint king whose chi and blood had decayed. Naturally for this marriage, Qin Yun opened his mouth, calm and unruffled, like a pool of deep water without the slightest ripple. My golden crow lineage did not invite you. Human emperor, you came uninvited. Please leave. A golden crow opened his mouth. This person is the cellular brother of the golden crow god emperor, who previously said that he wanted to behead the human emperor, but now he doesn't have that kind of overbearing spirit. The visitor is a guest. Since he has come for the wedding, please enter the palace and have a drink. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor stood in front of the crowd, his golden hair flying with indescribable majesty. His voice was calm, but there were sharp edges flashing in his eyes. Qin Yun did not reply, but instead looked towards the interior of the Fusan Palace. Where is the Demon Emperor? I have come here to meet her. These words caused the demon race's ministries to burst into an uproar. I did not think that the human emperor would be so blunt, not the slightest bit of concealment. Dare to say such words in front of the face of the kings of the demon race. Really do not put the demon race in their eyes? This statement caused all the demons to become a bit enraged. The demon emperor and divine emperor are about to get married. Is it not for you to see them whenever you want? An ancient king of the demon race droned. The demon emperor is about to become the demon queen. Little friend, you are too rude. If you come to the banquet, my golden crow lineage is welcome. If you have other purposes. That old golden crow also opened his mouth. His words were very gentle, but said at this point a beat, there is a horrifying pressure penetrated out. Not afraid to become my demon race public enemy. Qin Yun ignored the crowd as the golden light path pierced through the void and shot directly into that Fusang Palace, breaking the restrictions therein. Immediately, a red-robed silhouette rushed out from it. Human Emperor, the Demon Emperor, White Stripes, was surprised to see Qin Yun, but more than that, he was inexplicably delighted and excited. Seemingly not expecting him to come, he tore off the veil covering his face, revealing an exquisite face, but it looked a little haggard, and was about to rush toward him. However, it was blocked by the demon tribe's congregation. Human Emperor, you are bold. The The kings of the demon race were truly enraged, and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's face was even more gloomy to the point of dripping. In the past, didn't you want me to protect your path for you? How come you've turned to someone else now? The Fox clan really are all deceivers. Qin Yun ignored the others, revealing a bland smile as he looked towards the demon emperor. The white-striped child's body was stunned. His large eyes flashed, as bright as the sky, seemingly somewhat incredulous, and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you really still willing to protect the Tao for me? Then are you still willing to marry him?" Qin Yun smiled as he looked at the demon emperor and pointed at the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. "Of course I'm unwilling." The demon emperor finally smiled, no longer looking so haggard, displaying a smile that eclipsed heaven and earth. "Then I'll come and take you away and protect your path in the future." Qin Yun's voice was calm, yet it radiated a terrifying firmness. "Good." The demon emperor nodded her head, actually a little blurred with tears, but her smile was brilliant, becoming more and more bright and flawless, exquisite like an immortal flower. At this moment, everyone present changed color. Golden Crow Divine Emperor's wedding day. When the demon tribe celebrated with the same heaven, the human emperor came to rob the wedding, even though I had a premonition, but still stunned. Enough! The Golden Crow Divine Emperor finally became enraged and let out a furious whistle. The two ignored everyone. In his opinion, it was undoubtedly the same as flirting. How could he tolerate this? "Brother, don't be impulsive. The human emperor holding a tripod can push everything across and crush everything. We are not his opponent. A good man will not be defeated." The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's sibling opened his mouth, but was glared back by a look from the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. "Have you thought about it, Demon Emperor? This person is not of my race. His heart will be different. If you leave with him at this moment, it will definitely split my demon race. Do you want to see such a price?" That old Golden Crow also spoke up, clearly unwilling to fight with Qin Yun, instead turning his head to look at the Demon Emperor to advise. "Naturally, I've thought it over. I'm not marrying. I'm leaving with him." Demon Emperor Whitestripe's face was full of smiles as she spoke firmly. "You guys." The Golden Crow Divine Emperor was seething with rage, with blazing divine flames burning throughout his body as he looked at Qin Yun and Bai Zir, his eyes nearly ready to spew out fire. "Human Emperor, do you really think you're invincible just because you're holding the Human Emperor tripod? Without that tripod, you're nothing." The Golden Crow Divine Emperor drank lowly, his voice shaking people's eardrums, able to easily pierce through the void. "Oh, there is no need to try. I have not brought a tripod today." Qin Yun was gentle and refined, his black hair casually draped behind his head, dancing in the wind. His body was magnificent and his eyes were indifferent. This statement shook everyone. Even Demon Emperor Whitestripes was dumbfounded. The cauldron of the human emperor had the ability to suppress qi, like an imperial soldier, and absolutely could not be used easily. And the previous fall of the Taiku Divine Mountain had sounded an alarm for all the Dao lineages in the world that held imperial soldiers. People had a premonition that the human emperor might not dare to use the human emperor cauldron recklessly again. That was why the Golden Crow Divine Emperor spoke out to test the waters. However, people did not expect that the human emperor would be so provocative, so dry and frank. Without a tripod, he dares to provoke a great saint? Who gave him the courage? The human emperor cauldron is transcendent and extraordinary. Its attack power is unrivaled in the world. What is a human emperor without a cauldron? Even though the human emperor is strong, but it's only been a month. Can it be that he's already grown to the point where he's able to fight against great saints? Everyone froze, thinking that the human emperor's move is no different from looking for death. And not bringing the human emperor tripod to come and snatch the marriage is simply a contempt for the world's demon race. But, even though the endless cultivators of the demon race were angry, their hearts were filled with apprehension at this moment. The human emperor was extremely powerful. His life had created too many miracles and broken too many impossibilities, giving people a feeling that was too thrilling. And now he is standing there. That kind of frankness, that kind of blandness, even though he admits that he did not come with a tripod, but he still gives a kind of terrible pressure, making people bottomless, difficult to guess his bottom. Chapter 151 3 Human Emperors. In Fusang Palace, a group of demons stood in a forest. The phases of the law moved in the air, demonic clouds rolled around, and demonic chi covered the sky. Endless demon plans converged, and anger flowed from every face. The marriage between the Demon Emperor and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor signified the unification of the demon race, which was undoubtedly a heavenly good thing for the demon race. But now it was disturbed by a person who came to snatch the marriage in front of the kings of the demon clan. What kind of contempt is this? How dare you be arrogant without the human emperor cauldron? Too little regard for my demon race. He must not be allowed to leave, and he will be killed in Fusan. Just a saint. Too much hubris and arrogance. Everywhere the tide of sound is rising. Many people thought that the human emperor's coming here was no different from seeking death. without bringing the human emperor cauldron, wanting to stand alone against a great saint and the demon kings, which did not have the slightest chance of winning. However, no one dared to make a move, and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, whose anger had reached an extreme, remained the same and stood still, never daring to make a move. The human emperor had broken too many legends in his life, and was a huge mountain pressed horizontally on everyone's head. Plus at this moment, the human emperor was too bland, and the more bland he was, the more unsettling it was. It's hard to believe that he doesn't have any leverage, leaving people's hearts unsettled and always afraid to make a move. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor was even a bit in a dilemma at the moment. Little man, I believe in you. If you can't take me away, I won't marry him and would rather be martyred here. The Demon Emperor White Striper spread her face and smiled with 100 winks, going so far as to make such a vow, a terrifying firmness, in her eyes. This man has always had a unique charm, even if the chances of winning are slim, but also able to create a miracle, giving a kind of omnipotent security. In the past she chose to miss a time, but now she does not want to be wrong again, no matter how to choose, even if the martyrdom is also in the way. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's body was trembling when he heard these words. This is his fiancée, in front of the face of all the demon clans and clansmen. Let him face should be put on where? Clan brother, aren't you going to behead him yet? A human emperor without a tripod. What do you fear from him? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's sibling opened his mouth. Yes, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor finally made a decision. The human emperor's blandness made him uneasy, but he understood that today's battle could not be avoided. If he let the two leave just like that, his Golden Crow lineage would plummet in the demon clan and become a joke forever. The only way to unify the demon race and hopefully achieve quasi-emperor status was to behead this person, step on the bones of the human emperor, and forge his own great fame. Human emperor, you've risen all the way to the top and attracted the world's scorn, but I've never laid a hand on you. But today you've bullied me too much. I must behead you. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor drank lowly, and in an instant, holy power fluttered, endless Tao laws gushed out, and above the 9 heavens, visions were born, and a picture of mountains and rivers and demons even floated out. The hideous group of demons, kneeling down, a golden crow spreading its wings, soaring in the sky, like a centralized great emperor. Many people's faces changed drastically when this figure came out. Such a flash of vision was rumored to be triggered only by extremely influential emperors of the demon clan. But now that it had appeared, how could it not cause people to be shaken? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor had just broken through to the great sage not long ago, but had manifested such a demon god diagram. Although it was vague and only in its embryonic form, it was enough to prove the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's rapid and incomparable cultivation speed. Is it related to the demon race's chi? Many people so speculated that every generation of great emperors of the demon race had first become the lord of the demon race before becoming the lord of the universe. And many people believed that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's strength had greatly progressed, and it must have been due to absorbing part of the demon race's chi from the Kunpeng and Willow Emperors. In the distant sky, Qin Yun raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the picture, indeed feeling a sense of oppression. Although he had not brought a tripod with him, it did not mean that he underestimated this god emperor. It was rumored in the world that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was vindictive, a combative and challenge-loving character. However, this definitely didn't mean that he was brainless. Previously, when the kings had struck out at him, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor had run away to go into seclusion, and his mindfulness of the city could be seen. I have not brought a tripod, so naturally I do not fear you. You do not have this qualification. A moment later, Qin Yun opened his mouth and went toe-to-toe with it. He stepped forward, one step at a time, his terrifying humane domain while startling the air, like an ancient immortal, his body flowing with light, bright and pure. The 4 directions of the earth and sky trembled with his footsteps. Outside, under the Fusang tree, stood many people. With a low status, he was unable to enter the Fusan Palace because the people coming from above were all big shots, but he felt that shocking fluctuation. It was clear to everyone that the human emperor and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor were at war. There's no one who doesn't vibrate. Every strike of the human emperor could be described as a stone-breaking shock, and the time between each strike was extremely short. And now, the world did not expect that after pushing across the Taiku Divine Mountain, after only a month of silence, the human emperor had caused such a huge storm, coming to the Fusan Dao region and for the purpose of robbing a marriage made everyone's heart pound. The news spread out at the first opportunity, causing all the domains to be dramatically shaken. Human emperor, divine emperor, this can definitely be called the 2 great masters of the world in recent times, all extremely prestigious. People have a premonition of this battle, knowing full well that sooner or later it will definitely break out. However, one would not have expected that it would be so short-lived, and that the human emperor had come to the wedding in a robbery. and had not yet brought the human emperor tripod with him. How can a saint compete with a great saint? This was extremely controversial and caused people to feel despair. But the human emperor had been like this all his life, and since his rise to power, almost every battle had been greatly disputed. And because of this, almost every time he made a move, all parties would be shocked. People were able to anticipate that if the human emperor were to defeat the divine emperor today, it would definitely be another big sensation. No less than pushing across the Taiku divine mountain. The human emperor is unrivaled. So what if he's a great saint? Is there any shortage of such heaven-defying battles in the human emperor's life? A saint beheading a great saint. The human emperor will start another miracle. There were quite a few people on all sides whose hearts were pounding, and some even had hot blood. Having reached such a point today, the human emperor, in addition to his rising battle power, his reputation in the world was also exploding dramatically, possessing a group of loyal and incomparable followers. Boom! The Great War broke out. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor was consumed by rage. His body was ablaze with fire, and his divine flames erupted as he rushed out at the first opportunity, rippling through a number of people within the Fusang Palace. Immediately, many people let out a wail and became a fireman, and those with slightly weaker cultivation turned into ashes in an instant. The Golden Crow God Emperor completely lost his mind. Bang! Qin Yun struck out and met him with the Heavenly Emperor Fist, an obscure and mysterious aura flowing from his body. Purple light, clear light, green light, and several 9 mysteries techniques moving in unison. At his chest, light shone brightly as the vision of the Supreme Bone erupted. He didn't hold his head high. The one he was facing was after all a great saint. With a difference of 2 major realms and 18 minor realms, this was definitely a heavenly rift that was difficult to go over. Boom! The fire rushed into the sky, engulfing the void at once and burning the fist prince into pieces as it continued to close in on Qin Yun. However, after a split second, all the fire in the sky receded, such as the Milky Way pouring down, but once again rushed back to the Fusang Palace. The blazing divine flames caused some Saint Kings to have some divine sense buzzing in their minds in a trance. Inexplicably, many people actually saw that in the sky, 3 human emperors had actually appeared. Chapter 152. The 5 secrets moved together. The 5 secret arts moved in unison as 7-colored light erupted, flowing and bright, making Qin Yun look as ethereal as an exiled immortal. The 3 human emperors just appeared out of thin air, standing in the void like 3 gods, their demeanor calm and wave-free, with a lurid Tao rhythm emanating from their surroundings. I'm really old and blind. How can I see 3 human emperors? By this point, the naked eye could hardly see anything wrong, but at the moment many people were still rubbing their eyes, not daring to believe it. Gradually, everyone froze. The 3 human emperors stood side by side, their Tao rhythms appalling, emitting fluctuations of the great Tao, causing that void to collapse. This is an extremely shocking scene. In fact, the history of cultivation of this similar split technique is not a lot, but the split is just a split. But at this moment, people can feel, that is the 3 human emperors, simply indistinguishable from each other, so that it is difficult to distinguish which party is the original. Column word secret? Once the Lai character's secret was displayed, an obscure and ancient aura emanated out, naturally reminiscent of the Lai character's secret among the 9 secrets, but the speech was trembling and the voice was shaking. The 5th of the 9 secrets. The heavens and earth seemed to have gone silent all of a sudden, and even the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was dumbfounded. 9 secrets. How rare and dazzling. A kind of hard to find. 5 secret arts added in one person. This is how shocking a picture? Even a great emperor would find it difficult to bring together 5 secret arts, but now they had appeared. Those, rows, all, buckets, columns, the 5 secrets moved in unison. Various beams of light erupted, and obscure and ancient auras surged, covering the entire sky. Why? Why does he possess 5 of the 9 secrets? No one was unshaken, and all were stunned speechless. The human emperor would reveal one of the 9 secrets every once in a while, one after another, and by now a total of 5 had been revealed. How could this call for people not to tremble? The human emperor was like a boundless mountain of gods, with a bottom that seemed endless, and the deeper one plowed into it, the more it shook one's heart. Has he only recently acquired the secret of the liege? Or is it that he has always possessed the 5 secret arts and has been hiding his strength? The 5 secret arts appeared in a shocking manner, and no one could say where they came from and speculate on how they were acquired. The former made it hard to imagine why all 5 supreme chances had fallen on him. The latter is even more shocking. 5 of the 9 secrets have appeared. Is it possible that a 6th exists in him? 2 guesses, one more shocking than the other. 5 of the 9 secrets, nearly more than half of them. It's hard to believe that, in this life, the 9 secrets are going to come out in unison? Is it really going to be a shock to see that scenario where the 9 secrets are united and the world is invincible? In this moment, Many people have given birth to such a premonition. The shock in their hearts cannot be suppressed. The 9 secret unity. The world is invincible. Ancient times have not been present. Even if strong as a great emperor cannot be done. But people today really see such a possibility. 5th of the 9 secrets. Is this really a flunky? Is it really a Qin family concubine? He's really too mysterious. Everyone was dumbfounded. The human emperor's heritage and origin did not match at all. How could a concubine of the Qin family possess such a large number of secret arts? Lowly origin. Appalling depths. This made the human emperor appear more and more mysterious and unfathomable. So, the secret of lists is what you're relying on. At this moment, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor opened his mouth. His eyes filled with complexity, surprise, and a touch of relief. The list of word secrets is indeed alarming. However, it is always clear that the human emperor's reliance, even stronger, is just a secret art. He and the human emperor are 2 great realms apart. He does not think that a secret art can make up for this gap. Ming know the human emperor rely on what? Let him stunned in some peace of mind. The unknown is the most terrible. That calm human emperor, if not show a heavenly art, really let him feel bottomless. Not enough? Qin Yun opened his mouth, revealing a smirk, and the remaining 2 human emperors also looked at each other and smiled. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor didn't think that the Liege Mysteries would be able to erase the gap because the difference between the 2 was indeed too great. However, at this moment, he did not make a move. The 5 secrets, which had never been obtained by anyone in ancient times, linked together, and no one could have predicted how earth-shattering a might would be induced. Outside, the storm spread at the first opportunity. The 5 secrets coming out together was undoubtedly a shocking news, and one could not imagine what kind of vast ripples would be triggered when this news came out. On all sides, the faces of all appeared more or less uplifted, their hearts somewhat surcharged. The 5 secrets moving in unison. This is definitely a touch of spectacle, which has never existed in ancient times, and perhaps will not appear in the future, is an extremely rare touch of elegance. Boom! The Great War has broken out once more. Before the Golden Crow Divine Emperor could strike, Qin Yun chose to take the initiative. The 3 figures moved in unison, the Xingzi's secret in full display. Their figures were so fast that they were incomparable, and in the sky was covered with a trail of residual shadows. As strong as a Saint King, it was also impossible to speculate on Qin Yun's location at all. Even the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was stunned. Such divine speed was incomparable to the extreme, too transcendent, nearly beyond time. Even he, a great saint, could only feel the minutiae. Boom! On the side, the Heavenly Emperor's fist blasted out, and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor reacted swiftly. Divine fire covering that void in the first instance. Dang! In the rear, the aura of the Do Shang Dharma emanated, and the anticlimactic attacking chi was fully displayed. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor was in the end a great saint with surpassing strength. Immediately reacting the moment he struck the divine flames and grabbing a claw into the void. Boom! Above his head, an overwhelming sword blade ran through. Snap! All of this happened in a flash of lightning. That void shook, the starry river exploded, and people clearly looked to see a strand of divine blood dripping down. It was a drop of golden blood that was incomparably lurid and terrifying, and the moment it dripped down, within the Fusang Palace, the thousands of palaces were directly collapsed, so one could imagine just how powerful the owner of this drop of blood was. However, people looked to see that the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's brow was cracked open, and golden divine blood gurgled, shocking to the eyes. There's no one who doesn't vibrate. The 9 Mysteries' mighty name was certainly powerful, but people did not expect the 5 mysteries to link up and go against the heavens to such a degree. In a flash of lightning, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor was already traumatized. This was a great saint, while the other party was only a saint. Boom! However, the attack was far from stopping, and was more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. A human emperor struck out, striking a dense rain of swords that nailed that void into a hive. A human emperor punched out his fist seals, and thousands of fist seals blasted forward together. A human emperor was in close combat with him. The battle's sacred law was opened, and divine light burst out, completely killing to the madness. Chapter 153, Exile from the Stars. Ah! The Golden Crow let out a long, angry cry. What kind of suffocation was it for a great saint to be suppressed by a saint? The Divine Emperor roared, the Golden Crow Divine Claw cracking the void with a purple light that directly pierced through Qin Yun's torso, a rain of blood flying. However, the sword light and fist seals roared, causing the Golden Crow Divine Emperor to wail as his body was instantly riddled with holes and blood. Wow! In the distant sky, that human emperor figure in the present, the person word secret a show, in an instant to recover as before, the fight to overcome the law caste, once again attacked and killed. Everyone was shocked by this scene. People could feel that this was a complete suppression, A great saint being crushed by a saint. The three human emperors' battle power was heaven-defying, and their attacks were unparalleled. So if the Golden Crow Divine Emperor dared to strike out at one person with all his might, then he would not be able to completely defend himself against the attacks of the remaining two. And even if a human emperor was seriously injured, the existence of the word secret of the people could allow the human emperor to recover in an instant. This was almost an unresolved situation, and many people actually felt a hint of despair for the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. It's too heaven-defying. Is this the 5 secrets moving in unison? The human emperor's attack power is number 1 in the world. Even a great saint can't carry his continuous attacks. The secret of the word has infinite divine effects, and its healing ability is the best in the world. So the divine emperor's attacks are almost useless. The lineage mystery is unrivaled in its divine speed. It's too difficult to seriously injure the human emperor. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spine. 5 secret linkage. No one thought it would be strong to such a degree. 9 secret unity. The world is invincible. But now just 5 secret. People have already seen the shadow of that invincibility. The 9 secrets. It is indeed too terrifying. The extreme combination of the 9 domains of the art. It is truly too heaven-defying. The human emperor's attack power is number 1 in the world. And it's well known that he cultivated all the way through the world based on bitter cultivation. Thus his battle power is powerful to the extreme, and is also supported by secret arts like the 9 secrets. Once the Lai character's secret is displayed, it's not a solo fight at all. It's facing 3 human emperors. How does that make one fight? Everyone watching had their hearts jumping and chills covering their hearts. Boom! The great battle went on and on. The great Dao Qi embodied sprayed, the laws roared, and the two fought all the way from the Fusang Dao domain up to the heavenly dome, eventually killing their way into the starry sky, and they didn't know how many great stars they had destroyed. Qin Yun completely killed to the point of frenzy. Since his rise to power, nearly every battle had been one person alone against multiple dudes, and now, with 3 against 1, it actually gave him a somewhat hearty feeling. The Do Sheng Dharma was in full swing, with all sorts of attacking and destructive means coming out, constantly bombarding that heaven and earth. And at this moment, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor had completely become a bloody man. Literally a bloody mess. Even though his realm was transcendent and powerful, he simply could not resist Qin Yun's attack. It could be said that he was completely crushed, and it was difficult for him to exert his true power because he wasn't facing a single human emperor, and he couldn't be able to concentrate his mind as one, and he needed to be on guard against the remaining 2 at all times. Every time he tried to go all out, he would be met with a frantic blast from the remaining 2. Even as a great saint, it was difficult to resist that terrifying attack. That was after all the combination attack of the all-character secrets and the fighting technique. Coupled with the Heavenly Emperor ancient scripture and the Supreme Bones enhancement, no one could imagine how powerful it was. The great battle continued until now, and the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. A great saint being killed by a saint to such an extent caused an unspeakable humiliation in his heart. Human Emperor, kill! The Divine Emperor roared, once again striking out with his supreme divine power, and the fluctuations of the great Tao shook the void. But there were no exceptions, and every time he dared to put up a fight, he was doomed to end in failure, and would suffer a backlash and a heavy blow of equal cost. The Divine Emperor shook, close to planting himself. The divine blood flowed and overflowed the starry sky, the golden light piercing the eyes. If it wasn't for the great sage's strong life force, he would really be consumed at this moment. Is that enough? Qin Yun opened his mouth and revealed a kind smile, causing the Divine Emperor's anger to intensify. Kill! The golden crow spilled blood into the starry sky, with a blanket of golden light and waves of bloody light, lunging forward to decapitate the human emperor at any cost. However, once the linear character secret was displayed, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor completely swooped in. In the next moment, the 3 human emperors waved their large hands at the same time. In a flash, there were a lot of people. Hundreds of human emperors actually appeared in the void. Puppetry. This technique, the Demon Clan's extreme technique, was very powerful, capable of refining living beings into puppets so as to manipulate them. This is the greatest divine effect of this art, but there is the added benefit of camouflage. In this kind of tussle, such a puppet was almost useless, but it couldn't help but look just like the human emperor. Hundreds of human emperors appeared at the same time, going forward to pounce. Puppetry, even if there are defects. However, want to recognize the body also need time, and the Golden Crow Divine Emperor. At this moment the battle to now has been like a bird in fear. Every human emperor figure pounced on the kill. Let him sweat hairs shrugged. Such a supreme expert was completely restricted. Boom! The 3 human emperors, hiding in the human emperor group, kept striking out. Such a tactic was very effective. Almost every strike would not fall short. The battle of victory law was opened. but wherever there was an opportunity to strike, what greeted the Golden Crow Divine Emperor would be hundreds of attacks. A siege. This is definitely a siege. Human Emperor, do you dare to fight my elder brother one-on-one? Only dare to play these insidious tricks? Not worthy of being a human emperor. The golden crows were stained with blood and chattered in the starry sky, causing every golden crow in the Fusang Palace to go mad and roar. Such a voice drilled into Qin Yun's ears and did not make him angry, but instead made him even more pleasant. He admitted that he was unable to fight the Golden Crow Divine Emperor one-on-one head-on at this moment. But wasn't such an entanglement and tactic a reflection of his strength? What means is dirty or not? It's just enough to kill someone. Boom! In the end, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor couldn't bear it anymore completely and manifested his own body. It was a gigantic three-legged golden crow with long ebony claws, covered in divine flames that spilled down, blazing fire instantly burning in every piece of emptiness. The golden crow spread its wings like an ancient divine beast, majestic, with an appalling aura. Jin! The golden crow whistled long and loud, letting out a cry that shook the starry sky. In the midst of that boundless mouth, golden splendor pierced the eyes and gradually became more and more blazing, and a big round of sun seemed to be embedded in his mouth, and was spewed out by him. Wow! A great sun appeared. This was the extreme secret method of the golden crow lineage. The great sun crossed the sky, blazing divine flames spilling over every corner, a single strand able to incinerate the starry sky, and endless puppets faded away. There was simply no way to go against this divine power, and there was truly a feeling of destroying the world and breaking all laws by force. 10,000 human emperors were reduced to pieces in an instant. Boom! The starry sky collapsed, a huge crack grew across it, and chaos gas poured in. Endless stars were rushed into it, and that crack was like a huge abyss, more like a bottomless pit, a chaotic maw capable of swallowing all. Banish the stars! The golden crow whistled long and even issued such a sound that the divine sound crashed into the air, hardening the sky. In that instant, the three human emperor figures directly disappeared into that endless abyssal maw, and afterward, the crack healed. This is a method of countering the heavenly separation of the world. It was an extreme power that only a great saint party could master, being able to isolate space and time with one's own power, banishing the invincible great enemy to the border of chaos. The law of banishment. In the lower realm, many people were greatly alarmed, and even Demon Emperor Whitestripe's face appeared a ray of worry. Chaos was boundless, and in ancient times, there were an unknown number of powerful people who were banished into the chaos, and ended up lost in the midst of the chaos, making it difficult for them to find their way back. Chaos. No time, no rules, only darkness and cold. If you can't be guided, the only end is to wither and die, and it is difficult to return after a lifetime of searching. It can be said that once you have suffered banishment, it is tantamount to a death sentence. Is this how the human emperor became a cloud of smoke? Great saints, are ultimately unoffendable, grasping stronger Tao and Dharma, possessing unfathomable greatness, and even though the five mysteries are boundless in their divine effects, it is difficult to counteract them. Chapter 154, Defeating the Great Sage. The void was turbulent, and after a brief onslaught of chaotic turbulence, the void reclosed and returned to its former tranquility. The figure of the human emperor had disappeared, forever sealed in the middle of that boundless space and time, so that no one could feel anything about where his breath was. Just fade away? The human emperor's talent has amazed the ages and will fall like this? Many people didn't want to believe it, but as time went on, people gradually accepted this fact. Outside the Fusang Palace, the bright and peerless woman was now gloomy and hung her head, crossing the dome of the sky and reversing time and space. This was a heaven-defying taboo technique, and too many people in the world had been expelled into that infinite chaos and ended up lost. It could be said that once this tactic was successfully performed, it was impossible for it to be broken. Chaotic infinity. The chaotic turbulence washed backward, and Qin Yun was forcibly placed into a spacetime, his body like a floating duckling, swaying in the midst of this spacetime. A display of the secret of the Ro character allowed him to stabilize his stance, and then he charged across the room in the direction from which he had come, spanning across the void. This was a terrifying art of divine movement that was very natural and did not carry a trace of fireworks. However, the chaos is boundless, and this place is also in the middle of a cold and dark, where no order can be felt. Time, space, as if everything has faded away. Qin Yun executed the Xingzi secret and kept traveling through the void, drifting through the void without feeling a trace of hope, as if he was lost in the middle of an ancient, lifeless universe. Silence is the eternal tone of this heaven and earth. Qin Yun did not panic, but sat down on his knees in the void and began to ask with a clear mind. The heavenly emperor's ancient scriptures were in operation, deducing the path and the way to come. Ahead, there was still nothingness and no hope in sight. Yet, Qin Yun captured something at this moment. It was a karmic existence. The human emperor's karma allowed him to feel the call of the humane realm, to feel the supreme vision extraditing him to the other shore. He felt the aura of Tang Guiyao and the demon emperor, as well as traces of that little woman Tang Yunli. It was a trace of his having existed in that world, the Tao and the law. A person, transformed into an inscrutable strand of cause and effect that guided him forward. Qin Yun opened his eyes and took a step into the dark void in front of him, his steps becoming firm, traveling through the void. Gradually, he saw a light and felt traces of that world. Outside the Fusang Palace, there was a lot of clamor. The human emperor had just disappeared, exiled into the boundless chaos, and everyone had mixed feelings. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor is actually able to execute this forbidden technique, cutting across time and space and breaking the order. He truly possesses imperial talent. A lot of people are lamenting. Such a means was mysterious and unpredictable, breaking space-time and order, and it was definitely not easy to do so, possessing a hint of an ancient emperor's demeanor. My clan brother's heavenly talent. What human emperor? Isn't he still exiled after all? I said long ago that if the human emperor dared to come, my brother would be able to behead him today. So how is it now? A few of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's cyborgs opened their mouths with smiles on their faces. Below, the endless demon races clamored, praising the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's astonishing means. No one is not shaken. A generation of human emperor, so became cloud smoke. In the Golden Crow God Emperor wedding day to provoke, even though revealed 5 kinds of heaven-defying secret arts, but still suffered a great defeat. It fulfilled the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's prestige and established the prestige of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, helping him to take a big step forward on the way to unify the demon race. The human emperor has passed away, and he will ascend to the 9 states and seize the tripod to kill all beings. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor let out such a long whistle as he stood alone in the void, his endless grievances exhaling as much as he could, looking towards the woman outside the Fusang Palace. The demon emperor was divinely wounded, his eyes downcast and in tears. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor smiled sardonically. Play music and salute. But, boom! In an instant, the void shattered and a shocking killing aura rushed out, shaking the universe. A white shadow swept silently across the sky while bringing out a trail of golden blood. The human emperor reappeared. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor shook, stunned and terrified, slowly lowering his head, and at his chest, a large hole was broken open at some point, and golden blood gurgled. In the next moment, the Divine Emperor planted himself straight out of the void. The universe felt like it had gone quiet for a moment. Everyone stood frozen, and a few of the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's siblings, the smiles on their faces were still there, but they had become stiff. How? There's no one who doesn't tremble. The human emperor returned from exile and defeated the Golden Crow Divine Emperor in a single blow. What kind of style was that? How on earth can he return? The human emperor's talent of indulging in heaven, cultivating all the way to this point all by hard work. What else is impossible? He's a miracle in his own right, breaking legends and shattering myths. Has he done enough of that? The heavens and earth shook as the human emperor returned against the heavens, defeating a great saint in a saintly manner, causing everyone's hearts to pound. And as long as they were cultivators, there was no one whose heart wasn't pounding. Against the heavens, the human emperor is truly a god. The clamor was deafening. Shadows and shadows from all sides. The recluse light is rampant. People need to get the word out in the first place. The Golden Crow Divine Emperor was defeated. A great saint, defeated in the hands of a saint. The human emperor did not carry the human emperor cauldron, yet he displayed such battle power. No one was not shocked. This night was destined to be sleepless, and one could not imagine the vast waves that the news would cause in the world. It was as if the news had grown wings, and at an extremely fast speed, it rushed to the various domains, sweeping across the entire universe. The world shook. Upon learning that the human emperor had defeated the Golden Crow Divine Emperor, no one's heart didn't tremble. Even though the influence of the human emperor in this world was already close to being able to rival that of an emperor, to an extreme degree of prosperity. But to summarize the reason, it was mostly because of the influence of the human emperor cauldron. It was a divine weapon, more powerful than the emperor weapons of the world, and the human emperor owed most of his strength to it. However, people did not expect that the human emperor had defeated the Golden Crow Divine Emperor this time without using the human emperor cauldron, which was absolutely appalling news. Just 1 month. Since the human emperor pushed across the mountain of the Swidden gods, he has caused such a storm, and a great saint has lost at his hands. It's already unbelievable for a saint to be able to behead a saint king, but I never thought that even a great saint could be able to do so. The world was in an uproar, and the storm this time was even more vast than the last time when it pushed across the Taiku Divine Mountain. Last time it was because of the human emperor cauldron. Today, on the other hand, the human emperor was relying on his own strength, which was qualitatively different. He really stood on that kind of height. and by virtue of himself being able to defeat the great sage in a big way. Ask the world. Besides the emperor, how many other people would be able to decapitate him? People know that the status of the human emperor will be completely different. With this kind of strength, coupled with the prestige of the human emperor cauldron, after this battle, the influence was going to change completely. No one dared to believe it, and the news was like a thunderbolt, as if it had struck down on people's souls and sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chapter 155, Personal Matters of the Human Emperor. To possess such a height at such a young age, with the human emperor cauldron in his hand, just ask the world. How many others can suppress him? The heavens shook as a great saint was defeated like this, suffering a great defeat on the day of the wedding and accomplishing the supreme prestige of the human emperor. Throughout the ages, there had almost never been a person whose speed of becoming a Taoist could be so fast, much less a saint whose influence could be so terrifying. Everyone had a premonition that perhaps it wouldn't be long before the human emperor was about to unify this universe. Even though the universe was vast, yet, people saw this hope in the human emperor. The 5 secrets are all coming out. Is it really possible that we are going to be surprised by the spectacle of the 9 secrets being united? The details of the great battle naturally followed the storm and spread to the world. Many people thought that perhaps this life would see the grandeur of the 9 secrets coming together. The 5 secrets coming out at the same time. This had never happened before. No matter in which era, the origin of the 9 secrets of the human emperor made everyone curious, but it was destined to not have an answer, a doubt that people could hardly speculate on. However, the successive emergence of the 5 secrets gave people the hope that the 9 secrets might be coming out, and all of them were eagerly waiting for it. 9 secret together. This is a kind of dream. 9 secret together. The world is invincible. The ancients have long had such words circulated. The 9 secret of the powerful, deep into every era. But the ancient and modern have not appeared. But now let a person see the hope. Is the human emperor about to marry the demon emperor? At the same time, people were curious about the gossip between the human emperor and the demon emperor. In addition to the large number of unusual cultivators, kings from all over the world, and large swaths of male lords, were actually paying attention to such a piece of news. These people, none of them were living fossil-level characters, except for the word Tao. It was difficult for anything in the world to be able to bring up their interest. It would not be reasonable to be curious about such a piece of gossip. However, the owner of the gossip was the human emperor, and this touched everyone's heart. On the occasion of the human emperor pushing across the Taiku Divine Mountain, the demon emperor had appeared, wanting to fight for the opportunity, and the human emperor disregarded the previous suspicion. So it can be seen that for the demon emperor's friendship, after this, the two of them will more than likely become Tao couples. The demon emperor once said that if the human emperor could not take her away, he would rather be martyred in Fusang. So this shows his heart. The human emperor is so heavenly that there aren't many women in the world who can match him, but the demon emperor is also considered the #1 beauty in the world, so the two are still a good match. If we can become Tao couples, and the human and demon races make friends, it will not be a good story after 1,000 years. There is more than a little talk, and it's being discussed all over the place. The human emperor rushed to the red face, in a great saint wedding day to come to rob the wedding. This news, but all heard after. No one is not heart-surging. For many cultivators, perhaps also just as a gossip, but for some women in the world, hearing such a news, all feel very dreamy. It's a legendary relationship. And what woman doesn't look forward to the day when a man of unparalleled character appears and saves her from the fire? Everyone was eagerly awaiting what the duo would do next. If they become a Taoist couple, how will the great wind empress Tang Guiyao live with herself? Inevitably, people turned their eyes to the woman in Gale, all waiting to see the woman's reaction. The demon emperor doesn't know how much stronger he is than Tang Guiyao, being a saint king in her own right, and even a descendant of a great emperor, the lord of the demon race, and the #1 beauty in the world. How can Tang Guiyao be compared to the demon emperor? The human emperor and demon emperor are in love with each other, and the marriage with Tang Guiyao is just a marriage granted by the Empress Dowager in the first place. The reconciliation is inevitable. Even if Tang Guiyao is no longer willing, she still has to accept it. Compared to a woman like that, what face does she have? Everyone was waiting to see the joke on that Empress of Great Wind. Storm clouds converge on the gale. However, it looks like people are going to be disappointed. How could a strong woman like that be looked at as a joke? I was married to Qin Yun and had worshipped heaven and earth, and whether he is a supreme bone or a human emperor, I am ultimately his rightful wife. Even if he were to marry someone else one day, it would only be worthy of being a concubine. Tang Guiyao surprisingly took the initiative to respond, marveling at the world's mind. It hadn't occurred to me that this woman would dare to speak these words in the face of the demon emperor White Stripes. Making a demon emperor a concubine? A saint as his wife? This is to declare war with the demon emperor. Even Qin Yun was surprised to hear these words. The world's public opinion is like a waterfall. This woman is really not afraid of the world's people's spittle. To know that the mouth of the people's spittle is able to drown people. Qin Yun could only say that this woman did not know how terrible the storms of the latter days would be and had not experienced that kind of beating. Sure enough, after this statement was made, Great Wind completely became the center of the world's attention. What virtue and ability does Tang Boudoir have to dare to speak such words? A woman whose virtue is not worthy of her position dares to say that she is the human emperor's rightful wife? The human emperor several times to help her, all because of the word husband and wife. Even when the Great Wind Empress is also the human emperor to help, everything is just the responsibility. The human emperor focus on friendship, did not propose to her and leave. Is she really not in her heart count? In the past, he made the human emperor a flunky, but now he's pestering the human emperor like this. How brazen. If you still have an ounce of conscience, break off your marriage with the human emperor before it's too late, lest I, the human emperor, be burdened with a stain. The world is clamoring. The most exuberant ones were the mortals. Qin Yun was the human emperor, the first to be considered by the world as the emperor of the mortals, and the most prestigious among the mortals. But this statement made the world's cultivators emotional as well, thinking that Tang Guiyao is too unaware of the sky and the earth. The human emperor is now extremely strong. She is a small Great Wind Empress, not only letting the human emperor be her son-in-law, but also wanting to be the human emperor's wife, pressing up against the demon emperor. This is really making people resentful. Public opinion covers the sky. Qin Yun could only sigh. At such a point now, his own private affairs are no longer private, and he is destined to have a great deal of influence in everything he does. He was deeply helpless about it, but it was difficult to do anything about it. The world was such that it was impossible to change its influence in the world. But eventually he stepped forward, not wanting Gale to get caught up in the storm and telling the world to stay out of his personal affairs. The human emperor can shock the world, but in the face of this matter, it is difficult to see the effect, and the effect is very minimal. It's hard to stop a long line of people, and the most frightening thing in the world is the word of man. People's words can be silenced, not by strength. The good thing is that the world knows his relationship with the Tang family, even though there are curses. But in the end there is no substantial action. Knowing that those two women are his scales, do not dare to touch. As a matter of fact, Tang Guiyao had learned that Qin Yun had robbed the Golden Crow Divine Emperor on his wedding day. So how could she be as calm as she was in the middle of her words? Her own husband, indifferent and cold to herself, but for a woman many times stronger than herself, rushing to the red face. Which woman can be calm? The gale was seen, and when the storm traveled back, the Empress looked at the moon and sighed. It was also seen that the Empress was clinging to Tang Yuli's tomb, gloomy and sad. Rumor has it that within the 100 Flowers Valley, that veiled shadow is often seen, standing woodenly, like a sculpture that has lost its luster, independent of the valley, forlorn and desolate. Chapter 156, Seducing the Soul. Outside the Fusang Palace, there was a cacophony of noise. No one was not shaken. How could a great saint not be shaken when he was defeated by a saint in such a great manner? Looking at the human emperor descending, everyone was like an enemy. The demon clan group kings, their faces were all covered in fear. However, Qin Yun did not kill him in the end. He was not a person who was good at killing, and did not strike out at the Golden Crow lineage, nor did he decapitate the heavily injured Golden Crow Divine Emperor. In the final analysis, there wasn't much enmity between the two. A great saint. It wasn't easy to make it this far. Qin Yun didn't want to rush the demon emperor and leave with him instead. Having reached such a realm, he no longer feared any retaliation. The human emperor, seeing Qin Yun leave, the Golden Crow Divine Emperor's gaze was covered in complexity. It's worse than killing him. The fruit of his defeat caused him to give birth to a pain that tore his heart and lungs, and he knew that even if he did not die, it would be difficult to snowball in the future. And even if he practiced hard, it would be difficult for him to surpass the other party. Saints against great saints. Ah, what kind of defeat is this? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor's Tao heart was about to shatter. Cultivating to such a point, surveying to such a realm, yet he had been counter-exploited by a saint, cultivating for thousands and thousands of years. What was the use of cultivating for thousands and thousands of years? The Golden Crow Divine Emperor was gloomy and covered in divine wounds, eventually letting out a long sigh as he looked at Qin Yun's back as he left with the Demon Emperor. Helpless, powerless, he knew full well that he was doomed to be crushed by the human emperor in this life, and the fruits of his defeat tore at his heart and soul, preventing him from seeing any hope. Ninth State Dao Region, Human Emperor Valley. Am I considered your wife? Inside the valley, hundreds of flowers competed with each other and the sun shone brightly as Qin Yun sat on a rock to enlighten himself while the Demon Emperor stood in front of him, glancing at him in a flirtatious manner. Upon hearing such a sentence, Qin Yun opened his eyes, revealing a flash of color. Has the demon emperor misunderstood something? I was speaking to protect your path and did not intend to have anything to do with you. Qin Yun spoke. Don't you want to be responsible for me, little man? The world knows you stole me away on my wedding day, and now you don't want to admit it? The demon emperor opened her mouth, 1,000 times more charming, pinning a colorful flower on the tip of her hair, making it more and more bright and moving. Qin Yun was speechless. I say, fellow demon emperor, I agree to protect the Tao for you as a repayment of your past favor. I take you as a friend. Why are you craving my body? Wouldn't you like to? The demon emperor displayed a smile, delicate and boneless, her eyes flowing, displaying endless charm as she leapt onto the boulder and leaned towards Qin Yun, seducing her soul. I have to admit, this is really a demoness, the kind that can wreak havoc on the country and the people. Demon emperor, please respect yourself. Qin Yun was a righteous man, unmoved. Little man, do you really want to keep your body for Tang Boudoir? As far as I know, there is no harmony between you and Tang Guiyao. I'm curious as to why you have to protect her. And even more so, why don't you make peace with her? In the old days it could be said that the Empress was restrained, but now there are no more restrictions, so why not clear the air with her? The demon emperor lightly leaned on Qin Yun's shoulder and said, a husband and wife for a day. She is my wife. Naturally I must protect her. As for the peace and separation, naturally it also possesses some kind of reason. It was naturally impossible for Qin Yun to reveal the true reason. He did want to make peace with Tang Guiyao because there simply wasn't the slightest bit of affection for that woman. However, all the way to the rise, how big a role that woman played, only he knew. And now, Tang Yunli passed away. That woman suffered a huge blow, and was unwilling to make peace. How should he speak? So you really want to keep your body for her? The demon emperor was 1,000 times more charming as she leaned on Qin Yun's shoulder, stroking his back with one hand while one hand played with his hair. Qin Yun was speechless, revealing a wry smile as he asked rhetorically, could it be that you want to be a concubine, so that Tang Guiyao will be on top of you? Yeah. However, he did not expect. The demon emperor actually thoughtlessly agreed. She is the demon emperor. Maybe in the future will be the unification of the demon race. The demon emperor leaned forward and laughed playfully. Even being your lover thought it would be nice. However, whether it's a wife or a concubine will be judged by the world. So why bother explaining anything? I'm the demon emperor, so I don't need to care about the name, and the world will give me justice. These words left Qin Yun speechless. Pushing aside the long legs in front of him, he said, Demon Emperor, in fact you don't need to be like this. Since I promised to protect the Tao for you, I won't go back on my word. You don't need to exchange your body for it. What? The Demon Emperor was slightly enraged, and all of a sudden, he bit down on Qin Yun's shoulder, viciously. Little man, what do you take me for? It's not an exchange of benefits. It's an act of the heart. Am I that frivolous in your mind? The Demon Emperor was half playful and half warmly angry, but her demeanor was not fake, but what she really thought in her heart. I don't get you. Are you really that curmudgeonly? I don't care. What do you care? Don't be a prude. Little man. I don't believe my charms can't subdue you. The Demon Emperor resumed that kind of charming posture, her white jade hands, teasing Qin Yun's emotions. This was truly a particularly beautiful creature, and a particularly beautiful creature of such astounding beauty that even Qin Yun could not refuse it. He naturally could not be a curmudgeon, coming from a later age, unable to accept 3 husbands and 4 husbands for women, but able to accept 3 wives and 4 concubines for men, and certainly would not stereotype anything. It was just that nowadays, all the grudges between him and Tang Guiyao were somewhat entangled, and Qin Yun really didn't want to provoke a woman anymore. This was the Demon Emperor, not an ordinary woman. Demon Emperor, if you don't stop, don't blame me for not being able to hold it. Qin Yun silently recited the ancient scriptures as a way to clear his mind. However, the Demon Emperor was even more so. Good little man, I'd like to see how you can't hold it, and if you can let me learn the style of the human emperor, I advise you not to provoke me. Qin Yun was completely speechless as the Heavenly Emperor ancient scripture meditation chapter ran wildly. At the same time, the body flowed with an obscure aura. That was the yin-yang dual cultivation Tao cannon in operation. This thing was actually practicing and operating on its own. It was really the cerebellum controlling the brain. Qin Yun gave birth to the idea of ruthlessly suppressing the demoness in front of him and fighting for 700 rounds to get rid of the demon and defend the Tao. What exactly are you capable of, little human emperor? Demoness, don't you break my Taoist heart. Eventually, reason overcame instinct and regained the high ground. This was definitely a bogeyman, and reason told him that he should never dip his hands into it easily, and now that his situation was fairly smooth, Qin Yun did not want to break it. The sky darkens, the night is like water, and finally the demoness flings her sleeve and leaves. having suffered an unprecedented blow here at the human emperor. Chapter 157, Breaking the Same King. The years are like water and time is like an arrow. The universe fell into a long-lost peace, as it does everywhere. All the heavenly prides, male lords, and giants from all sides were all practicing hard, and in one night, the tide of cultivation seemed to come and land in every divine soil. All parties were quiet, a vast universe with millions of dynasties, but there was rarely any fighting going on. Everyone felt a flash of foreboding that the emperor's path would be opened. It had been like this throughout the ages. On the eve of the opening of the emperor's path, the universe was silent, and any grudges, any hatred, were all put down during this time period. Nothing is worth mentioning in front of Emperor Chang. Emperor, a word with extreme influence, the Lord of the universe, for thousands of years, endless cultivators, exhausting their lives, all for the sake of such a word. In such a time period, everyone was frantically improving themselves in order to soar high on the path of the emperor, to be able to kill off all and become that final one. One world, one emperor. It was destined to be a harsh truth. But in front of the word emperor, everyone was surging forward. The paragons were reviving. The times were metamorphosing. And no one was indulging, unwilling to miss a single moment of time, grasping all the time to cultivate. And for the pride of the day, the younger generation, it was destined to be brutal, because the realm is still far from enough, can only watch the opening of the emperor's road. Not the qualification is not enough, but the time is limited. In this world, watching the suppression, and cannot make a difference. This is destined to be sad. Among the younger generation, I'm afraid there are only a few people who have the qualifications to contend for the emperor's path, and the only one who can be counted is the supreme body. He's a dark horse for the younger generation, and even more so on the emperor's road. In such a period of time, the human emperor of the 9 states was in the spotlight and did not know how many people's gazes he had attracted. The influence of the human sect had reached an unprecedented heyday, with more saints joining in, and even the emergence of Saint King-level powerhouses. As for Qin Yun, he was likewise grasping for time to cultivate. On the surface, however, it is still the same playboy style, fishing and raising flowers. You really are a fan. The emperor's road will be opened. Don't you have any pressure? Demon Emperor White Stripes was puzzled by this. Even though the human emperor was strong, his realm was far from that. Nowadays, the universe is silent. Everyone is ready to explode in silence, bide their time, but only the human emperor in front of him spends his days raising flowers and fishing, so that the demon emperor can't understand in a million ways. Is it true that your cultivation is all about austerity all the way? Why is it that I've never seen you cultivate bitterly? The demon emperor raised such a question. She found that she could not see through the human emperor more and more, the closer she got. Obviously the root base is that solid. Not millions of years of hard cultivation cannot be done, but he has this kind of strength at this age. To say that the human emperor's daily hard cultivation was barely acceptable to her, but it seemed that the person in front of her, apart from fishing, was sleeping every day. A demon emperor? Yet you stay in this valley of mine every day. Are you really relying on me? Qin Yun was helpless against the existence of the demon emperor. It was really a torture to have such a yokai by his side. You said you'd protect the path for me, and now that the emperor's path is about to open, are you going to go back on your word? Apparently, the demon emperor had completely relied on Qin Yun to stay in his valley, even using a more suitable reason. She was on the verge of charging the great sage, and she did need to protect the way. My Qingqiu spiritual rhythm is very strange. Seriously, if you can seize my spiritual rhythm, it will definitely be more effective than practicing hard for 1,000 years, and you and I will both be able to take a big step forward. At this juncture nowadays, to be able to go one step further is to be one step closer to the emperor. Are you really not moved, little man? The demon emperor stayed in the valley, still occasionally hinting and seducing. She was indomitable, even if she was always defeated, but every so often, she would show up again with gusto. Little man, you're really curmudgeonly. Can't I really impress you? But invariably, again, they are defeated, and this seems to be stuck in a cycle. Qin Yun, on the other hand, did not go back on his word, promising to help the demon emperor become a Taoist. He would naturally fulfill his promise. During this period of time, the duo had made frequent strikes and did not have any major enemies, but rather were in the process of uniting the demon race. Conquer every ancient race with strength. The demon race was really going to be unified. The two of them conquered the 8 directions and made a lot of noise, naturally setting off a vast storm in this era. The demon tribes are vast in the world. Wanting to unify is by no means a moment, but the naked eye can see that the chi is condensing, and on Qingqiu Mountain, a few radiant chi golden lotuses are opening up. How do you achieve the Holy King? During this period, Qin Yun would also ask the Demon Emperor for advice. Although he was exceedingly strong, he lacked the sense of a saint king after all. If you want to achieve, there is a huge benefit to discussing with the Demon Emperor. Little man, I'm not going to tell you unless you don't reject me today. However, whenever Qin Yun had a request, this woman would always seize the opportunity and leonize her, only to never get anything and ultimately fail to reject Qin Yun. From time to time, the two sat and talked about the ancient scriptures of the demon race, some shortcuts to becoming a Taoist. Humans and demons had different paths. These were destined to be two very different paths, but achieving Saint King had some sort of similarities, and Qin Yun was quite enlightened after his enlightenment. Perhaps this great emperor's skull will be of great benefit to you. The demon emperor was very generous and was not stingy at all, sharing that piece of the great emperor's skull obtained from Mount Tai with Qin Yun. The great emperor's skull is extremely mysterious, and serves as a hiding place for the great emperor's senses, equivalent to the days of the body. The emperor's way was vast, and the emperor's body was even a manifestation of the great way, and over time, the skull transformed into a divine existence. The demon emperor placed the great emperor's skull on top of Qin Yun's head, using the demon clan's secret method as a key to unlock the Imperial Tao in its midst, allowing Qin Yun to feel the wonders of the Imperial Tao more clearly. The emperor's way was vast, and even though there was only a piece of skull left, it was still possible to feel it, that vastness of the great Tao. Qin Yun tranquilized his mind and placed his entire mind on that skull, sensing a pale great world, as vast as the universe, like the chaotic space and time that was once banished. It was cold and dark there, while here, the emperor's chi was majestic and the emperor's way gushed out. Qin Yun sensed it carefully, wanting to use it to certify as a saint king. To this point in time, it could be said that he was already a step away from being a saint king, just a hair's breadth away, but the missing portion of his senses made him get even more bitter cultivation and chance, and all of it was like a clay ox going into the sea. A glimmer of insight, no less, and this piece of the great emperor's skull, just like a bright light, was able to illuminate him forward in the midst of the darkness. Boom! The great emperor's skull, indeed, possessed a miraculous effect as purple light surrounded it and waves of imperial light covered Qin Yun's torso. In that instant, that stagnant realm unexpectedly began to loosen. Such a wonderful feeling, like a great Tao rock moving. Qin Yun had a sense of openness that lifted the clouds and fog. Boom! A few days later, an obscure and incomparable aura of vicissitudes was ushered in around Qin Yun, as well as a mysterious and incomparable force of the vastness of the ages. The entire body was filled with divine light, and supreme visions moved the air. The moment these two auras appeared, Qin Yun's realm portal was completely wide open. Successfully stepped into the Saint King realm. Immortal splendor dazzles. A Saint King is born. Everything about Qin Yun begins an invisible metamorphosis. Realm, root bone, flesh body, Yuan Shun. Even the heavenly emperor ancient scriptures had ushered in a new chapter, and the attainments of the 9 secrets had begun to grow wildly. Chapter 158, The Holy King's Revenge. As big as the physical body and the genesis. From the smallest divine idea, law, secret technique. After being promoted to Saint King, they all saw a crazy growth. Qin Yun sat cross-legged, carefully feeling all the changes within his body after the Saint King realm while running the heavenly emperor ancient scripture to stabilize his foundation in Yinjiang realm. All of this was seen by the demon emperor, causing her eyes to glow with a different color, and she even had indescribable excitement and exuberance. The human emperor had already shaken the world when he was a saint, and now that he had stepped into the Saint King realm, it would undoubtedly be sensational news. And the demon emperor couldn't imagine what kind of ripples would be triggered in the world if the news of his breakthrough into the Saint King realm were to be spread. Boom! As the realm became substantial, Qin Yun ushered in a calamity that belonged to him. Sacred hijacking. Thunder roared and resounded through the universe, and waves of thunder and light flooded the starry sky. Even the earth was trembling violently along with the deafening sound of rumbling, and a vast and incomparable heavenly Tao pressure descended. That kind of fluctuation was felt by everyone. Sacred King's revenge. Everywhere, there were gazes betting on them, and a pair of eyes. All of them appeared with a color of boundless complexity. There was no doubt that the one who had achieved Saint King was the human emperor, because on that part of the land in Kyushu, there are only a handful of people who have attained the 9 heavens of the saints. It was only when that fateful star achieved Saint King that the lightning tribulation would be so terrifying. The human emperor is going to achieve Saint King? Upon learning of this news, no one was unshaken, and it caused a sudden uproar between heaven and earth. In fact, people had expected this, knowing that the human emperor's cultivation speed was amazing, and now that the emperor's path had opened, the human emperor's breakthrough would definitely not be too late. But they were still stunned and did not expect it to be this fast and furious. How long did it take him to accumulate and precipitate 1,000 years and 100 years of the next person's life? The world was in an uproar. and this was undoubtedly shocking news. The human emperor, when a saint can chop down a saint king, can go against the heavens to destroy a great saint, and now that he is really going to accomplish a saint king, no one can speculate what degree of strength this demon will arrive at after taking a step forward. Is it possible to reverse the felling of even a quasi-emperor? A lot of people are uncontrollably associating it that way. In today's world, the path of emperors is opening, the times are metamorphosing, and there are constantly quasi-imperial figures coming out. If the human emperor could reverse the quasi-imperials, wouldn't he be truly invincible in the world? The human emperor, a demon, his battle power is incalculable. Truly, if we are able to reverse the quasi-emperors, perhaps we will completely sweep away all the kings on the path of emperors. Thinking of this, everyone was creeped out for a while, reaching such a realm at such a young age. If one really had such a strength, there was no doubt that one would completely have to dominate this era. At such an age, only in his 20s, if he became an emperor, how many years would he rule this universe? No one was not creeped out. The thought of being suppressed by a young man and not being able to raise their heads was incomparably complicated in everyone's minds. However, the association caused everyone to shake their heads for a moment. It's not realistic. Even though the human emperor is demonic, it's absolutely impossible for him to go against the quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor, that carries the word emperor after all. Truly transcendent. The power of the quasi-emperor was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even this notion is more frightening than the emperor. Although the emperor was the only one, although he was recognized as the most powerful, yet, in the midst of many eras, no great emperor had appeared, but rather, the quasi-emperor had become the lord of the universe. People knew that great emperors were powerful. However, they knew very little about them and felt that they were full of mysteries. But for the emperor to be, there were too many ancient books in the world that recorded their arts and techniques, the kind of Tao that was so powerful that it was incomparable. The quasi-emperor, which was a huge leap between the saint and the emperor, the bridge that connected the emperors. It is precisely because I know it that I find it impossible. Not to mention a saint king, even a great saint going against a paragon emperor would make people feel like it was heavenly. Which of those who were able to get to that point were not kings of various eras? That's the one and only out of billions of people. Who's going to be much worse off than anyone else? There is absolutely no chance of a reverse felling scene. As bewitching as the human emperor is, it's impossible for him to transcend common sense unless he's truly able to perform the 9 secrets. The 9 secrets, powerful to the extreme. 9 secrets united. The world is invincible. People think that no one can reverse the emperor, but the 9 secrets united is an exception, because it's truly powerful to the depths of the people. But anyway, Qin Yun had still achieved Saint King, taking a big step forward on the road to empire. People knew that even though he couldn't go against an emperor, he had the human emperor cauldron in place, and the innate was undefeatable, and no emperor had full certainty to say that they would be able to decapitate him. It's an absolutely appalling list of influences. One must know that too many of the emperors that have come out today are ancient people from ancient times, and even the great saints that have survived have reached extremely ancient times in age. And the human emperor, for the current generation, was only 20 years old, yet he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with these people. So one could imagine how terrifying the influence was. Boom! The sound of thunder grew more and more deafening, and purple light flashed through the sea of clouds, shining through the dark depths of the starry sky. Purple divine thunder. When seeing this kind of legendary thunder tribulation appear, the world didn't have too many surprises, and it was as if everything had been predicted. The human emperor was extremely strong and amazingly talented, reaching such an appalling realm at the age of 20 or so. If the thunderbolt would have been ordinary, then people would have been surprised, but that didn't mean that the purple heavenly divine thunder wasn't terrifying. On the contrary, all people felt that kind of shocking might. Even if it was only from a distance, they were all shocked for a while and felt creeped out. And no one could anticipate what kind of horror the human emperor was facing at this moment. The human emperor is extremely strong. It's impossible for him to be broken. It doesn't make sense that he would perish in the Saint King's calamity. But people still have this premonition. The human emperor was strong and deeply rooted in people's hearts. Although, many Saint Kings had perished in the Saint King tribulation, and even such people accounted for the extreme majority of the Saint King tribulation, 9 deaths. However, people still determined that such a thunder tribulation would not pose a threat to the human emperor's life. Compared to the amazing battles that the human emperor fought every time, the chances of winning were many times slimmer than this. But the human emperor still got through it. So how could he be stopped in his progress by the Saint King's robbery? Not to mention the fact that there's the demon emperor himself guarding him. It's impossible for any accidents to occur, unless an emperor strikes at this moment. But that would definitely not be wise. Now that the Emperor Road has opened, everyone is striving to rush through the gate, making plans for their future conquest of the Emperor Road. and for every emperor, they don't just have to surge forward quickly, but they also have to defend themselves against each other. A little bit of the bottom card is a ray of victory, and exposing it in advance will do more harm than good to the battle for the Emperor Road, and it will only be eliminated in advance. And the human emperor has reached such a point nowadays, it has long been impossible to suppress. If it is out of hand and cannot be killed, it will be a huge threat. Absolutely not a few people dare to take the risk. Chapter 159, Formation Word Secret. The Emperor's Path? It could not be said that it was not critical. No one would think that someone would strike on the occasion of the human emperor's rush. At this time of the year, all grudges were all put aside and all-out efforts were made to rush through the gate. This was the supreme charm possessed by the word emperor. And yet, it is just as one would expect. The Saint King's tribulation was certainly extremely dangerous, splitting Qin Yun into 1,000 holes, nearly becoming a puddle of bloody mud, but it had not been able to threaten his life or death. After enduring 981 purple heavenly thunderbolts, he completely broke through the barrier and became an actual Saint King. Yet there was one thing that took everyone by surprise. The human emperor's charge was imminent, and someone still made a move. Taking advantage of the human emperor's charge and weakness, he launched a strike. People have finally underestimated the influence of the human emperor nowadays, known as a dark horse on the Emperor Road. Although the Emperor Road has not been completely opened, however, naturally, there will inevitably be people who will have crooked thoughts, coupled with the fact that the human emperor possessed the 9 secrets and the heavenly emperor's ancient scriptures. It could be said that it was a walking great opportunity, and with the road of emperors about to be unveiled, how could these people miss such a great opportunity? The person who had secretly struck was undoubtedly a paragon emperor. Because the human emperor has reached such a realm nowadays, the great saints in the world definitely don't dare to offend him. Sadly, this Dark Knight attack failed after all. The human emperor was protected by the tripod of the 9 states, and was innately invincible. Even though the quasi-emperor came to the 9 states, his strength was greatly suppressed, and he was ultimately unsuccessful, preventing people from becoming Taoists. This is definitely a big grudge, no less than murdering your parents. Otherwise, back then, after the Golden Crow Divine Emperor impacted the Great Sage, he wouldn't have killed the Kuanpang Emperor in the Northern Domain in the first place. And the human emperor acted in an extremely domineering manner, so it was naturally impossible for him to hold his tongue. After the punch, the first kill was made. The two of them erupted into a great battle from the middle of the starry sky, which could be described as an imperial battle. And in such a quiet period, Sonic shocked the world. But in the end, it was not possible to tell the difference. The two fought, shocking the heavens and destroying too much, close to breaking this tranquility of the world, and ultimately could only stop, because further fighting is bound to be the destruction of life and souls, and in such a critical period, the two people to divide the victory and defeat, most likely to pay life and death, both lose, and become the chance of others. The human emperor actually fought a quasi-emperor to a draw. Although the human emperor did not manage to reverse the felling this time, such a battle result still stirred up the regions and alarmed the kings of the various clans. Quasi-emperor, what a powerful figure. A saint king, not even a great saint, and who had just achieved Saint King, fought a quasi-emperor to a draw. How shocking was that? With time, it might not be impossible to kill a paragon. The world was all creeped out. The battle power of the human emperor had truly reached an astonishing level, being able to call out to the quasi-emperors. What kind of strong and heroic posture was this? The human emperor is really going to march onto the emperor's path. No one will be able to stop him. Previously, many people had thought that perhaps the human emperor was also destined to be miserable in this life, as the quasi-emperor's emergence from the world was definitely not far away from the opening of the emperor's path. Perhaps there wasn't enough time for the human emperor to continue practicing. However, people did not expect that the human emperor's strength would progress so quickly, only just stepping into the Saint King realm, and then displaying a shocking might. Which paragon emperor is that? Regarding the quasi-emperor who had raided in the dark, everyone was speculating. However, the answer was not known, and the other party hid his identity, apparently unwilling to reveal it. One is afraid of the king on the emperor's road, and the other is unwilling to provoke the human emperor this fatal star. To the extent that the human emperor such a degree, there is no one in the world who can kill him. If he is offended, the Taoist system will undoubtedly have to suffer. However, it is thought that the two will definitely have a great battle in the future. Conquering the emperor's path, with all their means, it is impossible to conceal their identities, and the human emperor will definitely not let him go at that time. People have been born with this premonition. Although, the winner of this battle had not yet been decided, and although the human emperor had used the human emperor cauldron, people had already expected the eventual end of that mysterious paragon emperor. The human emperor's cultivation speed was extremely fast, And with the opening of the Emperor's Road in the future, he was bound to make another huge step forward, and at that time, no matter how stunning the other party was, the ending would inevitably be crushing. The human emperor had achieved Saint King, and on the day of his charge, he fought a paragon to a draw. This had undoubtedly once again skyrocketed the human emperor's reputation. Humanism is getting stronger and stronger. There even constantly began to be Saint King level existences joining in to follow the human emperor. Sacred kings battle paramount emperors. This could definitely be called a miracle. And the charisma of the human emperor had completely captured a group of loyal believers. To this day, the influence of the human sect has reached an unprecedented level, far surpassing any other Taoist lineage or power in the current world. Millions of dynasties, millions of Taoist traditions, all of them had to accept the fact that a saint king of the current generation could call out to a quasi-emperor, which was definitely an undeniable influence. Humanism has risen completely, just like the life of the emperor of man in general. The universe is vast, endless years, there is simply no power that can rise so briefly. Most of them have spent more than 100,000 years, from a small sect, gradually rise, out of a number of experts, little by little become powerful. It eventually metamorphosed into a vast and immortal Tao. But now, the human sect had just risen, and with such a short speed, it had leapt to become a great sect in the universe, which could be said to be a miracle. Ding! On the 700th day of marriage, rewarded with the secret of the formation word, the years are quiet and the world is at peace. And on a certain day, Qin Yun finally obtained another secret. The formation word secret. The word is as the name suggests. The domain of the secret of the word formation is formation. Formation. And all along this has been a huge domain, with many people practicing and immersing themselves in it. There are millions of worldly Taoist systems, all of which can be seen in the form of formations. Mountain protection formation, spirit gathering formation, killing formation, trapping formation, formation a word, then other fields, more complicated, can be said, is a huge study. Ordinary people even if the exhaustion of life, but also difficult to get too much achievement in the middle. The secret of the word formation can evolve all the formations in the world and can break through all the formations in the world, cultivated to the extreme. One can even use heaven and earth as a formation, drawing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen oneself, allowing one to be comparable to heaven and earth, defying all great enemies. The secret of the word formation is extremely special. The other secret arts were more or less additive effects, while the formation character secret was purely opening up a novel field. 9 secrets. For the extreme combination of the wonderful art, the word secret of the array in the middle, inexplicably a little abrupt. Qin Yun murmured so and softly lamented after giving the formation character secret a mastery. It was as if among the 9 mysteries, a sword Dao, a weapon Dao, or even a Dan Dao had appeared. All along, Qin Yun had felt that the Dao of formation was very similar to these domains, not like an enchanted treasure art, but a gongfu in general. However, after turning his head, Qin Yun's mind became clear again. One of the paths of formation is supposed to be the greatest addition in the world, and if a cultivator wants to go against the grain of the powerful, the greatest thing he can rely on is a formation with the greatest killing power. Formation can make up for everything, as long as one has enough heavenly materials and treasures. One can have a mortal body that is comparable to that of a god. From this it can be seen that the word formation is perhaps the most terrifying of all the 9 secret arts in terms of an enchantment secret art. Chapter 160, Tang Guiyao's Visit. Formation, which is undoubtedly equally an extremely important field among cultivation. It was listed as one of the 9 secrets, alongside the remaining 8 supreme secret arts. After obtaining the formation character mystery, Qin Yun continued his dedicated cultivation, plowing deep within it and biding his time in preparation for his future impact on the Emperor's path. The same was true for the demon Emperor White Stripes. With that great Emperor's skull, she had finally achieved great sainthood. That was, after all, the chance that her ancestors had left behind for her, and the benefits were naturally more immense than for Qin Yun. A great saint was born. This was undoubtedly a shocking news, and everywhere was dramatically shaken as a great saint came out of nowhere, possessing great influence. There is speculation that perhaps another woman will be added to the Empire's path. Little man, I was overpowering you in the past, and I still am today. Demon Emperor White Stripes, after charging through the barrier, generously showed off to Qin Yun, not hiding his yin and yang at all. After all, in a certain aspect, being able to crush the human emperor was indeed worth being happy about. However, after associating it with the human emperor's battle prowess, the demon emperor had another bout of gloom. That was, after all, a saint king who dared to call out to a quasi-emperor. Ah, with such a battle record on display, and how much superiority could be left. Getting to this point, her awe for emperors deepened, and the more she understood, the more frightened she became. truly knowing full well how terrifying the potential of a saint king who could call a quasi-imperialist's bluff was. The supreme body has not yet reached great accomplishments and can already call out to the quasi-emperors. Will there be a day in the future when it can stand shoulder to shoulder with the great emperors? The demon emperor was so associated with the absolute future that such a scene might perhaps be possible. The great emperor is the master of the universe, the war power of the world. Without any question, it can be said that once the testimony of the great emperor will not be afraid of anyone, no matter how amazing you are, in front of the great emperor, are like a mole cricket like small. But now, the demon emperor had such thoughts. It even feels that a great deal of it may come. The strength of the person in front of him had already surpassed common sense, and perhaps a scene of battling a great emperor might occur. And this word of battle could not be a simple call to arms with a great emperor. Serenity of the years. The two of them were in the Tao domain of the 9 states, and in addition to meditating and practicing, they were carrying out the great event of unifying the demon race. This is destined to be a long process. There were too many demon clans, spread all over the place, and it was never easy to completely unify them. In the end, the human sect also joined in. To this extent today, the influence of the human sect is not what it used to be. There are 3 saint kings, and as many as 40 to 50 saints. With the addition of the human sect, the duo can save too much time. On the hill of Qingqiu, the several golden lotuses of Qi are condensing at a fast speed, and the long dragon of Qi is faintly visible, but it is still not real, just a shadow. It may not be possible to unify the demon race before the Emperor Road opens, and at that time, without a quasi-emperor level of combat power, it's doomed to be gloomy. Little man, we've got to try to go the other way, quickly and aggressively. Demon Emperor White Stripes was finally a bit unable to sit still. She was a great saint and wanted to enter the Emperor's path, but after all, she was still a bit young. Quasi-Emperor, this was the entry qualification on the path of the Emperor. Only by reaching the quasi-emperor realm would one be qualified to go and compete with the heavenly prides from all over the universe. To compete for that qualification to become the Tao. What would be the omens of the opening of the Emperor Road? Qin Yun opened his mouth to inquire. He wasn't clear about the time when the Emperor's path would be completely opened, and he didn't even understand what the so-called jousting was jousting for. He knew nothing about how to become an emperor, because the realm and vision were still far from enough, and a saint king, not to mention a great emperor, was too far from a quasi-emperor. In addition, he came from the Dacian dynasty, the top of the war party for a saint. Talk about the emperor. Many people are quite bewildered, because there is no way to understand. This is the top-level party to be able to understand the secret. Becoming an emperor isn't something that can be achieved through bitter cultivation, one life, one emperor, and the emperor's strength is close to heaven and earth. If you want to achieve greatness, you need to obtain the heavenly heart seal and become one with it. The so-called jousting also refers to this seal. After an emperor falls, the emperor's path will gradually dissipate over the course of 10,000 years, and the heavenly heart seal will thus reappear, which is the omen that a great emperor will be born. The demon emperor explained for Qin Yun, making much clearer to him, the seal of the heart of heaven, equal to the brand of the universe. Is that why the great emperor is so strong and incomparable that he is called the Lord of the Universe? With this association in his mind, Qin Yun thought of the mythological era figure Hongjun, the spokesman of the heavenly Tao, and the two seemed to have similarities. Little man, didn't you say in the past that you would help me become a Taoist? Are you going to go back on your word now? The demon emperor was 1,000 times more beautiful, his eyes gurgling. Qin Yun was a bit puzzled. What do you mean by that? As of today, with my speed, I'm definitely not qualified to compete for the emperor's path, so I must find another way. Qingqiu Lingyun is equivalent to a divine medicine and needs to be stimulated. The demon emperor's charming eyes were like silk, and her red lips were pink. Speaking of which, Qin Yun understood that this demoness was craving for his body again. The demon emperor had always been like this lately, intentionally or unintentionally seducing and hinting. Qin Yun was helpless, but it was clear that what the demon emperor had said was indeed correct, and that appeared to be the point of Qingqiu Lingyun's existence, to explode and soar high on the final emperor's path, thus seizing the qualifications to contend for the emperor's path. Little man, are you really going to talk your way out of this? Didn't you say you wanted to help me become a Taoist? Now that the time has come, don't back down. The demon emperor tugged at the ground with a white dress. Her body was graceful and concave, and her face was even more icy clean, and with her hot body, she really seduced the soul. Qin Yun was helpless. I did say that I would help you become a Taoist, but not in this manner, and as to whether or not you will be able to certify a quasi-emperor before the opening of the emperor's path, it has nothing to do with me. The demon emperor was indeed very attractive, but Qin Yun still didn't want to break this relationship. He was still entangled with Tang Guiyao and didn't want to provoke such a woman again. Qingqiu's spiritual rhythm is indeed considered a great opportunity. But really, Qin Yun didn't have much interest in this either, much less thought of using it to enhance his cultivation and take a step closer to the Emperor's path. Chance is ultimately an external thing. Is this kind of high-flying detrimental to the foundation? It was well known that Qin Yun's cultivation all the way was all based on bitter cultivation, and if he had a choice, he would rather opt for slow and bitter cultivation rather than this kind of high-flying progress. Fear of victimization. Little man, you really leave me speechless. Is this emperor so unattractive? The demon emperor was despondent and lowered his head in an incomparably divine manner. Qin Yun was speechless. This woman was too good at pretending. It was really not guaranteed that she would be impulsive one day and would find it difficult to hold on. We pay our respects to the sect leader. At this moment, outside the valley, a figure came from far away, reporting back to sect elder. There is someone at the bottom of the mountain seeking an audience. The demon emperor was clearly born with discontent, upset at being disturbed. That was a woman who said her name was Tang Guiyao. As that young figure said this, he looked towards Qin Yun with deep meaning. Tang Guiyao? The demon emperor's originally dark eyes suddenly lit up, his eyes flowing as he looked towards Qin Yun, revealing a smirk. Chapter 161, Shura Battle. I also want to meet Miss Tang. The human emperor won't refuse, right? If you think I'm interfering with your couple's reunion, then forget it. It would seem like I'm being rude. The demon emperor opened his mouth, displaying a wisp of a smile that was eerie. Qin Yun glared at her and did not say anything as he turned to leave, and the moment he left, the demon emperor pursed her lips and actually followed. Foothills. The greenery is lush, the paths are staggered, and the sound of birdsong carries through the forest. On that pathway, Qin Yun saw Tang Guiyao, standing there quietly, a flash of white dress flawlessly winning the snow, gently swaying in the wind, quietly looking into the distance, with her back turned in his direction, leaving a touch of moving back. What brings you here? Qin Yun appeared. Tang Guiyao's coming made him a little uneasy. This woman has always been strong. Even if she has suffered an unbearable crisis, she may not be willing to come to him for help, but now she has appeared. It made him think of Tang Yunli. Was it his little sister who was damaged? However, when he saw the brightness on Tang Guiyao's face as well as a wisp of a smile, Qin Yun knew that he had overthought it. I've come to report to you that Yunli, although she has not awakened, she is already breathing. The fact that Tang Guiyao had actually revealed such a piece of news was undoubtedly a dash of good news for Qin Yun. After all the difficulties, it was finally a glimpse of hope. Tang Yunli rejuvenated breathing, the equivalent of returning from the dead. How could he not be excited? The half-divine pill and the yin-yang coffin do indeed seize the creation of heaven and earth, and with the two heads going hand in hand, there are indeed unimaginably great benefits. Qin Yun sighed with emotion. It was good that everything was moving towards what he expected, because in his deduction, the first step was also the same. First and foremost, the body would be revived, and then the soul would be revived, and then the true resurrection. Tang Yunli has already breathed. It can be said that the antithetical resurrection has become the nail in the coffin. It is almost impossible to regenerate any accidents. The future is bound to reappear. Tang Guiyao nodded her head, the same color of joy showing. Having learned the news, she came to share it with Qin Yun at the first time, seeing just how joyful she was in her heart at this moment. I'm coming too. She spoke softly, but her words came to an abrupt end as she glanced away. In the distance, a silhouette appeared at an unknown time, and the demon emperor stood quietly on that tree, smiling like a flower as she looked at the two of them. When she saw Tang Guiyao looking at her, the demon emperor was slightly startled and apologized. I've been careful enough, but I didn't expect to still disturb you. She then stepped forward, stepping into the air and said, Brother Yun said that you've come. Sister, so I've come to meet you, a master of the house. Tang Guiyao's face immediately turned cold as she looked towards the demon emperor, eventually moving away from him and looking towards Qin Yun, not saying a word anymore. Qin Yun felt like his scalp was going to explode. It's definitely a bogeyman. A sister. Although reasonably speaking, Tang Guiyao's age was much younger than the demon emperor. A younger sister was also a matter of course, and even still lifted Tang Guiyao up. But it was in this moment that she spoke. Tang Guiyao had previously spoken the words that she would be the proper wife and the demon emperor would be the concubine, and now this voice of sister. Its meaning was self-evident. Clearly suppressing Tang Guiyao, Qin Yun sensed the flames of war that filled the air. Is this what you mean by not caring about the name? Demon Emperor, don't mess up. Qin Yun transmitted his voice to the demon emperor in the first instance, feeling quite helpless. Between him and the demon emperor, there is nothing. There are endless rumors in the world, but only he and the demon emperor are the most clear. And now that he has said such words, his innocence, really have to jump into the yellow river cannot be washed. The demon emperor stood quietly on the sidelines in a melon-eating stance, responding to Qin Yun with 2 words. He. Qin Yun shook his head, feeling rather helpless, and looked at Tang Guiyao. What were you going to say just now? Tang Guiyao gave a beat, a long time later, and then suddenly revealed a smile. Just that smile, how twisted. I have to say, come to congratulate you, with the Demon Emperor became a Taoist couple. But you and I at least is the nominal husband and wife. Even if you marry her over the door, also let me come to drink a cup of wedding wine. It. Leathery smile. The words were equally eerie, but they were more of an allusion to the Demon Emperor, hostile and full of animosity, not giving in because of the realm or other disparities. Qin Yun naturally heard it and was helpless. This was definitely the cultivation ground. The war between 2 women was the most horrifying. Yet he was dragged into it. The Demon Emperor and I are just Dao friends, Qin Yun explained so faintly, not wanting to explain too much, feeling that there was no need for that kind of explanation. The 2 of them were after all only a nominal couple. Is that so? Human Emperor? Tang Guiyao's smile was stiff, going so far as to use the word human emperor to address him. You're all living together and there's nothing? Who in the world doesn't know that you robbed the Golden Crow Divine Emperor on his wedding day and rushed to the Red Face? Not to mention, you, Human Emperor, have achieved Saint King, Demon Emperor has achieved Great Saint. Qingqiu's spiritual rhythm is comparable to a divine medicine. If nothing had happened, would you all have cultivated and refined yourselves so quickly? Tang Guiyao laughed lightly, showing no joy or anger, but her eyes were filled with hurt. The Demon Emperor's posture crowns the world and his status is incomparably honorable. You are indeed a good match. But we're at least married in name. There's no need for you to hide it from me. A dash of self-deprecating rhyme. But it's hard to hide that latent anger and sadness. However, these words caused Qin Yun to frown. Reminded him of yesteryear. This woman was likewise. He didn't have anything with the Demon Emperor in the first place. So why was this woman angry with herself? What do you mean that by promoting yourself to Saint King, you're picking up Qingqiu Lingyun? Qin Yun opened his mouth and eventually failed to explain anything. Hesitating for a moment, he said, I have nothing to do with the Demon Emperor. Believe it or not, it's up to you. It has nothing to do with me. And there's no need for me to explain anything to you. His voice was flat, even with a touch of ice. It's not what it used to be, and he no longer needs to be resigned to sleeping under the eaves of the Tang family's house and in the cold corners of the walls. No need to look at this woman's face. Not to mention, he has never had feelings for this woman. And his own attitude. This woman absolutely no. What qualifications in front of their own anger? Questioning? Tang Guiyao was stunned for a moment when she heard this. Standing there, his eyes were incomparably complex, and he couldn't even say anything for a moment. Yes, I have nothing with Brother Qin. Sister, don't think too much. In due time, the Demon Emperor who was watching the fun opened his mouth and teared up. Tang Guiyao's obvious anger intensified. Looking towards Qin Yun, his demeanor was covered in bitterness and self-deprecation. Yes, you indeed don't need to explain anything to me. A nominal husband and wife only. In the past, I failed to treat you well, and today, you needn't care about my attitude even more. Qin Yun. Tang Guiyao looked at Qin Yun with a complicated gaze and opened her mouth. At this moment, it was as if there were thousands of thorns stabbing in her heart. Qin Yun knew exactly what Tang Guiyao was going to say. He even has a touch of hope. Hope but to understand this karma. This is the end. From now on, the end of the road. A different way. But after all, Tang Guiyao didn't say those 2 words, saying, you know best what you've done. Just be blameless. Tang Guiyao then left and turned away, never saying a word to the Demon Emperor. Chapter 162. What the hell did I do? Qin Yun looked at Tang Guiyao's departing back in a daze, while the Demon Emperor covered her mouth and laughed lightly. What kind of thing is this? Door to door is a splitting head a meal output. Who have they invited who? Just as the newlyweds took a bath themselves on their wedding day. It's just a shower. What can I think about? But this woman didn't even give him a chance to open his mouth, and directly chopped off a lecture. And now that he had broken through to Saint King, he was double cultivating with the Demon Emperor? Shaking his head, Qin Yun was speechless. Having reached this point today, he was too lazy to go forward and explain anything. Looking at the Demon Emperor who was in a good mood and smiling like a flower on the side, Qin Yun raised his eyes and said, watching the fun isn't too big, is it? The Demon Emperor spread out his hands with an innocent expression. What did I say? I called her a sister. That's considered honoring her. And didn't I say that we don't have anything? Qin Yun shook his head speechlessly. The Demon Emperor was definitely sincere. And the more he spoke, the more chaotic it became. Otherwise that woman wouldn't have gotten so angry. Demon Emperor, you're sincere in wreaking havoc on me, Qin Yun said, and returned to the valley on his own, sitting by the lakeshore and sipping his drink. The Demon Emperor, on the other hand, followed behind him and said, are you really that afraid of Tang Guiyao? So afraid of her misunderstanding our relationship? Human emperor? This doesn't fit your nature. Qin Yun was speechless and could be said to be somewhat annoyed. Don't provoke me. At this point, do you really think that I wouldn't dare to eat you? Do you dare? The demon emperor laughed softly in a pretense of contempt. She had a hot body like a beauty snake. Her immortal body was slender. Her waist was slim. Her plump hips were round. Her jade arms were white. Her long hair was waist-length, and her eyes were as watery as water. Do you realize that you are playing with fire? Qin Yun said in a cold voice. Ha! The demon emperor smiled a very moving smile as she sat beside Qin Yun, dangling her white and delicate jade feet into the middle of the lake. Are you fire? You want to test it? Qin Yun spoke. The demon emperor smiled a bewildering smile that had the appearance of turning the world upside down as she pinched Qin Yun's cheek and said, just a little man. What waves can he make? Qin Yun took a deep breath and suddenly revealed a harmless smile. Since this is the case, I have nothing to be concerned about. Rather than letting the world misunderstand me, it would be better to really do something out of it. Anyway, everyone has long since viewed it this way, and not doing something about it would really be a loss. At this moment, Qin Yun was completely relieved. After Tang Guiyao made such a fuss, he no longer had any qualms about anything. The wood had already been turned into a boat, so he simply cooked the raw rice. This demon fox was really confusing. Qin Yun decided to follow his heart. Hearing these words, the demon emperor was slightly stunned. Her eyes lightly trembled, and she was a bit flustered in turn, but she continued to be tough-talking. I'm just afraid that you won't dare. What wouldn't I dare to do? Just go on a killing spree. Qin Yun opened his mouth and reached out to wrap his hand around the demon emperor's neck. The woman was visibly flustered. Her mouth was high, but her body still instinctively flinched. Little man you. Qin Yun did not have any more scruples and went on a complete killing spree. He was not a gentleman, and today, there was no need to hold back, to send the door to the refusal. Simply worse than a beast. The demon emperor was surprised and struggled, but the human emperor was extremely strong, wide open and invincible, with endless means on display. Eventually, the demon emperor stopped struggling, and after his body gradually adapted, he began to gain the upper hand. Fox Mei Z is ultimately a Fox Mei Z. This is definitely a demoness, a scourge that can wreak havoc on the country and the people. And the Qingqiu base is indeed extraordinary. Qin Yun is gradually suppressed. Tonight the moon was dark. There were no stars or moon. Only the spirit lake was gurgling. There was the sound of ding-dong. And occasionally there were night birds crowing. It was quiet. If Tang Boudoir learns that it was she who helped you and I go further, I wonder how she would feel. Under the night, in the hazy darkness, the demon emperor's voice came out, 1,000 times more beautiful than any voice. It has nothing to do with her. You're the one who's forcing me to go on a killing spree. Ha! Dialogue is very short. Both a human emperor, a demon emperor, means are extremely strong, can be said to kill to the wild. Eventually, the night was completely silent. Boundless divine light of creation rushed up, reflecting the entire valley at once. Cygnus origin, green light, covering all of heaven and earth, like a starry river of magnificence. There was the figure of the fox fairy floating in the air, not real, just a shadow. It was projected onto the demon emperor's body and also shone down on Qin Yun's torso. Under the night, Qin Yun sat cross-legged, feeling a vast power gushing within his body, as vast as an abyssal sea and as surging as a volcanic eruption. This power was incomparable, like the purest essence of heaven and earth, domineering and vast to the extreme. Boom! Inside Qin Yun's body, all sorts of ancient scriptures and secret arts were constantly and frantically operating, not because they were deliberately functioning, but because they were instinctive. Ancient scriptures of the celestial emperor, yin and yang dual cultivation canon. In the end, even the supreme bone was blazing with divine light, and was even autonomously inspired, projecting a terrifying shadow. The divine power of the supreme bone was flowing, and its divine runes, flowing through every part of his muscles, seemed to be improving his physique. Qingqiu origin. It really is like a divine medicine with amazing divine effects. Qin Yun was alarmed. Qingqiu origin. It really is not just words. This power is extremely refined and pure. Indeed, as the demon emperor said that, for the cultivator's divine medicine, is a great opportunity on the road of the emperor. Whether it was for the realm, technique, or physique, it would be a great metamorphosis. The benefits are too numerous to mention, and all areas are soaring and rapidly improving. This feeling was marvelous, and Qin Yun could only say that whoever used it would know. Wow! It was like a long drought that brought sweet rains. Qin Yun and the demon emperor, both of whom had received tremendous benefits. However, what Qin Yun was going to get was even more enormous. The Qingqiu origin was even more miraculous for the other side, and for the demon emperor himself, it tended to be more about potential. This was mostly the reason why the Qingqiu spirit fox was so rare. Boom! In the valley, the roaring sound is constant. There are constantly chi rushing to the sky. The law is shaking. All parties are shaking. If you don't know it, you would think that a shocking battle is taking place here. In the end, Qin Yun invoked the human emperor cauldron before suppressing the visions, not wanting to attract attention. This breakthrough is indeed considered a personal matter. Boom! The roar became more and more ear-shattering. Each roar resounded with significance. A stage breakthrough. The strength of the demon emperor and Qin Yun were similarly soaring. Such a shocking speed, faster than any kind of cultivation. It's like a commendation from heaven, pouring the purest power into the bodies of living beings. The laws, the great Tao, were all being perfected at an extremely fast speed. It's extremely mind-blowing. One must know that the two of them have come to such a point, and the treasures of the world are limited in the enhancement of the two of them. After all, it was not a small cultivator who practiced qi or built the foundation. However, nowadays, it is so swift. It is evident that the Qingqiu origin, exactly how strong it is. Chapter 163, Rapids. No advance, no retreat. The aura of creation was dazzling, and the entire valley was filled with an indescribable substance. Everlasting substance. Yes, it is a substance similar to immortality that is improving everything here. The birds and the flowers, all of them have been metamorphosed. Even the fish in the middle of the lake appeared on the surface of the water, struggling to open his mouth, absorbing and exhaling. The Qingqiu spiritual rhythm was truly like a divine medicine, possessing boundless divine effects, a supreme treasure given to this race by the heavens. The two of them were soaring all the way, their realm exploding with a whoosh as if they were on a rocket. However, this period of time was also destined to not be short, as the realm was too profound nowadays, and it took several days for everything in the valley to gradually calm down. In the end, the demon emperor's strength reached the great sage three heavens. It's comparable to 3,000 years of hard labor. After reaching the great sage triple heavens, the demon emperor came to open his eyes, only to see Qin Yun still practicing cultivation, and its cultivation realm even made her mouth open wide to go. It had actually arrived at the ninth heaven of the Saint King realm. This was undoubtedly a shocking news, and even more so, a speed that was difficult for the portion demon emperor to accept. Qingqiu spiritual rhythm. The other party's gain is indeed more enormous than the one who carries the Qingqiu spiritual rhythm. However, it is absolutely impossible to exaggerate it to such an extent. To know that Qin Yun had just broken through to Saint King not long ago, arriving at the ninth sky of the Saint King realm so quickly was too much for her to believe. Moreover, Qin Yun's cultivation speed was still rising, with no intention of stopping. How can this be? The demon emperor was puzzled, and her delicate face was covered with a bewildered look. However, she soon noticed a hint of something different. It was a wisp of yin and yang Dao marks lingering around Qin Yun's body. This is a technique that can better absorb my Qingqiu's spiritual charm? The demon emperor was surprised. She was able to sense that this technique was extremely mysterious and obscure, with an incomparably ancient aura that lingered with a wisp of Hongmeng Qi from when heaven and earth had not yet opened. It could be said that this Gong method was even more terrifying and profound than the Taiku Divine Mountains Yinyangwei that she had experienced. It shook her mind wildly. The human emperor's heavenly emperor ancient scripture was already the most supreme technique in the world, and the arts within it were incredibly obscure and mysterious. But how could the demon emperor not have imagined that Qin Yun even possessed such a top-notch technique? It was no exaggeration to say that this was comparable to an ancient scripture, and one could create a great holy land out of thin air with this scripture. And it is true. Qin Yun's cultivation was able to reach the ninth sky of Saint King, and apart from the Qingqiu spiritual rhythm, it was the credit of this yin-yang dual cultivation Dao canon. As its name suggests, it is only for dual cultivation, a technique that unites the great treasures of the yin and yang ways. However, it was also because the cultivation conditions were too harsh and pleasing to Qin Yun, so it had not been cultivated, but now it was used, not thinking that it would have such inexplicable power. Is it possible to charge the great sage with this? At a certain moment, Qin Yun came to his senses as he felt the great sage pass. The moment joy flooded his heart. It was like an alarm bell knocking down on his head, sending a jolt through him. It's never good to go high, especially for your own roots. Even Qingqiu's spirit rhythm was like this. Even though it was pure and flawless, it was after all forcibly pulling up the realm, which was definitely two concepts from bitter cultivation. Qin Yun mused, pondering for a moment, and then, he closed his eyes once again, and his realm began to stagnate, no longer rising, and immediately following that, it actually began to slide down at a rapid pace. This scene made the demon emperor who was on the sidelines naturally feel it. It made her shed a horrified look. This is what is most feared in cultivation. Not advancing but regressing, or possibly going off the deep end. Just what is the reason? Qin Yun's talent is extremely demonic. There's no reason why his cultivation would suddenly regress instead of advancing, showing signs of going off the deep end. Could it be that this ancient scripture is not mature? The demon emperor went to think so, but then she shook her head. This ancient scripture captured the creation of heaven and earth, interpreting the way of yin and yang to the fullest, and the breath was extremely ancient, so it didn't make sense that something would go wrong, not for the sake of talent, nor for the sake of the ancient scriptures. Why would it go backward instead of forward? Murphy. Thinking of this, the demon emperor's heart trembled, and endless horror flowed out above his cheeks. Everything is deliberate on his part. The demon emperor was incredibly intelligent and naturally guessed the human emperor's intentions in an instant. It was deliberately suppressing the realm and stabilizing its foundation, so as not to let its potential be exhausted, but rather, it was building up its strength. However, after knowing all of this, it made the demon emperor's mood incomparably complicated. To such a state, whether it was a saint king or a great saint realm, wanting to move an inch forward was extremely difficult, and many times, it was a matter of spending endless chances without being able to move an inch forward, if one was able to advance an inch, not to mention the fact that the origin of Qin Yun was inherently pure and flawless, even if it was not a pure power. There were definitely too many people who would have squeezed their heads to compete for it, but she really didn't expect it. After Qin Yun was promoted, he forced his realm down again. It is important to build up the potential, stabilize the roots, and build up the strength. Such a situation will almost never occur, even if it is a supreme pride. It is only at the beginning that the party will polish the realm and stabilize the foundation. Almost no one who has come to this point will still go to suppress themselves, because it's too hard to inch forward, and if you don't seize the opportunity, you're likely to be stuck at this step in your life. However, she really hadn't expected Qin Yun's ambition to be so huge. At this moment, she looked at the man in front of her with boundless complexity, yet there was also a different kind of exotic color flickering. There might not have been a person with such a strong Tao heart in the ancient times. The human emperor once said that his entire life is based on bitter cultivation. Could it be that this is really the case? Otherwise, why would there be a need to suppress the realm that my Qingqiu spiritual rhythm brings to him? Thinking about this, the demon emperor was speechless for a while longer. The same emperor, the same supreme pride. She was also a descendant of a great emperor, but compared to Qin Yun, the concubine of the Qin family of the tiny Qin Imperial dynasty, even she, a demon emperor, felt gloomy. This person's strength truly exceeded common sense, and the more she understood, the more alarmed she became, causing a strand of despair to cloth her heart. A person's foundation is so solid that he is still polishing after coming this far. If in the future, even if he is in the same realm, how should he compete with him? Not to mention that the demon emperor's cultivation speed was known to be fast in the world. It was only a matter of time before he was surpassed. One emperor in one life. This is destined to be a sad one. The demon emperor knew full well that perhaps his ancestor's prophecy was really going to come true, and that Qin Xiu, who had no chance of being an emperor in this life, really had to give way to this man in front of him. The demon emperor couldn't help but be gloomy. Jockeying for the emperor's path was hopeless, and the feeling of being crushed was clearly felt in the human emperor's body, which was not just for her, but would be a great sorrow for any absolute pride in the world. But a moment later, a wisp of a smile unfolded. Such a man being close to her was not one of the great blessings of this life. Chapter 164, The First Appearance of the Heavenly Heartmark. Eventually, Qin Yun's realm reached the fifth sky of the Saint King realm. This was already the result of his best efforts to suppress it, condensed to the point where it could not be condensed any further, solidified to the point where it could not be solidified any further. At this point in time, if we were to meet up with that mysterious paragon again, the ending would be completely different. Qin Yun lamented in his heart. He then looked at the woman beside him. Qingqiu Ling Yun is indeed extraordinary and has unlimited potential. Qingqiu spiritual charm is a divine medicine, but not once can completely pick all the spiritual charm, just the initial benefits of the greatest. The demon emperor laughed softly. It was very moving. A muslin skirt and clothing, lining her body with concave and convex, said, "Little man, you have to work more. This is definitely a generation of demonic scourge." 9 foxtail swing, white face, slender neck, a waist of a handful, peach blossom eyes, everything looks seductive. I've come to help you become a Taoist. As the saying goes, when a precedent is set, then it becomes a path. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a small year of light passed, and during this time, Qin Yun's realm came to the ninth sky of the Saint King realm by virtue of his more work, more pay, as well as his diligent, bitter cultivation. One step away from being a great saint, a year's time was nothing to a cultivator. However, for Qin Yun, the changes were heavenly. Saint King 9 heavens. This speed seemed incomparably appalling to the demon emperor. Even if there was Qingqiu Ling Yun helping, but such a cultivation speed was beyond common sense. Moreover, the Demon Emperor was able to sense that the most terrifying thing about Qin Yun was still his battle prowess. At such a point now, even she felt a sense of suffocation from the aura emanating from the other party, as if she was facing a paragon. That kind of breath is extremely intriguing, not a deliberate reveal, but an internalized embodiment, an invisible overflow of potential for the attainments of the great Tao. All of this caused the Demon Emperor's heart to be shocked beyond measure, and a terrifying conjecture sprang up in the middle of his heart. Perhaps this little man, nowadays, doesn't lose to a paragon in terms of battle power. The Demon Emperor had some surging emotions, a saint king, yet he was able to go and compete with a quasi-emperor, or even crush a head. How subversive was this to one's concepts? She knew that this was absolutely a shocking news. A year of time, the human emperor has been able to suppress the quasi-emperor. Such a news once spread out. I do not know what kind of shocking ripples will be made in this world. The world was silent, and the entire universe seemed to have entered a marvelous state. The world is no longer difficult to see the former kings and giants of the world, and few big fights happen again, like a golden age withered away. But everyone knows that this is the era in metamorphosis. The kings are following in the footsteps of the times, not withering away, but exploding in silence. The more silent the universe is, the more exciting the future spectacle on the path of the emperor will be. Boom! The vastness of the universe finally emanated a shocking fluctuation. A heavenly seal appeared, arriving with the vast pressure of the heavenly Tao. It appeared in the most distant depths of chaos, shedding a ray of Hongmeng light. The purple chi pierced through the starry sky, paving out a heavenly avenue until it reached towards that heavenly seal. Seal of the heart of heaven. At this moment, the universe was in an uproar. Everywhere was clamoring. The emperor's path had truly appeared. Although the heavenly seal had not completely manifested, it had already taken shape, and was gradually becoming a great success, condensing the 10,000 ways and absorbing the laws of heaven and earth. Only a corner of it has just appeared, but it has already caused a sensation everywhere. Great Emperor Tao Fruit. How can 4 words like that not make one's heart sing? There is no doubt that the emperor's path is about to appear, and in this world, who will dominate the world sinking and floating? The vast universe, millions of dynasties, billions of living beings, and who will be able to stand out? Beings from all over the world looked at the deepest part of the universe and uttered such laments. Getting a heavenly heart seal reporter to be the great emperor of the world. This is a secret that has been passed down through the ages, but very few people have seen it. Almost no one in this world has seen it, and many people want to have a look at the heart of the sky, to find out the secrets in the middle of the heart of the sky. However, the moment one stepped onto the emperor's path, thunderbolts of light struck down all at once, immediately breaking endless living beings into pieces. Although the heavenly heart seal had appeared, it hadn't really come out of the world and was absorbing the laws of heaven and earth to grow, and during this period of time, no one was able to get a glimpse of the secrets of the heavenly heart. The time has not yet come. Nowadays it can only be said that the Emperor Road has just opened. Not fully opened. It's not the time to fight. The heavenly heart seal is not yet complete. It's growing, and only on the day of its complete completion will the Emperor's path be opened. A lot of silence. The heavenly heart seal then represented the great Emperor Tao Fruit, and those who obtained the great Emperor Tao Fruit could achieve great Emperor. Now that the Tao Fruit was right in front of him, stretched out across the void, but he couldn't get close enough to peer into it, which really made his heart itch. Purple light and purple gas. A heart seal hovered, shedding the Emperor's supreme immortal radiance, and beings from all over the world were looking away, with endless colors of longing. A lot of people are sighing longingly, knowing that this heavenly seal had nothing to do with them at all. Being born at the wrong time, not having that kind of realm and power, and still being in the period of insignificance, there was simply no time waiting for them, and they were destined to not be able to step into that emperor's path in the future to contend, becoming an emperor. This is how many people's wish, but now it is destined to become empty, which is the same as cut off the road ahead, then no skills, talent limitations and more desperate, because there is no gongfu, not enough natural talent, but also through the latter day to make up for it, to fight hard to cultivate, to seek opportunities and creation, and become an emperor. There's only so many emperors. One emperor dominates in tens of thousands of years, and no one in the world can come out on top. When there is only one emperor in the world, it is the glory of one person and the sorrow of the whole world. And at this moment, the major kings in the middle of their seclusion also awoke one after another. However, they didn't make any movements, but once again entered into seclusion as fast as they could. A corner of the heart of heaven had appeared, and the day when the seal of the heart of heaven would appear completely was not far away. Everyone was grasping all the time to cultivate and prepare for the conquest of the Emperor Road, the 9 States Road region. The same was true for Qin Yun and the Demon Emperor. making their final preparations. The duo was one of the few standouts of this era, one of the few in the current world who were qualified to step onto the path of the emperor. Although the two of them were still a gap away from the quasi-emperor realm, there was always hope and not despair. As the heavenly heart seal appeared, Qin Yun stepped into the void, wanting to peek into the mysteries as well. However, when that palpitating feeling appeared, he decisively gave up, and the person who obtained the heavenly heart seal became a great emperor. And the heavenly heart seal did not come out, and was sheltered by heaven and earth. That kind of pungent secret is absolutely impossible to be detected in advance, and to act against the heavens will inevitably only lead to death. That was, after all, a chance to forge a great emperor. Chapter 165, The Secret of the Proscription. The world was in an uproar as the heavenly heart seal appeared, but in such a moment of attention, a roar caught everyone's attention. Tarzan. When the source of the voice became clear, endless strange colors appeared on everyone's faces. Mount Tai, the forbidden zone of life, the tomb of the great emperor. For endless years, this land has been incomparably mysterious, harboring infinite opportunities, and has been explored by countless cultivators. And now, it was in such a mysterious and supreme forbidden area that a strange sound was coming out. How could it not shake people? The sound was deafening, roaring in the universe, and that Dao domain was shaking violently, with horrifying fluctuations coming out, as if some kind of seal had been broken, and an aura of ages and ages filled that part of the heaven and earth where Taishan was located. Such a vision naturally attracts the world's attention. Is there a great chance coming out of the middle of Mount Tai? Many people have so guessed. After all, the world, this kind of thing is not quite a lot. The seal left behind in the ancient times with the wear and tear of time gradually lost the power of the old days. Broken open, in which the seal of the gods out of the world. The breath is also such an obscure and ancient. Taishan Mountain never lacked treasures, and that was why when the strange noise was heard, Taishan Mountain instantly attracted a large number of cultivators. There was no lack of some Saint King and Great Saint Realm existences among them. This period was extremely special. The Emperor Road was about to open, and if Taishan had a major chance to get it, he might have the qualification to conquer the Emperor Road. No one wants to miss it. Many astonishingly large figures appeared, all with frighteningly large identities, sensationalizing the various domains. However, as people explore, but there is no discovery. Taishan, everything is usual. If it is not, this world is haunted by that extremely ancient atmosphere. Many people think that the strange sound is just a hallucination. There are also people who have the courage to go deep into the Taishan Mountain, but it is like a mud cow into the sea. After entering, life and death do not know, and there is no longer any news out. These days, the figure of many cultivators always surrounded Taishan Mountain. The land of Taishan Mountain was extremely special, and even if they didn't discover it, people were not willing to leave without finding anything. And naturally, Qin Yun also sensed Taishan's abnormality. With the demon emperor, he rushed to Mount Tai at the first opportunity, because the worry is that it's some foul thing from Tarzan that's come out. In the beginning, the demon emperor ancestor decapitated himself, sealed among the divine source, and suffered for 30,000 years, only to suppress a few ancient coffins. Qin Yun guessed that the owner of the ancient coffins was definitely a very human being, or else it would be impossible for a great emperor to be unkillable. And when the demon emperor's ancestor faded away, he had also said that those people, they didn't die out. Qin Yun was worried whether it was these people who had come out of the world. When you come to Tarzan, there is a huge crowd of people. Seeing the human emperor appear, everyone saluted him, and there was even no shortage of people making pilgrimages to him. Having reached such a point nowadays, the human emperor already possessed unimaginable influence in this world. The crowd clamored, and many people opened their mouths to request that the human emperor be allowed to enter the depths of Mount Tai to investigate. Because from ancient times to the present day, almost no one had been able to walk out alive from the depths of Mount Tai except for the human emperor, who had even entered Mount Tai several times. However, Qin Yun did not agree. He was unwilling to go deeper into Mount Tai, especially after learning that the monsters had not died out. That is definitely the characters that were equal to the great emperors in the past, or even bad to say, that is several ancient great emperors. Even the demon emperor ancestor cannot help. He is Saint King if he faces those people. There is only one way to die. Qin Yun was well aware of just how treacherous Mount Tai was. Underneath Mount Tai, there are hundreds of emperor tombs and emperor palaces in the forest, which is a secret that the world doesn't know except for him and the demon emperor. Standing in the starry sky of Mount Tai, Qin Yun probed his divine thoughts into it, using the 9 mysteries art technique, combined with the heavenly emperor ancient scriptures, to investigate the source of that strange sound. But it didn't gain anything. The aura of the ancient emperor of Taishan filled the air, hindering all divine thoughts. If it wasn't for the fact that he had an extremely powerful technique and dared to investigate, his soul would definitely be torn apart. Still, he came up with useful information. The source of this strange sound was not those old monsters. The breath was different, although they were all very ancient. But Qin Yun had seen those coffins. The breath, it was definitely more appalling than this. Is it some of the paragon emperors hidden amongst Mount Tai that have come out? Qin Yun and the demon emperor guessed so. The Taishan Imperial Palace was like a forest. Since someone had survived from it, it proved that it wasn't a dead land. And perhaps other great powers also relied on divine sources and survived to this day. And the reason for this speculation is that the times were so specific. The Emperor Road would be opened. And if those quasi-emperors didn't die after sealing Taishan, the probability was that they would also have to come out to conquer the Emperor Road. But speculation is only speculation after all, and no one knows what the answer really is. In the end, the two return to the Middle Kingdom of the Tao of the Nine States. Time is like a shuttle. Months pass in a flash. Ding! The first 1,170 days of marriage, rewarded with the secret of the word pro. In the middle of the day, Qin Yun finally obtained another secret. The pro character secret of the 9 secrets. There were 9 secret arts, and now, Qin Yun had mastered 7 of them. The arrival of the pro word secret caused Qin Yun to rejoice. 9 secrets in one rare in ancient times. With 2 more, it really was going to recreate the invincible grandeur of 9 secrets in one. The 9 secrets, which could be said to be indistinguishable from the strongest and weakest, each had its own uniqueness, and were the top secret arts of the 9 domains. But there's definitely a reason why pro word secrets is ranked number 1. The secret of the word pro, the main offense, is a technique of extreme state. Once it was run and executed, it was instantly able to allow one to step into the realm of the forbidden. And in the midst of such a realm, all aspects of one's battle power would be enhanced. It was a marvelous state, more terrifying than the duelist's law once it was on. It was rumored that the pride of the absolute generation, when encountering the most critical moments, or in the moment of fighting, could briefly enter into this state, striking out unimaginable might to go, displaying terrifying strength. And the reason why great emperors are powerful, according to legend, is that great emperors are able to reside in such domains. This kind of forbidden domain, very marvelous. Words are hard to say clearly. No one can comprehend it. It is a kind of heaven-defying technique that crosses the border in fights. It could be said that the power exerted in that kind of domain went beyond common sense and no longer conformed to the limitations of the rules of heaven and earth. Pro word secret. Simply put, it was a state of combat that, once turned on, was equivalent to that of a great emperor at all times. It doesn't sound like much, but its divine effects are absolutely terrifying. Qin Yun silently envisioned. The pro word secrets mantra was similarly not long, only a few hundred short words. However, it was extremely obscure, in the same way as the other 9 secrets. While comprehending the proverbial mysteries, the remaining 9 mysteries were also operating frantically, constantly refining and improving. At such a point, the all-character mysteries had nearly reached the level of a great accomplishment, and the other 9 mysteries, too, had received a sizable boost. In the end, Qin Yun completely mastered it. The divine efficacy of the prosperity secret left him somewhat speechless with amazement. Proceed to the realm of the forbidden and exhibit the forbidden arts. He murmured so, his face covered in shock. In his opinion, this was definitely a divine art. A heaven-defying divine art that could go toe-to-toe with the ancient great emperor. Great emperors could not be offended because of the fact that they often resided in the midst of such domains. But now, he had mastered the method of entering such forbidden domains as well. Chapter 166, Tarzan 5 moves the world. Time is like water, and the years are serene. Boom! However, another foreign sound shook the universe, and pale age-old power spread out, again surging out from the direction of Mount Tai, rippling out to the 8 directions. The world shook. Another noise appeared from Tarzan, even more appalling than the last. The ancient age-old Qi, filled with the divine power of the laws, engulfed the world like an ocean. There's no one who doesn't vibrate. The last time the noise could not be taken seriously. But this time people could no longer hold back their curiosity. What on earth has come out from the middle of Tarzan? The vastness of Mount Tai. All of a sudden, many people emerged, wanting to go forward to have a peek. But in the way of the danger of Mount Tai, no one dared to step forward. What the hell happened? There was a lot of talk everywhere, and all the supreme experts gathered at Mount Tai, where Imperial Qi rolled around and monstrous pressure filled the area, almost as if it were materialized, forming a barrier of laws and runes filling the void. Last time, the top experts who entered Mount Tai failed to return, and now there is even another strange sound. What exactly is in the middle of Mount Tai? What triggered the strange sound? This time, is it related to the top experts who entered Mount Tai? There are many questions, all of which cannot be explained. Various speculations appeared, Some people thought that this time the strange sound appeared with the last time. Maybe the sound was the same source. It was likely that the supreme expert who entered Taishan Mountain had discovered something. But this time a message came out. All of the top experts who entered Mount Tai died. The person who spread the news was the Holy Lord of the Taichu Holy Land. His status was extremely extraordinary, and the credibility of this statement was very high. The Supreme Elder of the Taichu Sacred Land had desperately sent out such a message, warning the descendants not to intrude into Mount Tai again. And as for what exactly was in the middle of Mount Tai, it didn't make it out. The news went out, causing great sadness in the world. No one's heart didn't tremble, and everyone was panicked to the core. Tarzan is extremely mysterious, and it is known that entering this earth to explore it will definitely result in damage. But the last time to enter the mountain of Taishan people are all the top of the strong. Identity is not to say that this side of heaven and earth is the most noble people is also almost the same. At least is the level of the Saint King characters, comparable to the existence of living fossils. With such a group of people united, it could be said that God blocked God's way and Buddha blocked Buddha's way. Even if they had encountered a fierce danger in Taishan, it was absolutely impossible for the whole army to be wiped out. And even more so, the quest was almost fruitless. What exactly has appeared in Mount Tai? Could it be some great evil thing that killed the kings? All sides are talking. A lot of amazing people died, and a lot of Dao lineages were involved. In the mountain range of Taishan, on the dome of the sky, there were people and shadows. Everyone's face was grave, and there was no lack of people who wanted to enter to find out what was going on. However, once they thought that all the kings had fallen, no one dared to have such thoughts anymore. The 9 States Road region. Qin Yun similarly received the message. Humanism is now comparable to the world's first religion. The news naturally will not be blocked. And Taishan strange sound. There will be a lot of top experts came to the 9 states. The intention of the visit was naturally to request Qin Yun to come out and bring back the corpses of the several dead supreme masters. And it was also natural that some people wanted him to go to Mount Tai to investigate. For what's in the middle of Tarzan? Qin Yun had a clear understanding at this moment that it was mostly the ancient paragon that had come out of the world. He had checked that kind of aura. That kind of imperial aura and pressure that stretched for millions of miles. That was definitely an aura only possessed by a quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor came out of the world, undoubtedly for the purpose of conquering the emperor's path. But this had nothing to do with Qin Yun. He wasn't some great saint. It was impossible for him to go looking for those people's corpses, not to mention the fact that in the past, he had feuds with a lot of people, and amongst the Taoists, there had been people who had been involved in hunting him down. In the end, Qin Yun rejected the kings and did not come out of the world to continue his cultivation. The clock is ticking. The imprint of that heavenly heart was becoming more and more solid, suspended in the deepest part of the universe. And no matter what direction you were in, as long as your realm was sufficient and your eyesight was strong enough, then you could look into that heavenly heart. Even the laws and Tao patterns on it were visible. Purple light filled the air and the Imperial Tao rolled out, standing amidst the endless stars. Yet it shone more brightly than any of the stars, illuminating a purple avenue. The Emperor's Path? That is the so-called Emperor's Path. Many people knew full well that a great emperor was really going to come out. It wouldn't be long before a great emperor would surely come out. Boom! However, this quiet time didn't last long, as another noise came out, again from Tarzan. Tarzan is rattling for the 3rd time. The interval was shorter than the first and the second, and almost a few days later that strange sound appeared again, and the fluctuations were even more vast, and then the 4th and 5th. The interval before and after is not more than half a month. 5 alien sounds, one more amazing than the other. The last one nearly shook the universe. Even the earth, mountains and rivers shook with it. 5 times the strange sound. People finally could not hold down. Panic spread all over the place, because it was expected to be a ferocious creature out of the world. One can exterminate a group of living fossils. 5 together. Absolutely devastating. The winds and clouds of Taishan converged. Dragons and tigers leaped, and more people appeared. No one dares to ignore it anymore. The 9 states had likewise gathered many powerful people, all of whom had come to visit the human emperor, and their intentions were self-evident, with some even spreading the word that they wanted to enter Mount Tai with the human emperor to explore. However, Qin Yun was ultimately unresponsive and did not meet these people face to face. The world was in an uproar, and everywhere was stirred with 5 strange sounds that shook the world. Qin Yun similarly had a bad premonition arise, not because there were a few more emperors on the future emperor's road, but it was just a bad premonition that had arisen. The land of Taishan is extremely bizarre and is rumored to be an immortal gate. Those emperors hid in it, with great intentions, and now that the emperor road has opened, although the great emperors have not appeared, the quasi-emperors have been revived. As soon as he came out of the world, he exterminated all the kings without showing any mercy, making it difficult to predict whether this is a scourge or not. But everything ultimately had nothing to do with Qin Yun, as he was the human emperor. He only needed to guard the 9 states and shelter this side of the earth. And the truth was, as Qin Yun's premonition had predicted, 5 different sounds represented 5 human males. This day, someone saw one of the main peaks of Mount Tai crack open, and terrifying imperial power gushed out from it, as well as endless blood chi that impacted the sky, all of a sudden coloring the starry sky red. The stars exploded one after another, and it was difficult to counteract that greatness, and an unknown substance filled every inch of space and time. It was as if the place had been turned into a purgatory, with stars shattered, star rivers sinking, and a bloody atmosphere. The ferocious aura shocked the air and shook the universe, and cultivators everywhere felt that supreme ferocious intent. As one would expect, what comes out of the world as the ultimate evil is not a chance, but a great misfortune. Chapter 167, 5 Fierce Emperors. The fury covered the sky, and the emperor's chi rolled out, breaking through a main peak of Mount Tai, and the turbid chi rushed backwards as if it had cracked open the dome of the sky. The 5 kings were shocked, with a strong aura of age, like 5 rotting corpses. It is unknown how many years they have lived, and the clothes they are wearing are not even contemporary, but an extremely ancient costume. The world was shocked. The wind and charm converged on Taishan. The recluse was endless, and everyone was curious. Moving forward, he surveyed the 5 men. These were definitely 5 emperors, absolute quasi-imperial figures, and as they took one step at a time, the 10,000 paths resonated with them. The universe roared, and the green sky shook dramatically. It gave one the urge to want to fall to his knees on the spot. This is not a kind of pressure to make, but a kind of awe and respect. Emperor Ah, alone such a word, will be like a shocking thunder, able to crack the human soul. Back. We're finally back. The 5 quasi-emperors, standing in the sky above the collapsed main peak, with their bodies astounded by the and turbid chi, even opened their arms, seemingly embracing the sky, and let out this exclamation. No one knew exactly how long they had been asleep, perhaps 10,000 years, or perhaps more than 100,000 years. Divine sources were of variable quality, with the topmost ones being called immortal sources. Perhaps sleeping for over 100,000 years was quite possible. A long ancient aura filled the air, and the 5 emperors' auras were like a monstrous flood that filled the entire universe as soon as they emerged. Everyone watched in silence, awe and fear. The appearance of these 5 people cannot be seen clearly. The whole body seems to be rotting generally, even if the ancient history had left their names. At this moment it is difficult to recognize. This was the result of being sealed in the abyss for too long, and judging from the state of the 5, the age force in their bodies was absolutely incomparably astonishing. If you don't worship the emperor when you meet him, your true life is lost. Suddenly, a pair of imperial eyes looked forward, piercing through the firmament, cracking open the stars, and landing on an infinite spacetime. Wow! That dome of the sky, all of a sudden, was dyed red with blood. A large area of people directly exploded. Bright blood, poignant and magnificent. A living being, actually became clouds of smoke just like that. Blood exploded and corpses flew across the room, scattering everywhere like a heavy rain. Everyone was creeped out. The emperor's means were too terrifying. A ray of light dropping down was the death of a large swath of living beings. His means were like that of a god. This was too much to call for. To know, there was no lack of some saint realm figures in that heaven and earth, practicing for thousands of years. What a long time it had been. But the other party just gave a single look, and it became a cloud of smoke, without the slightest possibility of resisting. And compared to its strength, its methods were even more frightening, treating life as grass. This subverted people's perceptions of the emperor, who in many people's conception was the lord of the universe, when it came to protecting all living beings. However, it was obvious that the 5 paragon emperors in front of them were very different from what people had influenced them to be. Wow! Bones were flying. Many could not even scream, just passed away, silent, like a sluggish wind. Everything was that natural, killing and invisibility. Blood flew in the sky, staining the heavens red, and then intertwined and coalesced, strand by strand, and eventually seemed to turn into a long river of blood, rushing into the body of that paragon emperor. Visible to the naked eye, that paragon emperor's rotting body was rebirthing against the grain, picking blood essence to erase its own corrupted aura. In this moment, people finally realized that something was wrong and retreated like crazy. The reclamations were staggered, the wailing spread all over the field, and the fearful drinking and roaring resounded through the sky. But it was too late. The 5 emperors struck out at the same time, adopting blood essence and filling themselves, and in a flash of light, the heavens and earth became silent. Thousands of living beings died, and not a single person was able to walk away in front of the emperors, and in an instant, the heavens and earth were silent. The 5 quasi-emperors, stepping in step by step, drawing on the blood essence of the sky, as if they were traveling against time, becoming younger and younger with each step, finally showing his former valor, his great body, his full head of hair. And then, the 5 paragon emperors, moving forward, rushed in 5 directions. Wherever it went, no one could ever block it, but wherever its figure swept by, the living beings underneath its feet either flew horizontally or directly burst into pieces. There are no impermeable walls. Finally, the storm still spreads quickly all over the place. The 5 quasi-emperors in Mount Tai were revived, in the midst of blood washing the 8 directions, absorbing the blood essence and reviving against the heavens. Sensations everywhere and panic permeated the entire universe. Emperor, how powerful. For many years, there were no great emperors, and the quasi-emperors were the masters of the universe. And now, the 5 paramount emperors, one more ferocious than the other, did not protect the living beings, but adopted the blood essence of the world to fill their own fading longevity, which was undoubtedly a great disaster. 5 paragon emperors, who can stop them? The heavens were stirring, as long as there were no cultivators who were not creeped out. Millions of Tao systems, male lords of all parties, all of them had their hearts pounding in fear. The influence of emperors was too terrifying, and now that 5 quasi-emperors had joined forces, it was even more so that it gave rise to an endless sense of despair. Kyushu, Qin Yun similarly felt the storm. This time, there was no need for any endowment, and he had already clearly felt that appalling imperial aura, flooding the universe and treading on all paths. He was so powerful that he made the universe tremble. Indeed, Qin Yun lamented. As a matter of fact, he had long since had a bad feeling about this, as the 5 quasi-emperors came out and destroyed a group of supreme kings as soon as they appeared, causing him to have a bad feeling. And now, the news of the bloodshed of the millions of mountains in Taishan had come out, which made him more and more determined in this premonition. 5 quasi-emperors, absolutely ferocious. In fact, there were not many such emperors recorded in ancient history. Emperor is powerful to the extreme. For the Lord of the universe, good and evil are all in a thought, and life is the greatest miracle of this universe. Even if the emperor is difficult to live forever, naturally, more or less, they will give birth to the idea of filling themselves with blood, especially such an imperial, sealed in the divine source for tens of thousands of years, or even more than 100,000 years. It was evident how much one wanted to live. He had long ago given up the majesty that belonged to an emperor, and was capable of doing anything vicious in order to survive. An emperor was the lord of the universe. A good emperor sheltered the universe as the fortune of the age, while a fierce emperor was the sorrow of an entire age, for all spirits would become his sustenance. And indeed, there have not been many such fierce emperors throughout the ages, who have had to do so in order to stay alive. Human nature being what it is, few people can be like the ancestor of the demon emperor, sheltering all living beings, cutting himself down a pore, suffering 30,000 years, just to simmer to death to kill the great enemy. Qin Yun lamented, probing out his divine thoughts to feel the auras of the 5 emperors, but did not make a move. His strength was limited. It was impossible for him to fight with the 5 paragon emperors in order to shelter the living beings. It was too dangerous. He is the emperor of man. Guarding the 9 states is his duty, and the only thing he can shelter down is the land of the 9 states. Boom! The human emperor cauldron appeared at the first moment and enveloped the entire 9 Zhou region. Looking towards the Kyushu from the distant universe, one was able to see the entire domain of the Tao, and the silhouette of a great cauldron emerged, blocking off the heavens and earth, and at the same time, so did all parties. With 5 emperors joining forces, none of them dared to think of resistance. All of them wanted to survive and raise their emperor formations and divine patterns in order to preserve themselves in the midst of this catastrophe. Chapter 168, The Divine Soldier opens. The anomaly arises. Boom! The 5 emperors, with unrivaled speed, rushed into the starry sky and landed in the Tao domain with the most living beings. Z spreads boundless means. In an instant, blood flowers bloomed and bloodlight reflected on the sky. Boundless mourning, boundless wailing. Most of the living beings and cultivators, without any resistance, without even a top-notch mountain protection formation, couldn't even support themselves for a few moments under the emperor's hands, and in an instant their bodies burst into pieces, their blood being drawn away from their bodies. Bleeding skulls, sorrowful clouds, mountains of bones, their mournful cries shook heaven and earth and were filled with despair. Living beings from all over looked at the Tao domain, terrified to the extreme, whether they were minor cultivators or great saints at the moment, because there was no difference at all in the eyes of an emperor, and the sky would fall apart at the touch of a single thought. One could only hope that these 5 quasi-emperors would be able to stop in time, and after slaughtering 1 or 2 Tao domains, they would refrain from aiming their gaze at them. The world is depressing. Only a few rare Dao lineages of the current generation were able to defend themselves because of the presence of quasi-emperor level figures. Or perhaps there were peerless spell formations left behind by the sages, which had no fear of the quasi-emperor's attacks. But such people are only a minority after all. Quasi-emperors? About to become Taoists? How powerful? And how many people could resist? The 9 States Road region. Qin Yun stood on the tripod, independently above the starry sky, his feet stepping on the human emperor's tripod, and the Xianyuan light erupted, enveloping the land, completely blocking off the heavens and earth and not allowing anyone to enter or exit. 5 fierce emperors? This was a great calamity in the world, and Kyushu was one of the few Dao domains that had the backbone to survive this calamity. Boom! But the crisis broke out anyway. A paragon emperor had actually set his sights on Kyushu, rapidly stepping forward. The universe roared. The heavens and earth shook. That paramount emperor moved forward, obviously not very fast, but every footfall was extremely appalling, capable of triggering the collapse of the 10,000 paths, a boundless great destruction. Bang! That quasi-emperor met the human emperor, but did not say a word, because the status was too transcendent. It was impossible to place a sane king in one's eyes. Instead, he stared at the human emperor cauldron for a few moments of silent gazing. Obviously, this paragon in front of him recognized this tripod. The human emperor cauldron was extremely ancient, rumored to be the most ancient first divine weapon in the world, and most of the quasi-emperors were the lords of the universe, so naturally it was impossible for them not to know about it, and perhaps they had once managed to loot it. There was a surprised light flickering in the eyes of the paragon emperor. Is this tripod actually out of the world? He muttered softly, and then without any warning, a divine demon finger directly pierced out to crush the human emperor and take away the human emperor cauldron. In the 9 prefecture Dao region, many people were greatly shocked, and the kings of the human sect changed color. Although the human emperor was extremely powerful, his realm today was far from being able to compare to that of a would-be Taoist. In the past, although there had been an emperor battle with a mysterious paragon emperor, after all, they had not killed to the point of dividing life and death. The person in front of him was different, coming for the slaughter of the 9 states and seizing the human emperor tripod. Once he struck out, it would definitely be a non-deathful end. Not to mention that there were also 4 quasi-emperors who were joining hands with him. Everyone's hearts were clenched for fear that the human emperor would meet with an accident. He rose all the way to the top. His path was unbelievably heaven-defying, and of course it was also unbelievably arduous. Killing all the way to this point, which was even more difficult and perilous than any person in the world who had become a Taoist, because the others still had time. While the human emperor was too heaven-defying, and if he couldn't grow quickly, he would inevitably end up with hate. People knew how hard it had been for him to come all this way, and they didn't want to see that when he was going to be invincible, he suffered such a great calamity. Boom! However, people did not expect that in the face of an incoming quasi-emperor, the human emperor was simply fearless and directly met him. Clang! The sound of the tripod roared and swept out endless waves of laws, overturning the starry sky and making it seem as if the heavens and earth were about to turn upside down. It impacted with that god-demon finger, directly shocking it into pieces, and the endless laws between the god-demon fingers even shattered in an instant, without even a hint of suspense. That quasi-emperor's majestic and supreme face was actually showing a different color at this moment. How in the world can there be such a character as you? Taishan Forbidden Area. News blocked. The prospective emperor in front of me, sleeping for an unknown period of time before waking up. Naturally impossible to have heard of the news about the human emperor. Thus, he was surprised and felt that he shouldn't be facing a sane king, which caused his heart to shake wildly, and a wisp of feeling that he had never felt before appeared in his heart. Below, people's hearts sank completely. The Great War broke out, although that paragon emperor didn't take any advantage in the first fight between the two. However, this was definitely not good news for people. The cauldron of the human emperor contained strange effects in the 9 states, and the human emperor's might in the 9 states increased to a terrifying degree. Being able to battle a paragon emperor was naturally expected. What people are worried about is the life and death struggle, because there is no way to anticipate the end. Moreover, there were still 4 quasi-emperors behind the other party. Would the human emperor be attacked by 5 quasi-emperors when he held the human emperor cauldron? A divine weapon? If that is the case, it will undoubtedly be a nightmare. How could this be? The human emperor is so easily invincible in the world. No one dares to offend him. Why would such a character appear? It's not easy to come to such a point. How could one attract such a great enemy? Does the heavens really want to take the human emperor in? In the 9 states Dao region, there was great sorrow everywhere. Boom! As for the outside world, naturally, they also felt the shocking volatility of that Imperial battle. It's the direction of Kyushu. People were able to anticipate that it was bound to be the human emperor going to war with a Taishan quasi-emperor. This was nothing to the people of this universe, but to the remaining 4 paragon emperors, it was incomparably rare. This universe is truly full of miracles amongst this universe. To have such a person born? Was the emergence of the tripod of the 9 states also because of him? A saint king being able to battle a quasi-emperor. This is a scenery that has not been seen since the beginning of the ages. Sleeping for tens of thousands of years, the sea turns into a mulberry field. Several quasi-emperors sighed softly, their eyes filled with strange colors. The divine soldier is launched. The anomaly is born. The Taishan emperor's tomb turns into an immortal gate. Murphy, a quasi-emperor, stood under the starry sky of a Dao domain and whispered, but unlike the others, he seemed to have thought of something, and there was actually a stunned color flowing out of his eyes. Boom! A great battle broke out, and without needing to say anything, the two went straight for it. One will fill himself with the blood of the living beings of the 9 states and seize the cauldron of the human emperor. One will shelter the people of this world. There is simply no need to say more. The positions are different and destined for a big battle. Emperor Qi covered the sky. The Emperor Dao rolled out, and the level of the great battle reached an unimaginable level. One was an exalted ancient emperor, and one was a contemporary saint king. This was not just a battle of positions. It was more comparable to a duel between the ancient and the modern, and it was of extraordinary significance, touching everyone's hearts. Chapter 169, Imperial Battle. Luckily, the remaining 4 paragon emperors did not make any moves, continuously plundering the lives of the living beings in the various domains, while, at the same time, coldly watching this scene. That was, after all, an Empyrean, dealing with a saint king without help. It would definitely be a big insult to go forward. Boom! The two of them met the attack and fought all the way up to the sky, striking through the endless starry sky and destroying an unknown number of stars. The starry sky eventually darkened. Nothing served to survive, and only the greatness of the Tao raged on. It had completely transformed into an ocean of Tao, with terrifying laws raging, a pool of thunder, not to mention stepping into it. Even if one's divine sense probed into it, one would be torn apart alive. It could be said that a great battle at such a level had reached the point where no one could see it, and there was almost no one else in the current world who possessed that kind of qualification except for a few quasi-emperors. Boom! The heavenly emperor's fist roared, fist seal shaking the heavens as Qin Yun's attack power arrived at the extreme once the Do Sheng Dharma was opened. However, that paragon emperor did not retreat at all, much less avoid it, but chose to fight it head-on. This is where the majesty of a would-be Taoist lies, and it is impossible to step back in the slightest. And to such a point, who will be much worse than who? The prospective emperor in front of me, but also the secret techniques are infinite. The ancient secret techniques out. The sky is filled with the ancient Tao. The winds and clouds are changing. The sky and the earth are changing colors. This great battle was too terrifying. The might shaking the world, easily capable of destroying a Tao domain. This is the true meaning of the Emperor War. Although it is not considered to be the entire universe in the long ancient history, the highest level of a duel. But it is absolutely almost the same. Within the various immortal Taoist systems, there were all quasi-emperor level figures reviving from their seclusion at this moment. It wasn't to target those 4 fierce emperors, but rather to watch this great battle. At such a level, a great battle like this would be of great benefit to every paragon emperor, an unmissable opportunity that could not be missed. Boom! The fierce battle intensified. Qin Yun's heavenly emperor fist was domineering and incomparable. Even though the quasi-emperor's bottom was infinite, there were few such offensive techniques. Moreover, Qin Yun was augmented by the human emperor cauldron, and his attack arrived at an appalling level. His eyes bloomed with cold electricity, cold and merciless. His white clothes flew and his black hair danced wildly as he continuously struck out with the void. His terrifying attacks were as fierce as rain, destroying everything every time. That quasi-emperor was similarly like that, with all sorts of secret techniques constantly on display and all sorts of Tao patterns flying about in a peculiarly ornamental manner. Though it barely looked like the two were fighting to a draw, but only that paramount emperor knew that the more he fought, the more his heart was shocked. The person in front of him was too stunning, subverting his concept of cultivation. A demon, but also a freak, unheard of for ages, not even present in ancient history. The terrifying power of the attack, even though he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he was somewhat overwhelmed, and even gradually he understood that he had lost the wind, and was gradually suppressed by this saint king in front of him. O Lord of the universe of the past, and now that he has come forth after sleeping for tens of thousands of years, everything is different. To actually be suppressed by a saint king, what kind of suffocation was this? Boom! This fierce emperor was on fire, fighting to the point of madness, his hair full of hair flying, and even contained an ominous flavor all over his body. It was something indefinable, like a power or some kind of seal. Kill. This had undoubtedly become a life and death fight. as it was destined to be difficult to distinguish between the high and the low without betting on life and death. The bombardment continued. The universe roared loudly, and the 10,000 paths were shaking violently. Both sides completely killed to the madness. The Tao and the Tao constantly collided with each other, and the outbursts were also overwhelming means, and there would simply be no more trial and error, because they both knew full well how powerful the other party was. The moment they struck, they were all sorts of forbidden techniques. Ahem! Qin Yun coughed up blood, his body shook, and a brilliant blood flower rushed out from his chest, shocking to the eyes. Ah! The quasi-emperor howled miserably, and the same emperor's blood spilled. The blood was not red, but purple, a pale purple, yet it contained a terrifying order and rules, spilling in a series of spills, cracking a large portion of the dome of the sky. It eventually landed on a large planet, and that supreme planet exploded on the spot. Everyone was stunned. The emperor was supreme. The quasi-emperor already possessed that kind of demeanor. His blood was purple. This was comparable to divine blood. Two people constantly exchanged hands. Is the exchange of blood and blood? There is no who wins or loses a word. The war to such a point, want to hit each other seriously, they will also pay a heavy price. The same realm in the past were not my enemy, and the promotion of a quasi-emperor will likewise be crushed by me. Boy, what are you? However, the paramount emperor did not feel hearty, and only felt endless shame. He didn't even fight with his great enemies of his former contemporaries like this, and was able to become an emperor, and was even able to end up being buried in Taishan Mountain, leaving behind a corpse and bones that were not replaced, which was enough to prove that he was amazing. But now, he was fighting with the same king to such an extent that imperial blood was flying and the emperor's body was traumatized, which hadn't happened for many years. Qin Yun didn't pay any attention to the other party, but just kept striking out and performing great suppression, while his divine thoughts kept checking the four directions to prevent the remaining four paragon emperors from sneaking up on him, because the relationship between these people was unknown. If the 5 paragon emperors were to suppress him together, this would be a great calamity for the 9 states. Boom! It was dark, like the sun and moon had fallen. The emperor's light shone brightly and became everything in this universe for eternity. Time was passing, but the battle didn't stop at all, and gradually, both of them were no longer human. The quasi-emperor was nearly killed, and only a head remained, but it was emitting light in the extreme, hard to suppress, like a Tao weapon, flickering with an overwhelmingly sharp edge, and Qin Yun was transformed into a puddle of bloody mud, the Tao bones of the battle flying out horizontally. Wow! In the end, once the secret of the word of the people was displayed, Qin Yun was restored as before. That paragon, on the other hand, opened his mouth and swallowed, and in an instant, a distant galaxy withered away in the direction of a Tao domain. There was a moment of solemnity, and all the living beings were gone, swallowed in one gulp by the paramount emperor. Everyone was appalled. The quasi-emperor level characters were indeed powerful to a degree that was incomprehensible to people. A mouthful of inhalation. Billions of blood essence came. The essence of heaven and earth surged, and in this way, they filled themselves. How can such a person be killed? The word secret of the one? Just how many other 9 secret mysteries are you harboring? The quasi-emperor who had recovered as before did not charge again, but instead stood fixedly in the broken starry sky, his eyes flashing with boundless astonishment. The number of times Qin Yun had displayed the 9 secrets in battle was not small, and at first, he had thought that it was not the 9 secrets, but that a secret art comparable to the 9 secrets had been created in a later generation. Because the 9 secrets are too rare, heaven and earth are not allowed. In the past years, there was a man who became a Taoist in his clan after searching for half a lifetime. Premonition that the 9 secrets could not come out of the world again. He was convinced of this beyond belief because of his respect for the one who had become the way. But now, the prophecy of that pathbreaker was broken, and the 9 secrets not only came out, but also, an extremely rare scene occurred. Several secret arts, all of which had actually converged on a single person's body. No wonder you possess such battle power. The 9 mysteries added to your body is truly heaven-defying. This quasi-emperor had actually developed a desire to retreat at this moment, finding a reason for himself to be at peace with himself. He didn't have the kind of heaven-defying secret techniques like the 9 secrets, and even if he was heavily injured to the point of extreme recovery, there weren't many means like that, and the word secret of the person added to the body. Nearly immortal. Such a person, extremely difficult to deal with which the simmering battle is never a good choice. And the person in front of him had infinite means, a lot of which he had not even seen, making him secretly suffer a lot of losses. He did not know exactly how many more cards this person had, making him bottomless, giving birth to a bad premonition, and not wanting to fight anymore. Chapter 170, Slaughtering the Emperor. Even though I can't kill you nowadays, it's difficult for you to decapitate me. We'll fight again in another day. And when I make a comeback and the Emperor's road opens, I will take your life first." The Paramount Emperor opened his mouth, and despite his unwillingness to fight again, he didn't retreat, turning into a wisp of recluse light to go far away, and gave a cruel word before leaving. Qin Yun stood alone on the starry sky, his hair flying, knowing that he had become a thorn in the side of this Paramount Emperor. He would be retaliated against in the future, and his woes would be boundless. Immediately, he cast the linear character secret to chase after him, no longer holding back. The 7 secrets are fully exhibited. This was the first time that the pro-word secret had been revealed in the world, and the heavens and earth shook violently, with thunder dragons engulfing the starry sky as if it had been transformed into a sea of thunder, and monstrous pressure filled the air. It was overwhelming, pouring into every corner of the universe. Everyone felt it. It seemed like an extremely sublimated aura. The human emperor became more and more powerful, independent in the starry sky like a great emperor, possessing a unique and invincible aura, and an extremely dense and forbidden aura permeated around him. This is, not to mention that quasi-emperor. Even the world's males who understood the human emperor were all dumbstruck at this moment. Another one of the 9 secrets. Pro-word secret. The 9 secrets might move the world, and it was impossible to conceal the 9 secrets breath from all beings once the obscure breath was displayed, because the 9 secrets breath was too unique. Everyone froze. After the 6 secrets, the human emperor displayed another secret. The 7 secrets in one. This is definitely news that will shake the world. Ah! The 7 secret arts of the 9 secrets. Now all of them were displayed in the heavens and earth, and the invincible light shone 10,000 times, reflecting in every corner of the universe. The 9 secrets are really going to reappear. The human emperor has displayed another 7 secret arts in one, and to what terrifying degree will his battle power increase? Everyone's heart trembled. As long as a cultivator saw this scene, no one was creeped out at this moment. The human emperor was extremely demonic, and was really able to keep revealing the secret techniques of the 9 secrets, and people knew that perhaps the 9 secrets were united, and were really going to reappear in the world someday. When he was in the sage realm, he was able to behead great saints with the 6 secrets, but now with the 7 secret arts, will he be able to behead emperors against the heavens? At this moment, everyone had such a premonition. Ming Xiao, perhaps the quasi-emperor was no longer an invincible existence. The human emperor was too bewitching, and at the time of the 6 secret arts, without relying on the human emperor cauldron, he was able to defeat a supreme saint with just his saintly stance. With the addition of the 7 secret arts, it was definitely expected to decimate a paragon emperor. Boom! The earth and sky shook. Like a flood god ancestor broke free from the seal and came out. The might shocked the earth and sky. Seems to be able to roar through the mountains and rivers, easily shaking the sun and moon. The forbidden aura filled every space. In the distance, that paragon emperor's expression changed greatly. Great emperor! It was amazing that 2 such words were exhaled from his mouth. It wasn't that he thought Qin Yun had certified as a great emperor, but rather, he felt a great emperor's sense of oppression on Qin Yun's body. In the past, he had felt it in front of that ancestor of his, when he was still weak, and now, he had already accomplished a quasi-emperor. But this feeling of oppression had not diminished at all by the slightest bit, causing his soul to tremble. It wasn't a strength that made it so, but a sense of oppression, an invincible aura that made people want to kneel down. The 7 secrets in one. The Paramount Emperor stared with a face that had never been more grave before, and then he turned around and retreated, which could be said to be incomparably decisive. This is the first time in a million years. It was the first time a Paragon Emperor, facing an enemy weaker than himself, had retreated so decisively. More so, for the first time in this Paragon's life, such a decisive departure had never been seen before. Once upon a time, it was his enemies who faced him like this, but now, someone had become his nightmare, and was going to sprinkle shadows on his mind. The Paramount Emperor knew that the person in front of him was by no means someone he could defeat. This was a premonition, a hint given by heaven and earth after the Paramount Emperor's comprehension of the Tao had reached a certain realm. Boom! However, even though the Quasi-Emperor's speed was unrivaled, how could he be faster than the line character secret? Qin Yun traveled, taking a single step, the mountains, rivers, and earth frantically retrogressing under his feet, a step of 1,000 years. As if he had traveled through space and time, fixing time. With a single step out, he appeared directly in front of that Paragon Emperor, without a trace of fireworks, a supreme secret art, full of natural flavor. The forbidden aura enveloped every space and blocked off every piece of heaven and earth. The Quasi-Emperor was horrified, and for the first time in 10,000 ancient years, he felt fear, because at this moment, he really clearly felt that threat of death. His intuition told him that the person in front of him would definitely be able to kill him. A powerful and great enemy that he had never encountered in his life. Pop. Qin Yun did not say anything more as the full display of the 7 secrets raised his strength to a terrifying degree. It was a direct slap to the head. The divine devil palm is like a 5-fingered mountain. Just like that, without a trace of smoke and fire gas cover down. It is simply impossible to avoid. Taboo shrouded every place. The only thing to do is to harden with it. Ah! The paramount emperor shouted, exploding all of his own power this moment, hardening that large palm and fighting against it. Imperial might filled the air, and the laws of the Imperial Tao looked like a galaxy pouring down, flooding this heaven and earth at this moment. Snap! Up and down the quasi-emperor's imperial body, crisp sounds continued to emanate, which were imperial bones bursting into pieces. Emperor bone. What a powerful divine object. Ah! That is comparable to the existence of Taoist soldiers, can be said to be incomparably strong, but at this moment it is like paper mache, just like that, crackling all over the body. Everyone was stunned. The human emperor of the 7 secrets of unity was indeed even more powerful, to a degree that exceeded common sense. Such a palm that crushed the quasi-emperor like this. What kind of overwhelming greatness was this? Is it really necessary to reverse fall a paragon emperor? As the living beings of the various domains looked at this scene, all of them had surging hearts, foreseeing that a great event that would stir the world and the entire history of cultivation was about to happen. Ah! Quasi-emperor miserable howl. Not only the emperor bone is breaking, at this moment is even more no human-like, emperor body like a cracked porcelain bottle, cracks countless, purple blood dripping out, shocking to the eyes. Help me. In the end, the quasi-emperor could hardly hold on bitterly and put down the dignity of a would-be Taoist, sending out a loud shout into the distant sky, the sound having a terrifying penetrating power that could be clearly felt at the edge of the universe. The remaining few paragon emperors did look towards this place, giving birth to the intention to strike. However, everything was too fast, and Qin Yun did not leave a trace of mercy at all. The strength of the large hand increased steeply, and it slapped down at once. Boom! The earth trembled violently, a mountain range directly became ruins, dust and smoke rolled out, and everyone felt the impact that was going to send everything on this great land flying sideways. The moment the large palm fell, people saw the emperor's blood seemingly splattered, and at this moment, couldn't believe what was happening there. The large palm slowly lifted up, where there was a huge palm print, neat and unparalleled, and in the very center of the palm was a puddle of bloody mud, which could even become a bit of plasma, because even the bone crumbs were hard to spot anymore. One could only barely make out that the bloody mud was roughly in a kind of human shape. The life of that paragon emperor was ultimately fixed there. Chapter 171, Fixing Heaven in Calming Chaos. At this moment, the universe is silent. No one can say the words to go. The quasi-emperor had really been felled against his will, slapped into bloody mud with a palm. Even though he had long had such a premonition, this scene happened, still giving people's minds a strong shock. Boom! The universe roared, and from the depths of chaos' farthest edges came an endless wail, followed by rain spilling down, pouring down without warning. Only the rain was a dismal blood-red color, as if the heavens were weeping blood. Quasi-emperor, this is the fruit of the Tao that is recognized by heaven and earth, and it is not easy for those who are able to reach this point. Once the favorite of heaven and earth, with an invincible aura that lasted through an entire era, only when such a man of distinction fell would the gods weep in sorrow. Blood-red rain, sprinkling every piece of heaven and earth. People quietly bathed in the rain of blood, many standing still unresponsive. It was not until much later that the clamor surged in all directions, and then with incomparable speed, the news spread everywhere. The human emperor has slaughtered the emperor. Against the heavens, he had decapitated a paragon emperor. A sensation everywhere, at a very frightening speed, sparking boisterousness all over the place. This was definitely an inspiring news, chopping off the paragon against the heavens. But all living beings, hearing about this news, all had their hearts pounding. Throughout the ages, no one had been able to buck the emperors, and the emperor's strength shocked the world, tainting a word emperor. In people's minds, they were equivalent to gods. Such a person, in addition to facing the existence of the same realm, will not be defeated at all. This is the iron law. So for all time, since the moment the universe opened up and the world was born, the law of this universe is so. But now, the human emperor had actually done it, leaving many people in disbelief. What kind of strength is that? Everyone was stunned. Emperor slaughter. Such 2 words were too shocking. People knew that a supreme human master had been born. The human emperor had stood on a higher position than the quasi-emperor. In the current world, who else is qualified to be able to defeat him? Everyone was silent, and it was hard to say the words to go. Throughout the ages, there was simply no one whose speed could be so fast, and even less, who had chopped off an emperor with just the body of a sane king. the human emperor, completely becoming that small rub of the top in the heavens and earth. Boom! In all directions, there were terrifying gazes looking towards this place, directly piercing through the heavens and earth, cracking open the laws and order. Undoubtedly for the remaining 4 paragon emperors, the death of an ally made them feel a great threat. Human emperor, we remember your name. We are comparable to him in general. We will not be enemies with you because of him. You and protect your 9 states. We will not mess with you. The 4 quasi-emperors, instead of striking out at the human emperor, instead uttered such words. The opening of the Emperor Road was imminent, and they needed time to fill their lifespans, not wanting to fight with the human emperor and going both ways. That might quickly faded and disappeared into the sky of Kyushu. In the starry sky, Qin Yun stood independently, standing in the sky of the Kyushu, like a god, sheltering the land. In the distant sky, the bloodlight was vast, everywhere was blood-colored. There was more than just killing, and it was unknown how many living beings had died. Quasi-emperor level figures, once they struck, it was the sinking of a Dao domain, and few Dao lineages were able to survive their tactics. Human emperor, I implore you to come to our rescue. Bow down to the human emperor. And during the same time, echoes resounded from all sides, for the top male masters of the various domains, calling out for help from Qin Yun. The fact that the human emperor had chopped off a paragon emperor gave the world hope, wanting the human emperor to step in and save them from the fire. All beings were weeping in sorrow. This was a catastrophe. For paragon emperors, with a shocking killing power, causing beings everywhere to feel endless despair. This is definitely for gods. How to resist? Human emperor. The earth bled and drifted. The starry sky was sorrowful. The corpses and bones became mountains, and one Dao domain after another fell silent, withered in an instant, and became a dead domain in an instant. The killing intent was limitless, rippling through every land, and countless people were chanting, urging secret techniques with their blood, pleading for the human emperor to step in. Hey! In the end, Qin Yun sighed long and hard as he could hardly manage to look on coldly after all. All along, he had considered himself a minor cultivator, a man who never thought for himself. However, when he heard the mournful cries of the living beings, he became shaken, and the will in his heart was raging. I am the human emperor. I shall shelter the world. Qin Yun opened his mouth and took a step out, his voice resounding through the universes in all directions, very calmly, yet clearly resounding in everyone's ears. When such a sentence is delivered, people are close to tears and have the urge to cry out. Human emperor, never thought such 2 words would be so deafening. Not only was it the mortal emperor, but it was also the emperor of the human race, and even the humane realm, the emperor of the world's living beings. What is a human emperor? This is a human emperor. Boom! Qin Yun traveled with extraordinary elegance, white clothes and black hair flying. A golden avenue paved the sky and surged forward, running through the starry sky. The golden light was incomparably bright, and it seemed to have become an eternity in the universe, being forever fixed in people's hearts. Human emperor. Many people were speechless with excitement at the sight of that figure. The human emperor actually did make a move. The greatest gaijin of all time came out of nowhere at a time when people were at their most desperate. No one had ever thought that at the darkest time in the world, it would be this young man who would step in and give people a glimmer of hope in the midst of despair. Human emperor, greetings, human emperor. Many people shed tears. It was not a kind of pressure, but an emotion that made it happen. When seeing that figure appear in the dark universe, no one could say what kind of emotion it was. On the earth, many holy lords and imperial lords of holy lands and imperial dynasties were shouting, without the majestic demeanor of the past, hissing and agitated to no end. One could not wait to rush up to the heavens and immediately go to an audience with the human emperor in order to express the most sincere reverence within one's heart. In this darkest era, praying to the heavens is useless, kowtowing to the earth no door, call the gods and devils of the heavens are all no sound. The Emperor Road is opening. The various parties in the heavens quasi-empire are not willing to go out to wear themselves out, to go all out to rush the pass, cold-eyed spectators to see the world of a killing. All parties were defending themselves, coldly watching the world bleed to death, and only the human emperor appeared. How can one not be thrilled by the white clothes, the momentary splendor, and the absolute gallantry? Many people were in tears, shouting, venting their inner suppression, hoping that the human emperor would be able to fix the sky and calm the chaos, and return peace to the world. Many people have a guilty conscience at the moment. The human emperor had been extremely powerful in his life, and was famous in his 20s, with too many secrets in his body, causing many people to be afraid. Many kings among them had struck out against him, joining forces with other kings to victimize the emperor on several occasions. Even if the human emperor was extremely strong and surveyed the difficult passages and became the human emperor step by step, There were not many cultivators in the world who were willing to recognize the identity of the human emperor. Calling him a mortal emperor is not worthy of being a human emperor, and of these voices, they, the holy lords and imperial lords, were the most vocal. This is shameful. In the past, I couldn't wait to chop off the human emperor with my own hands, but now that the catastrophe is coming, all the gods and devils in the heavens are all looking on with cold eyes, and the only one who has stepped in is the human emperor, regardless of the past suspicion, who wants to save them from the fire and water. How can this make people have the face-to-face and go to the audience? Chapter 172, I am the human emperor. Human emperor. In the 9 states Dao region, the cry similarly shook the void. Looking at the figure traveling in the golden light far away, everyone's faces changed in unison, and many strong people rushed up into the void. A great cry was made, imploring the emperor of men to stop. When the human emperor traveled, no one dared to stop him, and all of them fell to their knees in the distant starry sky, pleading for the human emperor to be able to stay, because knowingly, this battle is too dangerous. The human emperor was able to decapitate the paragon emperor. However, it didn't mean that he was able to fight against 4 powerful enemies. Moreover, the human emperor who had left the 9 states, without the Dao domain's chi luck to support him, his strong stance was bound to be greatly reduced. I begged the human emperor not to travel. The people chanted, their emotions overwhelmed with excitement and complexity. They know how hard the human emperor has been walking all the way, and many of the world's great masters have had a hard time integrating the human emperor, striking out at him several times, and only after 9 deaths have they come to this point. People didn't want him to go into danger, much less conquer for them. However, the human emperor's will was unstoppable, and he only smiled blandly at the demon emperor before swiftly moving away and vanishing into thin air. Hey! The demon emperor sighed long and 100 times, but never opened her mouth to say anything. She knew this man's will well and didn't want to be a stumbling block to his advancement. Standing silently in the starry sky, he prayed for the return of the human emperor. Boom! Everywhere, endless gazes fell on the human emperor. Those immortal Daos that had peacefully defended themselves during the great calamity all raised their spirits at this moment, and even the quasi-emperor level figures were looking in this direction. These people naturally didn't want to see the human emperor again. It was too strong and scary, and his future conquest of the emperor road left everyone without a clue. This was a man who was capable of defeating a quasi-emperor in the face of a saint king, and who could stop him in his future battle on the road to empire. People hoped that the human emperor would just fade away, and that it would be best to quell this great calamity, with both sides losing, so that there would be fewer obstacles on the path of the emperor. Boom! The golden light intertwined and eventually shot through on top of a majestic peak. In the midst of this Dao domain, a paragon emperor slowly raised his head at this moment and looked towards Qin Yun. It was a young-looking man with dark hair flying and clear eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a teenager, except that he was filled with a majestic twilight aura, which was very incompatible with his appearance. This person had recovered to a terrifying degree, not knowing how many living beings' blood he had absorbed. Human emperor, why do you need to come? Before you and I, all beings are ants. Is it worth it to come for a bunch of ants? I don't want to fight with you. The Imperial path fight is imminent, and there's likewise no need for you to squander your battle power for the sake of these people. It's not worth the loss. That young quasi-emperor opened his mouth, as ethereal as a god, without sorrow or joy, very calm. You want to protect the living beings here. I would like to give you face and leave here, but I hope you won't stop me again. The paragon emperor opened his mouth and had already given in. Wouldn't let the human emperor walk in vain, would leave behind the lives of the living beings in this domain to give the human emperor a face. To make a great enemy like this, one could imagine how one was scornful of the human emperor, and one could also imagine how the human emperor's status was in the eyes of these people nowadays. I am a human emperor. As it were, Qin Yun opened his mouth, similarly incomparably calm, with little anger or sadness, and even less anger straight away. As he was the human emperor, his duty was to do so. Yes, the paramount emperor didn't say anything else and helplessly shook his head with a smile. And then that piece of emptiness quickly blocked off as thousands of runes flew about. The laws seemed to be in rhythm, and the order of heaven and earth materialized. And then, a great destruction appeared in that heaven and earth, to block the human emperor to burst into pieces. Bang! However, as soon as the secret of the Xing character was displayed, Qin Yun appeared from the turbulent and unbearable heavens and earth without a trace of pyrotechnics, striding with the shattered void space. Boom! The paragon emperor didn't have much emotion as a large hand probed out, while Qin Yun did the same as the Do Sheng Dharma opened up, evolving this divine technique Imperial technique to respond with it. Bang! 2 large palms that intertwined laws and burned with bearish order struck together out of thin air like that, causing a terrifying great destruction, and the starry sky directly shattered, splitting into 2. and people clearly saw that the heaven and earth looked like it was cracking open. It's simply like opening up the heavens and the earth. Human Emperor, you. This time, the young paragon did not have the same calmness as before, as the power of the human emperor's attack was clearly felt. He knew full well that the human emperor's attack power was extremely powerful, as the other party had previously decapitated an existence that rivaled his own, not to mention that there was also the addition of the 9 mysteries, so his attack power naturally couldn't be weak. But at this moment, everything still took him by surprise. The power of such an attack was almost beyond common sense, like a great emperor striking out, and amongst the calmness and lack of splendor, there was a hegemony that was capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. Ahem! In the next moment, a large palm burst into pieces just like that, like a firework blooming with brilliance, collapsing into the void, magnificently incomparable. The young quasi-emperor coughed up blood profusely as his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Brush! Brush! At the same time, 3 powerful breaths appeared, penetrating the heaven and earth, cracking open the starry sky, appearing in the middle of the battlefield that no one could get close to, without causing the slightest ripple. Boom! In the distant sky, the figure of that young quasi-emperor was appearing, having suffered a heavy blow just now, while at this moment, he had already recovered, and it was only able to be seen that his life force had diminished a bit, obviously paid a big price. At this moment face, hidden anger burning. Human Emperor, why do you have to be like this? Let's stop here. We don't want to be enemies with you, but that doesn't mean that we will fear you. We just don't want to break out into a big battle on the eve of the opening of the Emperor's path and squander our hard-won life force. The 4 quasi-emperors appeared and confronted the human emperor, but they still didn't dare to make a direct move. It was evident that the status and influence of the human emperor today, the attitude was still demanding and peaceful. And even that young paragon emperor who had encountered the human emperor's slap was holding down his anger at the moment and not seething, because really don't want to be enemies with the human emperor, knowing full well that even if they decapitated him, the 4 would pay a huge price. I am the Emperor of Man. Qin Yun opened his mouth with only these 4 words. His voice was calm, yet it possessed a terrifying and invincible hegemony, a potential dominance and invincibility, filled with a breakable conviction that shook people and made their hearts surge. The phrase I am the Emperor of Man is enough. This was the sublimation of the mind, and even more so the sublimation of the Tao. The human emperor, never the master of a particular being, but the supreme being who represented the realm of humanity. Human emperor, you are indeed honorable, but is it really worth it for these living beings? That paragon emperor didn't say anything more, and it was his last words, tinged with some doubt. Being evaluated like this by a great enemy, the human emperor's personality could be imagined. The moment. Many were too guilty to go straight to the figure and lowered their heads. In the past, they had racked their brains in order to behead the human emperor, even going so far as to use some underhanded means, but now that the world was in crisis, who was guarding them in their most desperate moments? Qin Yun remained calm and independent in the starry sky as he raised his hand and summoned the human emperor cauldron, stepping on the tripod. Come and fight. There was only such a voice from the human emperor's mouth. There wasn't much to say. Come to war. 2 short words, enough to prove that the human emperor's determination at this moment. There is no need to say more. A battle is. Chapter 173, Invincible. Fine. Since you insist on it, we can only be forced to absorb your life energy. The 4 paragon emperors were not giving in at this moment. The human emperor's beliefs were too heavy, and the 4 of them knew full well that they could not avoid a battle even with the greatest of concessions. This caused the hearts of the 4 men to completely sink, intending to engage in a great fight, turning their gaze on the human emperor's chi and blood, all of them exuding a ferocious light. Such a statement silenced everyone. Knowing that these 4 people had set their sights on the human emperor's life energy, the human emperor had touched their bottom line, and it was utterly impossible for them to give in anymore. Just a saint king, do you really think we don't dare make a move on you? Words like these are more than enough to get the heart in your throat. Makes one have to wake up at the moment and see a fact like that. The human emperor was only a saint king after all. After leaving the 9 states Dao region, his strength was greatly reduced, and after decapitating a paragon, how many % of his strength would remain? Although, the human emperor extremely strong, but, after all, his opponent is a quasi-imperial ancient face such a big enemy, almost no complete defeat to say, all are 2 losses. Although, the battle that preceded it ended quickly enough, no one knew how much of the human emperor's strength could still be utilized at this moment. He's not in his heyday, after all. And, people had also heard that although the 9 secrets were powerful, they could not be utilized for long periods of time. And now that he was facing 4 more paragon emperors, how much of a chance of victory could he still have? Human emperor. At this moment, Even many people on this great land became silent, lowering their heads, not knowing what to say. Boom! However, the Great War still broke out. The human emperor didn't hesitate at all and directly struck out. And with a display of the secret of the line character, his speed was unparalleled, and he could be said to have transformed into a wisp of recluse light. It disappeared from view in an instant. It was an appallingly godlike speed, beyond the pale. With one step, he killed directly into the crowd, an endless order of laws rising around him, an indiscriminate attack that blasted at everyone. This was the human emperor, invincible, treating the supreme figures as grass. Even the four soon-to-be Tao formers were not in his eyes, and he directly killed them, possessing a kind of invincible and domineering divine splendor. It was an unforgettable sight to behold. Dark turmoil is coming and the world is in despair. The disaster was so terrible that it gave birth to endless bewilderment, and there was not a single ray of light to speak of, and there was no sound in calling out the gods and devils of the heavens, and all of them were afraid because of their scruples, and no one dared to make a move. The heavens and earth were in a catastrophe. A Tao domain was withering away, and from ancient times to the present, there had never been such a large casualty, touching everyone's heart and threatening everyone's life and death. At such a time, only the human emperor stepped in. One person alone against four paragon emperors was invincible, displaying infinite means with the starry sky without the slightest bit of fear at all. It made everyone's heart pound and burned the scene into their hearts forever. Unforgettable for people even after how many years had passed. Even after 10,000 ancient years, people would remember, and the world would pass down this battle. The heroic appearance of the human emperor, Qin Yun, truly worthy of the word human emperor. A lot of people are lamenting. Below, all the domains were chanting and hissing, itching to rush up to the sky to worship the human emperor and do their part to him. The heavens and earth were vast, and endless thoughts were raging, rushing into the human emperor's body. Only, everything was very small, and it was difficult to help the human emperor with anything. Dang! The cauldron of the human emperor trembled violently, confronting the four ferocious weapons and striking out dazzling flames, and the sound of golden gobbles clashing was unceasing and deafening, capable of shattering the void with each resounding sound. This was truly an imperial battle, with might sweeping across the world, sweeping over every inch of land. Everyone felt that appalling aura, the fluctuations spilling out one by one, leaving behind indelible traces of the ages. The heavens and earth were shaking, and the entire universe was in turmoil. The emperor battle, there were only a handful of times that it had appeared in the ancient times, and from ancient times to the present day, there had not been any time that one person was alone against multiple would-be Taoists. This was the first time in ancient times that the safety and security of living beings everywhere was at stake, and it touched everyone's hearts. Boom! Qin Yun struck out in an unrivaled direction, using the human emperor cauldron to stabilize the starry sky and ensure that the might of those few ferocious weapons would not fluctuate down. Those were four absolutely ferocious weapons. It was a famous Tao weapon in the history of the Qing dynasty, possessing a ferocious reputation, having conquered and dominated an era, and the legend of each weapon, sealed into a book, was as thick as a small mountain. Wow! With a display of the Ro character mystery, Qin Yun's figure directly disappeared, before appearing, directly propped above the head of a paragon emperor. This person was the weakest, having endured a slap from Qin Yun earlier. Although he had recovered, his vitality was not as strong as before. Seeing Qin Yun appear out of thin air at this moment, his soul was scared out of his wits. This was not only because he had once experienced the attacking power of the human emperor and feared his attacks, but also because he was afraid of the 9 secrets. The 9 mysteries, which had not appeared even once in ancient times, had always been mysterious and very powerful, and were known to the world as the legendary mysteries of the 9 realms, which had not been disputed for 10,000 years. In many eras, people thought that the 9 secrets did not exist at all, because they were too heaven-defying, and each of them was beyond common sense. Not like a human being could create them. However, on this day, people saw the 9 mysteries redisplayed in Qin Yun's body, and it was still a series of several secret techniques that reappeared. This made every single person's heart bottomless. Even though they were strong enough, they still felt fear in the face of the 7 secret arts united. That young paragon emperor didn't even put up a fight and directly turned around and retreated. It could be said that he was incomparably dry. A ray of purple light rushed into the sky, and the young paragon emperor withdrew 1,000 feet away in a flash. This is a terrifying speed. Such a speed, it can be said that there is no one in the world can be compared to it. However, Qin Yun's speed was even faster. Once the secret of the Ro character was displayed, even the divine speed of a quasi-emperor was completely insufficient, and he killed him in front of his eyes in a matter of moments. The young quasi-emperor, his eyes covered in shock, fought to strike, but the ending won't be a surprise at all. Qin Yun's attack power was unrivaled in the world, and once he was targeted, It was tantamount to a doomed end. The young quasi-emperor, who wanted to make a move, realized that he seemed to be pinned in the void, like a picture scroll, unable to even move a bit. Boundless killing intent poured out and rushed into his torso. That young paragon emperor was reduced to pieces just like that. Everyone was stunned by this scene. A quasi-emperor, how strong, tainted with the word emperor. It could be said that such a character, for the absolute lord of the universe, had, and did, dominate an era. In the era when emperors did not come out of the world, a quasi-emperor was the existence of the ceiling of the world. And now, even though the emperor's path had opened up and quasi-imperial figures continued to come out of nowhere, such a person was still not a cabbage. There are only a few in the entire world to count, but it just became a cloud of smoke. So lightly, everyone was all frozen, very stunned. Even the remaining 3 paragon emperors, strong as they were, they understood most of all how terrifying each other really were, and it could be said that it was almost impossible for such a person to be finished off, much less end up in such a dramatic manner, cultivated nearly 10,000 years, but so lightly become the dust of history. What an irony this is. How frightening was the attack power of the person in front of him. Chapter 174, Supreme Style. The 3 quasi-emperors, all of them were stunned. The person in front of him was so terrifying. The Saint King realm was just that, yet he was powerful beyond reason. Strong as they were, they could not withstand a single blow from this person. What kind of terrifying attack power was this? A sense of creepiness arose from their hearts. Throughout the ages, this was an emotion that had rarely existed, and in a certain era, it was an emotion that could only be born when facing a great emperor, but now it had arisen when facing a Saint King. It gave everyone a bad feeling. The 3 looked at each other. Across the room, without any conversation at all, they turned around and retreated directly, disappearing in 3 directions, incredibly decisive and dry. Intuition tells them that the person in front of them is powerful and invincible. Strong as they are entangled with it, there is only to drink hate and end. This scene shocked the world, as it was almost impossible to appear, causing the heart to surge. Quasi-imperial figures, how strong and domineering, not to mention a few people joining hands, but now they are fleeing in a hurry. Each one of them was a former overlord of the universe. The mighty pressure of the heavens and the earth. And they fled in such a sorry state. White clothes win the snow. Oppressive heaven and earth big roar. Forced the 3 quasi-emperors to flee and scatter. This is what kind of invincible style. The human emperor has truly reached an extremely terrifying level. He's only a Saint King on the side. No one could predict the future potential of the human emperor. The expressive power of the Saint King realm had already reached such a level that one couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if one day he attained great sage and quasi-emperor. Is it hard to really go calling the shots with the great emperor? Boom! The void shook greatly, and the 3 quasi-emperors faded away in an instant, causing that great void to shatter directly. Chaotic chi poured in, strong winds raged, and it could be said that not many people dared to step into that broken void. The linear character mystery was peerless and could ignore everything. But facing the 3 quasi-emperors, it was somewhat powerless at the moment. Those were 3 emperors after all. Their speed was comparable to the speed of the gods of the world, and it was almost impossible to cut down all 3 of them at the same time. But Qin Yun, however, did not even move, standing independently in the shattered void, coldly watching and allowing the 3 paragon emperors to leave. Boom! However, the scene that caused the 3 paragon emperors to despair still happened. The void in the distance roared, unexpectedly lighting up with layers of formation patterns that were incomparably terrifying, obscure to the extreme, forbidden patterns that covered every layer of space. This was an extremely terrifying formation pattern, a hint of breath that contained the flavor of nature. Everything was that close to the way. Formation word secret. The 3 quasi-emperors, all of them were dazed. The only thing that could turn heaven and earth into a formation in a silent manner was that legendary secret art that could do so. A single thought moved, and heaven and earth became a formation. This was an extremely forbidden divine art that was incomparably terrifying. The 3 quasi-emperors, with their constant insights, were naturally able to recognize such a tactic. At the same time, the hearts of the 3 men sank almost completely, because once the formation character secret was opened, it was almost impossible to escape, difficult to the extreme. And what was faced was not just a formation, but an endless number of formations. Even if you are powerful and able to break through the big formation, the other party can instantly lay down the formation with just a thought. How else can you go and escape? Human Emperor, are you really not afraid of me waiting for you to die? The 3 did not choose to entangle themselves with the array pattern in the void, but returned the same way they came, returning to that starry sky to confront the human emperor. The demeanor of each of the 3 was unkind and could be described as extremely angry. 3 quasi-emperors united. It could be said that it was simply impossible to stray into this situation, unable to even escape. The human emperor's intentions were so great that he used the formation character secret, clearly not wanting to let any of them leave, which was desperate and even more irritating. Ignoring 3 paragon emperors, what kind of defiance is this? No one has ever had a good ending in the ancient times if they dared to underestimate an emperor. Are you sure you want to go on without a single death? A paragon emperor opened his mouth, his threatening intent obvious. The 3 quasi-emperors, with their combined might, were capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth, pushing everything in the world horizontally, but at this moment, they didn't have that kind of unbridled conviction, and there was more of a bitterness and helplessness. Boom! However, Qin Yun did not respond, always remaining very indifferent and calm. With a roar, the immortal radiance above his body looked like it had exploded, and with a display of the secret of the leech character, the 3 human emperors reappeared. The 3 human emperors, standing side by side, looking disdainfully at the 3 great enemies in front of them, were all incomparably calm, and without a word, they decisively struck out and directly pounced on them. The 3 paragon emperors were completely helpless. Unexpectedly, the human emperor was so decisive, without even a hint of hesitation, which clearly did not place the 3 of them in their eyes at all. A complete contempt. This attitude is both heart-wrenching and infuriating. Oh paramount emperor, when did he ever encounter such blasphemy? Chop him up. The 3 quasi-emperors, to be able to come this far, it could be said that none of them were soft stubs. Knowing that the human emperor had a murderous intent towards them, they no longer held back, all of them doing their best to fight against it, to decapitate the human emperor and fight tooth and nail to the death with him. Boom! A shocking battle erupted as the 3 quasi-emperors, each met the 3 human emperors. The aura of the battling successful Dharma permeated the air, the will to attack was astounding, and millions of strands of law and order raged across the sky. Everyone was stunned by that kind of power. 3 human emperors, 3 kinds of fighting over the law, that kind of breath, that kind of fluctuation. Almost want to make this side of the sky and earth inverted. Seems to be able to destroy the world, able to reshape the universe in general. Brush. Once the 7 secrets were opened, Qin Yun's aura could not be concealed at all. Using the human emperor cauldron to fix that void and suppress the strength of the 3 quasi-emperors, he then continuously struck out, using the lineage mysteries and formation mysteries to continuously work together, adjusting his speed to the extreme. It could be said that he had nearly incarnated as a god, and in the midst of this heaven and earth, he had completely become an invincible existence. Even though the attacks at the level of a quasi-emperor were terrifying, it was difficult to injure the human emperor's fundamentals, and the secret of the word was unparalleled, so it was difficult to kill the human emperor at all, and the human emperor would be reshaped after each terrifying attack. The 3 human emperors are undefeated. Boom! Imperial blood filled the void, and the heavens and earth completely boiled. Millions of strands of immortal radiance gushed out from the emperor's blood, illuminating the world as everyone was stunned by the scene. In that universe, the immortal mansions shone brightly, and one after another quasi-emperor, one after another, successively blew up in that universe, fading away in the light, gradually withering away in the midst of the extreme radiance. The human emperor was extremely strong, and his attacks were simply unstoppable. With each strike, imperial blood was spilled, and in the end, all 3 quasi-emperors were killed. Passing away with the starry sky, the emperor's radiance dimmed, the emperor's star sank and fell, heaven and earth mourned, and blood poured down, white clothes shining, dancing with the chaotic strong wind, stepping on the time and space stained with emperor's blood. What kind of supreme elegance was this? Chapter 175, Tang Yunli's reappearance. Heaven and earth were silent, and all were speechless. 5 quasi-emperors, the masters of 5 eras, had just become clouds of smoke. How could one not be shocked? This night is destined to be sleepless, and no one can be at peace. The darkness was in turmoil. The 5 paramount emperors struck out strongly. Wherever they passed, the Tao domains were withering. The living beings were falling. It was a catastrophe. God blocked and killed God. No one could stop it. The human emperor, on the other hand, had chopped off 5 quasi-emperors with the power of a single person. But any cultivator who heard of such a feat would have a surging heart. No one's heart did not tremble, and it was hard to imagine what kind of uproar would be triggered between heaven and earth after this night. The recluse light raged, and the news traveled in all directions. With a divine speed that was incomparable, he rushed to the various domains, and as the news spread, the 8 directions were shaken dramatically. O human emperor, there really is no one to stop him. Beating 5 paragon emperors in a row. Ask the world who can resist. The heavens and earth shook violently, and all parties were not at peace, and no one could remain calm after hearing such a news. Is it really going to be invincible? In today's world, If a great emperor doesn't come out, who will compete with him? After the battle, the human emperor's statement was undoubtedly even more prominent. Such influence could simply be compared to that of a living great emperor. Lift the world. The universe was vast, the Tao was thousands, and in ancient times, only great emperors were able to be worthy of these 4 words. But now, this crown and honor had fallen on the body of the human emperor. Throughout the universe, it was as if there really wasn't a single great enemy that could stop its advance anymore. He Fong just Sing King actually already have such a power. People turn their minds to this, and they all feel gloomy. There were quite a few great saints in the world, and there were quite a few quasi-emperors, but to be crushed so prematurely like this was truly despairing. The human emperor, like a lofty mountain of God, powerful and invincible. His current battle power was so desperate that people could not think of competing with him, and if he went further in the future, how terrifying would he be? Without a doubt, the human emperor has become truly unstoppable. With the opening of the Emperor Road, he will be a dark horse, about to kill his way through the entire Emperor Road, with no one able to oppose him. People all had such a premonition at the moment. In ancient times, the Emperor's Road has been the ultimate spectacle, with various Tao domains, ancient stars of life, hidden places, and prospective emperors coming out of the seals. It could be said that there had never been any chance in the world that would allow so many powerful people to appear and go to battle together. The Emperor Road, full of unknown and unpredictable. Before it was opened, no one expected how many experts there would be, how many hidden powerhouses there would be. Even if he was stunning, he definitely didn't have full assurance that he was convinced that he would be able to conquer the Emperor's path and eventually become the Tao. But today, the strength of the human emperor, however, gave birth to such a premonition, and he stood alone under the starry sky, bringing a sense of dominance that there was no enemy but me. And it is true. At this moment, an unknown number of paragon emperors sighed longingly. Who is much worse than anyone else who has made it this far? The human emperor had cut down 5 paramount emperors in a row, making such a shocking feat that it was truly despairing, and they knew full well that even if they were to be replaced, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow in the hands of this demon, and would have to end up with the 5 fierce emperors, drinking hatred. The time comes when all heaven and earth work together, and the heroes are not free when the time goes away. In this moment, it was also unknown how many paramount emperors let out this kind of lamentation. Once the favorite of an era, to be able to come this far, that one was not wonderfully stunning? During his youth, he had suppressed his contemporaries. During his middle age, he had fought against the ancient kings, and during his old age, he had honored the universe. They felt that they were the favorites of heaven and earth, but now that they had witnessed the strength of the human emperor, it deeply made them feel gloomy, and they felt that desolation of being abandoned by heaven and earth. The human emperor. 2 such words resounded everywhere, accompanied by loud and long sighs, and many paragon emperors chose to seal themselves on the spot, not to compete with the human emperor because the end is too despairing to see the slightest hope. The only thing left to do was to avoid him, seal another life, and wait for the human emperor to fade away before conquering the Emperor Road. The human emperor, truly killing to the point where no one in the world dares to call him honorable. The universe was silent, extraordinarily ethereal, and everyone could feel that helplessness of the great Tao unification, a terrifying influence, the ultimate sense of oppression. The universe was vast, and indeed no one dared to call the shots of the human emperor, a saint king, yet he had reached such a level, but any cultivator who associated himself with this was all heart-stopping. Are the 9 secrets really going to reappear? Meanwhile, people are paying extra attention to news like this. 9 secrets. All the years of the ages have been highly regarded. This is the 9 domains of the heaven-defying secret arts. 9 secret unity, invincible in the world. This for a rumor, but almost became an iron law. The ancient sages all commented so after seeing the 9 secrets. And now, having actually seen the 9 secrets expected to be displayed in their entirety, how could one not be hopeful that this was definitely a touch of cosmic wonder? It would be a great opportunity for everyone to witness it. Definitely possible. However, in the face of such a query, more voices in the world responded in a rather overbearing and dry manner. How long has it been? All 7 secrets have been revealed, and it's definitely expected that the 9 secrets will be united. The human emperor himself was like a legend, full of mystery. Every time he struck out, he gave people an incomparable shock, and almost every time he struck out, his strength would become even more powerful. One would think that, at this rate, it definitely wouldn't take long before all 9 secrets would be able to unfold. With the 9 secrets united, I wonder if I'll be able to see the spectacle of battling against a great emperor. Such a glimmer of hope appeared in the minds of many. When the 9 secrets are united, the world is invincible, and the word great emperor also stands for invincibility under the sky. The two battling each other was definitely full of spectacle. And it would be a shame if the 9 mysteries were united and could not compete with the great emperor to fight out which was stronger or weaker. But it is also known that this is hardly likely to happen anymore. The human emperor is too strong. Now the path of the emperor has not yet opened, but nearly already invincible in the world. Who can in this life, under his eyes, seize the seal of the heart of heaven, and finally become an emperor? This is almost impossible to achieve. The 9 mysteries, the great emperors, would perhaps all be the human emperors? And with the two united, one couldn't imagine to what a terrifying extent the lord of the universe of this life, the human emperor, would be strong. The world was abuzz with all kinds of chatter. In the starry sky, Qin Yun stood alone, silently looking into the distance. But at this moment, he also had an unprecedented sense of relief. Lift the world. Although he has not really reached that kind of realm. However, the influence has been enough to make him happy. And it is really not easy to get to this point. After all, it was well known that the human emperor cultivated all the way through the world. All through hard work. Qin Yun laughed in the sun, displaying a smirk. Far away, a plain-colored figure appeared without a sound. It was a woman, in her mid-20s, exquisite and flawless, like an immortal. The whole body was crystalline, as if there was immortal radiance flowing. The woman stepped into the air, possessing a stunning smile that outshone any scenery in the world. It was accompanied by a soft call, "Brother." Under the starry sky, Qin Yun was dumbfounded. It was unimaginable that he had actually seen this woman again. He traveled across the void and came to the woman's side in an instant, staring at the familiar face with some bewilderment, not daring to believe it, and raising his palm to caress the face. He felt the incomparably real temperature. Qin Yun's lips trembled lightly. Little sister. Chapter 176, The Great Wind Preaching. The starry sky rioted. The emperor's blood splashed, exploding pieces of emptiness. Nothing could withstand the power of the emperor's blood, just like a fireworks rain, extraordinarily aesthetically pleasing. The two chi of yin and yang intersected in the mottled starry sky, eventually converging into an ancient coffin. The absolutely beautiful young girl stepped on the coffin just like that, displaying a smile of worldly beauty towards Qin Yun. "Brother, I knew you must not be dead. How could you have fallen?" The young girl was innocent and romantic, and there was even a little pride between her demeanor when she uttered these words, but it made Qin Yun's heart bitter, evoking old thoughts. At that time, Tang Yunli came to Kyushu to find him, died prematurely in the halfway, and now against the sky to see himself. The first words are still in the care of his safety. Did not mention the suffering and crisis suffered in the past, so that his heart sour. Since today, no one in the world dares to take a shot at our siblings. Qin Yun opened his mouth, his demeanor full of confidence. This was a promise. One could even say it was an oath. It is a strong and firm conviction that in the past it was difficult to commit to anything, but now it is finally able to speak such words without the slightest hint of conceit. Good. The little woman didn't say anything, but just lowered her head and smiled sweetly, bearing a beauty of the ages. Before jumping onto Qin Yun and tightly encircling his neck, he punched his chest as if he were complaining and as if he were pleased. Under the starry sky, the two embraced each other. After the yin and yang are separated after the goodbye, no need to say anything. A hug is enough. Is not a loved one, but better than a loved one. Shall we go home, brother? Tang Yunli had come back to life. This was undoubtedly great news for Qin Yun. Nothing could make him more elated than this news. Qin Yun did not reject the little woman's proposal. He knew the little woman longed for that one warm place, and didn't want to deny her. Qin Yun's return with Tang Yunli stirred the entire Great Wind. The human emperor had killed 5 quasi-emperors in a row, diffusing the greatest dark turmoil in history, and made such feats that the world was moved. "Sister, are you still going to let your brother-in-law sleep in the corner?" When meeting Tang Guiyao, the woman was quirky and said something like this. She could finally call Qin Yun her brother-in-law. "In the past, I was concerned about my sister, did not dare to be too intimate, knowing that a brother-in-law is definitely the sister's scales, but now there is no such scruples at all, and even more knowing that at this moment my sister's heart." But such words still caused Tang Guiyao to freeze, her face somewhat unable to rest. What's the point of bringing up old issues? Ha! When Qin Yun saw Tang Guiyao's kind of appearance, he couldn't help but show a wisp of a smile. Tang Yunli was back to life and was really in a good mood. Even Tang Guiyao had become obedient. Tang Yunli, in particular, was quirky, always encircling his arm, complaining on his behalf about the injustices of yesteryear. Not to mention her hard eyes, her puffy breasts were deflecting into Qin Yun's arms. How could Qin Yun not be elated? "Greetings, human emperor." The great wind roared everywhere. The void roared, and figures constantly appeared from the void, all of them with frighteningly high identities. The one piece of tranquility that the little woman had hoped for was finally broken. When it was learned that the human emperor had returned to the Great Wind, all parties came to pay their respects. 5 quasi-emperors came out of the sky. The world is plunged into darkness and turmoil. The earth is bleeding. The starry sky is sad and miserable. The bones of a mountain. A Taoist domain after a Taoist domain of silence. Praying to the heavens is useless. Knocking on the earth no door. Calling the gods and devils of the heavens are all no sound. Only the human emperor stepped in and spilled his blood in the starry sky, resolving the crisis of the beings by his own strength. What a great feat! Be gracious with all beings. For this reason, the various male lords who came to pay their respects were not harboring any different intentions, but were all incredibly pious, coming to see the human emperor just to see him once, even if they could say a word of thanks in person. Among the crowd, there was no lack of some people who had been enemies of the human emperor in the past, but at the moment, they were standing in the distance, but they didn't dare to approach. Come on. In the end, Qin Yun invited the crowd to enter the Great Wind Palace. It's hard to refuse the world's hospitality. Much less did they dwell on some of the grudges of the past. At this point in time, many grudges need not be dwelled on. Right in the middle of the Great Wind Palace, Qin Yun preached for the crowd, expounding on the mysteries of heaven and earth and explaining the many wonderful principles of the Great Tao, causing many to be enlightened. For the entire 7 days, Qin Yun sat there in a platter, his precious appearance solemn, like a heavenly emperor, and the sound of chanting resounded through the heavens and the earth, making it difficult for people to smell and hear. Once the 7 days had passed, many people had made great gains. Those with large gains had directly broken through the realm, and those with small gains had also comprehended some secret arts, divine abilities, and so on. The human emperor inheritance was terrifyingly frightening, and to be able to come here to listen to the sermon, this was considered a great opportunity. In 7 days' time, the news of the human emperor's sermon spread throughout the world. The speed of circulation was incomparable and astonishing. The number of people who had come to the Great Wind was increasing, and by the end of the day, almost the entire heavens and earth were packed, and there were people everywhere. The Holy Lord huddled with some of the cultivators in a very dramatic manner without any dry spells, and everyone coincidentally gathered their identities and obediently became a student. Many long sighs. The realm of the human emperor, nowadays, is no longer something they can look up to. Beheading a quasi-emperor. This is something that only great emperors were able to do in the ancient times, and many people speculate that perhaps the human emperor is not far from being a great emperor. In the future, once the heavenly heart seal was released, he would surely become an emperor, and absolutely nothing would be able to stop him. A corner of the stage. The Great Wind Empress Tang Guiyao stood quietly, her eyes covered in a trance. The man he had despised in the past now possessed such might. On the strength, even for the Holy Lord did not hesitate to travel a long way, came to him to sit down and listen to his Tao. On the influence, already for the human emperor, and now after the darkness of the turmoil, the influence is even more immeasurable. I'm getting really far away from you and can't keep up with you. Tang Guiyao gloomy. What obstinacy, what paranoia. In this moment all seems so pale. The relationship between the two need not go into words. The facts prove everything. The gap is so big that it is unimaginable. Human emperor kid. At the end of the sermon, among the crowd, such a call suddenly came out. An old voice, yet it dared to call the human emperor a brat, which caused the crowd's gazes to look over in unison. That was just a saint, yet he dared to be so disrespectful to the human emperor, which really startled the crowd. Was this old barker looking for death? People have already predicted his end. Why need the human emperor to make a move? Dared to offend the human emperor at this moment. The saints in the world, a mouthful of spittle are enough to drown this old thing. However, the crowd was not expecting it. Upon seeing this old caller, the human emperor however revealed a wisp of excitement. Old barker, you really aren't dead. Qin Yun looked at the old man with excitement, helplessness, and more than a little speechlessness. Who else would this old barker be if not the old man chopping wood? Chapter 177, Invincible. Lonely as Snow, Final Chapter. Looking at the disheveled and unkempt old man in front of him, Qin Yun was rather speechless. At first, he had also been suspicious of the old man's death, because of knowing this Go Shang. He didn't believe that he would sit down flat like that without a life-preserving card. However, he had probed several times, but in the end, there was no result at all, and he could not see the slightest hope. But how never expected to see the old man today, born of an indescribable breathlessness. Little friend, back then, you made old me turn over in the gutter and exposed everything. Now, old me is considered to have won over you for once. The old man chopping wood was in a good mood and stood there laughing heartily. This is indeed a great thing with him. To a greater extent, it is related to the road. Go Dao. This is focused on a Go word. When in front of Qin Yun exposed everything, several times managed to want to accept Qin Yun as a disciple. heart and lungs, but did not think that the end is the gutter overboard. For the old man, the heart of Godao suffered an unprecedented shock. And now, the resurrection returned, leaving even the human emperor speechless. But it was to reshape that Dao heart. The person in front of him is the human emperor. He has never been defeated in his life, but now he has lost to him. After 10,000 years, it is not a good story. Old Barker, I really didn't expect you to show up at this moment. Qin Yun was speechless. In his opinion, since the old man had already concealed himself from the world, he should have chalked up a sensational moment. Not at this moment. Ha ha ha, a win is a win. And whether it's a small win or a big win is no longer important. What's more, now that it's your moment of glory, little friend, how can old me be absent? The old man's words slightly relieved Qin Yun. If he were to come back like this after becoming an emperor in the future, he would be disgraced to the core. Well, you and I will drink to that. Qin Yun smiled without smiling, and when the old man stepped forward with unparalleled joy, he immediately stretched out a finger and flicked him out at once. It turned into a dust, bursting into the void, where fireworks were in full bloom, and I don't know how many great stars were smashed before it crashed into the edge of chaos. And the human emperor will not go back on his word. He had promised to beat him up when he showed up again, and now he was totally keeping his promise. After the discourse, a great feast was held, with songs and dances. The human emperor can be considered the first person in the ancient world, and will surely become an emperor in the future. Yet he's still a flunky. That's not appropriate. Indeed, it's too wrong. How can a human emperor be a son-in-law? Never heard of any great emperor being a flunky in ancient times. Isn't that the laughingstock of the ages? When people met Tang Guiyao, they couldn't help but talk about it like this. At this point in time, the human emperor was not only the human emperor, but also had a large number of followers behind him. And now, even more so, he was a great benefactor to all living beings, and no one was able to endure such a title as the human emperor being a flunky. However, upon meeting the human emperor, people fell silent again. This was the personal matter of the human emperor, and not many people dared to discuss it. Indeed, it's not proper. My brother, the human emperor, has the stature of a great emperor. Tang clan empress, if you have a conscience, you should not be pestering my brother. But there were still such voices coming out, making Tang Guiyao, as the host, quite embarrassed. The person who spoke was an old woodchopper who had crawled back from the stars and had a heavy friendship with the human emperor, so he naturally dared to speak these words. Little friend, the more important reason for my appearance at this moment is for this reason. One must be reconciled to it, and not carry such a stain. The old caller stood there and spoke thus. The old man chopping wood had come to protect the human emperor's face, and even though Qin Yun did not want to smear Tang Guiyao's face at this moment, he could not say anything. Indeed, it is not right. A human emperor cannot be a son-in-law. When the old man chopping wood stood out, more people stood out in agreement. Waves of sound rushed through the sky, drowning out the great wind palace at once. The will of the people is very firm, and it is imperative that the human emperor be reconciled, for this matter has always been a thorn in the flesh and a thorn in the eye of the people's hearts. Previously, it was constantly mentioned, but there was not a suitable time, and now that the old man chopping wood has taken the lead, people are bound to bring the matter to a conclusion. Brother, just listen to your heart. Tang Yunli sighed softly, and although he was sorry, he did not say anything because he did not want to make things difficult for Qin Yun, did not want to go and morally kidnap him or anything, and she also knew in her heart that at first, her own sister did treat her elder brother badly. Enough. In the end, the human emperor's words suppressed the cacophony and silenced heaven and earth. The majesty of the human emperor. After all, no one dared to offend. Qin Yun was bitter. After all, the relationship with Tang Guiyao was still too complicated, and it was impossible to make it clear in a sentence or two, and it was even more impossible to break off the karma with Tang Guiyao at such a moment. Eventually, the matter had to be put to rest. The years rush by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. In the midst of these 3 years, Qin Yun finally broke through the Saint King and became a great saint. The world was abuzz that day. It was just one realm, and it shouldn't have triggered such an uproar. Yet, it still happens, because the master was the human emperor. It was plainly understood that the battle power of the human emperor would surely usher in another terrifying increase. The Emperor Road is open. It's really going to push across the Emperor Road. People so prophesied and waited for the opening of the Emperor's path. A year later, Qin Yun obtained another secret. The secret of the soldier character. At this point, the 8 mysteries were united, and with the 9 mysteries, the world was invincible, and there was only one last secret arc missing, and just such a juncture. The heavenly heart seal was finally displayed completely. The vastness of the chaotic deep space was nearly to be covered to the brim with that heaven's heart seal, and thousands of orders spilled down. intertwining into a radiant line of flashy light. The Emperor's Road is open. This world's Emperor Road will definitely lack some spectacle because this worldly human emperor is too powerful, and many people have the self-awareness to avoid him. This was predicted. However, an Emperor Road was an Emperor Road after all, and once the Emperor Road opened, it still triggered all parties to gather around. Will the human emperor be able to become an emperor? Still full of suspense. However, what people didn't expect was that this world's Imperial Path contest was still terrifyingly frightening, even more so than in the past. On the Starry Sky Emperor Road, too many heavenly prides had emerged, each one of them great. The Holy Spirit Prince of the Holy Spirit lineage, the Kirin Dao Master of the Kirin lineage, the Buddha's daughter, Lung Qianqiu. The heavenly prides of all parties came out of nowhere and stunned the world all of a sudden. No one had thought that in this world, there would be so many heavenly prides, and it would be so terrifying. All of them were demons that had passed the divine origin seal and hibernated until this life. And each of them, almost all of them, were descendants of great emperors with extremely terrifying physiques. These people, if they were placed in any random era, would definitely be overlords on the path of emperors, figures who could achieve great emperors in the future. And yet, unthought of, all precipitated in this life. The heavenly prides of the ages meet in this world, and the paths of the emperors battle it out. The world shook and the world clamored. The battle was too huge, and people did not expect such a glorious spectacle to occur in this world of Emperor Road battles. People know that if there is no human emperor in this world, the throne of the great emperor will certainly have no chance with the pride of the world, to be seized by the ancients, which is also absolutely a kind of sadness for this era. But even with human royalty in the picture, too much speculation has arisen. The human emperor wasn't the final candidate to fight for the emperor's path anymore. People knew that there would definitely be many accidents on the emperor's path, and no one would be able to predict who would ultimately become that great emperor. The emperor's path contest opened. What people didn't expect was that even though the battle for the emperor's path was incredibly intense, the human emperor was still extremely strong, showing off his invincible imperial talent. At the very beginning, he swept across the imperial path, clearing out the opponents from all sides who came to challenge him, and in the end, the human emperor pushed across the entire imperial path, invincible, and headed straight for the heavenly heart seal. A great saint, yet he displayed such might. Even though people had already had a premonition that the human emperor's ascension was absolutely extremely terrifying, they still hadn't expected that it would be terrifying to this extent, completely killing to the point where no one dared to claim respect on the emperor's road. The heavenly heart seal was nearly within reach, and the human emperor's prestige on the emperor's path was unstoppable. However, how people did not expect a surprising scene to happen. Tarzan turmoil. The emperor's tomb exploded, and a terrifying emperor reappeared. The most terrifying dark turmoil in history was issued to draw on the blood of all living beings, thus restoring himself to the absolute peak of imperial power. There was no doubt that these people were here for the great emperor seal, to restore himself, to undergo extreme sublimation, to attain the great emperor realm, and thus seize the heavenly heart seal. The world was thrown into panic. This time the dark unrest was even more terrifying than 4 years ago, because all of the great masters of the current generation had gone to the emperor's path, and there were no supreme experts in the world. In the most helpless moments, the human emperor returned after all. By himself, he quelled the dark turmoil. The human emperor was extremely strong, and at this point, almost no one would be able to withstand his strike, so it could be said that there would be no surprises at all. However, the price he paid for quelling the unrest was missing out on the throne. A great emperor was born. For an emperor of the Holy Spirit lineage, this person had become a Taoist for a holy weapon. His body was extremely terrifying, and after becoming an emperor, he was even more invincible. Human emperor, your time to die has come. After this Holy Spirit became an emperor, he struck out at the human emperor at the first opportunity, to forcefully suppress the human emperor with the dignity of a great emperor. It's almost impossible to show up. This was because those who were able to achieve great emperors were extremely proud and powerful, unique, and could not possibly regard the next person as a rival. In ancient times, only bystanders would challenge great emperors. Great emperors never took the initiative. But now it's happening. It wasn't that the Holy Spirit Emperor wasn't proud, but the might of the human emperor was too terrifying. When the Emperor Road was contested, the Holy Spirit Emperor was nearly killed to the brink of death, not even able to withstand a single strike from the human emperor. And that dark turmoil, which the human emperor quelled with lightning speed, was even more scandalous. In the future, if he achieved quasi-emperor status and his supreme body became a great success, would he be able to truly threaten the emperor? It's anyone's guess. Thus, the Holy Spirit Emperor struck out, his imperial Tao surging as he blasted at the human emperor. Sadly, the human emperor has not yet obtained the 9 secrets in the end. The fact that the human emperor had missed out on the imperial throne in order to shelter the world's living beings was regrettable, and now that he had to face the pursuit of a great emperor, it was even more despairing. If the 9 secrets were in hand, there might be a spectacle of a fight with a great emperor, but the 8 secrets, after all, are missing a kind, without that kind of counterintuitive and invincible momentum. But, people didn't think that even though there were only 8 mysteries, even though there were only great saints, however, the Holy Spirit Emperor was still defeated and failed to kill the human emperor. The two fought for many years, but they were not able to distinguish a winner. Can a great saint call out to a great emperor? The great emperor of the current generation had gone out on a limb, and in his first battle after becoming an emperor, he had encountered such a tricky enemy, which shook the entire universe and shook the ancient stars of life everywhere. 3 years later, Qin Yun was promoted to quasi-emperor, and this time, there will be no surprises. The Holy Spirit Emperor was defeated miserably, close to being killed off the emperor realm. There had never been such a suffocating emperor in the ancient times. Great emperors, the lords of the universe, would not have any opponents at all. And in this life, a flawless great emperor was killed so hard that he was defeated, and the great emperor's Tao heart was shattered. Time flies, another year. Qin Yun had finally obtained the last secret art, the forward secret. At this point, the 9 secrets are united, and the world is invincible. Today's Qin Yun was still a quasi-emperor, but his strength had increased by far too much after the 9 secrets were united. He once again ascended the Holy Spirit Mountain and sought out the Holy Spirit Emperor, because there was simply no opponent in the current world. Only the person in front of him had enough weight, and he desperately wanted to verify the might of the 9 secrets when they were united. Human Emperor, don't bully me too much. I'm the great emperor of the world. The Holy Spirit Emperor was suffocating, not realizing that he had only struck out at the human emperor once, yet he had been killed by the human emperor on both occasions. There is no doubt that the Great War has broken out again, and this time, the human emperor had only used one move to directly and heavily injure the Holy Spirit Emperor, and Imperial blood flew across the sky, staining the chaotic starry sky red. As of this moment, the human emperor was completely invincible. In just 100 years, the Holy Spirit Emperor sat down and died. He was not killed by the human emperor, who always kept him alive, but he was only a great emperor for 100 years, one of the shortest-lived great emperors in history. The great emperors of the ancient times were all long-lived, overlooking the universe and dominating the world for tens of thousands of years. But the Holy Spirit Emperor was killed by the human emperor to the point of serious injury, and his Tao heart was broken. In the end, he died of depression, with a life of only 100 years or so. It's called sadness and it's very emotional. There was no doubt that in this life, the human emperor was going to become an emperor and there would be no surprises. When the heavenly heart seal reappeared, no one was going to fight with the human emperor. However, in the face of that heavenly heart seal, the human emperor did not absorb it. It was because of a premonition that if he merged with that mark, not only would he not become stronger, but he would be suppressed. The essence of the heavenly heart seal was the power of the heavens and earth, and now that the 9 mysteries were united, he didn't seem to be losing out to this kind of might. In the end, the human emperor once again gave up the heavenly heart seal. Although the world was uncertain of the human emperor's intentions, the reopening of the emperor's path allowed beings who had reached the quasi-emperor realm to once again see hope. Just as the human emperor was trying to think of ways to become an emperor without going through the heavenly heart seal and only by virtue of himself, another great emperor was born. For a great emperor of the demon race, known as the Tang Emperor, when Emperor Tsang became an emperor, he didn't have the kind of rampage that the Holy Spirit Emperor had, and didn't make a move against the human emperor. However, he was still approached by the human emperor to spar with him and to realize the great emperor's Tao fruit. Sadly, a flawless great emperor, also known as the human emperor's trialist, there was no doubt that Emperor Tsang had lost. This great battle was of immense benefit to Qin Yun, as he took a step from the 3rd sky of the quasi-emperor to the 5th sky, and then, in the years that followed, he kept coming to his door in order to cut his teeth. At first, Emperor Tsang closed his door, but eventually, after messing with Qin Yun, he directly ended up in his imperial residence, forced the outbreak of a great war. In the end, the Tang Emperor did not reign for more than 200 years. Following the previous Holy Spirit Emperor, another miracle appeared, the second emperor of the ancient and modern depression. Being a fellow great emperor with the human emperor is truly a sadness. The depressing deaths of the 2 emperors were a wake-up call to the paragon emperors of the world. The human emperor's end is inappropriate hard to the great emperor beat depressed. So this time, when the heavenly heart seal was in the present, the emperor's path all of a sudden lacked a lot of spectacle. Those people would rather be self-appointed than fight on the emperor's path again. This was because even if one succeeded, one would have to suffer suppression, even worse than the quasi-emperor realm. And by this time, the human emperor had already attained the ninth heaven of the quasi-emperor. And at this point, even if he were to spar with a great emperor, it would be difficult to make any great gains. But what people did not expect was that the great emperor of this life was actually a woman, a flawless chaos god body. The Chaos Empress was extremely strong, sweeping across the path of emperors. And after proving herself to be an emperor, she even challenged the human emperor. This female emperor was extremely conceited, not believing that she would follow in the footsteps of the two emperors who had died of depression, and wanted to behead the human emperor to protect the face of the great emperor. The human emperor, having reached this point now, can also be described as lonely as snow, seeking some challenges, and immediately went to the appointment. The Chaos Empress, indeed, was peerless, and her battle power was very terrifying and heaven-defying, to be even stronger than when the two emperors were in power. Lamentable. Qin Yun had long been a different person, with the 9 secrets in his body and the 9 heavens of the quasi-emperor, allowing him to not have any accidents at all. The Chaos Empress was still defeated, and her defeat was complete, crushed by a single finger of the human emperor. After that battle, the Chaos Empress faded into silence, and there was no more news of her in the world. And since then, the human emperor had also begun to enter seclusion. 100 years later, he finally went 100 feet further, and by himself, became a great emperor. So far, there is no enemy in heaven or in the world. One day, a letter fluttered and landed in the starry sky, floating beside Qin Yun. Open it up. It's a line of beautiful handwriting. Brother, you haven't visited me in a year. I'm getting sainted. Lately, my sister has always asked me to choose my next marriage. There were also many people who came to propose marriage. After the famous generals of the Imperial dynasty, there were also quite a few Saint Sun level figures. But to me, all these people are nothing but vanilla. Sister is so annoying. She has to force me to do something. I have already told her. I want to marry someone like my elder brother. Didn't she once say that if I want to marry? I want to marry the supreme body. I want to marry the human emperor. Hearing those words, my sister really didn't push me. Hey, brother, when are you coming back? I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Under the stars. Qin Yun laughed in the sun as a shy face surfaced in his mind. He looked away from the stars, overlooking the chaos, cold and dark in a lonely way, invincible and lonely as snow. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled helplessly as his figure flickered away. Go home.